Ning Yue, upon meeting her untimely demise, unexpectedly found herself transported into a fantastical realm of cultivation. Alarmed, she hastily stripped off her garments, only to discover the familiar flame-shaped birthmark upon her shoulder, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, her body remained her own. In a bid for survival, Ning Yue diligently commenced her training and successfully gained admission to one of the 5 major sects. Chapter 1. Awakening suspended in midair. Ning Yue was roused from her slumber by a few drops of rain that chilled her to the bone, causing her to curl up slightly. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed in the distance, jolting her fully awake. No, something was amiss. The surroundings were barren, scattered only with patches of withered grass and jagged rocks. She lay upon a narrow path of compressed yellow mud. She distinctly remembered that she should have been dead. Then, her gaze fell upon her hands. They appeared notably smaller, resembling those of a child no older than 12 or 13. These were not her hands. A peculiar thought surged from the depths of her mind. Had she borrowed another's life? Surely not. Suddenly, a recollection struck her, and she hastily rolled up her sleeves. Upon seeing the familiar flame-shaped birthmark on her shoulder, she exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed her body was indeed her own, though the reason for her diminutive form remained a mystery. Ning Yue pushed herself off the ground, her legs feeling unsteady as she pondered her whereabouts. A tremendous crash resonated in the distance, startling her once more. Raising her eyes, she beheld a lavish carriage soaring through the air, encircled by a cohort of individuals who floated alongside it. A flying carriage? Individuals who could levitate? What manner of technology was this? Though astonished, she realized the impracticality of it all. The people hovering near the carriage seemed to have noticed her as well, lifting the carriage's curtain to whisper to those within. Before long, a stout and rotund youth clad in resplendent attire emerged, his malicious 3 white eyes fixed menacingly upon Ning Yue. "How dare a mere commoner obstruct my path?" he exclaimed, pointing a finger at Ning Yue. "Seize her at once." Ning Yue was taken aback by their elaborate garments, pondering her bewildering circumstances, when 2 individuals swiftly approached her from the air. At that moment, Ning Yue felt utterly powerless. They effortlessly lifted her, akin to a chick, and placed her onto the carriage. The young lord cast a disdainful glance in her direction. "Bind her to the rear of the carriage and hoist her up," he commanded. With a parched throat, Ning Yue protested, "You fly as you please, and I shall walk my own path. What have I impeded your progress?" The young lord snorted disdainfully, his nostrils flaring as he flicked his robe. "I am in a foul mood today. I require no further justification to apprehend you." With that, he swiftly bound her. In her mind, Ning Yue envisioned delivering him a thorough beating, though she recognized that even at her most vigorous, she would likely falter against such adversaries. Yet, she never imagined being rendered utterly defenseless in her current predicament. The carriage surged into the skies once more, leaving Ning Yue dangling behind, the dizzying speed inducing a near-fainting state. In her hazy state, she caught fleeting glimpses of the structures beneath, shrouded in mist. Amidst the ether otherwise, one would suffer grievously if not perish, yet the carriage ascended ever higher and accelerated with alarming speed. The fierce wind lashed against her, leaving Ning Yue almost breathless. Blast it! Ning Yue clenched her fists, bewildered by the turn of events. Having just regained her life, was she destined to meet her end before witnessing the dawn of a new day? At that very moment, a brilliant blue beam of sword light sliced through the air, severing the ropes that bound Ning Yue. With a swift descent, she plummeted earthward. Gazing sorrowfully at the heavens, she lamented, "Is the sky intent on my demise?" In the next instant, she landed in a warm embrace, surrounded by the faint fragrance of soapberry. As Ning Yue lifted her gaze, she beheld a youth with a taut jawline. His features were striking, and his gentle, water-like eyes gazed at her with quiet concern. "Are you all right?" Stunned, Ning Yue merely shook her head in response. Suddenly, another beam of sword light surged towards them, and the youth deftly evaded it, his expression hardening. Sang Pang, in the jurisdiction of the Fusang sect, how dare you act with such impunity? A plump young master emerged slowly from the carriage, his flesh quivering with each step. Upon seeing the youth, he scoffed, "I wondered who would meddle. It turns out to be the senior brother. What brings you here? Has the Fusang sect's business been resolved, leaving you free to seek trouble?" Sure, Inghan's expression turned icy. "If you're so eager to know, why not inquire with Master Sang? He is surely well-versed and forthcoming." Sang Pang's face fell momentarily before he scoffed again. "Merely a commoner, since you desire her. Take her." With that, He flicked his robe and re-entered the carriage, departing with an air of indifference. Ning Yue couldn't help but chuckle softly. So he is merely a bully of the week. The one holding her smiled gently upon hearing her words and bent down, intending to set her down. Ning Yue was taken aback and suddenly lunged at him, clinging tightly to Shi Inghan's neck. "Brother, please don't let go. I can't fly." Shi Inghan's cheeks flushed slightly as he struggled to contain his amusement. "It's all right, I'm riding on my sword. You won't fall." Ning Yue glanced down and saw a blue shadow of a sword beneath her, which allowed her to step onto it, though one hand remained firmly grasping Shi Inghan's robe. "Elder brother." A group of youths, clad in white robes with blue sashes, waved to them from a distance. Only then did Ning Yue notice Shi Inghan's attire, which was similar to the boys', save for the intricate cloud patterns embroidered with golden thread, making it somewhat more elaborate. In the blink of an eye, the youths had flown closer, their curious gazes fixated on the dirt-streaked girl on Shi Inghan's sword. "Elder brother, who is this?" "I just rescued her from Sangpang. She was likely abducted from the lower realm," Shi Inghan replied, steadying Ning Yue's form. "I was about to inquire about her home to return her." Ning Yue abruptly lifted her head, looking weak and pitiful. "Brother, I have no home. I have no parents, no one to care for me. I just fainted on the road, and when I woke up, that fat man had tied me up." As she spoke, Ning Yue lowered her head, deliberately shrinking her body, putting on a semblance of vulnerability, her expression a perfect blend of sorrow and grievance. Some of the youths were already feeling compassion stir within them. "Elder brother, why not take her back to Fusang's sect?" Another added, "But outsiders are not permitted within the sect." Shi Inghan pondered for a moment. There's indeed a method. He bent down to meet Ning Yue's gaze. "What is your name?" Ning Yue replied, "I'm called Ning Yue." Shi Inghan continued, "In 2 days, the various sects will hold a disciple selection ceremony. Should you be accepted into the Fusang sect, you may remain here. Even as an outer disciple, it provides a degree of security." Ning Yue responded with a firm acknowledgement. Gradually, she began to comprehend this bewildering world. Observing the attire of those around her, as well as the flying carriages and swords capable of flight, Ning Yue surmised that she had entered a realm of cultivation, something she had only encountered in novels, yet was not difficult to deduce. The group landed gracefully. Shi Inghan turned to his junior disciples behind him. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, please return to the sect first. I shall take care of Ning Yue." The youths bowed respectfully and departed in unison. Ning Yue followed closely behind Shi Inghan, her eyes wandering as they walked. Suddenly, Shi Inghan came to a halt, and Ning Yue halted as well. He opened a room and, upon entering, retrieved a pouch filled with coins, presenting it to her. "During these 2 days, you shall reside here. Feel free to explore. No one under the jurisdiction of the Fusang sect will disturb you. However, do remember to return early in the evening. I will teach you some techniques for breath collection, so that even if you're not selected, you will possess some means of self-protection." Ning Yue felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother." She silently rejoiced at having encountered such kindness. As soon as Shi Inghan left, Ning Yue summoned a servant to prepare hot water, intending to take a bath and rest. When Ning Yue awoke once more, the world outside was aglow with lights. Recalling that Shi Inghan would arrive this evening, Ning Yue descended to partake in a modest meal before obediently awaiting his return indoors. It was not long before a knock resonated from outside, and upon opening the door, she indeed found Shi Inghan standing there. He had changed into a light blue robe, and his gentle gaze sparkled softly in the dim light as he smiled at her. "I apologize for the intrusion. Have you been resting?" Ning Yue's doe-like eyes widened in surprise as she promptly shook her head. "Not at all. I should be the one thanking you for coming to teach me at this late hour." "Very well then. Let us commence our lesson," Shi Inghan replied, lifting his robe as he settled onto the mat. "The first step in cultivation is to learn how to channel qi into the body. Take a deep breath, direct the qi into your dantian, hold your breath and concentrate, then exhale with intention." Shi Inghan demonstrated the complete process, then opened his eyes and inquired, "How was that? What sensations do you experience?" Ning Yue pondered for a moment, touching her own body with uncertainty. "It seems. Perhaps. I don't feel much at all." Shi Inghan smiled reassuringly. "That is perfectly fine. Try a few more times. Once the qi has entered your body, you will have taken your first step. You will be able to cultivate from here on, but given your upbringing in the lower realm, it may indeed be somewhat challenging at first. With practice, success is assured." His words exuded a sense of consideration for her self-esteem. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ning Yue asked, "Brother, Do new disciples generally possess some degree of cultivation before joining the sect? Han nodded. In theory, yes, for prior to joining, one must first pass through a trial ground. Those with cultivation naturally find it easier to succeed than those without. Only through the trial grounds does one qualify to assess their spiritual roots and aptitude on the Spirit Stone. Subsequently, the elders will select disciples based on their intuition and qualifications. Han smiled gently, her gaze warm as she looked at Ning Yue. Do your best. I eagerly anticipate your joining the Fusang sect. Chapter 2. Awakening to Consciousness Space. Ning Yue, a newcomer, is acutely aware of the significance of a local resident at this moment. Eagerly, she seeks information. Brother, no one has ever told me about the world of cultivation. Could you enlighten me further? Although the realms of cultivation and the mortal world are interconnected, it is puzzling that Ning Yue remains uninformed. Han, perceiving her youth and lack of parental guidance, kindly elucidates. The current cultivation world is teeming with various sects and families, governed collectively by the 5 major sects alongside over 100 smaller ones. You are about to join one of these 5, the Fusang sect. The path of cultivation encompasses 2 primary pursuits, the ascension to immortality and divinity, and the resistance against demonic forces to safeguard all beings. It has been nearly a millennium since anyone has ascended, yet even in the absence of this path, cultivation can extend one's lifespan. Ning Yue nods, processing the information, eager to inquire further. However, a jade talisman at Han's waist flashes twice, prompting him to glance down with a hint of regret. There are matters within the sect that require my attention. I must return now. Remember to practice diligently what I have just taught you. Should you wish to learn more, you can visit the city's library, which is merely 2 streets away. Ning Yue hastily replies, Brother, please go ahead. I will certainly attend the Disciple Recruitment Conference in 2 days. After bidding farewell to Han, Ning Yue returns to her bed to practice. She has resolved to carve out her own path in this realm. She must gain acceptance into the Fusang sect. With determination, she channels her energy to her dantian, repeatedly reciting the teachings of Han. She feels a gentle warmth emanating from her dantian as shimmering particles drift through the window, and the air is infused with surging spiritual energy. With her eyes tightly shut, Ning Yue remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding energies around her. At that moment, she was utterly oblivious to all else. Her consciousness hazy, she instinctively grasped a few insights, yet when she opened her eyes again, she found herself amidst a vast sea of blossoms. Goodness, where on earth has she ended up? Ning Yue curiously touched her body. It felt real, so she was certain she wasn't dreaming. However, she was equally convinced that no one had abducted her. Could this be a realm of consciousness? Surrounding her were an array of unfamiliar flowers and plants, swaying gently in the breeze. Ning Yue climbed the tallest tree nearby, gazing out at the endless expanse of floral beauty stretching infinitely before her. What on earth am I doing? A soft voice murmured. Startled, Ning Yue turned towards the source of the sound, but saw no one, only a small, nameless flower swaying in the wind. Doubting her own hearing, she was about to dismiss it when, in the next moment, she heard a calmer voice say, Yes, looking at you. Ning Yue shifted her gaze to another flower. Intrigued, she nimbly descended the tree, crouching before the flower, and poked it. Are you the one speaking? The 2 flowers remained motionless, ignoring her. Undeterred, Ning Yue persisted in her prodding until, just before her hand reached the root of one flower, it indignantly exclaimed, What are you doing? Ning Yue withdrew her hand, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. You can talk? The flower rustled its leaves, responding, What of it? We all can. The little flower immediately called out, Everyone, show your skills. In an instant, the surrounding flora began to stir, and a chorus of whispers filled the air. Ning Yue listened closely, realizing that most of the murmurs were discussions about her. Ning Yue lowered her head and inquired, Do you know where this is? The flower, with a look of astonishment, replied, You're asking me? Isn't this your realm of consciousness? Ning Yue understood immediately, thinking to herself that it was indeed so. She secretly wished to probe further and thus asked, Have you been here all along? Yes, came the reply. What do you do here? Sleep, the flower said nonchalantly. Ning Yue was taken aback. You do nothing but sleep? The little flower stretched lazily. Of course, I just woke up not long ago. Ning Yue speculated that perhaps her recent arrival in this world had caused this realm of consciousness to unfold, awakening these whimsical beings. What is the purpose of this realm of consciousness? She asked. I don't know. What use do you flowers and plants have in this place? I don't know. What is your name? I don't know. Ning Yue's eyelids twitched. Just tell me what you do know. The flower, supporting its petals with its leaves, pondered seriously. Although I don't know the things you mentioned, I do know of a secret base. Ning Yue inquired, What is that? The flower shook its head. I don't know, but it feels very important. Since the native inhabitants of this realm of consciousness regarded it as significant, Ning Yue felt compelled to visit it to discern the purpose of this domain. She stood up and said, "Please lead me there." The little flower yawned, then leapt gracefully onto Ning Yue's shoulder. Ning Yue gazed at the endless sea of flowers and asked, "Which way shall we go?" "Certainly, it must be teleportation. Otherwise, one would have to traverse an eternity." Xiaohua placed her hands on her hips, urging, "Close your eyes and concentrate on the very center of the realm." Ning Yue complied, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an entirely different location. Before her stood 5 towering trees, their heights reaching the clouds, adorned in hues of pure gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Among them, only the red tree flourished with abundant leaves, while the remaining 4 stood bare, stripped of foliage. Moreover, the flora in this place was larger and more extraordinary than that found elsewhere. The thick, azure roots twisted and coiled into a colossal sphere, at the center of which lay a gap wide enough for a person to enter. Ning Yue inquired, "What lies within?" Xiaohua shook her head. "I do not know. But there is no danger." With reassurance, Ning Yue resolved to venture inside. The roots shielded the exterior from sunlight, casting the interior into shadow. As Ning Yue groped her way forward, a sudden brightness enveloped her, revealing a vast expanse. The walls were lined with embedded bookshelves overflowing with tomes, and the floor was equally cluttered with more shelves. Ning Yue was puzzled. Who had abandoned a library here? She casually pulled out a few books to examine. 3 days to transition from novice to foundation, 90 days to swift spiritual transformation. Cultivation made simple. Ning Yue was left speechless. What manner of texts were these? Fortunately, the library housed more than just these volumes. Compendium of Talismans, Primal Fire Seeds, Art of Extreme Ice. The plethora of titles left Ning Yue bewildered and utterly lost. Xiaohua leaped down and pointed with her leaf at the book titled 3 Days to Take You from Beginner to Foundation. "Hurry up and cultivate," she urged. Ning Yue gestured to herself, asking, "Now? Here?" "Yes, because if you don't start cultivating soon, you will be in grave danger." Ning Yue's expression turned serious. "What do you mean?" Xiaohua stood tall and declared, "I saw it. You'll be thrown high into the air by a man in a black robe. And then you'll crash to the ground, remaining motionless for a long time. I doubt you'll survive." Xiaohua turned her head, adding, "Whether you live or die is of little concern to me, but I do not wish to sleep any longer." Ning Yue pinched her between 2 fingers. "Can you really see the future?" Xiaohua scoffed, "Not exactly. It's merely a simulated guess based on your current strength and the challenges you may face in the future. But the accuracy rate is as high as 80%. After declaring this, she proudly placed her hands on her hips. "Impressive, right?" Ning Yue smiled. "Indeed. You are quite remarkable." Regardless of the upcoming discipleship ceremony of the Fusang sect in 2 days or the grim fate at the hands of the man in the black robe, Ning Yue realized she had to muster all her determination to begin her cultivation. She quickly skimmed through the seemingly dubious book, momentarily doubting the authenticity of its contents. Ultimately, compelled by the circumstances, she settled down to meditate. Chapter 3, A Promising Seed. Ning Yue reclined in the center of the library, the book, which appeared quite unreliable, resting on her face. Xiaohua stood atop Ning Yue's shoulder, using her leaf to gently tap her face twice. Wake up, wake up. You've cultivated. But have you finished reading the book before dozing off?" Ning Yue muttered, "Let me rest for a while. I've been cultivating all night and I'm utterly exhausted." Xiaohua looked at Ning Yue in bewilderment. "What nonsense are you spouting? It has barely been an hour outside. The long night is still far from over." Ning Yue gazed at the sky in silence. What absurdity is this? Why does time flow differently in this space? An hour outside must feel like 5 hours in here. Xiaohua proudly placed her hands on her hips and nodded. "Isn't it wonderful? It provides you with ample time for cultivation. So many complain about not having enough time." All right, ancestor." Ning Yue resignedly got up from the ground. "I shall cultivate now." Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction. Under Xiaohua's watchful eye, Ning Yue cultivated in the realm of consciousness for a total of 15 hours, an entire 30 hours. Ning Yue had anticipated emerging from this experience feeling utterly drained. Yet to his astonishment, he felt invigorated and refreshed. However, adhering to the modern perspective on rest, as soon as he exited the realm of consciousness, he pulled back the covers and settled in for a nap. The sky was still dimly lit, shrouded in gray. The elders of the Fusang sect were gathered in one place, puzzled by the significant fluctuations of spiritual energy. "How could there be such a powerful surge of spiritual energy?" inquired an elder with a white beard. "Regrettably, the sect master and the eldest son have gone to Ling Yun Mountain and cannot return at the moment. Otherwise, we could investigate the source of this energy fluctuation." "Humph," remarked another elder draped in black gauze. "In any case, the surge is within the jurisdiction of the Fusang sect. With the disciple selection imminent, it is likely the result of some candidate preparing for the examination," declared the elder with the long beard. In this current generation of prominent families, none of the eligible candidates possess spiritual powers formidable enough to reach such heights. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Should a promising talent truly emerge, they would undoubtedly be welcomed into the sect. Meanwhile, Ning Yue lay buried beneath her blankets, indulging in a deep and exceptional slumber. She was abruptly awakened by the cacophony outside, a relentless chatter that proved quite irksome. Furrowing her brow, Ning Yue rose from her bed and was suddenly struck by an unprecedented sense of lightness in her body, as if she could glide effortlessly with each step. It seemed that the fruits of her rigorous 30-hour cultivation session from the previous night had finally manifested. Filled with a surge of confidence, she thought, mastering this minor cultivation should be a cinch. Yesterday, she had diligently absorbed knowledge within her consciousness space. The cultivation realms of this world are divided into 9 major tiers, each further subdivided into 3 minor levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, out-of-body, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. After a night of cultivation, she had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. With the disciple selection event occurring the day after tomorrow, she estimated she could ascend a few more tiers before then. Once again, the piercing voice from outside cut through her thoughts. You must provide me with a room. Do you know who our young master is? Stepping out of her room, Ning Yue found a group confronting the innkeeper in the hall. At the center stood a young man clad in a striking crimson robe, his finely featured face contorted in a frown. The innkeeper appeared quite distressed, as there were indeed no available rooms. The last one had been rented out just the day before. I must trouble you, young master, to seek accommodations elsewhere for a few days. As soon as a room becomes vacant, I shall immediately send someone to inform you. The young gentleman clad in a crimson robe remained silent, while his attendant became increasingly aggressive. How many times must I repeat myself? We require a room immediately. Regardless of whose it is, clear it out at once. The hall was filled with onlookers, all of whom observed this spectacle with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene or mediate. Ning Yue, after watching for a while, found the scene tedious as it disrupted her peaceful reverie over such a trivial matter. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered, "What nonsense." The moment her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall, with numerous gazes shifting towards Ning Yue. Although she spoke at a normal volume, the distance should have rendered her comment inaudible. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation, where even the faintest whispers could be discerned. Not to mention, Ning Yue had openly voiced her disdain. The attendants, who were locked in confrontation at the center of the hall, simultaneously turned their attention to her. The exquisitely featured young man in the red robe squinted in her direction. Ning Yue thought to herself, oh dear. The previously scornful attendant regarded Ning Yue with a derisive gaze. This young lady, you seem to smirk. You must be from the lower realms, correct? What was that you just said? Dare to repeat it? Oh, is this a threat? Ning Yue narrowed her eyes, refusing to back down. She was not intimidated by threats, especially from someone who regarded her with such distasteful scrutiny. Initially, she had no intention of getting involved in this ruckus, planning merely to apologize and depart. But now she resolved not to let the matter rest. Is your hearing impaired? Of course, I can repeat myself. Ning Yue smiled as she gazed at them, enunciating clearly. Foolish master, foolish servant. In the next instant, a beam of sword light surged towards her. Ning Yue blinked, although her eyes could perceive the sword light. Her body failed to respond in time. She swiftly adjusted her posture to minimize the impending damage, bracing herself for the impact. Clang. The sound of collision echoed as Ning Yue squinted to observe. The innkeeper, who had been standing at a distance just moments ago, now stood directly before her. His expression calm, even stern, devoid of the earlier submissiveness displayed during their confrontation. Within the confines of the Ning Yue Inn, drawing swords and engaging in duels was strictly prohibited. A flicker of coldness flashed in the innkeeper's eyes as he glanced towards the young man in the red robe at the center. Did young Master Qi intend to breach the rules? The surrounding attendants drew in a sharp breath, casting wary glances at the innkeeper. How did you know what my attendant was about to say? Qi Su Cheng, son of the leader of the Inferno sect, is it not? Qi Su Cheng raised his hand to silence the attendant beside him, revealing his first smile to date, a smile that sent chills down one's spine, utterly insincere. He pointed a finger at the still-dazed Ning Yue. Of course, I harbor no intention of violating the regulations of Ning Yue Inn. However, he paused slightly. This young lady's disrespect towards me is my concern and should not warrant intervention from the inn. He smirked, eyeing Ning Yue, awaiting the innkeeper's response. The innkeeper hesitated. Glancing at Ning Yue, was he not allowed to speak against wrongdoing? Ning Yue's heart roared in protest. This pretentious individual was clearly no good. Was it too late to blend into the crowd? What was all the fuss about? Ning Yue was taken aback and turned to her shoulder. Xiaohua, unbeknownst to her, had materialized and rooted herself upon it. Fear not, for the most formidable among that group is merely at the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. And the one in red is but at the golden core stage. With just 2 punches, I could easily vanquish them. Although the circumstances of Xiaohua's sudden appearance were unclear, Ning Yue instantly felt a surge of confidence. Well, Lady Xiaohua is magnificent. Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she boldly pushed aside the shopkeeper who had been standing in her way. The shopkeeper, astonished, complied and stepped back. She exchanged a calm gaze with Qi Su-chung for 2 seconds before defiantly placing her hands on her hips and challenging. So, what do you intend to do with me? With Lady Xiaohua by my side, what do I have to fear from a mere golden core novice? Upon uttering these words, not only did Qi Su-chung and his attendants freeze in disbelief, but even the shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Chapter 4. Forcing me to share a room. Qi Su-chung, both angry and amused, raised a hand and questioned, "You dare call me a novice? What is your name? And which sect do you belong to?" Ning Yue rested her chin on her hand, retorting, "Do you think you can pronounce my name, dear sir? What do you take yourself for, the disciplinary head, asking me which class I belong to?" Although Qi Su-chung was somewhat perplexed by Ning Yue's response, the blatant disdain she expressed required no further explanation. A cold and ruthless sword aura surged forth, moving with such speed that even the shopkeeper could not react in time. Behind the sword aura were Qi Su-chung's frigid eyes, a mere Qi refining stage cultivator. "And you speak so boldly?" With a thunderous crash, tables and chairs were sent flying, and the dust that billowed forth caused those nearby to cough incessantly. The spot where Ning Yue had once stood was now reduced to rubble, with no trace of her to be found. Ing furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the ruins, clearing his throat softly and gesturing, "Please summon the physician." "Is this it?" A clear, unhurried female voice broke the silence. Ning Yue yawned leisurely, fanning away the dust stirred by the sword's aura. As the dust settled, her petite, upright figure came into view. Ing widened his eyes slightly, his delicate brows knitting together in disbelief. He was not alone. Even the innkeeper appeared astonished, momentarily forgetting the establishment's rule against drawing swords within its premises. "My dear Lady, you are unharmed?" Ning Yue brushed the dust from her hands and patted the head of Xiao Hu, who proudly nudged her head. "Has the outside world deteriorated to such a state? Is this not a mere trifle?" Ing stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend how his formidable golden core strike had been effortlessly countered by this barely trained girl. Even if he had only exerted a fraction of his strength, it should have been beyond her capacity to neutralize. His sidekick, a Yuan stage attendant, seethed with indignation, ready to unleash another strike. However, Ing raised a hand to halt him, his voice calm. "There is no need." He regarded the leisurely Ning Yue with quiet contemplation. "Which room do you occupy?" Taken aback by the question, Ning Yue raised an eyebrow at him. "What? Do you intend to seize my room?" "Not at all." Ing responded, his beautiful visage betraying no emotion. "I wish to share your accommodation." "What? Young master?" The attendant gasped in disbelief, his expression one of shock as he stared at Ing. The innkeeper furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting back and forth between Ning Yue and Ing. It seems perplexing how one moment there was talk of violence and now they are to share a room. Ning Yue gazed at the ceiling, resting her head on her hand, while Qi Su-chung, sitting on the stool, approached her with an impassive expression and inquired, "Are you from the lower realm?" "Yes," Ning Yue replied flatly. "Are you here to participate in the selection of disciples for the Fusang sect?" Ning Yue turned to Qi Su-chung and asked, "Aren't you from the Hell sect? What brings you to the Fusang sect?" Raising an eyebrow, Qi Su-chung recalled that Ning Yue hailed from the lower realm and kindly explained, "Every year, each sect selects the top 10 from the Tongtian rankings to form a task force to combat the demon race. This time, the battleground is the northernmost demon lair of the Fusang sect." "Oh, that sounds quite impressive," Ning Yue responded with a semblance of enthusiasm. Although she had heard about the demon extermination from her master, Ing Han, she was unfamiliar with the concept of the Tongtian rankings. Observing Ning Yue's expression, Qi Su-chung calmly added, "I am currently ranked second on this list. Who holds the first rank?" With a sidelong glance at Ning Yue, Qi Su-chung replied, "Ing Han of the Fusang sect." "Wow," Ning Yue exclaimed, astonished at her master's prowess. Suddenly intrigued, she asked, "What are the requirements to be among the top 10 of the Tongtian rankings?" Qi Su-chung lowered her gaze. "There are no specific requirements. One simply needs to rank among the top 10 in overall abilities among the disciples of the 5 major sects and over 100 smaller sects, totaling several 100,000 disciples." "Wow," Ning Yue murmured, her curiosity piqued. She activated her local inquiry function once more. "Are you a sword cultivator?" Qi Su-chung nodded in affirmation. Ning Yue cast a glance at the sword hanging at Qi Su-chung's waist, its scabbard of vivid crimson, exuding an air of sophistication that stirred her curiosity. How could she obtain such a sword? Qi Su-chung followed her gaze to his side and explained, a sword cultivator. Upon reaching the golden core stage, can forge their own lifebound sword, though its quality is contingent upon the wielder's innate talent and abilities. Not everyone can successfully create a lifebound sword, and even if one does, it may not necessarily be a fine weapon. He placed his hand upon his sword, continuing, however, it is of little consequence if one cannot forge a sword. Upon entering a sect, even as merely an outer disciple, one would be uniformly provided with a sword. At that moment, Ning Yue felt an overwhelming desire to retreat into her consciousness space and cultivate for several days and nights, yearning to elevate her prowess. A lifebound sword would certainly be a striking presence. Leaning casually against the table, Qi Su-chung regarded her with a nonchalant gaze. How did you evade my attack? Huh? Ning Yue looked up at him, momentarily at a loss. That strike clearly hit you. How come you emerged unscathed? Oh, she murmured, touching her nose and casting a furtive glance at the little flower on her shoulder. Others could not see it. Only she could. The flower perked up its leaves, huffing. Of course, it's because you're weak. Ning Yue crossed her arms, mimicking the flower's demeanor. Of course, it's because you're weak. Qi Su-chung narrowed his eyes slightly. Ning Yue chuckled softly, playfully flicking the flower's petals. With such a precious companion resting upon her shoulder, she could deflect any future adversaries. Nevertheless, her immediate priority remained the enhancement of her own cultivation. Ning Yue tilted her head to glance at Qi Su-chung, resting her chin on her hand. Tell me, do you truly wish to share a room with me? As a delicate girl, wouldn't it be rather inappropriate for such rumors to circulate? Qi Su-chung frowned, scanning Ning Yue from head to toe. I have no interest in young girls. Ning Yue's heart skipped a beat. Who are you calling a young girl? Are you 12? Ning Yue's eyes widened as she suddenly recalled that she hadn't looked in a mirror since waking up, having merely checked her body. She abruptly stood and dashed to the mirror, leaving Qi Su-chung perplexed by her actions. The reflection revealed indeed a youthful visage, with skin luminous and fair, embodying the delicate smoothness typical of a child. Her large, doe-like eyes sparkled, her petite nose and rosy lips completing the youthful charm. The girl in the mirror stared in astonishment, straining to widen her eyes. Oh my goodness, this truly resembles my appearance from when I was 12 or 13. How is it that no one mentioned this? How can clothing so effectively diminish one's age? Qi Su-chung observed her bewilderment and inquired, what's wrong? Ning Yue snapped back to reality. Nothing, she quickly replied, shifting the conversation. What is wrong with being a young girl? Just moments ago, you were so insistent on sharing a room with me. Qi Su-chung sighed in exasperation. He had merely wished to ascertain the identity of this remarkable girl who so effortlessly absorbed a golden core strike. He retrieved a mat and sat cross-legged. I'm not doing anything. You may play as you wish, just don't disturb me. With that, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, Ning Yue would not acquiesce. She promptly tugged at Qi Su-chung's sleeve, pulling him forcefully from the mat. Confused, he looked at her. What is it? Ning Yue smiled sweetly. The young girl does not wish to share the same space with you. After saying that, she dragged Qi Su-chung and unceremoniously tossed him out the door. Initially, she had agreed to his presence solely to extract some information. Now that she had obtained what she sought, there was no reason to keep him around. Naturally, he had to be dispatched promptly. Qi Su-chung, taken aback, found this to be a rather unprecedented experience. Never had anyone treated him with such disregard, as he was usually met with utmost respect. However, at this moment, he had no alternative. He lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Ning Yue. Subsequently, he dragged a mat to the entrance and settled down in meditation. Ning Yue observed his stillness with curiosity for a couple of moments. She vaguely recalled that after her own cultivation practice, she had been lying down. Was it customary for others to sit in meditation for several hours? How alarming. With a sigh, she then reclined on her bed, adopting the method taught by her master, Ing Han, to commence her own practice. After all, the selection for disciples was fast approaching. Chapter 5. Is it truly acceptable for 4 old men to gaze upon a young maiden such as myself? In a certain area under the jurisdiction of the Fusang sect, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy was detected. An elder with a white beard stood atop a mountain, stroking his beard and exclaiming, Aha! I've caught you. Today, I must confront you. He swiftly descended the mountain on his sword. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, startling the elder. Turning to look, he recognized the elder from yesterday, whose face was obscured by a black veil. What is that old alchemist doing, rushing about like that? The elder with the black veil slowed his pace and turned back to inquire, Are you also here to investigate this surge of spiritual energy? Of course. The white-bearded elder replied. I've been waiting for a day. It seems my patience has not been in vain. The alchemist nodded. Then you must hasten, for the array elder and the others have already made their way there. Without waiting for a response, the alchemist vanished in an instant. Isn't this a bit of a trick? I'm not exactly swift. How could I possibly outpace you all? The law elder stamped his foot on the flying sword, urging it to perform better, to gather more strength. When Ning Yue awoke, twilight was already descending. Beside her, Chi Su Chung remained in a meditative posture, sitting upright. Ning Yue gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Feeling a bit hungry, she was about to step out in search of something to eat. Suddenly, she heard a commotion at the window, the sound of someone trying to pry it open, accompanied by indistinct chatter. Could there be a thief? Ning Yue raised an eyebrow and cautiously approached the window. Hey, could you shift a bit? Don't crowd. Is it here? Just a moment ago, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy, but now it's vanished. This must be it, no doubt about it. Why are you hesitating? Just open the window and see for yourself. Indeed, that seemed reasonable. The window was carefully nudged open. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, leaned closer, resting her elbow on the windowsill, preparing to face whoever was outside. As the window opened, she declared, See, I told you. The law elder turned abruptly and met Ning Yue's gaze. Oh my, he exclaimed, losing his balance momentarily, nearly failing to control his sword. The alchemy elder beside him deftly caught him, preventing a fall. Ning Yue chuckled at the sight of the four elderly men neatly arranged outside her window, a grin threatening to break forth. Surely, for old men climbing into a young girl's window in the dead of night is rather impolite, isn't it? Elder of law, elder of alchemy, elder of formation, elder of talismans. The elder of law, steeling himself, responded. Ha ha ha, my young friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Are you the only one present in this room? He gazed at the child before him, who appeared no older than 12, and found it hard to believe that such a potent surge of spiritual energy could have emanated from her. Having inquired about the situation, he still insisted on the misunderstanding. The elder of alchemy pressed down on the elder of law's head, silencing him. You were meditating just now, weren't you, my young friend? Ning Yue leaned against the windowsill, leisurely observing the four individuals before her. Yes, what of it? The elder of law lifted his head in astonishment. My goodness, was that surge of spiritual energy truly your doing? Ning Yue replied, What surge of spiritual energy? After a moment's contemplation, the elder of law pondered how to elucidate the matter. You see, during meditation, each individual generates a field around them. The larger the field, the greater the fluctuations of spiritual energy, which indicates a person's innate talent. Oh, Ning Yue mused for a moment. I suppose it was my doing. With a clap of her hands, she exclaimed, Could it be that I am merely a modest little genius? Indeed, the elder of law imitated Ning Yue's gesture, clapping his hands in delight. Are you here to participate in the recruitment selection of the Fusang sect? Yes, Ning Yue nodded. The elder of law's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. I see remarkable potential in you. You are undoubtedly a prime candidate for sword cultivation. Once you join our sect, I shall take you as my direct disciple. What do you say? Ning Yue replied, Indeed, I too believe I am well suited for swordsmanship. Upon hearing the words of the elder in charge of formations, he was immediately alarmed and promptly shoved the law enforcement elder aside. Young friend, your elegantly proportioned hands are clearly a promising sign for the art of talisman crafting. Upon joining our sect, I would be honored to take you on as my direct disciple. Ning Yue raised his fair hand to observe. Is that so? I too believe my hands are quite attractive. The elder of alchemy and the elder of talismans, who had accompanied him, were even more anxious. The talisman elder exclaimed, Having beautiful hands indicates you are also suited for crafting talismans. Young friend, do consider delving into talisman creation. The alchemy elder, who was not particularly articulate, stood by as the other elders eagerly extended their olive branches, leaving him the last to speak. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, Young friend, your appearance is quite appealing. The alchemical furnace will surely favor you, allowing you to produce excellent elixirs. Ning Yue touched his own face, pondering. Oh, is that so? After the elders had finished their flattering, they finally regained a semblance of the dignified demeanor befitting their status. All right. The law enforcement elder pulled out a jade token from his sleeve, saying, If anyone gives you trouble, simply show them this, and you will assuredly gain smooth entry into the Fusang sect. The alchemy elder added, If you do not pass the trial, present this to the elder in charge. He will grant you entry, for some alchemical prodigies possess rather weak martial prowess. Oh, Ning Yue replied, taking the token and examining it with curiosity. The four elders, exuding an ethereal aura, stood gracefully upon their flying swords and bid farewell to Ning Yue. We shall await your good news, young friend. Farewell. Ning Yue closed the window and turned to Chi Su Ching, who had seemingly ceased his cultivation at some point, silently gazing at her in the darkness. Why are you looking at me? Ning Yue inquired. QXCHing. Is that the Grand Elder of the Fusang Sect? Ning Yue. Indeed. QXCHing scoffed. No wonder it is the Fusang Sect. Even the uninitiated disciples feel compelled to vie for attention. Ning Yue rested her chin on her hand. I advise you not to underestimate me. QXCHing. Who underestimates you? I hold disdain for the Fusang Sect. What of it? Ning Yue inquired. Did the Fusang Sect offend you? Not quite, QXCHing replied. The Fusang Sect has been on a downward trajectory for over a decade. Only in recent years has a figure like Shying emerged to barely maintain its position as the foremost among the 5 sects. However, it is likely that within a few years, they will be surpassed by other sects. And it is entirely possible for them to fall from the ranks of the 5 great sects. If you are inclined, QXCHing raised an eyebrow. I could make an exception and recruit you into the Hellfire Sect. Is that so? Ning Yue pondered with her eyes downcast. I shall forego the Hellfire Sect and merely take a glance at the Fusang Sect. In truth, Ning Yue had no intention of exploring other sects besides the Fusang Sect. Firstly, as a newcomer to this foreign realm, Shying had rescued her and aided her in finding a path to survival. Secondly, there was that chubby little fellow who had bound her and hoisted her onto a crane. She suspected he was affiliated with the Fusang Sect, and she had not forgotten that incident. She must find an opportunity for retribution. QXCHing let out a grunt, then closed his eyes. Suit yourself. With renewed vigor, Ning Yue promptly dove into her bedding and entered her consciousness space to cultivate. The quartet of elders, not far off, were startled by the powerful surge of spiritual energy. Subsequently, they expressed their satisfaction. What a promising talent! To exhibit such strong fluctuations of spiritual energy at the Qi refinement stage. Once cultivated further, the potential is boundless. The Elder of Law laughed towards the heavens a few times, with Master Yinging Han ahead, and, what is the little girl's name again? Several elders fell into a moment of silence. Did you not inquire? I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I forgot. The Elder of Law clapped his hands. In any case, it is destined that my Fusang Sect shall not fall from the ranks of the 5 major sects. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 6. Allow me to present the results of 50 hours of effort. Ning Yue, with a face covered in soot, held the book from novice to foundation establishment in 3 days, already showing signs of dark circles beneath her eyes. She exclaimed excitedly, What do you think, Xiaohua? I achieved foundation establishment in just 2 days. Xiaohua, plucking at the leaves, unusually praised Ning Yue. Well done, indeed. For some may spend their entire lives oscillating between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. This indicates your talent for cultivation. But what? Ning Yue inquired. Setting the book down, Xiaohua glanced melancholically at the lush, enormous red tree, then at the 4 other bare trees. For some reason, Ning Yue felt as if the red tree had become even more verdant. However, solely cultivating the fire spiritual root is not enough. One must develop comprehensively. Do you understand? Ning Yue, puzzled, looked at the 5 large trees surrounding her. Are you saying those 5 trees represent my spiritual roots? Indeed, Xiaohua replied. Just look at how pitiful those 4 trees appear. If only you had mentioned it earlier, Ning Yue said. I specifically focused on this easier aspect during my cultivation, considering the others as impurities and not absorbing them into my body. Wow, this time, Xiaohua was utterly astonished. You can cultivate 5 types of spiritual roots simultaneously. Well, as Ning Yue slowly explained, it's merely a matter of convenience. Given that individuals with 5 spiritual roots are rare and the cultivation process is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, most people regard those with 5 roots as worthless. However, few are aware that, originally, those with 5 spiritual roots were the true prodigies. Xiaohua articulated her thoughts eloquently. Even if 5 spiritual roots signify genius, no one can easily cultivate them. I have never encountered anyone capable of simultaneous cultivation like you. Ning Yue replied. Doesn't that further illustrate that I am a genius? Xiaohua, deeply impressed, leaped onto Ning Yue's shoulder. Go for it. Genius. The future of the cultivation world rests in your hands. Ning Yue responded. Please, I cannot tolerate flattery. Xiaohua retorted with a swift flick of her leaf, striking Ning Yue. After spending 30 hours in the realm of consciousness, Ning Yue awoke to the dawn light. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to see Qi Su-chung standing at the edge of her bed, observing her. What are you doing, big brother? Playing ghost so early in the morning? Qi Su-chung ignored her, furrowing his brow as he tossed a bag of money to Ning Yue. She cradled the bag, exclaiming, Wow, Qi Su-chung remarked. Consider it the accommodation fee for the night. Having said this, he turned and departed. Sighing, Ning Yue reached out to retain him, smiling as he turned away. If you have such good fortune again, remember to seek me out. Qi Su-chung let out a snort and exited the room. Once Qi Su-chung left, no one disturbed Ning Yue. She descended to find something to eat before promptly returning upstairs to cultivate, neglecting to wander about. After all, tomorrow marks the grand selection of disciples. In less than a day, Ning Yue has remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Xiaohua gazes at Ning Yue with a look of disbelief, pondering to herself, is this cultivation speed not utterly absurd? Even the initial geniuses did not cultivate at such a rate. In contrast, the elders of the Fusang sect, though unaware of Ning Yue's extraordinary pace, can certainly sense the repeated fluctuations of spiritual energy, each surge strong enough to evoke a sense of joy. They are eagerly anticipating a meeting with Ning Yue. Throughout the day, Ning Yue has been diligently cultivating, dedicating every moment, aside from meals and rest, to her practice within the realm of consciousness. Outside, 10 hours have passed, yet within, a full 50 hours have elapsed. Xiaohua feels a tinge of fear and gently prods Ning Yue, suggesting, perhaps you should ease up a bit. A little effort would suffice. Ning Yue, wearied yet resolute, opens her eyes wide and replies, just a bit longer, I am almost done. As a result, her achievements are substantial. Ning Yue has successfully ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment, with only one final step remaining before reaching the golden core stage. Xiaohua is left in a state of disarray, as, in the current world, many individuals who join sects in their early teens are still merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Although aided by the wondrous book, it is merely the title that carries weight. Normally, one would require at least 1 or 2 years of cultivation to progress even a small tier. Yet, astonishingly, Ning Yue has truly transformed from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of foundation establishment in just 3 days. Xiaohua resolves to show Ning Yue more respect in the future and refrain from teasing her. Upon emerging once more from her realm of consciousness, Ning Yue burrows into her blankets, indulging in a deep slumber for 10 hours. Before arriving at the venue, she decides to purchase a new outfit, light and convenient attire for a young girl, greatly facilitating her movements. Ning Yue arrived early, taking refuge beneath the shade of a grand tree, quietly observing the other participants of the upcoming election. Most appeared to be young adolescents, around 14 or 15 years of age, making Ning Yue seem a couple of years younger in comparison. He was quite pleased to play the part of the innocent youth. Ah, isn't that the illegitimate son of the Jiang family? What brings you here, unable to remain at home, seeking a sense of belonging? Ning Yue idly scratched his ear, turning his head in curiosity. Not far away, several elegantly dressed youths were gathered around an individual. Peering through the gaps, he discerned a modestly attired boy in simple white garments. His gaze lowered, seemingly unfazed by the mockery directed at him. Hey, one of the opulently dressed youths kicked him, asking what's wrong. Are you deaf? Could it be that the Jiang family has forsaken you, prompting your arrival in this realm? Such a pitiable creature. These individuals appeared to hail from illustrious families of the lower realm, their attire far from that of ordinary folk. Only the boy in the center appeared woefully underdressed, resembling Ning Yue upon his arrival. A sense of camaraderie blossomed within Ning Yue, for who does not enjoy rescuing those in distress? Ning Yue picked up a small stone from the ground, and with a flick of his fingers, he hurled it at the neck of the opulent youth. Upon impact, the youth clutched his neck and shot a fierce glare in Ning Yue's direction. Ah, Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, striding over with an air of intimidation. The expression of the boy in white finally shifted, his eyes fixated on Ning Yue's every movement. The opulent youth scrutinized Ning Yue's appearance before his demeanor turned scornful. Another pitiable creature from the lower realm. Is it? I shall teach you today that one must not seek the spotlight recklessly. Upon uttering these words, he immediately raised his fist and lunged menacingly towards Ning Yue. His towering stature and formidable build suggested that a single punch could easily overpower her delicate visage, presenting an intimidating sight. Ning Yue, with a playful whistle, nimbly evaded his assault, extending her leg to block his advance while folding her arms with curiosity. How peculiar. Is this not the realm of cultivation? Why resort to physical altercations? Use your spiritual power against me. The young man in splendid attire did not anticipate that despite Ning Yue's petite appearance, she possessed considerable strength, momentarily halting his advance. Frustrated, he turned to his companions and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Attack her." The others hesitated briefly before surging forward in unison. Is this not a display of cowardice? Ning Yue mused, retracting her leg and leisurely crossing her arms. Is it not a tad embarrassing to gang up on a mere girl? Just as they were about to make contact, a smile curled upon her lips. These young men in fine garments appeared lacking in prowess, having approached her unarmed. Perfectly, it was an opportunity to test the fruits of her recent cultivation. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted around her. Before the group could comprehend the situation, they were propelled several meters away. The earth around her had been upheaved, as if the ground itself had been turned over for her amusement. Wow, Ning Yue exclaimed, admiring her own hands. So this is what it feels like to strike someone. How exhilarating. After a moment of fascination, she turned to see the young man in white still seated on the ground, gazing at her in bewilderment. Ning Yue reached out to him, asking, "Are you all right?" The white-clad youth, still in a daze, extended his hand towards her and replied, "I'm fine." "What is your name?" The youth in white turned to Ning Yue and spoke slowly, "My name is Jiang Yishan." "Hello, hello," Ning Yue responded enthusiastically as they shook hands. The few young men in splendid attire trembled as they rose from the ground, pointing at Ning Yue. "Could it be? Are you from the upper realm?" "Huh?" Ning Yue exclaimed, gesturing towards herself. "Of course not. I am merely an ordinary, yet talented cultivator." The commotion had drawn the attention of the overseeing elder. "What is going on here?" The elder demanded, his brow furrowed and gaze piercing. "Any troublemakers in the selection process shall be disqualified. Guards, remove them," Ning Yue remarked. "Oh dear." However, the young man in splendid attire seemed unfazed, snorting dismissively as he retrieved a wooden token from his sleeve. "Elder," he said, narrowing his eyes. "This matter has nothing to do with us. It is she." He pointed at Ning Yue, continuing, "She instigated the trouble, attacking us without provocation. I heard she hails from the lower realm. Perhaps she is envious of our noble lineage." Ning Yue clapped her hands, exclaiming, "What unmitigated gall!" Yet, the young man remained undeterred, disdainfully retorting, "If anyone should be expelled, it ought to be them." The elder regarded the wooden token in his hand with an impassive expression before turning to Ning Yue and Jiang Yishan, his demeanor fierce. "Disqualify them and cast them out." Several individuals clad in the sect's uniform approached cautiously, wary of a sudden attack. Jiang Yishan clutched his garment tightly, surveying the surroundings. "It appears that I am truly about to be cast out. Personally, I have no qualms, but..." Jiang Yishan gazed at Ning Yue with a heavy heart, his eyes glistening with remorse. "I am sorry, if you do not assist me." "It's a trivial matter," Ning Yue waved his hand dismissively. His curiosity piqued as he fixated on the wooden token held by the elegantly dressed youth. Moments ago, the managing elder had spared them upon noticing this token. Redirecting his ire towards Ning Yue instead. "Pray tell, what is this token?" The proud youth lifted his chin, carefully tucking the token into his bosom. "Evidently, you hail from the lower realms, for you are unaware of its significance. This is the outer disciple token of the Fusang sect, which has already designated me as one of the 5 major sects' outer disciples. Thus, it is only you who shall be expelled." "Wow," Ning Yue exclaimed in an admiring tone. "It must have cost a fortune, considering you appear rather inept." "Humph, naturally." The young noble was about to bask in his own glory when he suddenly realized the implications. Ning Yue stood there, nonchalantly observing him. "Will you confess to being inept? Or will you admit to spending money?" The young noble remained silent, frustration mounting as he shouted to the surrounding disciples, "What are you dawdling for? Why don't you hurry up and throw them out?" The managing elder cast a disapproving glare at Ning Yue. Since they had chosen him as an outer disciple, there must be some exceptional quality about him. The Fusang sect has never engaged in purchasing positions. Ning Yue rested his chin on his hand, idly surveying the cautiously approaching disciples. If there are designated outer disciples, are there also predetermined inner disciples? The elder in charge maintained a stoic expression. "Of course. The outer disciples are given wooden tokens, while the inner disciples receive copper ones." Ning Yue smiled gently. "Thank you for your explanation." She reached into her bosom. "I have another question." With a beaming smile, Ning Yue inquired, "What is the purpose of this jade token?" She extended her fingers to grasp the jade token, which was entirely translucent and flawless, radiating brilliance under the sunlight. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, affecting not only the elegantly dressed youth and the disciples poised to attack, but even the elder in charge, who stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the jade token in the girl's hand. The direct disciples are represented by the jade token. An uproar erupted around them, as the disciples were at a loss, unsure whether to continue their assault or disperse, anxiously awaiting the elder's command. The elegantly dressed youth gaped in astonishment, taking several steps back. "How is this possible? That is a direct disciples token. It's been years since the Fusang sect has accepted any direct disciples." Ning Yue gazed at the jade token in her hand, astonished by its significance. She turned to thank the elderly gentleman again, holding the jade token aloft. She addressed the elder. "Is there any need to verify its authenticity?" "And no, there is no need," the elder stammered. He had never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little girl would be a designated direct disciple of the sect. As a mere steward elder, he was accustomed to showing deference to direct disciples, wielding some authority only in front of outer disciples. Thus, he had discreetly exploited his position to sell sect wooden tokens for a bit of pocket money, believing this petite girl would remain oblivious to his schemes. The managing elder, with decisive authority, pointed towards the group of youths clad in exquisite garments. How dare they brazenly slander the direct disciples? They nearly deceived even me. The Fusang sect has no disciples of that nature. Throw them out at once. They shall never set foot in the Fusang sect again. The youths, powerless to resist, were dragged away. Forgive me, I did not know you were a direct disciple. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to defame you, even if I had 1,000 lives. One pleaded. Please, I beg you to spare me this once. My parents have bestowed upon me this sole privilege, and if I return like this, I will be cast out of my home. Ning Yue's expression remained unperturbed. Where was your bravado when you were bullying others? You seemed quite pleased just moments ago. Ning Yue showed no intention of letting the matter go, prompting the youth to cast another desperate glance at the managing elder. Elder, my family has given you so much. The managing elder, flustered, interrupted, silence him. Nonsense. I have never known you. What do you mean, your family? Muffled protests followed until the group was finally out of sight, at which point the managing elder let out a sigh of relief. He was uncertain if Ning Yue would be concerned. He covertly glanced at her. Regaining his composure, the elder spoke gently. Disregard the disturbance caused by these irrelevant individuals. My young friends, shall we retire indoors for a brief respite? Jiang Yishan stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for how events had unfolded, staring blankly at Ning Yue. Ning Yue reassuringly patted his shoulder, her demeanor unchanged and her tone serene. They were merely inconsequential. It appeared he had not been paying attention, and the managing elder felt his apprehensions ease. Ning Yue grasped Jiang Yishan's hand and moved forward. Could the elder please arrange for us to enter the trial grounds? We wish to participate immediately. Chapter 8. Please forgive me. My first attempt at being a shield. Ning Yue and Jiang Yishan stepped into the trial grounds, attracting numerous curious glances along the way. It seemed that many had witnessed the events that transpired at the entrance. The matter of the jade token had likely spread, as several individuals approached her, hoping to accompany her. Ning Yue, however, treated each of them with indifference, resolutely ignoring their advances as she pressed onward, allowing their curiosity to swirl around her unchallenged. Jiang Yishan, uncomfortable under the weight of so many gazes, maintained a stoic expression as he followed closely beside Ning Yue. Jiang Yishan, Ning Yue called to him. Once we enter the trial grounds, will you walk alongside me? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yishan responded. Very well. Ning Yue replied with an air of assurance, but once inside, I shan't assist you with everything. Of course, Jiang Yishan chuckled lightly. I cannot rely on you for every little thing. I have already troubled you enough. As the crowd settled into silence, a senior disciple clad in a disciple's robe commanded attention. The trials will be conducted in 2 phases. In the first phase, everyone will enter the same trial arena. Upon successfully exiting, each individual will proceed to their respective areas based on their abilities, sword cultivation, alchemy, array formation, and so forth. The time limit is 3 days. Success within this time frame will count as passing the trial. Generally, there is little risk to life, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may use the transmission technique, and someone will guide you out, which will be considered a forfeiture of qualification. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick fog enveloped the ground, swiftly obscuring even those standing beside them. Ning Yue squinted, swiftly grasping the garment of Jiang Yishan beside her. As the mist dissipated, she surveyed her surroundings and discovered herself ensconced within a dense thicket. The multitude that once filled the hall had vanished, leaving only Jiang Yishan at her side. It seemed that everyone had been transported to disparate realms. Ning Yue glanced at the towering trees surrounding her. The trial had commenced. Jiang Yishan's gaze darkened. They must locate the exit to successfully complete the first trial. Ning Yue surveyed the seemingly boundless forest. Where could one possibly find a door in such an expansive woodland? Jiang Yishan looked up. Although referred to as a door, it does not conform to the conventional notion. It could be a tree or a leaf. The so-called door is essentially the epicenter of the entire secret realm. Ning Yue nodded, albeit only half comprehending, still shrouded in confusion regarding this place. She patted the massive tree beside her. In such a vast area, how might one locate the very center? Should they ascend the tallest tree to gain a better view? Jiang Yishan chuckled and sighed. There is no need to climb. One must seek the area where the spiritual energy is most concentrated. He continued, the first trial of the Fusang sect alternates among 5 scenarios: fire source, jungle, ice river, desert, and cage. This time, fortune favors us, as it is the jungle, an advantageous setting for me. Ning Yue inquired. Is it a trial ground simulated according to the characteristics of the 5 elemental roots? Indeed, Jiang Yishan affirmed, yet the scenarios appear randomly each time. Sometimes, a single trial may encompass multiple scenes. Together, Ning Yue and Jiang Yishan ventured deeper into the jungle. Are we simply wandering aimlessly without any time constraints? Or perhaps there are unknown dangers? Jiang Yishan, feeling helpless, replied, Indeed, these plants are not here without purpose. One cannot predict when they might strike. Occasionally, magical creatures may also appear, but they are manageable. Ning Yue's excitement grew as she touched the nearby tree and the grass beneath her feet. These things can attack people? Jiang Yishan's gaze sharpened as he pulled Ning Yue behind him. Be cautious. There is a sound. Ning Yue peeked out from behind Jiang Yishan and pointed to the ground. A vine was moving beneath them. Before she finished speaking, the thick vine lunged at the two with astonishing speed, ensnaring them tightly. Almost instantly, the vine, seemingly possessing intelligence, wrapped around Ning Yue's waist and began to swing her back and forth, akin to a swing. Ning Yue suspected the vine intended to throw her away. However, experiencing such a high swing for the first time exhilarated her, prompting her to reach out and pat the vine, entwining her. Behave and swing even higher. Whether the vine comprehended her words or was simply agitated, it swayed with vigorous enthusiasm, allowing her to spot the other participants of the competition in the distance. Hang on. Ning, I'm coming to rescue you. Ning Yue turned in surprise, realizing that Jiang Yishan had somehow freed himself from the vine. He swiftly ascended a tree, drawing his sword to sever the vine that bound her. Wait, what? Jiang Yishan hesitated, missing his opportunity as the vine ensnared him once more. Don't worry. Let it go. Ning Yue squinted towards the distance. For now, do not struggle. Although Jiang Yishan was bewildered, he obediently refrained from struggling. The vines, having gathered sufficient momentum, forcefully swung the two forward. The wind whipped through, sending their hair flying chaotically, obscuring their vision. Facing the wind, Miss Ning called out to Jiang Yishan. Gripping his hand tightly, he intended to embrace Ning Yue before they landed, hoping to mitigate any potential harm. However, Ning Yue swiftly seized Jiang Yishan's wrist, exclaiming, Hold on tight. Jiang Yishan was taken aback. Then, at the very moment they were about to touch the ground, an invisible gust of wind emerged, cushioning their descent. Ning Yue reacted with remarkable speed. With a swift step, she flipped over and gracefully landed on the ground. Jiang Yishan, momentarily stunned, remained suspended in midair, buoyed by the wind. How long do you intend to linger up there? Ning Yue teased. My spiritual energy is barely sufficient to keep you afloat until we leave the trial grounds. A blush crept onto Jiang Yishan's face as he finally descended. Ning Yue exhaled and placed her hands on her hips, remarking, Not too shabby. Jiang Yishan inquired, Miss Ning, what is this? Ah, it's a wind-based spell. Ning Yue mused, I suppose. It could be considered a derivative spell of the wood element? Jiang Yishan gasped. Miss Ning, you also possess the wood element? Sort of, Ning Yue replied, but let us not dwell on that for now. When I was airborne earlier, I noticed that the spiritual energy here is exceptionally dense. We should investigate this area. Jiang Yishan agreed, surprised by how swiftly they had arrived at this location. After all, when ensnared by vines, one's instinct would be to resist. Currently, only the two of them occupied this space. It seemed the others were still engaged in a battle of wits with the vines. Just as Ning Yue took a step forward, she suddenly halted. She raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Oh. As her words fell, the surrounding dense foliage suddenly exuded a menacing aura. Needle-like leaves shot towards the two at an alarming speed, barely perceptible to the naked eye, and one careless moment could render them riddled with holes. Jiang Yishan swiftly gathered his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier, shielding their bodies. However, he was a moment too late. Ning Yue was grazed by a sharp leaf on her shoulder, the wound quite deep. Darn it. Ning Yue grimaced, clutching her arm. Can't they grow leaves properly? What kind of tree is this? No wonder it thrives in the trial grounds. I wouldn't even glance at it outside. The tree that launched the leaves paused momentarily, as if comprehending her words, before launching an even fiercer attack. Jiang Yishan, whose cultivation level was relatively low, soon found cracks appearing in his shield. Ning Yue, he called out, I can hold on a little longer. You should quickly hide behind the nearby tree. Ning Yue remained unmoved, squinting at the tree before her. Why so petty? Just a few words, and you're breaking down? Do you have to be so fragile? In response to her taunt came an even more ferocious onslaught. The fissures in the shield expanding rapidly, threatening to shatter at any moment. Stop talking, Jiang Yishan urged, struggling to protect Ning Yue. You need to move. I really can't hold on much longer. Oh, it's just a minor issue. Ning Yue extended her hand, and at the moment the shield shattered, a vibrant green energy coalesced at her fingertips, radiating a gentle light. A new barrier, identical to the previous one, materialized before them. This is my first attempt at creating a shield. Is the quality acceptable? Ning Yue turned to Jiang Yishan, seeking his approval. Jiang Yishan. Chapter 9, Celestial Fire Spirit Root, Extraordinary Talent. Jiang Yishan cast a doubtful glance at his palm. I have been studying this spell for a day. Could it be that Miss Ning learned it just by observing? Ning Yue, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head. Not exactly. I merely replicated your movements without much confidence, relying solely on fortune. Jiang Yishan chuckled, remaining silent, yet he understood very well the reason behind Ning Yue's acquisition of the direct disciple token. He prided himself on his considerable talent in cultivation, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a genius. It was only upon witnessing Ning Yue that he comprehended the true essence of genius. While Jiang Yishan was lost in these reflections, he noticed cracks beginning to form on Ning Yue's shield. Ning Yue pondered, is it due to the low realm? The plant's offensive here is exceedingly fierce. It seems the heart of the secret realm is indeed right here. The dilemma lies in how to enter. Remaining outside indefinitely is not a viable option. Ning Yue cautiously took a step forward, and at that very moment, the shield shattered at a visible speed. Alas, their bodies were suddenly exposed. Swift leaves surged toward them. There was no time left to reconstruct the shield. Ning Yue shut her eyes, bracing herself for the impending blows. Instinctively, she raised her arm to shield her face. Yet her body was abruptly enveloped. Jiang Yishan rushed forward, extending his arms to protect Ning Yue, ensuring that not a single part of her was exposed, serving as her human shield. The velocity and sharpness of those flying leaves were not to be trifled with. Ning Yue had inadvertently sustained a wound deep enough to reveal bone. Jiang Yishan stood directly in front of her, the severity of his injuries evident. His once pristine white garments were now thoroughly stained crimson, tattered and appearing quite ghastly. Ning Yue, her heart racing, raised her hand to conjure a shield. A blinding radiance erupted, even slowing the speed of the incoming projectiles. Why are you standing in front of me? Cough, cough. Fortunately, Jiang Yishan disregarded her reproach, speaking softly as he coughed up blood. Thankfully you are unharmed. The shield Ning Yue summoned was remarkably sturdy, enveloping both of them completely, and the projectiles left no trace upon it. With a serious expression, Ning Yue reached out to steady Jiang Yishan. How are you? Can you still stand? I'm fine, Jiang Yishan replied with a smile, shaking his head. I possess wood spirit roots and can heal myself. Even if you are made of wood, you cannot withstand such damage. Ning Yue retorted, her gaze fixed on the ominous forest ahead, where the projectiles continued their relentless approach. She squinted, resting her chin on her hand, and asked Jiang Yishan in a low voice, what would happen if we accidentally set this ablaze? Jiang Yishan hesitated for a moment, admitting he had never encountered such a situation. Not only were the plants here exceedingly vigorous, but ordinary flames might also prove ineffective against them. Even if we could ignite a fire, we currently lacked any source of flame. Ning Yue remained silent. As if she hadn't heard him, she extended her right index finger, slowly tracing a circle in the air. Jiang Yishan looked on in confusion, his eyes widening in realization mere seconds later. Suddenly, a small flame ignited between Ning Yue's delicate fingers. Jiang Yishan gazed at the flame dancing at her fingertip, stammering, Ning. Miss Ning, are you a dual spirit root? Ning Yue did not look back, merely responding with a non-committal HM. Subsequently, under Jiang Yishan's astonished gaze, the flame grew larger and more intense, emitting a searing white light. This indicated the extreme temperature of the fireball. With her fingertip poised against the massive sphere of flames, Ning Yue regarded the incessantly attacking plants with a defiant glimmer in her eyes. Steadying her stance, she raised her arm, feigning an imminent throw of the terrifying fireball. Having severed my own roots, I grant you your lives, she declared. At that moment, the onslaught of flying leaves abruptly ceased. Ning Yue arched an eyebrow, surveying the scene without lowering her magical barrier. Strangely, a vast expanse of trees before her uniformly bent at the waist, snapping in unison. The heavy trunks thudded to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ning Yue coughed twice with her eyes closed. Upon reopening them, she beheld a scene of devastation, with broken branches and scattered leaves littering the ground. Ning Yue, Jiang Yishan. Cradling the flame in her hands, she hesitated, uncertain whether to hurl it forward. This was not my doing, Ning Yue clarified. They broke themselves. It is not my concern. Jiang Yishan paused for a moment before responding. Yes, I shall bear witness for you. Ning Yue frowned and approached, lightly kicking at the debris. What is happening? Are you truly afraid? Jiang Yishan navigated around the fallen branches. I have never heard of such a thing before. His gaze lingered pensively on Ning Yue, who awaited his words. Yet Jiang Yishan silently averted his eyes. It would be better if you said something. Ning Yue remarked dryly. I merely intended to frighten them. Who would have thought they were so easily intimidated? I did nothing, yet they succumbed on their own. Amidst the devastation, a small sapling radiated a vibrant green glow at the center. Ning Yue approached it. This must be the one, right? Jiang Yishan crouched down to investigate. Indeed. Placing our hands upon it should unlock the secret realm. Ning Yue nodded, and together with Jiang Yishan, they placed their hands on the sapling. In the instant their figures vanished, the once broken thicket restored itself to its former glory. Oh, how swiftly someone has surpassed the first layer of the secret realm. Within the council chamber of the Fusang sect, several elders languidly scattered about, awaiting news of the trials. The elder in charge of formations gazed incredulously at the leaderboard before him. Is that Ning Yue? She has already shattered the record for the first trial of the Fusang sect. It took merely an hour. As these words were spoken, the previously idle elders flocked to the forefront, their eyes fixed intently on the leaderboard. The top two names read Ning Yue and Jiang Yishan. Their names had turned green, while those still participating remained red. The law enforcement elder stroked his beard. I always knew this girl was exceptional, but I did not anticipate her breaking records right from the start. She was a quarter of an hour faster than Shering Han. However, who is this Jiang Yishan? I have never heard of him before. The elder in charge of formations chuckled. Well, that's because none of you bothered to observe the trial mirror stone. You are unaware of what has transpired. The alchemist elder disregarded him and kicked his knee. Stop keeping us in suspense. The formation elder exclaimed, massaging his knee. Do you believe I won't trap you in an illusion for 3 days and nights? The law enforcement elder, unable to contain himself, pulled the two apart. Can we continue the discussion? The formation elder snorted and crossed his arms. Though that young man hails from the lower realms, his talents are commendable, and he will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. However, the passage is not his doing. It is Ning Yue's fireball that intimidated Yujinshu, allowing for such a swift completion. Several elders were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. The formation elder contemplated thoughtfully, gazing at the mirror stone, a flame that could instill fear in Yujinshu. It seems Ning Yue possesses a rare fire spirit root of extraordinary quality. Chapter 10. Ning Yue chose sword cultivation. Ning Yue and Jiang Yishan were momentarily blinded by a blinding light, and after squinting for a while, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a space of pure white. Surrounding them were 5 doors. Ning Yue approached and examined them closely. The doors were inscribed with the 6 major disciplines: sword cultivation, talismans, formation, alchemy, artifact refining, and beast taming. It appeared this was the second layer of the trial they needed to pass. Ning Yue glanced at Jiang Yishan and inquired, have you decided what to choose? Yes, Jiang Yishan replied, having surveyed the 5 doors. I choose alchemy. Ning Yue nodded in understanding. Indeed, the wood spirit root was well suited for an alchemist. So, Miss Ning, have you made your choice as well? Will you also be an alchemist? Ning Yue gazed thoughtfully at several doors, while a few elders, separated by the mirror stone, anxiously scrutinized her countenance. The 5 spiritual roots corresponded with the 5 elemental systems. Generally, individuals would select their final trial based on their spiritual roots. Ning Yue cast her eyes upon the red door before her, upon which 2 characters were distinctly engraved. Sword cultivator. Sword cultivator, indeed, Ning Yue mused. I wonder what kind of innate sword I might forge. Is that so? Jiang Yishan replied with a smile. Then it seems we must part ways here. Well, Ning Yue responded nonchalantly, see you on the mountain. Jiang Yishan lowered his gaze to Ning Yue and inquired, do you truly have such faith in my ability to enter Fusang's sect? Ning Yue raised an eyebrow in confusion. Is it beyond your reach? No. Jiang Yishan asserted without a moment's hesitation, I will certainly enter Fusang's sect. Ning Yue then stood firm before the red door, turning to wave at Jiang Yishan. I won't say more. Do come out promptly. Until we meet again. As soon as the words left her lips, Ning Yue pushed the door open and stepped inside. A brilliant crimson light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, she had vanished from sight. Jiang Yishan lingered for a moment, casting another glance before he turned to approach the green door. On the other side of the mirror stone, the elder in charge of law enforcement leaped up from his seat upon witnessing Ning Yue's choice, unable to contain his laughter. Ha! Ning Yue has chosen the sword cultivator path. How delightful. Ha! He unabashedly mocked, glancing at the other elders, who remained expressionless. It appears my foresight was accurate. I had already prepared the new disciple's jade token. Ha! Amidst the intense gazes of several elders who could barely restrain themselves from administering a thrashing, the astute enforcement elder made a discreet escape. Farewell, I must go to the exit to greet my new disciple. The formation elder, unable to contain his frustration, slammed his hand on the table. Fortunately, the table was of sturdy quality, preventing it from splintering under the force. Just look at that smug demeanor. Who doesn't have a promising disciple? I refuse to believe this generation lacks talent in formations. The alchemy elder, still veiled in black, appeared unusually in good spirits. That one named Jiang Yishan seems promising, truly exceptional. The formation elder, in a fit of rage, stamped his foot. Enough of this. The alchemy elder, in high spirits, was unbothered. No worries. After all, it has been several generations since formations have produced any truly remarkable talents. I understand your frustration. Upon hearing this, the formation elder's mood soured even further. He retreated to a distant corner, joining a few other elders who also had yet to discover any promising candidates. Ning Yue had lost count of how many times she had opened and closed her eyes. Was the light of the cultivation world truly so unbearable? She began to reassess the new secret realm before her. At first glance, it appeared to be an unremarkable little village. Ning Yue stepped inside. Unlike an ordinary village, this place was eerily quiet, nearly devoid of human presence. As she walked through the village, she scrutinized her surroundings. After circling the entire village, she had yet to glimpse a single soul. Is anyone here? Respond, where are you? Although the village was not large, traversing it had drained Ning Yue of considerable energy. She was not particularly diligent, and at that moment, she succumbed to laziness, reclining on a pile of hay to bask in the sun. Given that this was a trial, even if she did not actively seek it out, the content of the trial would inevitably find her. Ning Yue held a blade of foxtail grass in her mouth, preparing to drift into slumber with an air of leisure. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, causing her to snap her eyes open and twist her body backward with force. In the next instant, the haystack she had been lying on had disintegrated into mere fragments. Oh, her reflexes were rather sharp. Ning Yue sighed and turned her gaze. Before her stood a girl who appeared quite youthful, seemingly around Ning Yue's age, no more than 15 years old. Clad in a delicate yellow dress, she wielded a slender, glimmering longsword in her right hand. How peculiar that she would arrive precisely when Ning Yue sought rest. If only she could allow her a moment of repose before stirring trouble. The girl in yellow frowned slightly. Do you think this is your home? Just because you faced a minor trial, you intend to abandon the pursuit of me? It seems you lack the perseverance necessary in your swordsmanship. Ning Yue's expression remained unchanged. She had never been one to concern herself with the opinions of others. She scratched her ear and looked at the girl in yellow. What do you want me to do? The girl hesitated, expecting Ning Yue to engage in a debate. She had rehearsed her lines. To her surprise, Ning Yue refused to waste breath on the matter. The girl pouted, huffed, and raised her long sword horizontally across her chest. Engage me in combat. Ning Yue. Ning Yue was not foolish. She understood that everything within the sword cultivation trial grounds should not be perceived through the lens of ordinary expectations. Thus, she quietly inquired, May I ask, how old are you this year? The girl furrowed her brow, tilting her head slightly, appearing to contemplate seriously for a moment. I've forgotten. I don't even know how long I've been stuck in this wretched place. Surely, it must be over 100 years by now. Ning Yue. I apologize, my eyesight fails me. The girl cast a glance at Ning Yue. The question is answered. Now draw your sword. Ning Yue silently observed the girl. I assume your swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. The girl smiled with pride, of course. Do you think I have been idly passing the time here like you? Ning Yue felt the sting of mockery but remained unfazed. Was the requirement for passing the trial to defeat her? The girl looked at Ning Yue with disbelief. What are you thinking? That would take ages. Ning Yue. Once again subjected to ridicule, Ning Yue resolved to remain indifferent. The moment you manage to graze the hem of my garment, that will mark your success. With a swift motion, Ning Yue summoned a seemingly ordinary long sword into her hand. She raised her gaze to the extraordinary sword the girl wielded. Given the vast disparity in our strengths, do you truly intend to exploit your position to intimidate me? The girl. She furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the sword in Ning Yue's grasp. Then, with an effortless flick of her wrist, her long sword vanished into thin air, only to reappear, transformed into an identical sword to Ning Yue's. How about this? This time it was no different. One could hardly say I was bullying you, right? Ning Yue felt satisfied now. All right, let us begin. Even wielding an ordinary longsword. The girl's prowess was not to be underestimated. Ning Yue heightened her vigilance to the utmost. In the next instant, the girl's figure inexplicably vanished. Ning Yue widened her eyes, questioning whether she had overlooked something, as she frantically searched for the girl's presence. Suddenly, the air grew sharp, and Ning Yue's heart sank. Her instincts, honed over years of experience, compelled her to swiftly roll backward. Remarkably, she managed to evade the attack. The girl's previously vanished form materialized precisely where Ning Yue had just stood, the sword in her hand, now merely 3 steps away. Had she not dodged in time, she might have been pierced. A real strike would not be a trivial matter. Ning Yue gazed at the smiling face of the girl in yellow, re-evaluating her terrifying capabilities. Chapter 11. Disciple. I have arrived. Ning Yue asked uncertainly, am I going to be killed by you? The girl inquired with a smile. Ning Yue cleared her throat. I won't be in any life-threatening danger, will I? Of course not. The girl replied emphatically. Just as Ning Yue was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard the girl continue, before each demise. The energy of this space will help you catch your breath, swiftly restoring you to your initial physical state. Ning Yue, what do you think? The girl said with a grin. Isn't that quite humane? Ning Yue. With a swift turn, Ning Yue bolted, exclaiming, help me. In the next moment, the girl who had been behind him unexpectedly appeared before him. Since you have come to me of your own accord, do not blame me for striking you with a blade. Ning Yue took a deep breath, his hand drawing horizontally. 3 seconds later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The girl swiftly retracted her hand. The sound of metal scraping against flesh echoed as the long sword was withdrawn from Ning Yue's abdomen. He collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "I hate." Upon opening his eyes, Ning Yue instinctively reached for his stomach, finding no trace of that horrific wound, nor any pain in his body. The girl, not far away, meticulously cleaned her longsword. Ning Yue silently closed his eyes, extending his palm with the intention of launching a surprise attack while her attention was diverted. Feeling the coldness of the iron in his hand, he opened one eye, rising stealthily. In a flash, he dashed to the girl's side. Just as his long sword was about to strike, her figure suddenly vanished. Ning Yue's eyes widened as a cool hand rested upon his shoulder. A ghostly voice floated to his ears. "Oh, you've recovered so quickly?" Ning Yue thought to himself. If one did not know better, they might think this was a horror film. His inner thoughts were tumultuous, yet his speed did not wane. He swiftly turned and lunged forward with his blade. The girl expressed surprise for a moment, but her voice remained composed. "In all these years, you were the first to attack me upon regaining consciousness. And quite well, I must say, your reflexes are impressive. You are a good child." Ning Yue did not find it particularly gratifying to be called a good child by someone who appeared to be of similar age to him. She frantically wielded the long sword, which felt unwieldy in her grasp, yet with each strike, her skill sharpened significantly. The girl, taken aback, adeptly evaded Ning Yue's attacks. With every successful dodge, her smile grew brighter. "Good child," thrust once more. Ning Yue, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "Silence, little lady." The girl momentarily halted, flashed a smile at Ning Yue, and then, as before, her figure swiftly vanished. Ning Yue realized that this was not a spell, rather. The girl's speed was so remarkable, it could easily be mistaken for teleportation or disappearance. After the skirmish, Ning Yue became increasingly convinced that merely grazing the hem of her garment was no simple feat. Frustrated at her inability to locate the girl, Ning Yue provocatively called out, "Oh, how impressive your speed is. Come forth. Let us engage in a duel." Having uttered these words, she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Yet the girl's form remained elusive. Occasionally, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, only for it to vanish in an instant. Suddenly, Ning Yue's gaze sharpened. She had spotted the girl's silhouette. Wasting no time, she raised her sword and lunged forward. The sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed, sending chills down her spine. Ning Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? 3 seconds later, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. How could I be the one to fall? Underneath the vast blue sky and amidst the gentle flow of a stream, the idyllic pastoral scenery was enchanting. That is, until one noticed the girl sitting beside her, fixated with unblinking eyes. Ning Yue, once again, extended her hand to steady her sword. Weary, she pondered. Do others endure such hardship as I do? The young girl paused for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Few who come here ever manage to brush against the hem of my garment. They mostly leave when their time is up, she remarked with a light scoff. Otherwise, they would be waiting an eternity. Is that so? Ning Yue propped herself up, gazing thoughtfully at the girl. Indeed. The girl's tone dripped with boredom as she assessed Ning Yue. Haven't you recovered yet? Come, let us spar. You hardly put up a fight. Ning Yue smiled faintly. As you wish. Oh? The girl raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Feeling spirited. Are we? Very well. She raised her hand, and a long sword materialized from the void. Come forth. Ning Yue valiantly held her ground for 5 minutes. Again. This time, she persevered for 10 minutes. Again. Ning Yue maintained her stance for 15 minutes. Stop, stop, stop. She gestured to signal the girl. The girl, taken aback, hastily halted the sword just inches from Ning Yue's body. What is it? A glimmer of hope ignited in Ning Yue's eyes as she pinched 2 fingers together, presenting them before the girl. What are you doing? The girl regarded her with confusion. Look closely. Do you see a white thread? Narrowing her eyes, the girl leaned in closer to Ning Yue's fingers. In the sunlight, the tiny thread, barely 2 centimeters long, was inconspicuous, and it took her a moment to spot it. Ah, I see it. What of it? Is this your new weapon to strike me? Not quite. Ning Yue shook her head, whispering, in truth, this is merely a thread from your shoe. The young girl stood in a daze for a while before lowering her gaze to her shoelaces, where remnants of sword energy still lingered. She took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment, but failing to articulate her thoughts. Ning Yue, with a cheerful grin, remarked, You did say that if I merely brushed against the hem of your garment, it would count as a victory for me, right? Surely, you wouldn't renege on that? The girl clenched her teeth, retorting, Of course not. It was my oversight, but who could have possibly accounted for such a minute thread? Besides, those who come here for trials are straightforward, all focused on reaching for the hem of my garment. Who could have anticipated that, Ning Yue? Who plays by his own rules would aim for the shoelace instead. The girl gazed skyward in exasperation. Never mind, she would concede this time. But she would learn from this experience and ensure to safeguard even the smallest of threads in the future. With a swift motion, she conjured a door in the air. Ning Yue, ever polite, approached and waved goodbye. See you. The girl, maintaining her composure, called out, Wait. Ning Yue paused. Do you have further instructions? Training with you is tolerable. How long have you been practicing swordsmanship? Ning Yue closed his eyes in contemplation before inquiring, How long have I been in this space? The girl crossed her arms. Less than 2 hours. I must admit, that's quite quick. Ning Yue stroked his chin. Then I have only been wielding the sword for less than 2 hours. The girl gasped in disbelief. How long did you say? Less than 2 hours. Ning Yue replied with a smile, turning to open the door. Farewell, my dear. A flash of light enveloped him as he beheld the familiar scenery before him. At last, he was free. Upon recalling the expression of shock on the young maiden's face, Ning Yue couldn't help but chuckle. So many swords thrust into me. Now you understand how formidable I am. Nevertheless, that maiden was indeed impressive. Should one encounter her attire, it would certainly require considerable effort. Yet, who could blame him for having wielded a sword for barely 2 hours, without employing a few clever tactics? How could one possibly contend with someone who had practiced for centuries? After all, the threads were merely fabric. With a light step, she gracefully exited. Disciple, oh disciple, here I come. Chapter 12. The chief of sword cultivators Ning Yue looked up in astonishment, spotting an elderly man with a white beard approaching briskly. His face was adorned with a smile so broad it seemed about to overflow. Ning Yue recalled meeting this elder that very night. He was likely the law enforcement elder. As he reached Ning Yue, he began to inquire enthusiastically, How was the trial? Did you find it satisfactory? You've come to the right place at Fusang Sect. Here, not only do we have the finest educational resources, but also the most exceptional fellow disciples. Moreover, you are the chief among this cohort of sword cultivators. The best resources of the sect will undoubtedly be directed towards you. Chief. Ning Yue hesitated, questioning, the first? Indeed. The law enforcement elder stroked his white beard with pride. I knew I had not misjudged you. I was certain you would shine among this new generation of disciples. Ning Yue observed the grand and imposing architecture of the sect before him, unable to suppress his curiosity. In such a vast sect, how can someone like me, who has only wielded a sword for a mere 2 hours, be the chief? Yes, yes. The law enforcement elder nodded in agreement, but then realized something was amiss. What did you just say? Ning Yue calmly reiterated her words. The elder enforcer maintained his pose, stroking his beard, frozen in place. Observing his stillness, Ning Yue curiously poked at the soft flesh around his belly, genuinely inquiring, Is the fare at Fusang Sect quite delightful? The elder enforcer, taken aback, gazed at Ning Yue with astonishment and stammered, I may not be able to teach you after I report this to the sect. Ning Yue responded, Oh. Upon uttering this, he hurriedly departed, even taking flight on his sword mid-journey. Ning Yue stood there, momentarily dazed. How unprofessional to leave me, a new disciple here. With a sigh of resignation, she resolved to proceed on her own. Just as she stepped forward, several doors suddenly illuminated around her. She halted, puzzled by the sight. Were these the doors to the second trial? Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it. However, the door for sword practice was no longer present. Her gaze fell upon the door inscribed with the words Alchemy, and a playful impulse surged within her. Since there was no one to guide her into the sect, she decided to explore it herself. Ning Yue raised her hand and pushed open the door to Alchemy. Once again, a burst of light enveloped her, and Ning Yue adeptly closed her eyes. Before her appeared a series of small squares arranged in a circle. What kind of trial awaited her? Ning Yue cautiously stepped inside, observing her surroundings. Among the numerous squares, approximately 4 or 5 contained seated individuals. She surmised that these were those who had successfully passed the first trial and were now engaged in the second. A curtain draped above each square, allowing her only a glimpse of the clothing of those seated within. Invisible faces, indistinguishable identities. She paused her steps. A clear, crisp voice resonated. Ning Yue looked up, momentarily halting her advance. A young man clad in a bamboo-green long robe had appeared before her, seemingly out of nowhere. He appeared to belong to the same category as the girl from before, here to present her with challenges. Ning Yue greeted him politely. Good day, master. The man maintained a stoic expression. Arriving at this hour is commendable. Follow me. Ning Yue scratched her head. Ah, all right. She trailed behind the man to a medicinal herb field. In a quarter of an hour, she memorized all 356 varieties of herbs. As she gazed at the herbs growing uniformly in the field, she fell into contemplation. The man paid no heed to her expression, instead settling onto a nearby bamboo chair. With a flick of his long sleeve, He handed her a densely written sheet of paper. With a pinch of his fingers, a small hourglass materialized. Fine sand beginning to trickle through. Let us commence. Ning Yue, flustered, grasped the paper and began to read. Is this what alchemy practitioners are assessed on? She wondered, even recalling the memory techniques she had employed during her college entrance examinations. As she scanned the paper while simultaneously memorizing the herbs in the field, she found herself compelled to jot down notes in the air with her free hand. Why did she also need to know the characteristics of the herbs and their optimal growth temperatures? Is the realm of cultivation so scientifically inclined when it comes to botany? Fortunately, due to her past interests, she had perused various texts on traditional Chinese medicine and herbal lore. The two domains shared numerous commonalities, allowing her to grasp the concepts with some effort. Time flew by swiftly. The sound of branches tapping against the hourglass resonated, and Ning Yue reluctantly diverted her gaze from the paper. The man in the azure robe had approached Ning Yue, pointing at various herbs for her to identify. With each inquiry, Ning Yue's confidence swelled. Nearly as soon as he extended his hand, she could promptly name each herb. The man lowered his gaze, inquiring whether there was a physician in her household. She replied in the negative. He paused momentarily before continuing, interspersing his gestures with further questions. Ning Yue responded with fluidity. After identifying a total of 356 herbs, he flipped through a scroll and began to pose questions, complex ones. Having thoroughly reviewed and mastered her knowledge of herbs, Ning Yue felt no trepidation. After all, in her previous life, she was a polymath. For each question he posed, she provided an answer. Eventually, he ceased consulting the scroll and began to formulate questions that were not included in the text. Alas, Ning Yue sighed. Being overly talented was not always advantageous. Nevertheless, this was indeed a different world. While there were shared elements in knowledge, there were also distinctions. Consequently, she found herself struggling with a few of the later questions. However, the man in the azure robe appeared quite pleased with her performance. He clasped his hands together, gazing at her with the warmth reserved for a daughter. His tone exceedingly gentle. These questions are quite challenging, and to answer them as you have is commendable. Please go to the compartment and retrieve a furnace to concoct a potion. Producing a low-level elixir will suffice for your passage. Ning Yue regarded the array of alchemical furnaces on the shelf, utterly perplexed about their operation. Surely, refining potions must be akin to cooking? In any case, she was unfamiliar with the furnace's use, and no instructions were provided. Resolving to take a leap of faith, she noted that the shelf lacked the necessary items she required. Upon recalling the hourglass that the man in the blue robe had just conjured here, Ning Yue silently trailed behind him, intending to present a blueprint for a pot for him to create. The man in blue was the first to notice her and inquired, "What is it?" Ning Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment as she replied, "There isn't a furnace available for me to use. Could you conjure one?" The man's expression remained unchanged, yet he gazed at Ning Yue with the eyes of a mentor, saying, "Of course. What kind do you desire?" Ning Yue seized a piece of paper and a pen from the table and began to sketch fervently. The man stood behind her, and the more he observed her drawings, the more complex his expression became. When Ning Yue completed her design and handed it to him, his countenance was one that words could scarcely encapsulate. Nevertheless, he remained silent, quietly transforming her design into 2 pots and a spatula. Ning Yue bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher," before eagerly dashing into a small partition, pots in hand. The man in blue watched her retreating figure and sighed, pondering how such instruments could successfully aid in alchemical concoctions. "No matter," he mused. "I shall afford you a few more opportunities." Ning Yue was filled with exhilaration. In her previous life, she had been a culinary virtuoso. Her cravings had led her to hone her cooking skills when she could not find a restaurant that suited her palate. Following the alchemical procedure, she meticulously added the herbs, igniting a small flame in her palm to heat the bottom of the pot. Chapter 13. Ning Yue, I shall remember you. Ning Yue demonstrated an uncanny ability to control the heat. After all, even when 2 individuals followed the same steps to prepare a dish, the outcome could never be identical. Each individual possesses a distinct mastery and application of the art of heat control. Ning Yue experimented with the temperature, subsequently condensing the flames in her palm into a small orb, which she cast into the bottom of the pot, allowing it to burn independently. Meanwhile, she nestled into a corner with a book, engrossed in its pages. This tome was a comprehensive guide to the crafting of low-grade elixirs. At present, Ning Yue was focused on concocting a basic recovery pill, though the text contained numerous peculiar and extraordinary recipes. Feeling a surge of enthusiasm, she resolved to produce a few more elixirs, taking advantage of the readily available herbs. She perused the book for intriguing options, selecting the necessary ingredients: the truth pill, which compels the consumer to speak only the truth; the revitalization pill, designed to heal both internal and external injuries; and the fasting pill, which allows one to abstain from food. Reluctantly, Ning Yue lifted her gaze from the pages, lamenting the limitation of having only 2 pots. For brewing too many could lead to a mingling of flavors and potentially alter their effects. She decided to first focus on the 3 that piqued her interest the most. Lifting the lid of the alchemical pot, a waft of steam enveloped her. At the center of the pot lay a pill, pristine and pure white, exuding a delicate fragrance. Wow, Ning Yue marveled. The herbs of the cultivation realm produce such exceptional results. With an air of wonder, she retrieved a small vial from the shelf and carefully stored the elixir she had crafted. There was no rush, as she had no intention of claiming the title of chief alchemist this season. Thus, she leisurely began her exploration of the remaining recipes. Adjusting the flames of both pots, she methodically added the herbs according to the instructions. After toiling for much of the day, she found herself perspiring profusely. The young man in the blue robe had long sensed the aura of the elixirs being refined emanating from Ning Yue's chamber, standing quietly outside the door. He awaited Ning Yue's emergence with the elixir for appraisal, intending to open the door for her. However, after a prolonged wait, she showed no signs of coming out. Hesitant to disturb her, he refrained from inquiring and resolved to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Ning Yue's chamber. Flames surged upward with astonishing speed. The young man in the azure robe furrowed his brow and swiftly lifted the curtain. Extending his hand, he deftly grasped Ning Yue and yanked her out. Coughing, Ning Yue covered her mouth, her face smudged with soot as she was pulled out, glancing back longingly at the burning chamber. "Oh no, my elixir. What have you done?" the young man inquired, his brow knitted in concern. A large vat of water materialized from the void, rapidly extinguishing the flames engulfing the chamber. Ning Yue, her expression pained, could not fathom where she had erred, bewildered as to how a fire had ignited. "It was just about to be ready. I was merely waiting to lift the lid. I have no idea how the pot suddenly exploded." Upon hearing this, the young man stepped into Ning Yue's chamber and rummaged through the debris, retrieving the 2 charred pots. Lifting the lids, an intensely fragrant aroma wafted forth, utterly enchanting. Ning Yue leaned in to observe, momentarily frozen in disbelief. How can this be? Wasn't it a failure? Why does it appear even better than what I had just crafted? Within the pots lay 3 intact elixirs, delightfully nestled together, their translucent hues suggesting an exceptionally high quality. The young man carefully placed the 3 elixirs into a vial, a gentle smile gracing his lips, a stark contrast to his typically stern demeanor, which often instilled fear in others. Ning Yue shivered slightly and stammered, Will you make me pay for this?" "Of course not," the young man in the blue robe replied, his brow relaxing. "It's merely a trivial matter. Do you know why the cauldron exploded?" Ning Yue obediently shook her head. Observing the young girl, who appeared to be merely 12 or 13, the man felt a sense of ease. He placed a vial containing elixirs into Ning Yue's hands. "It is because you have refined a high-level elixir. The spontaneous creation could not withstand the pressure, hence the explosion. Fortunately, the elixirs are unharmed." Ning Yue, astonished, shook the small vial. "Is this a high-level elixir?" "Indeed," the man in blue affirmed. "At your tender age, you have managed to refine a high-level elixir. Your future in the realm of alchemy is boundless." He casually inquired, "How long have you been practicing alchemy?" Still marveling at the vial, Ning Yue replied nonchalantly, "Oh, this is my first attempt at alchemy." The air abruptly fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yue turned to gauge the young man's expression. His reaction transcended mere astonishment, becoming a complex tapestry of emotions that Ning Yue found difficult to articulate. If one were to draw a parallel, it might evoke the same sentiments as those experienced by the young girl during the second trial of the sword cultivators. He stood there, rooted in place, his eyes continuously following Ning Yue. Typically, even for an alchemist who had spent several years in a sect, expending immense effort to refine a single high-level elixir would be considered a remarkable achievement. Yet she had managed to produce 3 high-level elixirs on her very first attempt. To label her a genius would not be an exaggeration. Regretfully, Ning Yue lamented her oversight. She should have mentioned that she had practiced a few times prior. The blue-clad man struggled to speak, revealing his assignment. Ning Yue blinked and obediently retrieved the low-grade returning essence pill. After a moment of silence, the blue-clad man remarked, "This is not a low-grade pill. It appears to be at least of intermediate quality." Ning Yue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and laughed. "Well, then I must have passed, right?" The man nodded, casting a penetrating glance at Ning Yue before sweeping his sleeve to open the door. "Ning Yue, I shall remember you." Ning Yue sheepishly waved at him, puzzled by the tone that implied he would seek her out again. She had lost interest in finding Jiang Yishan and quickly slipped through the door, eager to escape. Meanwhile, the elders observing the mirror stone fell into contemplation. "Is that Ning Yue?" they wondered. to produce 3 high-grade pills on her very first attempt at alchemy. Could she truly be from the lower realm? The usually taciturn alchemy elder beamed with delight, exclaiming, "What a promising talent!" Suddenly struck by a thought, he whirled around and declared, "Law enforcement elder, Ning Yue is my disciple. Let us engage in fair competition." Without further ado, he hastily mounted his sword to spar with the law enforcement elder. The remaining elders anxiously watched the mirror stone, where Ning Yue had reemerged. Returning to the previous location, the door to alchemy had vanished, yet Ning Yue showed no signs of departure, instead examining the remaining doors, seemingly eager to explore further. The talisman elder murmured, "Enter the talisman door, enter the talisman door." The elder of the formation fixed his gaze upon the mirror stone, exclaiming, "Pa, pa, pa, enter the formation gate." The elder of the talismans, veins prominent upon his forehead, retaliated with a punch, declaring, "Pa, pa, pa, enter the talisman gate." Their eyes remained steadfastly on Ning Yue, who boldly stepped forward, extending her hand to push ahead. The formation gate. Ha. Ning Yue has entered the formation gate. Soon I shall be able to compete fairly with the law enforcers and alchemists. The talisman elder sighed, losing interest even in the mirror stone. Chapter 14. Do not judge my appearance. I possess a modicum of spiritual energy. Ning Yue waited for the light to dissipate before opening her eyes. Upon doing so, she discovered the trial to be quite intriguing. In her previous trials, aside from her teacher, she had encountered no one else, let alone engaged in any form of communication. However, upon her entrance, she was greeted by a voice. At last, another has arrived. Before her stood nearly 10 individuals, scattered throughout the trial space. Ning Yue squinted to observe. In the center of the trial ground stood an elderly man, exuding an ethereal demeanor, leisurely sipping from a cup of tea. What is the purpose of this? Ning Yue pondered, a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. Scanning the area, she approached the most handsome among them to inquire about the situation. "Greetings, I am Ning Yue," she smiled, addressing him. "Has the second trial not yet commenced?" He appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Yishan, around 15 or 16 years old, with a straight posture, clad in a flowing white robe. His expression was rather neutral. "I'm Duan Huailin," he replied with a slight nod toward Ning Yue. "Once we gather 10 individuals, the trial shall commence." "Ah, I see." Ning Yue thought, counting the individuals present with her gaze. It seemed they were precisely 10 in number. "Thank you." Ning Yue lifted her gaze and smiled at Duan Huailin. Duan Huailin hesitated for a moment, then turned his face away, saying, "It's nothing." He seemed to be struggling to articulate his thoughts, and after a brief pause, Ning Yue awaited his words. Eventually, he spoke, still averting his gaze. "Have you really ventured out alone at such a tender age? Do your family members not worry?" Ning Yue was momentarily taken aback, then looked down at herself. Indeed, had it not been for the reminder, she might have forgotten that her current form was merely that of a 12-year-old. Observing Duan Huailin's concerned yet restrained expression, Ning Yue felt a playful urge to tease him. "Alas," she sighed, lowering her eyes, "my family has long been absent. Left in the lower realm, I am constantly bullied. So I had no choice but to seek refuge in the upper realm." As the words escaped her lips, Ning Yue glanced up at Duan Huailin's reaction. He appeared stunned at first, then flustered, uncertain of how to console her. Ultimately, he managed to utter, "When the trials commence, stay by my side, and I shall ensure your success." What a pure-hearted and kind young man. He likely remained oblivious to her earlier display of the direct disciple token at the entrance. "Thank you so much. Actually, brother." Ning Yue smiled at him. "I am quite strong." Duan Huailin regarded her with the eyes of one looking upon a girl beset by misfortune. He nodded. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated through the air, drawing the attention of those present towards its source. They beheld the old man who had been standing at the center of the trial arena, now inexplicably beside them. The old man, facing the wind, spoke. "This is the second trial of the formation. Those who come here are mostly disciples of future formation factions. Given that, I shall not go easy on you." His words were slow yet powerful. "You will pair up. One will defend, the other will attack. Defeat the other teams, and the victors shall claim the title of this session's chief of formations." Ning Yue tugged at Duan Huailin's sleeve, exclaiming, "It seems we are to be a team, brother." Duan Huailin nodded calmly, not perceiving Ning Yue as a burden. "Just follow my lead." The old man's voice rang out once more. "I have standardized all of your realms to the mid-stage of chi refinement to prevent any unfair advantages due to differing levels." Upon hearing this, Ning Yue immediately checked her level and confirmed that she was indeed restricted to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Duan Huailin, having just assessed his own realm, noticed Ning Yue's potential apprehension and reassured her, "Do not worry. Even in the chi refinement stage, I can protect you." Ning Yue simply smiled at him without elaborating. Duan Huailin's lips curved slightly, and he averted his gaze before being noticed. A few others approached Duan Huailin to form teams, as he appeared exceptionally capable. However, he declined each request. One individual pointed disdainfully at Ning Yue, saying, "Are you really going to team up with such a child? Trust me. We could secure the chief position easily. I would be content to take second place behind you." Duan Huailin shot him a cold glance, pulling Ning Yue closer. "I need not team with you. I can still achieve the chief position on my own. If I were to join forces with you, it would only reflect poorly on my judgment." The individual stormed off in indignation. Ning Yue could not help but chuckle softly, lifting her gaze to Duan Huailin. "Join my team, and I assure you, you shall not regret it." Duan Huailin did not take her words seriously, merely responding with a nonchalant, "MHM." Soon, 10 individuals had formed their respective teams, pairing off as they stood together. The elder announced, "Since the teams are set, let us commence. Each of you shall draw your formations, depicting your abilities accordingly." With that declaration, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. "Wow, what kind of sorcery is this?" Ning Yue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "I wish to learn it as well." Duan Huailin chuckled, beginning to gather materials to inscribe the formation. "Are you skilled in drawing formations, brother?" Ning Yue inquired, trailing behind him as she observed his movements. "Indeed," Duan Huailin replied, his hands deftly at work. "My family has practiced formation techniques for generations, and I have absorbed much by mere observation. I have heard that the Fusang sect possesses numerous rare formations, which is why I came to study here." "Have you ever drawn a formation?" Duan Huailin asked impulsively, but immediately felt it was an inappropriate question, considering Ning Yue had just descended from the lower realms and likely had not yet learned. Just as he intended to shift the topic, Ning Yue answered naturally, "This is my first time seeing one. I had no idea it was like this." Duan Huailin had already located the necessary materials. After all, he was indeed from a prestigious family of formation masters. As he effortlessly completed the drawing, the others were still busy gathering their materials. Ning Yue felt that she would likely be of little use in this endeavor and would be carried along by her companion. Duan Huailin began to channel his spiritual energy into the drawn formation, his fingers coming together as an icy blue power surged forth continuously into the array. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Duan Huailin covered his chest with one hand and began to cough uncontrollably. He momentarily forgot that he was merely in the chi refinement stage. Activating such a formidable formation may have drained his spiritual energy. Ning Yue stepped forward to support him, hastily saying, "I'm here as well, despite my appearance. I still possess some spiritual energy." Duan Huailin looked at her petite frame with concern. "Overexerting your spiritual energy is detrimental to your health." Ning Yue smiled lightly, "Rest assured, I won't overexert myself, but if this continues, you might exhaust yourself first." She lowered her gaze to observe the completed formation, pondering what type of spiritual energy was needed. Duan Huailin was still channeling his energy, catching his breath. "I possess a mutated ice affinity, which serves both offensive and defensive purposes. The earth affinity would be the most suitable." Ning Yue thoughtfully stroked her chin and nodded. All right. Emulating Duan Huailin, she brought her fingers together, allowing earthy-toned spiritual energy to slowly emanate from her fingertips and flow into the formation. Her spiritual energy was remarkably resilient. As soon as it was infused, Duan Huailin felt significantly relieved. He gazed at Ning Yue in astonishment. Ning Yue winked at him, radiant and dazzling. "I told you, I'm not weak." Duan Huailin blinked and after a moment, smiled. "Indeed, you are quite formidable." Chapter 15, Mutated Ice Spiritual Root. With Ning Yue's involvement, the formation quickly began to take shape. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ning Yue hesitantly remarked, "Why do I feel as though this formation is like a bottomless pit? It's not finished yet." Duan Huailin found it peculiar as well. Given the infusion of both their spiritual energies, the formation should have solidified by now. It shouldn't be taking this long. He began to scrutinize the array, searching for any errors in its design. Suddenly, Duan Huailin's pupils constricted. A gap had formed in the southwestern corner of the formation. No wonder it had remained incomplete. It was continuously leaking, and it was indeed a miracle that it had not filled. He exclaimed in urgency, "Ning Yue, there is a hole in the array behind you." Ning Yue turned to look, and he too discovered the breach, which was incessantly draining spiritual energy. Such a waste of power. This should not have happened. Duan Huailin had been observing closely while drawing the array, and initially, there had been no such flaw. Ning Yue silently regarded Duan Huailin, who evidently recognized the issue as well. In unison, they directed their gaze towards the man who had invited Duan Huailin to form a team. The moment that man caught their eyes, he averted his gaze, visibly guilty. Ah, it was indeed him. Ning Yue felt a surge of frustration. All that spiritual energy wasted. Duan Huailin took a deep breath, lamenting, It is my carelessness that allowed him to exploit this oversight. Ning Yue inquired, so what shall we do now? With a sigh, Duan Huailin replied, I cannot move at present. I cannot mend the breach and must redraw the array. However, I am uncertain if we have enough spiritual energy left. Upon hearing this, Ning Yue lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, assessing the distance between himself and the gap. It was just within reach. An idea sparked in Ning Yue's mind as he suggested, you need not move. I shall mend it. Duan Huailin paused momentarily. He had considered this possibility, yet. Typically, everyone struggles with their first attempt at drawing an array, requiring numerous practices to grasp the technique, especially given the complexity of this formation. Oh, now even Ning Yue hesitates to act rashly. Must she start anew? However, it matters not. A voice, cool and clear, resonates. Ning Yue lifts her gaze to find Duan Huailin smiling at her with raised brows, his tone relaxed. In any case, you will have to learn to draw formations eventually. So why not practice with this? Ning Yue's eyes sparkle with admiration. He is truly remarkable. Duan Huailin reassures her. Just follow my earlier method. If it fails, we can always redraw it. I can manage. Given Duan Huailin's confidence, Ning Yue takes a deep breath, freeing her other hand. A stream of aquamarine spiritual energy flows from her fingertips, a manifestation of water elemental power. Her fingers tremble, revealing her struggle. Moments later, the aquamarine energy suddenly emanates a chill. It transforms into ice elemental power, identical to that of Duan Huailin. The breach she needed to mend was a part of the offensive system, had she utilized the earth elemental energy she had employed earlier. The formation's effectiveness would have been significantly compromised. Hence, Ning Yue took a slight risk, forcibly converting water into ice, and adhering to Duan Huailin's technique. She traced a line with her fingers. The damaged section of the formation was successfully reconnected. She exhaled, triumphant in her accomplishment. Duan Huailin, witnessing the entire process, appeared nearly petrified. He was uncertain whether he was more astonished by her success in drawing formations for the first time or by her use of ice magic. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, Ning Yue, could it be that you possess both mutated ice and earth spiritual roots? Not quite, Ning Yue chuckled. Mutated roots are exceedingly rare. This is actually water spiritual root. I merely condensed it forcefully to form ice elemental energy. To be honest, Duan Huailin struggled to fully grasp her explanation. However, he had already erased the image of Ning Yue as weak and pitiable, in need of protection, from his mind. After patching up the flaws, the formation swiftly took shape. Whether for offense or defense, this formation was flawless and impeccable. Ning Yue stood beside Duan Huailin, casting a cold gaze at the man who deliberately sabotaged their formation. Upon meeting Ning Yue's eyes, the man trembled in fear. He had been observing both Ning Yue and Duan Huailin and had naturally witnessed Ning Yue employing ice magic and reinforcing the formation, filling him with boundless regret. He should not have intentionally caused disruption. He had never anticipated that Ning Yue was such a formidable individual, but now that he had been singled out, he could only hope for a miracle. Soon, the remaining 4 groups' formations were completed, and the time to commence was imminent. Ning Yue slowly approached the man, arms crossed, wearing a smile that was not quite a smile. The man evaded her gaze, hiding behind his companion, who looked utterly bewildered. What is the matter? Ning Yue smirked. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit embarrassed. We need to eliminate your group first. Huh. The companion, confused, turned to look at the man. Su Feng, what is going on? Su Feng, hearing this, became exasperated, casting a resentful glance at Ning Yue. What was going on? It was merely a matter of seeking trouble. Who would be eliminated was yet to be determined. The companion, still baffled, positioned himself within the formation, preparing to launch an attack. Bravo, Ning Yue. He applauded mockingly. Truly shameless. Do you not possess a clear understanding of your own strength, truly believing your actions to be subtle? Su Feng continued to feign ignorance, gritting his teeth as he replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Very well, Ning Yue waved her hand dismissively. I have no desire to squander my breath on you. Ning Yue initiated the formation, determined to eliminate the threat before anything else. However, Duan Huailin abruptly interposed himself in front of Ning Yue, his voice firm and restraint. Ning Yue regarded him with confusion. I can handle this, he said gently, casting a stoic glance away. Ice transformed into sharp blades, coalescing from all directions of the magical array, aimed squarely at Su Feng and his companion. Su Feng gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at his ally. What are you waiting for? Defend yourselves. His companion snapped back to reality and swiftly erected a protective barrier. Su Feng's affinity for fire magic was in direct opposition to Duan Huailin's elemental nature, and the latter's expression darkened. At that moment, everyone's levels were suppressed to the same rank. Otherwise, such a rudimentary formation and feeble energy would scarcely impede him. although temporarily hindered. It was merely a question of time before he would breach through. Ning Yue clicked her tongue, casting a glance at Su Feng, whose expression mirrored that of a smug little victor. Do you truly believe yourself formidable for managing to obstruct Duan Huailin? Su Feng remained silent, yet wore an air of triumph. Humph, with equal levels, even Duan Huailin can't derive any advantage from me. I've dedicated extensive time to studying this formation. How could you possibly dismantle it? However, Su Feng paused, gazing at the two with a sense of superiority. Now, if you beg me, I might reluctantly allow you to be the last to break my formation. Ning Yue, incredulous, rubbed her ears. What is he saying? Is there something wrong with my hearing? Duan Huailin, noting her expression, let out a soft chuckle, dismissing Su Feng's claims. Perhaps he was merely fantasizing. Su Feng's face flushed crimson as he raised his hand, channeling his energy to launch an attack. In that case, I shall not show any mercy. The emerald green vines erupted from the formation, swiftly advancing towards Ning Yue. Ah, Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. What element? Humph, Su Feng sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Yue and her companion. So what if one possesses a mutated ice spirit root, and another has a mutated ice spirit root combined with a soil spirit root? With our realms being equal, none of you can restrain me. Kneel and concede, and I shall spare you this once. Chapter 16. Greetings, I am preparing to launch an attack. Oh, Ning Yue could not bear to be threatened, her eyes narrowing. A torrent of potent spiritual energy surged forth from her surroundings, compelling even those scattered in various directions to cast their gazes her way. The old man, who had just vanished, reappeared at an unknown moment, observing Ning Yue's figure with contemplation. How is this possible? Su Feng stared in disbelief at the fluttering edges of Ning Yue's attire. Hasn't everyone been suppressed to the qi refinement stage? How could you possess such formidable spiritual energy? Ning Yue looked at him with a cold smile. Do you think everyone's qi refinement stage is as impoverished as yours? Impoverished? All who heard Ning Yue's words couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, feeling as if they had been struck by an unseen blow. Although Su Feng's level did not reach the realm of genius, he was at least of average caliber. Is that considered impoverished? What would one with abundant energy be like? Those gathering nearby instinctively distanced themselves from Ning Yue, hoping to avoid her attention for a while longer. And so what? Su Feng struggled to assert. Do you really think your earth element can overcome my wood element? So you want to play the game of elemental weaknesses, do you? Ning Yue chuckled with keen interest. It seems you have found the right person. As the vines approached menacingly, she raised her fingertip, conjuring a massive fireball that materialized before her. The size and temperature of the fireball reached a terrifying intensity. Fire elemental energy. How could this be? You possess 3 elemental roots? Aren't mixed roots considered useless? How could you wield such formidable power? Su Feng's voice trembled with disbelief as he gazed at Ning Yue. Goodness, who is this? Even in the qi refinement stage, she can unleash such an extraordinary fire spell. Ning Yue paid no heed to the astonished murmurs around her. Her focus remained on Su Feng as she casually hurled the fireball his way, devoid of any mercy. Su Feng stood there, his mind momentarily blank, eyes wide as he beheld the approaching fireball. No, the speed is too fast. By the time he activated his defenses, it was already too late. The vines ignited in haste, reduced to ashes in less than 5 seconds. How is this possible? Su Feng stood frozen in shock. His eyes filled with terror as he looked at Ning Yue. She remained silent, arching an eyebrow at him. With the obstructive vines eliminated, Duan Huailin placed one hand behind his back and raised the other into the air, unleashing his spiritual energy, which erupted with dazzling brilliance. He no longer regarded Ning Yue as an ordinary person, easily accepting her terrifying power and responding promptly. Several icy blades, exuding a piercing chill, surged towards the opponent at a barely perceptible speed, directly obliterating the formation's core. The destructive force was immense. Those who had yet to vacate the area could no longer afford to retreat quietly. They hastily scampered away in a frenzy. The spiritual eye within their formation had been shattered, marking their defeat. Su Feng and his companion stood, dazed, gazing at the array beneath their feet. After a prolonged silence, one of his companions snapped back to reality and vociferously confronted Su Feng. You must have offended them. Otherwise, why would they come straight for us? And you? Did you not claim that this formation would endure until the very end? It barely withstood a single strike, and yet you boast so grandly. Su Feng, flushed with shame, could not restrain himself and faced the criticism head-on. Isn't it true that those with multiple spiritual roots are often deemed useless? How was I to know that Ning Yue not only possesses multiple roots, but is also extraordinarily powerful? Furthermore, do you even know who Duan Huailin is? It is quite ordinary for a formation to be breached. And yet, here you are, contributing nothing, relying solely on me, and now you have the audacity to blame me? Ning Yue and Duan Huailin exchanged glances, slightly questioning whether this was meant as praise. Su Feng, an elderly voice resonated through the air. The group turned to see a sage-like old man materialize behind them. This was merely a preliminary trial. As long as you successfully inscribed the formation, you would have passed. However, your malicious sabotage of another S formation during the trial is inexcusable. The Fusang sect has decided to revoke your eligibility. Depart at once after leaving this place. With that, he dissipated into a wisp of smoke, just as he had before. Su Feng, unable to withstand the humiliation any longer, collapsed onto the ground in front of everyone. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, remarking, I initially thought this old man was indifferent, disappearing at whim. But it seems he has been observing quite closely. Duan Huailin cautioned, he may not have departed yet. Tread carefully with your words. As soon as the words left her lips, Ning Yue felt a gentle yet firm tap on her head. She covered her head and glanced up into the void. Finding no one in sight, Duan Huailin looked at her and said, I told you so. Ning Yue awkwardly nodded, choosing to remain silent. What should she do next? She surveyed her surroundings, contemplating whom to target first. Everyone within her line of sight instinctively took several large steps back. Goodness! Anyone who locked eyes with her was surely inviting trouble. Behind Duan Huailin, ice blades began to coalesce once more, and he advised Ning Yue, do not frighten them. The crowd collectively thought, brother, in truth, you are rather intimidating as well. Duan Huailin replied nonchalantly, leave the rest to me. You have expended considerable spiritual energy. Take a moment to rest. Ning Yue stretched her body and found herself in decent shape, devoid of any sensation of being utterly drained. However, she obediently retreated behind Duan Huailin. She conjured up a simple protective shield. Although she knew Duan Huailin might not need it, it was merely a token gesture. Hello. Duan Huailin greeted politely. Please arrange yourselves. I shall prepare for the assault. The fortunate individual chosen by Duan Huailin widened their eyes in terror. Ning Yue stifled her laughter, ultimately unable to contain herself. She never anticipated that Duan Huailin would be this amusing. He greeted the remaining members of the group in the same manner, subsequently dismantling the formation with identical techniques. By the end, the others had become rather numb to the chaos. Let us slay them all. Annihilation sounds splendid. With Ning Yue exerting minimal effort from behind, she effortlessly secured a victory. What could possibly be more delightful than this? Nothing. The competition concluded. The elderly man, who appeared to possess an otherworldly aura, seemed to have emerged from some obscure corner. Ning Yue silently criticized him in her heart, marveling at his ability to remain hidden. As the old man's gaze bore down upon her with palpable intensity, Ning Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. Surely, he couldn't have noticed me without my uttering a single word. Duan Huailin instinctively positioned himself in front of Ning Yue, shielding her from the old man's scrutiny, and whispered, What did you say? Ning Yue, feeling unjustly accused, protested, By heaven and earth, I haven't even parted my lips. Fortunately, the old man soon averted his gaze and, with a wave of his sleeve, opened a door. Chief of the Array Division, Duan Huailin, he acknowledged with an unflinching nod. The others bore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this outcome. As they stepped through the door, the scene outside remained unchanged, save for the presence of several disciples clad in white robes awaiting them. They appeared to be senior members of the sect. The trial has concluded. Please follow me, announced a youth adorned in a white robe with a blue waist sash, whose sleeves and collar were intricately embroidered with gold thread. Ning Yue scrutinized him for a moment, recognizing that his attire was akin to that of her mentor, Ing Han. She surmised that this was likely the garb of direct disciples. I am Gongji, your senior brother, and I shall now escort you to your quarters, where you will await the assessment of your spiritual roots and qualifications with the Spirit Stone tomorrow at noon. After imparting this information, he led the way forward. Ning Yue trailed at the rear, her gaze cast downward as she pondered the passage of time. In her eagerness to explore the various doors, she had lost track of the days. Only one day remained of the 3-day trial. With a sense of nostalgia, she glanced back, only to find that the doors had vanished without a trace. She sighed, having intended to venture through one last door on this final day. Chapter 17. Have I become an inner sect disciple? Among the 9 members of their team, Su Feng had already been sent out. Ning Yue mingled within the ranks of the array practitioners, yet she remained steadfast in her intention to learn the sword, pondering how she might locate the array practitioners group. One of the men in the team cast a puzzled glance around and inquired, Brother Gong, are there only so few array practitioners in this cohort of the Fusang sect? This seems rather insufficient. Isn't it normally in the hundreds? Gong Ji paused momentarily, his own confusion evident. You do realize that you have all become inner sect disciples of the array practitioners upon passing the trial, correct? What? The group was taken aback. astonished that they had been elevated to inner sect disciples immediately upon completing the trial. Gongji elucidated. The manner in which one passes the first trial is of utmost significance. Those who excel in their approach advance directly to inner sect disciple trials, while the rest enter the outer sect disciple trials. With this newfound understanding, the group followed Gongji, who soon led them to their temporary lodgings. After receiving their tokens and being assigned rooms, Gongji departed swiftly. Ning Yue wore a troubled expression. The place was overwhelmingly vast, and she wondered if she could successfully navigate to where the sword practitioners resided. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was sparse, she contemplated venturing out to explore. Ning Yue, aren't you going back to your room? Ning Yue froze momentarily, then regained her composure, turning with a smile. Brother? What is the matter? Duan Huailin gazed at her. Having just emerged from the trial grounds, aren't you going to rest? Ning Yue replied, I am not tired. This place is also novel to me, and I wish to wander about a bit. Duan Huailin furrowed his brow slightly and said, I shall accompany you. This place is vast, and I fear you may lose your way back. Ning Yue felt quite conflicted. She had ventured out in search of the resting place for sword cultivators, and once she found it, she likely would not return. What sense did it make for Duan Huailin to follow her? After a moment's contemplation, she decided to lay her cards on the table. Taking a deep breath, she donned a smiling facade, appearing exceedingly docile. Actually, brother, I am a sword cultivator. Duan Huailin gazed at Ning Yue, bewildered, for the first time feeling that he could scarcely comprehend her words. Did you not emerge from the array cultivators' trial ground alongside me? You even successfully set up an array. Ning Yue looked at him with wide, doe-like eyes, feeling a tad embarrassed. Well, I first passed through the sword cultivators' trial ground. After that, I grew somewhat bored waiting, so I wandered to another sect. But my sole intention was to learn the way of the sword. Duan Huailin stood there, stupefied, realizing the profound depths of this seemingly petite girl. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, You are perhaps the first individual since the establishment of the Fusang sect to have entered 2 trials. Ah? Ning Yue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Why is that? Duan Huailin observed her bewildered expression, momentarily unable to discern whether her confusion was genuine or feigned. Ultimately, he felt compelled to elucidate. In the realm of cultivation, it is rare for one to pursue 2 paths simultaneously, due to limited energy. Most focus solely on one discipline to enhance their chances of ascension, despite the fact that no one has ascended in a century. Yet, the consensus remains that pursuing one path is the way to go. Ning Yue pondered this, interpreting it through her own understanding. In simple terms, everyone is rather inexperienced. None can ascend with just a single path, yet mastering 2 paths is simply formidable. She pondered for a moment, paused for several seconds, and then donned the same innocent demeanor as before, offering Duan Huailin a radiant smile. One might wonder whether it is appropriate to voice such thoughts, for her expression appeared pure and untainted, her doe-like eyes shimmering. In truth, I have entered 3 gates. Duan Huailin's countenance turned blank, uncertain of what expression to wear. Ning Yue's tone seemed tinged with sorrow. If only they had not arrived so early, perhaps I could have entered another gate. Duan Huailin. You may leave now. Ning Yue, curious, directed her gaze towards Duan Huailin, whose expression bore the numbness of one bombarded by unexpected news. Go to the sword cultivators. Ning Yue blinked, stepped forward, and patted Duan Huailin on the shoulder. Until we meet again, farewell, brother. Duan Huailin watched Ning Yue bounce away, unable to suppress a faint smile. It seems that in the future realm of cultivation, Ning Yue will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark. Ning Yue, however, harbored no other thoughts. Upon exiting the array cultivator's resting area, she wandered in search of the sword cultivator's zone. It was vast, truly vast. Ning Yue nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Had she known, she would have rested a while before embarking on her quest for direction. Now, she was utterly lost, with not a soul in sight, making it impossible for her to ask anyone for guidance. She casually picked up a small stone, aimed at the fruit hanging from a tree, and flicked it. The fruit fell in response. Standing beneath the tree, she caught it and immediately took a bite. Hey, don't touch my fruit. Ning Yue stood with her mouth slightly agape, uncertain whether to continue chewing. Perched upon the tree was a diminutive figure resembling a radish, short and small, exuding an oddly endearing charm. Ning Yue exclaimed, I am not He, I am Chu Yuxian, and I am quite furious right now. What are you angry about? The radish retorted. You plucked my fruit, and I am not even upset. Ning Yue found herself amused by her own humorous quip. Realizing her folly, she quickly offered an apology. Her doe-like eyes sparkled in the sunlight, appearing utterly innocent. My sincerest apologies. I had no idea this was your fruit. I have become utterly lost and was parched. Hence my actions. I am truly sorry. She expressed her contrition with utmost sincerity, even bowing respectfully to the radish figure. The radish seemed to be one who preferred gentleness over aggression. Witnessing Ning Yue's heartfelt apology and noting her tender age, he readily chose to forgive. "Very well," he declared, leaping down from the tree and placing his hands on his hips as he stood before Ning Yue. "I forgive you, Chu Yuxian." Ning Yue responded. "I am not Chu Yuxian. I am Ning Yue." The radish furrowed his brow. "Didn't you just say your name was Chu Yuxian?" Ning Yue replied. "I was too anxious and misspoke." "Oh," the radish acknowledged, and Ning Yue seized the opportunity to shift the topic. "What are you doing here all alone? Where are your parents?" The radish regarded her with an expression of bemusement before glancing at her attire and suddenly realizing, "You must be a new disciple this year, correct?" "Indeed," Ning Yue confirmed. "Otherwise, how could I possibly be lost?" The radish-headed creature placed its hands on its hips and said, "All right, considering your recent arrival, I shall graciously explain this to you." He pretended to clear his throat. "I am the spiritual beast of the sect master's son. It is quite a challenge for ordinary disciples to catch a glimpse of me, so you are fortunate to have stumbled into my domain." Ning Yue regarded him with skepticism. "The spiritual beast of the sect master's son? Could it be that your true form is this fruit tree?" The radish-headed creature looked at Ning Yue in disbelief. "What kind of spiritual beast is a plant? Do you even understand what a beast is? My true form is that of the divine Qingwan. I merely have a fondness for planting trees. I am not a tree." Ning Yue nearly chuckled at her own amusement and gently patted his head. "My apologies," she smiled, offering an apology while not forgetting her own urgent matters. "Do you happen to know where the resting area for the sword cultivators is?" Chapter 18. If you wish to take my life, just say so. The resting area for sword cultivators? The radish-headed creature pondered for a moment before pointing with his chubby little hand. "If I remember correctly, it should be over there." Ning Yue tiptoed to take a look. There was still quite a distance to cover. She wearily withdrew her gaze. "Thank you, and perhaps we shall meet again. I must return now." She took a few steps forward, but then recalled something and turned back. The radish-headed creature inquired, "What is it? Do you have further business?" "It's nothing." Ning Yue smiled at him, raising the half-eaten red fruit in her hand. "Thank you for the fruit." "Oh." The radish-headed creature beamed with pride as he watched Ning Yue's departing figure, puffing out his chest. "No need for thanks." He leapt back onto the tree, extending his hand to caress the spot where the fruit had fallen. There, new crimson fruits began to coalesce once more. "This fruit is solely for you. I shall not share it with anyone else." "What do you mean by not sharing with others?" A warm, clear voice broke through the air. To his surprise, beneath the tree stood a graceful young man clad in white. His hair was elegantly tied with a jade crown, his tall figure exuded an air of tranquility, and his eyes held a gentle curve, radiating warmth as he looked up with a smile. "Ji Lian, you're back," exclaimed Luobitu, tumbling down from the tree and into Ji Lian's embrace. His excitement bubbled over as he exclaimed, "Didn't you say it would take several days to return?" Ji Lian chuckled, ruffling his hair. "It's all right, Xiaoyu. I traveled with father, and we resolved matters swiftly, allowing me to return a few days early. Just in time for the disciple selection ceremony. Perhaps I shall even find a few worthy students. By the way, what was that you said about not sharing with others?" Xiaoyu, rising from Ji Lian's embrace, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. A new sword cultivator got lost and stumbled here, eating one of my fruits." Ji Lian laughed. "Is that so?" Xiaoyu puffed out his cheeks. "Considering her youth, I shall forgive her this time." Meanwhile, Ning Yue had finally arrived at the sword cultivator's rest area after enduring numerous hardships. Along the way, he caught glimpses of several seniors soaring through the sky on their swords. How convenient. This only strengthened Ning Yue's resolve to master the art of swordsmanship, all in hopes of one day avoiding the long walks through such a vast sect. Upon reaching the resting area, Ning Yue went to collect his lodging token. A round-faced senior sister, managing the sign-up board, curiously inquired, "Is this the second batch returning?" Ning Yue, uncertain about the arrival of the second group, shook her head. "I got lost on the way and ended up in a different rest area. I'm not sure which batch it is." "I see," the round-faced sister nodded, offering her a sweet smile. "Then do sign your name. It's important to get some rest, as we'll be assessing our qualifications tomorrow." "All right," Ning Yue replied with a bright smile. After signing her name, she returned to her room. Once inside, she promptly closed the door and eagerly burrowed into her blankets. As soon as she shut her eyes, she entered her consciousness space. The consciousness space remained unchanged from before. She hurried towards her destination and, upon opening her eyes, found herself in the heart of the library. The four towering trees stood as majestic as ever, their flames of foliage vibrant and lush. However, the other four trees appeared less barren now, having sprouted a few leaves. Ning Yue stood still, marveling. These little trees grow rather quickly. Xiaohua silently appeared behind her. her expression impassive. I never anticipated your spirit root would flourish at such a pace. Ning Yue turned to see Xiaohua standing there, stunned for a moment. She swore she detected a weary and numb expression in the petal-less visage of Xiaohua. After a brief pause, Xiaohua exclaimed, "This is not the typical growth rate for a normal person's spirit root." Ning Yue touched her nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. It seemed Xiaohua had to manage this vast consciousness space and care for these trees. She must be quite overwhelmed. After contemplating for a while, Ning Yue reassured herself. Can I be blamed if my talent is simply too exceptional? Xiaohua remained silent. Ning Yue suddenly inquired, "The trial has concluded. What about that ominous figure in black you mentioned, the one who would lead to my demise?" Xiaohua replied, "Has he not appeared?" Ning Yue shook her head. "No, he has not shown up. Throughout the entire trial, I scarcely encountered anyone clad in black." "Oh," Xiaohua yawned. "Isn't that preferable? The threat posed by the figure in black was merely a probabilistic prediction based on your strength at the time. It may materialize, or it may not." Ning Yue nodded. "So this person has simply vanished?" "Not at all," Xiaohua clarified. "You might interpret it this way. For instance, the figure in black intended to teach you a lesson. Yet upon assessing your strength, he hesitated to act. This individual has not disappeared. Rather, his intentions have shifted, thus the predicted outcome did not transpire." Ning Yue understood completely. She poked at Xiaohua's leaves. "Does your ability have any limitations?" Xiaohua eyed her warily. "What are you planning?" Ning Yue gently plucked Xiaohua and placed him on her shoulder. "Could you assist me in predicting once more? I wish to ascertain what other threats may lie ahead, so I can prepare accordingly. Otherwise, I lack the motivation to cultivate." Xiaohua proudly waved his leaves, conceding. "Very well." Ning Yue silently scoffed. Such arrogance. With Xiaohua perched on her shoulder, she entered the library and casually pulled up a cushion to sit. Suddenly, Xiaohua unfurled his petals, appearing quite serious. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you see?" Xiaohua responded, "Although the results of predictions may fluctuate, this time, you will undoubtedly be unable to evade it." As Ning Yue observed its grave demeanor, an involuntary shudder coursed through her. Anxious, she felt an urge to munch on sunflower seeds. "You must speak quickly." Xiaohua, no longer withholding, revealed, in 3 days, within the secret realm of Bio Valley, you shall be devoured by a millennia-old giant python. Ning Yue, what did you just say? Trembling, she stammered. Xiaohua, furrowing her brow, reiterated the ominous proclamation. Ning Yue, quaking with disbelief. "It is not that I did not hear you, but rather that I cannot fathom your words." Xiaohua appeared somewhat melancholic. "What shall we do? Even if you were to train tirelessly, you could not possibly vanquish a millennia-old giant python." Ning Yue harbored a deep-seated fear of serpents. Had it been any other form of demise, perhaps she would muster the courage to rally herself. However, the very thought of being consumed by a giant python was utterly intolerable. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck Ning Yue. Why on earth would she venture into that accursed Bio Valley? If she abstained from going, then she would elude this fate. Xiaohua regarded her with a gaze tinged with pity. Ning Yue sensed that this expression was far from benevolent. "What is it? Do you not understand why you must enter the secret realm of Bio Valley?" Ning Yue was at a loss. Xiaohua explained, "You employed ice-based spells during the formation trial, and your spiritual root is straining to withstand it. Before long, it shall lead to your demise. The purpose of venturing into Bio Valley is to procure the Bio Lotus, which will nourish your water spiritual root." Ning Yue, "So whether I go or not, I am doomed?" Xiaohua, filled with a sense of satisfaction, nodded. "Precisely. Ning Yue, if you seek my demise, you need only to say so." Chapter 19. Can a mere test of spiritual roots summon heavenly thunder? Ning Yue was not one to be easily subdued. With a resolute intent, she retrieved an ancient tome of fire seeds from the shelf. Ning Yue turned 2 pages. "Since it can nourish my ethereal roots, could it be that the ancient giant serpent of the Bayou Valley is of the cold variety?" Little flower, nestled atop Ning Yue's head, rustled its leaves in response. Indeed, Ning Yue remained silent, cradling the book as she turned another 2 pages. A flicker of spiritual light illuminating her features, a smile gracing her lips. "It appears that this time, survival is assured." Little flower glanced at the book in her grasp, comprehending the implication. After a brief pause, it extended a leaf to poke Ning Yue. "Now that you are aware, do not squander time. Do you believe you possess an abundance of it? Do you think you can master this tome in merely 3 days? Ning Yue regarded the book in her hands. Though she spoke not, her eyes clearly conveyed a resolute, "Why not?" Little flower hesitated for a moment, then too felt that Ning Yue was indeed capable of mastering it. After perusing a few more shelves, it unearthed several additional volumes and tossed them to Ning Yue. "You might as well peruse these as well." Consequently, Ning Yue immersed herself in her studies with fervor. The following day, she was roused by her round-faced senior sister from yesterday. Rise and shine. Prepare yourself. We are to partake in the disciple selection event. Groggy, Ning Yue reluctantly got out of bed. Having cultivated throughout the entire night, she felt remarkably refreshed. Yet her spirit resisted. She couldn't shake the feeling that without emptying her mind for sleep, she had not truly rested. Dazed, she followed her sister, who guided her to her designated spot. By the time she fully regained her senses, the area was already teeming with people. They were yet to don their disciple robes, still clad in their own colorful garments. On the elevated platform, a few venerable elders exuded an air of celestial grace. With her keen eyesight, Ning Yue confirmed that 4 of them were the very elders who had scaled her window that fateful night. Several unfamiliar elders stood nearby, unfamiliar to Ning Yue. At the center was a tall, imposing middle-aged man, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Ning Yue surmised that he was likely the leader of the Fusang sect. Beside him stood a youthful man, strikingly handsome and radiating warmth. Ning Yue couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. One by one, those who were to be tested for their aptitude were called forward. There lay a transparent jade stone, which required only a slight infusion of spiritual energy from the test-taker. The individuals standing there were exclusively those who had attained a place as inner disciples. The aptitude tests for outer disciples were conducted separately. Ning Yue heard the name Jiang Yishan. Looking up, she saw the unadorned youth in white step gracefully onto the stage, channeling his spiritual energy into the jade stone. The crystal suddenly transformed into a vibrant green hue, an exceptional wood-type spiritual root, showcasing superior aptitude. The alchemy elder on stage brightened, presenting him with a jade token for direct disciples of the alchemy sect, which Jiang Yishan accepted. Ning Yue withdrew her gaze, feeling a surge of anticipation. She was well aware of her own superior aptitude, yet she was curious about what color would manifest on the jade stone for her 5 spiritual roots. The next name called was Duan Huailin. Variant ice spiritual root, superior aptitude. Ice spiritual roots were quite rare, and several elders expressed interest in taking him as a direct disciple. Without hesitation, Duan Huailin chose to pursue formation techniques. Ning Yue, unfazed, languidly awaited the call of her name. Finally, after 2 more names were announced, Ning Yue joyfully stepped forward from the crowd. Whether it was merely her impression or not, she felt the intense gazes of those around her. Jiang Yishan and Duan Huailin, needless to say, had been watching her since she emerged from the throng. But what is the matter with the others? Why are they all staring so intently? Ning Yue is not self-absorbed. It is merely that everyone's gaze is excessively fervent, impossible to ignore. As expected, Ning Yue was not mistaken. Whispers accompanied her as she ascended the stage. Is this Ning Yue, the chief of our sword cultivators this year? She appears so young, perhaps merely 11 or 12 years old. Could she be the daughter of a sword cultivation clan? Her strength is astonishing. I recall that our alchemy chief this year is also named Ning Yue. How could she be in the sword cultivator camp as well? Could it be a coincidence in names? That seems unlikely. I haven't heard of 2 individuals named Ning Yue. The one who questioned paused for a moment. If it is not a coincidence, do you understand what that implies? After a lengthy silence, they continued. That cannot be possible. Voices from the array cultivator area could be heard. Wasn't Ning Yue undergoing trials with us? Isn't she one of the array cultivators? When did she transfer to the sword cultivators? Others from different factions, unaware of the situation, inquired. What is happening? Who exactly is Ning Yue? Ning Yue. It is not an illusion. The commotion below was certainly not lost on the elders on stage. The 4 elders, those of law enforcement, alchemy, arrays, and talismans, could hardly contain their eagerness. Before Ning Yue had even arrived, they were already making their way down to meet her. The law enforcement elder beamed. The sect master has instructed me to teach you. Accept this disciple's jade token and come with me. Ning Yue. Huh. The alchemy elder maintained a calm demeanor. I see you have participated in the alchemy trials and even emerged as the chief of alchemists. Would you kindly accept my jade token and accompany me? I possess a myriad of rare spiritual plants, all of which I am willing to bestow upon you. What say you, Ning Yue? Haha. The elder of formations, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward. Ning Yue has also passed through my formation as trials. So please accept my jade token. I have heard of your amicable relationship with Duan Huailin. By becoming my direct disciple, you may continue to enjoy each other's company. Ning Yue. Haha. Duan Huailin. He did not anticipate being brought into the conversation. The elder of talismans felt the weight of despair, exasperatedly striking the formation elder. It is your fault. Why did you go to assist? Otherwise, Ning Yue could have entered the talisman trial once more. Ning Yue silently regarded the 4 elders, reaching towards the testing spirit stone. Ahem, the sect leader, unable to endure any longer, interrupted the 4. Esteemed elders, let us first allow Ning Yue to assess her aptitude. She has been stranded here for quite some time. Other elders, unfamiliar to Ning Yue, jested. Come forth. Do not encircle the young lady. Ning Yue cast a grateful glance towards the sect leader. Standing beside his father, Ji Lian could not help but chuckle softly. Ji Feng cast a curious glance at him. What is it? Ji Lian smiled and slightly shook his head. His gaze directed towards the young girl extending her hand towards the spirit stone. It is nothing. Ning Yue was filled with excitement. Her fingertips eagerly overflowing with spiritual energy, which she directed into the spirit stone. The translucent stone exhibited no reaction after absorbing her spiritual energy. Furrowing her brows, Ning Yue leaned closer, puzzled. What could be the issue? Could it be that the infused spiritual energy was insufficient? Ning Yue infused a bit more spiritual energy. The spirit stone sputtered momentarily, followed by a sudden flash of lightning. The law elder approached, inquiring, what is happening? Is the spirit stone malfunctioning? Just then, the spirit stone emitted another sputter. As Ning Yue was about to lean in for a closer inspection, the law elder's gaze sharpened, sensing a disturbance. In a swift motion, he pulled Ning Yue backward as a long sword materialized beneath their feet, propelling them into the air. Ning Yue, standing atop the sword, had yet to comprehend the situation when a deafening explosion erupted from the location of the spirit stone below. The stone fractured, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl surged forth, striking downwards. Good heavens! Ning Yue gasped in astonishment. A rainbow-hued lightning. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Chapter 20. I beg you, please, let the heavenly thunder cease. Thick bolts of five-colored lightning poured from the spirit stone, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Ominous dark clouds loomed overhead, heavy enough to induce a sense of suffocation, as the sky rapidly darkened and thunder rumbled with ferocity. The outer mountain disciples gazed curiously at the ominous clouds enveloping the inner mountain, wondering what was unfolding. Where did this heavenly thunder come from? In a display of their prowess, the sect leader and elders employed their magical artifacts and talismans, ensuring not a single disciple was harmed. The law elder shielded Ning Yue high above, yet she felt anything but secure. As she contemplated suggesting a change of refuge, she caught sight of the law elder's expression, which was a mixture of concern and intrigue. You are quite formidable, he remarked. Ning Yue silently glanced at the shattered spirit stone and the chaotic lightning overhead, piecing together the cause, likely her own influence. The alchemy elder, array elder, and talisman elder, closest to the spirit stone, had been caught off guard and thoroughly struck by the lightning. The three individuals wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed up at the enforcer hovering above. The enforcer elder made a mocking face at them from the air. The three felt their tempers flare, compelled by the circumstances to protect the disciples within the hall. Ning Yue felt a twinge of anxiety on behalf of the enforcer elder. Ji Lian, with a contemplative gaze, glanced at Ning Yue before turning his attention to the shattered spirit stone. Inside the stone, 5 slender bolts of lightning danced back and forth. He attempted to infuse his spiritual energy into the stone, only to discover that the 5 tiny bolts were far too potent, preventing his energy from penetrating. It seemed that he would have to let Ning Yue descend. As Ning Yue exited the sword cultivation trial arena, the enforcer elder had already discussed her exceptional talent with Ji Feng. Consequently, Ning Yue was allowed to participate in 2 additional trial arenas. A tacit approval from the sect leader, who wished to observe the extent of her capabilities. The results astonished everyone. Even as she began her journey into sword cultivation, alchemy, and formation techniques, she exhibited an unimaginable talent. Undoubtedly, she was a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. However, it was unexpected that Ning Yue possessed 5 spiritual roots. And given the current situation, each root was of heavenly quality. Such a phenomenon had never been heard of before. While 5 spiritual roots were rare, they were not entirely unheard of. However, due to their chaotic nature, individuals with such roots were often deemed incapable of cultivation, labeled as wasted potential. Yet, Ning Yue was not only a 5-root cultivator, but also possessed roots of the highest quality, and it appeared she had managed to overcome the challenges of cultivation. The reality of her situation was so extraordinary that few would likely believe it. Nevertheless, it was the truth. Ning Yue's lips twitched as she tugged at the sleeve of the enforcer elder before speaking. Could you please let me down? The enforcer elder had been eagerly awaiting her to voice this request, and as soon as she did, he promptly sheathed his sword. Down you go. Ning Yue trudged towards the spirit stone, navigating the sporadic flashes of lightning that struck nearby. Ji Lian approached him leisurely, as if the lightning itself were conscious, instinctively veering away from his presence. Allow me to escort you, Ji Lian spoke in a gentle tone. Ning Yue eagerly nodded in agreement. Absolutely. It was no mere illusion. The lightning genuinely avoided Ji Lian. As a bolt of lightning surged towards them with blinding speed, Ning Yue instinctively thought of Ji Lian and refrained from any defensive action. Ji Lian's eyes reflected no emotion as he raised his gaze to the descending lightning. Remarkably, the bolt bent in midair, redirecting itself to the side. Surprisingly, it instilled a sense of security in Ning Yue. He glanced up at Ji Lian, who met his gaze with a downward glance. What's the matter? Ning Yue shook his head, continuing to focus ahead. Nothing. The distance was not great, and within a few steps, they arrived. Ning Yue looked down at the shattered spirit stone, where vibrant, multicolored sparks danced about. He tentatively extended his hand, and to his astonishment, one of the little sparks paused momentarily before affectionately approaching him. Ji Lian observed with an expression of anticipated understanding. Ning Yue swiftly grasped the little spark, but before he could fully comprehend the moment, it fizzled and vanished into the palm of his hand. Ning Yue was left bewildered. It just disappeared? Meanwhile, the thunderous tumult within the inner mountain finally subsided. Disciples huddled behind the elders, with the boldest among them employing every means at their disposal to shield themselves and their comrades. Yet, almost in unison, the gaze of all the disciples in the arena turned sharply towards Ning Yue. Ning Yue shyly shrank behind Ji Lian, murmuring, "They wouldn't be seeking trouble with me, would they?" Upon hearing this, Ji Lian chuckled softly, unfurling his robe to shield Ning Yue's half-exposed figure. "Rest assured, I am here." Suddenly, an astonishing realization struck. No way, Ning Yue possesses 5 spiritual roots. You are not mistaken. Moreover, all 5 of her spiritual roots are of celestial quality. Remarkable. The shattered spirit stones, though broken, had still conveyed the essential information, such as Ning Yue's extraordinary aptitude and the caliber of her spiritual roots. Thus, every individual present became acutely aware of her exceptional talents. The breaking of the spirit stone indicated its inability to withstand Ning Yue's prodigious gifts. Furthermore, it had summoned such a grand display of lightning. The disciples in the hall murmured in awe, unable to fathom the extent of Ning Yue's formidable power. Due to the unexpected shattering of the spirit stone, the remaining disciples could only await the morrow for further assessments. Yet, none voiced complaints, respectfully watching as Ning Yue was escorted away by the sect leader and esteemed elders. Ning Yue felt a wave of trepidation. Surely, they wouldn't demand compensation from her. She was utterly penniless. She still had a meager sum left from Qi Shuqing and Shi Yinghan's contributions. Ning Yue clutched her pocket tightly, pondering if it would suffice. Several elders stood upon the highest platform, encircling the sect leader, Ji Feng, while Ji Lian stood to one side, offering Ning Yue a gentle smile. "Stop smiling, brother." Ning Yue sighed. "No amount of charm can alter the reality that I must compensate for the damaged items." "Ning Yue," the sect leader called her attention. Ning Yue paused, then responded. "Do you wish to become a direct disciple of the Law Elder, learning swordsmanship under their guidance?" "Certainly. You may also learn from other factions. I shall not hinder you, as long as you can manage it." Ning Yue paused momentarily. The sect leader furrowed his brow. "Do you not favor sword cultivation and wish to pursue something else?" "I shall not impede that," the Law Elder nearly exclaimed. "Of course she likes it. How could she not?" Ning Yue quickly interjected, her voice tinged with hesitation. "What about the spirit stones and the damages to the venue? Am I not to compensate?" As soon as her words fell, laughter erupted in the hall. "What are you thinking? Of course, you need not compensate," the sect leader chuckled. "The restoration does not require your recompense. The sect can afford this expense." The Law Elder smacked her forehead. "I wondered why you remained silent throughout the journey. It turns out you were worried about this." Since there was no need for Ning Yue to compensate, she felt liberated, her previous vitality fully restored. "Then I am willing to become the direct disciple of the Law Elder." The elder beamed with delight, presenting Ning Yue with a carefully prepared disciple's jade token adorned with a pink tassel. He was thoroughly pleased. "A young lady of your age deserves such a color. I chose this tassel specifically for you. What do you think? Is it not beautiful? Do not underestimate it. It possesses defensive properties." "Wow," Ning Yue exclaimed as she received it, wholeheartedly bestowing emotional value upon him. "It is truly beautiful. Master, you have such an eye for selection." The Law Elder was momentarily taken aback by the flattery. Joyfully, he rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a plethora of items to thrust into Ning Yue's hands. Chapter 21. Your senior brother has been taken to learn the Guqin. Ning Yue, of course, accepted everything without hesitation. This ought to be a customary practice of our Fusang sect, as the Law Elder subtly gestures to the others. "My newly accepted disciple. Do any of you wish to express your sentiments?" The sect master chuckles softly. Naturally, there is no need for you to prompt. With a flick of his sleeve, he revealed a beautifully woven pouch, delicately embroidered with silver threads. Ning Yue took it into her hands. "What is this?" The sect master replied. This is the Qian Kuan bag. Ning Yue gazed curiously at this exquisite little pouch. Indeed, her knowledge of immortal cultivation literature was not entirely lacking. Could this be the mystical bag capable of holding all things with an infinitely vast internal space? Although it is not as exaggerated as that, the sect master interjected. Nonetheless, this Qian Kuan bag is of the highest grade, capable of containing anything you wish to store. Thank you, sect master. Ning Yue expressed her heartfelt gratitude. You are truly a benevolent person. Her eyes curved into a gentle arc, shimmering with light, and she regarded him with a gaze filled with trust and warmth. Under the enchanting gaze of those round, doe-like eyes, the sect master felt an overwhelming surge of paternal affection. And here, take this as well. The sect master promptly removed a silver bell from his waist and placed it into Ning Yue's hands. Do not be deceived by its appearance. It is, in fact, a rare spiritual grade heavenly artifact, which can prove invaluable in certain situations. Ning Yue accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A voice of astonishment arose. That is the pure sound bell, one of only 2 spiritual grade heavenly artifacts here. And the sect master has given it to Ning Yue just like that? Oh dear, with such a generous gesture from the sect master. What shall we offer to avoid appearing too meager? Ning Yue could not help but lower her gaze to the unremarkable little bell in her hand. It was indeed exquisitely crafted and would undoubtedly be quite valuable as a toy. With that in mind, the alchemist elder spoke, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his robes. These are 3 resurrection pills. In the realm of cultivation, only 3 individuals possess the ability to concoct such a pill. Even if the injured party clings to the last vestiges of life, consuming this pill will guarantee their recovery. Ning Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. Although her understanding of the pure sound bell was not yet comprehensive, she was utterly taken aback by the existence of a pill capable of healing any injury. Drawing from her limited knowledge of medicinal concoctions, she realized that such a potent elixir was indeed remarkable. The rune elder was deeply disheartened by Ning Yue's absence from the rune trial. Silently, he tossed a myriad of runes in her direction, departing in a huff. Ning Yue looked on, perplexed. The formation elder, on the other hand, pondered what to present as a gift. He certainly wouldn't sketch a formation on the spot for her. He rummaged through his Chinquan bag, appearing quite remorseful. I have little of value to offer, but how about some spirit stones? I have quite an abundance on hand. Before Ning Yue could respond, the formation elder urged, quickly, open your Chinquan bag. Ning Yue complied. In the next moment, a cascade of shimmering golden stones poured into her bag like sand. Ning Yue stared in disbelief, astonished by the sheer opulence of it all. The spirit stones continued to flow for a full quarter of an hour without cessation, while the formation elder watched with unblinking eyes, treating the wealth as if it were nothing more than grains of sand. The bag of holding remained unchanged, despite the countless spirit stones it had absorbed, weighing nothing as it comfortably rested in the palm of his hand. Ning Yue interjected, that should suffice. The formation elder replied, not nearly enough. Such a paltry sum will hardly satisfy the young girl. My aesthetic sense is rather ordinary. I shall have your senior sister take you shopping for a few new outfits. As another quarter hour slipped by, the formation elder's bag of holding finally reached its limit. Undeterred, he gave it a shake. Alas, there isn't much wealth contained within this bag. This is all there is. Should you find yourself in need of funds in the future, come to me, and I shall replenish your bag. Having grown up, Ning Yue finally experienced the sensation of regarding money with disdain, prompting him to sincerely inquire, is there a devaluation of currency in our midst? The law elder replied earnestly, not at all. Rather, it is the wealth of our Fusang sect that flourishes. Ning Yue, though somewhat impolite, couldn't help but ask the formation elder, may I inquire about the extent of your savings? The elder pondered for a moment, unable to draw any conclusions. In any case, I could easily afford to spend lavishly for a few hundred years without concern. Ning Yue responded with a silent contemplation, while the law elder chuckled. These formation masters, talisman masters, and alchemy masters are the wealthiest among us. Moreover, these individuals are renowned powerhouses within the realm of cultivation, so their savings are naturally substantial. Do not fret. Accept whatever I give you, and if it falls short, simply ask for more. After all, these old fellows do not require sustenance. Ning Yue exclaimed, indeed. Our Fusang sect initially attained its status as one of the 5 great sects through sheer strength. Yet, in recent years, the quality of disciples has waned, and it is not merely through financial means that we have managed to maintain our standing. At that moment, a small stone suddenly struck the law elder's forehead. He turned sharply to scold, only to discover it was the sect leader. What of it? The revered leader of the sect stood tall and proud. Who would dare to show us, the Fusang sect, any disrespect? After all, the finest alchemists, array masters, and talisman creators are found within our ranks. They can only speak of our capabilities in a derogatory manner. The leader patted Ning Yue's shoulder, saying, remember, should you encounter any difficulties outside, do not fear. The sect will support you. Ning Yue swallowed hard, responding with a simple, oh. A beautiful female elder, with a hint of disdain, pushed the leader aside. Enough of this. You've held the young one for far too long, and I have yet to present my gift. Turning her attention, she beamed down at Ning Yue. Do you enjoy music cultivation? I have many charming brothers and sisters here. I assure you, you won't regret it. The law elder, having overheard part of the conversation, sensed something amiss and rushed forward to separate the two. Did you not say you were bestowing a gift? And yet, you are attempting to recruit a disciple right before my eyes. Music cultivation? Ning Yue echoed, intrigued. Indeed, she replied with a smile. The elder brothers and sisters are all quite delightful. Ning Yue pondered her musical abilities, realizing that her only proficient instruments were the piano and the violin. Setting aside the question of whether pianos existed in this world, music cultivation involved combat through the practice of instruments. Surely, she would not be expected to bring a piano merely to play within its confines. The violin, however, was a possibility, though she wondered if it too existed here. As for other common instruments in the cultivation realm, she was entirely unacquainted. With her most practiced smile, Ning Yue responded, I apologize, elder, but I only play the violin. I'm not skilled with any other instruments. The elder furrowed her brow in contemplation. What is a violin? Ning Yue realized, indeed, there was no violin among the instruments. Sighing dramatically, he lamented, it seems I am fated to remain unacquainted with music cultivation. Draw the blueprint. I shall create it. Ning Yue was taken aback. Huh? The elder swiftly produced paper and a pen. Draw reluctantly. Ning Yue picked up the tools and, relying on his memory, endeavored to sketch the shape and structure. Fortunately, his previous life had endowed him with a commendable aptitude for sketching, and his drawing turned out quite presentable. The female elder pondered over the completed blueprint for a moment before exiting the room. Ning Yue wondered, why does the elder want me to study music cultivation? The law-enforcing elder rubbed his temples and replied, that individual has a penchant for beauty. Her disciples are invariably strikingly attractive. Thus, regardless of the path they pursue, any who capture her attention must additionally learn a musical instrument. A realization struck him. Your senior brother was similarly compelled to learn the guqin. Ning Yue could only respond with a stunned silence. Chapter 22. One person, three cultivations. Unheard of. After the remaining elders presented their gifts, they departed. It was said that several elders who were away had yet to return. The law-enforcing elder, grinding his teeth, assured Ning Yue, rest assured, I will procure their gifts. Yours shall not be overlooked. Ning Yue felt deeply touched. Master, you are too kind. The law-enforcing elder proudly lifted his chin and declared, come. Let me introduce you to your senior brother. Senior brother. Ning Yue inquired curiously, does Master only have one disciple? Well, now with you, there are two. He took his sword and brought Ning Yue back to his mountain peak, gesturing towards the vast expanse of land. What do you think? This is the territory of our trio. Ning Yue exclaimed, wow, it's really big. Good disciple. The law elder led Ning Yue around the mountaintop for a while, pointing out the various buildings as he explained. This is where I reside, he indicated. Over here is yours, and over there is your senior brother's. Perfectly arranged. He stroked his long beard and glanced at the nearby structure, saying, your senior brother is in the courtyard. Ning Yue followed her master into her senior brother's yard like a little chick, pondering what kind of person her senior brother might be. As she entered, she saw two young men dressed in the sect's white robes with blue sashes standing in the courtyard. They seemed to be engaged in conversation, their hair and sleeves swaying in the breeze. Upon sensing another presence, one of the youths turned, revealing a familiar and handsome face. Ning Yue gasped, brother. Shuri'an smiled and nodded at her, saying, I've been waiting for you. The law elder stroked his chin, inquiring, what? Do you two know each other? Shuri'an nodded with a smile, moving closer to Ning Yue. Yes, we met down the mountain before and exchanged a few words. The other young man, who had been standing with Shuri'an, approached as well. He wore the same white robe and blue sash, adorned with golden thread embroidery at the sleeves and collar, and appeared to be a direct disciple. Unlike Shuri'an, he bore a cold demeanor when not smiling, and now he slightly inclined his head towards Ning Yue. The law elder remarked, you may not recognize this one. He is a direct disciple of the Refining Tools sect, your senior brother Gongji. Senior brother Gongji? Ning Yue tilted her head curiously. The name echoed in his mind, a whisper from the past. The elder of law turned to Ning Yue, introducing her as his junior sister, who had just ascended the mountain that day. His gaze shifted to her face, where her delicate brows were slightly furrowed. Ning Yue. Junior sister? Gongji felt a flicker of recognition, for he was known for his remarkable memory. He scrutinized Ning Yue's features intently. In a moment of electric realization, they both widened their eyes in unison and exclaimed, "The senior brother from the Formation Trial, the new disciple of the Formation Sect this year." Sheringhon, perplexed, looked at the two of them, questioning, "Do you know each other?" At this, the Elder of Law sprang up, wrapping his arms around Ning Yue protectively and waving dismissively at Gong Ji. "Away with you. What new disciple of the Formation Sect? Ning Yue is clearly my newly accepted direct disciple." Gong Ji gazed at Ning Yue in confusion, then turned his eyes to the Elder of Law, asking, "What is going on?" Ning Yue chuckled, "Well, I accidentally passed both trials and ended up here for sword cultivation." Gong Ji, Sheringhon. It is well known that one can only choose a single path for cultivation. Gong Ji silently glanced at Sheringhon and then at Ning Yue, realizing that these two direct disciples of sword cultivation were no ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Ning Yue remained blissfully unaware, adding, "Actually, I also passed the Alchemy Trial." A thunderous shock erupted. Gong Ji, whose expression had been calm and nearly devoid of emotion, was suddenly taken aback, staring at Ning Yue in disbelief. Rendered speechless for a moment, he stiffly turned his head to Sheringhon. Only then did Sheringhon maintain a placid demeanor, standing undisturbed as if the news had struck him with little surprise. Gong Ji remarked, "A singular individual mastering 3 disciplines. This is unprecedented. And you remain unfazed? Very well, it is clear that all you sword cultivators are extraordinary beings, particularly the 2 direct disciples of the Law Elder." Gong Ji unfastened the pouch from his waist and presented it to Ning Yue. "A modest token from your senior brother. Farewell." With that, he strode out without a glance back. Ning Yue gazed curiously at his retreating figure. "Have you finished conversing with my brother?" But Gong Ji departed, seemingly oblivious to her words. She turned her attention back to the serene expression of Sheringhon. "Is brother Gong Ji really leaving? Were you not just conversing?" Sheringhon smiled gently, indeed. Ning Yue expressed her concern. "I hope I did not interrupt your discussion." Sheringhon replied, "No." Ning Yue hesitated, raising her gaze to scrutinize Sheringhon's expression, uncertain of his thoughts. "Brother, who am I?" Sheringhon responded, "You are you." Ning Yue sighed, confirming her suspicion that he had not truly registered her words. She grasped the hem of the Law Elder's robe. "Master, has my brother been affected by something?" The Law Elder, accustomed to such peculiarities, found amusement in Sheringhon's demeanor as he stroked his beard. "Do you truly believe your words lacked impact?" Ning Yue hesitated. "Oh, I thought it was quite normal. Everyone can learn various disciplines." Even the Law Elder, fully aware of Ning Yue's remarkable talent, could not suppress a twitch at his temple. "Very well, you should rest. I shall attend to your brother." Ning Yue returned to her courtyard, which had been meticulously arranged by the Elder of Law and her mentor, Inghan. The space was imbued with a palpable sense of youthful exuberance, adorned in a tender shade of pink that permeated both the courtyard and all the items within her room. Ning Yue mused to herself, acknowledging that she was already in her 20s, well past the age of innocent girlishness. Yet, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for the effort taken to curate such a collection of pink treasures. She picked up the bag that Gong Ji had just given her, also in pastel pink. A smile broke across her face as she discovered a delicately crafted hairpin shaped like a flower petal, its intricate design undeniably beautiful and, of course, still pink. Ning Yue surmised that this was not just an ordinary hairpin. Given Gong Ji's expertise in tool refinement, it likely served as a protective talisman of some sort. She fastened the hairpin in her hair and began to admire her new abode. The courtyard also housed a patch of medicinal herbs, many of which she recognized from her experiences at the trial grounds. Additionally, there was a row of various alchemical furnaces, each distinct in its design. It was said that spiritual plants and alchemical furnaces were quite expensive in the cultivation world, and Ning Yue marveled at the opulence of such a wealthy sect that maintained its status through riches. Suddenly, Ning Yue experienced a sharp, piercing pain in her consciousness, striking her without warning. The intensity of the pain rendered her speechless, leaving her unable to call for help. Instinctively, she tried to summon Xiaohua, uncertain of her own physical state but hopeful that the little flower might possess some insight. However, she abruptly halted, her strength vanishing along with her awareness. Wait, could this possibly be the after effect of spiritual root damage? Chapter 23. Terrified, I nearly thought I would be pressed against senior brother Gong. Ning Yue's consciousness wavered, as if a light was breaking through the darkness. She abruptly opened her eyes to find the alchemy elder seated beside her. The law enforcement elder and Sheringhon also appeared nearby, gazing at her with concern. As Ning Yue's awareness gradually returned, she recalled the cause of her fainting spell. Indeed, before she could utter a word, the alchemy elder spoke gravely. Your spiritual root has suffered significant damage. Have you misused it? His tone was assertive, laden with certainty. A strange sense of guilt washed over Ning Yue. Observing her expression, The alchemy elder sighed, realizing his deduction was accurate. The water spiritual root is severely impaired. If not promptly nourished, it will adversely affect your other spiritual roots. The consequences could range from a lifetime devoid of cultivation to the loss of your life. Shi Inghan interjected. Both of these outcomes seem rather severe. The law enforcement elder, agitated, tugged at the alchemy elder's sleeve with urgency. Alchemy master, I have taken on this precious disciple this year. We must do everything possible to restore Ning Yue. With the wealth of Fusang Sect, what materials are beyond our reach? Just name it, and I shall cover the expenses. The alchemy elder, equally troubled, retrieved his sleeve with a sigh. This is not a matter solvable by mere wealth. Ning Yue's damage is too profound. Only the cold-hearted azure lotus can provide the necessary nourishment. No other herbs will suffice. The law enforcement elder huffed. It's merely a cold-hearted azure lotus. Though it may be challenging to procure, it is not impossible. I've heard that the secret realm of the Azure Valley will open in 2 days. I shall gather one then. The expressions of Master Inghan and the alchemy elder were complex as they regarded him. The law enforcement elder, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "What is the matter? Although this secret realm is fraught with dangers and complexities, it remains a trivial matter for me. Rest assured." He then turned to Ning Yue, saying, "Wait patiently. Dear disciple, I shall gather the lotus of the azure mist for you. Not only is it edible, but it is also visually splendid. Should you require more? I shall gather additional stalks for you to admire in your abode." Ning Yue thought to himself, if memory serves me well, the azure mist lotus is an exceedingly rare medicinal herb. Something that is worth its weight in gold is so casually mentioned for gathering? Shock washed over him. Is this the confidence of a grand sect? The alchemy elder, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Have you lost your senses? Only disciples at the golden core level and below are permitted to enter the azure mist valley secret realm. May I inquire about your age and cultivation level?" Suddenly, the expression of the law enforcement elder froze. Ning Yue remained silent. The alchemy elder approached with a sense of purpose, stating, "The Azure Mist Valley secret realm is one of the trials that disciples must undertake before advancing their cultivation. With the reopening of this secret realm, the sect master has arranged for a group of disciples to participate in the trials, and you shall accompany them." Ning Yue coughed weakly. "Elder, my health is not in the best condition." The alchemy elder cast a casual glance at her, remarking, "Do not feign illness. I have already suppressed your injuries. Your body and spirit are unaffected, and as long as you consume the azure mist lotus, you shall recover." Ning Yue, his eyes brimming with tears, lamented, "I had hoped to take a break. What is meant to come will indeed come." Master Inghan chuckled softly, his voice gentle and refined. "Do not worry. I will accompany you on this journey. Though the Bayou Valley is fraught with peril, returning alive should not pose a significant challenge." Ning Yue suppressed the urge to weep. "Brother, you have no idea. I could very well be devoured by the ancient giant python." Seeing the tearful expression on Ning Yue's face, Shi Inghan mistakenly believed she was moved by his words. He felt somewhat embarrassed and added, "It's not just me. There are also other disciples from our sect. We will undoubtedly find the Bayou Lotus." Ning Yue lifted her doe-like eyes, her voice imbued with the sweet softness characteristic of a young girl. "Thank you, brother." Shi Inghan was utterly enchanted, his heart aflutter. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, "No need for thanks. I shall return to my cultivation. You should rest early." As he walked away, he silently resolved that no one could thwart his quest for the Bayou Lotus. Ning Yue sighed and flopped back onto her bed. The alchemy elder placed a small porcelain vial before her. "One per day until the secret realm opens." "All right. I want to forget," Ning Yue responded promptly. The alchemy elder sighed, "Your body has quite a few issues. This time, we need the Bayou Lotus to nourish your water spiritual root. I hope next time we want tea require the blaze flower for your fire spiritual root." Ning Yue thoughtfully stroked her chin. The fire spiritual root is actually not a necessity, but the others may require some nourishment. The alchemy elder fell silent, quietly dragging along the petrified law enforcement elder. "Just in case, I shall gather some rare spiritual plants to keep on hand." Ning Yue smiled and waved her hand. "Goodbye, elder." "Goodbye, master." Once the room was empty, she planned to enter her consciousness space for cultivation, as she had yet to finish studying the fire-based spells. She seeks to alter her fate of being devoured by a python. Just then, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. Ning Yue, her mind tangled in confusion, turned her head. Who is it? Visiting a patient at such a late hour? Does one not realize that an injured person needs to conserve their energy in the stillness of night? The visitor was Gongji. Ning Yue paused, curiosity piquing her as she climbed out of bed, scrutinizing Gongji's expression, and hesitantly inquired, "Senior brother Gong, do you have something to discuss with me?" Gongji's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Upon hearing her, he nodded slightly and approached the bedside step by step. as the distance between them diminished. Ning Yue could discern the line of his jaw with a mere glance upwards. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively placed her hand against Gong Ji's abdomen, wishing to halt his advance. The air became stagnant for a few seconds. At the moment her hand made contact, Ning Yue unconsciously pressed down. Remarkably, for one so young, the sensation of his abdominal muscles was rather impressive. After a couple of presses, she suddenly recollected something and promptly adopted a serious tone. Addressing Gong Ji with earnestness, "Senior brother, what are you intending to do?" Gong Ji, seemingly puzzled, glanced at the small hands resting on his abdomen before diverting his gaze and disregarding it. He then bent slightly, reaching to cover Ning Yue's head with his hand. "Ning Yue." Her eyes widened in surprise, uncertain of his intentions. In the next instant, Gong Ji's hand withdrew from her head, and it appeared that his fingers were clutching something. Ning Yue focused her gaze to discover it was a gift from Gong Ji, a small hairpin shaped like a petal. "Ning Yue." "Oh," Gong Ji remarked, "your spiritual root has been damaged. This small talisman is meant to preserve your spiritual vein. It alerted me, allowing you to endure until the elder alchemist arrived." Ning Yue gazed at the delicate hairpin delicately held between his slender fingers, realizing its true purpose. "Oh, so this is how it's used," he mused. Gong Ji nodded in response, albeit with a hint of humility. "However, my skills are somewhat limited. It has sustained damage while preserving your spiritual vein. I went to gather materials earlier, and now I shall mend it anew." Ning Yue rose from the bed, finding Gong Ji already seated at the table, and he moved closer. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous cracks marring the exquisite, translucent pink petals. Gong Ji adeptly set to work on the repairs. "Thank you, Senior Brother Gong," Ning Yue said, leaning in. "Otherwise, I might have been rendered helpless." Gong Ji paused, casting a brief glance at Ning Yue while his hands continued their task. After a while, he declared, "The restoration is nearly complete. Its efficacy surpasses that of the previous one, and it will endure for a longer duration." Ning Yue marveled. "Wow, impressive." Chapter 24. "No. Are you afraid?" Perhaps due to Gong Ji's profound familiarity with this magical artifact, the repair required little effort on his part. In scarcely a quarter of an hour, he had finished. He then meticulously examined the petals from all angles, ensuring no detail was overlooked before presenting it back to Ning Yue. Ning Yue accepted it, reattaching it to the side of his hair, and flashed a sweet smile at him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Gong." Gong Ji's expression remained unchanged, and he inclined his head slightly. "No need for thanks. You should rest now. I shall take my leave." He lowered his garments and made his way to the door. Ning Yue glanced at the sky outside and grasped the sleeve of Gong Ji, saying, "Please wait a moment, Senior Brother Gong." He then turned and rummaged through his belongings. And after a lengthy search, he finally produced a beautiful glass vial from his chin-kuan bag. Gong Ji observed the busy Ning Yue and inquired, "What is happening?" Ning Yue responded with a mysterious smile, "Just watch." As she spoke, a small, radiant flame ignited in her hand. Gong Ji followed her gaze. The delicate, fair hand reached toward the mouth of a bottle, and the flame obediently fell into it. The dazzling light reflected beautifully within the exquisite glass vessel. With a gentle smile, Ning Yue offered the bottle to him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Gong, for coming to help me repair the magical artifact at this late hour." Gong Ji paused, momentarily taken aback and failing to extend his hand to receive it. Ning Yue sighed and assertively grasped his hand, forcefully placing the glowing glass bottle into his palm. "Consider it a source of illumination. The outside is shrouded in darkness, with the flame accompanying you. There is no need for fear." Gong Ji's gaze shifted to the glass bottle, where the flame radiated a warm light, playfully flickering at him through the glass. He responded slowly, "I am not afraid." Ning Yue retorted, "Sister has finally created a romantic atmosphere. Could you refrain from being a killjoy?" Her expression remained stoic as she insisted, "No, you are afraid." Upon hearing this, Gong Ji scrutinized Ning Yue's countenance. The young girl's fair face bore a subtle expression of threat, which she believed she concealed quite well. He couldn't help but smile. "All right." He grasped the glass bottle and turned to bid farewell to Ning Yue. "It is getting late. You should rest soon." Once Gong Ji departed, Ning Yue eagerly entered her consciousness space. Little Flower lay leisurely on the cushion. Noticing Ning Yue yawn, "You're here?" Ning Yue seized the small flower and pulled out the cushion to sit upon it, resuming her reading of the half-explored book laid on the table. The small flower protested indignantly, "What are you doing? Stealing my things." Ning Yue dismissed her with indifference, stating, "In the realm of consciousness, everything belongs to me, including you." The small flower, arms crossed in frustration, lightly swatted Ning Yue with a leaf, huffing in annoyance. Indeed, as Ning Yue had asserted, anything within the realm of consciousness was hers. With the elevation of her realm and mental prowess, Ning Yue discovered new applications for her consciousness space. akin to her previous encounters with the man in the blue robe during the Alchemy Trials. Whatever she envisioned could materialize within this space, a remarkably useful skill. Yet, the items she could conjure were limited to those she had seen and was familiar with, and they could not be transported to the external world. However, the small flower speculated that as Ning Yue's mental strength continued to grow, she might one day be able to bring her creations beyond this realm. Ning Yue donned a pair of low-degree glasses perched on her nose and casually opened a packet of potato chips. This consciousness library had been tailored perfectly to her preferences and habits, offering an array of snacks and beverages. The small flower shifted to the adjacent leather sofa, languidly remarking, "Well, you've done something commendable." Ning Yue cast a sidelong glance at the small flower and tossed her a bottle of colorful drink. In the meantime, she had finished reading the ancient fire seed, though the brief time allowed only for a cursory understanding. Standing up, Ning Yue closed her eyes and envisioned a vast expanse of pure white space. A gentle warmth radiated from the center of her brow. Upon opening her eyes, Ning Yue found herself enveloped in a pristine white expanse, devoid of any impurities. A beverage had spilled all over her, transforming the little white flower into a vivid red one, which appeared rather displeased with her new appearance. Grumbling, it hopped onto Ning Yue's shoulder, exclaiming, "Could you possibly inform me beforehand, next time we switch spaces? I've wasted nearly half a bottle of drink." Ning Yue chuckled softly, "My apologies. Once we return, I shall conjure a whole pile of drinks for you." The little flower was appeased, inquiring, "Have you completed your training with the ancient fire seed?" Ning Yue nodded. "Just barely. Let us test its might." A wall, 3 meters thick, materialized within the space. With her palm facing upward, an immense, searing flame ignited in her hand, then shot towards the stone wall at an imperceptible speed. The moment the fire made contact with the wall, it began to melt at a visible pace, astonishingly liquefying in merely 3 seconds. No wonder it was deemed an ancient fire seed. Its power was indeed formidable. The little flower nestled amongst Ning Yue's cascading locks, observing the flame's potency with awe. Just as Ning Yue anticipated a compliment, she heard the flower exclaim, "Wow, how could you have trained the ancient fire seed to this extent? Its power must be less than 10%. Ning Yue fell silent, then candidly revealed, "To be precise, it has achieved about 80%. "Humph," the little flower retorted, "this power is merely sufficient to dazzle those outside. In my eyes, it is hardly noteworthy. However, for you to attain 80% after just 2 days of training, you truly are worthy of being my master." Ning Yue. Xiaohua continued the examination. "What about the other techniques? How well have you practiced?" Ning Yue, resembling a student subjected to scrutiny, demonstrated each of the remaining spells to Xiaohua. As per her usual manner, Xiaohua first delivered a few critiques before offering some praise. Ning Yue had grown quite accustomed to this pedagogical approach, and at times, Xiaohua's suggestions proved to be remarkably incisive. The secret realm of Bo Valley is rather treacherous, permitting only those at the Golden Core stage and below to enter. The highest cultivation level permitted within its confines is merely the late Golden Core stage, and the risks within Bo Valley are manifold. One misstep could lead to death. Over the past few centuries, many lives have been claimed within, although some have emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, the perils are substantial, yet so too are the opportunities. Your spiritual root has suffered irreversible damage, which would ordinarily render you incapable of pursuing the path of cultivation. However, a single Bo Lotus can restore your spiritual root to its pristine condition, surpassing even the efficacy of a marrow-cleansing pill. It is only now that Ning Yue fully comprehended the rarity of the Bo Lotus and the reason why, despite the inherent dangers of the secret realm, so many individuals are drawn to it. Given your abilities and the spells you have learned, you are likely equipped to survive within the secret realm. However, such realms are typically the domain of cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Hence, I advise you to strive for a breakthrough to the Golden Core within the next couple of days. Ning Yue, feeling helpless. Are you speaking from a position of comfort? Is it truly that easy to achieve a breakthrough? Xiaohua, unfazed, cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yue. Spare me the pretense. I know you well enough. You are not the type who struggles excessively to break through, so make haste to advance. I will check back in 2 days. If you have not succeeded, I shall impose heavier tasks upon you. Ning Yue felt a deep sorrow within her heart. Chapter 25, a genius, indeed. Breaking through to the Golden Core so swiftly. In the blink of 2 days, under the watchful eye of Xiaohua, Ning Yue successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage. The spiritual energy surrounding the mountain surged eagerly into her humble courtyard. Disciples scattered throughout the sect sensed the fluctuations of this energy and excitedly turned their gazes toward the source. Who among the senior brothers and sisters had achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core? How impressive! Could it be from the peak of the law enforcement elder? He only had 2 disciples, right? The senior brother had broken through several years ago, and if there is another, A collective gasp echoed. Was it not the newly accepted disciple, Ning Yue, who had just achieved this breakthrough? The expressions of the crowd gradually shifted to astonishment and trepidation. Elders from various peaks felt the aura of the Golden Core breakthrough and could not help but click their tongues in disbelief. This must be the energy emitted by the direct disciple of the law enforcement elder, right? Indeed, it is terrifying. I recall she hailed from the lower realm and, within a mere few days, had ascended from chi refinement to the Golden Core. Is she even human? Even the most gifted individuals typically require a decade or more to reach the Golden Core, while those who achieve the Golden Core in 10 years are undoubtedly prodigies. There are many who remain stagnant at this stage even after a century of cultivation. It can only be said that Ning Yue is a natural talent for cultivation. It seems that she could very well be the first to ascend in nearly a century, a remarkable young girl. Hush, someone cautioned, this cannot be spoken of outside. We must inform the law enforcement elder to ensure his little disciple remains discreet. Ning Yue remained oblivious to these whispers. A gentle warmth emanated from the dantian, signifying the successful condensation of a golden elixir. Indeed, the prowess of mental and spiritual energy, along with the acceleration of cultivation, was beyond comparison to the foundation establishment stage. The speed at which one could absorb spiritual energy during the Golden Core stage was akin to bestowing wings upon Ning Yue's already exceptional ability to assimilate such energy. With a powerful flourish, Ning Yue swung his robust arm, contemplating the considerable enhancement in the potency of fire-based spells. The law enforcement elder had long been waiting at Ning Yue's door. As soon as Ning Yue emerged, the elder eagerly thrust various items into his hands, leaving Ning Yue momentarily bewildered. Among the offerings were an array of advanced magical instruments, high-tier talismans, potent elixirs, and a sword of a delicate pink hue. Ning Yue fell into silence upon gazing at the pink sword, pondering, what should I do if my master believes I fancy this color? Oh, dear apprentice, my master has yet to teach you the art of swordsmanship, and you are already set to venture forth alone. Cursed be the alchemy elder, who, astonishingly, had no blue lotus in stock. Knowing the rarity of the blue lotus, Ning Yue felt compelled to defend the alchemy elder's honor. The law enforcement elder continued, expressing frustration. My master has grown old and can no longer enter the secret realm. The notorious Blue Valley secret realm has an age restriction. Ning Yue, observing the elder's exasperated demeanor, couldn't help but find him rather endearing. However, there were still numerous high-tier items at his master's disposal. With his recent breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, in the company of several senior brothers and sisters, he would undoubtedly emerge successfully. Do not fear, master. Ning Yue reassured the elder. I am not afraid. Rest assured, I shall return in a few days. Our Fusang sect will certainly return from the secret realm intact. After saying this, he lifted the pink sword and inquired, by the way, master, what is this? Oh, this, the elder of law said with a sense of pride. You have yet to forge your own life sword and must make do with another. This is a renowned sword I discovered in my youth within a secret realm named Hu Enming. Last night, I asked your master craftsman to alter its color, and today it indeed compliments you splendidly. Ning Yue, this little old man's girlish affection for pink. Yet, she was deeply touched and cherished the sword, cradling Hu Enming in her arms. The 12-year-old girl, embracing a sword nearly her height, stood in the wind, smiling as she said, Thank you, master. I will take great care of Hu Enming. Ning Yue regarded the elder of law earnestly, her doe-like eyes wide, her back straightened, appearing delicate and petite. The sight of the girl standing resolutely against the cold breeze somehow tugged at the elder's heartstrings, and he burst into tears. My poor disciple. So young and yet venturing into such perilous secret realms. What will happen if you get injured without me by your side? Those senior brothers and sisters of yours may not be reliable. What if they fail to protect you? Ning Yue found herself at a loss. She had consoled 6-year-olds before. But how does one comfort a 600-year-old? Resolving to take a chance, she extended her small hand, intending to place it on the elder's head and utter some comforting words, only to hear her master sniffle. Taking advantage of the moment, he wiped away a tear and ceased his weeping, advising Ning Yue, remember, when you are outside, you must conceal your strengths. Do not let others know that at your age you are at the Golden Core stage. It is best to pretend to be at the Chi refinement stage. Ning Yue silently withdrew her hand. Emotions can be as fleeting as the wind, arriving and departing at will, more capricious than a child's countenance. After silently critiquing her own feelings, she began to reflect upon her master's words. Conceal one's true abilities? Pretend to be merely at the Chi refinement stage? The elder in charge continued. Indeed, there are some who have lingered for centuries in their cultivation, unable to ascend, harboring twisted sentiments within. They cannot bear to witness the emergence of talented prodigies, often resorting to insidious means to eliminate them before they even have a chance to blossom. There have been several such instances before. In the depths of the secret realms, it is inevitable that one may draw attention, and such matters can easily circulate. It is wise to exercise caution. I understand, Master, Ning Yue noted. I will safeguard myself. After their exchange, Master Inghan called for preparations to embark on their journey. The elder's demeanor shifted once more. Now both of his disciples were preparing to venture forth into a notoriously perilous secret realm, a source of great concern for him. An elderly heart can only bear so much. He grasped Ning Yue with one hand and Master Inghan with the other, depositing various items into their respective spatial bags. Ultimately, Ning Yue and Master Inghan managed to assuage his worries. At the sect's entrance, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, all donning civilian attire rather than the disciple robes. Before departing, Master Inghan insisted that Ning Yue change into her previous white dress. A total of 8 members set forth for the secret realm. To Ning Yue's astonishment, she recognized familiar faces among the group. Jiang Yixin and Duan Huailin were also present. Ning Yue, perplexed, questioned, was it not said that this secret realm is perilous, with only senior brothers and sisters allowed? One of the seniors offered an explanation. This rare expedition into the secret realm is a remarkable opportunity. All participants are direct disciples of the elders, possessing considerable strength, and engaging in this trial is certainly beneficial. Jiang Yixin, taking advantage of his age, self-assuredly referred to Ning Yue as junior sister. Are you surprised? He inquired. Ning Yue replied, no, I believe this reflects your true capabilities. Duan Weilin, observing Ning Yue from the side, hesitated slightly and asked, have you broken through to the Golden Core stage? Yes, Ning Yue affirmed, scrutinizing him in return. Sensing a different aura from him, she countered, aren't you as well? Duan Huailin smiled faintly. Indeed, Master is truly formidable. Chapter 26. Does the Master have a pairing obsession? After exchanging a few words, they greeted their senior brothers and sisters before setting off towards the Bo Valley secret realm. Since Ning Yue, Jiang Yixin, and Duan Weilin could not manipulate swords, they utilized a flying artifact, a magnificent ship. This vessel not only soared through the skies but also concealed its form and presence, rendering it undetectable. It is a rare heavenly-grade artifact, a rarity among the 5 major sects, unattainable by smaller sections. Ning Yue rested her chin on her hand, perplexed. I thought our Fusang sect had many members, and there would be numerous participants in the secret realm, yet only 8 have come. Master Inghan smiled gently, addressing her query. In realms of this caliber, the casualties can be significant. The presence of additional disciples would merely lead to more losses. Even we must exercise utmost caution and vigilance. Ning Yue, filled with spirited enthusiasm, declared, no problem. Master Inghan gazed at her, unable to suppress a laugh. I never anticipated you would be this formidable. It seems that even without my assistance, you would undoubtedly shine on your own merits. Ning Yue, with a serious demeanor, interjected. What are you saying, senior brother? Without you, I might have already met an untimely end at the hands of some rotund brute. Not to mention, I would never have had the chance to cultivate alongside you all. Moreover, Ning Yue elongated her tone, fixating her gaze on Shi Ring'an. It is precisely because of you, senior brother, that I embarked on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, I might have remained oblivious to the existence of ascension in this world. Shi Ring'an regarded the petite girl before him, extending his hand to gently pat her head several times. With a demeanor akin to an adult, he reassured her, fear not, junior sister, for I shall surely keep you safe. Ning Yue crossed her arms and tilted her chin upwards, gazing at Shi Ring'an. Perhaps not, senior brother. I could protect you as well. Shi Ring'an chuckled at her spirited demeanor, unable to suppress his amusement. Very well, I shall cheer you on from the sidelines. Cheer for what? A teasing voice chimed in. Ning Yue turned, surprised to find a round-faced senior sister, whom she had previously encountered in the sword cultivator's resting area. Ah, senior sister. The senior sister looked pleasantly surprised. Oh, you remember me? Ning Yue replied, please do not underestimate the memory of the youth. The senior sister chuckled softly. My name is Yu Xiao. I am a disciple of the inner sect of sword cultivators, and we shall be venturing together to the secret realm of Bo Valley. The atmosphere aboard the flying vessel was exceedingly harmonious. Yu Xiao remarked, Yang Fei has brewed some tea. Allow me to invite you to partake. Ning Yue and Shi Ring'an acknowledged her and entered together. The interior of the spaceship is remarkably spacious, and several individuals have gathered around a table. Yang Fei, a tall senior brother, eagerly waves to the 2 newcomers as they enter. Come quickly. This year's newly released tea leaves are something I've been cherishing. Even Master hasn't had a taste yet. I've been waiting to share it with you. Shi Ring'an chuckles softly. How long do you think your new tea can elude Elder Yu Xiao? Perhaps by the time you emerge from the secret realm, it will have already been claimed by the Elder. Yu Xiao, standing nearby, nods in agreement. We wouldn't be able to appreciate your tea anyway. It's quite the effort for you to hide it from your master. Ning Yue, with her petite figure, settles herself down and lifts the teacup before her, taking a sip. It is neither bitter nor astringent, but rather sweet and fragrant, truly excellent tea. Sighing contentedly, Ning Yue inquires of Yang Fei, brother. This must be the tea harvested in March of this year? Yang Fei stares at the 12-year-old girl in astonishment. Indeed. Ning Yue purses her lips thoughtfully. If left to steep for another 3 days, its flavor would be at its peak. Currently, it tastes somewhat mild. Her articulate observations leave the others at the table momentarily speechless. Sheringan lifts her teacup, takes a delicate sip, and after a long pause remarks, bitter. Yushao tentatively samples a sip as well and similarly sets her cup down in silence, astringent. Away with it. Yang Fei, snapping back to reality, playfully pushes the two away. Who just claimed they couldn't appreciate my tea? Little junior sister, your tea-tasting abilities are impressive. Ning Yue remains unfazed, nodding earnestly at Yang Fei. Indeed. Yang Fei, deeply touched, exclaims, little junior sister, you are the first person, aside from master, to truly understand my tea. Ning Yue, senior brother, I warmly welcome you to indulge in any new tea that you may come across in the future. I shall not refuse. For Yang Fei's tea is truly delightful. Ning Yue was astonished to discover such high-quality tea in this realm of cultivation. The two felt an immediate camaraderie. Yang Fei, junior sister, let us exchange contact information, so I can reach out to you later. Ning Yue produced a jade tablet adorned with pink tassels. When it made gentle contact with Yang Fei's disciple tablet, they familiarized themselves with each other's spiritual energy, enabling communication. Ning Yue had recently learned this method from her master, Sheringan. She flicked the pink tassels. All right. Yang Fei replied enthusiastically, rest assured, junior sister, I shall deliver your share of tea every month. Ning Yue gazed at him with excitement. Thank you, senior brother. Sheringan smiled subtly, remarking to Yang Fei, it seems you have finally found someone to converse with. Yang Fei expressed his pride. I told you. In such a vast sect, how could there be no one who shares my interests? Of course, my master does not count. Ning Yue lowered her gaze to take a small sip, casually reaching to tuck the jade tablet back into her waist. A crisp sound startled her, leading her to believe she had bumped into the table. Looking down, she realized it was not the table, but rather the sound of Sheringan's disciple tablet colliding with hers. The two translucent jade tablets had gently touched. Sheringan smiled softly, his gaze warm. Did junior sister forget to exchange with me? Ning Yue. I was just about to exchange with senior brother. Sheringan then explained the usage of the jade tablets to Ning Yue. As they were about to exchange contact information, they were called away, leaving the two of them without having connected. The jade pendants overflowed with spiritual energy. After becoming acquainted, they each returned to their respective jade pendants. The pink and blue tassels clashed gently with one another. Ning Yue found himself momentarily lost in thought, realizing that his master genuinely cherished such ornamental items. Each disciple possessed one. Master Han maintained her stoic expression as she retracted her hand, having successfully added the contact. TSK. Yang Fei scrutinized Master Han's demeanor, remarking that the junior sister had added him first. Master Han cast a glance in his direction, choosing to ignore him. There were also two senior sisters, one specializing in music and the other in talismans. They were resting in the room, not partaking in tea together. Ning Yue assisted Yang Fei in tidying the table. Master Han glanced outside. We are nearing the secret realm of Bio Valley. Yushao also looked out. Nodding. I will gather everyone. Ning Yue leaned over to peer down from the flying ship. Below, an expanse of dense Bio forest stretched endlessly, shrouded in thick white mist, presenting an ominously chilling sight. The 8 of them had gathered and were peering down together. Ning Yue clicked his tongue, observing the area emanating coldness. That place is clearly not welcoming. Chapter 27. My goodness. Is that person Master Han? Ning Yue pondered where they could safely dock the ship when he heard the cool voice of a senior sister nearby. Just jump down from here. The ship will be stored in the Qianquan bag. Jump down directly? Ning Yue was astonished. That must be at least 100 meters. Is it really safe to jump down without risking injury? Sister seems to be called Lu Qingyin, who cast a gentle glance at Ning Yue upon hearing the name. Surely, jumping from this point would lead directly into the secret realm, and it would be difficult for others to discern their identities, facilitating concealment. It appears that the other members of the group have accepted this situation quite well, their expressions remaining unchanged. The senior brothers and sisters need not be mentioned. Yet it was unexpected that Jiang Yishan and Duan Huilin remained equally unperturbed. Ning Yue pondered, is there no one to share in my anxiety? Yang Fei calmly opened his Qianquan bag, inviting, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them vanished, and the flying ship shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, vanishing into Yang Fei's Qianquan bag, suddenly lacking support beneath her feet. Ning Yue felt a moment of panic. Ah, so exhilarating. She experienced a thrilling free fall, leaping from a height of 100 meters. The cold wind rushed into her mouth, prompting her to instinctively close it. Looking around, she noticed the other 7 members exhibited a striking elegance. Their robes billowing gracefully in the wind, hairpins fluttering, embodying a captivating demeanor. In the air, Ning Yue exclaimed, "How is this fair?" Lu Qingyan, standing closest, noticed Ning Yue's discomfort and timely grasped her wrist, helping to stabilize her form. Thus, Ning Yue avoided striking an awkward pose in midair. However, the sensation of weightlessness was overwhelming. She wrapped her arms around Lu Qingyan's waist, had Lu Qingyan not nearly stumbled in midair. Ning Yue might have entwined her legs as well. Lu Qingyan offered an apologetic glance. "My apologies, I didn't notice." Ning Yue replied, "No, it's my weight that's the issue." Lu Qingyan, with an air of noble elegance, shot Ning Yue a sidelong glance, asserting, "Who says you are heavy? You are not." Ning Yue thought to herself, "How handsome, how enamored I am." The group plummeted swiftly downward. As Ning Yue traversed the damp mist, she sneezed and instinctively closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, she was greeted by a desolate yet vibrant emerald hue. She was no longer suspended in midair. Her feet firmly planted on solid ground, providing a profound sense of security. Curiously, Ning Yue scanned her surroundings and inquired, "Are we already within the secret realm of the Bayou Valley?" "Indeed," replied Lu Qingyan, gently lifting Ning Yue by her legs. Feeling the movement, Ning Yue slowly lowered her gaze. "Oh my, how is it that I am still in my senior sister's embrace?" Flustered, she swiftly jumped down and sheepishly ruffled her hair, apologizing. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I didn't quite react in time." Lu Qingyan cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yue, nodded lightly, and then, in a cool and detached tone, remarked, "Not heavy." Ning Yue thought to herself, "She is so stunning. I adore her." The 8 individuals were scattered across different locations, but due to Ning Yue's firm grip on Lu Qingyan, they remained close together. Thankfully, their positions were not too distant, and they quickly regrouped. Sheringan began to familiarize himself with the terrain nearby. The Bayou Valley's secret realm boasted not only complex topography, but also dense fog and venomous creatures, urging everyone to stay close together. Duan Huailin, set up the formation, he commanded. Duan Huailin nodded in response, retrieving various small items from his bag and performing intricate gestures with his hands. Before Ning Yue could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of white light erupted from Duan Huailin's side, enveloping the group before vanishing without a trace. "All done," Duan Huailin announced. "A protective formation is established within a radius of 1 mile. Ordinary venomous creatures cannot penetrate it." "Troublesome," Sheringan acknowledged. Meanwhile, Jiang Yishan took out a small porcelain vial from within his robes. This is a high-level antidote pill developed by the master. With each person provided a vial for unforeseen circumstances. Yang Fei casually tucked the porcelain bottle into his cloak and whistled. The leaves surrounding them rustled without a breeze, producing a soft sound. A clear, melodious chirp echoed from above, prompting Ning Yue to glance upward. To his astonishment, a colossal blue bird had appeared, its resplendent tail feathers shimmering with iridescence, a sight that could only be described as magnificent. Ning Yue squinted slightly, wary of being dazzled. While it was technically a bird, the description hardly did it justice, yet Ning Yue surmised it was likely a bird nonetheless. Yang Fei whistled again, and the blue bird unfurled its immense wings, soaring into the wind. Ning Yue pondered, "What is it off to do?" Yang Fei replied, "I've sent it to scout ahead, to alert us of any dangers in advance." Ning Yue mused, "Everyone is so remarkably useful." Truly. All at once, everyone formed a protective circle around Ning Yue, guarding him meticulously. He could only obediently follow the main group forward. Suddenly, Sheringan, who led the way, came to an abrupt halt, and the others remained motionless. Ning Yue leaned forward, peering past Sheringan. Not far away, a group of individuals had gathered, likely disciples dispatched from another sect, much like themselves. Their party consisted of over a dozen members, yet they were not clad in disciple robes, making it difficult to discern their sect. It would be prudent to exercise caution. Sheringan decisively declared, "Let us take a detour." The group promptly turned around, but a booming voice rang out from behind, demanding, "Who goes there? Come forth." Sheringan's expression remained unchanged, instructing, "Pay no heed, continue onward." A flying sword gleamed with a chilling light, piercing into a nearby tree stump with a resounding thud. "Did you not hear me call you over? Are your ears deaf?" Yang Fei clicked his tongue in impatience and turned away. "Who are you, wielding such arrogance? I initially intended to extend you some courtesy for a peaceful resolution, but it seems you have taken my kindness for granted." Sheringan sighed helplessly. "I can guess. It must be members of the Hellfire Sect." The Hellfire Sect? Ning Yue recalled it vaguely. It was the sect of Qi Shuqing, with whom she had quarreled at the station. Apparently, the rudeness ran deep within their lineage. However, Qi Shuqing had at least shown some decency by giving her a pouch of money. What did you say? Upon hearing Yang Fei's mockery, the man let out a furious roar and summoned the sword resting on the tree stump. The sharp blade glinted ominously, lunging straight towards Yang Fei. Standing still with arms crossed, Yang Fei merely smirked. Suddenly, a white barrier enveloped him, effortlessly deflecting the sword with a resounding clang. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow leisurely. Oh, Duan Huilin added nonchalantly. I forgot to mention, even such a rudimentary attack is easily thwarted by my barrier. The man took a few steps back. Disbelief etched on his face. You actually possess such a high level of array mastery? His astonishment and fear were genuine, prompting Ning Yue to reconsider the hierarchy of array techniques. Was this truly formidable in the outside world? The man scrutinized the composition of Ning Yue's group anew. Upon spotting someone, his expression turned even more alarmed, as if he might flee in terror. Goodness, is that Shi Han? All eyes turned to focus on Shi Han. Shi Han sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. This is why I suggested taking a detour. The crowd fell silent. Chapter 28. How did we get to discussing eye sockets? Count me in. Ning Yue inquired. Senior brother, did you leave him with some psychological trauma? Shi Han pondered seriously for a moment. I don't think so. I am quite harmless. Ning Yue remarked. That person returned to the group, only to be reprimanded sharply by someone else. What is wrong with Shi Han? Are you really that frightened of him just because he turned your clothing into strips? Quite fearful, actually. The expressions of everyone, including Ning Yue, grew increasingly complex as they exchanged glances with Shi Han. Ning Yue smacked his lips thoughtfully and tentatively asked, Does senior brother have this peculiar habit when in a fight? Shi Han's face flushed a deep crimson. The wind-based spell I employed was merely a result of excessive force. It was not my intention. A familiar voice, cold and commanding, called out to him. Now that you mention it, that voice does sound quite familiar. Ning Yue looked up and exclaimed, Oh, it truly is a familiar face. It was none other than Qi Shuqing. Just moments ago, he had been mentioned, and now he stood before them in person. Qi Shuqing, initially addressing Shi Han, squinted his eyes and then spotted an unexpected figure, the intriguing young lady he had taken an interest in. He promptly disregarded Shi Han and curiously scrutinized Ning Yue. What brings you here? Ning Yue waved at him with a smile and retorted, What a coincidence. Did you not mention you were heading to the Demon Abyss? How is it that you find yourself here? Qi Shuqing replied, Plans have changed. Yu Xiao leaned closer to Ning Yue. Her curiosity piqued. Do you happen to know Qi Shuqing from the Purgatory Sect? He is quite a prominent figure, comparable to our senior brother. The senior brother of the sword cultivators referred to Shi Han. Ning Yue had heard of him before. Shi Han ranked first on the celestial rankings, while Qi Shuqing held the second position. Yu Xiao whispered, I am not very familiar with him. We've exchanged only a few words. Her soft voice naturally caught Qi Shuqing's attention, but he merely scoffed, offering no denial. I hear you have become a direct disciple of the Fusang sect? Qi Shuqing casually tossed an object toward her. It was a red jade pendant that effortlessly pierced through Duan Huilin's barrier. Ning Yue caught it with ease. A gift, Qi Shuqing remarked. Duan Huilin watched Qi Shuqing's actions warily. He had just activated the barrier, which should have prevented anything from entering. Yet, Qi Shuqing's throw had seemingly defied that protection. Such was the might of the second ranked on the celestial rankings. Thank you. Ning Yue had no inclination to ponder over the jade pendant at that moment, swiftly placing it into her bag. Yu Xiao looked at the two with suspicion. So this is the extent of a relationship that has only exchanged a couple of words? Senior brother, why are we not leaving yet? A faint voice chimed in. A girl dressed in a flowing white gown, adorned exquisitely, suddenly appeared, affectionately wrapping her arm around Qi Shuqing's. He stiffened momentarily. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a delicate and charming visage, and she immediately spotted Ning Yue in the crowd, glaring at her unfriendly. Ning Yue thought to herself, Please, I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. Moreover, dear sister, your beautiful eyes seem as if they might pop out. Young girls are exceedingly sensitive to such gazes. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow, standing before Ning Yue. What are you staring at? Dare to glare again, and I shall pluck your eyes out. Lu Qinyin subtly furrowed her brow, joining Yu Xiao. Then I shall take the other one. Yang Fei, having just diverted his attention from the seemingly delicate girl clinging to Qi Shuqing, was taken aback by their remarks. What is going on? Why are we suddenly discussing plucking out eyes? Who shall I assist in this endeavor? Ning Yue. Honestly, I quite adore this atmosphere. The girl's expression faltered, and with a flutter of her eyes, tears began to spill forth. Senior brother, look at them. I merely have large eyes. Yet they dare to say they will pluck my eyes out. How can they be so malicious at merely 15 or 16? Ning Yue sighed. This is becoming rather tedious. Young girls of this age are naive. Tears shed so freely hold little value. She resolved to show her how to shed tears properly, pressing her lips together. Her doe-like eyes widened, eyelashes drooping as she gently blinked, filling her eyes with tears. It was no exaggeration. The pool of tears lingered, poised to fall. It is you who is malicious. You must have received quite a few gifts from senior brother Qi, have you not? Ning Yue secretly opened her Chinquan bag and retrieved the jade token from earlier. Gently cradled in my palms, this was the first gift bestowed upon me by senior brother Qi. Receiving such a precious token for the very first time left me at a loss for words, yet your piercing gaze bore into me. Ning Yue's voice trembled, as she took a small breath, seemingly choked and unable to articulate her thoughts. The senior sisters merely sought to defend my honor, harboring no ill intentions. Their words were but idle chatter, devoid of action. However, the depth of your gaze inflicted a profound wound upon my heart. Ning Yue raised her eyes slightly, blinking gently, her reddened orbs casting a glance at Qi Su Cheng, tears cascading down like a broken string of pearls, an image I shall never forget. As if wishing to shield herself from the world's gaze, she clutched the hem of Shering Han's robe, hiding behind him. The young girl stood stunned, her mouth slightly agape. Qi Su Cheng felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Shering Han knew that his junior sister would not genuinely weep in such a manner, yet he could not suppress a flicker of anger. Witnessing Ning Yue retrieve the jade pendant, the senior brothers and sisters were left speechless. Incredible! Qi Su Cheng found himself at a loss in such a situation, unable to approach Ning Yue directly, for fear of receiving a punch from Shering Han. Thus, Qi Su Cheng could only speak from a distance. If you truly cherish it, I shall seek out more upon my return to the sect, and present them to you. The young girl, taken aback, stomped her foot. Senior brother. In response to Qi Su Cheng, Ning Yue's voice was but a series of sobs. Shering Han's expression darkened, a rare sight on his face. You have 3 seconds. The group of 10 or so opposite him looked on in confusion. 3 seconds later, having given his opportunity, Shering Han's garments stirred as if caught by an unseen breeze. An aura of oppressive power emerged, sending shivers down the spine. Qi Su Cheng furrowed his brows. In the next moment, a blade-like gust of wind surged forth towards the opposite side. Wherever it passed, leaves trembled and tree trunks were severed with a sharp crack. A piercing cacophony ensued. Ning Yue tugged at Shering Han's sleeve, urging, Senior brother, take it easy. Only then did Shering Han come to his senses, moderating his power while maintaining his speed, causing the clamor to gradually fade. Rip, rip, rip. A series of tearing sounds erupted. Ah! The individuals across suddenly recoiled in terror, clutching their garments, which were now riddled with gaping slashes, reduced to tatters with just a few light strokes. In their panic, they desperately tried to cover the numerous tears, unsure of where to shield themselves, ultimately huddling together in a most embarrassed display. Qi Su Cheng remained unscathed, and the girl beside him was likewise unaffected. She gazed in horror at the tattered clothing of her senior brothers. Ning Yue remarked, Senior brother, do you truly have no peculiar inclinations? Yang Fei reassured. Rest assured, I will keep this to myself. Shering Han, exasperated, covered his forehead, saying, It's merely torn clothing. I intended to cut their flesh. The others exchanged glances, silently resolving never to provoke his anger again. Chapter 29. I just want to cry a little. Why must I offer gifts? Qi Su Cheng had already taken it upon himself to lead his disciples away. The girl cast a resentful glance at Ning Yue before following Qi Su Cheng, leaving in a huff. In order to uphold her persona, Ning Yue remained silent, concealing herself behind Shering Han, and shot a playful smile at her. Judging by her expression, it seemed that she was on the verge of an explosion of anger. Ning Yue straightened up, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out before her. Yang Fei held a blue egg delicately in his hands and said, Junior sister, this is a blue flame egg. The blue flame is that beautiful bird from earlier. If you don't mind, please accept it. Yu Xiao rummaged through her pocket and produced a small mirror. This was found by senior sister in the trial's secret realm. It is said to reveal amusing sights. Senior sister hasn't used it yet, so I'm giving it to you. Ning Yue was taken aback, unsure how she suddenly became the recipient of gifts. Jiang Yishan, unwilling to be outdone, produced a small wooden figure. Junior sister, whenever you have tasks you wish to avoid, you can entrust them to this little one. Just infuse a bit of spiritual power to activate it. Ning Yue replied, This is indeed a fine item. But we both entered the sect at the same time. How is it that you so effortlessly refer to me as junior sister? Duan Huailin, with an expression of indifference, grasped a handful of materials and motioned for Ning Yue to extend her hand. Confused, she complied. Upon feeling a cool object touch her palm, a beam of white light emerged and the object seamlessly vanished into her hand. This is a teleportation array, Duan Huailin explained. Within a radius of 50 miles, you can transport yourself anywhere you desire. Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid commuting tool. No longer would she need to walk to her destinations or rely on others to fly her on their swords. Yang Fei gazed enviously at the palm of Ning Yue's hand, exclaiming, "What a remarkable item. Senior brother wishes to have one too." Ning Yue, grinning, discreetly hid her hand behind her back. Having acquired such a convenient means of commuting, how could it be so easily relinquished? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingyan, being a musician with limited opportunities for personal exploration, realized she had little of interest to offer. After much deliberation, she suggested, "I have nothing particularly entertaining to present to you, but perhaps I could arrange for my master to teach you a musical instrument? It may prove useful in critical moments." She suddenly recalled the elder who had insisted on her learning music upon her entry into the sect. Ning Yue's brow twitched slightly. "Thank you, senior sister, but I lack any talent in the realm of music, so perhaps it is best to forego that." Lu Qingyan replied, "Very well. I shall think of something entertaining to gift you later." Ning Yue waved his hand, attempting to decline. "Ah, senior sister, no." At that moment, a slender white hand intruded upon Ning Yue's line of sight. He paused and looked up to see that delicate hand grasping a stack of talismans. It seemed to belong to that talisman practitioner named Song Yishe. The binding talisman should be quite entertaining. Just one toss and it can immobilize someone. Allow me to demonstrate. As her words faded, she languidly turned and fixed her gaze on the nearest Yang Fei. Yang Fei shuddered, realizing the impending mischief, and sought refuge behind Sheringhon. Song Yishe raised her eyes slightly, glancing at Yang Fei while pinching the talisman between her fingers. Bind. In an instant, Yang Fei, mid-run, was frozen in a rather awkward pose, leaning forward at a 45-degree angle, one foot suspended in midair. This stance offered no semblance of balance. The next moment, the immobilized Yang Fei crashed face-first to the ground. Song Yishe had not even applied the talisman to Yang Fei. Her mere gaze had sufficed to render him motionless. Impressive. A true genius of talisman crafting. As she focused on her target, dust rose in a cloud, and Ning Yue coughed quietly with her eyes closed. Yang Fei, face down and in tears, lamented, "Senior sister, must you always choose me for your demonstrations?" Without glancing back, Song Yishe replied in a languid tone, "Release." At last, Yang Fei managed to rise from the ground. Ning Yue gazed at Song Yishe with reverence as she accepted the thick stack of items from her hand, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior sister Yishe." With a nod, Song Yishe returned to the end of the line, her demeanor suggesting she had merely come to bestow a gift upon Ning Yue. Yang Fei, still weeping, limped back up. Ning Yue inquired, "Does it hurt, senior brother?" Through his tears, Yang Fei replied, "Little junior sister, you are unaware. This is the aftermath of senior sister Yishe's talisman. Those afflicted find their limbs numb for half an hour, unable to restrain their tears." Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Song Yishe with even greater reverence. She then earnestly advised Yang Fei, "Senior brother, knowing you would be marked. Why did you run? You only fell unnecessarily." Yang Fei, still shedding tears, cautioned, "Little junior sister, you must experience being marked by senior sister Yishe, otherwise you will never comprehend. It is not that I wish to flee, but rather an instinctive urge to escape." Ning Yue remained silent, casting a furtive glance at her senior sister before quickly averting her gaze, thinking, "Impossible, I am always obedient." Just then, Sheringhon interjected to put an end to the farce, stating, "It is getting late. We must continue our journey and swiftly locate the Bayou Lotus." A group of individuals arranged themselves in their previous formation, continuing towards their destination. Ning Yue walked at the center, her head bowed, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she delicately placed the gift she held into her chinkoan bag. She was aware that her recent display of sorrow had been taken to heart by the others, who believed her act of feigned misery, though she had not cared much for the performance, merely shedding a few tears over that little girl. The careful and somewhat clumsy gestures of gift-giving from her companions indeed touched her heart. If truth be told, she had never received such cherished gifts even in her past life. Ning Yue had specifically carved out a small space in her chinkoan bag to accommodate these treasures, feeling it necessary to inform them about the location of the Bayou Lotus, which was guarded by a millennial-old python. She took advantage of their journey to briefly relay the details. Yang Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that true? This is the first I've heard of it. I was told the Bayou Lotus only blooms when the secret realm is activated, and it appears but once. The last one was taken by another sect, although it was said to be in a somewhat secluded area, devoid of any real danger." Ning Yue offered no further explanation, simply stating, "The information is accurate." Sheringhon furrowed her brow, contemplating, a millennia-old python is not to be trifled with. Song Yishe, with half-closed eyes, tossed 2 talismans towards the nearby thicket. Fiery flames engulfed the underbrush, reducing it to ashes. "Fire talismans can incinerate it," he remarked. Yang Fei swiftly extinguished the flames with a flick of his hand, then casually withdrew. Ning Yue added, I possess a fire spiritual root and can manage a few fire-based spells, enough to hold my own for a few exchanges. Sure, Inghan cautioned, the danger posed by a millennia-old python should not be underestimated. It possesses strength at least equivalent to the transformation stage. If we truly encounter danger, we shall prioritize retreat over offense. A few individuals nodded in understanding, as their primary objective in the Bayou Valley secret realm was to seek the Bayou Lotus, and thus they rushed towards their goal. Along the way, they chose to evade other teams, minimizing interaction with others. Chapter 30. We now find ourselves upon the back of a millennia-old giant python. Xiaohua appeared on Ning Yue's shoulder. Ning Yue's expression remained unchanged as she communicated with Xiaohua mentally. What is the precise location of the Bayou Lotus? Ning Yue gazed ahead. Xiaohua had just emerged from the realm of consciousness, lazily stretching and squinting around her surroundings. We're nearly there. Do you see that large tree ahead? There is a hole in front of it, obscured from view. Soon, you will fall into that hole, and the Bayou Lotus lies within. Ning Yue continued her stride, observing the distance to the hole diminish. Xiaohua must have glimpsed a foreseen future, hence her remark about falling into the hole. Uncertain of the depth, yet confident it was not shallow, Ning Yue was reluctant to land unceremoniously. Everyone halt. Ning Yue called out. The group complied, believing she had made an important discovery. Something feels amiss here. Ning Yue maneuvered past the others to the forefront, cautiously advancing step by step. She was unaware of the precise location of the gaping hole and could only explore through this method. As her foot stepped onto a patch of soft earth, Ning Yue paused. No way. In an unexpected turn, she plummeted downward. As she fell, her expression remained stoic, muttering to herself, how infuriating. In the end, I still have to take a tumble. Before reaching the ground, having only descended about 4 or 5 meters, Ning Yue's foot suddenly landed on a solid surface. A slender sword, shimmering with a blue glow, materialized beneath her feet. Looking up, she saw the indistinct figure of her master, Shi Han, standing at the cave entrance. His fingers delicately converging as he urged the sword, sending words of comfort into the depths of the cave. Do not fear, junior sister. I shall assist you in ascending at once. The sword beneath her resonated with a harmonious chime, poised to elevate them. Ning Yue hastily interjected, Senior brother. The cave contains a vast expanse. It is said that the Bayou Lotus thrives in dark, damp environments. We may discover something worthwhile within. Let us explore. Very well. Wait for me. Shi Han replied without hesitation, lifting his robes and leaping into the abyss. Ning Yue instinctively reached out to catch him, but he had already steadied himself upon the sword. He gazed at Ning Yue with a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. The others soon followed, riding down on their swords. Yang Fei clapped his chest and scrutinized Ning Yue from head to toe. You startled me, little junior sister. One moment you were speaking, and the next, you slipped away. I thought something was amiss, only to find there was a hole. Ning Yue chuckled. I had a feeling this place was peculiar. Indeed. There is a hole. Duan Huailin pondered for a moment. It appears this formation has its flaws. The underground is unprotected. It would be unfortunate if an enemy were to launch a surprise attack from below. Lu Qingyan lifted Ning Yue onto her sword. Ning Yue blinked, her feet momentarily leaving the sword. What is the matter, Lu junior sister? Shi Han inquired with a smile. Lu Qingyan maintained her serene demeanor and explained, Senior brother. You lead the way. I shall safeguard our little junior sister. As Song Yishur sat upon Yang Feijian, she tossed a few talismans to Shi Han. Here, senior brother. Fire talismans that can illuminate. Shi Han, feeling resigned, accepted the talismans and guided his sword into the unfathomable depths of the cave. The remaining companions followed him with a calm demeanor. Ning Yue observed the steady sword beneath his feet, exclaiming, Wow, senior sister is not a sound cultivator. Yet her sword control is remarkably stable. Yang Fei, overhearing this remark, chuckled mockingly, Little junior sister, do not flatter too earnestly. I am proficient in beast control as well. And my swordsmanship is commendable. With that, he began to sway his sword left and right, even performing a half-turn. He raised an eyebrow at Ning Yue with a sense of pride. What do you think? The sword I control is quite steady. I assent it? Ning Yue, with a complex expression, glanced behind him and then offered an affirming nod. Seated atop Yang Fei's sword, Song Yishur appeared as though she were glued to it, expressionless. She lifted her gaze and delivered a sharp slap to Yang Fei. Yang Fei clasped the back of his head, his expression sorrowful as he straightened the sword as position. Lu Qingyan cast a casual glance at Yang Fei, quickening her pace and soon leaving him behind. Yu Xiao called from the back, Don't go so fast, senior sister Lu. I have 2 people on my sword. Jiang Yishan and Duan Huailin, like Ning Yue, had just entered the sect and had yet to learn anything, so they could only rely on others to guide their swords. Duan Huailin was rummaging for something, saying, "Wait a moment, senior sister. I will quickly set up a flying formation." Yu Xiao chuckled lightly. "Just stand steadily. Do not underestimate me. I can easily support you both." "You know? Light ahead," came Shiringhan's voice. One by one, they reached the ground. Indeed, not far ahead lay an entrance, emanating a faint blue luminescence in the dim surroundings. Shiringhan extinguished the fire talisman in her hand, leading the way. "I shall take a look." Xiao Hua stood leisurely upon Ning Yue's shoulder. Fortuitously, the colossal python was slumbering. If they could swiftly locate the Bayou Lotus and exit, perhaps they could avoid an encounter with it. Ning Yue treaded cautiously, striving to remain silent. "This could mean that I had evaded the fate of being devoured by the giant serpent." Xiao Hua leaned against the side of Ning Yue's face, urging him to find the Bayou Lotus quickly lest they disturb the python. As the group entered the cave, they were awestruck by the enchanting sights within. The pale blue glow was generated by the blue crystals embedded throughout the cave, enveloping the entire space in a dreamlike azure haze. The moment Ning Yue stepped inside, an inexplicable sense of oddity overwhelmed her. However, a glance around revealed neither the massive serpent nor the coveted Bayou Lotus. The cave surprisingly contained several pools of water, shimmering with a blue radiance, and not far off, a small waterfall lay completely frozen. The source of the water remained a mystery. She was certain that the Bayou Lotus resided within this cavern. As she searched, she inquired, "Xiao Hua, since the Bayou Lotus is indeed in this cave, why is the ancient python nowhere to be seen?" Xiao Hua appeared puzzled, wearing an expression that conveyed, "What are you saying? I don't quite understand," before responding slowly. "Right beneath your feet, of course. I assumed you stepped on it without any psychological burden because you were aware that you were standing on the ancient python." Ning Yue paused, momentarily lost in thought. "Oh, so I am standing on the back of a snake. No wonder the sensation beneath my feet feels so peculiar." By the time she regained her senses, numbness had already set in. Glancing down at the abyssal darkness below, an unsettling feeling washed over her. "I knew it. The moment I entered, something felt amiss. It turns out the source of my discomfort lies here." Having long respected and kept a distance from serpents in her past life, Ning Yue now faced the unsettling possibility of being devoured by one in this lifetime. She strove to steady her trembling voice. The senior brothers and sisters, scattered about in search of the elusive Bayou Lotus, turned their gazes towards her. Yang Fei, with an air of casual bravado, leapt down from a height, landing with a resounding thud. Ning Yue shivered. "What's the matter, little junior sister? Have you found a lead on the Bayou Lotus?" Yang Fei inquired. "No, senior brother," Ning Yue replied. "There is something I must inform you all." Taking a deep breath, she declared, "We are currently standing on the back of a millennia-old giant python." The crowd was taken aback. Chapter 31. I concede. The Hell Sect. Chu Jiang Fei's expression turned somewhat ethereal. "What did you say?" Ning Yue sighed. "I shall repeat myself. The millennia-old giant python is right beneath our feet." Song Yisher furrowed her brow and leapt onto her sword, executing the maneuver in less than a second. She deftly pulled Ning Yue and Lu Qingyan up with her. Observing this, Yu Xiao urged her own sword into action, lifting Duan Huailin and Jiang Yishan with both hands to join them. Shiringhan, Yang Fei. The two of them stood atop the serpent's back, astonished at how swiftly the others had arrived. Song Yisher sat upon his sword, gazing at Shiringhan. "Brother, you should fly on your own. It is too heavy for me to bear." Yang Fei, feeling disheartened, took to his sword alone, casting a forlorn glance at Shiringhan. "Brother, come with me." Shiringhan declined, opting to fly solo. Their next objective was to locate the Blue Lotus. Once found, they would be free to explore the secret realm at their leisure. However, despite scouring the entire cave, the Blue Lotus remained elusive. The group rummaged through small puddles in their search. Yang Fei lifted his hand from one puddle, marveling at the shimmering blue hue. Exclaiming in shock, "Is this water dyed?" Ning Yue retracted her hand, which was about to plunge into the puddle. Jiang Yishan broke off several vines and divided them, making it easier to stir the water in search of the Blue Lotus. Yang Fei took the vine with his glowing blue hand, pausing in contemplation. "Brother, do you think I still need this?" Jiang Yishan, "Brother, it would be wise to use it." Thus, they resumed their search. They had meticulously examined dozens of small puddles, yet the Blue Lotus remained absent. After stirring the water a few times, Yu Xiao withdrew the vine, gazing at it in confusion. The Blue Lotus should not be able to grow beneath the water, right? Ning Yue, her face smeared with mud, stood upright from the puddle's edge, her attention suddenly drawn to a spot of deep blue. It was a frozen waterfall, devoid of a visible source, seemingly materialized out of thin air. She approached, beginning to scrutinize it closely. Although everything here is quite nonsensical, this waterfall stands out remarkably. Various magical artifacts and treasures have been utilized, yet there is no trace of the elusive Bayou Lotus. Only this frozen waterfall remains unexamined. Perhaps it is hidden behind it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Ning Yue extended her hand, and a small flame ignited in her palm. Sensing something unusual from Ning Yue, the others turned their heads in unison. Under their watchful gazes, the flame in Ning Yue's palm suddenly expanded, and it appeared to grow even larger. The onlookers, Yang Fei, alarmed, shouted in a hushed tone, "Little junior sister, what are you doing?" Ning Yue's tiny hand cradled a flame larger than her entire being, radiating a searing light that blinded the others. If a practitioner of fire magic were present, they would immediately recognize that the fire spell Ning Yue unleashed was extraordinarily powerful. Xiaohua, still perched on Ning Yue's shoulder, gazed thoughtfully at the luminous blaze before them. The flame touched the frozen waterfall, and in an instant, it transformed into a torrent of water cascading down, melting the solid, thick ice surface effortlessly. The onlookers. Shi Inghan quickly conjured a wind barrier, securely shielding Ning Yue and ensuring not a single drop of water touched her garments. Ning Yue stared in astonishment at her palm. This was her first real battle, yet the power was so immense that solid and thick ice waterfall melted away in just a second. The crowd behind her, who had witnessed the entire process of the ice melting. In truth, each person who passed by this striking waterfall had, to some extent, entertained the thought of melting it away. However, none of them possessed the ability to wield fire spells, and to transform ice would require considerable effort. They were reluctant to unleash their techniques for fear of awakening the colossal serpent beneath their feet. Observing Ning Yue's display of skill, they fell into a contemplative silence. Although it was well known that fire naturally counters ice, the sheer magnitude of Ning Yue's power was simply astonishing, especially as he gazed innocently with his doe-like eyes, seemingly unaware of the ferocity of his own techniques. After the waterfall melted, a narrow path emerged, tapering as it delved deeper into the shadows. The further they ventured, the dimmer the light became. At the very center, an exceptionally radiant blue lotus blossomed, emitting a soft azure glow in the gloom. It was the Bayou Lotus. Indeed, it lay concealed in this very place. Ning Yue surveyed the surroundings cautiously, hesitant to step forward. Who could tell if there were any concealed mechanisms, or whether uprooting it would trigger any traps? Clearly, the others shared the same sentiment. Shi Inghan spoke up. "I possess a life-preserving artifact. You all remain here. I shall retrieve it, and should anything unusual occur, depart without concern for me." The remaining individuals nodded like quails, retreating 10 steps in unison, as if they had been waiting for him to utter those words. Shi Inghan first enveloped himself in a protective barrier, then slowly advanced. Ning Yue remained vigilant, shaking the small flower on his shoulder. "Little flower? You won't encounter any issues, will you?" The flower yawned, displaying indifference. What problems could there possibly be? Rest assured and pluck it. With those reassurances, Ning Yue felt a wave of relief. Thus, Shi Inghan ventured forth, retrieved the flower, and returned. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any disturbances. So smooth was it that Shi Inghan couldn't shake off a sense of unease. However, until they completely exited the waterfall, there were no issues. A few of them let out a small sigh of relief. Shi Inghan handed the fresh Bayou Lotus to Ning Yue. The lotus was remarkably fresh, its petals seemingly still adorned with dewdrops. The alchemist elder had advised that, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, she should consume it immediately upon retrieval. Ning Yue nodded and extended her hand, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Suddenly, an ominous sound pierced the air like a swift arrow. Ning Yue spun around abruptly, but it was too late to evade the strike. The feathered arrow shot directly toward her hand. Shi Inghan reacted swiftly, pushing Ning Yue aside. But the arrow merely grazed the flesh beside her hand. The arrow's edge was extraordinarily sharp. Even with the push, the skin near her hand was torn open, blood trickling down her fingertips. Had she not been nudged, the arrow might have pierced her entire palm. Ning Yue, afraid of the pain, found herself momentarily speechless. The Bayou Lotus slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a small dark shadow darted from the nearby bushes. Before anyone could react, the shadow snatched up the Bayou Lotus and fled. In front of them appeared a group of about 10 individuals. Ning Yue, clutching her aching hand, squinted to see that it was indeed the group from the Hellfire Sect. Leading them was the white-clad girl with whom Ning Yue had clashed before, feigning vulnerability. A pure white rabbit perched on her shoulder, its mouth clenching the very Bayou Lotus. The bow and arrow still held in the girl's hand left no doubt that she was the one who had shot Ning Yue. Ning Yue gazed at her unwaveringly, his voice cold as ice. The 12-year-old girl emanated an aura of chilling intensity as she enunciated deliberately, "What is your name?" Suddenly, she shivered without warning, feeling a twinge of trepidation that made her hesitant to meet Ning Yue's gaze. However, with a glance at the multitude behind her, she summoned her courage, suppressing her fear, and provocatively smirked at Ning Yue. She accepted the Bayou Lotus from the rabbit's mouth, declaring, I concede. I am Chu Ji of the Hellfire Sect. Chapter 32. Do you think Shering became the #1 on the heavenly ranking by mere chance? Jiang Yishan hastily approached Ning Yue. His handsome brows furrowed with barely contained fury. He diverted his gaze from Chu Ji as green sparkles emanated from his hand, encircling Ning Yue's injured hand. The pain gradually subsided, and Ning Yue's pallid complexion began to regain some color. Shering regarded Chu Ji with an impassive expression, stating, "If you possess the audacity to harm my junior sister, you ought to be prepared to face the consequences." Chu Ji's face paled momentarily, yet she quickly regained her bravado. "The 10 or so individuals behind me are all late-stage golden core cultivators. What does it matter if you are the first on the heavenly ranking? You probably haven't even broken through to the late-stage golden core yet. Do you truly believe you can triumph over my companions?" The elders standing behind her appeared to be seasoned cultivators, at least in their 40s or 50s. Likely scattered cultivators or disciples from smaller sects who had come to the Bayou Valley in search of treasures. She laughed heartily at Shering. "You're quite young. Yet your words are audacious. I am eager to witness your capabilities. The little one is delicate. It would be unfortunate if he were to sustain injuries." Aha. They are undoubtedly not members of the Hellfire Sect. It is conceivable that Chu Ji summoned them with financial incentive. After all, the Hellfire Sect is well acquainted with both the visage and name of Shering. Shering refrains from engaging in trivial discourse. Rarely is such an expression observed on his perpetually gentle and handsome countenance. His brows furrowed, emanating an undeniable aura of anger. He regards these individuals with an indifference akin to observing ants, though he might even display a semblance of courtesy towards the latter. To his astonishment, the cavern is devoid of any breeze, yet his garments are inexplicably lifted, as if compelled by an unseen force, intensifying with each passing moment. The tranquil puddle ripples in succession, disturbed by an eerie whistling sound resonating within the cave, evoking an unsettling sensation akin to goosebumps. The expressions of the 10 or so late golden core cultivators finally betray their composure, their gazes darting around in a state of trepidation. Wait, is this truly the prowess of a mid-golden core cultivator? It should not be. A mid-golden core should possess no means to retaliate against us. Chu Ji, flustered, exclaimed, "What is there to fear? You are all adept late golden core practitioners, afraid of a mere mid-golden core cultivator?" Yu Xiao, with a half-smile, interjected, "Little sister, have you just joined the sect this year? How could your understanding of Shering be so superficial? Do you truly believe he is merely at the mid-golden core stage? What then could instill such terror in every member of the Hellfire Sect?" Chu Ji was momentarily taken aback. Song Yishe, with her eyes cast downward, approached Shering's side and lightly tapped her foot upon the ground, signifying that they were indeed standing upon the back of a millennia-old giant python. Shering cast a glance her way before returning his focus to Chu Ji and her entourage. "I am aware of your capabilities to escape. Let us not dwell on that. First, we must teach them a lesson," Shering declared. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group behind him, their spirits renewed with determination. Allowing their junior sister to be harmed before their eyes was akin to humiliating themselves. How could they tolerate such an affront? Moreover, the audacity of snatching away the Bayulian was utterly disgraceful. The pain etched on their junior sister's face, so pale and fragile, was unbearable. She was but a child. All were renowned young prodigies within the realm of cultivation, yearning to unleash their frustrations. Yet, their senior brother's strict oversight had previously held them back from reckless behavior. Now, with their senior brother seemingly unrestrained, who would still hesitate? Let the chaos commence. Yang Fei teased, playfully prodding his cheek with his tongue. "I shall take the lead." With a swift motion, he leaped and landed deftly upon his sword, hovering midair. Suddenly, a swarm of tiny flying insects erupted from an unknown source, forming a dense, ominous cloud that charged towards them. However, their adversaries wielded fire-based spells. A single fireball obliterated most of the swarming pests. Yang Fei clicked his tongue in annoyance, vexed by the inability to summon any useful spirit beasts. Yet, a perplexing thought crossed his mind as he recalled the earlier fireball. Was the power conjured by a late-stage golden core practitioner truly so feeble? The fireball cast by their junior sister had been far more formidable. Lost in contemplation, he cast a glance toward Ning Yue, whose hand injury had been completely healed, her skin restored to its pristine complexion. Upon meeting Yang Fei's gaze, she smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Yet, that smile carried an unsettling chill. Yang Fei withdrew his gaze, fully aware that their junior disciple from Fusang's sect was not to be trifled with. In less than half a month, she had transformed from an ordinary person with no prior experience in cultivation into an early-stage golden core practitioner. Her rate of advancement was unparalleled, and describing it as swift would be an understatement. He turned back and soared through the air on his sword, landing beside Song Yishe. With a delicate touch of her toes, she effortlessly lifted herself into the air and gracefully settled onto Yang Fei's sword. Yang Fei felt a surge of excitement and propelled himself forward. Song Yishe held a handful of immobilization talismans, pondering which one to use first. The elderly golden core practitioner across from them scoffed derisively, dismissing the talismans as mere childish play. Those talismans won't even come close to me. I shall incinerate them all, he taunted. Song Yishe furrowed her brow slightly, growing impatient, and without a moment's hesitation, she flung the entire handful of talismans into the air, which scattered like petals across the sky. The golden core practitioner retaliated with a similar tactic, conjuring small fireballs that incinerated the incoming talismans to ash. He laughed triumphantly. See? I never boast. Do you truly intend to combat us late-stage golden core practitioners with such trivial spells? Song Yishe remained impassive, her expression unchanged. Yang Fei, standing on the sword with arms crossed, scoffed. To think that way is a grave miscalculation. Perhaps you should exchange a few more words and see how nimble your tongue truly is. The golden core practitioner barely registered his words, preparing to respond, when suddenly his eyes widened in terror. Desiring to touch his mouth with his hands to uncover the mystery, he suddenly found himself rigid and unable to move. What was happening? The immobilization talisman had clearly not come close. He had been reduced to ashes even before it approached. Enraged, he pointed at Yang Fei and Song Yishe suspended in midair. What on earth? Song Yishe's voice was calm as she translated. What have you done? Yang Fei raised an eyebrow. It's the immobilization talisman that cannot approach you. With that, he summoned the tiny insects once more, directing them towards the arrogant golden core cultivators. The cultivators were utterly powerless to resist, forced to shut their eyes as the insects drew near. Yet, the minuscule creatures continued to invade their ears and nostrils. Ugh, Song Yishe remarked. We were wrong. Spare me. Yang Fei replied. Sister, no need for translation. Yu Xiao rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, since you have managed it, what more is there for us to do? Song Yishe looked up. My cultivation level is not high. I cannot maintain control for long. The golden core cultivators in the later stages will likely break free in less than 15 minutes, while these weaklings will take a bit longer. The weaklings protested. Ugh. Song Yishe continued to translate. Who are you calling weaklings? Chapter 33. I am the one you should truly fear. Upon entering the sect, Chu Ji was inexplicably chosen for this trial. With her low cultivation level, she was more susceptible to control. The presence of these insects made her tremble in disgust. She wished to cry out for help or even curse, but every time she opened her mouth, a relentless swarm of insects would invade. The individuals speaking in hushed tones were merely examples, extending their tongues to expel insects. Chu Ji could only glare fiercely at these audacious individuals before her. Lu Qingyan scrutinized the golden core cultivators and grasped Yang Fei's arm, urging him to halt, observing their faces turning pale with suffocation. It was only then that Yang Fei summoned back the insects, which swarmed together, forming a shadow. They returned from various parts of the cultivators' bodies, then dispersed, vanishing without a trace. The 10 or so golden core cultivators remained immobile, as compliant as quails, gasping for air. Song Yishe estimated the time. The immobilization talisman was about to be lifted. Duan Huailin approached, holding an assortment of miscellaneous items. Do not worry, he reassured. Moving closer to the group, assessing the positions at their feet before scattering some objects. The golden core cultivators could now speak, albeit with a slight slur, tears streaming down their faces. Dear friend, what are you planning now? Can you please show some consideration for the golden core cultivators? Duan Huailin remained unperturbed, completing the formation and clapping his hands, his gaze tranquil. It's merely a minor formation to restrain your movements. With tears flowing freely, the cultivators lamented, Whoa, there shouldn't be any residual effects causing tears, right? Duan Huailin smiled modestly. I lack skill. If you prefer, I can learn and improve upon it. The cultivators shook their heads amidst their tears. No need. Thank you, Will. As the immobilization talisman lost its effect, the formation reactivated, ensnaring them once more. Ning Yue approached with a bright smile, stepping over the formation and gazing intently at Chu Ji. Little Hua stood on Ning Yue's shoulder. Casting a displeased glance at Chu Ji, Ning Yue extended her hand towards Chu Ji, requesting, give it to me. Chu Ji feigned calmness, her eyes flickering with a mix of vigilance and fear as she retorted, what should I give you? Ning Yue chuckled softly. Have you succumbed to dementia at such a tender age? The Bayou Lotus you shot me for is right on your person, is it not? Chu Ji glared at the younger girl, who was a head shorter than her. A surge of irritation from being oppressed and jealousy from the multitude surrounding Ning Yue surged within her. She waited for Ning Yue to speak, retaliating. So what if the Bayou Lotus is with me? I acquired it through my own efforts. It's you who. Don't you merely rely on your senior brothers and sisters to act so arrogantly? You didn't even earn the Bayou Lotus yourself. If you have the ability, come and take it from me. Ning Yue paused momentarily, her smile growing even more radiant. It seemed she had overlooked the moment when the ice had encased her. One could not discern whether to commend her cleverness or lament her folly. She knew how to seize opportunities to snatch the Bayou Lotus, yet failed to pave a safe path for herself. One could argue whether her confidence was admirable or simply ignorant. Ning Yue spoke lazily, your self-assuredness, bolstered by a group of late-stage Golden Core practitioners, amounts to nothing more than a bunch of inept fools, effortlessly subdued by my senior brothers and sisters. As she uttered this, Ning Yue gradually conjured a fireball in her hand, which expanded in size before Chu Ji's horrified gaze. You should truly fear the one standing before you. The scorching fireball drew nearer to Chu Ji, causing her to break into a sweat, not from the heat, but from sheer terror. The senior disciples paused in their actions, captivated by the sight of the junior sister. In an effort to intimidate Chu Ji, Ning Yue conjured a fireball of even greater magnitude than the ice she had previously summoned. The brilliant light illuminated the entire cave, causing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, for it was far too radiant to behold. Chu Ji's breath quickened as her fingers twisted tightly around her garment, desperately striving to open her eyes. How? How could this be possible? You entered the sect this year just like me. How could your strength be so fearsome? Ning Yue steadied Chu Ji, who was on the verge of collapsing. My dear sister, haven't you heard the news? A formidable disciple has indeed joined the Fusang sect this year, she remarked. Chu Ji opened her mouth in shock, but found herself at a loss for words. She was well aware of this. Yet the Fusang sect had been rather vague about the details. They had only hinted at the disciples' prowess, leaving her uncertain about the extent of their abilities. She had assumed the Fusang sect was exaggerating, and such a valuable disciple should have been kept under protection. Why had they allowed her into the secret realm, only to have her inadvertently offend this extraordinary individual? Ning Yue pondered briefly. Oh dear, my master advised me to conceal my talents. What should I do now that I've revealed them? Perhaps I should silence her. Chu Ji had no doubt that with the power of that flame, she could be reduced to ashes in less than a second. No, you cannot kill me. I am of great value to the Hell Sect. If you take my life, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Ning Yue regarded Chu Ji with a playful demeanor. She had never intended to harm her. The creation of such a formidable fireball was merely to instill fear. What kind of value do you hold? Speak of it, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Chu Ji widened her eyes and opened her mouth, but the next moment, she fiercely covered her throat and began to cough violently. Blood erupted from her lips, seemingly with no sign of abating. She clutched her throat tightly with both hands, appearing on the verge of suffocation. Ning Yue furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Song Yishu's voice rang out from behind. A silent curse? Ning Yue turned around, inquiring, what happened to her, senior sister? Song Yishu, who had maintained a lethargic expression, finally showed a flicker of vitality as she assessed Chu Ji and channeled some spiritual energy to her. She has been afflicted by a silent curse, which prevents her from uttering certain truths. Should she dare to speak them, she will suffocate to death. Ning Yue clicked his tongue in astonishment. Such a vicious charm. Indeed, this is a forbidden technique, explicitly prohibited from being used on living beings, Song Yishu remarked. Her gaze lowered. I encountered it in my master's library. The Inferno sect must be up to something nefarious. Yang Fei frowned, his expression one of disdain. Ning Yue refrained from further inquiries, casting a regretful glance at Chu Ji. Hand over the Bayou Lotus, and I shall spare you. Chu Ji's expression bore a resolute defiance, as if she were prepared to perish rather than yield. The Bayou Lotus is of great significance to you, isn't it? I've heard it must be consumed immediately to avert unforeseen calamities. Her eyes sparkled with vindictive glee. You can burn me to ashes if you wish, but do not expect to take the Bayou Lotus from me. Ning Yue sighed and extinguished the fireball in his hand. If you insist on refusing a dignified approach, I suppose I must resort to searching you. He then called out, senior brothers and sisters, kindly dispose of those Golden Core uncles. I wish to have a private conversation with Miss Chu Ji. Several individuals naturally acquiesced, unperturbed by the notion that Chu Ji might inflict harm upon Ning Yue. It was laughable. Who could witness Ning Yue's formidable prowess and still regard her as feeble? The group led the few inept elders out of the cave. Upon exposure to the light of day, the Golden Core practitioners stirred restlessly, eager to create further disturbances. Shurian gazed ahead, unsheathing his sword halfway, which glimmered coldly in the sunlight. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the Golden Core practitioners to feel a chill beneath them. Lowering their heads, they were horrified to discover their near nudity, with only a few tattered strips of cloth to preserve their modesty. What on earth? Where are our clothes? Shurian sheathed his sword, addressing the group. Remember my face. In the future, steer clear of me. Chapter 34. Tickling your armpits. The Golden Core practitioners, clutching their bodies. What as they fled? Sheringhon sighed, admitting to himself that he felt rather fatigued. He turned and said, "Let us see how my junior sister is faring." Just as he turned, he encountered the complex gazes of his fellow disciples. Sheringhon. "Aye. You needn't say more, senior brother. We shall keep this to ourselves." You shall led the group in a gesture mimicking a zipper across their lips. The others followed suit, imitating the action earnestly. Sheringhon sighed once more. It was merely a lesson, without inflicting any serious harm. Everyone wore a peculiar expression of mutual understanding. Yielding to the situation, Sheringhon took the lead back into the cave. Once he confirmed that all had exited, Ning Yue released the restraints binding Chu Ji. Chu Ji looked at Ning Yue with a peculiar expression, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Ning Yue responded with a gentle smile, "Nothing at all." Suddenly, a sword plunged deeply into Chu Ji's left hand, causing blood to flow profusely, injuring both flesh and bone. "Ah!" Chu Ji screamed in agony. Cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead. Her slender, pale hand was now drenched in blood, pierced completely through. Ning Yue nonchalantly wiped the blade, a soft smile gracing his youthful face. "Since this is your first time, I shall return the favor in kind, should there be a next time. Things may not be so simple." Chu Ji gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she glared at Ning Yue with resentment, yet dared not utter a word. After all, there was no one here to assist her. Ning Yue pondered for a moment before lifting his hand and removing Chu Ji's outer garment. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, the movement aggravating her wound, causing her complexion to pale. Ning Yue began rummaging through her clothing, exclaiming, "Oh, where's the Qinkuan bag?" Chu Ji's face flushed crimson, a mixture of anger and humiliation washing over her. She raised her uninjured hand to push Ning Yue away, only to suddenly realize that her hands and body were restrained by an invisible force. "It's futile. Do not struggle." Ning Yue waved his hand dismissively. "I have bound you with wind magic. You cannot move." "Wind magic?" Chu Ji, momentarily forgetting her pain, gazed at Ning Yue with uncertainty. "Aren't you a fire mage?" Ning Yue began to explore Chu Ji's person, replying, "I have a slight understanding of wind magic as well." Chu Ji felt the humiliation of being touched by Ning Yue, resigned to her fate, knowing there was no escape. "Is there truly nothing?" Ning Yue queried, having thoroughly searched. Unable to find any suitable hiding places or magical artifacts, Chu Ji pondered whether there existed any secret techniques in the realm of cultivation that she was unaware of. Observing Ning Yue's helpless demeanor, she suppressed her pain and smugly remarked, "I have already stated, unless I perish, you shall never obtain it." Ning Yue, resting her chin on her hand, responded with a hint of exasperation, "Please, dear sister, that originally belongs to me." Chu Ji retorted, "If you lack the ability to safeguard it, having been seized by me, it is rightfully mine." Ning Yue could not agree with her perspective, straightening her posture. Her gaze delved into the shadowy depths of the cave, sending a shiver down Chu Ji's spine. "Very well, then do not blame me for being impolite." With fierce determination, Ning Yue swiftly removed Chu Ji's shoes, revealing her delicate feet. Chu Ji stared blankly at Ning Yue and then at her own fair feet, bewildered by the act of removing her shoes. In the next instant, an electrifying tickle surged from the soles of her feet. Overwhelmed by terror, Chu Ji recoiled. Yet her body remained immobilized. She could not contain her laughter. "Ha ha ha, Ning Yue, your methods are truly despicable. Ha ha ha. Even so, I shall absolutely not divulge." Ning Yue wielded her wind-based magic, gently scratching at the exposed soles of Chu Ji's feet. This uncontrollable and unavoidable sensation proved to be the most torturous, far more agonizing than any form of torment. No matter how resolute one might be, it was impossible to endure. A smirk danced upon Ning Yue's lips. "Ha ha." Chu Ji laughed maniacally, tears streaming down her cheeks, her tone reminiscent of playful banter. "Despicable. Ha ha ha. Ning Yue, I will surely remember this." Ning Yue was utterly unperturbed by the possibility of being remembered. She inquired about the effectiveness of her actions. The response from Chu Ji was a series of raucous laughter. Ning Yue regarded Chu Ji with a contemplative expression. "Are you truly so ticklish?" Chu Ji, humiliated, burst into laughter. "Ha. Yes, please stop." A mischievous grin spread across Ning Yue's face. Chu Ji was fervently attempting to resist the ticklish sensations on the soles of her feet, exerting all her effort to keep silent about the whereabouts of Bai Yulian. However, in the next moment, her hands inexplicably lifted, extending horizontally at her sides. Chu Ji felt a sudden wave of foreboding. Her intuition proved accurate. A gentle tickling sensation invaded her armpits, and both her feet and armpits were under duress. Chu Ji was on the verge of madness. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." Ning Yue held an invisible gust of wind in her hands and lightly blew it against the nape of Chu Ji's neck, her expression exuding determination. "Will you speak?" "Ha ha ha, I will. I will. I will. Please stop, ha ha ha." With a triumphant arch of her brow, Ning Yue finally showed mercy and ceased her torment. Tears of laughter still glistened in the corners of Chu Ji's eyes, her face frozen in a smile. She attempted to move her hands once more, but to no avail, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. "In the hairpin atop my head, you may retrieve it yourself." Ning Yue glanced upwards and indeed spotted a simple hairpin adorning Chu Ji's head, so unassuming that it would easily go unnoticed by anyone not paying attention. She reached out, deftly extracting Baiyu Yin from it, before returning the hairpin to its original place. It turns out that the means of carrying items is not limited to the pouch of holding. Indeed, hairpins seem to be more easily concealed. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Chu Ji glared at Ning Yue, indignantly exclaiming, "Do you think the pouch of holding is some commonplace item? As if everyone possesses one." Ning Yue, taken aback, glanced down at her own pouch of holding and mused, "Is it truly that precious?" Her nonchalant demeanor left Chu Ji speechless. With a vacant expression, Chu Ji gazed ahead and muttered, "Just eat it, consume it, and let me go. Let us pretend this meeting never occurred." "Why?" Ning Yue feigned astonishment. "After all this time, have we not laid the foundation for friendship?" Chu Ji, perplexed, furrowed her brow and retorted, "What are you talking about? Who is friends with you?" With a dismissive snort, Ning Yue turned away and directly stuffed the valuable Lotus into her mouth, mumbling, "Good friends." Chu Ji, unable to watch, regarded Ning Yue with an expression of disdain as she observed her bulging cheeks. Once Ning Yue had finally swallowed the flower with great difficulty, Chu Ji coldly inquired, "When will I be able to leave?" Ning Yue, with her neck held high, summoned a gust of wind that blew Chu Ji's shoes towards her. Now able to move, Chu Ji coldly retrieved her shoes and put them on. The two, inept at sword flight, stood before the unfathomable cave, exchanging glances. Though Ning Yue had injured her, Chu Ji found herself without allies and could only say, "Use wind magic to lift us up." "Ning Yue, do you understand what it means to have a slight understanding? I have yet to reach the level where I can elevate someone with the wind." Chu Ji turned her head back. "Ning Yue, however, my senior brothers and sisters should be returning soon." Chapter 35. Oh no. The cave is collapsing. Ning Yue ignited a small flame in the palm of her hand for illumination. She glanced at Chu Ji. "What kind of spiritual root do you possess?" Chu Ji, "Water spiritual root." "Oh." Ning Yue abandoned the thought of sharing half of the flame with her. Bored, she began to toss the fireball playfully in her hand, the flickering light dancing whimsically. Chu Ji frowned. "Be careful, don't let it fall to the ground." "Who would let it fall? Please do not underestimate my skills." Just as Ning Yue uttered this, the fireball slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a splat. "Ning Yue, how embarrassing." Chu Ji wore an expression that said, "I told you so." "It's fine." Ning Yue chuckled awkwardly. "There's nothing flammable here." It won't catch fire. The fireball seemed to rebel against her, bursting forth and igniting a fierce blaze across the ground, causing the blue crystals embedded in the cave to begin melting. The roaring flames illuminated the entire cavern. How warm. Chu Ji could no longer contain herself. "What did I just say? Don't you have any awareness of the power of your own fireball? What do we do now?" "Ning Yue, it's fine. My senior brothers and sisters should be here soon." The two retreated to the cave entrance. Chu Ji resigned herself to conjuring a water barrier, creating a protective layer in front of them. However, her cultivation level was insufficient, and the barrier she formed was swiftly melted away by Ning Yue's flames. Chu Ji could only continue to condense. "Look at the mess you've created. Why on earth is your flame so powerful?" Ning Yue pondered, gazing at the light at the cave's entrance. "It shouldn't be like this, logically speaking. They should have returned by now. Did I forget to mention? Once you exit here, you cannot re-enter." Xiaohua's voice suddenly emerged. Ning Yue, with a blank expression, replied, "What did you say?" Xiaohua repeated in the same tone. "Ning Yue, I can't fly." Chu Ji could no longer hold on. Perhaps she had been trying to maintain her composure in front of Ning Yue for too long. "When will your senior brothers and sisters return?" But she had reached her limit. Ning Yue clicked her tongue impatiently, narrowing her eyes at the searing flames before her. Although the fire could not harm her, being her own, Chu Ji was not so fortunate. Upon hearing Ning Yue's tch, Chu Ji widened her eyes in disbelief. "I merely asked a question, and you are already so impatient? After all, isn't this your doing?" Ning Yue was too indifferent to explain. Chu Ji, seeing her own impending collapse, still had the energy to voice her complaints. Stepping forward, she struck out, but before she could react, she was knocked unconscious. Her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at Ning Yue, perhaps thinking that Ning Yue intended to abandon her here. Ning Yue, cradling Chu Ji with one arm, placed her other hand on her dantian. She could feel a force continually mending her spiritual roots ever since she consumed the Baiyu Lotus. The area around her dantian was exceedingly warm. Ning Yue squinted, her fingers splayed before her as she attempted to conjure a formidable ice barrier. A massive, solid wall of ice emerged, steadfastly shielding her from the encroaching flames, an aura of cold radiating from it. Chu Ji's complexion noticeably improved. However, the fire was of ancient origin, and an ordinary ice wall could only withstand it for a fleeting moment. Gathering her strength, Ning Yue utilized the wind to lift Chu Ji's body, exerting a sudden force that successfully propelled Chu Ji away. She raised her hand to shield her eyes. Estimating the situation, she believed she could manage to get Chu Ji to safety, albeit with the possibility of a fall. Yet, Ning Yue felt a sense of moral integrity. She turned her attention to extinguishing the flames engulfing the cave. A mere fireball would have been manageable, but the multitude of flames proved to be quite a challenge. Thus, her priority was to cast Chu Ji away first. With her hands on her hips, she asserted, "All right, next. I just need to tidy up the fire and then use wind magic to elevate myself. As long as I don't, suddenly." The ground beneath her began to tremble violently. Rocks from the cave walls cascaded down, coupled with the still rampant flames, creating an atmosphere of impending doom within the confined space, a doom that loomed over Ning Yue. As the earth quaked with ferocity, Ning Yue struggled to maintain her footing, contemplating her escape from the cavern. However, having expended all her spiritual energy on forming the ice barrier and aiding Chu Ji, she needed to recuperate. The tremors intensified, and Ning Yue realized that if she did not take action soon, she might be buried alive. Suddenly, two large blue lights flickered to life in the dark cave. A chilling, eerie blue emanated, clearly an ominous sign. "Little Flower, what on earth is that?" Little Flower stood gracefully upon Ning Yue's shoulder. "Ah, you already have an inkling, don't you?" Ning Yue's complexion turned ashen. "Please, grant me a final blow. Those are the eyes of a millennia-old giant python. Very well. I have resigned myself." The location where those eyes appeared was precisely above the waterfall, illuminated by the flames. Ning Yue finally discerned that the path behind the waterfall, where the azure lotus was plucked, was the gaping maw of the ancient serpent. The frozen waterfall was, in fact, the saliva dripping from the giant python. No wonder this waterfall has no source. It is merely the spittle of that creature. Ning Yue silently resolved to ensure that Mastering Han would never learn of this. Forget about others. Perhaps it is time to worry about oneself, remarked Little Flower. The ancient python gazed at Ning Yue with fervor, as if it had spotted prey of immense interest. Ning Yue took 2 steps back. "Brother Snake." "Oh no, Brother Python. Can you comprehend my words? After living for thousands of years, surely you possess some wisdom. I am merely passing through. I never intended to disturb your slumber." The python paid no heed, flicking its enormous tongue, and lunged ferociously at Ning Yue. "Ning Yue, ah." Just as Mastering Han arrived at the edge of the large pit, he sensed something amiss. An invisible yet irresistible force barred his entry. He attempted to break through with his sword, but was abruptly flung into the air. The others also sensed the anomaly and began to test their own attempts. Regardless of your level of cultivation or the treasures you wield, entry remains impossible. Yang Fei exclaimed in dismay. "Oh no, this is disastrous. Little junior sister cannot fly. Moreover, she is standing atop a colossal python. We must quickly devise a means to extricate her." However, Yu Xiao, frowning as she surveyed the situation, concluded that once a person exits, they cannot re-enter. Song Yishur turned to Duan Huailin and inquired, "What do you think?" "The formation is ineffective." Duan Huailin replied with a furrowed brow, shaking his head. Song Yishur retrieved the talisman, stating, "The talisman is also ineffective." As they pondered a solution, a figure suddenly emerged from the cave entrance. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it as Chu Ji. It was evident she was a practitioner, and Ning Yue had not exerted excessive force in her departure. Chu Ji awoke while suspended in midair, casting a complex gaze downward. After briefly summarizing the situation, a resounding explosion echoed from the cave entrance, followed by the ground within a 500-meter radius collapsing with a thunderous roar. The group reacted with remarkable speed, soaring into the sky on their swords. The cave had collapsed. What has happened to little junior sister? Chapter 36. Little junior sister has been swallowed by the colossal python. Little junior sister is in dire straits. Ning Yue remarked humorously, "This is hilarious. The giant python is charging at her. The foundation has vanished. If the ground doesn't collapse, what will?" Yet, the python's sheer magnitude was no jest. From their aerial vantage, they beheld the immense size of the ancient serpent. It was enormous. The surface of the python was covered with scales resembling thin ice, shimmering coldly in the sunlight. Its hide was cracked and fissured, akin to jagged rocks meticulously fitted together. Accompanying the massive python was their concerned little junior sister. The group stared in astonishment. Who can explain why the junior sister was suspended in midair, limbs spread wide like a character from a grotesque performance, hovering ungracefully beside the enormous python? Ning Yue's feet seemed to tread on nothingness, or rather, she was experiencing weightlessness in the void, positioned perfectly before the python's face. Ning Yue swore she could discern excitement radiating from it. The elated python, in turn, opened its colossal jaws wide in response to Ning Yue's presence. One of its fangs was larger than two of Ning Yue combined, and saliva dripped from the gap between its jaws. Ning Yue gasped, "Mother," as the python closed its mouth. Its forked tongue flicked out to taste the air. The expressions of her senior brothers and sisters froze for a moment. Then, a tidal wave of fury surged forth. It dared to consume the junior sister right before their eyes. Shering Han's gaze darkened, and he soared upward on his sword, darting directly towards the ancient serpent. Thrusting his blade fiercely into the python's eye, the python hissed, opening its mouth wide, and Shering Han seized the moment to dive into its maw. An invisible barrier materialized at the edge of the python's mouth, abruptly rebuffing Shering Han. Infuriated, he found himself unable to enter. Was there truly no way to rescue the junior sister? Spiritual energy began to swell within him, manifesting as countless whirlwinds that expanded, exuding the heavy pressure of the Golden Core stage. The darkness in Shering Han's eyes deepened, and a chilling wind enveloped him. Those nearby struggled to keep their eyes open, compelled to conjure a barrier of spiritual energy around them to avoid collateral damage. Tens of thousands of wind blades surged towards the python, bearing an intimidating resilience. Yet all were repelled upon contact with the serpent's body. Without exception, every onlooker furrowed their brows in concern. Shering Han was the one among them with the highest cultivation level. Yet, could this harm the colossal serpent in the slightest? Yang Fei's gaze burned crimson as he regarded the audacious serpent before him, his spiritual energy surging as he soared forward with his sword, exclaiming, "Die, you beast!" How could his little junior sister, with whom he enjoyed tea, be devoured in a single gulp? Jiang Yishan frantically urged the surrounding flora, causing vines to grow wildly, constraining the serpent with all the strength beyond his cultivation level. Song Yisher, wielding her sword, called out to Duan Huailin, "Get on." Duan Huailin leaped onto Song Yisher's sword, and she ascended into the sky. Evading the serpent's gaze, she began to frantically toss talismans. Duan Huailin coordinated with Song Yisher, strategically placing formations where she cast the talismans. Rarely exhibiting such focus, Song Yisher was meticulously precise in affixing the talismans in their designated spots. Lu Qingyan, with a calm demeanor that belied a simmering fury, stood at a distance where the serpent could not reach her. She nonchalantly picked up a bamboo flute and began to play, her expression cold. The sound produced was inaudible to humans, a melody specifically designed to combat spiritual beasts. Fortunately, Lu Qingyan was an adept musician, despite the vast disparity in cultivation levels. She could still exert some influence over the ancient serpent. Yu Shao watched the unfolding scene with a grave expression. This was troubling. Even a spirit beast of the Golden Core stage would meet its demise upon hearing Sister Qingyan's tune. To his astonishment, the serpent merely slowed its movements. What realm was it truly in? Yang Fei's countenance darkened as he summoned the blue flame, directing it to peck at the serpent's other eye, regardless of its cunning. Today it shall shed a layer of skin or face dire consequences. Several individuals engage in a fierce battle with the colossal python. The sound of explosions reverberates from the location where Song Yisher has cast her talismans. Duan Huailin has established a cyclical formation. Under the influence of this formation, the explosive incantations begin to replicate the detonation process incessantly. At last, a wound appears on the ancient serpent's body. Yu Shao and Shering Han soar through the air, wielding their swords. The chilling winds whip around them, yet their gazes remain resolutely calm and composed. Two beams of sword light plunge downward with remarkable speed, targeting the python's abdomen. The skin of the python's belly suddenly ruptures, exposing gory flesh and blood. A deafening wail escapes, resonating painfully through the ears. A sound so jarring it seems to reverberate within the skull. The others are somewhat affected, instinctively covering their ears. Yang Fei exclaims, "Goodness." The power of that scream is astonishing. Shering Han furrows his brow, saying, "This python must possess at least the cultivation level of the integration stage. I never anticipated such a formidable spirit beast in the secret realm of Baiyu Valley." Yang Fei, stunned, stammers, "Integration stage? I have never encountered one in my life. There are hardly any beings of that caliber in the realm of cultivation. What is the true origin of this python?" Song Yisher fixates on the still shrieking python. "We cannot defeat it. We must retreat, or we shall all perish here." Yu Shao adds, "But our junior sister is still inside the python. The chances of her survival are slim. She likely has met her demise." Yu Shao lets out a sigh, for indeed, in such treacherous secret realms, anyone may fall victim to death. It is truly unfortunate for the junior sister, a budding genius whose brilliance has been extinguished prematurely. I fail to comprehend why. Despite Ning Yue's exceptional talent, She was placed in such perilous circumstances without any prior training. However, given the current situation, clinging to hope seems futile. Preserving one's life must take precedence. Yu Xiao glanced at Ring-On, a hint of resignation in her expression. Let us retreat, senior brother. Ring-On remained fixated on the horizon, his gaze unwavering. It is my negligence. I fear that retreat is no longer an option. Yu Xiao's eyes moved slowly, and she realized that the enormous head of the serpent had inexplicably come to a halt nearby. The cold, unfeeling eyes of this reptilian predator were fixed upon them, observing with the predatory intensity reserved for its prey. The serpent's deep blue pupils, resembling lanterns, instilled a profound sense of dread. Its gaze held an overwhelming authority, rendering the group momentarily paralyzed, unable to move. The serpent lashed its massive tail with a deafening crash. Stones shattered, and the ground quaked as thick clouds of dust were cast into the air. Enormous boulders struck the earth with an unstoppable force, creating deep craters in their wake. The stones, shaped into lethal points, hurtled towards them. There was a shared thought among the group. There was no escaping this fate. The disparity between the harmonization stage and the golden core stage was not trivial. A harmonization stage powerhouse could effortlessly crush several golden core practitioners with a mere squeeze. Moreover, the physical prowess of a harmonization stage spirit beast was honed to perfection. To eliminate them would require naught but a breath. In this moment of crisis, Ring-On conjured a protective barrier around the group. The tail of the ancient python easily pierced through the barrier, and with a swift motion, it forcefully sent everyone sprawling. Ring-On was knocked to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Senior brother, run. Ring-On urged fiercely, don't worry about me. Just flee. Chapter 37. This cannot be allowed. How could you still be petting the giant python? What are you saying? How could we possibly leave you behind? Yang Fei exclaimed. Furthermore, Song Yisher added from the side, I doubt that python will let us escape. Following their gaze, the giant python swung its tail once more, accompanied by a fierce wind and the sound of air splitting. Could it really be that we are to meet our end here? Yang Fei pondered. Suddenly, the python's movements came to an abrupt halt, leaving Ring-On to cough up blood, gazing at it with suspicion. He did not believe that the python would show them any mercy. After a brief pause, the python began to curl its abdomen and roll around, its massive tail thrashing wildly, causing stones to fly about chaotically. Although the situation was unclear, it presented a prime opportunity to escape. Now is the time to find a place to hide, Ring-On instructed. The group responded swiftly, soon identifying suitable hiding spots. Observing from the shadows, the ancient python appeared to be in considerable distress, and suddenly, a strange red glow emanated from its abdomen. What on earth is this? Yang Fei grimaced. No one had time to respond, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. The red light from the python's abdomen intensified, growing brighter and brighter, as a rounded bulge suddenly appeared on its white underbelly. The bulge expanded increasingly, as if it were about to rupture through the python's skin. Something is about to emerge. As the bulge swelled, the giant python's cries grew increasingly agonizing, its thrashing becoming more pronounced, until, at last, the skin of the python's abdomen ruptured, flesh and sinew flying in disarray, with even small fragments of meat being torn apart. A pink longsword, stained with blood, stood resolutely embedded in the ground, encircled by a blaze of brilliant, translucent flames, unmistakably beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to wield. The aura of a golden core cultivator emanated from it. Master Ring-On's heart trembled. The pink sword, the exceptionally clear flames. Junior sister. Junior sister. Could it be that? Everyone fixated their gaze upon the wound of the giant python. The pink sword was deeply planted in the earth, while a delicate, fair hand rested upon the hilt. Ning Yue emerged from the serpent's belly, her pristine attire soaked in blood, with flames still flickering upon the stains, relentlessly burning. Ning Yue cast a disdainful glance at the bloodied remnants on her clothes. I must find a place to change soon. The girl, ablaze with fire, was undoubtedly Ning Yue. The giant python lying nearby appeared to still possess some breath, but the group disregarded the dangers, rushing headlong toward Ning Yue. Junior sister. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ning Yue looked up to see Master Ring-On leading the charge, a throng of people rushing fervently towards her. Ning Yue felt a twinge of confusion. When had her usually composed and gentle elder brother become so fervent? Before she could ponder the matter further, her body was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. Ning Yue. She hastily extinguished the flames that enveloped her. Ning Yue found herself held tightly. Feeling a touch of discomfort, she wriggled slightly in Ring-On's embrace and said, Senior brother, I am covered in blood. Ring-On's voice resonated above her, trembling slightly as he replied, Fortunately, you are unharmed. This is all due to my blunder. I nearly allowed you to perish at the serpent's jaws. Ning Yue. Disregarding the bloodstains on her hands, gently patted Shi Inghan's back, leaving small crimson imprints on his pristine clothing. I am fine, senior brother. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I possess a clear understanding within, she remarked lightly. After all, I have just emerged from the serpent's belly, haven't I? Her words, though spoken with ease, masked the gravity of the situation. Ning Yue was drenched in blood, both her own and that of the giant python. The moment Shi Inghan embraced her, he commenced her healing. Her lips, pale from blood loss, prompted Shi Inghan to channel his spiritual energy into her. He continued until her complexion improved slightly. Yang Fei sighed in relief, exclaiming, "You frightened me to death, junior sister. I thought you were truly gone, sob sob sob." Ning Yue tilted her small face upward, a weak expression transforming into a proud smile. "Do you not recognize who I am? I would not perish so easily." Her pallid visage coupled with her comforting words evoked profound sympathy. Lu Qingyan let her dark lashes fall, concealing her emotions, and gently stroked Ning Yue's head. Jiang Yishan extended his hand to grasp Ning Yue, concerned that she still bore unhealed wounds, continuously releasing his spiritual energy to envelop her entirely. Ning Yue pressed down on him, saying, "Save some of that spiritual energy for yourself. My body is completely fine now." Jiang Yishan scrutinized Ning Yue with his deep, dark eyes, and in a fleeting moment, a tear cascaded down his cheek. Ning Yue. The youth silently shed tears, observing Jiang Yishan's bowed head in sorrow. As if she had committed an unforgivable transgression, Ning Yue, taken aback, blurted out, "If you are willing, please continue to channel your spiritual energy. Alas, I feel so weak. Oh dear, I still have injuries that need healing." Jiang Yishan indeed lowered his head to resume the transfer of his spiritual energy. Shearing on, he distinctly recalled having healed all of Ning Yue's wounds. Moreover, was it not evident that the little junior sister's lackluster performance lacked sincerity? How could you possibly believe it? Jiang Yishan spoke in a hoarse voice. "I thought you were dead." "Not dead, not dead." Ning Yue hurriedly reassured him. "I'm perfectly fine." Jiang Yishan turned a deaf ear. "If only I were a golden core cultivator, I could self-detonate." Golden core cultivators possess the terrifying ability to self-destruct. However, such an act would lead to death and the obliteration of one's soul, rendering them incapable of cultivation for eternity, a truly self-destructive method. Ning Yue trembled slightly. That cannot be allowed. Senior brothers and sisters. The junior brother is rather frightening. It seems I must strive a little harder. As Jiang Yishan's gaze upon Ning Yue darkened further. Thus, even if he could not defeat his enemies, he could still take them down with him. Ning Yue. So, this is the true nature of Xiaojiang? Duan Huailin, after a moment of silence, stepped forward and finally pulled Jiang Yishan away. He uttered a simple phrase to Ning Yue, "Well done." Then he silently walked away. Ning Yue, bewildered, asked, "What? Are you treating my greetings as mere tasks?" Yu Xiaoxiao approached with a radiant smile and gently patted Ning Yue's head. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters. You truly startled senior sister. I can hardly believe you managed to emerge from the belly of a spirit beast in the merging phase." The merging phase spirit beast? Yu Xiaoxiao gestured towards the ancient giant python beside them, still gasping for breath. "In the merging phase, how ferocious. You almost met your end on its back." Ning Yue turned to observe, finally given the opportunity to scrutinize it in the bright light. The ancient giant python lay on the ground, panting heavily. Its abdomen torn open with scorch marks evident. Its large, cerulean vertical pupils fixed intently on Ning Yue, and to her astonishment, she perceived a hint of grievance in its gaze. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she reached out to stroke the python's massive head. The onlookers gasped in horror, exclaiming, "How did we let our guard down? This girl is up to mischief again." Everyone was poised with their weapons, channeling their spiritual energy, ready to retrieve Ning Yue and deliver a strike to the giant python. Yet, to their astonishment, the ancient giant python nuzzled Ning Yue's palm affectionately. All present stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 38. The entire arm is yours. Oh. What do you think, serpent brother? Yang Fei trembled, pointing at the python's enormous head. "It just nudged junior sister's palm, right? I can't be mistaken." Shiringan pressed down his finger, his expression equally perplexed. Indeed, Lu Qingyan's typically aloof demeanor revealed a hint of vulnerability. Yu Zhao's steps were somewhat unsteady. For the colossal serpent that had nearly obliterated them all was now nuzzling against her little junior sister's palm with surprising gentleness. Was the world around them a mere illusion? Ning Yue felt equally bewildered. Instinctively, she began to caress the serpent's head, prompting the creature to lean in closer, its tongue flickering with evident delight. Ning Yue scrutinized the fearsome visage of the serpent before her, which, while not conventionally adorable, was undeniably intimidating. She swallowed hard. Upon reflection, it seemed that the python had no intention of causing her harm. When it had engulfed her, it appeared to merely hold her gently without biting or swallowing her whole. In truth, it was she who had been aimlessly wandering within the creature's maw, unable to find an exit, to evade a grim fate of being consumed. She had torn her way out. Little did she know this serpent would exhibit such gentleness towards her. Perhaps being swallowed had been an act of protection or concealment in some peculiar sense. Ning Yue regarded the little flower perched on her shoulder with kindness. Pondering the strange circumstances. What is happening? She inquired. The little flower, eager to change the subject, chuckled. Haha, this serpent seems to be quite familiar with you. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Ning Yue's lips. Oh really? The little flower continued. I only saw the moment you were devoured by the python. Who would have guessed it would swallow you, and then spare you? Ning Yue sighed, recognizing that this was not the little flower's fault. She cast a sympathetic glance at the serpent. If blame were to be assigned, it was for its inexplicable decision to engulf her in the first place. The inside had been dark, stifling, and oppressive, and despite her best efforts, she had struggled to find a way out. It served her right. The giant python seemed to comprehend Ning Yue's expressions, curling its body in a show of distress, its abdomen wound tightly around the gaping injury. It cast a mournful glance at Ning Yue. Ning Yue, at a loss, pondered, what shall we do with this serpent? Yang Fei, still processing the situation, suggested. It appears quite docile towards you. Perhaps you should keep it as a spirit companion. The python, as if it understood, lifted the tip of its tail in response. Song Yisher interjected, it's surprising that you study beast taming. This is a millennia-old giant python in the fusion phase. The bond between a conduit and a spirit beast must not exceed 2 major realms. Or else the little junior sister may suffer a fatal backlash due to the vast disparity in levels. It was not an illusion. The python's tail drooped once more. Yu Xiao, with concern etched on her face, gazed at Ning Yue and the python, stating, a millennia-old python is exceedingly perilous, especially one in the fusion phase. There are likely very few spirit beasts of this caliber in the entire realm of cultivation. Should it erupt in fury, few would be capable of subduing it. I recommend we abandon it in a secret realm. The python lowered its head entirely. Yang Fei finally regained his composure, scrutinizing the python-esque condition closely. As Song Shiji had asserted, he was indeed a practitioner of beast taming. Hence he inquired, little junior sister, does this giant python seem to recognize you? Yang Fei regarded Ning Yue with a look of firm conviction, as if to imply this python was undoubtedly an old acquaintance of hers. Ning Yue was bewildered, after all. She had only recently arrived in this world, and it seemed implausible that she could have encountered a spirit beast of such magnitude. What to say? Yang Fei stroked his chin, pondering. The giant python appears remarkably relaxed in your presence, resembling a spirit beast that has been bonded for many years, completely shedding its guard. Moreover, Yang Fei continued, I found it peculiar that a spirit beast at the integration stage could easily annihilate us without effort. Yet it displayed no desire to engage us in combat. Its final attack lacked any real force, as if it were merely toying with us. Thus, I believe it poses no threat and can be safely brought back to the sect. A spirit beast at the integration stage would serve as a formidable asset for the Fusang sect. Lu Qingyan remarked, though I am not well versed in spirit beasts, I concur. If it were to unleash its full power, we certainly would not withstand even a single strike. Yu Zhao's expression grew somewhat troubled, but with such a sizable body, transporting it back poses a significant challenge. Shurian nodded in agreement. The Qinkuan bag is unsuitable for containing living beings. Jiang Yishan and Ning Yue called out. Let us first attempt to heal its wounds. It appears to be quite severe. Ning Yue, possessing a strong sense of conscience, felt particularly compelled. Considering the giant python had not inflicted significant damage upon them. Rather, it was she who had inadvertently torn a gash in its belly. Not to mention, the python's large, glistening eyes were fixed intently upon her. Though devoid of malice, it was indeed chilling. Jiang Yishan attempted to employ a healing spell, after a brief moment. He withdrew his hands and shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, the wound is too severe for me to mend. Moreover, junior sister, the injuries inflicted by your flames appear particularly arduous to treat. Ning Yue, there's nothing to be done. For she truly believed she would be devoured, diligently practicing the ancient fire seed and mastering its use. Given this, it is out of my hands. So do not hold it against me. In a gesture of contrition, Ning Yue gently patted the giant python's head. The python bore no grudge, nuzzling against her in compliance. Was it possible that snakes were such docile creatures? This seemed rather incongruent with Ning Yue's physiological understanding. Nevertheless, the python's gentle demeanor only heightened her feelings of guilt. Perhaps you could shrink a bit, just enough to make you more manageable. For your immense size makes movement quite challenging, Ning Yue proposed. To her astonishment, after gazing at her for a moment, the giant python indeed reduced its size proportionately, becoming equivalent to that of a normal snake, about as thick as her wrist. Ning Yue then hastily tore at her already disheveled clothing to create some strips of fabric. She wrapped the snake, managing to cover the wound with them, compelled by her conscience. The once wary Ning Yue now approached the task of tending to the snake's injuries with an impassive expression, even allowing it to coil around her neck. The coiling was the snake's request, not her initiative. Onlookers, maintaining a respectful distance. After all, a larger snake represented a terrifying disparity in strength, while a normal-sized one embodied a physiological dread. The black snake coiled around Ning Yue's neck resembled a thick, glossy necklace, glinting in the light. The serpent's cool skin pressed closely against Ning Yue, allowing her to perceive the eerie sensation of the black snake's gentle movements upon her neck. A chill of physiological trepidation coursed through her. Why not coil around my arm instead? How about it? My entire arm could be yours, dear serpent. What do you think? Ning Yue proposed awkwardly. The black snake seemed to shrink, tightening its grip around her neck, its blue vertical pupils gazing at her with a sense of grievance. Ning Yue gasped for breath, pondering who was truly the more aggrieved party. She glanced at her senior brothers and sisters, who collectively averted their gazes, adopting an attitude of respectful distance, signaling that they were not to be disturbed. Ning Yue sighed. Chapter 39. Another day spent pursuing foxes. In any case, the Bayou Lotus had been successfully consumed, and the formidable threat of the ancient giant python had been dispelled. At last, they could enjoy their time within the secret realm. Yang Fei could hardly contain his excitement. I heard there are incredibly rare purple foxes in this realm. I wish to find a couple. Sheringan nodded in agreement. Very well, then. Lu Qingyan added, I have heard that there are azure bamboos here. I would like to gather a few to craft a new flute. Song Yishe looked up. I'll accompany you, as I am in need of a new writing instrument. Sheringan nodded once more. All right, then. Yushao interjected. Wait a moment. My master instructed me to find some Shen iron to forge swords for this new generation of disciples. Sheringan turned to Duan Huailin and Jiang Yishen, rubbing her brow in mild exasperation. And what about you too? Is there anything you wish to seek? Duan Huailin casually picked up a small stone from beside a tree. In this mystical realm, there are countless items of use scattered everywhere. One merely needs to gather them along the way. Shi Inghan felt a surge of emotion, appreciating how easily her junior could sustain himself. Jiang Yishen leaned closer to Ning Yue. Wherever my little junior sister goes, I shall follow. Shi Inghan sighed, rubbing her brow. Very well, one at a time. Yang Fei rushed forward, pushing Shi Inghan's shoulder as he urged, let us seek the purple fox first. Ning Yue leaped onto Lu Qingyan's sword. Elder sister, grant me a ride. Lu Qingyan slowed her pace, assisting Ning Yue in finding her balance. Yushao then took charge, pulling her two junior brothers onto her own sword. Jiang Yishen inquired, Elder sister, am I heavy? Yushao assessed Jiang Yishen with a teasing glint in her eye. Indeed, you are rather hefty, fortunately. It is I who bears you. Another might struggle to carry your weight. Jiang Yishen, with utmost seriousness, pointed to Lu Qingyan's sword. Otherwise, I shall ride with elder sister Lu. Yushao, what of your dignity? Lu Qingyan. Ning Yue. Lu Qingyan gradually increased her speed, swiftly carrying Ning Yue to the forefront. Yushao, unable to contain herself, playfully smacked Jiang Yishen's head. Did you not hear me? Another might not be able to support you. Elder sister Lu's sword is of a lightweight design, capable of bearing only our little junior sister. Do not entertain such thoughts. Jiang Yishen had already been left behind. Ning Yue leaned over Lu Qingyan's shoulder, peering down at the ground. Is the purple fox truly a formidable spiritual beast? Why does brother Yang desire it so fervently? Yang Fei cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion. Oh, let us not dwell on that, dear junior sister. How does the taste of the Bayou Lian fare? Is it delectable? The purple fox, though not ferocious, possesses an undeniable charm. It had been several years since it was mentioned, yet it remained elusive. Song Yishe, unyielding, boldly exposed the truth. Oh, Sister Yang Fei, I still hold a respectable authority as a senior brother in front of my junior siblings. Please, do not reveal this. Ning Yue flashed a knowing smile, her gaze pausing on the purple figure weaving through the grass below. Is that so? With a swift movement, Ning Yue lunged forward, attempting to seize the fluffy creature before her. Alas, the commotion startled it, and it quickly vanished into the thicket. Junior sister, you are not much more agile than I. Ning Yue huffed, brushing the stray fur from her nose in exasperation. We have reached the realm of immortals. Why resort to mere hands? Even primitive beings utilize tools. Why not employ traps or magical artifacts? Yang Fei scratched his head. You see, the purple fox is inherently timid. Utilizing artifacts or traps might only frighten it away. Ning Yue gritted her teeth. Then if I pounce on it, won't it be frightened? Oh, but the purple fox is quite affectionate. If you pounce, it would merely perceive it as a playful gesture. Song Yishe and Lu Qingyan stood at a distance atop their sword. Yang Fei, brimming with pride, declared, those incapable of catching foxes should not meddle. Song Yishe plucked a fruit from a nearby tree, took a few bites, and tossed the core at Yang Fei's head. Silence. Go catch your fox. Yang Fei raised a hand, effortlessly snatching the fruit pit. Just watch, I shall have one in no time. Ning Yue casually tossed a fruit pit. You should catch it too. Don't leave all the effort to me. Yang Fei lounged in the grass, sheepishly scratching his head. I'm too large and not very agile. You are the most suitable, little junior sister. I implore you. Ning Yue lunged at the little fur ball once more, and predictably, she missed again. The small fur ball gently scratched its fur with its front paw, its round eyes squinting slightly, as if deliberately provoking Ning Yue. Ning Yue wrinkled her nose and licked her teeth. Just wait for me, little fox. The small purple fox flicked out its red tongue and swiftly darted into the underbrush. Over there, little junior sister, your eyes are quite sharp, and it has escaped again. Yang Fei cheerfully encouraged Ning Yue. Clenching her fists, Ning Yue resolved to catch the fox and not share it with Yang Fei. Seeing that Ning Yue had not emerged, the fur ball cautiously peeked out, raising its paw towards her. The young purple fox's fur was not as deep in color, resembling a light purple close to white, and its small face, adorned with a pair of curious, moist eyes, seemed to inquire, why aren't you chasing me? Ning Yue. Her heart softened. How adorable. It shall be mine. I want to share it with Yang Fei. She gently lifted her feet, arms outstretched, preparing for another pounce, only to unexpectedly step on her clothing and lose balance, tumbling forward. Yay. Ning Yue landed headfirst. Oh no. She rubbed her forehead and glanced at the startled purple fox that had bolted away. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She gently exhaled, covered her eyes, and began to wail dramatically. Yang Fei. Shearing on. Standing on the sword, Song Yisher and Duan Huailin. How so suddenly? Jiang Yishan made a sudden leap towards Ning Yue, but abruptly halted in his tracks. He noticed Ning Yue discreetly gesturing behind her, indicating not to approach. Jiang Yishan hesitated, remaining rooted in place. Yang Fei, unaware of the situation, anxiously rushed forward to console her. He momentarily disregarded the little purple fox. His junior sister was crying so pitifully. She buried her small face in her hands, weeping with great sorrow. Oh, little junior sister, please don't cry. I'm sorry. I want to let you catch the fox anymore. Come, I have something delicious here. Ning Yue's face was hidden behind her hands, frowning as she glanced at the approaching Yang Fei. Yang Fei. He hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed, pondering whether she was angry or simply sad. Ultimately, he wisely chose not to approach. Ning Yue, feeling reassured, withdrew her gaze, and through the gaps between her fingers, she observed the little purple fox cautiously stepping out. It moved a few steps in her direction, settled on the ground, and gently licked its fluffy paws. It then raised its eyes from its paws, quietly watching Ning Yue. Ning Yue cried even louder. It hurts so much. Woo woo woo. The little purple fox shifted its position, seemingly resolute, and placed its two fluffy paws on Ning Yue's hands that were covering her face. Ning Yue. Hee hee. Now's the moment. She peeked out from behind her hands and pinched the little purple fox's paw between her fingers. In the fox's deceived gaze, she shook its paw up and down. Oh woo. Ning Yue. Hee hee. The little purple fox exclaimed, Wow, junior sister. You truly possess remarkable skills. Yang Fei's eyes sparkled as he sheathed his sword, eager to rush forward. Ning Yue had already reluctantly cradled the purple fox in her embrace. The little fox wore an expression of being just one move away from victory. Ning Yue gently stroked its fur, her fingers skillfully kneading its soft belly. The little fox, despite its humiliation, displayed a look of contentment. Chapter 40. Daily Struggles with Bamboo. Yang Fei, brimming with eagerness, extended his hand. Junior sister, let me have a turn as well. Ning Yue playfully scratched the fox's chin, which then covered her hand with its paws, nuzzling gently. Yang Fei gazed longingly, stretching out his hand. Ning Yue smirked. Humph, do you beg me? Please, junior sister. Yang Fei, disregarding his status as a senior brother, slid down beside Ning Yue and reached for the fluffy creature. A sharp sound echoed as Ning Yue mercilessly swatted his hand away. Yang Fei was taken aback. Ning Yue, with a mischievous grin, lifted the fluffy creature higher, teasing Yang Fei by waving it in front of him. His eyes were glued to the adorable creature, his gaze darting back and forth. Just as it seemed he was on the verge of losing his composure, Ning Yue finally relented. Here you go, she said, having teased him enough, placing the fluffy bundle into Yang Fei's palm. After all, I was merely helping you catch it. Yang Fei eagerly began to pet the fluffy creature, nearly moved to tears. Junior sister, you are simply an angel. Ning Yue stood up, casting a disdainful glance at Yang Fei. All right, brother, get up. We need to hurry and chop the bamboo. Indeed, Yang Fei exclaimed joyously as he embraced the purple fox and called out to Ning Yue. Come, my little junior sister. Allow me to carry you on my sword. I shall ensure your utmost comfort. Ning Yue tilted her head back, accepting Yang Fei's offer with a sense of rightful ease. After soaring through the clouds for a while, they finally caught a glimpse of a vast azure shadow upon the ground. Yang Fei dove downward, the brisk wind tousling Ning Yue's hair as she pressed firmly against her hairline. Slow down, no need to rush. At last, Yang Fei steadied himself, bringing Ning Yue to a halt atop the highest point of the bamboo forest. Ning Yue waved to her senior sisters, Lu Qingyin and Song Yisher, who were behind them. Sisters, how many bamboo stalks are we to cut? Lu Qingyin utilized a sound transmission talisman, sparing herself the need to shout like Ning Yue. Just some branches and leaves will suffice. There is no need for an abundance. It was unexpected that those in the realm of cultivation placed such emphasis on the harmonious coexistence of humanity and nature. Ning Yue cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and called out, "Understood." She turned back, pointing towards a particularly lush green bamboo stalk. "Brother, let us go there." Yang Fei glanced in the direction she indicated. "No problem. By the way, little junior sister, why are you so eager to chop bamboo?" Ning Yue waved her hand dismissively. Sister Song and Sister Lu are adept in talisman and sound cultivation. They don't seem suited for such physically demanding tasks, so I shall take the lead. Yang Fei regarded the 12-year-old sword cultivator before him with skepticism. "So, you believe that children are more suited for laborious tasks?" The emerald bamboo was a particularly delicate species. It could not be cut with magical tools nor harmed by talismans. It could only be broken by hand, and ordinary emerald bamboo branches were as thick as a bowl, making them quite difficult to snap. "Isn't it better to leave it to the senior brother?" Sister Song often entrusts senior brother with the task of bending bamboo. Just as senior brother had recently sustained an injury, Ning Yue remarked, "Don't underestimate me, senior brother. I can bend it perfectly, just watch." All right. I can bend it too. Don't be fooled by my role as a beast master. My physical cultivation is quite commendable." Yang Fei lifted the bamboo leaves that obscured his vision. "This bamboo, right?" "Yes." Ning Yue nodded, already envisioning the bamboo pole she intended to bend. The greenish branches had a tough, translucent shell, indicating it was indeed fine bamboo. Just as she was about to snap it, the bamboo pole suddenly turned icy and pliable. Confused, Ning Yue wondered if the bamboo in the realm of cultivation was different from ordinary bamboo. However, how could such softness be suitable for crafting pins and flutes? As her mind wandered, she suddenly felt an intense constriction around her hand. It felt as though it were being tightly coiled. A shiver ran down her spine. This didn't feel right. No matter what, bamboo shouldn't have such a sensation. Ning Yue swallowed hard and focused her gaze, only to find a green snake, the size of a bowl, coiling around her delicate hand. Its abdomen wrapped tightly around her wrist, showing no signs of loosening. The snake's scales shimmered with a cold hue. It slit like pupils gazing at Ning Yue with malicious intent. The tightly arranged scales made her feel a wave of panic due to her fear of clusters. "Oh no, not another snake. Little junior sister, don't be afraid." Yang Fei pressed his fingers together, and his eyes suddenly transformed into a striking golden hue as he locked his gaze onto the green snake. In that moment, the snake loosened its grip around Ning Yue's hand. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retracted her hand. Yang Fei immediately seized Ning Yue, ready to take flight. "No. I can only hold it off for a few seconds. We must ascend quickly." Ning Yue, quick of hand and eye, grasped the hem of Yang Fei's cloak, preventing the azure serpent from seizing the opportunity to bite. Was bamboo this perilous? I haven't even touched it yet. This shouldn't be the case? Yang Fei furrowed his brow. Such a situation had not occurred before. When Ning Yue had been bending bamboo in his presence, he had paid little mind to it. After all, he had successfully bent the azure bamboo numerous times without incident. Could it be that the quality of the bamboo in the Bayou Valley's secret realm was superior, thus attracting the attention of spirit beasts? Ning Yue, puzzled, turned her head, only to falter and suddenly widen her eyes. Before her gaped the cavernous maw of a serpent, revealing a dark, abyssal throat and sharp, tubular fangs glistening with strands of saliva. Remarkably, she felt no trace of murderous intent. It was only when she turned that she realized the azure serpent had already bared its gaping jaws, waiting for her. Instinctively, Ning Yue summoned flames in her palm, preparing to unleash them towards the serpent's mouth. Suddenly, a surge of blue light ignited around her neck, enveloping both her and Yang Fei in its brilliance. Ning Yue felt a chilling sensation at her throat, but the radiance was so intense that she could not open her eyes. Could it be the ancient python? Only when the light dissipated could she finally blink open her eyes. The azure serpent had vanished without a trace. She reached out to touch the ancient python, which stirred slightly before retreating once more. What was that light? Yang Fei had begun to speak, but was interrupted as a flash of blue sword light zipped past, causing the hem of his cloak to flutter swiftly, seemingly imbued with a hint of lethal intent. Yang Fei trembled, regaining his composure. They sat bewildered in midair, or more accurately, suspended in the atmosphere. Yang Fei's sword had plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. This sword was a standard issue from the sect, though not particularly expensive. Its current state suggested it was beyond repair. The two exchanged a confused glance, only to behold a figure standing regally before them, garments billowing in the breeze. "What's the matter, senior brother?" Ning Yue inquired. Shurion turned, his expression grave. "What happened? Where did that serpent go?" "It vanished after a flash of blue light." Yang Fei was equally perplexed, having been preoccupied with controlling his sword moments earlier. Consequently, their attention shifted to Ning Yue. She clutched the coiled python that adorned her neck like a necklace and recounted the events succinctly. What? The green serpent launched a surprise attack while I was distracted? Yang Fei exclaimed, quickly inspecting Ning Yue for injuries. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. I was just about to strike when the python emitted a burst of light, and upon opening my eyes, the green serpent had vanished. Inghan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too witnessed the serpent preparing to attack, only for it to disappear amidst a flash of blue light. It seems the python shielded you both. Chapter 41. Do you think everyone is like you, junior sister? Ning Yue and Yang Fei were being lifted by Inghan's wind, suspended in the air. He pondered for a moment. However, I have never encountered that green serpent before. After breaking so many pieces of emerald bamboo, this is the first time I've experienced such an anomaly. Ning Yue pointed to the bamboo she had previously chosen. Senior brother, let us first proceed to break some bamboo. I have made my selections. Had it not been for this interruption, I would have already completed the task. Inghan rubbed his temples and, with a hint of resignation, said, Very well. Let us first cut the bamboo. Upon our return to the sect, I will report to the elders. This time, I shall observe you as you cut. Ning Yue was led over to the bamboo. Fortunately, there were no further complications this time. Inghan and Yang Fei closely monitored Ning Yue, apprehensive of another appearance of the green serpent. Thankfully, no second serpent emerged. Ning Yue successfully cut the bamboo on her first attempt, the stalk radiating a vibrant vitality. Lush and flourishing. Ning Yue felt a swell of pride. Lu Qingyan took the bamboo pole, affectionately ruffled Ning Yue's hair, and said, Thank you, little junior sister. They remained unaware of the serpent incident, and Ning Yue had no intention of enlightening them. Song Yishe and Lu Qingyan divided the bamboo. With half-closed eyes, Song Yishe leaned her elbow on Ning Yue's shoulder and remarked, To succeed on your first try, little junior sister, you are quite capable. Ning Yue raised her head with pride. Yang Fei approached and playfully tousled Ning Yue's hair, mimicking Song Yishe, Little junior sister, you are quite capable. Song Yishe kicked at him, but Yang Fei, having undergone rigorous training, deftly evaded her foot, standing triumphantly in midair. He continued to boast, Look, now the senior brother can hold me up in the air. It is no longer as simple as merely kicking me, Yang Fei. Song Yishe remained silent. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow, ready to provoke her further. However, his body uncontrollably began to drift in the direction of Song Yishe. Yang Fei's eyes widened in terror as he abruptly turned to look at Inghan. With two fingers pinched together, Inghan noticed Yang Fei's gaze and offered him a friendly smile. Subsequently, without mercy, Yang Fei was pushed towards Song Yishe's sword. Yang Fei exclaimed, No, master brother. Help me, little junior sister. Ning Yue pretended to avert her gaze, feigning ignorance. Inghan wore a playful smile as he continued to nudge Yang Fei closer. In a state of terror, Yang Fei clasped his arms tightly around himself, exclaiming, Truly, a master has trained you well. Sister Song, I shall never dare again. Song Yishe reached out and seized the collar of Yang Fei's robe, saying, Come, let us have a word. Meanwhile, Ning Yue and Inghan maintained a facade of indifference, choosing to ignore the unfolding drama. Yu Xiao clapped her hands and declared, All right. Let us proceed to forge the Xian iron. With Ning Yue present, the task of forging Xian iron proved far less arduous than before. In mere seconds, the once solid and frigid iron melted away in the flames. Inghan utilized his magical prowess to assist Yu Xiao, diligently pouring the molten metal into her Qian Kuan back. Yu Xiao, satisfied, remarked, Excellent, this quantity of Xian iron is more than sufficient for the swords of this new cohort of disciples. Ning Yue hesitated before retracting his hand, commenting, The Xian iron does not seem particularly resilient. I melted it with just one flame. Is this truly suitable for disciple swords? Inghan chuckled softly and explained, Xian iron is merely the raw material. It must undergo processing by the elders to be forged into a truly formidable sword. Moreover, Yu Xiao interjected, Little junior sister, do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary flame? The average individual lacks such power. Typically, forging iron is quite arduous. Had you not been here, we would have needed at least 10 days to accumulate the same amount. Ning Yue was astonished. Next time we require Xian Tai, senior sister, do remember to bring me along to assist. Yu Shaoxin's heart softened, and she couldn't help but gently stroke the soft hair atop the young girl's head. All right. Bai Youlian had finished her meal. The purple fox had been located. Shui Qingzhu had completed her chopping, and the Xian Tai had been forged. There was nothing left to desire. Inghan remarked, The secret realm of Baiyu Valley is fraught with dangers. It would be prudent for everyone to remain together. Is there anything else you wish for? Several of them shook their heads simultaneously. Yang Fei expressed, I am quite curious as to why the people from the Netherworld sect have come here. Did not junior sister mention that Xiao Sucheng was originally headed for the Demon Abyss, yet he ended up here in the secret realm? Ning Yue nodded, equally intrigued. Indeed, he mentioned a change of plans. Why not investigate this matter? Yang Fei and Ning Yue exchanged glances and clapped their hands in unison. It seems we are of one mind. Regardless of his intentions. Sheringan rubbed his temples and stated, I will delineate several safe zones. You may go and explore. As he finished speaking and raised his gaze, he found Ning Yue and Yang Fei looking at him with wide, starry eyes. Sheringan sighed. Ning Yue signaled to Jiang Yixin and Duan Huailin. Join me. Jiang Yixin, Duan Huailin. Jiang Yixin took a deep breath, seemingly resolved, and mimicked Ning Yue. Turning to look at Sheringan with starry eyes. Sheringan. Duan Huailin simply could not muster such an expression and silently retreated behind Lu Qingyan. What are you making a fuss about? Sheringan looked at Yang Fei, exasperated. They are still young. Are you also so youthful? Among this group, the youngest is indeed Ning Yue, followed by Jiang Yixin and Duan Huailin. Yang Fei's starry-eyed expression faltered. Master brother, what do you mean? Are you engaging in age discrimination? Ning Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment, for in reality, she was older than all present. Yet, who could deny that her current self resembled that of a child? A child must bear the demeanor of one. Sheringan sought to excuse himself. The Bayou Valley secret realm is vast. It's difficult to locate. Ning Yue smiled gently. I have a method. Sheringan replied. How does junior sister possess a solution for this as well? Ning Yue retrieved a delicate red jade pendant from the corner of her Qiankuan bag. Lu Qingyan pondered for a moment. Is this a gift from Qi Sucheng? Ning Yue nodded, glancing at the pendant. It appeared to be one of a pair. She pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the pendant. The crimson droplet swiftly mingled with the jade, transforming into a slender red thread that gradually extended forward. I surmise this will lead us to Qi Sucheng. Likewise, his pendant should be able to find me. The bloodline within the pendant halted upon reaching a certain point. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, proudly proclaiming, Look, we've found it. Jiang Yixin lowered his gaze, observing the two red dots connected by the bloodline, evidently representing Ning Yue and Qi Sucheng. He remained silent, trailing behind the elated Ning Yue in search of Qi Sucheng. Yang Fei boldly exclaimed, What does Qi Sucheng mean by this? Why would he give such a thing to our junior sister? What are his intentions? The relationship between the Fusang sect and the Purgatory sect is, in truth, rather unfriendly. It merely appears cordial on the surface. Thus, when the two parties encountered each other at that moment, their reactions were exceedingly intense. Bestowing such an object was tantamount to gaining knowledge of the whereabouts of the junior sister, exclaimed Yang Fei. Sheringan similarly regarded the jade pendant with a grim expression, uncertain of Qi Sucheng's intentions. He darkened his countenance, yet if the junior sister were to suffer even the slightest harm, Qi Sucheng would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 42. Can you alter the function of a magical artifact? Ning Yue reassured, Fear not. I am aware that this jade pendant harbors issues, and I have already addressed them. Only by my own volition can I reveal my position to Qi Sucheng. Upon receiving the jade pendant, Ning Yue nonchalantly placed it in a corner of her Qiankuan bag. Years of accumulated intuition led Ning Yue to instinctively sense something amiss, prompting her to summon Xiaohua for inspection. The conclusion drawn was that this was a twin jade pendant, where either party could shed blood to ascertain the precise location of the other at any time. Although Xiaohua appeared unassuming, she was, in fact, quite formidable. With a few deft maneuvers, she altered the functionality of the pendant, enabling Ning Yue to monitor Qi Sucheng's location at her discretion. However, as long as Ning Yue did not consent, Qi Sucheng would remain oblivious to her whereabouts. Xiaohua, hands on her hips and a look of disdain on her face, remarked, Next time, could you allow me to undertake more substantial tasks? Yang Fei widened his eyes in disbelief and queried. The function of a magical artifact can indeed be changed. Ning Yue pondered for a couple of seconds before slowly blinking twice. It seemed she had overlooked the possibility that the functions of magical artifacts were fixed and could not be altered a second time. Duan Huailin gazed at Ning Yue with sparkling eyes, further convincing her that the functionalities of magical artifacts truly could not undergo a second modification. Xiaohua, with a discerning intuition, shook her head dismissively, exclaiming, Nonsense. It merely reflects a lack of capability to change things. Just because one has not witnessed something does not imply its non-existence. Perhaps one simply lacks experience. Of course, Yang Fei remained oblivious to Xiaohua's lamentations. Ning Yue, upon hearing this, felt emboldened, gazing innocently at the elder disciples who exchanged glances. Indeed, the senior disciples, taken aback, acknowledged, Our apologies, we have gained insight. They had abandoned any attempts to fathom the astonishing skills of their junior sister. They proceeded along the bloodline. Yang Fei, with his sword damaged, stood precariously atop Song Yishu's sword. Ning Yue followed her senior brother, while Yushao continued to manage two at once. Though Duan Huailin had begun to delve into the study of flight formations, As the bloodline continued to shorten, the distance between the two crimson points diminished until they ultimately converged. Ning Yue lifted her gaze from the jade pendant, looking downward. Below, the terrain was enshrouded in a foreboding red mist, suggesting it was not a place of safety. Sheringan stood against the wind, brows furrowed. Gathering his robes as he turned to Ning Yue and inquired, "Is Chi Su Chung located in this vicinity?" "Yes, senior brother," Ning Yue affirmed. The jade pendant's positioning is not entirely precise, but it is indeed nearby. Sheringan had initially hesitated to lead the younger disciples into such perilous territory. However, Chi Su Cheng's presence in such an obviously ominous location was exceedingly suspicious. It was prudent to observe the situation closely. After providing careful instructions, Sheringan descended to the ground with Ning Yue. As Ning Yue's feet touched the soft, yielding earth, it revealed a reddish-brown hue, with a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. In her previous life, she was exceedingly familiar with this scent, and her gaze instantly sharpened with vigilance. The senior brothers and sisters, having grown up in the realm of cultivation, were even more accustomed to the stench of blood than Ning Yue. In an instant, they all entered a state of alertness. The sound of their feet treading upon the earth echoed with a rustling noise, and with each step, blood seeped forth from the soil. Clearly, the ground here was thoroughly soaked in blood. What business did Chi Su have in such a place? Yang Fei wrinkled his nose, equally cautious as he surveyed the surroundings. Who could fathom his intentions? Their Inferno sect was known for engaging in nefarious dealings. Yu Xiao had already unsheathed her sword, firmly gripping it in her palm. Ning Yue took the opportunity to glance at the jade pendant. The blood streaks within had vanished. She pricked her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into it, resulting in 2 overlapping crimson dots. As usual, it seemed the pendant's precision was limited to this extent. Ning Yue tucked the pendant back into her bag. The further they ventured, the more pungent the scent of blood became, reaching a level that nearly induced nausea. Song Yisher, with half-open eyes, was compelled to fully awaken, disdainfully tugging at the hem of her garment. The environment was unsuitable for flying with swords. They could only traverse the ground on foot. From the very beginning, Duan Huilin had been pondering something as he walked about, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he extended his hand and scattered a substance akin to dust into the air. The previously invisible formation surrounding them began to take shape. Duan Huilin added some materials at various points of the formation. In an instant, a golden light flashed swiftly, and the oppressive stench of blood diminished significantly. As they stepped upon the ground, a barrier emerged, isolating them from the tainted soil beneath. At the onset of spring, Song Yisher took several steps upon the ground, each footfall eliciting a shimmering halo, and upon lifting her foot, she found no traces of mud. Remarkable! Song Yisher appeared invigorated, her demeanor lively, free from the burden of soiled feet. Truly astonishing. Ning Yue followed suit, stepping lightly, watching the halos appear and vanish, casting a beautiful glow. "Your junior is quite impressive," Yang Fei remarked, giving Duan Huilin a pat on the shoulder. "Well done. Far more useful than I, your elder brother." Duan Huilin smiled. "I've been contemplating methods to enhance the formation during our journey, especially after my junior sister fell into that pit. To prevent such an occurrence from repeating, I gathered materials to create a protective barrier on the ground." Yang Fei expressed admiration. "This year, our sect has indeed recruited many talented individuals. I've heard that repairing formations requires at least a month of meticulous study, yet you devised and completed this in just a few steps?" Duan Huilin surveyed the protective barrier around them, humbly responding, "It wasn't so swift. I began formulating solutions only after my junior sister fell. I shall continue my studies, and perhaps one day I could devise solutions in mere moments." His expression conveyed genuine humility, as if he were entirely oblivious to his own remarkable abilities. Yang Fei remarked, "A true prodigy." However, with the barriers now established, the group found their strides considerably more unencumbered, no longer fretting about blood staining their garments or soles. They walked with a carefree demeanor until a chilling whisper of wind swept through, causing them all to shiver simultaneously. Yang Fei feigned calmness. "What is that sound? I've never encountered a spirit beast that produces such a noise." Leading the way, Sheringan reassured them, "It is not a spirit beast. It is merely the sound of the wind." The air was filled with the mournful whispers of the wind, swirling incessantly around, while luminous circles flickered beneath their feet, appearing and disappearing. For an extended period, silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, Yu Xiao stepped forward, sword in hand, her expression serene, taking her place alongside Sheringan. Lu Qingyin and Song Yisher flanked them, discreetly producing flutes and talismans, quietly pressing them into their palms, intent on avoiding alarming their junior disciples. Something felt amiss. The atmosphere seemed to tighten inexplicably. Although no immediate threat had emerged, Ning Yue's keen instinct sensed danger. A sudden flash of white caught her eye. Squinting against her mild nearsightedness, she strained to discern the object, stepping closer. Ning Yue's heart raced as clarity dawned upon her. There lay several severed arms, scattered amidst the blood-soaked earth. Chapter 43. The child is too young. It is not meant for their eyes. Shurion crouched down, meticulously examining the dismembered limbs on the ground. The color of the severed arms had faded to a ghastly gray, their texture hard and unyielding, indicating that their owner had been dead for some time. Lu Qingyan reached forth, a pleasant fragrance wafting from her sleeve. Without hesitation, she covered Ning Yue's eyes. Ning Yue thought, the child is too young. It is not meant for their eyes. Peeking through the gap between Lu Qingyan's fingers, Ning Yue observed the grim surroundings. Indeed, this place exuded peril. She wondered what Chi Su Chung had brought them here for. After casting a spell to cleanse the ground of the remains, Shurion returned. The stench of blood in the air grew increasingly overwhelming, reaching a nauseating intensity that even Duan Huailin's protective barrier could not prevent from invading their senses. A chill swept through the air, accompanied by a repulsive, sticky sound that made Ning Yue halt abruptly. Lu Qingyan observed Ning Yue's demeanor and actions, her bamboo flute poised at her lips. The group, understanding the gravity of the moment, came to a collective standstill, their gazes drawn towards the dark shadow ahead. At last, Ning Yue discerned the source of that unsettling noise. A colossal rodent-like spirit beast lay coiled upon the ground, gnawing at what appeared to be a half-chewed leg, unmistakably adorned in the garb of the Inferno sect disciples. A complex expression flitted across Ning Yue's face. Truth be told, she harbored a greater fear of rats than snakes, particularly those corpulent creatures. The spirit beast was imposing, its small, crimson eyes narrowed in contentment, while its sharp forepaws clutched a gruesome, bloodied morsel. Ning Yue was reluctant to ascertain the nature of the object it was consuming, but her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure. With a careful, unnoticeable turn of her head, she scrutinized the scene before her, acutely aware of the rodent's keen sense of hearing, thus mindful to minimize any sound. The figure was positioned beside the spirit beast, at a distance neither too close nor too far, seemingly engrossed in observing the creature's feast. Ning Yue squinted. As recognition dawned upon her, it was Chi Shuqing. He maintained a calm demeanor, watching intently as the spirit beast finished its meal, then casually discarding something onto the ground. The rodent's nose twitched in response, its whiskers dancing with each movement, releasing a pungent aroma that surged upward, an unmistakable scent of blood. Yang Fei, unable to withstand the stench, covered his nose and could not help but exclaim, "Ugh." The giant rat paused momentarily, its piercing red eyes swiftly darting towards the group. Ning Yue, mastering Han, displaying remarkable reflexes, swiftly pinched two fingers together, causing a flash of blue light to illuminate the area as branches nearby began to cascade to the ground. The giant rat's attention was rapidly diverted as it approached the fallen branches and began to sniff them inquisitively. Its imposing form brought an overwhelming sense of pressure as it neared, forcing the group to remain utterly still to avoid detection. Yang Fei, with a history of such encounters, clamped both hands tightly over his mouth and nose, fearing he might retch again. Ning Yue, exhibiting keen foresight, mimicked Yang Fei's actions, covering his own mouth and nose. Song Yisher's expression was taut, her fingertips dancing with urgency as she deftly crafted a series of talismans without alerting the giant rat. In no time, a stack of charms was completed. Holding her breath, Song Yisher cast a glance at her companions before several faint white lights flickered. The talismans vanished, and simultaneously, Ning Yue felt his presence diminish, the foul odor dissipating to a more bearable scent of blood. He lowered his hands, the rancid stench of the giant rat now reduced to a tolerable level. Yang Fei also sensed the change, releasing his grip and inhaling the air around him. Finally, the giant rat turned away, lumbering in the opposite direction. Song Yisher explained, the concealment charm temporarily masks one's scent, making it difficult for others to detect. Yang Fei let out a sigh of relief. Senior sister, you have truly saved us. Had we waited any longer, I would have surely been ill again. At the onset of spring, Song Yi cast a disdainful glance at Yang Fei, remarking, your junior sister is still so young. She hasn't even vomited at this sight, yet you have. Yang Fei, eyes closed in an attempt to regain his composure, replied, my nose is just too sensitive. It's entirely my fault. Suddenly, Shurion stepped forward, her gaze fixated intently ahead. Ning Yue was the first to notice, following her line of sight. To his surprise, he discovered Chi Shuqing had approached them without his awareness. Standing there with a sweeping gesture, he lowered his gaze upon Ning Yue, his eyes seemingly filled with an indelible ink-like depth. Ning Yue could not decipher the meaning behind that gaze. Shurion took a step toward Ning Yue, effectively obstructing Chi Shuqing's view. What are you doing here? She inquired. Chi Shuqing chuckled lightly. I could ask the same of you. Did you follow me here? Who has the leisure to follow you? Yang Fei retorted disdainfully. Though I must admit, it is rather fitting to arrive at such a peculiar location. Chi Shuqing did not respond but suddenly turned his head to glance at the giant rat. As he shifted, a white figure emerged beside him. Ning Yue squinted in surprise. It was Chuji. Seemingly intent on avoiding Ning Yue's gaze, Chuji only glanced briefly at him before hastily diverting her eyes. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their odd behavior. Pointing at the giant rat that was sniffing around, he inquired, "What is that creature?" Qi Shuqing followed Ning Yue's gesture, pondered for a moment, and finally provided an answer. It was a monstrous rat, a spirit beast from the depths of the Biyo Valley, and it seemed inexplicably to have found its way into the secret realm. After consuming an abundance of rare materials, it had transformed into this grotesque form. Yang Fei scoffed. "Are you trying to deceive me? I've never heard of a spirit beast entering a secret realm and emerging in such a pitiful state. This is certainly not the physique of an ordinary spirit beast." Qi Shuqing cast a glance at Yang Fei, his demeanor icy as he replied, "Believe what you wish." Yang Fei chose not to argue. He understood the implications and scrutinized Qi Shuqing with keen eyes. "The spirit beast that just devoured your sect's disciple," Shering Han reminded coolly. Qi Shuqing faltered momentarily, as if caught off guard by the revelation of that scene. However, the fleeting awkwardness quickly dissipated, and he stood resolutely, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "Their lack of strength has led to their demise at the jaws of the beast. There is nothing to be done." Ning Yue observed Qi Shuqing intently, filled with skepticism. That brief moment of discomfort might have escaped others, but it was unmistakable to Ning Yue's discerning gaze. There was undoubtedly a hidden truth. Discreetly, Ning Yue adjusted his position, ensuring he remained within the protective barrier while maintaining a clear view of Chu Ji's whereabouts. She was trembling slightly, half of her body concealed behind Qi Shuqing's robes. Though her expression was obscured, her fingers were tightly twisting the fabric of her clothing. Ning Yue narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. Chapter 44. Do not smile so repulsively, perhaps due to her heightened sensitivity at that moment. Chu Ji sensed Ning Yue's gaze. The emotions conveyed in that instant were difficult to articulate, leaving Ning Yue momentarily at a loss. Subsequently, she swiftly concealed herself further behind Qi Shuqing, revealing not a single part of her body aside from a few strands of fabric. Noticing Chu Ji's movements, Qi Shuqing slightly lowered his gaze and inquired of Ning Yue, "Did you guide them here?" Ning Yue shook her head, feigning ignorance. "I have no idea. I just wandered here." Qi Shuqing did not express his disbelief, yet it was evident that he harbored doubts. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the air, a sound so horrifying it nearly ruptured the eardrums. Ning Yue frowned deeply and turned her attention toward the source of the noise. It was the abnormal giant rat spirit beast, its body curled up in a ball, seemingly in great agony, as its robust tail thrashed against the ground, stirring up a mire. Shering Han reacted swiftly, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped both Qi Shuqing and Chu Ji. The terrifying sound emitted by the giant rat, coupled with its massive size, posed a threat, for even the slightest movement could devastate the surrounding trees. Shering Han furrowed his brow, determined to shield his younger companions. Yang Fei grinned widely. "Goodness, it sounds dreadful. What could be the matter with that enormous rat?" Shering Han remained vigilant, scrutinizing the condition of the giant rat. "It appears to be poisoned." "Poisoned?" Ning Yue immediately recalled the object Qi Shuqing had discarded onto the ground earlier. She had not seen precisely what it was, but due to her position, she was likely the only one to notice Qi Shuqing's action of throwing something down. While the senior siblings were oblivious to it, she swiftly glanced over at Qi Shuqing and Chu Ji, not missing their expressions. Qi Shuqing showed little outward disturbance, yet his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the direction of the giant rat's wailing. Chu Ji appeared to understand everything clearly, though it was uncertain whether this was due to fear or some other reason, as she trembled slightly at the anguished cry of the giant rat. The creature's wails gradually subsided, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, exposing its mottled white belly fur, with its limbs curled skyward. Its claws lay stiffly bent, rendered immobile. Without any forewarning, Qi Shuqing soared into the air, landing deftly atop the giant rat's carcass in an instant. A swift flash of crimson sword light sliced through the air, leaving little time for anyone to react. A long gash appeared in the creature's abdomen, from which a mixture of white and blood-red substances gushed forth with a sudden rush. Frowning, Qi Shuqing prodded the opening with his sword, eliciting a crisp sound as the blade struck something within. With a forceful flick of his wrist, the tip of his sword dislodged a gleaming, crimson orb that fell to the ground. He leapt down from the convulsing body of the giant rat, grasping the orb, which was smeared with blood, leaving his hands stained. "What is that?" Ning Yue inquired, pointing at the orb and leaning closer to Shering Han, speaking in hushed tones. "Beast core," Shering Han elucidated, "a substance akin to the inner alchemy of cultivators." The beast core was indeed a treasure. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Fei approached. Noting that high-grade beast cores could even aid cultivators in enhancing their cultivation, Ning Yue was astonished. "So, if one exclusively consumes beast cores, can they continuously improve their cultivation?" "That is not feasible," Yang Fei replied, shaking his head. "Excessive consumption can lead to catastrophic bodily harm, commonly referred to as oversupplementation. Moreover, the beast cores must align with one's own spiritual root attributes, otherwise, rejection will occur, resulting in death," added Yu Shao from the side. "Indeed." The Beast Core serves a purpose beyond mere enhancement of cultivation. Master Ing Han, understanding that Ning Yue lacked knowledge in this area, elucidated. The Beast Core contains immense energy, and the protective formations surrounding the sect are primarily sustained by these cores, with just one capable of lasting for over a decade. Periodically, our sect ventures into secret realms to procure beast cores. Song Isher added, the most significant point is that spirit beasts are already quite rare in the cultivation world, let alone those capable of producing a beast core. Typically, one would not waste such a valuable resource by slaughtering a spirit beast solely for its core. Ning Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, she witnessed Qi Shuqing extending a bloodied beast core towards Chu Zhi's lips, clearly indicating that she should consume it. Ning Yue. Yang Fei. You shall. Song Isher. No way, you're actually going to eat it. Trembling, Chu Zhi accepted the beast core, swallowing hard before consuming the sanguine core. You're really going to eat it without even washing it? Ning Yue exclaimed. Her teeth gritted in disbelief. I've never had it before. Perhaps the original flavor is superior, Yang Fei remarked, mirroring Ning Yue's astonishment. From the shadows, Qi Shuqing and the blood-smeared Chu Zhi exchanged glances, their expressions eerily unsettling. Master Ing Han gently placed a hand on both Ning Yue and Yang Fei's heads, chuckling, apologies. My junior disciples are rather naive. What extravagance! Yushao exclaimed in wonder. That quality of beast core could sustain the sect for at least 30 years. And you consumed it in one gulp? Wow. Ning Yue marveled. Senior sister, may I also be afforded such treatment? Yushao gently patted Ning Yue's head, saying, Little junior sister, let us focus on our cultivation. Qi Shuqing cast a cleansing spell, and in an instant, his bloodied hands and Chu Zhi's lips were immaculate. Based on Ning Yue's understanding of Chu Zhi, she should be eagerly boasting about her favored status within the sect. Perhaps mentioning how her senior brother had specifically procured a beast core to aid her cultivation. However, after consuming the beast core, Chu Zhi stood silently by Qi Shuqing's side, devoid of her previous spirited demeanor. Ning Yue found this perplexing. At that moment, Yang Fei questioned Chu Zhi. Why hasn't your cultivation increased after consuming the beast core? Chu Zhi stiffened, and a heavy silence enveloped the air. Qi Shuqing immediately positioned himself to shield Chu Zhi from view, his voice cold as he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Fei, saying, Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Ing Han stood before Yang Fei, calmly meeting Qi Shuqing's gaze. First, they had arrived in this inexplicable place, encountered bizarre spirit beasts, and disregarded the slaying of sect disciples. Now, after consuming the beast core, it appeared that no enhancement in cultivation had occurred. What exactly was this giant rat? He had never heard of a spirit beast that specifically preyed upon humans. Ing Han's expression turned frosty. A starved rat would consume anything. Qi Shuqing smiled, yet the sincerity of that smile was questionable. In the secret realm of Bayou Valley, there was an abundance of spirit beasts, each more peculiar than the last. If one was interested, they could seek them out independently, as he had no intention of accompanying them. After uttering these words, Qi Shuqing turned to leave, with Chu Zhi trailing closely at his side, deliberately avoiding Ning Yue's gaze. Ning Yue chuckled softly, her curiosity piqued, fixing her gaze unwaveringly upon Chu Zhi. She raised an eyebrow and inquired, What's the matter? After saving your life in the cave, are you now shy? You dare not even look at me. Chu Zhi stiffened, only to be grasped by Qi Shuqing by the wrist. Qi Shuqing turned to meet Ning Yue's eyes. Smiling gently as he lowered his gaze, We shall meet again soon. A chill inexplicably ran down Ning Yue's spine. Ing Han furrowed his brow, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yue, and coldly remarked, Do not smile so repulsively. It was uncertain whether it was Ning Yue's imagination, but it seemed that Qi Shuqing's smile grew even more cheerful. Chapter 45, To think my master gave my senior brother a pink sword. The foul stench emanating from the giant rat continued to permeate the air, becoming increasingly unbearable with each passing moment. Ing Han cast a glance at Qi Shuqing's departing figure, his eyes dark and inscrutable, pondering something unknown. He then looked back at his fellow disciples who remained in place. Qi Shuqing has already left. We should depart as well. Once they exited the area, the air became fresh again, and the thick mist that had shrouded them began to dissipate. Ning Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though his lungs had been cleansed. Shall we continue our search? Yang Fei asked. With so many spiritual treasures in the Bayou Valley secret realm, wouldn't it be a pity not to take some? Ing Han shook his head. You may decide. If there are any spiritual treasures you wish to seek, inform me, and I shall assist you. Ning Yue sighed, truly a good senior brother. Yet, the others, in unison, shook their heads. Song Yisher casually surveyed the surroundings. There is nothing I desire. We may return to the sect now. Yushao also shook her head. I came this time solely to gather Xiantai for the sect. Duan Huailin and Jiang Yishan were even more straightforward. One was preoccupied with collecting treasures along the way, while the other was absorbed in observing the junior sister. Yang Fei was astonished. Is this for real? Are we leaving just like this? Although I have nothing in particular that I desire, it's a rare occasion. Can we not linger a little longer? The purple fox climbed out from Yang Fei's collar, affectionately nuzzling his chin. Yang Fei chuckled in a daze. If the junior sister were willing to assist me in capturing another purple fox, I wouldn't mind. Ning Yue coldly declined. The junior sister is unwilling. Sheringan turned to Ning Yue. What about the junior sister? Is there anything else you wish for? Ning Yue shook her head. No. Very well. Sheringan promptly declared. Then let us return to the sect. If all goes as planned, we should arrive by nightfall. The flying artifact was summoned once more, and a magnificent vessel materialized in midair. Those adept in sword flight swiftly boarded the ship, carrying along those less skilled. Ning Yue remained intrigued by the peculiar behavior of Chu Ji and Qi Su Qing. She took out her jade pendant, examining it from side to side, and drew a line across her fingertip with a calligraphy brush. A droplet of blood fell, quickly dissolving into the jade pendant. After a brief wait, 2 crimson dots connected by a slender line of blood gradually emerged within the pendant. To Ning Yue's surprise, Qi Su Qing was also absent from the secret realm of Bayou Valley. Moreover, their positions were surprisingly close, one behind the other. Ning Yue leaned her head out of the ship. Thick clouds obscured any trace of artifacts or individuals. The flying artifact they were on possessed a cloaking feature, leading Ning Yue to speculate that Qi Su Qing had likely employed some means of concealment as well. A white figure emerged alongside her. The hem of his garment fluttered gently in the breeze as he stood beside Ning Yue, gazing into the mist that lay behind them. Seeing nothing, he inquired with curiosity. What are you looking at, junior sister? Ning Yue immediately snapped back to reality, having not noticed Sheringan's presence. She withdrew her gaze from the fog and smiled at him. Nothing much, just found it quite strange that at such a height, there is nothing visible. Sheringan smiled in return. Once you learn to ride a sword, you won't need to rely on flying artifacts. You'll be able to soar through the skies on your own. When will I be able to learn? Ning Yue asked, her excitement palpable. Sheringan pondered for a moment before responding. New disciples typically receive unified instruction in sword riding, and within 3 to 5 months, most can manage low-altitude flights. However, achieving proficiency may take several years. Such a long time? Ning Yue recalled her own experience of obtaining a driving license in just 30 days. Sheringan chuckled lightly, his brow softening with ease. Don't worry, I will provide you with extra tutoring during our free time to ensure you master sword riding swiftly. Clutching her entirely pink longsword, which she affectionately named, Ning Yue curiously asked, Brother, did your master also custom make a longsword for you when you first entered the sect? Sheringan paused momentarily, suddenly turning his gaze toward the outside of the flying ship. A look of painful memories etched on his face. Ning Yue leaned in playfully. What is wrong, brother? Is it difficult to speak of the gift from our master? Sheringan chuckled helplessly, saying, My master has always enjoyed adorning his disciples. When I first joined the sect, he gifted me a longsword. He paused, noticing Ning Yue's keen interest, and continued, It was a pink longsword, quite similar in hue to yours. During training, my peers wielded standard black iron swords, while I alone brandished a sword of vibrant pink, which led to much amusement at my expense. Female disciples even inquired about its origin. I specifically asked my master, who revealed that he had commissioned the elder responsible for weapon forging to alter its color. Eventually, after much pleading, I managed to persuade my master to reluctantly change the sword's color to blue. Ning Yue burst into laughter, delightedly embracing Huanming. She could hardly believe that her master's penchant for embellishment had once extended to Sheringan. Seeing Ning Yue's amusement, Sheringan too couldn't suppress his laughter. Fortunately, it was a junior sister. Had it been a junior brother, one could only speculate what peculiar color the master might have conjured for the sword. What peculiar color are we discussing? Yang Fei's voice interrupted abruptly. We're talking about the master, Sheringan replied with a smile. The elder in charge of discipline? Yang Fei immediately frowned at the mention and shook his head at Ning Yue. Little junior sister, do not be deceived by your master's seemingly amiable demeanor. He can be quite ruthless. Ning Yue, intrigued, inquired, ruthless in what manner? TSK, Yang Fei said with a mock seriousness. The elder in charge of discipline oversees the enforcement of rules and penalties within the sect. When disciples err, they must be dealt with according to regulations. Can you imagine the elder smiling while reprimanding you? His cruelty knows no bounds. As Ning Yue recalled the gentle demeanor of the law enforcement elder, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand, boasting, My master dotes on me. How could he possibly strike me? You mustn't doubt it. Yang Fei interjected. Your senior brother has indeed been struck before, yet he remains your master's most favored disciple. Ning Yue immediately turned to look at Sheringan, exclaiming in astonishment. Is that true, senior brother? Sheringan maintained his stoic demeanor, though a faint blush tinged his cheeks, betraying nothing else. Yang Fei, reveling in the moment, proclaimed, Look, your senior brother's face has turned red. He has indeed been struck by your master. With no regard for his senior brother's dignity, Yang Fei continued his teasing. Sheringan swatted Yang Fei away, meeting Ning Yue's gaze, and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Do not listen to your senior brother Yang's nonsense. It was merely a standard lesson from our master, hardly painful, hardly felt at all. To Ning Yue's surprise, her senior brother exhibited a hint of pride, prompting her to stifle a laugh. Yang Fei, uncertain, gestured towards Sheringan. See how adorable your senior brother is? He can even blush. One more word, and I shall toss you overboard. Yang Fei huffed triumphantly, falling silent. Chapter 46. Is someone inside? Upon returning to the sect, Ning Yue and her senior brothers and sisters went to meet with the elders. The law enforcement elder, upon seeing Ning Yue, nearly leapt with excitement. How was your first experience in the secret realm? Did you sustain any injuries? Were your senior brothers and sisters easy to get along with? He eagerly fired off question after question. Ning Yue's eyes sparkled as she smiled and replied, It was quite fascinating, and my senior brothers and sisters were wonderful. The elder alchemist furrowed his brow and pushed aside the enforcement elder. Could you refrain from speaking nonsense? He immediately turned to Ning Yue and inquired, Were you able to successfully consume the Bayou Lotus? How's the restoration of your spiritual roots? Thanks to the support of my senior brothers and sisters, I have indeed managed to consume it smoothly, Ning Yue replied, gently touching the spot where her spiritual roots resided. They have fully recovered. That is excellent. The elder alchemist nodded. I shall provide you with some elixirs shortly to further solidify your progress. Turning to Ning Yue, Sheringan curved his lips into a smile. I will not be accompanying you back to the peak, as I have matters to discuss with the elders. You may return first. Understood, Ning Yue nodded, turning around amidst the reluctant gaze of the enforcement elder. It was likely regarding the matter of Qi Su-chung within the secret realm, and Ning Yue did not linger, following her senior brothers and sisters outside. Shall we take our leave, junior sister? Yang Fei ventured in another direction, waving at Ning Yue. Farewell, senior brother, she called out. Ning Yue's mountain abode was not aligned with the others, preventing her from taking a shared flight on a sword. She would have to return on her own. Duan Huailin, observing Ning Yue's expression, chuckled as he pointed to his palm. Do not forget that you can utilize the teleportation array. Ah, right? Ning Yue's eyes brightened, eager to test its efficacy. Farewell, senior brothers and sisters. I shall return now. She promptly clenched her fist. In the next instant, her body materialized within her room. Wow, what a remarkable thing. With merely a thought, she found herself in her chamber. It was as convenient as her consciousness space. Speaking of which, she had not practiced much these past few days. Little Hua would likely cause a stir again. Ning Yue briefly refreshed herself, extinguished the lights, and entered the realm of consciousness. Within this space, as usual, flowers bloomed abundantly, and a gentle breeze caressed her. She promptly approached the vicinity of 5 towering trees. The 5 solidly colored trees stood erect and proud. The fire tree remained lush and vibrant, its leaves a fiery red, appearing from a distance as if a roaring flame were ablaze. Ning Yue nodded appreciatively, noting the flourishing state of the fire tree. Beside it, the water tree also exuded a vivacious energy. The other 3 trees, though tall, did not boast such an abundance of foliage, indicating that their spiritual roots still bore some issues. Perhaps akin to the water spiritual root, they required gentle nurturing with compatible spiritual treasures. Within the library, Xiaohua lounged contentedly on a leather sofa. You're back. Perfect timing. Quickly conjure me some bubble tea with ice. Ning Yue sighed in resignation as a cup of iced milk tea materialized on the adjacent table. Xiaohua eagerly scrambled up, propping herself on 2 leaves and submerging her entire root in the cup. Ning Yue picked up her glasses from the table and began to search for a book. Row by row. Now that the water spiritual root had been restored, she should be able to learn water spells, right? Why don't you pull out that book on the extreme ice technique? It's relatively easy to grasp within the ice spells. Ning Yue grimaced slightly. Could you allow me to first learn a water spell? Condensing water into ice requires considerable spiritual energy. Oh, I forgot, Xiaohua exclaimed, withdrawing her root from the cup. She surveyed the shelves and finally pinpointed a volume. Let us go with this one, she declared, tossing a book into Ning Yue's hands. Ning Yue glanced down to find an exceedingly ancient-looking tome. In a comprehensive guide to water elemental spells, Ning Yue has grown accustomed to the whimsical title of this book. She reclines on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, leisurely engaging in her studies. Beside her, Little Flower lies comfortably, commanding a lollipop, strawberry flavor. With one hand holding the book and the other gesturing in the air, Ning Yue deftly pinches 3 lollipops between her fingers and presents them to Little Flower. Enjoy. But do not disturb my studies. By the way, how can you eat a lollipop without a mouth? In response, Little Flower opens her large maw nestled among her petals and promptly swallows a lollipop, mumbling, Who says I don't have a mouth? Ning Yue gazes at the charming yet fearsome visage of Little Flower's gaping mouth and silently closes her own. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. What about that giant python? Can it be brought into the consciousness space? Ning Yue snaps back to reality, recalling that the creature seems to be asleep, resting in the basket outside. That giant python is quite injured. See if you can bring it in. With resolve, Ning Yue throws off the blanket and rises, her eyes widening. In that instant, an unsettling sensation washes over her. The moonlight barely illuminates the furnishings around her, and a chilling awareness of being observed envelopes her. Her body tenses, hands poised behind her, ready to react. A gaze, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, sends shivers down her spine. This should be the inner sanctum of the Fusang sect. The safest haven, yet an ominous presence lingers. Moreover, this mountain peak is also home to Shuring-On and her master. Shuring-On possesses mid-stage golden core cultivation, just a step away from reaching the late stage. As for her master, he is undoubtedly a formidable figure at the integration stage. Who could possibly evade the vigilant gaze of Shuring-On and her master, stealthily entering her courtyard without detection? Ning Yue's gaze fixed upon a particular spot. Her hand gradually forming a fireball. Just as she was about to release it, that intense scrutiny suddenly vanished. Frowning deeply, Ning Yue cautiously surveyed her surroundings, confirming that the menacing presence had completely dissipated. After a thorough inspection of the room, she found nothing amiss. Upon stepping outside, she conducted another search of the courtyard, yet still discerned no signs of intrusion. Ning Yue was certain that the lingering gaze harbored hostile intent. However, it seemed unlikely that she would glean any insights tonight. It was improbable that anyone could act so recklessly within her masteress domain. Perhaps it was a form of decoy, akin to the little wooden figure Jiang Yishan had gifted her. Jiang Yishan had once mentioned that she could command the wooden figure to undertake tasks she wished to avoid. Ning Yue had consistently associated the wooden figure's utility with assisting in household chores. Returning indoors, she affixed the petal-shaped hairpin given by Gong Ji to the side of her hair, then laid a layer of restriction by her bedside, a technique she had learned from Duan Huailin. After completing these preparations, Ning Yue grasped the serpent from her basket, the tail of the black snake slowly coiling around her wrist. Once more, Ning Yue entered her consciousness space. Upon entering the realm of her mind, the black snake remained entwined around her wrist, indicating that it could indeed accompany her into this domain. Little Flower approached, scrutinizing the diminutive black serpent, which stirred weakly in response. Xiaohua suggested casually, just place it anywhere. Your conscious space has a healing effect on it. It will be nourished here, and after 3 to 5 days, it should recover. Ning Yue took the mat and placed the snake upon it. Propping her chin on her hand, she pondered. What is the origin of this ancient python? Why does it harbor no intent to harm me? If it truly wished to devour me, I would feel far less remorse. Xiaohua, equally perplexed, remarked, it seems rather affectionate towards you. Could it be an old acquaintance? Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. How could I possibly be familiar with this snake? Chapter 47. Is this truly the foremost swordsman of this generation? Perhaps the environment of the conscious space was too comfortable, for the black snake lay coiled on the mat, utterly motionless. Ning Yue contemplated. Earlier, when I stepped out, I sensed a gaze fixated upon me within the room. Yet, given the abilities of my master and senior brother, no one could have entered undetected. Could it be a substitute or a puppet of some sort? Have you attracted attention so soon? Xiaohua questioned, baffled. But you haven't encountered many people these past few days. Ning Yue reflected and spoke. Have I been targeted? Almost instantly, she recalled the peculiar behavior of Qi Shuqing and Chu Ji in the secret realm. After all, they had been deliberately avoiding others during their time there. Although the commotion while battling the giant python had been considerable, they had exercised great caution throughout. Apart from their encounter with Qi Shuqing and Chu Ji, it was not certain they were affiliated with the Hell Sect. However, the Hell Sect remained the most suspicious. Why would the Hell Sect be watching me? Ning Yue directly connected the dots. Isn't the Hell Sect one of the 5 major sects? Although there may be some conflicts at times, it shouldn't result in a threat to my life, right? Xiaohua wore an expression that suggested, you have experienced very little, wishing that Ning Yue could grow several more heads. Gritting her teeth, she said, you are still young and do not comprehend the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Do you think the elders in the sect cherish you so dearly? If it were not for your exceptional talent, who would spare you a second glance? Furthermore, do not be deceived by their current protectiveness. Should you find yourself away from the Fuso sect, those old men might very well devise ways to take your life. Ning Yue chuckled softly, playfully flicking Xiaohua's forehead. Please do not underestimate my intelligence. Although I may appear youthful, my mind is quite astute. Xiaohua scoffed in response. Yet, Ning Yue spoke no falsehood. Upon arriving in this foreign realm, it was inconceivable to be utterly defenseless. She possessed her own unique standards of good and evil. Whether it be her senior brothers and sisters or her master and elders, their kindness towards her could not be without ulterior motives. Her extraordinary talent shone like a beacon in the night, undoubtedly attracting all manner of individuals seeking to draw near. Without a degree of vigilance, it would be perilous to navigate this peculiar world with any semblance of stability. However, Ning Yue was certain that everything within her consciousness, including Xiaohua and the other spirits, belonged solely to her and posed no threat. As for those who would likely share her days in the future, there was ample time to observe and understand them gradually. Xiaohua, with 2 leaves crossed at her waist, disdainfully remarked, "Forget it, forget it. After all, with me around, it won't be so easy for anyone to harm you." Ning Yue cast her gaze downward with a faint smile, continuing to read her book. Her fingers glided across a specialized confinement array designed to capture spiritual entities. The disciple jade tokens allowed for mutual communication. Awakening early from her consciousness space, Ning Yue sensed the radiant jade token and promptly emerged. The voice of her senior, Shering On, resonated from the token. "Junior sister, today an elder will be teaching sword mastery at the Grand Trial grounds. I cannot accompany you. I shall find you later." "All right, senior brother," Ning Yue replied as she rubbed her face. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall head over shortly." The brief conversation soon concluded. As she had yet to master the commonly used cleansing spell in the realm of cultivation, Ning Yue diligently brushed her teeth and washed her face. Utilizing the teleportation array, she arrived at the Grand Trial grounds in an instant. This teleportation array, gifted by Duan Huailin, covered a radius of 50 miles, encompassing several key locations of the Fusang sect. Unlike her initial arrival, she no longer needed to walk, nor did she have to worry about losing her way. It was truly practical. Upon reaching the Grand Trial grounds, she noticed a considerable gathering of individuals. According to Shering On, this session was for both direct disciples and inner sect disciples. Scanning the area, she estimated there were around 40 individuals, roughly the size of a class. Ning Yue lazily positioned herself towards the back. She had not had the chance to eat breakfast and had hurried over. The enticing aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air, making her stomach growl. Suddenly, a slender, fair hand appeared before her, holding 2 steamed buns wrapped in oiled paper. Startled, Ning Yue turned her head to see Jiang Yishan, who wore a gentle smile, extending the buns toward her. Her stomach grumbled audibly in response. "Jiang Yishan." Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she unceremoniously accepted the steamed bun. "Why did you arrive so early?" she inquired. Jiang Yishan lowered his gaze to Ning Yue, replying, "It is the first day of collective training. The anticipation stirred my excitement, causing me to awaken quite early. Where do you reside?" Ning Yue mumbled through a mouthful of bun. "I dwell on Biyun Peak, 2 peaks away from yours," Jiang Yishan responded. "Is it really that far?" Ning Yue asked, pinching the remnants of her bun with 2 fingers before popping it into her mouth. "What was the name of my peak again?" "Guanhai Peak." Jiang Yishan answered with a hint of exasperation. "However, once you master sword flight, such distances will become trivial." "By the way," Ning Yue remarked, "does this mean Duan Huailin will need to come here to learn sword flight as well?" "Indeed," Jiang Yishan replied, glancing at the corner of his eye where Duan Huailin was approaching. Duan Huailin walked over to them, and the 3 were clad in uniform disciple training attire, indistinguishable from the others. Among the 40 or so individuals in the training ground, each clustered with familiar companions, forming small circles. Suddenly, a man who appeared to be in his 30s materialized in the air above the trial ground, gazing down with a distant expression. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before the trial ground with astonishing swiftness. A mysterious enchantment resonated throughout the trial grounds as a voice proclaimed, "I am He Qing, the elder overseeing the sword mastery course. The content is quite straightforward. Students from other sects will be required to grasp the fundamentals. However, for those studying swordsmanship, I will assign additional tasks with monthly assessments. Failure to pass will result in a week's obligation to assist in the dining hall." "Is this truly how it is done?" Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. As far as she knew, she was the sole direct disciple of the swordsmanship program this year. The number of inner disciples remained unknown to her. He Qing, holding a small booklet, called out her name. "Ning Yue." Instinctively, she responded, "Yes?" The surrounding chatter grew suddenly cacophonous as heads turned towards Ning Yue's position. "Is this Ning Yue, the chief disciple of this year's swordsmanship cohort? She appears so young. Wow, such a diminutive child. Her future is limitless." He Qing glanced at Ning Yue and instructed, "Step over here." Obediently, she complied. He then called out 6 additional names, 3 males and 3 females, who comprised the inner disciples of this year's swordsmanship program. Given the illustrious stature of the Fusang sect, the inner disciples were cultivated as elite students, resulting in their limited number. Unlike other sects, the outer disciples of Fusang sect did not solely rely on the sect's patronage for their existence. In more conventional sects, outer disciples often performed menial tasks to maintain appearances, eagerly awaiting the rare moments when senior disciples or elders, in good spirits, would impart knowledge, leaving them immensely grateful. However, the treatment of Fusang sect's outer disciples was comparable to that of inner disciples in smaller sections. There exists a specialized elder teaching, and like the inner disciples, they are categorized into factions, allowing those with talent to learn from their chosen sect. With diligent effort, One can even ascend to the rank of inner disciple. Thus, the Fusang sect is the most esteemed among the 5 great sects. However, it is equally true that the assessments of the Fusang sect are the most arduous. Chapter 48. Unpretentiously elegant and pleasingly impressive Ning Yue stood quietly, her demeanor demure. The other 6, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, towered beside her. At merely 12, Ning Yue appeared quite juvenile, her small hands clasping a pink sword, standing upright. How adorable, someone mused. Is this charming child truly the chief sword cultivator? Ning Yue paid no heed to these remarks. Instead, several inner disciples around her frequently cast glances in her direction. Ning Yue felt a twitch at her temple. Must they judge based solely on appearances? Yiqing swiftly organized everyone into groups, and naturally, Ning Yue was paired with the 6 inner sword disciples. It seemed these 6 were plagued by social anxiety, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Until Yiqing instructed them to collect the swords, the tension dissipated, and they rushed to his side. Each bearing a multitude of swords. Ning Yue intended to lend a hand, but one notably shy youth immediately interjected, speaking in halting phrases. Sister, you sit. We can manage. Upon finishing, the 6 hastily distributed the swords, then lined up behind Ning Yue in unison. Ning Yue found herself quite perplexed. Was this an expression of fear? She had merely been standing here obediently from the very beginning. She moved her steps slowly, casting a glance towards the bashful young man. The youth promptly introduced himself. Senior sister, my name is Shinsu. Being addressed as senior sister made Ning Yue feel a bit bashful. Oh, the sword that wants tea given to me. Shinsu's expression momentarily turned blank. He then turned to his teammates, who all shook their heads, indicating there were no spare mystic swords left. Shinsu, in a daze, withdrew his own mystic sword, saying, Then senior sister, please take this sword. Yiqing, noticing the situation, approached and observed both Shinsu and Ning Yue. It appeared that one sword had been forged less, but it was too late to remedy that now. Shinsu was already cradling the mystic sword, intending to offer it to Ning Yue. However, Ning Yue declined, waving her hand. It's all right, I'll use my own sword. I'm accustomed to it, and using another one would feel awkward. Yiqing remarked, Your sword, the famed Huanming, has a spirit and is difficult to control. Using a unified mystic sword would facilitate your manipulation of spiritual energy. Employing Huanming might prove challenging. Ning Yue pushed Shinsu's hand back gently, holding on to her beloved Huanming. No need for trouble, I'll stick with Huanming. Since she had expressed her preference, Yiqing ceased to press the matter further. He placed the sword down, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, injecting it into the mystic sword, causing it to tremble. Ning Yue pinched her fingers together. She had developed an emotional bond with Huanming. Encouraging it should not be overly difficult. The 6 companions beside her were sword cultivators, after all, possessing a certain degree of talent. All at once, success was achieved. The Xianyuan sword trembled slightly as it ascended, emitting a melodious series of sword cries. Good, maintain that, Yiqing's voice resonated beside them. The group, on the verge of relaxing, instantly tightened their focus once more. However, others from different factions were not as fortunate, with many having failed after several attempts. Yiqing approached each one, offering guidance, while his peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to the 12-year-old sword cultivator, the chief among them. Ning Yue observed the surge of spiritual energy spilling from her fingertips, cautious not to release too much. She controlled her power with great restraint. With her other hand, she gently patted the hilt of the whispering sword, murmuring, Be obedient, just a gentle nudge, do not exert yourself too fiercely. After taking a deep breath, Ning Yue commenced the careful infusion of spiritual energy into the whispering sword. The 6 members of Shinsu's group watched her intently. At the first second of infusion, the whispering sword quivered slightly, success. At the second, it began to rise slowly, success. By the 3rd second, all that remained was to maintain this state. Just as Ning Yue was about to exhale in relief, the whispering sword suddenly began to thrash violently. Ning Yue found herself breathless, her remaining breath caught in her throat. The overwhelming surge of energy rendered it challenging for the whispering sword to remain steady. Sighing, she resolved to first find a way to halt its tumult. With a graceful lift of her robe, she leapt forward, her form resembling a wisp of smoke as she poised herself atop the long blade. Yiqing, the 6 members of Shinsu's group. The whispering sword emitted a cry, trembling in its entirety, yet Ning Yue remained steadfast upon it, her expression unflinching. In a swift motion, the whispering sword surged upward with astonishing speed, so rapid that it appeared only as a fleeting pink shadow. Even the immovable Ning Yue, standing like a sword amidst the 8 winds, became but a fleeting shadow. Ning Yue mused. Did I truly bestow upon you such an abundance of spiritual energy that you have gone mad, or have you merely been pent up for too long? Yearning for a release? The sword, Huanming, trembled slightly, emitting a melodious chime. Yiqing, furrowing his brow, immediately soared into the air on his sword. Yet Huanming's speed was simply too swift. Even if he were to catch up, he could not intervene for fear of injuring Ning Yue. Ning Yue deciphered Huanming's intent. Amidst the rush of the wind, she extended a foot to firmly plant it on the sword's hilt. Now, halt. I shall take you out for a delightful evening if you cease this madness. Otherwise, I shall let you gather dust within the Qiankuan back. Huaming let out a reluctant whimper and finally came to a standstill. Ning Yue sighed, adjusting her attire mid-air, gracefully guiding Huaming back to the ground. To her, it appeared that Huaming had merely sought a playful escapade, and she sought to soothe it. However, to the onlookers, it seemed as if Ning Yue was flaunting a formidable sword that was beyond her control. With a nimble leap, she alighted softly on the ground, while Huaming ostentatiously performed a full 360-degree twirl in midair. The pink radiance of the sword dazzled the eyes, and moments later, it landed precisely in Ning Yue's grasp, requiring no effort from her, as it served to enhance her display. The group of 6, Shinsu and others, watched in silence, while He Qing remained speechless. Observing the entire spectacle from a distance, Jiang Yixin and Duan Huailin were equally captivated, remarking on the effortless charm of Ning Yue's display. Ning Yue raised her gaze. I apologize. I may have overindulged in my spiritual energy, and Huaming has become rather unruly. He Qing, is there even a need to teach this? It's simply an effortless mastery, isn't it? Shinsu gazed at Ning Yue with bright eyes, no longer bashful or stuttering. Is this your first time wielding a sword? How impressive. Ning Yue nodded slightly. Yes. I suppose this is my first time controlling a sword on my own, and it was quite swift. He Qing, to maintain such stability while flying at that speed, even leaving behind an afterimage without falling, and executing a complete 360-degree turn in midair. To reach such a level, one must have trained for at least 3 to 5 years. This young girl accomplished this on her first attempt at swordplay? The final assessment I arranged required maintaining rapid flight without slowing down while navigating obstacles. You need not attend classes anymore, He Qing remarked. Your earlier maneuver was more challenging than the final assessment I devised. Ning Yue, all right. Who can comprehend being told on their first day of class that they are exempt from the final exam? Chapter 49. Isn't playing the violin a scenario for the modern female protagonist? Ning Yue stood aside, silently observing their training throughout the morning. He Qing approached, resting his sword against the ground. Did you come from a family of sword cultivators? No. Ning Yue replied calmly, I hail from the lower realm. From the lower realm? He Qing was so astonished that his voice slightly cracked. Yes. You've never even touched a sword before? No. He Qing paused for a moment, pondering in silence for 3 brief seconds, before finally stating solemnly, go take a rest. Hearing this, Ning Yue, without a moment's hesitation, grasped her sword and summoned her spiritual energy. The sword, Huaming, stirred with excitement. The young girl, riding the blade, soared like a gust of wind, propelling herself towards the mountain peak at Huaming's urging. He Qing stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Ning Yue's departing figure, lost in thought. Ning Yue felt a sense of helplessness and inquired whether she had come from the lower realms and if this was her first encounter with cultivation. This had become a question she felt compelled to ask. Upon entering her courtyard, she took a moment to survey her surroundings, though she found nothing amiss. The law elder pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. Ning Yue turned around, intrigued. Master, what brings you here so early in the morning? The law elder leisurely stroked his beard, replying, an elder is only summoned when the sect has need of him. Upon entering, he surveyed the courtyard he had arranged with satisfaction. So, how was your experience learning sword control today? Ning Yue, her expression calm, held Huaming. The elder mentioned I need not attend next time. What on earth? The law elder was taken aback, his concern palpable. Shall I speak to your master on your behalf? Ning Yue, feeling resigned, summoned Huaming and performed a dazzling 360-degree aerial spin for her master. The sword's brilliance flashed in the air, nearly blinding the law elder. The law elder, momentarily speechless, watched as Ning Yue gracefully landed and executed a flourish with her sword, showcasing her skill. It is the elder who stated that I have surpassed the difficulty of the final assessment and may graduate early. The elder of law observed with a stoic expression, gazing at Ning Yue. He recalled his own initiation into swordsmanship, which had taken him an arduous 7 days of practice to achieve even a modicum of proficiency. Yet, Ning Yue had managed to attain such dexterity in less than a day. While he acknowledged the young man's prodigious talent, he couldn't help but lament the impact on his own aging frame. The elder felt a bittersweet pang of pride and sorrow as he recognized the brilliance of his 2 direct disciples, each surpassing the other in talent. My dear pupil, continue to hone your skills. I shall not intrude upon your practice any longer, he uttered, departing from Ning Yue's courtyard. As he exited, Ning Yue encountered his fellow disciple, Sheringan, who was just about to enter. Sheringan curiously observed the elder's retreating figure and inquired, has the master left already? Indeed, Ning Yue replied. He has instructed me to continue my diligent practice. Sheringan remarked, I heard from our junior disciples that you passed the final graduation examination on your first attempt? Yes, Ning Yue confirmed. Elder, you mentioned that there would be regular assessments, and those who do not pass must assist in the dining hall, which startled me. Sheringan chuckled. That's merely a jest to motivate you. Nevertheless, you truly excel, having achieved proficiency in sword mastery after just one lesson. Was it particularly challenging? Ning Yue inquired. Somewhat. Sheringan responded. Although I also passed the final assessment in a single day, I possessed a slight foundational knowledge. However, most of our fellow disciples will likely need to complete the entire course to become adept at swordsmanship. No sooner had Sheringan finished speaking than the jade token at his waist began to glow. He promptly accepted the call in front of Ning Yue. A cool, distant female voice emerged, saying, Senior brother, Master is about to become angry. I have been instructed to inform you that it is time for class. Also, please bring Ning Yue along. Upon hearing her name, Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, vaguely recognizing the voice from the jade token. That is the voice of your senior sister, Lu, Sheringan clarified. It dawned on Ning Yue that it was indeed Lu Qingyin's voice. Sheringan sighed. Little junior sister. Have you heard? Elder Zhu of the Sound Cultivation enjoys taking attractive disciples to study music. Ning Yue responded with a silent pause as ancient memories resurfaced. She recalled hearing from Master that her senior brother had been taken by Elder Zhu to learn the Guqin. Sheringan nodded in silence. Sound cultivation differs from other disciplines, such as sword or talisman cultivation. It serves as a supportive art. As long as one possesses a complete range of musical tones, they can generally grasp the basics of sound cultivation. Thus, Elder Zhu has a penchant for selecting disciples from various sects whom he finds appealing to study music. Sheringan was one such disciple. Of course, those who practice auxiliary arts lack the combat prowess of primary disciples, yet possessing a full range of tones remains fundamental. Coincidentally, Sheringan lacked this completeness. Ning Yue was quite surprised when Sheringan shared this, as he seemed the type to excel in all areas. The two soared through the air on their swords, leaving behind two fleeting shadows, one pink and one blue. Elder Zhu and Lu Qingyin had been waiting for Sheringan and Ning Yue for some time. Indeed, Elder Zhu was the same elder woman from that day. Smiling warmly as she waved at them, Lu Qingyin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sheringan wore a face marked by deep grievances. Ning Yue was astonished to witness her senior brother's expression for the first time, scrutinizing him intently. Elder Zhu clasped Ning Yue's shoulder and remarked, Do not mind your senior brother. He behaves this way every time he attends class. There have been several occasions when he did not show up. Ning Yue replied, Elder, I, like my senior brother, am not particularly versed in musical instruments. Elder Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Did you not mention that you could play that? What is it called? Violin. Yes, that's the name. Isn't it? Ning Yue's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't you say that such an instrument does not exist? Elder Zhu looked at Ning Yue with a puzzled expression, but you provided me with the design. Did you not? I had that old craftsman create it for me. Ning Yue swallowed hard. Just from a design, you were truly able to make it. Of course. Elder Zhu retorted, Do not underestimate my capabilities. Regardless of whether I have seen an instrument or not, as long as you describe its appearance, materials, and how the sound range is distributed, I can have it crafted. He added with a smirk, though I did have to compel that old craftsman to fulfill my request. Ning Yue remained silent. Elder Zhu then produced a violin from his cosmic bag and handed it to Ning Yue, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I have never encountered this instrument before. How does one play it? Ning Yue accepted the violin and adjusted the tuning. The girl, clad in white with flowing black hair, stood poised, resting the instrument on her shoulder, bow in hand. She began to play with grace. Though her demeanor appeared serene, her mind was racing with incredulity. Was this the plot of a modern literary heroine? How could a protagonist from a cultivation tale be playing the violin? Chapter 50. It would be uninteresting to undermine her. Upon completing the piece, the atmosphere lingered with the echoes of her performance. The three individuals stood frozen in place, engulfed in a state of astonishment. Elder Zhu trembled slightly, exclaiming, Goodness, is this what it means to be somewhat unfamiliar with instruments? Ning Yue propped her chin thoughtfully, acknowledging, Indeed, I am not well versed in the instruments commonly used by the musicians. After a moment of dazed silence, Sheringan snapped back to reality and remarked, Little junior sister, how is it that you seem to excel at everything? Ning Yue humbly replied, I merely have a smattering of knowledge in various fields. Lu Qingyin gazed earnestly at Ning Yue and said, Junior sister, why not join us in learning the ways of the musicians? Ning Yue responded, Sister, I must admit that my interest lies more in the art of swordsmanship. That's no obstacle. Elder Zhu interjected, eyes sparkling as he grasped Ning Yue's hand and gestured towards Sheringan. Your senior brother is even less knowledgeable. He has been playing the Guqin for 2 years yet remains utterly clueless, and yet he is still learning, is he not? Sheringan retorted. There is no fun in that kind of disparagement. Ultimately, amidst the intense, reproachful gazes from Ning Yue and Sheringan, Elder Zhu and Lu Qingyin each took one of them and led them into the courtyard. To their surprise, they encountered familiar faces upon arriving. Ning Yue exchanged glances with Jiang Yixin and Duan Huilin. Jiang Yishan's eyes lit up upon spotting Ning Yue. Were you also brought here by Elder Zhu to learn an instrument? She inquired. Both young men nodded in unison. Elder Zhu, feeling a bit offended, declared, "Do not underestimate our musicians. Though I may appear this way, I am actually the third strongest in the Fusang sect." Ning Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. Sheringan nodded in agreement from the side. Suddenly, Ning Yue felt a profound respect for Elder Zhu. What a joke. The third strongest in the Fusang sect. After the sect master, few could rival Elder Zhu's prowess. How could one not cling tightly to such a formidable mentor? Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nearly compelling her to take out her violin and play for an entire day and night. "Master Zhu, I promise to diligently study the instrument from now on." "Ah, my dear child, you are far less worrisome than your senior brothers." Master Zhu gazed at Ning Yue with a sense of satisfaction. If all went as anticipated, the instrument Ning Yue would use for her musical cultivation would indeed be the violin in her hands. Master Zhu stroked his chin and inquired of Jiang Yishan and Duan Huailin. "What about you two? Do you have any interests?" Both Jiang Yishan and Duan Huailin appeared uncertain and expressed no particular inclinations. Jiang Yishan replied, "I shall follow the master's guidance." Duan Huailin nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to comply. As Master Zhu pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sheringan emerging with a guqin in her arms. With a flash of insight, he clapped his hands and remarked, "Just like your senior brother, are you all off to learn the guqin?" He turned to Lu Qingyan and instructed, "Please fetch 2 gyukins for them." Lu Qingyan lowered her gaze in acknowledgement and gracefully retreated into the inner chamber. Embracing her violin, Ning Yue curiously asked, "Master, are you not accepting disciples this year? How do you still have time to teach us?" Master Zhu sighed. The youth of today seem less inclined towards musical cultivation, viewing it merely as auxiliary. "I have not received a single direct disciple this year, so I have come to teach you, guided by fate." In truth, mastering musical cultivation can be far more beneficial than other disciplines. Otherwise, how could I rank third in the Fusang sect? Alas, despite my prowess, it seems I have few students. Lu Qingyan led Jiang Yishan and Duan Huailin, encouraging them to each embrace a guqin. Master Zhu lifted his garments and, with an upward gaze, commenced his lesson. Ning Yue can be considered one of the few with a solid foundation and the most innate talent among them. Elder Zhu guided Ning Yue step by step, and soon she was able to wield the strings and bow the violin to launch attacks. With her gaze fixed upon a grand tree in the distance, she positioned the violin upon her shoulder and held the bow in hand, gently drawing it back. A strike imbued with a chilling brilliance sliced through the air. Boom. The trunk of the tree was severed with precision, and the entire crown came crashing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Elder Zhu gazed at the fallen tree, astonished. "Remarkable. You have mastered the technique so swiftly. It took me 2 years to teach your senior brother, and he could barely manage to chop off a branch." Ning Yue was equally astonished. She had never used a sword to cleave anything and was unaware of the effect it might yield. To her surprise, this seemingly simple violin possessed such formidable power. Elder Zhu beamed at Sheringan. "Come now, show your junior sister the fruits of your labor." Sheringan sighed, resigned, and embraced the violin. His long, fair fingers rested upon the strings, and then he played a series of single notes. Ning Yue watched intently. After a few notes, a small blue sphere began to coalesce not far away. As she observed it, the sphere floated gracefully, making its way to the crown of the tree she had felled. It bounced and danced upon the branches until, with relentless perseverance, it finally snapped a twig. Ning Yue was left speechless. Jiang Yishan, Duan Huailin. Sheringan's face turned crimson as he absent-mindedly plucked the strings. Lu Qingyan averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight before her. "Alas," Elder Zhu sighed, "Ingon, I shan't make it difficult for you any longer. You need not attend the next class, since you possess no fondness for the guqin. Compelling you to participate would merely squander time, and no fruitful outcome would ensue." Sheringan was nearly overwhelmed with joy, her typically calm and gentle demeanor faltering. "Is it truly so, Elder Zhu?" Indeed, Elder Zhu nodded fervently. "Go practice your swordplay instead. Your junior sister has arrived, and I doubt I shall have the inclination to teach anyone else. Sending you away will save time." Sheringan replied. "Elder, that last remark reflects your genuine thoughts, does it not?" Elder Zhu, caught off guard by her own honesty, fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds of contemplation, and unable to conjure any excuse, she waved her sleeve and directly transported Sheringan outside. Ning Yue blinked, and upon reopening her eyes, found that Sheringan's previous spot was now vacant. Elder Zhu clapped her hands together with a smile. "All right, let us see how you fare next. Jiang Yishan, Duan Huailin." Elder Zhu felt a sense of satisfaction. It had been quite some time since she had encountered a student as gifted as Ning Yue. When she first came across Ning Yue, she merely regarded her as another young prodigy in swordsmanship, not paying her much attention. She found the girl appealing and casually asked a few questions. After all, in the absence of talented students, One must make do with a few visually pleasing ones to enjoy the view. Little did she expect that the young lady would create a musical instrument the likes of which she had never seen, instantly piquing her curiosity. To her astonishment, it would not be an exaggeration to describe Ning Yue's talent in the realm of musical cultivation as extraordinary. Typically, the learning pace of a disciple like Shi Yinghan is entirely within the norm. One must first become acquainted with the instrument before infusing spiritual energy into the performance and executing techniques. However, Ning Yue's emergence brought her an unexpected delight. Firstly, she exhibited an impressive familiarity with the unfamiliar instrument, and her performance was remarkably fluid. Secondly, the infusion of spiritual energy requires precise calibration. Even a slight surplus or deficiency could lead to the instrument's inability to withstand the energy, or worse, its damage due to insufficient power. Yet, Ning Yue demonstrated exceptional finesse in this delicate control. Lastly, she appeared to grasp various techniques with remarkable ease, her innate talent sufficiently supporting her adeptness in their application. Elder Zhu silently observed Ning Yue beside her, feeling a heartfelt admiration. This young girl, one day, is bound to achieve great heights in the art of musical cultivation. Surpassing herself is merely a matter of time. Chapter 51. Why is everyone targeting the junior sister? Ning Yue had been released by Elder Zhu early on, who earnestly reminded her not to forget to attend the next class. On her way back, she coincidentally encountered Shi Yinghan, who was returning from sword practice. It seemed that Shi Yinghan had not been disheartened in the least. With a smile, he greeted Ning Yue. Junior sister, has Elder Zhu let you go? Senior brother? Ning Yue replied, yes, Jiang Yishan and Duan Huailin are still with Elder Zhu, as they said they needed extra practice. Shi Yinghan chuckled, thanks to you, junior sister. If not for your presence, I fear I would also fall prey to Elder Zhu's grasp this year. Ning Yue could not help but chuckle, senior brother. You seem to have a profound aversion to music cultivation. Indeed, Shi Yinghan replied, every time I visit Elder Zhu, I feel as if I am perched on a bed of nails, utterly uncomfortable. Ning Yue understood this sentiment, akin to attending a mundane course in university, exceedingly uncomfortable yet unavoidable. By the way, senior brother, Ning Yue recalled the events of the previous night and inquired of Shi Yinghan. Do you think our sect might be under some form of surveillance? The words escaped her lips with a hint of trepidation. Shi Yinghan furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ning Yue recounted the entire incident from the night before. Shi Yinghan showed no sign of disbelief. It appears to be a borrowed spirit, capable of attaching its consciousness to certain objects or beings to monitor others. However, Shi Yinghan seemed somewhat perplexed. The wielder of such a borrowed spirit must possess a formidable level of cultivation, at least at the transformation stage. Little junior sister, do you know anyone at that level? No, Ning Yue replied after rummaging through her mind. I am not acquainted with anyone at the transformation stage. Moreover, I have only accompanied you to Bo Valley recently, leaving me no time to meet new people. Shi Yinghan's expression grew serious. This matter is rather grave. I will inform Master shortly. Ning Yue proposed, actually. I learned a new formation yesterday that can specifically bind such entities. There is no need to alarm Master. I can manage it myself. Shi Yinghan expressed his concerns. While we may refrain from informing Master, I must be present during the formation tonight to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Not a problem, Ning Yue agreed with enthusiasm. However, junior sister, is there truly no issue with the formation? Shi Yinghan inquired with a hint of unease. Ning Yue pondered for a moment. While she was confident in the books from the library, this would be her first experience in arranging a formation herself. Ning Yue replied, just to be cautious. I shall consult Duan Huailin later. Having him nearby would allow for any necessary adjustments should there be issues with the formation. Shi Yinghan held a great deal of faith in Duan Huailin's abilities with formations, having heard of the renowned genius long before he entered their sect. All right, Shi Yinghan responded. Estimating the time, and sensing that Elder Zhu had released them, Ning Yue promptly contacted Duan Huailin. The connection was established swiftly. What is it, junior sister? Duan Huailin's voice came through. Ning Yue proceeded directly to the point. Senior brother, I wish to set up a formation, yet I lack experience. Could you come and oversee me while I arrange it? Duan Huailin readily agreed. Of course. When? Tonight. Ning Yue smiled. Shall I fly over to fetch you, senior brother? Duan Huailin chuckled on the other end. If you don't mind the trouble, then come to get me. I could use some materials. After finalizing their plans, Ning Yue returned to her room, eagerly stepping into her consciousness space. Upon seeing Ning Yue in the afternoon, Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. Aren't you usually here at night? What is going on? Ning Yue succinctly replied, setting up a formation to capture something. The object from last night was a borrowing spirit, a tool used by cultivators to attach their consciousness to items for monitoring others. Tonight, she intended to extract it. However, the senior brother mentioned that the borrowing spirit technique could only be employed by cultivators at the transformation stage. Shi Suqing is merely at the golden core stage. Could it be that someone within the Hell sect is surveilling me? Xiaohua sighed. You have just entered the sect. And your interactions with the Hell Sect members were limited to when you went out. Besides them, I doubt there are any other candidates for suspicion. Ning Yue chuckled softly. This has piqued my interest. I truly wish to uncover the intentions of the Hell Sect and discern whose consciousness that ghostly entity belongs to. Very well. I shall accompany you out tonight. Shahuadas to book to Ning Yue. Hurry and familiarize yourself with the formation. It would be unfortunate if you failed on your first attempt and raised suspicions. And what if they do discover it? Ning Yue smirked, his smile mischievous. Entirely unreflective of a 12-year-old girl's demeanor. I shall ensure they come and go without return, leveraging his memory and comprehension, along with the foundation laid during yesterday's lessons. Ning Yue swiftly committed the confinement formation to memory. Upon exiting the space of consciousness, Shering Han had already brought Duan Huailin over. Ning Yue felt a bit embarrassed and smiled at Shering Han. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. It's no bother, Shering Han replied, sheathing his sword. Shall we set up the formation inside the room or in the courtyard? Ning Yue pondered thoughtfully as he surveyed the interior. At that moment, when I sensed the gaze, I was just about to sleep in the room. However, just to be cautious, let us also set it up in the courtyard. No problem, Duan Huailin nodded. Placing the bag in his hand on the table, I gleaned the general situation from my senior while on the road. The materials for the confinement array have all been prepared. Ning Yue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Thank you, senior. I was so focused on memorizing the array that I nearly forgot about the materials. Duan Huailin tossed a bag into Ning Yue's hands. All right, let's get ready. I will stand by and assist you. Ning Yue readily accepted the bag. No problem. She had already mastered the intricacies of the confinement array in her heart. Within the room and the courtyard, she located several spots for the array, casually tossing in the materials. With a deft motion of her fingers, she infused them with spiritual energy. A radiant light suddenly illuminated the space before quickly fading away, as Ning Yue circled around the courtyard and the room. The array was deftly established. She poured a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the array's core, causing a gust of wind to surge within the room. Rustling her garments, satisfied with her progress, she withdrew her hand, the light dimming once more, and the room gradually returned to tranquility. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Ning Yue murmured, "It's done." Duan Huailin pondered as he walked around the room repeatedly, eventually stepping into the courtyard. Ning Yue followed closely behind. So, how is it? Senior? Is there anything that needs enhancement? Absolutely none, Duan Huailin marveled at the array's intricate formations. Not only that, but it was also more refined than the usual confinement arrays. That's wonderful, Ning Yue felt reassured. I was worried my first attempt might fail. Duan Huailin gazed at Ning Yue with keen eyes. Junior sister, I knew you were a prodigy in array formation. You should pursue this path. Shi Yinghan gazed helplessly at Duan Huailin, remarking, why does everyone seem to have their eyes on my junior sister? Chapter 52. This little one is quite extraordinary. Isn't she? Duan Huailin coughed softly, covering his lips, and replied, after all, there is only one junior sister. Observing the brilliance in Duan Huailin's eyes, Ning Yue meticulously sketched the formation she had noted down onto paper. She delineated the necessary modifications to the array with just a few strokes and handed the drawing to Duan Huailin. What is this? Duan Huailin asked, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the paper. This is the confinement formation I arranged. You mentioned that it is more intricate than usual. So I drew it out for you, Ning Yue explained, placing her hands behind her back with a smile. Duan Huailin maintained his position of receiving the paper, staring blankly at Ning Yue. Then, as if realizing something, he folded the paper and returned it to her. No, this is your refined formation. Remember to keep it to yourself. It cannot be casually shared with others. Ning Yue held the paper with a hint of confusion, asking, is it something akin to a patent? Duan Huailin did not comprehend, but the petite Hua, perched on Ning Yue's shoulder, interjected. Array cultivators study different schools of formations and seldom share or borrow from one another. She cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yue, emphasizing that it was even rarer for someone to casually reveal their own formations. I see, Ning Yue replied dismissively, firmly shoving the drawing back into Duan Huailin's hands. Aren't you curious? Just take a look. Besides, you prepared the materials for today, so consider this a token of gratitude. You absolutely must see it. Ning Yue's expression was earnest, fully convinced that there was no issue with sharing and observing each other's formations. Duan Huailin paused momentarily, ultimately curving his lips into a smile as he accepted the drawing. Thank you, junior sister. Throughout his life, Duan Huailin had only learned the formations passed down through his family, taught by his master, or acquired through serendipity. This was the first time he had received something from another. He gazed blankly at the crumpled paper in his palm before tucking it into his pocket, pressed against the fabric of his sleeve. Now, he simply needed to wait until night fell completely. Ning Yue glanced at the sky outside. It should be soon. The previous night had been similar at this time. Sheringan nodded, revealing something from his hand, An invisibility talisman requested from junior sister Reassure, capable of concealing one's presence. He affixed one to both Ning Yue and Duan Huilin. From the spots where the talismans were placed, invisibility gradually spread outward. Ning Yue opened his palm. Once fully cloaked, his body felt as though it were draped in a delicate veil. Well then, let us find a place to rest and sip tea, conserving our energy. Indeed, Ning Yue agreed, utilizing his unseen form to brew tea. Time passed swiftly, and within the room and the courtyard, not a sound stirred. Ning Yue stared vacantly at the moon outside, feeling bored, and remarked, "What if it doesn't show up tonight? Would that mean we have waited in vain for so long?" Duan Huilin pressed his lips together and took a sip of tea. "No worries, let us wait a little longer. I have no other plans for the night." "Yes." Shurian concurred. "The night is merely for cultivation. It is quite pleasant to venture out occasionally." The little flower on his shoulder yawned. Ning Yue suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Is it possible to retrieve items from the consciousness space?" Xiao Hua paused for a moment, glancing at Ning Yue. "Theoretically, after your realm has ascended, as long as it is not something too bizarre, it can manifest externally." Ning Yue immediately began her attempt. She first cleared her mind and entered her consciousness space, swiftly conjuring a deck of playing cards within. Then, with a sudden jolt of awareness, she endeavored to materialize the items from her consciousness space. The playing cards abruptly appeared in her hand. Ning Yue felt a surge of joy. She had succeeded. She promptly placed the entire deck on the table. Ning Yue shuffled the cards and, while dealing, explained the rules. "Since we have some time to kill, let us play a few rounds. The loser shall forfeit spiritual stones." Shurian observed Ning Yue's actions, contemplated the rules for a moment, and chuckled. "Sounds good." Duan Huilin nodded in agreement. "No problem. We should be able to master this quickly." With enthusiasm, Ning Yue reiterated the rules, ensuring both understood before confidently preparing to commence. "All right, the cards are dealt. I am the landlord. I shall play first with the 3 of hearts." Just as Ning Yue finished speaking, a chilling gaze abruptly manifested, sweeping through the room as if searching for a target and gradually growing bolder, impossible to ignore. Shurian set down his cards and stood up, casting a sharp, scrutinizing glance around the room. Ning Yue let out an exasperated sigh, throwing her cards down in frustration and leaning her head on her hand, surveying the surroundings with irritation. So bothersome. After waiting so long, nothing has appeared. Just when I finally thought to engage in something else, it shows up. She summoned flames in her palm, her gaze sharpening on a particular formation. Duan Huilin obstructed Ning Yue's hand, his gaze sharpening. "It is not yet time." Perhaps it had been too long since he sensed any presence within the room. That gaze finally revealed its true nature, emerging from its hiding place. Ning Yue squinted, and to his astonishment, the source of the gaze was a spider no larger than a palm. A chill coursed through him. The spider's robust limbs were adorned with fine hairs, and its numerous crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. The creature scuttled silently around the room, its 8 legs making not a sound. Ning Yue nodded. Employing a spider for surveillance was indeed an ingenious method, with its multitude of legs allowing it to traverse undetected while its many eyes observed others. Ning Yue expressed his distaste. Shurian chuckled softly. Naturally, with the power of the talismans crafted by Song Isher, it was impossible for the individual controlling the spider to notice. When the spider finally approached the vicinity of the formation, the fireball conjured by Ning Yue swiftly infused the array. The confinement array was activated, and the room was immediately illuminated by a dazzling light. The spider screeched in chaos, scrambling about. Soon, the restraining force of the confinement array rendered the spider motionless, firmly pinning it to the center of the floor. As its screeches gradually diminished and its legs ceased to twitch, the 8 crimson eyes slowly closed. At that moment, Ning Yue and the others tore off their invisibility talismans. An invisible thread tightly ensnared the spider. Shurian lifted the spider with his sword, examining it closely. "Is this the creature that was monitoring you?" Ning Yue leaned in for a closer look. "If I am not mistaken, it is indeed." Duan Huilin, somewhat perplexed by such a creature, inquired, "Since the eyes have been discovered, how do we capture the individual behind the surveillance?" Ning Yue pondered for a few moments before ultimately deciding that each field has its own expertise. She proceeded to contact Yang Fei. After a brief wait, he answered. "What's the matter, little junior sister?" "I just managed to lull the purple fox to sleep." Ning Yue got straight to the point, sending a transmission mirror stone to allow Yang Fei to observe the scene within the room. "Senior brother, this borrowing spirit resembles a spiritual beast quite closely. Given your extensive knowledge of spiritual beasts, how can we discern its master?" Yang Fei was momentarily startled, realizing the spiritual consciousness still lingers. This little creature is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 53. What? It just got crushed? Ning Yue glanced at the spider and promptly inquired, "What do you mean by extraordinary?" Yang Fei fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Just wait a moment. I will come to your location." When he said wait a moment, he truly meant it. Duan Huailin was perusing ancient texts. Having barely turned a couple of pages when Yang Fei rushed in, he forcefully pushed open the courtyard door, calling out, "I'm here, little junior sister." "Where are you?" Ning Yue, concerned that he might disturb their master, quickly stepped outside and waved him in. "Hurry inside." The four of them gathered before the formation. Yang Fei squinted as he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his sleeve. He then poured its contents over the unconscious spider. The spider became completely still, prompting Yang Fei to explain, when a borrowing spirit is captured, its body loses vitality. If its host is powerful enough, the attached spiritual consciousness will retract immediately, rendering it impossible to capture anything. He picked up a wooden stick and poked the spider's body. The spider, with its few hairy legs slightly raised, soon let them droop again. However, its vitality remained, indicating that the spirit residing within this borrowed entity had not yet returned. Ning Yue crouched before the spider, brandishing a stick and poking it with a mischievous grin. "So, does this mean the spirit's people are aware that we have discovered it?" Yang Fei stroked his chin and nodded. "In theory, yes. However, I just used a powder to render it unconscious, so they are still oblivious to our discovery." Duan Huailin inquired, "If that is the case, then why hasn't the spirit's consciousness been retracted?" Yang Fei pondered, somewhat perplexed. He had never encountered such a situation, clearly. The one capable of wielding a borrowed spirit was a formidable being, and retracting consciousness should be a trivial matter, making it inexplicable that it remained ensnared. Yang Fei turned to Ning Yue. "Has this room been set with any prohibitions?" "Of course not," Xiaohua scoffed. "If there were, how could it have escaped my notice?" As the others could not hear Xiaohua's voice, Ning Yue replied, "There are no other prohibitions." Shering on, gazing at the ground, suddenly recalled something. Could it be due to the formation set by the junior sister? What about the formation? Yang Fei examined the array surrounding the spider, bewildered. Isn't this merely a binding formation for capturing borrowed spirits? "This is not an ordinary binding array," Duan Huailin interjected, pointing at the formation on the ground. The junior sister's binding formation is far more intricate and refined than usual, possibly explaining why the spider could not escape. Yang Fei possessed a limited understanding of formations, and that perhaps accounted for his current predicament. However, the failure of the divine consciousness to escape was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Ning Yue cast a curious glance at Yang Fei, speculating, could this help identify the one behind it? Yang Fei shook his head with a mischievous grin. The realm of the individual behind this borrowed spiritual entity is far too elevated. Locating them is beyond our reach. Yet, the audacity to casually pry into the affairs of my little junior sister warrants some retribution. Without further ado, Yang Fei extended his hands and began to manipulate the air. "Thanks to your formation, my junior sister, I was in search of a suitable place to experiment. Watch closely." Ning Yue, Shering on, and Duan Huailin observed intently. After all, this was a technique belonging to the direct disciples of beast masters, and they anticipated an astonishing spectacle. They watched with keen eyes as Yang Fei executed his maneuver, and then witnessed him crush a spider underfoot. With a disdainful gesture, he wiped his foot with a piece of paper and carelessly discarded the spider's remains. Ning Yue's mouth fell agape. Shering Han's expression turned skeptical. Duan Huailin appeared momentarily stunned. What? You just stepped on it." Ning Yue was incredulous. Shering Han questioned, "You made us watch you crush a spider." Duan Huailin refrained from commenting, casting a silent glance at the spider's carcass. "Ah, rest assured," Yang Fei waved his hand dismissively. "I merely extracted a tiny wisp of its divine consciousness. The remainder has dissipated along with the spider." "No." Ning Yue opened her mouth. "I am not concerned about that." It seemed Shering Han had finally grasped the situation. Once the spiritual consciousness of the borrowed object is damaged, the original entity's consciousness will also suffer. Such damage to the consciousness is a grave matter, potentially hindering one's ability to cultivate for a lifetime. Indeed, Yang Fei nodded, acknowledging that this individual would be unable to break through for a considerable time. However, "Do not worry, I have taken precautions. That small fragment of consciousness may assist us in locating this person." Yang Fei produced a brocade bag containing the spiritual consciousness and handed it to Ning Yue. Aside from the inability to untie the bag, it can be manipulated in any other manner. "Thank you, senior brother," Ning Yue said as she accepted the bag and tossed it into the air a couple of times. The consciousness within the bag spun around for quite some time. However, Yang Fei felt a twinge of concern. Shouldn't we inform the elder or the sect leader? The Fusong sect has infiltrated the borrowed object spirit and is lurking in the small junior sister's room with unknown intentions. This seems too perilous. Ning Yue promptly replied, "Rest assured, senior brother. I am merely attempting to see if I can capture it myself. I will report to Master afterwards." "That is acceptable," Yang Fei said, relieved. "I shall take my leave now." After Yang Fei departed, Duan Huailin utilized the remaining materials to set up several more protective arrays. This way, nothing can enter indiscriminately. Duan Huailin remarked, You can make any necessary adjustments. I am merely providing you with a framework. All right, senior brother, Ning Yue replied obediently, cradling the brocade bag with delight. With this layer of protection, Ringon still felt uneasy and unleashed a sword light outside the courtyard before leading Duan Huilin out. Rest well, little junior sister. I will ensure Duan Shitty gets back safely. Be careful on the way, she warned. Ning Yue and Chong waved goodbye, promising to meet again tomorrow. Within the confines of the Purgatory Sect, in a secluded and dimly lit cave, a hunched figure began to tremble violently. An unbearable pain surged through his mind, prompting a sudden fit of coughing. Each cough sent a shiver through the diminutive figure nearby. Had he been discovered? His voice emerged, hoarse and frigid. Before he quickly reassessed the situation. No, that could not be the case. Although most of his consciousness had dissipated, a fragment remained. It seemed he had encountered some formidable restriction within the Fusang sect. To his astonishment, the sect's array of prohibitions was far more potent than he had anticipated. Before he could react, a significant portion of his consciousness had been consumed, resulting in a grievous loss. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he turned to the shadow beside him, his voice a chilling rasp. Stand up, Chuji. Chuji shuddered, trembling as he rose unsteadily from the ground. The figure's hand shot out toward him, fingers grotesquely protruding, as he grasped Chuji's head with an iron grip. There seemed to be a force emanating from his palm, firmly holding on as if trying to extract something from the depths of Chuji's mind. Because of you. I have expended so much of my consciousness. Now, use your own consciousness. Chapter 54. Keep that little mouth shut. Ning Yue enjoyed a restful sleep, awakening to find the day fully brightened. Due to her remarkable precocity, the course on sword mastery was no longer necessary for her. Consequently, she found herself with ample free time, allowing her to pursue her interests and learn at her leisure. After all, the sect leader had specifically granted her permission to simultaneously study the teachings of other factions. Ning Yue lingered for a moment, observing the concealed formations around her. Before deciding to visit the array refinement area today, she directly activated the teleportation array. With a flash, Ning Yue found herself facing a myriad of curious eyes. A circle of onlookers was whispering amongst themselves, questioning her presence. Who is this? Didn't the master say that no one was allowed to enter during class? How dare she use the teleportation array? She appears rather petite. Perhaps it's her first day attending class. Their voices carried a tone of sympathy. Hoping the master wouldn't be too upset, Ning Yue thought to herself, help me. Where on earth have I been teleported to? Junior sister? A hesitant voice called out. Ning Yue looked up as if saved from despair. Duan Huilin was gazing at her with curiosity. What brings you here all of a sudden? A breakthrough. She hadn't known the precise location of the array refinement area, so when she activated the teleportation array, she had envisioned Duan Huilin. To her surprise, the teleportation array had indeed brought her right to his side. Ning Yue felt quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, senior brother. I didn't mean to interrupt your class. However, before she could finish her sentence, a voice exclaimed, Who is Ning Yue? Is it the Ning Yue I know? The person gazed at her with astonishment. Ning Yue blinked, uncertain, and finally replied, I don't believe anyone else shares my name, right? Oh my goodness. No wonder she looks so familiar. It really is that Ning Yue. Ning Yue was perplexed, while Duan Huilin offered a calming explanation. These individuals were disciples who had undergone trials alongside us, leaving a profound impression on you at that time. Ning Yue suddenly came to a realization, understanding the situation clearly. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Ning Yue and Duan Huilin. Wow, is this the Ning Yue who, together with senior brother Duan, secured the top position? Indeed, it is she. Duan Huilin glanced down at Ning Yue and remarked, What brings you here today? I happened to see the formation in the room and thought I would come over for a look, only to find myself transported directly here via the teleportation array. Ning Yue replied. Duan Huilin chuckled lightly, I am merely assisting my master in overseeing these junior disciples. Ning Yue covered her face, saying, I wondered why. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with a dozen gazes fixed upon me. I thought I had wandered off somewhere. The junior disciples continued to express their astonishment, discussing Ning Yue animatedly. Suddenly, a gust of wind flung the door wide open, followed by a waft of moist white mist drifting inside. Ning Yue squinted as she observed a figure materializing amidst the thickest part of the mist by the entrance. A commanding voice resonated. What is all this noise about? The cacophony within the room abruptly fell silent. Ning Yue turned to Duan Huilin beside her and whispered, Who is that? That is the array elder. My master, Duan Huilin replied softly. Ning Yue searched her memory, recalling the day when 4 elderly men climbed through the window. It seemed one of them was indeed the array elder. The array elder strode into the room, exuding an intimidating aura. He scanned the disciples with piercing eyes and admonished them sharply. I instructed you to cultivate diligently. Is this how you choose to practice? Chattering like a bunch of magpies. The disciples sat in quietude, heads bowed in attentive reverence. The Grand Elder of Arrays cast a discerning glance towards Duan Huailin, his brow furrowing as if to speak. Suddenly, his gaze caught the petite figure beside Duan Huailin, and his words faltered. The more he observed, the more familiar she appeared. Ning Yue, under the Elder's prolonged scrutiny, could no longer suppress her urge to glance up. As their eyes met, the Elder, deep in recollection, was momentarily taken aback. Ning Yue, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, offered a shy smile and hesitantly raised her hand. Greetings, Elder. The ancient memories began to resurface. The Elder exclaimed, Ning Yue. He paused, taken aback for a moment, before swiftly moving to her side. Ning Yue was startled. You have finally arrived. I heard you were with the Sound Cultivation yesterday. I thought you might have forgotten about us. Is there an array you wish to learn? Speak to your master. The other disciples gaped in astonishment at the once serious Elder, whose demeanor had transformed so dramatically. Duan Huailin, unable to contain his exasperation, softly reminded, Master, the junior disciples are still present. Only then did the Elder regain his composure, feigning authority as he addressed the surroundings. I shall summon your senior brother to teach the next segment. For now, I take my leave. With that, the Elder grasped Ning Yue with one hand and Duan Huailin with the other, their figures flickering before vanishing entirely, leaving the remaining disciples exchanging bewildered glances. Ning Yue experienced a fleeting sensation of dizziness, and once she regained her composure, she realized she was no longer in that room. The Elder of Formation was beaming at both Ning Yue and Duan Huailin, warmly inquiring, What brings you to seek your master? Ning Yue replied, Why has he suddenly begun to refer to himself as master? Before she could elaborate, the Elder, with remarkable swiftness, produced a hefty ancient tome from seemingly nowhere. This is a treasured possession of my master, not easily shared with others. Come, take a seat. Reluctantly, Duan Huailin and Ning Yue complied and exchanged bewildered glances. Is this really how it begins? The Elder of Formation was practically bubbling with excitement. I wondered why my left eyelid was dancing so merrily today. It turns out a fortuitous event was indeed unfolding. No need to search. My disciple has come to my doorstep unbidden. As the Elder's joy overflowed, Ning Yue opened her mouth to speak, only to be met with the Elder's quick reflexes. He cast a minor spell upon her lips, and a flash of white light enveloped her mouth. To her astonishment, she found herself unable to utter a word. Ning Yue whimpered, MMM. What is happening? Is this some sort of game? The Elder feigned innocence, saying, it seems Ning Yue is eager to hear my teachings. Patience, my dear. We shall commence shortly. With a vacant expression, Ning Yue sat in her chair, while Duan Huailin remained silent for a moment. Ultimately, driven by a sense of responsibility as the elder brother, he resolved to assist his junior sister in regaining her voice. Summoning his courage, he managed to utter a single syllable, Master. The Elder of the Array gazed intently at Duan Huailin, his eyes narrowing slightly. A warm smile gracing his face as he kindly inquired, Huailin, what troubles you? Duan Huailin hesitated for less than a second before resolutely relinquishing his decision. With the demeanor of a diligent student, he withdrew paper and pen from his Qiankuan bag. Master, please wait a moment. I need to take notes. Under the appreciative gaze of the Elder, he prepared a set of paper and pen for Ning Yue as well. Ning Yue stared at the neatly arranged note-taking kit, falling into silence. Chapter 55. So, he is an old proud one. Ning Yue. Help. Heaven has no eyes. I merely wish to have a casual chat with the Elder, not to seek an excuse to flee. Unfortunately, the Elder could not decipher the unspoken language of Ning Yue's eyes and, when he glanced at Duan Huailin, could only offer a comforting look, urging Ning Yue to endure a little longer. Ning Yue, to be honest, although she could not comprehend why the Elder believed she wished to escape, to the extent of sealing her lips, his lecture was so meticulously structured that she gradually became engrossed. It was not until the last rays of the setting sun streamed into the room that Ning Yue snapped back to reality. The Elder clapped his hands together, proclaiming, All right. That concludes today's lesson. Remember to return to this place tomorrow. However, he added, homework must still be completed. Each of you will create a maze to ensnare the other, and then find a way to extricate yourselves. Ning Yue, Duan Huailin. Wait a moment. Such a formidable maze, one that would typically require 2 to 3 years of study to master, is being so casually assigned to them. The Elder of Formations finally released the seal from his lips, allowing Ning Yue to speak. But master, we have not practiced this before, and I'm uncertain if we will succeed, nor do I know the extent of its power. The Elder, with closed eyes, made a sound of acknowledgement. Ning Yue repeated her concerns, I am unsure if we will succeed, and the power is still unknown. The Elder clicked his tongue, still with his eyes shut. Ning Yue, feeling frustrated, swiftly turned away, seizing the materials from the nearby table, ready to set up the formation. The Elder opened his eyes and leaned closer, saying, Could you repeat that? Adhering to the principle of respecting one's elders, Ning Yue maintained an impassive tone as she replied once more, I do not know. The Elder whispered, Has the previous master not been included? Ning Yue took a moment before raising her gaze to the elder, who pretended to look away but couldn't help bending his body slightly, tilting his head to listen closely. He was simply waiting for her to call him master. Ning Yue realized, after all this time, that he was merely an old, proud man. She decided not to hold back on this matter, and with a playful smile, she sweetly called out master several times, bringing great joy to the elder. Ah, do not worry, master will be by your side. There is no need to fear failure, for I shall assist you in perfecting it, and should anything go awry, I will come to your rescue. The little old man finished his enthusiastic declaration and began to help Ning Yue prepare the materials. Duan Huailin had already quietly selected his own supplies. Feeling that the elder's promise of rescue was likely intended solely for Ning Yue hardly sought the assistance of the formation elder, dedicating half an hour to meticulously arrange the intricate formation. Given its complexity, it was only natural that her initial attempt would be somewhat slow. Duan Huailin completed his task more swiftly, infusing the formation with spiritual energy before quietly positioning himself beside Ning Yue to observe her work, his gaze reflecting admiration akin to that of the formation elder. Initially, the elder merely intended to test Ning Yue's aptitude for formations. Yet he was taken aback by her astonishing talent, which rivaled that of Duan Huailin. The latter, already aware of Ning Yue's capabilities, scrutinized her efforts with even greater attention. Once both had completed their formations, the elder declared, "It is time to enter each other's maze." As Ning Yue stepped into the maze, her stomach audibly grumbled, prompting her to suddenly realize that she had not eaten all day. Just as she intended to reach out and request a bun from the formation elder outside, her figure twisted and she vanished. The elder mistakenly thought she was waving goodbye and cheerfully returned the gesture. Ning Yue, however, thought to herself, "No, I merely wish to ask for something to eat." The scenery around her morphed rapidly as she glanced around, finding herself amidst a desolate expanse of sand and stone. She resolved to escape quickly and satisfy her hunger, feeling as though she might perish from starvation after a day engrossed in her studies of formations. The cold wind whistled through the crevices in the stones, producing eerie sounds that sent shivers down her spine. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Ning Yue surveyed her surroundings, determined to locate the formation's core in order to find her way out and procure a meal. The illusions within the maze were crafted by its creator. She envisioned a scenario for Duan Huailin set in the mountains. Deciphering such a maze proved to be quite strenuous. Ning Yue promptly summoned Xiaohua, who appeared on her shoulder while yawning. "What is it?" Ning Yue spoke with a calmness that bordered on indifference. "The sounds here are rather terrifying. I summoned you to keep me company." Xiaohua. After surveying the surroundings, Xiaohua remarked, "How did you end up in this maze while I was looking?" "It's a formation task. I need to break the maze to exit," Ning Yue explained briefly. Xiaohua, puzzled, asked, "You think you can solve this maze in such a short time?" Ning Yue modestly replied, "I suppose I've learned a thing or two." However, Xiaohua hesitated, casting a glance around. "You're already that impressive? You can even break a deadly formation?" "Deadly formation?" Duan Huailin said. "A deadly formation for her?" Ning Yue fell silent for a moment, then regained her composure. "Are you saying this is a deadly formation?" "Yes," Xiaohua affirmed. Ning Yue continued. Today, she heard the formation elder speak of deadly formations. A deadly formation is one that guarantees death upon entry. There is no exit, no rationale. Once one steps into a deadly formation, they're already half dead, though the nature of that death remains unclear. Ning Yue furrowed her brow. This formation was set by Duan Huailin in the presence of the formation elder. It stands to reason they wouldn't intentionally harm me. Xiaohua rested her chin on her hand, leisurely responding. Who can say? After all, one can know a person's appearance but not their heart. Ning Yue did not concur but merely cast a suspicious glance around. It was not an illusion. The bizarre cries surrounding them grew increasingly loud, nearly echoing in their ears. Ning Yue shivered from the chill that enveloped her. Swiftly, she drew her sword, huaming, and turned with grace. A beam of pink light emanated from the blade, illuminating the surrounding area with a warm glow. Suddenly, a grotesque shadow materialized behind her. Thanks to the radiance of huaming, Ning Yue could discern the malicious silhouette of a creature drawing nearer, its sharp claws poised to rend her apart. In a tone reminiscent of a spectator, Xiaohua cautioned her, "Get ready." Ning Yue's expression remained indifferent, tinged with impatience as she deftly maneuvered her fingers. Huaming unsheathed, the pink blade surged with potent spiritual energy. The sharp gleam of the sword sliced through the air, leaving a beautiful afterimage around her. A sharp crack echoed as the shadow behind her was abruptly cleaved in two, blood spraying in all directions. Huaming's brilliance shone forth in an instant. Ning Yue opened her cold eyes, surveying her surroundings with disdain. More aberrant creatures lunged toward her from behind. Chapter 56. It seems this time I must take action. Ning Yue nimbly leaped onto a nearby boulder, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the bizarre beings below. Pairs of crimson eyes fixated on her, their sharp foreclaws glinting ominously, seemingly poised to pounce at any moment. These were the grotesque giant rats she had encountered in the secret realm. Now, Ning Yue began to comprehend how she had stumbled into this deadly trap. It was undoubtedly linked to the Inferno sect. Taking a deep breath, she lifted Huanming with a grim expression, its pink blade flickering with renewed intensity. Ning Yue slightly reined in her expression, positioning Huanming before her face, casting a disdainful smile at the giant rat. She remarked to Huanming, "I did not accompany you for a delightful time last night. Let us indulge ourselves this time." Huanming radiated even brighter, emitting a tremulous sound of excitement. The cold moonlight illuminated the sandy stones. Suddenly, a lithe figure obscured the moonlight above, swiftly flashing past, and in the next instant, blood spurted forth. A grotesque giant rat at the forefront quivered momentarily before crashing to the ground. Typically, spiritual beasts might flee when confronted with a formidable adversary threatening their lives. However, these aberrant giant rats were evidently in a state of delirium, lacking any semblance of awareness. Upon witnessing Ning Yue slay one of their own with a single stroke, they lunged forward with drooling ferocity. Ning Yue furrowed her brows in annoyance, exclaiming, "TSK, a bunch of foolish creatures." Her form darted nimbly between the giant rats. Due to her astonishing speed and agility, the massive creatures found it challenging to retaliate effectively. After dispatching several giant rats while wielding Huanming, Ning Yue began to feel the strain. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old child, her physical capabilities not yet fully developed. Moreover, she had hardly consumed anything throughout the day. The thought of this incited her anger. She fervently hoped to uncover the identity of the one who had ensnared her in this deadly trap. Ning Yue pivoted Huanming and lightly stepped upon it. Understanding her intent, Huanming soared into the air with her. The aberrant giant rats below glared at Ning Yue with malevolent eyes, baring their fangs as they prepared to leap towards her. To her surprise, the rats demonstrated remarkable leaping ability, launching themselves towards her face in an instant. The giant rat's face was covered in dense, bristly fur, its small, crimson eyes fixating menacingly on Ning Yue. In that fleeting moment, she could even detect the warm, fetid odor emanating from its mouth. Unable to suppress her revulsion, she covered her mouth and retched softly. With a hint of distaste, she remarked, "I apologize, dear rat, but the stench from your mouth is overwhelming. And I couldn't help myself." The giant rat paused momentarily, then swiftly raised its sharp foreclaw, lunging towards Ning Yue. Despite her current state of disgust, she was agile enough to evade such an attack. Leaning back, she lifted her foot to brace against the rat's forehead. Under the rat's dazed gaze, she delivered a powerful kick downward. With a resounding thud, the giant rat plunged into the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide. "Well," Ning Yue mused, examining her foot with curiosity, "my training has significantly enhanced my physical abilities. I truly possess great strength." Xiaohua scoffed, "This is merely the beginning. As your cultivation advances, your power will surely exceed this." With a playful smile, Ning Yue crossed her arms and gazed down at the giant rat, which was now glaring at her from the pit. "I'm afraid I cannot play with you any longer. It is time for you to meet your fate." No sooner had she spoken than a massive fireball formed in her hands. The scorching, brilliant flames illuminated her face, infusing the desolate, eerie maze with a touch of warmth. The rats sensed the ominous energy radiating from the fire and emitted fearful hisses from their throats. Undeterred, Ning Yue hurled the colossal fireball downward. In an instant, she effortlessly took down a multitude of colossal rodents. With great enthusiasm, she hurled several fireballs into the fray. Suddenly, Xiaohua proposed, "Have you finished reading that comprehensive textbook on water-based spells? This seems like an excellent opportunity for practice." Indeed, Ning Yue eagerly accepted the suggestion. The crimson aura enveloping her rapidly transformed into a serene azure. Waves of blue energy flowed gracefully around her, reminiscent of a gentle stream. With her eyes closed, Ning Yue savored the sensation, which was entirely distinct from that of wielding fire-based energy. Standing beneath the chilling moonlight, the blue energy emanated a soothing and tranquil aura as if it possessed substance. Her expression remained inscrutable as she gazed down from her elevated position. With deliberate slowness, she brought her fingers together, and the surrounding energy morphed into countless arrows, meticulously arranged around her. A faint smile graced Ning Yue's lips as she declared, "I've had my fun, farewell." In an instant, a rain of arrows descended, transforming the remaining colossal rodents into mere sieves. Ning Yue estimated that there had been around 100 or more of these beasts sent to eliminate her, yet now they lay still upon the ground, their lives extinguished. She poked Xiao on the shoulder, inquiring, "And then? Is that it? Is this what they call a death formation?" Xiao gazed at the scene before her, falling into a momentary silence, unable to discern whether her feelings were of astonishment or relief. Ning Yue prodded Xiaohua's leaves once more, prompting her to respond thoughtfully. "Perhaps they underestimated your strength, but it is primarily due to the advanced spells you employed. The adversary is undoubtedly aware of your golden core cultivation, and the giant rat dispatched is no weakling. However, the spells at your disposal are derived from ancient secrets." Xiaohua's tone suddenly shifted to one of disdain, though your current abilities allow you to wield only a fraction of their true power. Dealing with these trivial creatures should pose no challenge. Ning Yue chuckled. I am still in the growth phase. The ground, soaked in the stench of blood, dissuaded Ning Yue from descending. She soared through the air on her sword, contemplating the absence of an exit from the deadly formation. Just as she began to voice her thoughts, a tremendous noise erupted from below. Ning Yue halted mid-sentence and looked down. To her astonishment, a creature covered in fur suddenly surged upward, quickly surpassing her current altitude on the sword. Describing it as merely furry would be misleading. It was more accurate to say it was adorned with countless sharp spines. The creature's dense coat shimmered with the cold light under the moon. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. Oh dear. Suddenly, her vision was filled with two car-sized, scarlet eyes. Reacting instinctively, Ning Yue retreated nearly 100 meters before she could fully grasp the creature's appearance. It resembled a grotesquely enlarged version of the previous alien giant rat. Both in form and in the oppressive aura it exuded, this creature felt distinctly more formidable. It was clear that this entity was leagues beyond the prior alien giant rat. With a swift motion, she unleashed a colossal fireball and a multitude of arrows directed at the oversized rat, only for them to be deflected by the creature's sharp, dense fur. Ning Yue felt as though her efforts were utterly ineffectual against it. The colossal rat seemed enraged, exhaling white vapor from its nostrils as it lunged towards Ning Yue. Ning Yue gasped in surprise, yet Xiaohua calmly ascended from Ning Yue's shoulder, stretching her body leisurely. An inexplicable aura emanated from her. In a nonchalant tone, Xiaohua remarked, It appears I must intervene this time. You cannot practice. Chapter 57. I desire a fine meal. Ning Yue gazed at Xiaohua in astonishment, momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a stream of white energy surged forth from Xiaohua's form. With serene composure, she instructed, Allow it to collide. There is no need to evade. Trusting Xiaohua implicitly, Ning Yue relinquished all defenses, observing as the gigantic rat charged towards him. Just a heartbeat before impact, a delicate barrier materialized before Ning Yue. Upon collision, the rat was violently propelled away, as if struck by an unseen force. Ning Yue opened his mouth in astonishment, gingerly exploring the barrier before him. Is it truly this formidable? Xiaohua, with a hint of pride, replied, Need I say more? I would not allow you to perish in such an absurd manner. She then rested her head upon her leaf-like hands, lying against Ning Yue. It seems they truly wish for your demise. They have even sent a larger one. Ning Yue's finger traced his lips as he lowered his gaze, pondering the nature of this monstrous rat. Could it be that these aberrant creatures were bred in bulk? Previously, Chi Su Chung had excavated the beast core of such a creature in the secret realm. Xiaohua found herself perplexed by the machinations of the Inferno sect. She simply could not fathom their intentions. First, let us eliminate this colossal rodent. Ning Yue pointed to the ground. Indeed, the giant rat was unlike any ordinary creature. After being struck, it astonishingly rose once more. Its crimson eyes betrayed a profound dissatisfaction as it silently prepared to launch another assault. Ning Yue, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Xiaohua and exclaimed, Allow me to behold your prowess, Xiaohua. Xiaohua paused momentarily, then, with an air of nonchalance, finally replied, I can only defend. I possess no offensive capabilities. Ning Yue fell silent. A realization dawned upon her. Although Xiaohua appeared formidable, she had never truly exhibited any attacking power. Whether it was blocking a strike from Chi Shucheng at the inn, or when she was engulfed by the serpent, Xiaohua had not retaliated. Even the moment when she had sent the colossal rat flying seemed to affirm that she was indeed limited to defense. Ning Yue stood behind the barrier in contemplation and eventually inquired, How long would it take me to defeat this giant rat if I entered the conscious space to train? Xiaohua responded, Perhaps it would be best to refrain from that. The giant rat, relentless, continued to batter against the barrier, its fangs and claws glistening menacingly. Ning Yue, seated cross-legged on the platform, found herself growing somewhat bored. The barrier seemed to also shield her from the noxious odors emanating from the rat's maw, which she could tolerate to a degree. Yet, with the rat's face bloodied and battered, it remained fixated on tearing through the barrier, a sight that was utterly repulsive, causing her sanity to plummet. Ning Yue tapped the platform beneath her. Understanding her cue, the platform leaped higher, ascending to a vantage point that allowed it to overlook the giant rat entirely before coming to a halt. Upon seeing Ning Yue ascend to a place beyond its reach, the colossal rat erupted in furious cries, its voice grating to the ears. Ning Yue, seated cross-legged, covered her ears with both hands and sighed, pondering her predicament. What should I do? I cannot strike it, nor can I flee. Xiaohua also sighed, remarking that this deadly formation could indeed be forcefully breached, provided the giant rat were absent. To break the formation now, one must eliminate the rat first, and then proceed to dismantle the array. Ning Yue cast her gaze downward at the enraged giant rat, contemplating for a moment. Rising from her seated position, she stretched her limbs and, rubbing her neck, declared, I've grown weary from sitting. Let us take a few laps around. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the rat, which suddenly fell silent. The creature curled its body in evident torment before abruptly tilting its head back and emitting a piercing, elongated whale. Ning Yue watched in astonishment as the rat's body began to swell, expanding until it once again locked eyes with her. Staring into its two blood-red orbs, she thought, "So, you intend to assault me today, do you?" The rat showed no signs of ceasing its inflation, and soon those crimson eyes loomed above her. Ning Yue exclaimed, "Oh dear brother rat, do refrain from growing any larger. You are triggering my fear of enormous creatures." Without hesitation, she commanded her spirit beast, Huan Ming, to dive downwards. Yet, the brother rat disregarded her plea and continued to swell. Huan Ming, invigorated, trembled with excitement, seemingly relishing the thrill of a night run. With Xiaohua by her side, Ning Yue felt no apprehension of being attacked by the giant rat. What fortuitous timing, she declared against the wind. This is an excellent opportunity to hone my sword control agility. What a splendid sparring partner. Huan Ming shimmered in agreement, reflecting her enthusiasm. Ning Yue mobilized her entire spiritual energy, darting around the colossal rat alongside the summoned creature, Huaming. Her figure was diminutive, and her speed astonishingly swift, leaving behind only a fleeting pink afterimage as she zipped past. When the giant rat, in its frantic haste, lunged forward, it could only grasp at empty air, ultimately emitting an exasperated screech. Meanwhile, Ning Yue and Huaming reveled in their amusement. The young girl, adorned with a radiant smile, wielded her pink sword with agility, deftly maneuvering through the chaos. Each time she evaded the giant rat's grasp, her laughter grew more jubilant, despite the little flower perched on her shoulder being nearly swept away by the wind. After several exhilarating rounds of evasion, her attire inevitably bore the stains of the ground's blood. With a disdainful flick of her hem, she dismissed the unsightly marks. Eventually, Huaming, having frolicked to its heart's content, nestled contentedly against Ning Yue. However, the exertion had taken its toll on Ning Yue, and she paused to recuperate. It was then that the colossal rat, seizing what seemed to be an opportune moment, charged ferociously towards her. Ning Yue cast a casual sidelong glance, her little flower's defensive barrier ever ready. "Do as you wish. If you desire to be sent flying, I shan't impede you." The rat's speed accelerated, its assault intensifying to a degree that could obliterate an unprotected Ning Yue. She remained unperturbed, awaiting the inevitable collision. Just as they were on the brink of impact, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The heavens nearby were cleaved open, torn into a vast, irregular fissure. The elder of the formation, his countenance stern and exuding formidable pressure, erupted into the fray atop his sword from the rift. Simultaneously, Ning Yue was enveloped in a resplendent radiance unique to the formation. She momentarily paused, only to witness a peculiar radiant array manifest around the colossal rat, all within the span of a heartbeat. The colossal body of the giant rat abruptly vanished within the array, which still flickered ominously. She beheld the stern visage of the array elder transform with astonishing speed. "Disciple, my dear disciple, your master has come to rescue you." Who could have conjured such a malevolent contraption? The array elder hastened from a distance. Duin Hu Il had emerged from the illusionary array for an entire hour. Yet Ning Yue remained trapped within. Realizing something was amiss, the array elder intended to assist Ning Yue in breaking the formation. However, to his astonishment, the maze had been surreptitiously transformed into a deadly trap. He resolved to breach the array forcefully. As he tore through the formation, he was confronted with a gruesome sight, the ground littered with the corpses of spirit beasts and pools of blood. On the ground lay a diminutive girl, her white robe stained crimson. A bizarre, monstrous rat charged fiercely toward Ning Yue. In that fleeting moment, his heart raced with dread. If anything were to befall Ning Yue, he would not only be unable to account to the sect, but he would also be unable to forgive himself. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, activating a lethal array. Ning Yue gazed at the array elder, deeply moved. "Master, you have finally come to save me." Who could comprehend the foul stench of this attire? She could endure it no longer. Observing Ning Yue's sparkling eyes and blood-soaked garments, the array elder felt a pang of guilt and gently ruffled Ning Yue's hair. "It is my fault for allowing outsiders to exploit vulnerabilities within the Fusang sect." Desperate to make amends, he immediately inquired, "My dear disciple, have you been frightened? Is there anything you desire? No matter how rare or precious, your master shall find a way to procure it for you." As he gazed at the shimmering array, Elder Ning Yue absent-mindedly rubbed his flat stomach and silently mused. "I long for a sumptuous meal." Chapter 58. Haven't we had enough fun for tonight? The array elder's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. What a pitiful child, who narrowly escaped death in the maze, now merely yearning for a decent meal. It was also his oversight for forgetting that his two young disciples had gone an entire day without food. With a grand gesture, he promptly summoned the kitchen to prepare a feast. Though the elders had long since entered a phase of fasting, they occasionally succumbed to cravings, as evidenced by the circle of flesh around the law enforcement elder's waist. Furthermore, there were disciples who had not yet begun their fast and required nourishment. Thus, the culinary provisions of the Fusang sect were exceptionally generous. Ning Yue indulged heartily in the meal. Standing beside him, Duan Huailin looked on with concern. surveying Ning Yue from all angles, while gently channeling healing energy towards him. Why are you covered in blood? What transpired in the maze? Ning Yue glanced at the array elder, uncertain whether to speak. The elder performed a cleansing spell on Ning Yue, his tearful eyes watching as the young man savored his meal. With indignation, he exclaimed, I cannot fathom who would set the maze as a death trap. Had I arrived any later, your little junior sister might have perished. Ning Yue paused momentarily, feeling a flicker of guilt. He was certainly not on the brink of death. Yet, upon reflection, although he was unscathed, he indeed could not contend with that colossal rat. Duan Huailin, however, suddenly stiffened, his voice trembling. A death trap? Ning Yue swallowed his food, offering a reassuring nod in response. Senior brother, this matter is of no concern to you. The formation only turned into a deadly trap after my entrance. She propped her head on her hand, carefully recollecting. When I first entered, it was merely a normal maze. It was only when I attempted to break the formation that a horde of monstrous rats suddenly appeared. Indeed, they were the same type of rats we encountered in the secret realm of Bio Valley. In an instant, Duan Huailing recalled. It was the very rat that Qi Shuqing had slain. Suddenly, the Elder of Formation spoke. You also encountered such creatures in the Bio Valley secret realm? Yes, Ning Yue nodded while gnawing on a chicken leg. At that time, I thought they were ordinary spirit beasts. It seems I was mistaken. The Elder of Formation sat at one side of the table, not touching his chopsticks. Piecing together the words of Ning Yue and Duan Huailing, he seemed to have grasped something significant. Gazing out at the inky darkness of the night, his brow furrowed slightly. Ning Yue savored his chicken leg, while Duan Huailing found it difficult to eat, merely prodding the rice grains in his bowl. It appeared he too was lost in thought. Only Ning Yue was immersed in his meal, achieving a state of singular focus. After a while, the Elder of Formations rose. Let us return after we finish our meal. Huailing, remember to see your junior sister off. I must step out for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yue responded with a simple, all right. In an instant, the Elder of Formations vanished from sight. The matter of borrowing the spirit object had already been discussed with the Elder of Law Enforcement by Shering Han. Just as one wave calmed, another arose. The occurrence of this deadly formation tonight was alarming. Were it not for Ning Yue's conscious space and his knowledge of numerous ancient secret arts, it would truly be uncertain whether they would emerge alive from this night. Moreover, the emergence of such occurrences within the Fuso sect is indeed a matter of grave concern for the entire congregation. The items on the table had been nearly obliterated by Ning Yue's voracious appetite. As Duan Huailing observed that Ning Yue had finished her meal, he performed a cleaning spell on the remnants scattered across the table. He then rose, stating, allow me to escort you back, junior sister. Ning Yue extended her palm towards Duan Huailing, replying, I shall not return via sword flight, but rather utilize the teleportation array. Duan Huailing remained unconvinced. After all, if someone could alter the maze formation into a lethal trap right beneath the watchful eyes of their master, then it would be a trivial matter to modify the teleportation array, sending her to some forsaken place. Hesitant, Ning Yue lowered her hand, ultimately opting to summon Huoming. Duan Huailing's reasoning was undeniably sound. It was certain that anyone from the hellish sect who sought her demise placed her in a perilous situation. A mere misstep could potentially lead to her undoing. Of course, it was a different matter whether they could actually kill her. However, after the recent harrowing experiences, she was in dire need of a restful slumber and wished to avoid any further assassination games. Huoming, having played throughout the night, also felt a touch fatigued. Gracefully soaring with Ning Yue and Duan Huailing towards the observation sea peak. Standing behind Ning Yue, Duan Huailing felt somewhat uneasy, assuring her, fear not, junior sister. I shall attend a few more lessons, and soon I shall not require your sword flight. Ning Yue couldn't help but chuckle as she urged Huoming to ascend to greater heights, allowing them to behold the vast expanse of the Fuso sect from above. She called out, what do you think, senior brother? Is it high enough? Upon hearing her words, Duan Huailing glanced downward, feeling the refreshing night breeze and catching the enticing aroma of the meal lingering on his junior sister. The entirety of the Fuso sect lay enveloped in a delicate veil of mist, with a few areas illuminated by soft lights. High above the ground, poised delicately upon a slender blade, Duan Huailing felt an unusual sense of tranquility. The eyes of his junior sister sparkled under the luminous moonlight, her white garment dancing gracefully in the breeze, while the golden threads of her sash glimmered ethereally. The night view of Fusang's sect was quite enchanting. It served as a gentle respite after their meal. Suddenly, Huoming flickered with discontent, jostling both Ning Yue and Duan Huailing for a stretch of time. You've eaten your fill and are merely digesting. I am utterly exhausted and require rest. Ning Yue comfortingly patted Huoming, urging, just a little longer, we shall arrive shortly. Duan Huailing observed this scene and broke into a soft chuckle. Ning Yue turned her head in curiosity. Locking eyes with Duan Huailing, she inquired, what is it? He slowly shook his head, his gaze drifting to the ground far below, his expression subtly solemn. I will ensure your safety, dear junior sister. Ning Yue offered a gentle smile. Their return journey was devoid of peril. Upon reaching the gate of the courtyard, Duan Huailin halted. There are protective wards I have set up here, rendering it relatively safe. You should rest early, junior sister. All right, Ning Yue replied, stepping forward to push open the door to her courtyard. She glanced back at Duan Huailin. You should return as well. Duan Huailin watched her retreating figure, waiting until she had entered the house before turning to leave. As soon as Ning Yue stepped inside, she made a swift dash toward her bed. Xiaohua emerged from her consciousness, lounging lazily at the head of the bed. After assessing Ning Yue, it assured her, sleep soundly. With me here, nothing can harm you. Ning Yue, already weary and drowsy, was deeply touched by the words. She embraced Xiaohua with both arms, pulling it close to her heart. The petals of the little flower were all deformed, as two leaves pressed against Ning Yue's cheeks. Go to sleep. Stop holding on to me. No. Ning Yue promptly nestled the little flower into the covers. With eyes half open, the gentle warmth of the doe-like gaze enveloped her. I adore you. The little flower responded with a good-natured hum. There's no helping it. I simply attract affection. Ning Yue chuckled softly and shut her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, when an unexpected, peculiar floral fragrance wafted to her nose. Suddenly, her weary body began to move uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? Is the night not yet over? Chapter 59. As you can see, blood-soaked Ning Yue had become numb. She numbly observed as her hand rose, numbly watched herself lift the covers, and numbly witnessed her impending push against the door. The little flower curiously scrutinized Ning Yue. What on earth are you up to at this hour? Ning Yue presented a look of numbness toward the little flower. Her limbs, stiff and awkward, moved as if she were a corpse buried for a decade. She attempted to open her mouth to utter a sound, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. The little flower finally sensed something amiss, after all. Ning Yue had not yet exhausted herself to the point of such lifeless movements. It lightly leaped, landing squarely on Ning Yue's shoulder. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from her shoulder. The various protective barriers set within the room proved ineffective, as they were designed to ward off external intruders, not to restrain Ning Yue herself. In an instant, the hairpin adorned with petals atop Ning Yue's head began to emit light, though her head could not move autonomously. In the enveloping darkness, she sensed a radiant glow emanating from it. Ning Yue cast a glance at the small flower resting on her shoulder, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. She closed her eyes, intending to drift back into slumber. With the flower by her side, she felt invulnerable to harm. The hairpin adorned with petals atop her head had already notified Gong Ji, and it was certain that someone would soon intervene to halt her predicament. Suddenly, the flower, observing Ning Yue, gently prodded her eyelids with a leaf. Ning Yue opened her eyes, expressing her confusion. The flower silently regarded her actions as if to say, why not take a look at what you're doing? Ning Yue glanced at her hands, only to discover that they were firmly gripping the weapon, Huan Ming, which was now poised threateningly before her neck. Ning Yue felt a surge of panic, yet her voice was trapped within her throat. She desperately signaled to the flower with her eyes, initially believing that the strange fragrance was merely an attempt to urge her to leave the sect, thereby facilitating their sinister intentions. To her horror, she realized that this deranged group had compelled her to turn against herself. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yue resolved to shake off her numbness. The flower leaned against her shoulder and deftly dislodged Huan Ming from her grip. Her body, however, remained uncontrollable, awkwardly reaching for the weapon that lay on the ground. It appeared that she would not relent until she had inflicted harm. Ning Yue strained to regain command over her body, her face flushed with effort, but her hand remained ensnared, tightly clutching Huan Ming. As she prepared to strike her delicate neck, the flower executed a swift kick, sending Huan Ming flying from her grasp. It then elegantly spun in midair before returning to rest upon Ning Yue's shoulder. Huan Ming buzzed ominously, seemingly perplexed by Ning Yue's sudden descent into self-destruction. Thus, she could only fly into the air, beyond Ning Yue's reach. Tears streamed down Ning Yue's face. The good child even knew to run away. Huan Ming had fled, and her uncontrollable hands could not grasp Huan Ming. In desperation, she clung to the stone pillar at the entrance, tilting her head in an attempt to knock against it. Ning Yue, how could she play like this? Unable to use her sword to harm herself, she resorted to banging her head against the pillar. Xiaohua could not bear to watch and clicked her tongue in dismay. She erected a barrier around Ning Yue's forehead, which would prevent her from colliding fatally. However, Ning Yue collided with that barrier impassively. Ning Yue, Xiaohua, oh dear, I forgot. Xiaohua suddenly realized and remarked that the barrier was tangible. Although she could not strike the stone pillar, she could still hit the barrier. Ning Yue exhaled a breath of numbness. Then, she persistently continued to bang her head against the barrier. Ning Yue could not speak, but her eyes could convey her thoughts. Make my brain even. In the stillness of the night, her words, filled with anger and grievance, echoed throughout the Guanhai Peak. Can you speak now? Xiaohua inquired. Coughing, Ning Yue cleared her throat in astonishment, exclaiming, I have regained the right to use my voice. Although her voice had returned, her body continued its relentless motion of collision. Ning Yue immediately shouted, "Master, senior brother, help me. I am going to die." The impacts on her face were quite severe. Even the smooth barrier left her forehead flushed. Ning Yue bit the inside of her cheek. A sharp pang of sensation coursed through her, and she realized she could barely move her head. Instantly, she twisted her neck, pressing her cheek against the barrier, allowing her forehead a momentary respite. Xiaohua suddenly gazed into the distance, lost in thought. It was unclear what she beheld, but in an instant, the entire blossom vanished from Ning Yue's shoulder. As Ning Yue continued to collide her cheek against flesh, her eyes widened in disbelief at the empty shoulder. Tears threatened to spill once more. "Xiaohua, where are you going?" Simultaneously, the protective barrier abruptly dissipated. Ning Yue found herself on the brink of colliding with the stone pillar, as if a tremendous weight were pressing down on her neck, compelling her head to plunge forward. With every ounce of her strength, Ning Yue fought against this overwhelming force. Yet, it was utterly uncontrollable. She felt herself on the verge of impact. Suddenly, a flash of sword light imbued with spiritual energy enveloped her entire being. Her body felt inexplicably liberated. The once uncontrollable form regained its dominion. Ning Yue touched her hands, then her forehead, and finally her cheek. She was grateful that she was currently in a phase of youthful plumpness, which had mitigated much of the impact. Exhausted, she exhaled deeply and leaned against the stone pillar for support. The cacophony of voices surged around her, and as Ning Yue opened her eyes, she beheld a throng of individuals standing before her: Zhongzhu, Ji Liyan, the Law Elder, the Array Elder, Shiring An, Duan Huailin, Gong Ji. Each had witnessed the scene of Ning Yue colliding with the pillar. Ning Yue, in an effort to mask her embarrassment, let out a dramatic cry, "Masters, senior brothers. If you had arrived even a moment later, I might have perished." Upon hearing this, her two masters and senior brothers rushed over with palpable concern. The Elder of Formations gently brushed his fingers against the bruise on Ning Yue's forehead, asking, "What happened? How did you manage to collide with a pillar in the dead of night?" The sect leader opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak, when Duan Huailin interjected eagerly. "Are you recalling the things from the maze?" "It's my fault." His mind wandered back to the smile on his junior sister's face during her return journey. And the more he reflected, the more he believed it was a facade to conceal her fear. Guilt washed over him. "It's my fault for not being more attentive. I failed to notice that my junior sister was frightened." Hearing her disciple's words, the Elder of Formations was suddenly filled with remorse as well. "Then I must bear the blame. I should have been more vigilant and prevented others from transforming the maze into a deadly trap." The sect leader opened his mouth once more, ready to address the gathering, when Gong Ji's calm voice interjected, "Everyone, let us maintain our composure and allow Ning Yue a moment to recover." Gong Ji then directed his gaze towards Ning Yue's hairpin. "Let our junior sister explain what transpired." Ning Yue, her face a mask of numbness, feigned tears. "As you can see, I am drenched in blood." Chapter 60, Master will lead you to the back account. Gong Ji stated, "The magical artifact indicated that you were in danger, and since we were convened to discuss matters, we hastened to your side." Ning Yue replied, Now I understand why no one responded when I called for my masters and senior brothers in the courtyard." She wiped away the false tears she had shed and was about to recount her tale when the sect leader's voice rang out first. "Everyone, please listen to me." Several gazes converged on the past. The sect leader sighed, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. "Were you just under the influence of something?" he asked gravely, fixing his intense gaze on Ning Yue. Ning Yue nodded fervently. Indeed. Just as I was about to fall asleep, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. And then my body became unresponsive. Initially, I intended to summon the call of the wind, but it fled into the heavens. And then my head uncontrollably collided with a stone pillar. Ning Yue continued, "However, I resisted, so my injuries are not severe." She skillfully concealed the existence of the little flower. Those surrounding Ning Yue, whether out of concern or curiosity, momentarily fell into an eerie silence. Ning Yue keenly sensed that there were matters she was unaware of. Thus, seemingly inadvertently, she continued her lament. "My forehead aches, my hands hurt, and my neck seems to be grazed by the wind. What on earth is happening?" The group exchanged glances. The sect leader remained silent for a few moments, his eyes appearing profound in the darkness. He addressed the law enforcement elder. "This matter pertains to Ning Yue. It is illogical for her to be uninformed. Once she is rested, please enlighten her." The law enforcement elder also remained quiet for a while before finally responding. "Understood." Suddenly, the sect leader waved his sleeve, his gaze turning sharp as he cast a glance at the eaves behind him. A flash of sword light flickered, followed by a swift sound. The group turned in unison to observe a bag descending from the eaves, intricately wrapped in fine white threads. Ning Yue furrowed her brow. The sect leader had already drawn his sword to cut open the bag. Swarming forth from the fissures of the pouch, a multitude of diminutive spiders emerged, accompanied by an eerie fragrance. Ning Yue's heart sank. This scent was all too familiar to her. Was it the very aroma that rendered her body utterly uncontrollable? Suddenly, a white handkerchief was pressed against Ning Yue's mouth and nose. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, she looked up, only to find Gongji lowering his guard. A similar handkerchief concealed his own mouth and nose. The moment the sect leader beheld the creature, he unsheathed his sword and obliterated the swarm of spiders, shattering the pouch in the process. Gongji's expression turned icy. Indeed, a significant investment had been made, even utilizing the elusive illusion spirit spider. Was this creature attempting to compel me to take my own life? Ning Yue pointed at the scattered remnants on the ground. The Elder of Law let out a cold chuckle. Upon witnessing the apparition, his demeanor grew exceedingly solemn. I initially presumed that Ning Yue's bewilderment had led her to collide with the wall, but it turns out to be the illusion spirit spider. A truly impressive scheme. By the way, Ing Han, the Elder of Law suddenly called out, "Where is the item belonging to the borrowed spirit you captured?" "It is with me," Ning Yue replied, lifting her hand to present the brocade pouch containing the divine consciousness to her master. The Elder of Law accepted the pouch, his countenance turning notably grave. After a prolonged moment, he managed to force a semblance of warmth, advising Ning Yue, "Rest well tonight. I shall elucidate the matter to you in the morning." Ning Yue barely had time to nod before the Elder of Law swept away, his retreating figure exuding an intimidating aura. With a mere flick of his fingertip, the sect leader ignited the scattered remnants, which were soon consumed by the flames. His expression was grave, clearly indicating that the recent incident involving the injury of a disciple within the sect had incensed him greatly. In the presence of the disciples, he managed to conceal his emotions. He then fixed his somber gaze upon a particular point of Ning Yue's residence, as though scrutinizing something intangible. Yet he uttered not a word. Curiously, Ning Yue followed his line of sight and inquired, "Is there something there, Sect Master?" The tears, faint yet shimmering in her eyes, had not yet dried under the moonlight. "It is nothing. Rest easy," the Sect Master replied, turning to leave, and added for the others trailing behind, "You all should not linger. Allow Ning Yue to rest properly." The Elder of the Formation remained silent, following the Sect Master as they departed, likely to discuss matters of significance. Once they had gone, only Shi On, Duan Huailin, Gongji, and Ning Yue remained. Ning Yue prodded her senior brother. "Why do you not return at this late hour?" Shi On, holding his sword, gazed distantly at the horizon and calmly responded, "So much has transpired in recent days. I am not at ease. I shall keep watch tonight." Ning Yue attempted to reassure him, "Do not worry. The Sect Master and the Elders will surely reinforce the defensive formations, and I should be safe." Nevertheless, Shi On remained unconvinced and, to prevent Ning Yue from insisting he return to rest, he leapt gracefully, his figure swiftly vanishing atop the eaves behind him. His voice echoed from afar, "Little junior sister, go rest. I shall remain here." Ning Yue stood on tiptoe to glance at him. "Very well." She then turned her attention back to Duan Huailin, who offered her a gentle smile before gradually fading from her sight under her gaze. "Ning Yue, it seems he also intends to remain vigilant in this vicinity." She turned her gaze towards Gongji once more. "Gongji." After a brief pause, Gongji remarked, "Although the sect leader has fortified the sect's defenses, just in case, I shall stand guard here and inform you of any developments." "Ning Yue, I appreciate your assistance, senior brother Gongji." Gongji nodded. "It is no trouble at all. You should rest and not worry." The night at Fusang Sect was tranquil. Yet, Ning Yue felt a profound sense of melancholy. Lying on her bed with her hand as a pillow, she gazed at the curtains above and sighed. Xiaohua emerged from her consciousness space, joining her on the bed. "What troubles you, dear?" Ning Yue lamented. "At the tender age of 12, children require peaceful slumber. With all these disturbances, I find myself unable to sleep." Xiaohua comforted her. "Worry not. For Fusang Sect has already identified the instigator. When you awaken tomorrow, you shall confront the matter head-on." Ning Yue was aware that these antics were orchestrated by the Hell Sect, yet she remained oblivious to the mastermind behind it all. However, she felt little interest. Lazily stifling a yawn, embracing Xiaohua, she declared, "No cultivation tonight. It is time for slumber." The three remained stationed outside throughout the night, with no incidents occurring. Shi On gazed at the distant dawn, gracefully leaping down from the eaves. He pulled forth the concealed Duan Huailin and addressed the void above. "My master forbids me from going. Junior sister, I entrust you to look after matters here." A voice emerged from the void, belonging to Gongji. "Understood, senior brother." On a morning that dawned with promise, Ning Yue was roused from slumber by the Elder of the Formation, before he could fully shake off his drowsiness. The Elder presented him with an exquisitely ornate outfit meant for direct disciples. Clutching the garments, Ning Yue gazed at the Elder in bewilderment. The Elder, regaining his composure, smiled and urged, "Hurry and change. Your master wishes to settle some accounts with you." Ning Yue, taken aback, thought, "What?" Chapter 61. "Oh, what a dependable middle-aged man." This was Ning Yue's inaugural experience donning such intricate attire, and after some guidance from Xiao Hua, he managed to adorn himself adequately. Upon opening the door, he found the elder awaiting him, who scrutinized Ning Yue with keen eyes and immediately expressed admiration. "Indeed, my disciple. I knew you would look splendid in this." The new disciple's robes were exceptionally resplendent, adorned with vast expanses of golden embroidery, with the cuffs and ties shimmering in a brilliant blue hue. Although they appeared elaborate, they were surprisingly lightweight. As Ning Yue moved about, he felt hardly any burden. The elder observed Ning Yue, sensing a certain deficiency in his appearance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the hairstyles of female disciples. After a brief contemplation, he employed a spell to fashion Ning Yue's hair into a matching style. Ning Yue curiously touched the little adornments atop his head. The elder cleared his throat and remarked, "Many female disciples in our sect wear their hair this way, so I thought it fitting to style yours similarly." With a twinkle in his eyes, Ning Yue beamed. "Thank you, master." The elder, filled with joy, responded with a pleased demeanor. He excitedly led Ning Yue as they soared through the skies on a sword, heading towards the sect. Upon arrival at the sect, they were greeted by an extraordinarily magnificent flying vessel, with sect leader Ji Feng standing at the forefront. Behind him, a multitude of elders and disciples followed, all bearing serious and solemn expressions. At this moment, everyone was adorned in resplendent attire, with gold threads lavishly embroidered onto their garments, nearly blinding Ning Yue with their brilliance. The elder in charge of law enforcement smiled, turned gracefully, and donned a similarly opulent sect robe. Upon seeing the elder approaching with Ning Yue, the sect master waved his hand behind him and strode confidently onto the flying vessel, followed by a throng of individuals. Ning Yue swallowed hard and inquired of her master, "Master, are we going to settle accounts with the Inferno sect?" The elder replied, "You know it was the Inferno sect that instigated this." Ning Yue ventured, "After so many narrow escapes from death, I could surmise as much." The elder immediately felt a pang of sympathy. "Fear not, my disciple. This time, I shall ensure the Inferno sect pays a hefty price." Only then did Ning Yue seize the opportunity to inquire about the events of the previous night. Just as she began to speak, the elder took over the conversation. "All the trials you have faced are the machinations of the Inferno sect. What remains unclear is why they are so adamant about wanting your life." The flicker of consciousness within the pouch had already revealed that it was the soul-capturing elder of the Inferno sect. This individual was a madman who had been imprisoned over a decade ago for misusing forbidden techniques, yet unexpectedly, he had resurfaced to create chaos once more. Ning Yue furrowed her brow slightly. The soul-capturing elder. The mere mention of his name is ominous. What forbidden technique did he employ that led to his imprisonment? She looked at her master, seeking answers. The elder hesitated for a moment before responding. Concerning the art of soul extraction, he possessed an inherent talent in this domain, distinguishing himself as a rare prodigy. However, he veered onto a perilous path, resorting to the experimentation on his disciples, seeking to exchange the fates of two individuals. By the time he was discovered, he had already claimed the lives of hundreds. Yet none of his attempts had succeeded. A chill ran down Ning Yue's spine as he cleared his throat and inquired, "So, does he intend to use me as a subject for his experiments?" The elder of law wore a grave expression, barely containing his ire. "Should he dare to entertain such thoughts, I shall ensure he becomes naught but a corpse." Ning Yue, offering a comforting pat on the elder's back, thought to himself that an enraged master could indeed be quite fearsome. At the Infernal sect, a watchful disciple noticed a formidable flying vessel swiftly approaching from the horizon, exuding an intimidating aura. The Fusang sect had made no effort to conceal their presence, brazenly approaching in such a manner. The disciple immediately assumed a defensive stance, his voice grave as he broadcasted across the skies. "No flying vessels are permitted within the confines of the Infernal sect. Cease your approach immediately, or you shall bear the consequences." The air fell into a heavy silence for several seconds before a wave of overwhelming pressure emanated from the vessel, causing the disciple to collapse onto the ground. His teeth clashed painfully against the earth, his back felt as if it were burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to rise. Struggling to lift his head, he cast a terrified gaze toward the rapidly advancing ship. Who could it be? Such a terrifying aura could only be wielded by the leaders of the major sections. This was untenable. He had to alert the sect. The guard disciple gritted his teeth, straining to reach the jade tablet beside him. He was almost there. If only the sect could be informed soon, preparations could be made. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as an arrow, propelled by a fierce cold wind, shot down from above, ruthlessly piercing through the jade tablet. The tablet shattered into fine powder under the force of the arrow. The guard disciple's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a flying vessel looming right before him. A throng of elegantly dressed individuals descended from the ship, gliding down on their swords. The guard disciple thought, "Is it not?" The lavish gold threads adorning their garments, the dazzling bright blue. How reminiscent of those from the Fusang sect. Just then, A delicate and pristine shoe appeared right in front of his face. He strained to lift his gaze and found a radiant young girl's face adorned in splendid attire. Her demeanor graceful as she curiously examined the architecture around her. Clearing his throat, he extended his hand. Ning Yue glanced down in response, taking a step back out of embarrassment. My apologies, I didn't see you there. What are you doing lying down? The guard disciple responded, You're asking me. The pressure still loomed, preventing him from standing upright. He could only tilt his head back to look at Ning Yue, questioning, Are you from the Fusang sect? What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Ning Yue paused momentarily, disregarding his inquiry. She rested her chin on her hand, casting a distant glance at the plaque of the Hellfire sect. With a slight raise of her brow and a playful smile, the girl, backlit by the sun, found amusement in the question. I'm here to settle a score. The formidable display of the Fusang sect indicates that the Inferno sect's defensive formations must have been alerted. However, the Fusang sect seems to have come with the intention of causing a disturbance, showing no desire to conceal their presence. This large group brazenly intrudes upon the sanctum of another, casting predatory glances at the insignia above. It is clear that their intentions are far from benign. Gongji approaches, extending a hand to assist the fallen disciple of the guard. The disciple, momentarily dazed, rises to his feet, only to realize that the oppressive aura surrounding him has vanished unbeknownst to him. Gongji has already withdrawn his hand and turns to Ning Yue beside him, stating, Let us proceed. Ning Yue nods in agreement and rejoins the ranks. The sect leader stands resolutely atop the highest peak, observing the return of Gongji and Ning Yue. He fixes his gaze ahead, his eyes heavy with a dark intensity, his stature broad and imposing. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure unfolds once more. The sky above the Inferno sect is shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, with faint flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder echoing ominously. Ning Yue gazes upward, the fierce winds billowing the sect leader's robes, which flutter menacingly, reminiscent of a fearsome beast. Wow, such a reliable middle-aged man. The formation elder stands beside the sect leader, his expression stern as he gestures dismissively. The protective barrier enveloping the Inferno sect appears to falter, allowing the Fusang sect to advance unimpeded. Chapter 62. Off to the Inferno sect for a fracas. Within the Inferno sect, disciples scattered across the grounds remain oblivious to the unfolding events, their curiosity piqued. Those must be members of the Fusang sect. Why are there so many of them? Who knows? I haven't heard of any contests or training sessions between the sections. The Lord of the Inferno sect and the elders had long been aware of the whispers around them, their expressions tinged with vigilance as they regarded the entourage from the Fusang sect. The Lord of the Season, accompanied by a formidable group, approached the Inferno sect with an air of purpose. It was unclear what brought them forth. With an impassive demeanor, Ji Feng eschewed any pleasantries, boldly stating, Hand over the soul captor, and I shall return at once. The Inferno sect leader hesitated momentarily, then replied with a smile. What business do you have with the soul captor? It has been imprisoned in the cold abyss for decades. Could it be that you, too, harbor an interest in it? Ji Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he produced a silken pouch, casting it onto the ground with decisive force. The expression of the Inferno sect leader shifted subtly, his hand, which hung by his side, twitching ever so slightly. In the next instant, Ji Feng pinched his fingers together, summoning a sword that sliced through the air with a fierce wind, plunging through the pouch and pinning it firmly to the ground. What is the meaning of this? Lord Ji? Inquired the Inferno sect leader, his brow knitted in confusion. Within that pouch lies the consciousness of the soul captor, which has manifested within the chambers of my sect-ass disciple. Ji Feng raised his gaze, his face devoid of emotion as he replied, Perhaps you should inquire directly with him regarding his intentions. The Inferno sect leader let out a cold laugh. Lord Ji, your jest amuses me. How could the soul captor's consciousness suddenly appear in the Fusang sect after being confined for so many years? At that moment, the enforcing elder interjected with a derisive scoff. So, you doubt it then? With that, he turned to the elder of formations, who nodded slightly. A formation materialized around the pouch, encircling it with an unyielding grip. With a swift motion, the long sword sliced through the pouch, and the consciousness within erupted forth. Struggling within the confines of the formation, he desperately sought to break free and escape. The sect leader could very well attempt it. To ascertain whether this fragment of spiritual consciousness truly belonged to that old soul capturer, the law enforcement elder casually gestured towards the brocade pouch. The Inferno sect leader's brow twitched slightly, revealing his evident dissatisfaction with the elder's demeanor. He was acutely aware that the imprisoned fragment of spiritual consciousness within the formation was indeed that of the soul capturer. He was all too familiar with the essence of the soul capturer. A mere probe of spiritual energy confirmed its origin. For days, he had endeavored to locate this fragment, unaware that it had been ensnared by the Fusang sect. What more do you wish to say? Ji Feng's gaze was icy as it fell upon the Inferno sect leader. What else could be done at this juncture? The Inferno sect leader feigned a hypocritical smile, saying, Indeed, the soul capturer encountered some troubles a few days ago, resulting in a disembodiment of consciousness. It appears that sect leader Ji has graciously facilitated the return of the soul capturer's spiritual essence. Such a bother. Ning Yue was left utterly speechless. Was this the audacity one could possess? Ji Feng had long since grown accustomed to such insipid declarations, dismissing them entirely. Gongji, standing beside Ning Yue, cast a glance at the Inferno sect leader and quietly remarked, "It was the same before." The law enforcement elder interjected, "The soul capturer can encounter misfortune? I had thought that your sect's ability to safeguard him would ensure his continued safety. It seems now that he is rather precarious in your care." The elder scoffed lightly, his disdain palpable. "Have you considered relinquishing him? The Fusang sect would not be averse to acquiring this old fellow." The lord of the Inferno sect maintained a strained smile as he addressed the law enforcement elder, saying, "Having been imprisoned in the cold abyss for years, my health has deteriorated." Health deteriorated? Could it be so grave that one's consciousness could be forcibly separated from the body? And yet, this disembodied spirit sought us out, even infiltrating the quarters of our female disciples? The formation elder showed no regard for the lord of the Inferno sect's darkening expression, continuing to mock him unabashedly. The smile had vanished from the lord's face, replaced by a cold gaze directed at both the law enforcement elder and the formation elder. The two elderly men met his glare defiantly, puffing up their chests and huffing in response. The lord of the Inferno sect turned his attention to Ji Feng. "It seems that Sect Master Ji has come seeking trouble today?" Ji Feng, perplexed, glanced at the throng of people behind him, pondering silently whether his intentions were not sufficiently clear. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of icy indifference, nodding slightly while exuding an air of authority. "Indeed, surrender the soul capturer." The vast space fell into a profound silence, both factions bracing themselves, eyes warily fixed upon one another. The disturbances between major sects were beyond anyone's control, while minor sects might face issues that the 5 major sects could manage. The Fusang sect, being the foremost among them, typically remained aloof, refraining from instigating conflicts with others. However, should matters escalate, no sect would be capable of interceding. The other 4 major sects and over 100 minor sects had long harbored apprehensions towards the Fusang sect, yet the status quo persisted. The soul capturer must not be relinquished. The lord of the Inferno sect clenched his teeth. Retaining the soul capturer held immense significance. If it were to fall into the hands of the Fusang sect, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. A fleeting moment of chilling darkness crossed the lord's face as he unleashed his oppressive aura. Both the lord of the Inferno sect and Ji Feng are at the integrated stage, with Ji Feng slightly surpassing the lord of the Inferno sect by a minor realm. Standing at the pinnacle of this stage, just a step away from the tribulation phase. Naturally, 2 individuals of such caliber would refrain from engaging in a skirmish, merely locking eyes and exchanging an unyielding stare. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, particularly pronounced in the stagnant atmosphere. A man clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, with a finely chiseled yet frosty visage, emerged. "Ji Su-chung?" Ning Yue murmured softly, observing the standoff between the 2 factions. Ji Su-chung leisurely approached the lord of the Inferno sect and softly called out, "Father." Behind him came a cacophony of footsteps, as a large contingent of Inferno sect disciples followed closely, brandishing their weapons and poised for action. Ji Feng cast a glance at the lord of the Inferno sect and declared, for the last time, "Surrender the soul capture." The lord of the Inferno sect grinned. "Sect Master Ji, do not impose undue pressure. After all, the soul capture is my junior brother. Even if his past actions were misguided, it would be unreasonable to demand his surrender over such a misunderstanding." Ji Feng, uninterested in further discourse, waved his hand, prompting the disciples of the Fusang sect to charge forward. "Forceful acquisition is not out of the question," Ji Feng mused, stroking his chin. The lord of the Inferno sect's brow twitched in disbelief. The Fusang sect would stoop to such tactics. "Let us not be too presumptuous," Ji Feng chuckled, "for indeed, your actions have often surpassed such measures." Elders clashed with elders, while disciples engaged with disciples. The law enforcement elder stretched his limbs, remarking, "It has been quite a while. How long has it been since I participated in a brawl?" The array elder also leisurely stretched, contemplating the words spoken. "It has been over a decade. Hasn't it? Let us indulge in a delightful spectacle." The 2 sprightly old men exchanged a knowing smile and nimbly plunged into the crowd. Chapter 63. Why is there a child playing with fireballs in the sky? Ning Yue had already ascended into the air as the crowd began to stir. She sat sideways upon her summon mount, her feet dangling freely, swaying gently. Her eyes roamed between the 2 distinct groups of people, searching for her target. Gongji also soared upward on his sword, standing tall and straight behind Ning Yue, appearing quite pleased. The elder had advised her to remain safely hidden, and he had anticipated she might be unable to resist the urge to engage. Gongji reassured himself. "It seems I have been overly cautious." Ning Yue smiled. "Brother, your guess is remarkably accurate. Just as Gongji displayed a hint of confusion, he witnessed Ning Yue conjuring a large fireball at her fingertips. With a smile, she hurled it toward the ground, eliciting a chorus of startled cries below. Ning Yue sighed, since there are no interested challengers to spar with me, I shall simply lend a hand here. Gongji. He fell silent, realizing for the first time that his little junior sister had a cunning streak. Concerned about potentially harming someone, Ning Yue refrained from using ancient fire seeds, opting instead for ordinary flames. Seeing her enthusiasm, Gongji chose not to press further, as his sole task was to protect Ning Yue from harm, even though she appeared quite invulnerable. From her lofty perch, Ning Yue continued to rain down fireballs, while those below had to remain vigilant against attacks while simultaneously keeping an eye on the skies, driving them to the brink of madness. Suddenly, someone spotted Ning Yue in the sky and exclaimed, "That's the little rascal who unleashed the fireball." Upon hearing this, those who turned to look were filled with fury, but hesitated upon seeing Ning Yue. So small, how could she possibly wield such a level of fire magic? You must be mistaken. Indeed, another person countered. She looks no more than 11 or 12. At that age, even the most prodigious talent has yet to establish a foundation. The power of that fireball is at least of the golden core stage. Have you suffered a blow to the head? Best to steer clear of here before you get hit again. The man, utterly frustrated, turned away and muttered, "Believe what you want." He then sheathed his sword and distanced himself from the fireball's attack range. Meanwhile, Ning Yue sat obediently atop her sword, her doe-like eyes narrowing as she waved at the onlookers below. Their doubts dissipated instantly. What an adorable little girl. She looks like she is still in the chi refinement stage. Perhaps she is the child of some elder? The Fusang sect is truly extravagant. The person guarding her seems quite formidable yet refrains from engaging. Moreover, the sword she sat upon appeared to be a spirit sword, effortlessly gliding beneath her. The onlookers did not even contemplate the possibility that Ning Yue was controlling the sword herself. After all, at their age, they could only manage to hold a sword, and perhaps, if exceptionally talented, could glide a few meters. However, Ning Yue's relaxed posture, with her legs dangling, implied that it would require at least 3 to 5 years of experience to achieve such ease. How could such a young child possibly possess 3 to 5 years of sword mastery? As the fireball had yet to reappear, the group began to feel reassured. Ning Yue felt utterly disregarded, her gaze shifting away as she squinted in displeasure, a sense of being underestimated lingering in her thoughts. Gongji nodded in agreement, affirming her perception. Subsequently, the onlookers observed the seemingly harmless young woman, who, with a light-hearted laugh, summoned fireballs at her fingertips and unceremoniously hurled them towards the group. Stunned, they exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is happening? Is it truly her?" Under the fierce onslaught of the fireballs, the group scrambled in disarray, utterly flustered. What? Could she possibly be that old witch who consumed the rejuvenation pill? Ning Yue, now incensed, conjured 10 formidable fireballs simultaneously. The intensity of the flames was terrifying, their radiant glow eclipsing even the sun itself. What of consuming the rejuvenation pill? Who decreed that doing so transformed one into an old hag? Let her indulge in whatever she pleases. Who are you to judge? With renewed vigor, she flung the 10 fireballs once more. The inferno blazed fiercely, and even when the flames met the ground, they continued to burn with tenacity. However, this barrage inadvertently affected her allies. The Elder of Law adjusted his robe, raising his voice towards the sky. "My dear disciple, your flames are indeed powerful, yet they have singed my robes." Having spoken halfway, perhaps feeling the need to uphold his authority as a master, he quickly amended his statement. "Nonetheless, I am quite nimble, and only a small portion of my garment was scorched." The formation elder, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Though your flames have singed my hair, dear disciple, I am unfazed. My hair grows back swiftly." As they continued their banter, they found themselves embroiled in a light-hearted dispute. "My hair grows rapidly. How many strands are there?" "It grows quickly, doesn't it?" "I am quite nimble." "Do not jest. If you possess the capability, gaze upon the ring of flesh encircling your belly." Ning Yue, Gongji. It is unclear what the two are bickering about when a fierce flash of crimson sword light suddenly descends. Instinctively sensing danger, Ning Yue swiftly pivots. Gongji reacts with remarkable speed, rising to shield Ning Yue, his fingers spreading wide as a gossamer layer of material unfurls. This substance, appearing fragile enough to be pierced with a mere poke, adeptly deflects the sword light. Ning Yue, unfazed, casually hurls a fireball to the ground. Who dares to assault her? She raises an eyebrow, converting her surrounding spiritual energy into water affinity. She then solidifies it into an ice shield, firmly protecting both herself and Gongji. Gongji, somewhat taken aback, seems surprised by Ning Yue's dual spiritual roots, and even more so by her exceptional command of both types of spells. The air around them grows frigid. Gongji coldly commands, "Show yourself." A chillingly familiar light laugh resonates. Ning Yue furrows her brow, recognizing it as Qi Su Cheng's voice. Uncertain if Qi Su Cheng intends to play coy, he remains hidden in the shadows. Ning Yue narrows her eyes, addressing the air. I know it is you. Qi Su Qing, come forth. Another light laugh echoes. Gongji retrieves a formidable weapon from his bag of holding, a massive scythe. Gongji, slender yet upright, stands tall. The scythe's long arc spans 3 times the width of his shoulders. Gripping the handle, which is as thick as his wrist, he maintains a detached gaze, his demeanor calm. Ning Yue swallowed hard. Senior brother, this magical tool doesn't quite suit you. Is that so? Gongji's expression remained unchanged as he touched his own artifact. Many have said the same. Ning Yue silently added another layer of protection for her senior brother, fearful that he might inadvertently harm himself. Gongji understood her concerns, but graciously accepted the kind gesture of his junior sister. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of anxiety. Ning Yue finally steeled herself. After all, her opponent was the second on the heavenly rankings, second only to Shi Han. Suddenly, she felt an itch at her neck. She awkwardly twisted her neck, and a voice echoed from behind. You truly pique my interest. It was Qi Su Qing. Ning Yue frowned as a rush of wind swept by. Gongji swung his scythe, the blade grazing past Ning Yue's neck. She felt her hair lift. Stirred by the edge of the weapon, Qi Su Qing finally revealed himself, one hand gripping the scythe, blood trickling from his wrist. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Yue. Chapter 64. Such a beautiful face, and I am about to mar it. Gongji glared coldly at him. His arm taut as he tightened his grip. Stay away from my junior sister. Qi Su Qing paid him no heed, smirking as he leaned closer to Ning Yue. Are you having fun? Ning Yue felt a chill run down her spine, her skin prickling with unease. She promptly turned. Bending low and slipping through Gongji's side with the agility of a small fish, darting to his side. She patted her chest, glancing at Qi Su Qing. How do you manage to appear so suddenly? Qi Su Qing observed Ning Yue escaping from his grasp with a cold gaze, yet he made no attempt to restrain her. He raised his hand, gripping the longsword at his waist, and cast his eyes upon Ning Yue, resolute in his determination to prevent any further disruption, otherwise the battle would be rendered futile. Ning Yue, with a modest smile, hurled another fireball as a demonstration for Qi Su Qing. Oh, this is what you mean. Qi Su Qing gazed disdainfully as the fireball plummeted to the ground, crashing upon the earth and erupting into sparks that danced upon the garments of nearby disciples. The ignited disciples frantically sought the water element practitioners to extinguish the flames, their cries echoing in panic. Ning Yue stood behind Gongji, smiling. As she again tossed a fireball to the ground before Qi Su Qing, what she deemed as mischief, she considered a contribution to her sect. With a furrowed brow and a subtle shift in demeanor, Qi Su Qing flicked his thumb against the hilt of his sword. And a flash of sword light momentarily blinded Ning Yue. A resounding explosion ensued as the fireball, still suspended in midair, abruptly shattered, sending sparks flying in all directions. Ning Yue hesitated, observing the disbanded remnants of her fireball extinguishing in the air, deep in contemplation. She was acutely aware that her fireball was no ordinary manifestation of the Golden Core stage. Yet, she had not anticipated that Qi Su Qing would so effortlessly dismantle it. Not even requiring a formal strike, just a single stroke of sword light obliterated her fireball into fragments. Qi Su Qing continued to regard Ning Yue with a calm yet intrigued expression. Last time, there were too many people to converse freely. Now that it is just the two of us, let us engage in a proper discussion, he proposed. Ning Yue was taken aback, while Gongji wore an expression of silent apprehension as he glanced at Qi Su Qing. Ultimately, he uttered nothing, extending his scythe to obscure Ning Yue's face, thereby blocking Qi Su Qing's line of sight. Qi Su Qing's attention was finally seized by the scythe, and he blinked as he regarded Gongji. Gongji gazed back at him calmly, saying, Young Master Qi, there remains a living person here. Qi Su Qing frowned as he observed his 2 senior siblings, who were huddled together, eyeing him warily. He gently grasped the hilt of his sword and swiftly drew it, an intangible flame igniting around the blade, enveloping the entire sword in an instant. Flames curled around half of his arm, emanating the oppressive force of a peak Golden Core cultivator. However, Ning Yue and Gongji, both of whom were also at the Golden Core stage, found it manageable to withstand such pressure. Gongji positioned his scythe before them, bracing against the gust of wind that swept through. Ning Yue spread her fingers wide and, with a swift motion, conjured a bow that materialized like a cold spring, its form shimmering with the reflection of sunlight. Qi Su Qing let out a light chuckle, but in the next moment, he launched a fierce assault. The sword's edge was thrust directly at Ning Yue's neck. Gongji was caught off guard, having expected Qi Su Qing to target him first. Yet, Ning Yue reacted with remarkable speed, bending her torso backward as if folding into a perfect 270-degree arc. She swiftly crouched and rolled to evade the strike. She was immensely grateful for her current flexibility. However, Qi Su Qing's voice echoed like a specter. Is this how you relax? Almost immediately afterward, the sharp sound of a weapon cutting through the air reached her ears. Ning Yue's eyes widened slightly. Instinctively, she sought to dodge. But the side of her face was still grazed, drawing a line of crimson that cascaded through the air, staining the pristine fabric of her robe. She scarcely had the opportunity to tend to her wound before swiftly retreating. Gongji executed a somersault, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yue. Wielding his scythe single-handedly to block Qi Su Cheng's sword, the two forces of spiritual energy clashed, sending sparks flying. After a brief struggle, Gongji shifted to wielding the scythe with both hands. Ning Yue immediately exerted her strength, shattering the bow in her grip. The water bow transformed into 5 sharp arrows, which fiercely lunged towards Qi Su Cheng. With no choice but to evade, Qi Su Cheng narrowly avoided the onslaught of arrows. Gongji quickly returned to Ning Yue's side, a frown creasing his brow as he observed the pale complexion of her face, marred by a long streak of crimson. Fortunately, the injury was not deep. Ning Yue had evaded just in time, resulting in only a superficial graze that did not penetrate flesh. Gongji retrieved something from his sleeve and, with a swift motion, slapped it against the side of Ning Yue's face. She yelped, covering her face. How cold. Senior brother, what is this? The object pressed against her skin was exceedingly frigid, almost radiating an icy chill. Gongji replied tersely, for healing. His expression was notably grim as he coldly regarded Qi Su Cheng from the side. Ning Yue, with a soft acknowledgement, instinctively edged behind Gongji. She had always sensed a certain detached seriousness in her senior brother, but now she was surprised to witness a rare display of anger. Gongji turned slightly, raising his hand. Qi Su Cheng squinted, scanning the vicinity. Aware that Gongji was a practitioner of weaponry, he remained cautious of any unpredictable artifacts he might deploy. However, nothing stirred in the surroundings. Gongji's smile, though, was unmistakably a cold smirk. This was not good. Suddenly, Qi Su Cheng raised his sword, striking downward with force. The blade was repelled violently. Qi Su Cheng gently touched his aching wrist. Suddenly, a thick white wall materialized around him, firmly encasing him in the center. As he reached out to touch the white barrier, frost swiftly enveloped his fingertips. Qi Su Cheng ignited a flame at his fingertips, melting away the layer of frost. Ning Yue marveled at the white wall, wondering what kind of magical artifact it was. It's merely a low-grade magical tool. It won't restrain him for long, Gongji remarked, frowning slightly. Indeed. After Qi Su Cheng unleashed several sword strikes, the white wall began to show fine cracks. Ning Yue gazed at it with a hint of regret. It seems it is about to break. However, Gongji merely smirked. Let me show you its true purpose. With that, he stepped forward, wielding a large scythe. Ning Yue couldn't shake the feeling that her slender, tall senior looked somewhat out of place brandishing such a weapon. Gongji effortlessly plunged the scythe into the white wall. Within the barrier, Qi Su Cheng had limited room to maneuver. He remained alert, watching Gongji's movements, yet was caught off guard as Gongji targeted him with precision. The scythe pierced Qi Su Cheng's wrist with ease, eliciting a muffled groan from him as his sword clattered to the ground. Ning Yue raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How delightful. Now Qi Su Cheng can't retaliate. Indeed, Gongji nodded, glancing at the cracks surrounding the white wall. It can still hold for a while. Ning Yue, emboldened, seized the opportunity. She could sense the raw murderous intent behind each of Qi Su Cheng's attacks. He was genuinely intent on taking her life. The matters encountered by the Fusang sect may very well have involved Qi Su Cheng as well. Ning Yue casually extended her hand, palm upwards, and a beautifully frosted arrow materialized within her grasp. She gazed at Qi Su Cheng, who maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Is it truly acceptable to mar such a delicate visage? Ning Yue mused, a smirk gracing her lips as the arrow approached the pristine white wall. Chapter 65. She has already apologized to you. What more do you desire? After a brief pause, she refrained from making any further moves. Yet, in such an exposed position beside the white wall, Qi Su Cheng could easily shatter the arrow at any moment. However, he merely lowered his gaze, showing no inclination to act. Ning Yue found herself perplexed. The sharp arrow grazed Qi Su Cheng's cheek. Aren't you afraid? She inquired. Afraid of what? He retorted, meeting her gaze with a calm demeanor. Ning Yue halted, taken aback by his unflappable composure. Very well, she thought, casually gripping the arrow, allowing it to rotate gently between her fingers. Suddenly, she stilled, aiming it directly at Qi Su Cheng's face. Since it is thus, let us exchange. Allow me to wound you as well. With that declaration, she fiercely thrust the arrow downwards. What a joke. You think you can take my life without consequence? Qi Su Cheng narrowed his eyes, observing Ning Yue's descending hand, and abruptly straightened his posture. The arrow, initially aimed at his cheek, was redirected towards his chest. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes but did not withdraw her hand, allowing the arrow to pierce the side of Qi Su Cheng's neck. He smiled, his enchanting eyes momentarily downcast, and unexpectedly seized Ning Yue's hand, guiding it downward as the arrow glided from his neck to his chest. A long wound marred his flesh, the sharpness of the arrowhead not to be trifled with, effortlessly slicing through skin and muscle. Blood streamed from the gash, quickly saturating half of his garment. Ning Yue gazed at his own descent into madness with an impassive expression. After all, it was a wound he had chosen to inflict upon himself. The face still held its utility, Qi Shuqing remarked with a smile. What use is this injury now? Ning Yue shivered involuntarily. What nerve? He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Qi Shuqing gripped it tighter. The pressure increasing with each passing moment. Gritting his teeth, Ning Yue glared at him, fiercely pinching the flesh on the back of Qi Shuqing's hand. What are you doing? Qi Shuqing, his smile unwavering, seemed entirely oblivious to the pain Ning Yue inflicted. Gongji narrowed his eyes. Wielding a sickle that hovered threateningly above Qi Shuqing's head, release him, or I shall pierce your skull with a single stroke. Qi Shuqing remained silent, his expression placid, as if he were utterly unfazed by the perilous situation he faced. Gongji's frustration mounted. He lifted the sickle to tilt Qi Shuqing's chin upward, forcing him to look up as the blade grazed his neck, blood cascading down. I command you to let go. Yet, Qi Shuqing's grip only tightened, to the point where Ning Yue found it painfully constricting. With his other hand, he conjured an arrow, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the wrist that Qi Shuqing held. His hand was flung away, and Ning Yue swiftly retracted his arm, inspecting his wrist. His gaze dark and inscrutable as he fixed it upon Qi Shuqing. There is indeed something peculiar about you. Qi Shuqing's smile turned enigmatic. Ning Yue composed his expression, lowering his eyes to scrutinize his wrist. The passive barrier set by Xiao Hua had just activated, in order to train her. Xiao Hua did not intend to keep the defensive barrier activated at all times. The barrier would only come into effect when Ning Yue was utterly powerless to resist or completely oblivious to impending danger. Just moments ago, Ning Yue found herself in a perilous situation due to her unawareness, prompting the barrier to activate. Ning Yue revealed her delicate white wrist, where a sinister black-purple poison needle was embedded. Gongji's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly seized Ning Yue's hand. Startled by the sudden tug, Ning Yue stumbled and questioned. Senior brother? Yet Gongji's gaze remained fixated on the venomous needle, and he struck Ning Yue's back with a forceful palm, unprepared for the intensity of the blow. Ning Yue nearly retched in public. A continuous surge of ice-type spiritual energy flooded into her back. Trembling from the cold, Ning Yue stammered, SS senior brother, what are you doing? Gongji, intently channeling his energy, solemnly uttered two words, highly toxic. After a moment, sensing the urgency to slow the bleeding, he swiftly wrapped his arms around Ning Yue's waist and took to the skies on his sword, determined to return to the Fusong sect without a second thought for Qi Shuqing, who was left behind. We must hurry back to find the elder alchemist. There is still hope. Despite being frozen and not yet revived, Ning Yue trembled as she pulled the poison needle from her wrist. Gongji's eyes widened in horror. You mustn't remove it. Ning Yue shivered. She vowed it was the first time she had ever heard such a frantic tone from Gongji. No, it's fine, senior brother. Ning Yue hurriedly attempted to show him the protective barrier on her wrist. However, Gongji's complexion had turned ashen, and instead of continuing to run, he sat down, still holding Ning Yue close. Observing the fleeting days akin to the dwindling time of Ning Yue, he gazed vacantly into the void, struggling to articulate. Little junior sister, is there anything you wish to express or undertake? Your elder brother will surely. Ning Yue interjected. It's imperative that I clarify this at once. Battling against the chill, she forcibly maintained eye contact with Gongji. Elder brother, look. Ning Yue pointed to her wrist, where the poison needle had met a barrier. It didn't pierce me. Gongji, finally revitalized, examined Ning Yue's wrist with meticulous attention. Indeed, a delicate shield had formed at the puncture site, successfully warding off the deadly needle. He exhaled in relief, but Ning Yue's face turned ashen from the cold, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Elder brother, I am cold. Gongji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, promptly retracted his spiritual energy and explained. The needle was coated in a potent toxin. Contact would spell certain death. I aim to employ ice-based magic to decelerate the flow of blood, perhaps providing a chance for salvation. Although the ice energy within her body was being siphoned away, Ning Yue shivered violently. Turning her gaze towards the figure of Qi Shuqing within the white jade, she exclaimed, Brother, what deep-seated enmity drives you to pursue my demise with such fervor? In a moment of desperation, she boldly addressed Qi Shuqing. I was wrong to provoke you upon our first encounter. It was my fault to have deflected your strike and wounded your pride. I am truly, deeply sorry. Taking a deep breath, she reiterated, I apologize. I had no inkling of your fragile psyche. Enduring a blow from someone merely in the Qi refinement stage must have been quite distressing for you. She lamented. Blame my youthful ignorance. I had yet to grasp the complexities of human emotions, not realizing that the hearts of adults require the tender care of children. Gongji stood frozen in place, utterly astonished by her outpouring of words. He was unaware of the events transpiring between Ning Yue and Qi Shuqing. No wonder Qi Shuqing and Ning Yue were inexplicably provoking one another. It turns out there were grievances from before. However, the demeanor and actions of the junior sister were so sincere. Could it truly be an apology? Perhaps her naivety in social matters made it sound like provocation. Gongji stared blankly at Ning Yue in his embrace. Ning Yue's small mouth was chattering incessantly for several minutes, yet her gaze was exceptionally earnest. So earnest that a single blink could unleash tears of regret. Gongji quickly reassured himself. Indeed, the junior sister was apologizing. Look, how sincere. Tears were almost spilling. Conversely, Qi Su Cheng's expression grew increasingly grim. The surrounding white jade shattered with a thunderous crash. The shards exploded outward with a fierce momentum. Gongji immediately activated his defensive talisman, firmly shielding Ning Yue. Qi Su Cheng approached with heavy steps, his face as dark as a charred pot. Gongji was furious. The junior sister had already apologized. What more did Qi Su Cheng want? Gongji brandished his scythe across his chest, casting a cold glare at Qi Su Cheng. Did you not see how remorseful the junior sister appeared, on the verge of tears? She had already apologized to you, and she was severely injured. What more do you desire? Qi Su Cheng halted in his tracks. Ning Yue's frantic chatter ceased. The two fell into a prolonged silence. Observing Qi Su Cheng's lack of movement, Gongji lowered his head to comfort Ning Yue. Rest assured. Chapter 66, Brother, you are as indestructible as a cockroach. Ning Yue curled up in Gongji's embrace, peering over his shoulder to look at Qi Su Cheng within the shattered jade. Surprisingly, Qi Su Cheng wore a playful expression. Ning Yue carefully pinched the poison needle between her two fingers, her brows furrowing slightly. Concealed beneath the sunlight, the silver needle shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing the air towards Qi Su Cheng. With bated breath, Ning Yue observed silently as it was about to strike him. Suddenly, Qi Su Cheng lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked directly at her. Upon hearing that soft laughter, a chill ran through Ning Yue, and she realized the needle would not find its mark. Indeed, with a swift flick of his wrist, Qi Su Cheng deftly seized the flying silver needle between his fingers. Ning Yue's disappointment was palpable, a soft click of her tongue escaping her lips. Qi Su Cheng chuckled lightly. Are you so disheartened? Ning Yue furrowed her brows, inhaling deeply. His incessant annoyance was unbearable. Her fingertips sparked with a rapidly condensing fireball, radiating intense heat. Had it not been for the thick eye shielding her, Gongji would have been unable to contain her. With a cold smile, she resolved that this time she would wield no ordinary flame, but the genuine primordial fire. The very fire capable of rending the belly of a millennia-old giant python. Expressionless, she rose fluidly from Gongji's embrace, who was still in a daze. Around Ning Yue, a formidable ice shield had formed, and behind her, countless icy arrows had crystallized, accompanied by a terrifyingly immense fireball. The skies above the realm of the Hellfire Sect were nothing short of awe-inspiring. The fireball nearly enveloped half the aerial domain, while beautiful blue hues danced around the fire as perimeter. At the center stood a girl adorned in elaborate attire, her gaze calm and indifferent as she regarded Qi Su Cheng. Let us see if I will spare you this time, Ning Yue mused with a smirk, her hand sweeping through the air as the fireball and arrows surged toward Qi Su Cheng in a fierce assault. Below, the disciples and elders were left in stunned silence. Gazing in bewilderment at the tumultuous spectacle above, I exclaimed in disbelief, what on earth is happening? A fireball erupted violently, scattering countless icy arrows that surged towards a singular target. Observing as Qi Su was utterly engulfed by the relentless barrage, Ning Yue felt a sense of satisfaction as she retracted her hand. Will you still survive this time? The Lord of Purgatory and the elders stood frozen, their eyes fixated on the audacious girl in the sky. Suddenly, a peculiar glint flickered in the Lord of Purgatory's eyes as he intently regarded Ning Yue's silhouette. Ji Feng furrowed his brow, and a flash of sword light momentarily broke the Lord of Purgatory's trance. Ji Feng shouted, what are you staring at? The Lord of Purgatory let out an enigmatic chuckle before reluctantly diverting his gaze from Ning Yue. The Lord of Purgatory is being quite unreasonable. That young girl could likely match 10 of her peers, Ji Feng scoffed. If I wished to be unreasonable, I would have summoned Master Ing Han directly. The Lord of Purgatory maintained his composure, even managing a smile as he concurred. Indeed. Let me reiterate, surrender the soul capture, or I shall personally seek it out. Ji Feng, his patience wearing thin, furrowed his brow. Many disciples of the Purgatory sect had been injured, and more continued to resist. The Lord of Purgatory glanced upward, pausing for a moment before unexpectedly retreating. Please, proceed, Lord Ji. Ji Feng narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping into his mind. Why had he been so obstinate moments ago, only to now willingly step aside? Then, the Lord of Purgatory's insincere voice echoed through the air. To be candid, the soul capturer has escaped the cold abyss a few days ago, and despite my efforts to locate him, I have found no trace. Today, as fate would have it, you have come seeking someone, and I find it impossible to conceal this any longer. Ji Feng gazed at him with an impassive expression. Do you think me easily deceived? And no, not at all. The Lord of the Inferno sect quickly interjected. I am aware that the Inferno sect will bear responsibility for this oversight. Hence I have been diligently searching for the whereabouts of the soul capturer, but as of now, there is no news. Ji Feng cast a cold glance at the Lord of the Inferno sect, who wisely stepped aside. The disciples engaged in combat halted their actions at the command of their elders. Ji Feng expanded his divine sense, thoroughly inspecting the entire sect without any obstruction from the Lord of the Inferno. There was no trace of the soul capturer. Ji Feng's overwhelming pressure surged forth once again, leaving not only the disciples below but even the Lord of the Inferno himself feeling somewhat overwhelmed, struggling to regain his footing. In which direction did the soul capturer flee? Ji Feng inquired. The Lord of the Inferno managed a weak smile. We have been investigating for half a month and can only surmise that he fled to the lower realms. With a cold snort, Ji Feng realized that this matter would remain unresolved today. The soul capturer had undoubtedly been deliberately released. The Inferno sect had their methods, and given the time elapsed, the soul capturer could be anywhere by now. Not wishing to linger, Ji Feng offered no further glance to the Lord of the Inferno sect. The Fusang sect would also assist in apprehending the soul capturer, and once captured, he would be directly imprisoned within the Fusang sect. They would be informed accordingly, making it clear that the pursuit of the soul capturer was to be relentless. With that, he turned on his heel, the hem of his robe sweeping behind him. The flying vessel arrived directly at the gates of the Inferno sect, exuding an air of ostentation. A throng of disciples and elders from the Fusang sect followed closely behind their leader, creating an imposing spectacle. Ning Yue trailed at the end of the procession, her sword in hand, when she suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at her from behind. Whipping around, she beheld a group of Inferno sect disciples. Their expression shrouded in ambiguity, fixated on her party. Ning Yue meticulously searched the crowd for the source of the gaze but found nothing. In the eyes of these individuals, only resentment, anger, and a burning desire for vengeance were evident, far removed from the cold malice she had felt. Furrowing her brow, she felt a growing unease. Gongji, noticing her discomfort, inquired, "What troubles you?" "These individuals give me an unsettling impression," Ning Yue replied, rubbing her arm. "It feels ominous." Gongji nodded in understanding. The Inferno sect is notorious even in the upper realms. It is wise to minimize encounters with them in the future. Recalling the incidents at the inn in the secret realm, along with the inexplicable traps laid for her, Ning Yue agreed wholeheartedly. Just as she was about to divert her gaze, she caught sight of a cluster of debris remnants from the powerful strike she had unleashed upon Qi Su-cheng moments earlier. A question arose in her mind. Why have I not seen Qi Su-cheng's corpse? Gongji glanced back briefly, responding coldly, "Because he is not dead." "Not dead?" Ning Yue arched an eyebrow, incredulous. Surviving such a grievous assault? If he were truly dead, the Inferno sect leader would not appear so unperturbed, Gongji stated calmly. Following his lead, Ning Yue turned her gaze towards the direction of the Inferno sect leader, only to find herself locking eyes with him unexpectedly. Both Ning Yue and the Lord of the Purgatory sect were momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the other was gazing at them. The Lord of the Purgatory sect quickly regained composure, adjusted his expression, and unexpectedly smiled at Ning Yue. Ning Yue furrowed her brow slightly and continued to observe for a couple of seconds, sensing an undercurrent of turmoil beneath that seemingly benign smile. She scrutinized the pile of ruins once more, attempting to discern any hidden truths. As if in response to Ning Yue's anticipation, a slender, alabaster hand, marked by distinct bones, suddenly emerged from the debris. Ning Yue. Chapter 67. 7 days to break through. I am absolutely capable of achieving it. Soon after, Qi Su-cheng emerged entirely from the wreckage. With his elbows resting on his knees, he sat amidst the ruins and offered a smile to Ning Yue. "Ning Yue, why do these father and son duo both have a penchant for inexplicably smiling at others?" Qi Su-cheng's robe was tattered, with a significant portion of his shoulder exposed. The revealed skin bore numerous pockmarked scars, and a stream of bright red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, still fresh and not yet dried. Ning Yue shook her head, clicking her tongue in dismay, yet felt a sense of relief. For Qi Su-cheng did not appear entirely at ease. Gongji turned to glance at Qi Su-cheng before pulling Ning Yue back to their flying vessel. Just as they steadied themselves, a disciple summoned them to the Lord's presence. They exchanged a knowing look before making their way over. Not only was the Lord present, but also the Law Elder and the Array Elder, accompanied by several disciples, all of whom bore somber expressions. The door remained ajar as the Law Elder immediately launched into a reprimand. The escape of the culprit was evident. They were evidently flustered, not knowing where to send the person once we arrived. Ji Feng shook his head. At least the leader of the Purgatory sect did not lie. The aura of soul capture can no longer be found in the upper realm, and it has indeed descended to the lower realm. The elder of the formation clicked his tongue in annoyance, like a rat in a gutter. Gongji suggested, "Should we send disciples to search in the lower realm?" "No." Ji Feng shook his head. "Since the person is in the lower realm, they cannot harm Ning Yue for the time being, but we must not let our guard down." they remain a potential threat. Agreed, the law enforcement elder concurred, and it seems there have been unusual movements in the demon lair recently. We should avoid any shortage of personnel for now. Ning Yue inquired, there are unusual movements in the demon lair? She had only briefly heard her master, Ing Han, speak of the demon race but did not have a comprehensive understanding. Indeed, the law enforcement elder appeared quite troubled. There had been issues with the expedition team, and Fusang Sect needed to arrange for support. Her curiosity was piqued. Having been here for so long, Ning Yue had yet to witness what the so-called demon race looked like. She immediately volunteered, Sect Master. Master, I can go. Several people turned to her simultaneously. Even Gongji beside her couldn't help but glance at her a few times. What's wrong? Ning Yue looked at them in confusion. Junior sister, Gongji said, combating the demon race is no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could truly result in death. Unlike when dealing with fellow cultivators who might show some restraint to preserve life. Most importantly, the elder in charge of law enforcement coughed lightly, stating that one must possess at least a mid-stage golden core cultivation to enter the demon lair, while you, little you, are merely at the initial stage. Gongji nodded in agreement, suggesting that the junior sister should focus on enhancing her cultivation first, for early encounters with the demon race are hardly auspicious. Ning Yue immediately inquired, which individuals from the Fusang sect will be dispatched to the demon lair this time? The sect master replied, primarily, we will send sword cultivators, followed by other disciples from different sects who exhibit exceptional strength. The formation elder began counting on his fingers. Your senior brother, Ing Han, will undoubtedly participate, as will your companion, Gongji. Additionally, Yang Fei from the Beast Mastery faction, Lu Qingyan from the Sound Cultivation sect, and Song Isher, who excels in talismans. Ning Yue mentally reviewed each name. What a surprise, they were all familiar faces. Wasn't her senior brother already on the list for the demon subjugation? She recalled Chi Su-chin mentioning that the top 10 from the Tongdian ranking would be involved in the demon eradication, as the first on the ranking. Ing Han should naturally be included. He alone was responsible for 1/3 of the territory and would return to see you immediately after resolving the situation. It was unexpected that others seemed so ineffectual, struggling to address other areas despite their numbers. Upon completing his response, Gongji frowned, clearly perplexed by the apparent weakness of the others on the Tongtian ranking. Nonetheless, those mentioned were indeed the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Fusang sect, and the law enforcement elder nodded with pride. So, rest assured, this time will be a success. Of course, little you too shall eventually become one of the elite. Ning Yue, however, was dissatisfied, stating, I do not wish to be an elite in the future. I want to be one now. She now resembles a petulant child, sulking and throwing a tantrum, quite unlike her usual composed demeanor. The elder in charge of law enforcement exchanged glances with the sect leader, and then they both smiled benevolently. Gongji couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Ning Yue. Indeed, the elder reassured her, with your prowess among your peers, you are undoubtedly a standout even now. Ning Yue, however, was not swayed by such flattering remarks. Instead, she responded with a serious inquiry, when will my senior brothers and sisters venture into the demon cave? The formation elder pondered for a moment before replying, the situation in the demon cave is rather dire. We must depart no later than 7 days from now. Then it shall be 7 days, Ning Yue stated nonchalantly, surveying everyone present. If I reach the mid-stage of Golden Core in 7 days, allow me to join the expedition to the demon cave. The air seemed to still for a moment, before a snicker erupted from an unknown source, quickly followed by another laugh. Soon, the modest room was filled with joyous laughter and merriment. Apologies, little junior sister, a somewhat unfamiliar senior brother remarked with a grin. You are simply too adorable. Another voice chimed in, ha ha ha, she truly is a child, so very childish. Confused, Ning Yue turned to Gongji and asked, what is it? Senior brother? Gongji, though not laughing, proceeded to explain to Ning Yue, the higher one ascends, the more difficult the advancement becomes. Some may remain at the Golden Core stage for their entire lives. Currently, the one who has broken through to Golden Core the fastest is Ing Han, who achieved it in less than a year, advancing almost every 4 months. Presently, he stands at the pinnacle of Golden Core, on the verge of transcending to nascent soul. For an ordinary individual, achieving a breakthrough every 4 to 5 years is considered remarkable. Thus, it is truly extraordinary for you, dear junior sister, to attain such a feat within a mere week. Indeed, junior sister, while it is widely acknowledged that you are a rare prodigy, some disciples still speculate that a breakthrough in just 7 days might be somewhat ambitious. Ning Yue felt a twinge of insecurity upon hearing these remarks. Is 7 days truly so formidable? Gongji, aware of Ning Yue's innate talent, clarified, it becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. The disciples present had witnessed Ning Yue's resplendent performance at the Inferno sect, and honestly, her presence had been a tremendous boon. battles became significantly more manageable with her around. However, as Gongji had indicated, a breakthrough in 7 days was indeed a fantastical notion. After all, the elder brother's achievement of breaking through once every 4 months was already unfathomable in its intensity. A less familiar senior sister chuckled. If you, junior sister, could manage to break through in 7 days, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of cultivation. The law enforcement elder raised his hand, silencing the laughter and discussions. His gaze fixed intently on Ning Yue. If you can accomplish this, I shall certainly include you in the expedition team. Ning Yue lifted her chin. Her petite 12-year-old frame seemingly insignificant among the crowd, yet at that moment, she captured everyone's attention. I can absolutely achieve it. Chapter 68. Do not mind me. I shall retreat to cultivate. The senior brothers and sisters exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Eventually, they could only nod in dazed agreement, evidently astonished by Ning Yue's declaration. After a brief pause, they finally responded, but their words merely served to humor Ning Yue, treating her statement as a whimsical boast born of youthful defiance. The little junior sister truly deserves the title of the foremost sword practitioner of this generation. Her ambitions are indeed lofty. Haha. It seems that her aspirations to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings are just around the corner. Ning Yue preferred to refrain from further elaboration, for her master had already given his consent. In due time, the results would speak for themselves. The sect leader gazed at Ning Yue with a smile. I, too, look forward to it. With unwavering confidence, Ning Yue replied, just wait and see. Upon her return, Sheringan was already waiting for them at the entrance. Gongji called out to Sheringan from a distance. Senior brother. Sheringan nodded, glancing at Gongji and then at Ning Yue, his expression laden with unspoken thoughts. As he opened his mouth several times only to close it again, Ning Yue, intrigued by his demeanor, inquired, what troubles you, senior brother? Nothing. Sheringan promptly adjusted his posture, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. He then swiftly shifted the conversation, asking Gongji, so, did you manage to bring back the soul capture? Gongji frowned slightly. No, they claimed that the soul capture had descended to the lower realms half a month ago. Truly, they are resorting to the most absurd excuses. As Sheringan's gaze drifted towards Ning Yue's face, he responded, indeed. It is unlikely that the Inferno sect would easily relinquish the soul capture. Unable to endure the persistent scrutiny any longer, Ning Yue seized Sheringan's sleeve, demanding, senior brother, what is it that you find so captivating about my face? As she spoke, she curiously touched her own visage, only to suddenly feel something cold against the side of her face. It took her a few moments to recall that it was the healing patch Gongji had placed on her to mend her wounds. As she inadvertently raised her gaze, she caught sight of Sheringan's expression, which appeared almost contorted, yet he resolutely refrained from uttering a word. Ning Yue found herself utterly perplexed. However, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, she unexpectedly turned to Gongji and implored, senior brother, could you please hand me a mirror? Gongji lifted his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. What is it? Meanwhile, Sheringan wore a look that seemed to say, at last, you realize you need a mirror. He eagerly retrieved a small round mirror from an unknown place and handed it to Ning Yue. As she gazed into the mirror, her reflection revealed her familiar features, the same eyes, the same nose. However, affixed to the side of her face was an enormous, flat object resembling a gigantic silkworm cocoon. Its milky texture felt icy to the touch, its plump form encasing her visage tightly. Layer upon layer, it was firmly wrapped around the side of her face, a colossal silkworm. Ning Yue gasped in disbelief. Senior brother, what on earth is this? Is it a healing artifact? Gongji looked on, bemused. What is the matter? Ning Yue again positioned the mirror toward the monstrous silkworm on her face, her voice trembling as she inquired, could this possibly be some kind of magical implement? Gongji, with a sense of satisfaction, replied, indeed, this is the most effective healing artifact among all I possess. The injury on your face should have healed by now. You may remove it and take a look. Ning Yue stared at the enormous silkworm-like object on her face, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to touch it. Help me remove it. Senior brother, she implored, nearly overwhelmed by the daunting size of the flat silkworm that occupied half her face. Ning Yue closed her eyes and turned her profile away. Although Gongji was momentarily perplexed, he reached out to assist Ning Yue in removing the obstruction. There it was, no trace of injury remained. Ning Yue opened her eyes and gazed into the mirror, where she beheld her profile, entirely free of scars, as smooth as ever. Yet, her gaze inexplicably wandered to Gongji's hand, which was clasping the plump, flat version of a silkworm. Sheringan furrowed his brow and inquired, who injured you? After a brief moment of reflection, Ning Yue promptly replied, it was Qi Shuqing. He even attempted to kill me. Fortunately, senior brother Gongji and I persevered and survived. Gongji fell silent for a moment, unable to recall the scene of him and the junior sister holding out against the assailant. The only memory that surfaced was their joint effort against Qi Shuqing. However, it was evident that Qi Shuqing had genuinely intended to harm the junior sister. Therefore, he made sure to portray his plight vividly before his senior brother. Indeed, I collaborated with the junior sister, and I sustained severe injuries as well. Shering Han's expression soured as he frowned. Both of you show me your wounds. I will confront Qi Shuqing. Instantly, Ning Yue and Gong Ji fell silent. Exchanging a knowing glance, Ning Yue silently conveyed, Senior brother Gong has already healed me. Gong Ji squeezed the large silkworm in his hand and affirmed, Indeed, I have healed as well. You're not harboring any internal injuries, are you? Shering Han, still unconvinced, began to channel his spiritual energy into their bodies. No. Ning Yue reassured him, I am perfectly fine, just a bit sore from the beating. Gong Ji immediately nodded, presenting the silkworm before Shering Han. It's quite effective, truly. Observing the appearance of the magical artifact, Shering Han patiently took 2 steps back. Ning Yue could not help but express her thoughts, gently touching the petal hairpin at the side of her head. Senior brother, I have always believed your taste to be exceptional. Gong Ji, bewildered, casually pinched a large silkworm. What taste? Ning Yue silently bit her tongue, contemplating that this petal artifact was indeed one of Gong Ji's limited masterpieces showcasing his aesthetic brilliance. Have you heard, master brother? Gong Ji suddenly said to Shering Han, the demon Lair is dispatching more people this time. Shering Han pondered for a moment. I wonder what issue has arisen that necessitates such a large number of individuals. Gong Ji continued, I will be going as well. Shering Han nodded. Very well, consider it a form of training. Ning Yue immediately raised her hand. I shall go too. Shering Han frowned and glanced at Ning Yue. The demon Lair poses certain dangers for you, junior sister. Besides, you have yet to reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Ning Yue replied with discontent. No worries, I will break through in a few days. After all, Master has already consented to my participation. Shering Han chuckled and tapped Ning Yue's forehead. Such confidence you have. Just wait, senior brother. Ning Yue raised her chin defiantly. See you in 7 days. With that, she summoned her mount and stepped onto it, departing swiftly. Shering Han stood in a daze, gazing at Ning Yue's retreating figure. Then turned to inquire of Gong Ji. What was that about? What did Master agree to? Gong Ji replied. Junior sister mentioned that if she successfully breaks through in 7 days, she will have the Law Elder grant her permission to enter the demon lair. Oh. Shering Han nodded in understanding. The reception appears to be exceedingly favorable. Conversely, Gong Ji seems somewhat astonished. Senior brother, are you not shocked? I am indeed a bit surprised. Shering Han replied, but I believe that junior sister is capable of achieving this. In the distance, Ning Yue returned on her flying sword. Shering Han called out. What is it, junior sister? Holding her hands in a trumpet shape, Ning Yue asked, do you have any? Shering Han chuckled. Reaching into his Qiankuan bag to retrieve a small porcelain vial, he tossed it into the air, and it effortlessly landed in Ning Yue's hands. Thank you, senior brother. Ning Yue exclaimed, flipping her sword around. You need to worry about me for the next few days. I shall be entering seclusion for my cultivation. Chapter 69. What a formidable spiritual force. Who has shattered the mirror? Ning Yue entered her courtyard, meticulously inspecting both the yard and her room to ensure there were no potential dangers. After confirming the area was secure, she deactivated all the chaotic restrictions within her room, then promptly dove beneath the covers. Her intention was to remain within her consciousness space for the entirety of the next 7 days. The consciousness space remained unchanged. During her absence, it was entirely the domain of Xiaohua. She observed Xiaohua lazily reclining on a cushion, instructing another flower to massage its leaves. Wait a moment. Ning Yue was momentarily perplexed. Another little flower? She approached and, with one hand on either side, lifted the 2 flowers. Finally, her gaze settled on Xiaohua. What is the meaning of this flower? Explain yourself, Xiaohua. The other little flower appeared shy and bashful, curling its petals while nestled in Ning Yue's hand. Little flower, dissatisfied, sprang from Ning Yue's hand and leaped onto a nearby mat, its 2 leaves akimbo. What is the matter? You have complained that I can only defend and not attack. This is the ally I have sought for you. The shy little flower slowly lifted its petals, seemingly preparing to speak, and timidly uttered, Hello, master. Master? Ning Yue's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. You mustn't say. So this is what it feels like to be called master. As she pondered, her gaze shifted to the little flower. Standing proudly on the mat, it commanded, Bring me milk tea. Ning Yue. Resigned, she conjured the milk tea, which the little flower eagerly scampered over to drink with gusto. Noticing Ning Yue's lack of reaction, the bashful little flower withdrew its petals shyly. Hey. Ning Yue quickly responded, Hello. My name is Ning Yue. What is your name? I don't have a name. The shy little flower's petals opened slightly again, clearly yearning for Ning Yue to bestow a name upon it. However, Ning Yue was rather inept at naming things. After contemplating for a moment, She glanced at the little flower and then at the bashful little bloom in her hand. Then you shall be called Little Grass, Ning Yue declared decisively. How lovely that sounds. Little Grass? Indeed. What a beautiful name. Is it beautiful? Yes. It sounds much nicer than Little Flower. Nicer than Little Flower? Yes. It is indeed more pleasant. Ning Yue spoke earnestly. Then I shall be called Little Grass. The little grass fully unfurled its petals, appearing quite cheerful. Good child. Ning Yue gently caressed the petals of the little grass. The grass shyly recoiled slightly, reminiscent of a sensitive plant. As Ning Yue contemplated, she became increasingly mischievous, until the little grass, unable to bear the weight of her affection, exclaimed, Little Flower. Only then did Little Flower lift a root from the milk tea, shaking it off as it approached. Don't play it to death. This is a helper I painstakingly found for you. Ning Yue had been eager to inquire, what is going on? What helper? Despite its current bashful demeanor. Little Flower extended a leaf and pointed at the little grass. Its combat prowess is formidable. Is that true? Ning Yue gazed at the little grass, which was shyly retracting its petals and curling up in her palm. It was hard to imagine it displaying overwhelming power. Of course it's true, Little Flower asserted. As long as I wish, I can withstand any attack. Conversely, if it desires, it can unleash attacks of any magnitude. Ning Yue found herself at a loss for words. Merely uttering an astonished wow, she poked the little grass in her palm. Is this little thing really that powerful? Little Flower tilted its chin upward. Next time, take it outside to play and let it show you what it can do. Let us wait a few days, Ning Yue replied, placing the little grass on the ground. I have matters to attend to. What matters? I must break through. I aim to reach the mid-stage of the golden core within 7 days. Isn't that a piece of cake? Little Flower looked perplexed. Have you forgotten? The flow rate here differs from the outside. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Ning Yue remarked that she would refrain from venturing out in the coming days, dedicating herself to her cultivation. Xiaowan nodded in agreement and scampered back to the bubble tea. Xiao Qiao observed from the side, appearing quite envious. Ning Yue conjured another cup of bubble tea for Xiao Qiao, yet Xiao Qiao hesitated, seemingly reluctant to approach. Ning Yue gently pinched Xiao Cao's 2 leaves and placed it into the cup. Xiao Qiao sighed contentedly, visibly satisfied. Ning Yue let out a breath, grasping 2 cups and setting them on the table. The 2 flowers immersed in the bubble tea resembled elderly gentlemen luxuriating in a hot spring, almost as if a towel were draped over their shoulders. Were it possible to have a mobile phone, Ning Yue would have relished capturing the moment. However, in the realm of consciousness, a phone could not be conjured, and even if it could, it would likely be non-functional. Ning Yue retrieved a small porcelain vial gifted by her master, Shering on, pouring out 2 pills of fasting elixir and placing them into her mouth. She slowly closed her eyes. During her cultivation, the external world would typically exhibit significant fluctuations of spiritual energy, though only those of higher realms could perceive it, such as the sect leader and elders. The law enforcement elder noted, it seems Ning Yue is truly resolute. This spiritual energy fluctuation has persisted for several hours now. The formation elder scoffed, hurry and prepare the gear for her expedition into the demon cave. What's the rush? Replied the law enforcement elder. It has been long since she began. The sect leader sensed the spiritual energy in the air and clicked his tongue in admiration. No wonder you all sought out Ning Yue. You truly discovered an extraordinary talent. The law enforcement elder beamed with pride, of course. I believe she may very well surpassing Han's record. The sect leader concurred. Given her momentum, it is indeed possible, though 7 days still seems somewhat ambitious. What does it matter? I firmly believe in Ning Yue. The law elder is displeased. Enough, enough. The formation elder will handle it. It would be ideal to break through in 7 days. But if not, you cannot grant Ning Yue any favors. One must not enter the demon abyss without sufficient capability. I am well aware of that. The law elder stroked his beard, seemingly recalling something, then turned to inquire of the shadowy figure in the corner. How is Ning Yue's spiritual root situation? The shadowy figure was none other than the alchemy elder, veiled in black. He cast a fleeting glance at the law elder without uttering a word. Still feeling gloomy? The law elder chuckled. Ning Yue has been my disciple for quite some time now. Is there still an imbalance in your heart? Did not the sect master say she could also come to learn from you? Upon hearing this, the alchemy elder's gaze grew colder. She has not come even once. The law elder paused momentarily. It was the formation elder who burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, but Ning Yue has indeed visited me. The alchemy elder shot a cold glance at the 2 before addressing the earlier question. 3 of the spiritual roots are problematic. Yet we have not located the nourishing spiritual plants. As long as they are not overexerted, there should be no significant issues for the time being. The law elder felt somewhat relieved. That is acceptable. The group gathered together and inevitably began discussing Ning Yue. The sect master silently observed their verbal sparring, pondering when this elder meeting might finally conclude. Outside, 7 days passed swiftly. Yet within Ning Yue's consciousness space, He had lost count of how many cycles of 7 days had transpired. On the morning of the 7th day, the Fuso sect remained shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy, akin to a shattering mirror, emanated from the observation sea peak. Its power overwhelming enough to blanket a significant portion of the sect. Some disciples, startled awake, climbed out of their beds. What formidable spiritual energy! Who has broken through? Without a doubt, it was Ning Yue. Yet, Ning Yue felt as if she might faint from her rapid cultivation, though invigorated after her breakthrough. She stretched languidly and dispelled the restrictions within her chamber. As she stepped towards the courtyard entrance, she intended to present herself to her master and the elders in full glory. However, upon opening the courtyard door, she found herself staring wide-eyed at a throng of people. What is happening? Ning Yue mused, slightly alarmed by the unexpected gathering so early in the morning. Junior sister, have you truly ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core? Ning Yue raised an eyebrow and released a hint of her pressure. Isn't it quite evident? A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. Most of those present were individuals she had encountered on the flying vessel just days prior. Still bleary-eyed, they had felt the powerful surge of shattered mirror energy first thing in the morning, recognizing that it originated from observation sea peak. In their shock, they had not even taken the time to tidy themselves, but had hastily donned their outer garments to rush to the peak, eagerly anticipating the revelation. Finally, when they witnessed Ning Yue leisurely opening the door, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her confirmed her status as a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner. Then came the moment of astonishment. Ning Yue proceeded to showcase her prowess to the assembled seniors, and one of the elder sisters even reached out to touch her, awestruck. How has such a petite figure achieved this? Surely, you were born to cultivate. The cacophony surrounding Ning Yue was overwhelming, an array of sounds piercing through her mind. Goodness. So, has the junior sister truly broken the senior brother's record? My word, a 12-year-old in the mid-stage of the Golden Core. This is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, is it not? 7 days to shatter the mirror? 7 days? Ning Yue humbly interjected, "Oh, no, it's merely a minor breakthrough." Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. Junior sister, I implore you, please devote yourself to cultivation day and night. We have an abundance of spirit-conserving pills. The senior brother lamented. I have yet to witness anyone ascend. It felt as if the last person to ascend had become a figure of legend. Well, the junior sister is truly remarkable. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through as Sheringan parted the restless crowd and strode in, with Gongji following silently behind. Ning Yue felt as though she had encountered a savior and hurried to stand beside Sheringan. Why are the senior brothers and sisters so frenzied? Upon seeing the senior brother's arrival, the crowd ceased their commotion, inquiring, Senior brother, are we departing for the demon cave today? Yes, Sheringan replied, wrapping his arm around Ning Yue with a smile. We shall set off shortly. Voices arose once more from the crowd. Now that the junior sister has broken through to the Golden Core, can she not accompany us as well? At this remark, Ning Yue's eyes sparkled as she looked towards Sheringan. He hesitated momentarily before affirming, of course. Oh, joy. Ning Yue leaped with exuberance, her smile radiating with a brightness surpassing that of the dawn's first light. Gongji gazed at her with a smile in return. Cease your jumping. The Elder of Law has summoned us to assemble, and we shall depart shortly. Very well, Ning Yue replied, bouncing along beside the two as they made their way outside. Remembering those behind her, she turned back and waved her hand. Farewell, senior brothers and sisters. Upon reaching the assembly point, they found that everyone else had already arrived, Lu Qingyin, Song Yishe, Yang Fei, Duan Huailin. Truly all familiar faces. The Elder of Law, with a sense of satisfaction, handed Ning Yue a silk pouch. Although you have advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core and are eligible to enter the Demon Abyss, I am pleased for you. However, my dear you must exercise caution. The Elder of Law's resolve faltered for a moment, his expression turning somber as he looked at Ning Yue. The Demon Abyss is fraught with peril, while it is a necessary trial for disciples. Each year some return grievously injured, and some do not return at all. Turning to address the assembly, he reiterated his instructions. All present, ensure you return intact. After uttering this, he could no longer maintain his composure, wiping his eyes discreetly with the hem of the alchemist's robe nearby. Intact, indeed. The alchemist, casting a disdainful glance at the Elder of Law, remained silent, merely retrieving several small porcelain vials to distribute among the group. Use them as needed. After this, he approached Ning Yue and handed her a separate pouch. Your wood's spiritual root seems somewhat overburdened. This is moonshadow grass. Its efficacy is uncertain, but it should nourish your wood's spiritual root. Ning Yue was momentarily touched as he received the embroidered pouch with both hands. The alchemist elder, whose mouth was shrouded in black silk, subtly curved his lips in a smile of satisfaction, casting a glance at the law enforcement elder. The law enforcement elder responded with a puzzled expression, questioning, what is this? Is it a display of arrogance? It was evident that several prominent elders had come to present their gifts, each distributing items from their own pockets to the gathered crowd. Yang Fei nudged his master, inquiring, "Master, what kind of elixirs or talismans have others received? What will you bestow upon us?" The Beast Master Elder playfully retorted, "How about I gift each of you an ant? How miserly. What good would an ant do?" Yang Fei scoffed. In response, the Beast Master Elder swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the side of Yang Fei's neck. Yang Fei winced in pain, feeling a tingling bite at the spot where he had been struck. "What are you doing, master?" he asked, bewildered by his master's actions. "Bestowing ants." The Beast Master Elder replied calmly. Following this, he placed a handprint on each disciple, leaving them all perplexed as they rubbed their necks. Finally, the Beast Master Elder extended his fingertip, revealing a small black ant perched upon it. He explained, "In the treacherous magic caverns, the air is filled with miasma. A bite from this ant allows one to sense the location of others, thus preventing loss." It was then that the disciples comprehended the utility of the tiny creatures. The Sound Manipulation Elder had also arrived, with Lu Qingyin standing quietly beside him. The Sound Manipulation Elder surveyed the group and sighed, "I have little to offer you. Perhaps it is because you did not diligently study under me." With a huff, she approached Ning Yue and presented him with a violin. "Here, this may prove useful," he remarked, before handing Ning Yue a bundle of sheet music. "If you don't understand anything, consult your senior sister." Ning Yue, cradling an armful of items, diligently stowed each one into her Qiankuan bag. This was no farewell, it was a gift-giving ceremony. The Talisman Elder was far swifter, presenting a stack of talismans directly to Song Yishe. She nearly lost her grip, but with Lu Qingyin's assistance, they successfully packed them into the Qiankuan bag. "Why is only Yishe a talisman practitioner?" he mused, casting a glance towards Ning Yue. "You ought to take the opportunity to learn a bit about talismans from your senior sister." With his gaze fixed upon her, Ning Yue could only nod vigorously in response. The Formation Elder clapped his hands, and a flying instrument materialized out of thin air. The group boarded the apparatus, waving farewell to those below. Suddenly, Yang Fei squinted into the distance. What is that? So many people. Following his line of sight, they beheld a large crowd of disciples, arms raised high, waving at the departing flying instrument. Distant voices echoed, wishing them a safe journey, urging them to return with vigor, to vanquish the demon clan decisively, and to showcase their might while reminding them to stay safe and unscathed. The Enforcement Elder, caught up in the atmosphere, called out cheerfully from behind. Chapter 71. The little junior sister is truly fearsome. Not a trace left behind. The flying instrument swiftly soared towards the demon lair. Ning Yue seized the opportunity to inquire further about the demon clan. Her first question was, what do the demons look like? The demons resemble humans quite closely. Sure, Inghan replied, but they possess horns atop their heads. Ning Yue nodded in understanding. Master Inghan continued, one cannot solely rely on this distinction. Some high-ranking demons can conceal their horns. Now, onto the second question. Ning Yue inquired, do the demon clans possess realms akin to ours? Yang Fei scratched his head. They do not cultivate immortality, so naturally, it is different. How then can we discern the levels of these demons? By feeling. Yang Fei replied mysteriously. Some demons you encounter make it clear that you should flee immediately, while others you can assess and know you can approach and deliver a few kicks. Ning Yue shifted his gaze to Lu Qingyin. Lu Qingyin remarked, the demonic aura surrounding them. It bears a resemblance to our pressure, except that the demon's aura is always exposed. Thus, the more potent the demonic aura, the stronger the demon. Third question, is it truly easy to perish when encountering demons? Song Yishe replied, as long as you do not encounter the 12 seats of demons, survival remains feasible. Fourth question, Ning Yue furrowed his brow. Will there be demons capable of concealing their aura? Gongji responded, the 12 seats can. Ning Yue was taken aback. Then how can one distinguish between cultivators and demons? It is indistinguishable, Gongji stated calmly. High-ranking demons can even disguise their demonic aura as spiritual power. Thus, every action taken within the demon cavern must be approached with utmost caution. With the inquiries concluded, Master Inghan glanced outside. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we shall soon arrive. Ning Yue promptly stepped outside, only to be greeted by a shrouded scene, where a faint layer of black mist enveloped the ground. Not far behind, a colossal chasm divided this realm into two wholly disparate worlds. On one side, life thrived, trees lush and grass verdant. Ning Yue squinted at the desolation that lay ahead. Not a single creature could be seen, and even the flora appeared as mere withered branches and fallen leaves. It was time to chart new territories. Ning Yue summoned Huoming, who soared into the air with exuberance. Excitedly, it circled around Ning Yue several times, leaving behind trails of shimmering pink sword light that enveloped her entirely. With a smile, Ning Yue patted the hilt of Huoming. Gongji sheathed his artifact, while the others, in perfect harmony, leaped onto their respective swords. Mastering Han stood resolutely against the wind, his white robes billowing, gazing downwards. Gongji, riding his sword, remained beside Mastering Han, his demeanor calm as he surveyed the desolate expanse below. In front of them, Ning Yue, accompanied by Huoming, danced joyfully in the air, leaving behind exquisite pink sword marks. The girl's petite and graceful figure moved nimbly through the sky, a stark contrast to the barren landscape. Yang Fei, riding his sword alongside Song Isher, called out, "Enough playing, little junior sister, conserve your energy." "I can't, senior brother," Ning Yue exclaimed, her hair swept by the wind as she stood atop Huoming. "Huoming has been cooped up for too long and needs to stretch its wings." Lu Qingyan chuckled, "Then let your little junior sister indulge it for a while." Thus, several spirited youths, wielding swords imbued with various spiritual energies, plunged downwards with abandon. Ning Yue, bouncing on Huoming, skillfully controlled her spiritual power. It seemed she would need to frequently allow Huoming to roam freely. The poor creature was about to burst with pent-up energy. Duan Huailin had already mastered the art of sword control and trailed closely behind the group. From time to time, they observed the terrain, glancing east and west, while manipulating something in their hands, seemingly contemplating the arrangement of formations. As they traversed through a layer of gray mist, they were momentarily seized by a fit of coughing. The odor was overwhelmingly foul, as though their lungs were coated with a layer of oil upon inhalation. Shuri'an pressed his fingers together, conjuring several barriers before the mouths and noses of his fellow disciples, a gentle breeze wafting through. Ning Yue grasped the barrier, inhaling deeply, finally able to draw in some fresh air. Once they finally touched down on solid ground, Ning Yue reluctantly sheathed his reluctant call, surveying the surroundings. Towering, desolate trees surrounded them, mere trunks remaining, devoid of a single leaf. The ground mirrored this desolation, strewn with withered grass, dead branches, and fallen leaves. A layer of dark mist perpetually cloaked the area, like a gossamer web woven from some form of dust, tightly binding the group. Silence, an eerie, desolate silence. The only sound was the crunch of their steps upon the dry grass, with not a second sound to be heard. Shuri'an remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity. The other 8 from the Tianjiu list had gone missing. They must first seek to locate them. Gongji produced various searching artifacts, but ultimately shook his head. It was futile. No trace of energy could be found. Just as he uttered these words, an eerie rustling sound emerged. The group fell silent, turning to look behind them. There, a figure shrouded in faint black mist appeared, obscured by a wide-brimmed hood, 2 gleaming eyes fixated intently upon them. Demonic beings. Ning Yue instantly reacted, his hand grasping at the air, swiftly forming a water bow. The ice crystal arrow rested upon the bow. Ning Yue squinted, aiming at a distance. "Should I kill?" Mastering Han nodded. "It is perfect for you to hone your skills. This is a low-tier demon. The intelligence of demons is no different from that of humans, and their blatant discussion of taking a life stirred a sense of indignation within him. Swiftly, he dashed forward, a mass of dark energy coalescing into a formidable cleaver in his hand, charging forward in a fit of rage. "Do you know where this place is, little cultivator? This is a demon's lair, teeming with fiends. Run faster." Ning Yue squinted, hoping to buy a few more seconds. "You," the demon, in a fit of fury, lunged towards Ning Yue. The arrow was released with ferocity, imbued with frigid air and encased in frost, piercing directly into the demon's chest. From that point, a layer of ice crystals rapidly enveloped the demon's body, halting its advance. Stunned, it stood frozen in place, incredulous as it gazed at its own chest. Moments later, even its head was encased in ice, transforming it into a fresh sculpture of frost. The body then collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into several pieces upon impact. Ning Yue, the senior brothers and sisters. Ning Yue swallowed hard, brushing his palm against the ice crystal arrow. "This is incredibly powerful. Is this the might of someone in the mid-stage of the Golden Core?" Ning Yue felt that if this continued, he might just fall in love with cultivation. Among the group, aside from Mastering Han, the others were all in the mid-stage of Golden Core. Witnessing this scene, they silently turned to glance at their fierce little junior sister. It seemed that this expedition into the demon's lair would be devoid of fear. Mastering Han also looked at Ning Yue with a hint of astonishment, to which Ning Yue responded with a shy smile. The fragmented ice sculptures on the ground have gradually melted, leaving only pure water flowing forth, devoid of any trace of blood. The crowd murmurs in astonishment. There are no remains at all. Chapter 72. What creature made eye contact with me? A few individuals continue deeper into the cavern. Shuri'an leads the way. This is the outermost perimeter of the demon lair, where most of the encountered demons are of the lower ranks. However, the further we venture inward, the more perilous it becomes, so we must remain vigilant at all times. No sooner had he spoken than several demons emerged. Without exception, they were enveloped in a faint black mist. Shuri'an effortlessly dispatched 2 of them and pressed onward with his junior disciples. Yet, even as they approached the near center of the demon lair, they continued to encounter only these low-ranking demons. Ringhorn felt a twinge of confusion as he wiped the blood from his sword. If all the demons were of such a low caliber, how could the 8 individuals on the heavenly ranking have vanished without a trace? Gongji furrowed his brow slightly. Something felt amiss. Centuries ago, the human realm suffered greatly from the onslaught of demons. The last ascendant of the cultivation realm, the immortal master Chang'an, sealed the pathways through which demons could invade the human realm and the cultivation world at the moment of his ascension. Due to the overwhelming power of the seal, the demons were unable to breach it for a prolonged period. However, in the last century, the seal has weakened. Demons can now traverse the entrance to the cultivation realm, known as the upper realm. Designated gathering sites have been established in the upper realm, gradually giving rise to demon lairs. Currently, there are 3 demon lairs of varying sizes in the upper realm, with the largest located at the northernmost edge of the Fusong sect. However, this northernmost lair is also the closest to the lower realm. Consequently, the Fusong sect has taken it upon themselves to eradicate this demon lair. The Fuso sect takes the lead, and the other sects, both large and small, must contribute in some manner. They have arranged for their disciples to regularly venture into the demon lairs to eradicate the demon race. Thus, over the years, thanks to the presence of numerous cultivators, the demon race has never managed to invade the human realm. However, it is perplexing that this largest demon lair is filled only with these low-level minions. This implies that the 8 individuals on the celestial ranking must have thoroughly purged the lair of significant demons. Yet, it is illogical for them to have vanished. As they walked, a dragging trail of blood suddenly appeared on the desolate, overgrown path. Yang Fei approached and dipped his finger into it. After a moment of scrutiny, his expression darkened. It is human blood. Upon hearing this, everyone's demeanor turned solemn. Duan Huailin had already set up formations around them. It seemed a great demon was near. Master Ringhorn gazed at the dragging blood trail, which appeared endless, extending into the depths of the withered forest. A great demon? Has one of the 12 seats of the demon race emerged? Ning Yue inquired. It's possible, otherwise they would have dealt with such low-level demons long ago. They must have encountered an overwhelming great demon upon their return, resulting in their collective disappearance. Although it is termed disappearance, it is highly likely they have already met their demise. Yang Fei rubbed his arms. In my entire life, I have yet to confront the 12 seats of the demon race directly. Song Yishur cast him a glance. You speak as if you have encountered them before. If it truly is the 12 seats of the demon race, even we might face death. We must exercise caution. However, the immediate priority is to locate the missing individuals. Master Ringhorn regarded the long blood trail, which seemed to point them in a specific direction. The dim crimson hue emanated an eerie glow in the shadowy surroundings. Ning Yue clutched her ice crystal arrows tightly, ever wary of the possibility that some creature might unexpectedly emerge from the darkness. Suddenly, she felt a weight settle upon her shoulders, and her feet became immobile. Once positioned at the very heart of the group, she now realized she had fallen behind. To her astonishment, Ringhorn and the others remained oblivious, their vigilance directed towards the periphery as they advanced deeper into the gloom, completely abandoning Ning Yue in the desolate, shadowy woods. Ning Yue thought, surely this cannot be. Just as she had mentioned the 12 seats of the demon clan, could she have inadvertently crossed paths with them? Clearing her throat, she knew it was likely futile. Yet she called out with all her might, Senior brother, Gongji, Sister Lu, Sister Song, Nicey. But no one turned back. Her voice was utterly lost in the void. With a resigned sigh, Ning Yue conceded, well, if I've lost my way, so be it. I can always trace their position through the marks left by the ants. Though not overly concerned for Ringhorn and the others, she could not shake the unsettling feeling of solitude in such an ominous place. She promptly summoned her little flowers and grasses, which appeared at her shoulders in an instant. The little flower furrowed its brow, surveying their surroundings. Is this truly the demon's lair? Ning Yue nodded. Indeed, it feels rather sinister. The little grass gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity. Is this the outside world? No, Ning Yue replied. The outside world is not so dilapidated. This is a demon's den, a gathering place for malevolent beings. The little grass nodded in innocent understanding. What is happening now? A small leaf clung to Ning Yue's cheek. I was originally walking with my senior brothers, but suddenly I became immobile and was left behind. Moreover, the others seemed oblivious to my absence, continuing to advance, their calls falling upon deaf ears as if under some enchantment. A small grasshopper jumped twice on Ning Yue's shoulder. Can you move now? Ning Yue tentatively tested her mobility, realizing her body had regained autonomy. Yet, her companions had already journeyed far ahead. Ning Yue examined their location using the bite marks of an ant. As she gazed, a frown creased her brow. How could such a brief moment result in such a distance? Let us first ascertain what has ensnared you in this spell, suggested the small grasshopper. Ning Yue had no choice but to set this matter aside and explore her surroundings. She arrived at the spot where her companions had passed. The ground was littered with a chaotic array of footprints, and she discerned among them her own. But at that moment, she was clearly rooted in place, unable to advance. Initially, she had presumed that her companions had fallen prey to an illusion. Yet, it now appeared that something had infiltrated their ranks, impersonating her and accompanying her companions. A shiver ran down Ning Yue's spine, as an unsettling chill enveloped her. The atmosphere around her was decidedly peculiar, and an instinctive sense of unease washed over her, as if unseen eyes were observing her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ning Yue. She recalled the mirror Yu Xiao had given her, claiming it could reveal that which ordinarily remained hidden. Uncertain of its utility, Ning Yue resolved to try her luck with the seemingly mundane small mirror she retrieved from her bag. The mirror appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary one. She first held it up to reflect her surroundings. As expected, nothing appeared. It seemed futile. With a sigh, Ning Yue contemplated stowing the mirror away. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye in the mirror, her own hair. Almost instinctively, Ning Yue directed the mirror toward herself. There. Her reflection displayed a tranquil countenance, yet behind her, a pair of pale, ethereal arms encircled her shoulders. A shadowy figure with a sallow face gazed curiously, leaning against Ning Yue's neck, meeting her gaze in the mirror. Ning Yue's expression shattered. Perched upon her left shoulder was the small flower. Squatting on her right shoulder was the small grass. Chapter 73. I want to devour you. It was unclear whether it was Ning Yue's own cry or that of the flower and grass. The moment she glimpsed the eerie figure, she jolted, executing an impromptu breakdance. What on earth is this ghastly apparition? No wonder her shoulders felt so heavy earlier. It turns out someone was perched upon them. Ning Yue was on the verge of madness. The protagonist of a cultivation narrative had suddenly transformed into one of a supernatural tale. But I fear the supernatural. I cannot endure such experiences. Grasping a handful of icy crystal arrows, she shut her eyes and thrust backward toward her shoulders. A muffled grunt was heard behind her. Ning Yue paused, then felt the weight on her shoulder lift suddenly. The oppressive burden vanished without a trace, leaving her fingers clutching each icy crystal arrow. Suddenly turning to look behind, she saw a child, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old, crouched on the ground, a large head nearly obscuring half of his head. Delicate, slate-colored arms emerged from his clothing, tightly clutching his chest. An icy arrow had embedded itself in the left side of his chest, a broad expanse of frost spreading outward. Ning Yue let out a breath of relief. It appeared that the icy arrows were indeed effective. Ning Yue felt a surge of emotion. Was this the reassuring feeling of ample firepower? Just as she was beginning to relax, the child casually reached out with his slate-colored hand and effortlessly pulled out the arrow. Ning Yue. She was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, the child frowned and stood up. The large mass of ice shattered and fell from his chest. He gazed coldly at Ning Yue. Ning Yue. She simply could not fathom how a 5 or 6-year-old could possess such a demeanor. This was certainly not the behavior of a typical child. She instinctively took a few steps back, as the icy crystals swiftly spread, encircling her entirely. What are you doing? Came a voice, youthful yet gravelly. Ning Yue paused, and Xiaohua squinted, scrutinizing the little boy before them. My attack has no effect on you? Ning Yue refrained from answering, her gaze wary. The child bore no traces of dark demonic energy. It was impossible to discern whether he belonged to the demon race. However, Shuringan had mentioned that high-ranking demons could conceal their energy, blending seamlessly with cultivators. Yet, Ning Yue's expression turned skeptical. Could this child, who barely reached her waist, truly be a high-ranking demon? A soft laugh escaped the child's lips as he inquired. What is your name? Haven't your parents informed you that before asking someone else's name, one must first introduce oneself? Parents? The child scoffed lightly. What is that? He squinted as he gazed up at Ning Yue. I am Si Jean. And you? Ning Yue. Her expression remained impassive as she questioned. Why separate me from others? Moreover, what was your intention when you leaned on my shoulder? Si Jean appeared intrigued, taking a few steps closer, seemingly eager to approach Ning Yue. Behind her, hundreds of crystalline arrows materialized, radiating an icy aura. She swiftly drew her weapon, pointing it at Si Jean, demanding, speak. Si Jean pouted. Because you smell delightful. Ning Yue replied. He revealed his sharp fangs, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I wish to devour you. Ning Yue retorted. To be honest, you have crossed a line. How impolite to express such desires upon first meeting. His face bore a pale gray hue, complemented by his eyes that shone eerily in the dim light, reminiscent of a ghost. Ning Yue pressed on. First, tell me, what kind of being are you? Si Jean shook his head in confusion. Kind? Your race, for instance. I am human. Ning Yue silently prayed. Please do not let him be of the demon race. I am ill-equipped to handle such a level. Oh. I am of the demon race, came the innocent voice. Ning Yue sighed. Well then, I have given up hope. Suddenly, Ning Yue's gaze sharpened, and hundreds of arrows, poised for action, shot towards Si Jean in an instant. The ground where Si Jean had just stood was instantly encased in ice. As if that were not sufficient, Ning Yue swiftly conjured a fireball at his fingertips and recklessly hurled it towards Si Jean. The frozen landscape ignited. Let me serve you a lesson first, he thought. Huaming, ever perceptive, had been anticipating Ning Yue's move. With a single stride, Ning Yue stepped onto Huaming and soared upwards like the wind, swiftly escaping the desolate forest, leaving Si Jin behind. How absurd. A demon that could not be seen but exuded demonic energy must undoubtedly be a high-ranking fiend. Moreover, arrows capable of slaying lower-tier demons posed no threat to Si Jin whatsoever. It was clear that he could not afford to fight. Was he to wait and be slain? Breathing in the greasy, dust-laden air, Ning Yue surprisingly felt a slight relaxation and exhaled deeply. The demon race was truly terrifying, capable of devouring humans. Xiao scoffed. Did you think that Chang'an Xianzuan sealed the passage for no reason? It was because the demon race consumed too many lives. Ning Yue, with a pitiful expression, asked Xiaohua. If I were about to be devoured, would you save me? I want to intervene until the very last moment, Xiaohua replied coolly, hugging her own leaves. Ning Yue feigned distress. Could you perhaps lend me a hand? What if he catches up? Would you truly bear to watch me struggle in vain before succumbing? Xiaohua remained resolute, only at the last moment. Ning Yue sighed. It appeared that choosing to flee was indeed the correct decision. After all, if he were to engage Si Jin, he would undoubtedly be overpowered. Fortunately, he was swift. Xiao Qiao gazed at Ning Yue with a naive expression. Then I am willing. Willing for what, exactly? Xiaohua interrupted. You should keep an eye on it yourself. If Ning Yue truly gets hurt, as long as he is not dead, refrain from intervening. Xiao Qiao pondered for a few seconds before responding. Oh, understood. I'll act only when he's on the brink of death. Ning Yue interjected with a hint of sarcasm. You all needn't wait until I'm nearly dead to take action. Once I perish, just proceed to my grave. Xiao Qiao, unable to comprehend the jest, looked at Ning Yue with concern. Ah, will the master really die? Xiaohua leapt onto Ning Yue's other shoulder and pressed down on Xiao Qiao's petal-like head. Ignore her. He won't die. As Ning Yue scanned the ground, he focused on the positions of his companions, Shuring and the others. The more he pinpointed their location, the more he fell into contemplation. He found it peculiar that their group had lingered in one spot for an extended period. Since Ning Yue's initial positioning, there had been no movement at all. Frowning slightly, Ning Yue thought, if Shuring and the others discovered that Ning Yue was not truly him, they would undoubtedly reposition themselves and return to find him. Yet, they remained motionless. Something was amiss. Had they encountered danger? Or had they located the 8 individuals from the celestial rankings? A sense of foreboding crept into Ning Yue's mind. Xiaohua, help me predict whether my senior brothers are in danger. Xiaohua responded affirmatively. After a moment of anxious waiting, Ning Yue urgently inquired, what is it? Xiaohua fell into an enigmatic silence, contemplating. Well, it's somewhat difficult to describe. Stop withholding. Quickly tell me what's going on, Ning Yue said, playfully flicking Xiaohua's forehead. Suddenly, his shoulder felt heavier. Ning Yue had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a chillingly childlike voice pierced the air. What is happening? Ning Yue. Chapter 74, The Cannibalistic Feast. The weight upon her shoulder was alarmingly familiar, eerily so. Ning Yue turned her stiff neck. Those icy hands were wrapped around her shoulders. With a slight turn, she found herself staring into a face that was a ghastly shade of blue-gray. Those gleaming eyes were fixated upon her, harboring sinister intentions. Ning Yue pressed her lips together, gathering her thoughts, and then exclaimed, Ah! The proximity was overwhelming. The voice of the 12-year-old girl could shatter eardrums. Si Jin flinched at the outburst, furrowing his brow as he regarded Ning Yue. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm a ghost, after all. Ning Yue, intrigued, retorted. You're self-aware, then? Si Jin ignored her, pressing on with his inquiry. Why are you running? Ning Yue couldn't suppress a laugh. Brother, you're about to devour me, and you ask why I'm fleeing. I merely expressed a desire to eat. Never claimed I would. Si Jin pouted. So what? Ning Yue questioned him. Why pursue me then? To find the opportunity to consume you. Ning Yue's expression remained stoic as she grasped Si Jin's arm and yanked him forward. Si Jin, wide-eyed with curiosity, observed her intently. Without hesitation or mercy, she delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling from the sword. Si Jin fell backward, his large hat filling with air, making a comical sound as the wind played with it. He cast Ning Yue an incredulous glance. Ning Yue averted her gaze, patting Huaming to hasten its pace. The call of the bird flickered with excitement, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage. What indescribable circumstances could this be? Ning Yue took a moment to inquire about Xiaohua. It will be here soon. You can go take a look yourself. Ning Yue furrowed her brow as she glanced at the location on her device. Indeed, they were nearing their destination. Suddenly, a suffocating tightness gripped her neck, as a pair of icy hands wrapped around it. Is this happening again? Ning Yue coughed weakly, feeling utterly powerless. She grasped Si Jin's arm with a sense of urgency. What on earth do you intend to do? Si Jin withdrew his hand, rubbing his arm with a frown. What's wrong with just following you? Ning Yue disregarded Si Jin's inability to see Xiaohua and initiated a conversation with the creature perched on her shoulder. How bothersome. Aren't you going to intervene? Xiaohua's leaves curled protectively. He harbors no murderous intent towards you at present. Handle it yourself. Ning Yue replied. Si Jin looked at Ning Yue with confusion. Who are you talking to? Just having a conversation with myself, Ning Yue retorted, feeling exasperated. Forced to halt her call, she stood face to face with Si Jin. Since she could neither shake him off nor overpower him, she decided to gather more intelligence. Have you ever seen 8 cultivators? All at the gold core stage? Ning Yue's expression remained impassive. I have. Raising an eyebrow, she had not expected Si Jin to divulge this information so readily. She pressed further. Where are they now? Are they still alive? They're in my stomach, Si Jin replied, revealing a sinister grin. His teeth gleaming white as he looked at Ning Yue, as if he might devour her at any moment. Ning Yue managed a grim smile, her expression bleak, and continued to inquire further. What does it mean that you separated me from my senior brothers? Who am I in the team? It wasn't my decision, said Si Jin. Ning Yue frowned, asking, what is the reason? It's my sister, Si Jin replied. Your senior brother is quite handsome, and she found him intriguing, so she infiltrated the team. Ning Yue fell silent. Then why was I pulled away from the group? Si Jin responded, you were more alluring, and I fancied you. So, I took you out for myself. After saying this, he added with a hint of relief, how fortunate that my sister is someone who only cares about appearances. She didn't realize how enticing you are, which is why she left you for me. His expression was one of infatuation as he scrutinized every inch of Ning Yue's exposed skin, licking his lips. Let me digest this before I take a bite of you. Ning Yue gazed at this child, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, unable to suppress a shiver as she silently clenched her fists. Though I can only indulge in you, I suppose it's only fair that my senior brothers and sisters are left for my sister to enjoy. Suddenly, Ning Yue's expression darkened, becoming ominous and terrifying. Devour my senior brothers and sisters? Indeed, Si Jin seemed completely oblivious to Ning Yue's demeanor as he cheerfully remarked, it's been quite some time. They must be finished by now. The atmosphere around them grew tense, and a sharp whistle pierced the air as the tip of a sword pressed against Si Jin's neck. Si Jin glanced at Ning Yue with mild interest. Do you wish to fight me? Ning Yue gripped her sword with one hand, a cold smile gracing her lips, the sword's aura surrounding her with resolute intent. No, I want to kill you. She reached into her bag and pulled out a moonshadow herb, promptly placing it into her mouth. Tens of thousands of ice crystal arrows suddenly manifested behind Ning Yue, illuminating the area in a pristine white. Ning Yue unleashed his formidable aura, akin to an invisible giant mountain pressing down from above. Si Jin narrowed his eyes and swiftly retreated several dozen steps. A resounding crash echoed as the ground where he once stood was struck, creating a gaping hole. Dust billowed into the air, and amidst the haze, Ning Yue's expressionless face abruptly emerged, his gaze sharp as he lunged forward with his sword. Si Jin, with a smile, playfully obstructed him, saying, What's the rush? Are we no longer playing our delightful game of chase? His voice carried an innocence characteristic of youth, juxtaposed with an unsettling desire to consume Ning Yue whole, sending chills down one's spine. A wicked glint shone in his eyes as he struck Ning Yue's chest with a swift palm. The speed was astonishing, leaving Ning Yue no time to defend himself. Before he could regain his senses, he found himself propelled several meters away, his back colliding with a tree, which he shattered effortlessly, crashing through a dozen more. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. As Ning Yue steadied himself against the broken trunk, he momentarily lost track of time, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He glared fiercely at the diminutive figure obscured in the dust. Si Jin stepped forward, his innocent smile directed at Ning Yue. Is something the matter? Did I perhaps exert too much force? Ning Yue offered no reply. Instead, a thick layer of ice formed around him. Blood from his hand brushed against Huan Ming, which flickered subtly in response. Drawing his sword, Ning Yue surged forward, nearly reaching his utmost speed, and swung fiercely at Si Jin's neck. Yet, with 2 small fingers, Si Jin unexpectedly grasped Ning Yue's blade, halting its descent. Si Jin smiled and once again pushed Ning Yue away with a palm. Ning Yue silently screamed in pain, feeling as though several bones had fractured. Despite her enhanced physical abilities gained through cultivation, they felt trivial in the presence of Si Jin. Si Jin stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of Ning Yue's face, revealing a ghastly, ashen visage that startled Ning Yue as if she had stumbled upon a terrifying video. Instinctively, she tilted her head back and unleashed her sword, striking Si Jin's chin with precise timing. The force of her blow caused Si Jin's chin to tilt upwards. The pallor on Si Jin's gray face was devoid of color, but the area that was struck quickly reddened, sprouting a multitude of small blood droplets, creating a grotesque spectacle that made Si Jin resemble a bizarre creature, triggering Ning Yue's fear of densely clustered patterns. However, a flicker of confusion crossed Ning Yue's mind. Despite her considerable strength, she had not expected to inflict such damage. Si Jin's expression turned cold, the faint childish smile vanishing, replaced by a countenance bearing the maliciousness of adulthood. her fangs bared as if to proclaim, "I shall devour you now." Chapter 75. Your senior brothers and sisters are probably already dead. A surge of demonic energy erupted from Jin. And as soon as Ning Yue's body made contact with the swirling black energy, she found herself frozen, unable to move, reminiscent of the time she had fallen behind. Jin approached with a sinister expression, her sharp fangs poised to tear into Ning Yue's throat, summoning every ounce of her strength. Ning Yue finally managed to open her mouth and scream for help, calling out for her companions. "I am genuinely on the brink of death this time." Xiaohua furrowed her brow, fixated on Jin. Ultimately, it resolved to deploy a barrier. However, Jin acted with even greater swiftness, pressing against Ning Yue's neck. Two teeth effortlessly pierced the delicate skin of her throat, and Ning Yue sensed a gurgling flow within her throat. Warm liquid cascaded down her neck. Goodness! It was blood. Ning Yue felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Alas, her limbs were immobilized. Cursed demonic beings. She exerted every ounce of strength to turn her head, straining with all her might. Suddenly, her neck relaxed. Her head could move. Without a moment's hesitation, she bent down and voraciously bit Jin's hair. Jin emitted a pained grunt, grasping Ning Yue's teeth, gritting his teeth in anger. "What are you doing?" Ning Yue resolutely refused to release her grip, yanking out several strands of his hair. The two twisted in this peculiar struggle. Xiao Qiao frowned, evidently on the verge of delivering a crushing blow to Jin. Yet, unexpectedly, Jin abruptly halted. Blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, but his gaze became strangely entranced. Xiaohua erected a barrier around Ning Yue, restoring her body to normalcy. Ning Yue stretched her limbs. Finally, she could move. She instantly scrambled to her feet, clutching the wound on her neck, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Jin. What on earth was wrong with this wretched creature? Why had he suddenly ceased all movement? Jin gazed at Ning Yue's hand covering her neck with a dazed look, his mouth slightly agape, utterly captivated. Ning Yue. What on earth is wrong with him again? Xiao Qiao's leaves pressed tightly against Ning Yue's wound, aiding in her recovery. The injury swiftly healed. Even the ever-composed Xiaohua furrowed her brow in concern. With a contemplative gesture, she lifted a leaf. Ning Yue's hand was stained with her own blood. As soon as she released her grip, Jin's gaze immediately followed her hand, and he even delicately licked the corner of his lips. Ning Yue observed this with a mixture of disbelief and skepticism. Tentatively, she extended her hand forward. Sure enough, Jin looked at her hand with an expression of infatuation and longing, taking a few steps closer. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow and commanded him to halt. Instantly, Jin's footsteps ceased, his expression turning somewhat aggrieved as he gazed at her. Ning Yue remarked that she could not afford to feel pity. She lifted her hand, contemplating the blood that adorned it for several moments. The little grass at her arm inquired about the peculiar function of her blood. Who could say? Perhaps as the protagonist of a cultivation narrative, she possessed some extraordinary abilities. Ning Yue responded nonchalantly. She raised her hand and conjured an ice crystal arrow, using it to cleanse her blood-stained hand. The little flower glanced at Jin, questioning whether she would not eliminate him. Ning Yue, lost in thought, tossed the bloodied arrow to Jin. He eagerly caught it, cradling it in his hands and bringing it to his lips. The moment he tasted the blood, the ice crystal swiftly spread across his tongue and face. Within 3 seconds, his entire jaw and neck were thoroughly sealed. He furrowed his brow, his eyes shimmering with a faint glimmer, as he looked up at Ning Yue. She thought to herself that if he were only a bit fairer and cuter, she might have had some patience left. Yet he bore a face of ashen gray, his eyes darting keenly towards Ning Yue, who felt no semblance of pity. Observing her indifference, he appeared somewhat vexed, reaching out to crush the arrow. Ning Yue promptly interjected, "Do not crush it." Reluctantly, Jin allowed his hand to fall. After a brief silence, he gestured towards his mouth, which was filled with icy crystals. Ning Yue, momentarily taken aback, nearly forgot that she remained uncertain of Jin's mental faculties and potential threat to her. Until her doubts were dispelled, she dared not introduce him to her senior brothers and sisters. Should Jin reunite with his sister and regain his former self, it could spell trouble. Ning Yue commanded, "Crush the ice." Jin immediately complied, his teeth audibly crunching as the ice shattered within his mouth. Ning Yue was taken aback. Was it truly that easy? Jin lifted his gaze to her, seemingly awaiting her next command. The transformation Jin underwent was undoubtedly linked to her blood. Ning Yue could not help but speculate whether it was akin to a bond with a spirit beast, compelling obedience. She shifted directly to the matter at hand. "When we engage with your sister later, will you assist me in aiding her?" Jin's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I will help you." Ning Yue furrowed her brow. Such readiness? Is there a hidden trap? Jin fixed his gaze upon her. A mix of anger and sorrow reflected in his countenance, as though her distrust had inflicted considerable pain. Ning Yue was taken aback. "What are you doing? Is it not reasonable for me to harbor doubts? Let us not forget, mere moments ago, you sought to consume me." Upon hearing the word devour, Jin cautiously swallowed. Ning Yue widened her eyes. Look? Perhaps realizing her lack of justification. Si Jin lowered her gaze and softly repeated, to assist you. Ning Yue sighed and turned to Xiaohua, inquiring, is there anything here that would strike down those who violate their oaths? Xiaohua replied, certainly, let me tell you. However, before she could complete her sentence, Si Jin's fingertips conjured a contract in the air. Mid-sentence, Xiaohua turned to observe Si Jin. With unwavering focus on Ning Yue, Si Jin enunciated each word. I shall forever obey you. Should I break my vow, my soul shall be immediately shattered. Ning Yue responded with silence. Si Jin, unable to see Xiaohua, mistakenly assumed Ning Yue was addressing her. The highest level contract of the demon clan binds only me. It bears no consequence for you. Ning Yue remained silent. Accompanied by Xiaohua and Xiao Chao, she approached to take a glance. No issues. Xiaohua affirmed with a shake of her head. With Xiaohua's assurance, and given that Si Jin had initiated the request, Ning Yue proceeded without hesitation. She deftly sliced her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the contract. Instantly, the contract transformed into a swirl of demonic energy, which then entered Si Jin's body. Si Jin's expression twisted in pain for a fleeting moment before she quickly regained her composure. With this added safeguard, Ning Yue felt less apprehensive about the siblings collaborating against them. After all, she struggled against her own brother, let alone contend with an elder sister. However, now her brother was her ally, which brought her a measure of delight. Yet, the paramount concern remained her senior brothers and sisters. Their absence lingered in her thoughts, stirring a sense of unease. She summoned her familiar, which buzzed in response. Ning Yue raised her hand to grasp it. With a swift motion, he turned over and seized Si Jin by the back of his collar, pulling him towards Huaming. Si Jin suddenly murmured, there is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose. Ning Yue cast him a glance and urged, speak. You must be aware that your senior brother and sister are likely dead. He cautiously raised his gaze to meet Ning Yue's. Chapter 76. Whom would you support in a fight between me and your sister? Indeed, the expression on Ning Yue's face transformed into one of sheer terror. The atmosphere around them growing oppressively heavy. The grip on his collar tightened further. Si Jin tugged at his collar, struggling to articulate. When my sister captures her prey, she typically toys with it for about half an hour. At the speed you are moving, they may very well have been devoured by now. Shuriying Han was positioned beyond the range of the teleportation array, rendering it unusable. Ning Yue yanked him closer, her voice chilling as she hastened the speed of Huaming. Then I shall ensure that you are left in utter despair before your sister. Wait for me to finish. Si Jin gasped, clutching his increasingly constricting collar. My sister and I are twins. I can pinpoint her location directly. Ning Yue, displaying a measure of patience, released her hold on Si Jin's collar. This is troublesome. Si Jin remained silent, dark energy swirling within his palm, enveloping their surroundings in a shroud of shadowy mist. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Ning Yue was well acquainted with such abrupt teleportation. The darkness enveloped her, and she feared that Si Jin might attempt an unexpected escape. Instinctively, she reached forward and encountered something peculiar and furry. As Ning Yue waved away the surrounding magical energy and focused her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with Shuriying Han. As she touched the head of Shuriying Han, Ning Yue found herself at a loss for words. Shuriying Han, despite his astonishment at seeing Ning Yue here, was quick to assess her injuries. Where have you been? I should have noticed. Are you hurt? Ning Yue tightened her grip on the ice crystal arrow. How could her illustrious senior brother be in such a disheveled state? It was infuriating. Suddenly, Shuriying Han's gaze sharpened as he looked behind Ning Yue, pulling her protectively behind him. Reacting swiftly, Ning Yue tugged Shuriying Han backward, raising her weapon to shield them both. The force of the impact reverberated through her arm, causing her to wince. The power was immense. The ice crystal arrow was swiftly loosed towards the source of the attack, freezing the ground beneath in an instant. On the crystalline surface stood a delicate figure, her features exquisite and charming, with round, innocent doe-like eyes and beautifully rosy lips. As their gazes met, the girl smiled softly. Ning Yue was taken aback, realizing with a jolt that she was staring at her own reflection. Suddenly, it became clear why Xiaohua's prediction had been so cryptic. Ning Yue felt a strange fear at the sight of her own visage. Ah, the main character has arrived? The girl, sharing the same face as Ning Yue, smiled at her. Ning Yue chose not to engage in conversation, instead surveying her surroundings. Up until now, she had only seen Shuriying Han. No one else was present. As he cast a glance toward his master amidst the chill, he pressed his lips together and clenched his teeth, acknowledging his own inadequacy. Ning Yue's heart quivered momentarily. Could it be? The young girl, smiling brightly, quickly deduced the subject of their conversation. Are you searching for them? With a wave of her hand, a surge of dark magical energy emerged. Several bodies, piled together, abruptly materialized behind her. Each was marred by wounds, their faces obscured by disheveled hair. And by the design of their attire, they were unmistakably his senior brothers and sisters. Their bodies were gruesomely bloodied, rendering them a sight too horrific to behold. Ning Yue's hands clenched into fists, and his breath quickened. The icy crystal arrows behind him suddenly surged with potent energy, accumulating fiercely and gleaming with a chilling light. A crimson flash flickered in his eyes. You shall perish. Just as the arrows were about to be unleashed, Jin abruptly positioned himself in front of Ning Yue. Do you wish to die alongside your sister? Ning Yue fixed him with a cold, unfeeling stare. They are not dead. Jin hastily interjected. Tang prefers to hunt her prey entirely before delivering the final blow. Since the person beside you remains alive, they too will not meet their end. Ning Yue's turbulent energy abruptly subsided. Tang raised an eyebrow, unfazed to see her younger brother, having long known that Jin had brought Ning Yue here. Enveloped in swirling black mist, Tang transformed back into her true form, her face bearing a similar hue to Jin's. Yet her appearance suggested she was around Ning Yue's age. What is the matter? Not satisfied, and here to disturb your sister's meal? Tang smirked. Jin hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. With Gongji and the others in Tang's grasp, Ning Yue could not recklessly unleash his full power. They lay in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of self-preservation abilities. If her lethal strike were to be too expansive, the consequences would be dire. In her heart, Ning Yue implored Xiaohua, grant me your protection. Xiaohua understood that such a predicament could indeed be fatal. Without hesitation, it enveloped Ning Yue in a protective layer. A chilling coldness enveloped Ning Yue's expression as she fixed her gaze intently on the siblings, Tang and Jin. Suddenly, Sheringan, mustering his strength, rose unsteadily, leaning on his sword for support as he approached Ning Yue. She assisted him, but her movements faltered when she felt a sudden chill at her lower back. Sheringan had discreetly placed something behind her. With this, they will be completely unaware of your presence. You must escape, I will hold them off for a moment. Ning Yue paused, and a warm drop suddenly fell on her cheek. It was Sheringan's blood. She raised her hand to touch him. But he managed a faint smile despite his weakness. Hurry, we cannot escape now. His injuries were grave. He wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from Tang, as Xiaohua observed in astonishment. Standing was evidently a struggle for him. And taking advantage of Sheringan's inability to hear, Xiaohua spoke freely. Do not worry, I shall assist you in bringing your junior sister to safety. Ning Yue wiped the blood from her face, retrieving the item Sheringan had just given her, and placed it back in his embrace. What are you saying, senior brother? We are all alive. How can we not escape? Ning Yue moved to channel her energy, a sudden surge of spiritual power emanating from her. Sheringan halted, realizing her intentions, and urged anxiously, No, junior sister. You cannot defeat them. Cough, cough. Ning Yue smiled as she grasped Sheringan's wrist, transferring the protective barrier to her. A wave of warmth enveloped Sheringan, alleviating much of her pain. In an instant, she realized that Ning Yue had bestowed something upon her. No. What are you doing? Little junior sister? Reclaim it. At this moment, Sheringan's physical strength was no match for Ning Yue's struggle. With a swift motion, she yanked her wrist free from Sheringan's grasp. Xiaohua, grant me another barrier. Xiaohua, somewhat taken aback, queried. You wish for me to provide a barrier to Sheringan and then ask for one for yourself? Are you attempting to exploit the situation? Ning Yue maintained her composure. Responding, you never stipulated that it was forbidden. Furthermore, this is an urgent matter. Very well, Xiaohua conceded, enveloping Ning Yue in another layer of defense. Ning Yue squinted at Jin, instructing, entangle your sister and prevent her from disturbing me. Tang wore an expression of shock, as if to say, Have you lost your mind? Why would he heed your commands? Ning Yue remained silent, her gaze impassive as she regarded Jin. Chapter 77, Seize the Moment. Contemplate your last words without pausing. Jin lunged towards Tang. Cursing, Tang hastily defended herself. The abilities of these two demons were indeed formidable. With various attacks and demonic energy swirling chaotically, so terrifying that anyone who inadvertently stepped onto the battlefield would be utterly annihilated. Ning Yue moved with remarkable speed. Darting towards Gongji and the others, she seized an individual to bestow a barrier upon. Xiaohua could only helplessly acquiesce to Ning Yue's demands. She effortlessly hurled Gongji, Yangfei, and Duan Huailin onto the summon. As there was insufficient space on the summon, Ning Yue pondered briefly before placing Duan Huailin on top. With the physique of a 12-year-old, Ning Yue struggled to bear the weight of a nearly adult youth. Yet Huaming was astute enough to drop to the ground, signaling for Ning Yue to pull him up. Ning Yue affectionately patted Huaming, exclaiming, Good child. She grasped him firmly and hoisted him up. By the time the three were being dragged along, they had already regained consciousness. Although their minds were alert, their bodies were gravely injured, rendering them powerless. Gongji managed to open his eyes with great difficulty, inquiring, Junior sister, what brings you here? Half of his body was pinned beneath Duan Huailin, making speech arduous. I have come to escort you back to the sect. I have received news that all 8 individuals on the Tongdian rankings have perished, Ning Yue replied. Gongji cast his gaze downward, taking in the grievous wounds surrounding them. I had already surmised. Yang Fei lamented loudly, "It hurts so much. Who is this pressing down on me? Making it hard to breathe?" After a moment of silence, he added, "It's my senior brother. I cannot move. I'm stuck in place." Duan Huailin, his body rigid, spoke softly. Ning Yue, bearing one on each shoulder, supported Song Yishe and Lu Qingyan. "I'm sorry, junior sister, I can't move." "And yet you must bear me," Lu Qingyan whispered. "There is no need to worry, senior sister," Ning Yue replied with a smile. "It's quite effortless for me." Song Yishe, overwhelmed by pain, could barely speak, weakly attaching a relief talisman to herself and Lu Qingyan. Ning Yue felt a noticeable alleviation. "Thank you, senior sister Song." Enduring the agony, Song Yishe replied, "It's nothing." Yang Fei, despite his loud cries, appeared to possess the most vitality among them. "Thanks to the little junior sister's timely arrival, I am now utterly immobilized. By the way, what about that demon?" he inquired with curiosity. Suddenly, a bizarre grayish face loomed close, almost touching Yang Fei's own. "Are you looking for me? What on earth?" Yang Fei exclaimed in shock. Everyone was shielded by the little flower's barrier, rendering Si Tang's attacks futile. She cast a curious glance, but in the next moment, she was violently pierced by a rising ice spike. Ning Yue's gaze was icy, his voice even colder. Si Jin, battered and bruised, struggled to rise from the ground upon hearing Ning Yue's call. Injured by Si Tang, he appeared to be at his limit. Ning Yue averted his gaze, scrutinizing Si Tang with renewed focus. To his astonishment, Si Jin proved powerless against Si Tang, which explained why Shirring-On and the others had suffered so grievously. Si Tang carelessly extracted the ice spike from her body, blood gushing from the wound, only to heal at an astonishingly rapid pace. The speed of her recovery was almost unnerving. Yang Fei cried out, "That female demon! Little junior sister, don't mind us. You must flee." Gongji trembled as he attempted to retrieve some magical artifact to buy time, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. "Little junior sister, go. I will hold her off." The senior brothers and sisters began to act independently, seeking opportunities for the little junior sister to escape. Yet, each one moved as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease, unable to budge. Ning Yue smiled slightly, halting their movements. "Do not worry, just watch." Indeed, Si Tang remained undeterred, launching another palm strike towards them. Yang Fei had instinctively closed his eyes, preparing for the shot. However, Si Tang's palm was unexpectedly blocked. Si Tang's expression darkened as she chuckled. "What on earth is this?" Ning Yue stared at the peculiar child before her, who was nearly her height. She gently lowered Song Yishe and Lu Qingyan from her shoulders and reached out to pat Si Tang's head. Si Tang exclaimed, "What is happening?" A surge of anger welled up within her. Frustrated that she couldn't strike back, she abruptly seized Ning Yue's hand, tightening her grip with increasing force. The veins on her forehead throbbed, revealing the extent of her strength as she attempted to crush Ning Yue's hand. Yet, Ning Yue remained impervious, shielded from her wrath. With a gentle smile, she continued to pat Si Tang's head and softly remarked, "Move aside." Si Tang could hardly believe her ears, her anger turning to incredulity. "What did you say?" Ning Yue maintained her composure, silently calling out to Xiao Qiao. In an instant, Xiao Qiao understood the cue, unleashing a surge of power that radiated outward from Ning Yue. The overwhelming pressure of her spiritual energy momentarily left Si Tang breathless. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, uprooting the earth around Ning Yue. Instinctively alert to danger, Si Tang retreated several meters, raising her hands to shield herself from the swirling debris. Her gaze fixed warily on Ning Yue. She struggled to comprehend how the seemingly feeble Ning Yue had suddenly unleashed such formidable strength. Ning Yue observed Si Tang's expression and let out a cold snort. "Of course, it's because I have an advantage." The hair of her senior brothers and sisters was tousled by the wind, and they all stared at Ning Yue in a daze. Had it not been for their immobility, they would undoubtedly have surrounded Ning Yue by now. In the distance, the injured duo, Shirring-On and Si Jin, were taken aback. Si Jin had never anticipated that Ning Yue possessed such formidable power, especially after having been dominated in their previous encounter. Shirring-On, on the other hand, was simply astonished. "Xiao Qiao, lend me your strength," he implored. Xiao Qiao gazed at Ning Yue with concern. "Your current physical condition and realm can only withstand my mid-yuaning stage spiritual power at most." Ning Yue paused, assessing Si Tang, uncertain of her true strength. After all, she had battled her before. Neither Shirring-On nor Si Jin stood a chance against her. Estimating Si Jin's power to be at the early yuaning stage, she declared, "Just in case, grant me the power of the peak yuaning stage. I must defeat Si Tang." After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qiao glanced between Xiao Hua and Ning Yue before steeling herself. She placed her leaves upon Ning Yue's hand. In that instant, the spiritual energy and aura surrounding Ning Yue surged dramatically, reaching a critical threshold before abruptly halting. Her presence was now incomparable to before. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different being. Si Tang furrowed her brows in disbelief, staring incredulously at Ning Yue. "How is this possible? How could you?" Ignoring her, Ning Yue continued to carry the two sisters on her shoulders while guiding the three brothers on her sword back to Han's side. The shock among her senior brothers and sisters was no less than Tang's. Helplessly immobilized, they found their tongues somewhat paralyzed by astonishment. Their eyes wide as they followed Ning Yue's every move. My goodness, is this truly our junior sister with Yuan in cultivation? How terrifying. Yangfei swallowed hard. Little junior sister. Ning Yue cast a glance at her, offering a sweet smile as she deftly arranged the positions of her seniors. Those who were unable to move freely could only submit to her whims. At last, Ning Yue rose to her feet, casually observing the cautious expression on Tang's face, which was marked by an air of coldness. Now is the time to contemplate your final words. Chapter 78. Tang of the ninth seat. A trace of malevolence danced within Tang's eyes, rendering her appearance somewhat eerie. She looked at Ning Yue and smiled broadly. So arrogant? Do you even know who I am? What you are matters not to me, Ning Yue replied coldly. No final words, then? Tang disregarded her inquiry and replied to herself, ninth seat Tang of the demon clan. With a smirk. Tang regarded Ning Yue with mockery, a hint of color returning to her otherwise ashen visage, as though she could already envision Ning Yue's shocked and pale expression. Ring coughed lightly and turned his gaze toward Tang. No wonder. Tang reveled in such attention, gently blinking her eyes. You're the ninth seat of the demon clan, Yangfei exclaimed in disbelief. Have we truly encountered a great demon? Gongji looked at Yangfei with a complicated expression. Even in such a state, do you still lack awareness? This was Duan Huailin's first encounter with the 12 seats. He propped himself up and couldn't help but exclaim, is it merely the ninth seat? Yet it possesses such strength? What do you mean merely the ninth seat? Tang scoffed lightly but paid him no mind. She turned her attention back to Ning Yue, eagerly anticipating a display of astonishment and fear from her. Yet Ning Yue merely cast her a fleeting glance, as if lost in contemplation, before slowly uttering, oh, the 12th seat, I have heard it is quite formidable. Tang felt a flicker of doubt regarding her own intimidating presence compared to years past. Immediately, a wave of indignation surged within her. Was this not a blatant act of disdain? She unleashed a powerful strike imbued with magic. You truly lack discernment. The ground beneath Ning Yue's feet crumbled with a thunderous roar, scattering debris everywhere. Little junior sister. Master Han's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily disregarding his own pain as he sprang to his feet. As the dust settled, Ning Yue's slender figure emerged amidst the rubble. Tang's expression contorted for an instant. That wretched thing again. She referred to the defensive barrier that effortlessly absorbed her attack, leaving Ning Yue unscathed. In a swift motion, an illusion flickered, and a sharp blade was thrust toward Ning Yue's throat, aiming to pierce her. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes, raising her hand to grasp Tang's wrist. A glint of frost flashing in her gaze. Tang recoiled slightly, the blade clattering to the ground. I did not come here to serve as your punching bag, Ning Yue whispered near her ear. In an instant, countless arrows coalesced, hurtling towards Tang with fierce intent. As the crystalline arrows materialized, the temperature plummeted, and a chilling wind swept in from an unknown direction, forming tiny ice crystals upon her skin. Yangfei stammered, little junior sister. So powerful. Song Yishe remained unable to move, trembling uncontrollably. Stay warm. Duan Huailin's fingers, stiff with cold, fumbled for the materials, hastily assembling a makeshift insulation. The fierce battle raged ahead, relentless, as the biting wind swept through, causing the group to huddle together, shivering pitifully. This was untenable. Lu Qingyan found herself immobile, her lips pale and chilled. Yangfei, trembling, cautiously reached into his Qinkuan bag. I have beast feathers. Give me a moment. However, his fingers were clumsy, in frustration. He emptied the contents of the bag, showering himself in a dense array of feathers. At last, his body temperature began to rise slightly. On, though not shivering from the cold, maintained her usual composure, anxiously gazing in the direction of Ning Yue. Yet, Ning Yue's current strength was on an entirely different level, emanating a chilling aura characteristic of a peak Yuanying stage cultivator. Her figure, entwined with Tang, had become little more than a fleeting shadow, difficult to discern with the naked eye. The elixirs. Song Yishe's voice was faint, and the Qiankuan back. On snapped back to attention. They had just been rendered powerless by Tang's assault. Now, with a slight revival of their strength, On and Yangfei quickly retrieved the elixirs from the bag, assisting each other in administering them. Their journey was fraught with peril, and the elder had provided only the finest elixirs. Although they would not restore them to full vigor immediately, they had regained a significant portion of their strength. In midair, Ning Yue was suddenly struck down, crashing to the ground. Damn! Ning Yue silently yelled, gritting her teeth as she swiftly rose. The strength of the 12 seats of the demon clan was indeed no mere boast. Tang realized she could not directly assault Ning Yue. Utilizing the residual force of the attack and the momentum, he aimed to strike her, though she bore a defensive barrier that could withstand significant damage. The impact was still palpable. On, gripping his sword, was about to charge forward when a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. He turned to see a small boy crouched in the cold, hugging his knees. His complexion was a pallid gray, rendered even more ashen by the biting wind. He too belonged to the demon clan. Inserting himself into this conflict could very well lead to his demise. Si-Jin maintained her expressionless demeanor, remaining in her crouched position. After a moment, she averted her gaze, quietly observing the struggle between her sister and Ning Yue. Sharingan recognized the validity of the boy's words. Yet the sight of his junior sister in such a state filled him with concern. He glanced over, only to see Ning Yue quickly rise from the ground, standing and gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. This is unacceptable. Sharingan dashed forward. It was unthinkable to let his junior sister face such a formidable opponent alone. Yet, he witnessed Ning Yue pause momentarily, her hand gently brushing the area of her dantian. Sharingan halted in his tracks as a surge of new spiritual energy erupted from Ning Yue. The immense force of this newfound power erupted outward, sending those nearby tumbling several meters away. The few who managed to recover swiftly took to the skies with their swords or employed their magical artifacts. Only Si-Jin remained, seated cross-legged, obediently blown away, landing with a thud on the ground. Sturdy, gnarled tree trunks burst forth from the earth, stretching and elongating, forming a colossal cage above Ning Yue. Si-Tang, still bewildered by the unfolding events, suddenly looked down at Ning Yue, who offered a faint smile. In that moment, all light was obscured, for robust branches swiftly coiled upward, abruptly ensnaring Si-Tang's hands and feet. What is this nonsensical thing? Are you not with spirit root? Si-Tang exclaimed in frustration, bound and unable to escape. Ning Yue chuckled. This is what we call concealing one's true abilities, do you understand? It seems the effect of the moonshadow grass is quite remarkable. Herwood's spirit root has essentially recovered. However, Ning Yue had not recently devoted time to studying wood-based spells, managing only to conjure some rudimentary ones to ensnare Si-Tang. She remained firmly trapped, with a fireball in one hand and an arrow in the other. Ning Yue smiled slightly. In the face of Si-Tang's incredulous gaze, she accurately launched her projectiles. Sharingan and the others only heard a tremendous noise emanating from the enclosed cage. The once formidable prison suddenly shattered apart. In that fleeting moment, Sharingan nearly thought something had gone awry with Ning Yue, only to witness a girl engulfed in flames tumble out of the cage. It was Si-Tang. Sharingan halted in her tracks. The flames engulfing Si-Tang refused to be extinguished, no matter how she rolled on the ground, with dark demonic energy surging forth uncontrollably. Yet, the fire on her body showed no signs of abating. Gritting her teeth through the pain, her skin charred and seared, Si-Tang shouted angrily, "You actually possess a fire spirit root." Observing her pitiful state, Ning Yue remarked, "One cannot rely solely on a single element in battle, otherwise one cannot hope to prevail, can one?" Si-Tang was utterly bewildered by whether this statement was a compliment or an insult, feeling no joy whatsoever. Although Ning Yue's realm had been elevated to the peak of the nascent soul stage by the little grass, her practical combat experience could not compare to Si-Tang's. She could only rely on spells for a direct confrontation, despite Si-Tang possessing the visage of a mere child. Her cultivation had undoubtedly reached a level that suggested she must be several hundred years old. Ning Yue's combat experience was far less extensive than that of Si-Tang. With the defensive barrier of Xiaohua and the elevation of Xiao Chao's realm, they barely managed to overcome Si-Tang. It is evident that the strength of the 12 seats of the demon clan is indeed formidable. The 8 individuals on the celestial ranking are merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and their demise at the hands of Si-Tang and Si-Jin was to be expected. Ning Yue exhaled heavily, feeling an immense sense of gratitude for having Xiaohua and Xiao Chao by her side, who had also mastered various ancient spells. Otherwise, even with enhanced abilities, she might not have been able to inflict any harm upon Si-Tang. Their group could very well have met the same fate as the 8 individuals on the celestial ranking, perishing within the demon lair. The flames enveloping Si-Tang had yet to extinguish, yet she appeared to have lost the strength to struggle, her gaze gradually lowering. Her exposed skin was dotted with numerous small red spots. Ning Yue observed curiously. She recalled that Si-Jin had exhibited similar markings when she had struck him. Could it be that all demons undergo such a transformation? Ning Yue suppressed her thoughts and extended her hand, summoning tens of thousands of ice crystal arrows that materialized behind her, intending to deliver a final blow to Si-Tang, allowing her an expedited departure from this world. Suddenly, Ning Yue felt an excruciating jolt of pain in her consciousness, a sensation so indescribable that it rendered her body feeling almost alien. It was the first time she had experienced such torment. There was no time to ponder. Ning Yue's limbs suddenly grew weak as if all strength had drained from them, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her hands could no longer support her, and she collapsed to the ground, her vision blurred and indistinct. Everything around her was obscured, yet the piercing agony within her consciousness surged relentlessly. A few senior brothers and sisters, upon noticing Ning Yue's distress, rushed towards her. At the same time, Si Tang appeared momentarily dazed. Her gaze fixated on the bloodstain at the corner of Ning Yue's mouth, her lips parting involuntarily. With an obsessive gaze fixed upon Ning Yue, it dawned on Sheringan that this was perilous. It seemed she intended to devour her junior sister. Gripping his sword, he hastened forward. His form almost reduced to a mere shadow. The aroma was intoxicating. Sitten's nails clawed at Ning Yue, who furrowed her brow, utterly powerless to resist. Even in her severely injured state, Sitten was not a foe Sheringan could contend with. He watched helplessly as Sitten extended her sharp teeth, lunging toward Ning Yue's neck. Xiaohua huffed defiantly, "What is there to fear with me around? Who dares to consume her?" Xiao Chao gently brushed Ning Yue's forehead, murmuring, "The adverse effects of excessive depletion of power." Just as Sitten was about to make contact with Ning Yue, without even the aid of Xiaohua's barrier, a strange, dark figure abruptly manifested behind Sitten, arriving at Ning Yue's side with astonishing swiftness, even faster than Sheringan. A sharp black blade materialized in his ashen hand, plunging through Sitten from the rear with force. Sitten's eyes widened, the fervent obsession she harbored dissipating at last. In disbelief, she turned to Shijin, exclaiming, "Shijin, what are you doing?" With swift precision, Shijin withdrew the blade, causing Sitten to collapse, devoid of strength, already wounded by Ning Yue. She now bore a fatal injury inflicted by Shijin's strike. The wound, dealt with his life-bound artifact, was one that the demon race could not heal. She was doomed. Gurgling sounds erupted as blood surged forth from her throat, rendering her speechless. She could only glare at him. Leaning closer, Shijin whispered ominously into her ear, "Have you sensed how delightful she is, dear sister? But she belongs solely to me, destined to be consumed by me." A flicker of crimson light passed through Si Jin's eyes. Si Tang gazed at Si Jin with a venomous glare, the red glimmer in her eyes vanishing almost instantaneously. She shut her eyes tightly. Yang Fei fixated on Si Jin, perplexed by the situation. Isn't she a sister? Has she truly slain her own flesh and blood? Sheringan, equally bewildered by Si Jin's actions, realized there was no time for contemplation. He hurriedly rushed to Ning Yue's side and lifted her into his arms. Ning Yue's brows furrowed deeply, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Although the cause was unclear, it was evident that she had been injured during her confrontation with Si Tang. Without hesitation, Sheringan produced a high-grade medicinal pill and administered it to Ning Yue. Xiaohua, supporting a leaf, felt a sense of helplessness. How could she convey to them that Ning Yue's consciousness was wounded? Noticing Ning Yue's lack of response, Gongji retrieved a healing artifact and tended to her for an extended period. Yet, Ning Yue remained with her eyes closed, her complexion pale, and her brow still knitted in distress. The group exhausted all resources at their disposal in an effort to aid her, but to no avail. "This won't do," Sheringan declared, promptly lifting Ning Yue once more. "We must return to the sect. Only low-level demons remain here, posing little threat." Gongji quickly produced a flying artifact. Time was of the essence. A chilling yet childlike voice echoed through the air. Si Jin looked at Ning Yue, realizing her sudden elevation in realm has severely wounded her consciousness. If we do not return swiftly, her sea of consciousness will be irreparably damaged. The thought of losing her sea of consciousness sent shockwaves through the minds of the group. The destruction of her sea of consciousness would render her incapable of cultivation, condemning her to a life of mediocrity. If fortune did not favor her, she might even become entirely dependent on others for her existence. Indeed, time was running out. The journey from the abyss back to the sect would take at least 3 days, and it was certain that the younger disciple would not survive until then. She had rashly elevated her own cultivation in order to save them. Song Yishur cast her gaze downwards at Ning Yue, pondering what to do. Was there any swifter flying artifact available to expedite their return to the sect? The usual languor on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of urgency as she inquired of Gongji. Gongji lowered his hands and replied wearily, "The flying artifact is already the fastest option." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyin suddenly had an idea. She swiftly drew her bamboo flute and played a soothing melody directed at Ning Yue. Ning Yue's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though his complexion remained pallid and devoid of color. Lu Qingyin frowned. "This calming tune is exceedingly difficult. I can only play a fragment of it. I must strive to buy more time to return the younger disciple to the sect. Even if it might not be sufficient, every moment gained would be invaluable." Sheringan held Ning Yue in silence, his expression cold and solemn. Suddenly, he extended a hand, pointing his sword at Si Jin, and coldly demanded, "Do you possess a solution?" Chapter 80, A Glimpse of Hope. Si Jin looked at Sheringan in surprise. "Not one to keep secrets." He directly gestured towards the unconscious Ning Yue. "Give me her blood, and I will save her." Sheringan immediately regarded Si Jin with suspicion, scrutinizing him closely. As a member of the demon clan, Sheringan surmised that Si Jin sought Ning Yue's blood out of hunger. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and sliced open his own wrist. "My blood." Si Jin turned his face away with a disdainful scoff. "No, I only require Ning Yue's blood." Without a moment's pause, Sheringan instructed Gongji beside him, "Prepare the artifact. We must return to the sect at once." Si Jin furrowed his brows. Are you certain? She cannot endure for that long. Yang Fei scoffed. So you intend to take her blood without her knowledge? That is rather fanciful, isn't it? Gongji unleashed a flying artifact, swiftly elevating Ning Yue. After a moment's contemplation, Si Jin followed suit. Shering Han, with one eye open and the other closed, chose to ignore Si Jin, as he had his own inquiries to pursue regarding the sister he had personally slain, who held the 9th seat, and Si Jin of the 10th seat of the demon clan. The vessel sped through the air. Lu Qingyan pointed her sword at Si Jin, her voice icy. What do you need the little junior sister's blood for? What means do you possess to save her? Concurrently, Song Yishur stealthily approached Si Jin from behind. Concealing an attack talisman, Si Jin casually shifted his gaze, a smirk gracing his lips. You need not guard against me if I truly wish to consume Ning Yue. You all combined would hardly pose a challenge. Yang Fei mimicked his expression, a smirk of his own appearing. I wonder if you are aware that the flying artifacts of major sects are bound by the restrictions of the Grand Elder. Even a great demon would find little respite there. Si Jin's demeanor momentarily froze. Duan Huailin, nearby, fidgeted for a time before an imposing aura suddenly enveloped Si Jin, pressing down upon him. Cold sweat broke out on Si Jin's brow as he gritted his teeth. Song Yishur's talismans floated before her, her voice cold as she demanded. What means do you possess to save the little junior sister? What else can I do? Of course, I shall consume her. Si Jin's concealed demonic energy began to seep forth slowly, yet he remained resolute in his silence. Give me her blood, and I shall save her. Yang Fei gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. At the very least, you ought to explain how you intend to rescue my junior sister. Otherwise, how could I possibly trust you with her blood? What if you misuse it? Numerous forbidden techniques require the blood of others. Who can ascertain what you might do to my junior sister? Blood holds tremendous significance. It is essential for binding to spiritual beasts, connecting with magical artifacts, performing intricate spells, and for certain sealed forbidden arts. The first few are inconsequential, but the latter poses the greatest danger. If anything were to go awry, it would not only damage her sea of consciousness, but could even cost her life. After all, if Si Jin were truly hungry, she would not be so discerning, willing to accept anyone's blood. Yet, Si Jin specifically desires Ning Yue's blood, which undoubtedly implies a far more sinister intention. The argument raged on. Shering On and his companions were unwilling to relinquish the blood to Si Jin without understanding the rationale. Yet, faced with Ning Yue's deteriorating condition, they found themselves in a precarious position. Si Jin stubbornly refused to disclose her motives for wanting Ning Yue's blood, insisting that without the blood, she would not offer assistance. Xiaohua, feeling increasingly agitated, leaped onto Ning Yue and entered the realm of consciousness. Within the library, Ning Yue lay in a deep slumber, verging on unconsciousness. She rested upon the cold floor. Aside from the books that originally inhabited the library, all that Ning Yue had conjured vanished completely with her unconsciousness, leaving not even a single blanket behind. Xiaohua furrowed her brow and crouched beside Ning Yue. Her consciousness had sustained severe injuries, prompting her subconscious to retreat into the realm of consciousness. Although this space could alleviate some of the damage to her sea of consciousness, it required a considerable amount of time. Xiaohua cast a glance at the desolate, lifeless library. This wait could not endure for long. She called out, Xiao Qiao. Come here for a moment. Xiao Qiao dashed to Xiaohua's side. A brief restoration was in order, to awaken her for a while and exchange a few words outside. Xiao Qiao nodded, understanding Xiaohua's intention. The leaves of the two flowers gently draped over Ning Yue's forehead. A dazzling white light erupted, expanding in brilliance until it enveloped Ning Yue's entire being. The warm radiance gradually receded from around Ning Yue, coalescing into a dense orb of white, which then entered her body through her brow. Ning Yue felt as though her head might explode. Struggling to open her eyes, she propped herself up against the icy ground, momentarily stunned. Where is my large, plush mattress? Where is my soft leather sofa? Xiaohua replied. Is that the first thing you say upon waking? Ning Yue lay on the ground for a moment, holding Xiaohua and Xiao Qiao in her hands. What is happening? When did I enter the realm of consciousness? You overexerted your powers, and your sea of consciousness was damaged, leading you to automatically enter this space, Xiaohua explained. I see, Ning Yue mused, glancing at the empty surroundings. Did these things vanish because my strength was insufficient to sustain them? Indeed, Xiaohua affirmed. Outside, that little demon is seeking your blood, but your senior brother refuses to comply. Seeking my blood? Ning Yue questioned, puzzled. Yes, Xiaohua waved her leaves nonchalantly. He claims it is for your salvation. Ning Yue scoffed. Is he really so covetous? Why is he so interested in my blood? What would happen if he does not receive it? Xiaohua, I cannot assist you in restoring your consciousness. While you may not become entirely incapacitated, you will likely remain in a comatose state for another 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Shi Yangan worried that Ning Yue might not endure until she returns to the sect. However, Ning Yue possesses a conscious space that will gradually aid her recovery. ensuring she does not become completely lost along the way. Nonetheless, even upon returning to the sect, Fusang's sect lacks the capability to mend Ning Yue's severe injuries, and she would still remain in a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Chao and I have provided you with some energy that can last for a few seconds outside. Should you give your blood to Sijin, or will you go out and speak for yourself? Ning Yue, she has only been here for a few months. To fall into a coma for another 3 to 5 years is simply unacceptable. Ning Yue decisively stated, give him my blood, so he can restore my consciousness. Xiao Chao quietly remarked, but we do not know what Sijin intends to do with the blood. What if? Ning Yue was aware of this possibility. Yet, she held Sijin's sole contract in her grasp, which provided her with the utmost assurance. Ning Yue immediately declared, transmit me outside. I will have my senior brother give him my blood. Xiaowan nodded in understanding. A flash of white light enveloped the scene as Ning Yue's figure vanished from her conscious space. Simultaneously, on the flying artifact, Ning Yue's fingers twitched, and her eyes slowly opened. The cacophony around her was overwhelming. It was Yang Fei and his companions embroiled in a heated argument with Sijin. Ning Yue. She had not forgotten that she only had a few seconds to speak. Ning Yue struggled to rise, sighed up. The crowd fell into silence. Chapter 81. Sister has fallen into a coma, and now she has awakened. The excitement in everyone's eyes was almost palpable as they rushed to her side. A blend of astonishment and joy illuminating their faces. How's the little junior sister's health? How did she suddenly awaken? Has her damaged consciousness recovered so swiftly? Goodness. While I understand the little junior sister is formidable, must she be so frightening? Just like that, her consciousness is restored. Sijin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ning Yue. Pondering the nature of her being. Such a severe injury to her consciousness, and she awakens as if it were nothing. Moreover, she even speaks. Ning Yue remained calm, internally assuring herself that it was not terrifying. She had merely returned to life. Yet, she could not spare a moment to respond to the enthusiasm of her senior brothers and sisters. She swiftly sliced her wrist, allowing blood to flow freely. Yang Fei was taken aback. What are you doing, little junior sister? Ning Yue fixed her gaze upon Sijin, her voice strained. Hear me. Having spoken, her head grew heavy, and she fainted once more. Surrounding voices echoed with fear and concern. Little junior sister. But Ning Yue, pale-faced, succumbed to unconsciousness again. Unresponsive to the frantic calls around her. After uttering those few words, she returned to her realm of consciousness. Little Flower and Little Grass fetched 2 books to serve as a cushion beneath her. You're back? Yes, Ning Yue replied weakly, even upon returning to her consciousness. Her strength had not significantly replenished. She lay still on the ground, awaiting the restoration of her consciousness. Little Grass brought a book to support the back of Ning Yue's head. You're so kind, Little Grass, Ning Yue said, touched. Could you conjure up a cushion or something for me? Little Grass shook her petals, indicating her inability to do so. You asked for so much, Little Flower remarked. Unable to bear it any longer. A warm, white light enveloped Ning Yue, casting her in a gentle glow. Is it warm now? She mused, sighing contentedly as her awareness gradually faded. Exhaustion from physical and spiritual exertion, along with a wounded consciousness, finally allowed Ning Yue to drift into a peaceful slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ning Yue opened her eyes. She found herself resting on a mattress, her surroundings now familiar. Everything that had once vanished had returned, including the furniture. A thick, cozy blanket lay draped over her, while delicate flowers and soft grasses flanked her on either side, providing warmth and security. Ning Yue pondered. Why do I feel such a comforting sense of home and family? As she blinked awake, the flower beside her stirred as well. Clearing her throat, she inquired. How long have I been asleep? Considering the passage of time outside, it must have been 3 or 4 days. Such a long time? She mused, rubbing her temples. It was relatively brief. Most individuals would remain unconscious for several months, yet the little demon had indeed found a way. Ning Yue promptly asked, what did he use to heal my consciousness? The flower, resting her chin on her hand, contemplated for a moment before responding, cerebrospinal fluid. Ning Yue exclaimed, cerebrospinal fluid? You know such sophisticated terminology? The flower shot her a glance, replying, I explained it in a way you could comprehend. Are you suggesting I should consume his cerebrospinal fluid? Ning Yue questioned, her expression contorting in disgust as she felt an unsettling wave of nausea wash over her. She paused momentarily before continuing. Is it truly the case that the spinal fluid of the demon race possesses such extraordinary properties that it can mend the damage inflicted upon a cultivator's sea of consciousness? Of course not, replied Xiao Hua. Only the 12 seats possess such capabilities. The ordinary demons are of no use in this regard, and besides, no one is aware of the demon race's potential. However, she added, that fellow has indeed invested heavily. Extracting this spinal fluid will require a considerable amount of time for his body to recuperate. Ning Yue inquired, what about my blood? What did he do with it? Xiao replied, In front of your senior brother, he simply consumed it. Ning Yue was taken aback. I knew he was greedy. But he gazed at the palm of his hand, puzzled. Why would my blood be so enticing to him? Xiaohua remained non-committal. We must keep this under wraps. Do not let others learn of this matter. Ning Yue frowned in contemplation. This is quite difficult to conceal. Both my senior brother and sister witnessed Si Jin's demand for my blood, not to mention the sudden surge in my cultivation level. It is hard to explain. It is not merely a matter of blood. There is also the issue of my cultivation. Initially, she had only been focused on saving lives, completely indifferent to the fact that her significant increase in cultivation might raise suspicions. Although there are numerous potions and methods to enhance one's prowess in a short period to combat stronger opponents, Ning Yue's progress was exceedingly abnormal. It defied logic. While it is true that this world is not particularly governed by the laws of science, Ning Yue's actions were decidedly beyond the realm of normalcy. With a sigh of frustration, Ning Yue rubbed her temples and reclined on the bed, deciding to remain there for the time being while she pondered an excuse. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "What about Si Jin? He wouldn't be following us, would he?" "No," Xiaohua replied. "I ran away before reaching the Fusang sect, and your senior brother did not pursue me." Ning Yue nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on it any further. However, remaining in the realm of consciousness was not a viable solution. This expedition into the demon lair had profoundly illuminated the fact that formidable adversaries awaited her. Moreover, the situation at the infernal sect remained uncertain. She lay on her soft mattress and sighed. After practicing for a while, she rummaged through an array of peculiar ancient texts and began her studies. It was only when she could procrastinate no longer that she finally emerged from the realm of consciousness. With great difficulty, Ning Yue opened her eyes. The first thing that met her gaze was the vibrant pink curtains that exuded a youthful charm. Seeing Ning Yue awake, Sheringhun was filled with excitement. "Junior sister, you have finally awakened." Ning Yue shifted her stiff body. Sheringhun promptly retrieved a pill from a small porcelain bottle nearby and placed it in Ning Yue's mouth. After consuming the elixir, her rigid body gradually regained its agility. She gazed at Sheringhun in a daze and feigned ignorance, asking, "Senior brother? What has happened to me?" Upon hearing this, a look of concern instantly clouded Sheringhun's brow. "You have overexerted yourself, and your sea of consciousness has been damaged. It is my fault. As your senior brother, I failed to protect you." Ning Yue immediately shook her head. In that situation, senior brother had no choice. I was the only one who could act, and I naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Sheringhun regarded Ning Yue with guilt, regardless of the circumstances. A part of him still blamed his own inadequacy. Their junior disciples had been gravely injured, and Ning Yue's consciousness had suffered as well. Had it not been for Ning Yue's desperate rescue, they would have certainly perished in the demon lair and would never have returned. The sound of a door being pushed open echoed through the space. The Elder of Law burst into the room, his presence announced by his animated voice before he even laid eyes on anyone. "Oh, my dear disciple, how could you be so gravely injured? Do you realize you were on the verge of a catastrophic blow to your sea of consciousness, which could have rendered you incapable of cultivation forever?" He hurried to Ning Yue's bedside, exclaiming, "Fortunately, your senior brother found the pristine jade marrow grass. Otherwise, awakening would not have been so effortless for you. Your brother was indeed fortunate to have obtained such a rare herb that blooms only once every millennium." Ning Yue, still in a daze, pondered the meaning of this pristine jade marrow grass. Wasn't it Si Jin who had extracted her spinal fluid? She glanced over at her brother, Sheringhun, who maintained his usual calm and gentle demeanor. Upon meeting her gaze, he offered her a slight smile. In Chapter 82, the senior brother and sister exchanged no words, merely continuing to supply spiritual stones. The Elder of Law deposited a plethora of rare materials, claiming they were meant to restore Ning Yue's vitality. Yet, he soon deemed the offerings insufficient, shouting for the alchemy elder to procure more spiritual herbs before rushing out of Ning Yue's room. Observing Sheringhun rise to close the door, Ning Yue sensed an air of secrecy enveloping them as he sat back down and cast a barrier between them. This atmosphere suggests there are matters to discuss, Ning Yue thought, swallowing hard before speaking. "Senior brother? What is it?" Sheringhun, shedding his gentle expression, regarded Ning Yue with utmost seriousness. He directly inquired, "What transpired with Si Jin? Why did he drink your blood?" Ning Yue sighed, the truth dawning upon her. "Indeed. Little Flower mentioned that Si Jin drank my blood in front of you." Haha. Ning Yue scratched his head, the truth being, Ning Yue was at a loss, unable to conjure a reason. After all, Si Jin had gone to such great lengths to restore Ning Yue's consciousness, only demanding his blood in return. If Ning Yue's blood held no peculiar significance, Sheringhun would not have believed it. Sheringhun spoke, "As long as you tell me, I will certainly believe you and refrain from informing our master." "Refrain from informing our master?" Ning Yue paused for a moment, finally comprehending the situation. The so-called pure jade mellow grass was a mere fabrication, non-existent, or rather, Sheringhun had never obtained it. It was a ruse to deceive the sect and their master. In the current cultivation realm, only pure jade mellowgrass could mitigate damage to the consciousness. It took a millennium to grow a single plant, making it exceedingly rare and precious, capable of restoring the consciousness. Beyond that, perhaps only the spinal fluid of the 12 seats of the demon clan possessed such efficacy. Yet, few were aware of this attribute of the demon clan's 12 seats. Furthermore, Ning Yue's consciousness was healed by Si Jin. At that time, within the confines of the flying vessel's chamber, Shuriying Han had only left himself and Si Jin inside, expelling everyone else. Only Shuriying Han knew the specifics of that moment. Only he was aware that Si Jin had consumed Ning Yue's blood. Only he knew that Si Jin had saved Ning Yue. To prevent others from misconstruing Ning Yue's connection with the demon clan, Shuriying Han had fabricated a lie to the sect. Others might find the matter peculiar, but given Shuriying Han's understanding of them, they would not speak of it lightly. Shuriying Han gazed at Ning Yue. How is it that you command Si Jin? Ning Yue understood that since Shuriying Han had helped her conceal this matter, there was no need to fabricate further excuses to evade him. Ning Yue mused that it might be related to her blood, though she could not fathom the reason. Shuriying Han nodded, appearing to accept this notion with ease. In that case, you must be cautious in concealing matters concerning your blood. Before his demise, did Si Tang exhibit any reaction to your blood? Shuriying Han inquired. Ning Yue reflected for a moment, affirming, indeed, at the sight of my blood. Si Tang displayed a momentary obsession, as if he were ensnared by its allure. She continued, Si Jin reacted similarly, after inadvertently coming into contact with my blood. He inexplicably began to heed my words, and then, she whispered, then he entered into a contract of the utmost degree with the demon clan. Shuriying Han was taken aback. The demon clan? And you? Did they truly enter into a contract of such magnitude? Does that not imply that Ning Yue can command Si Jin at will? Observing the expression on Shuriying Han's face, Ning Yue quietly nodded. Shuriying Han pressed on. Then how do you account for such a significant elevation in your realm? After a brief pause, Ning Yue decided against divulging the matter concerning Xiao Hua. It is merely a trinket acquired during the trials that temporarily enhances one's realm to its zenith. Shuriying Han refrained from probing further, nodding in understanding. He recognized that his junior sister was reluctant to disclose certain matters, undoubtedly for her own reasons and concerns. He was also aware that she harbored more secrets than these. Nevertheless, he had no intention of pressuring her to reveal them, nor would he contravene her wishes by informing the sect and the elders, though he acknowledged her reservations. A sense of unease lingered within him. Does it truly not matter? Not informing the sect and the elders implies a reduction in safety. It matters not. Ning Yue raised her head to gaze at Mastering Han, who nodded in acknowledgement. In light of this, he did not intend to press her further. With a wave of his hand, the barriers surrounding them dissipated. Mastering Han gracefully rose, saying, "Rest well, little junior sister. I shall return to see you later." Not long after his departure, Ning Yue reclined on her bed, receiving visits from several senior brothers and sisters. To her astonishment, they unanimously refrained from mentioning Si Jin or the sudden surge in her realm. Throughout their interactions, they wore expressions mingled with disappointment and profound concern for her well-being. Ning Yue opened her mouth, but before she could utter a word, her senior brothers and sisters began to fill her Qiankuan bag with an assortment of spirit stones and treasures, like pouring out beans. Ning Yue? Senior brothers? Senior sisters? Ning Yue inquired, but they remained silent, resolutely continuing their task. With unwavering determination, they vowed to diligently cultivate. They departed from Ning Yue's room, filled with vigor and enthusiasm. Ning Yue sighed. Wait, were you truly just here to deliver a consolation gift? She glanced down at her Qiankuan bag, estimating that her accumulated assets might rival those of a moderately large sect. Is this the sensation of wealth? Ning Yue weighed her Qiankuan bag in her hands. Although she could not discern its contents, it did not hinder her from marveling at her newfound fortune. How astonishing! After several days of recuperation, Ning Yue's health had nearly returned to normal. Upon reluctantly accepting the goodwill of her seniors, Ning Yue felt an immediate surge of motivation. Her seniors appeared invigorated, as if they had been infused with a potent elixir. Should she not also strive to rise to the occasion? Ning Yue rose and wandered into the side chamber of her courtyard, recalling her arrival when she had observed an array of various alchemical furnaces within. To her regret, she had yet to visit the alchemy elder during her time here. Contemplating this, she casually selected a couple of aesthetically pleasing furnaces. Her gaze was drawn to the diverse spiritual plants in the medicinal field. After a moment of careful consideration, she sensed that the spiritual energy emanating from these plants was quite minimal. They were exceedingly ordinary spiritual plants, lacking the potency of the Bayou Lotus and the moon shadow grass provided by the alchemy elder. Having encountered numerous high-tier spiritual plants in her recent experiences, Ning Yue nearly forgot that such lackluster spiritual plants were the norm. However, having some is undeniably better than having none at all. The ability of the Fusang sect to allocate a dedicated medicinal field for its disciples is indeed a rare privilege, one that other sects cannot boast of. In other sects, only elders possess the rights to utilize medicinal fields, leaving disciples with no hope of access. Ning Yue rolled up her sleeves and casually plucked a few specimens from the medicinal field. Don't tell me these are spiritual plants, a voice of disdain interjected. Looking down, she noticed Xiaohua had appeared on her shoulder once more. Having grown accustomed to its unpredictable comings and goings, Ning Yue continued her harvesting unperturbed. Indeed, these are spiritual plants. How pitiful, Xiaohua's voice dripped with further disdain. What purpose does this serve? To feed pigs? Ning Yue fell silent for a moment. To feed you. Chapter 83. This is a heavenly grade elixir, the Thunder Calamity. Little Flower also fell silent. I shall not consume this. Ning Yue ignored it, picking a few more stalks and bringing the elixir furnace into the inner room. Little Flower finally reacted. Are you going to refine elixirs? Yes, Ning Yue replied, seizing the opportunity to learn, as it may prove useful in the future. Little Flower furrowed its brow and kicked Ning Yue's head with a grass root. Ning Yue cried out in pain, clutching his head. What possessed you? Bewildered by the sudden kick to his head, Ning Yue nearly uprooted it. Grasping Little Flower's root, he questioned. Why did you kick me? Little Flower scoffed lightly and withdrew its root. Do you lack common sense? What do you think those flower fields in your consciousness are for? Aren't they already made spiritual plants? Is it really worth picking these worthless things? Worthless things. Ning Yue silently glanced at the envious personal medicinal fields of other sect disciples. To Little Flower, this could only be deemed worthless. However, reflecting on the endless expanse of flower fields in his consciousness, so it serves this purpose. Ning Yue. She stood in silence for a while, then gently stroked Little Flower's root. Little Flower lay on Ning Yue's shoulder, leisurely casting a sidelong glance at her. Ning Yue cheerfully remarked, why didn't you say so sooner? Little Flower, cradling its own root, cast a haughty glance at Ning Yue. Aren't you going in yet? All right. Ning Yue, with a laugh devoid of shame, cradled the Little Flower and entered the inner room. In an instant, she found herself within the realm of consciousness. This time, she did not venture into the library, but instead arrived at the vast sea of flowers where they had first encountered each other. Everything remained unchanged. Various blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, and the floral expanse stretched infinitely. Each visit here left Ning Yue in awe. What a splendid sight. These are all exquisite spiritual plants. Aside from a few that have developed sentience, the rest can be freely plucked. Ning Yue marveled, standing on tiptoe to survey her surroundings. Was this not akin to possessing a personal, high-grade spiritual herb garden? Indeed, the Little Flower nodded in agreement, adding that the soil here was particularly conducive to the growth of spiritual plants, and those from outside could also be brought in. Haha, Ning Yue chuckled heartily. I am truly wealthy. Such high-caliber spiritual plants, if taken outside, could fetch a tremendous sum. The Little Flower did not dispute this, after all. Such quality spiritual plants were scarce beyond these realms. Ning Yue then bent down, engrossed in foraging through the sea of flowers. What is this? Is this moonshadow grass? How could there be so much of it? The Little Flower glanced over and explained, this is the advanced version of moonshadow grass. The kind found outside is merely the inferior variant. Inferior variant. Ning Yue was taken aback. Without hesitation, she plucked a stalk and popped it into her mouth, eager to discover the flavor of the advanced version. The moment it touched her tongue, a surge of potent spiritual energy surged through her, nearly causing her to retch. How does it taste? The Little Flower inquired, watching with keen interest. Ning Yue pressed her hand against her stomach, taking a moment to collect herself. For the time being, words eluded her. However, after absorbing the spirit plants, she felt an extraordinary sensation. Remarkably, her spiritual root began to flourish once more, accompanied by the faint promise of another breakthrough in her recently attained realm. Ning Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that she was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage? As the surging spiritual energy coursed through her body and gradually settled, she found herself teetering on the brink of another breakthrough. Just a hair's breadth away from the late Golden Core stage. Though it was merely a slight margin, the process of cultivation felt as effortless as sipping water. Ning Yue straightened herself and exclaimed, are the spirit plants here truly so formidable? You think so? Little Flower replied. Only you can consume the spirit plants here. Anyone else would instantly meet their demise. Ning Yue pondered. Should I feel fortunate? Little Flower continued, normally, outside. The spiritual energy is insufficient to support your breakthrough. Now, having consumed such rich spirit plants, your spiritual root has been well nourished. It would be strange if you didn't advance. Ning Yue swallowed hard. Wow. Enough with the wow, Little Flower urged. Quickly gather the materials to refine your elixirs. This time, Ning Yue could not simply pluck the plants at will. After a diligent selection process, she finally exited her consciousness space. Once outside, she closed the door and activated the barrier. Cradling the furnace, she commenced the alchemical process. The steps mirrored those she had undertaken in the trial grounds, with little distinction. Previously, due to her unfamiliarity with the alchemical furnace, she had resorted to using a pot. Yet, she understood the importance of adhering to the local customs. Ning Yue sought out a guidebook, perusing its contents while simultaneously practicing, with Xiaohua occasionally offering her insights. The elixirs were categorized into 5 tiers: low grade, mid grade, high grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. During the last trial at the testing grounds, the objective was to concoct a low-grade elixir. Yet Ning Yue astonishingly succeeded in producing a mid-grade elixir and 3 high-grade ones on his first attempt. This time, with an ample supply of exceptional spiritual herbs. He resolved to attempt a heaven-grade elixir, or at the very least, an earth-grade one. Xiaohua pondered while cradling a petal. Why not try refining elixirs outside? Why? Ning Yue inquired, perplexed. You will be grateful to me, was Xiaohua's cryptic response, leaving her explanation unspoken. Although Ning Yue found her suggestion bewildering, he complied and ventured outside. He found a tranquil hillock and earnestly began his alchemical practice. To be candid, the sensation of the alchemical furnace was indeed far superior to that of a mere pot. Ning Yue methodically arranged the spiritual herbs, ignited the flames, and adjusted their intensity. For reasons unknown, the process of alchemy appeared particularly arduous this time. His entire spiritual energy was relentlessly siphoned into the furnace, nearly exhausting him completely. The alchemical furnace seemed insatiable, akin to an abyss intent on draining him dry. With no other recourse, Ning Yue could only struggle to draw in more spiritual energy from the outside, exerting every ounce of his strength. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy from within a 50-mile radius of the Fusang sect surged towards the hillock, a frantic race of energies. The fluctuations were so potent that even ordinary disciples sensed them. Practitioners and cultivators alike instinctively turned their attention towards the distant hill, their gazes fixed upon it. What could be happening? Why are these spiritual energies racing towards that direction as if disregarding their lives? What has transpired? Such a tremendous fluctuation of spiritual power has certainly been sensed by the sect leader and the elders long before. Due to the familiarity of this situation, they instinctively assumed it was Ning Yue engaging in cultivation. However, the more they sensed, the more they felt something was amiss. This intensity seems utterly outrageous. Even if Ning Yue were at the divine transformation stage, he shouldn't be capable of such strength, especially considering he is merely at the mid-stage of Golden Core. The law enforcement elder furrowed his brows. In the distance, dark clouds began to gather ominously at the horizon, layered and heavy, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The formation elder scrutinized the direction of the mountain. Could it be that Ing Han is on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul stage? Otherwise, why would there be a thunder tribulation? It is indeed possible. The talisman's elder's eyes brightened. Ing Han has long been stuck at the peak of Golden Core. And at this moment, it can only be Ing Han's thunder tribulation. The sect leader gazed with satisfaction at the terrifying thunderclouds. At last, this generation of youth has produced a nascent soul. The group stepped outside, directing their gazes towards the small hill. The sect leader remarked, "It seems the thunder tribulation still requires some brewing. Let us proceed to observe." The elders immediately expressed their joy and prepared to fly over on their swords. Only the alchemy elder remained silent, frowning as he stared at the distant sky. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, a sound so profound it seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl exploded, illuminating the alchemy elder's face and pallor. He hesitated, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual power, interrupting the jubilant discussions of the other elders. Trembling, he uttered, "This is not the nascent soul thunder tribulation. This is the thunder tribulation generated by the creation of a heavenly grade elixir." Chapter 84. Are you going to strike me down? The heavenly grade pill tribulation. The elder of Talisman was nearly rendered speechless. When did our sect acquire a heavenly grade alchemist? No. One must inquire, when has the cultivation realm ever boasted a heavenly grade alchemist? The law enforcement elder added, his expression one of astonishment. Alchemists are classified into various tiers. If the pill production rate maintains at 53%, one qualifies as an alchemist. These practitioners are further divided into lower, intermediate, advanced, earthly, and heavenly grades. Presently, the pinnacle of the cultivation realm consists solely of earthly grade alchemists. The revered elder Xiang of the Fusang sect and the esteemed elder Qinxian of the Qishao sect are the only 2 earthly grade alchemists. The sudden emergence of an unheard of so-called heavenly grade alchemist is indeed shocking. The alchemy elder's demeanor turned cautious. Could it be that another alchemist has intentionally drawn the tribulation to our Fusang sect? Impossible. The sect leader furrowed his brow. Unless this individual possesses a higher cultivation than I, the prohibitions would have alerted us. Moreover, how could an alchemist's realm surpass mine? This notion only added to the enigma. Let us investigate before reaching any conclusions. Leading the charge, the sect leader took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the small hill. Ning Yue remained blissfully unaware of the immense turmoil she had inadvertently stirred. Her focus was solely on the elixirs within the alchemical furnace. She felt herself nearing exhaustion. This accursed elixir. Why is it not yet refined? Must I be completely drained before it is complete? Yet having embarked on this task, Ning Yue was resolute in her commitment to see it through. She was indeed obstinate. Having expended so much spiritual energy, it would be a waste if it failed to materialize. Not to mention the plethora of rare spiritual herbs at her disposal. Could it be that the Holy Spirit pill is exceedingly difficult to concoct? Ning Yue furrowed her brow in contemplation. The Holy Spirit pill possesses the remarkable ability to forge a connection with the heavens, thereby accelerating one's cultivation to unprecedented heights, achieving unparalleled refinement. It is a rarity in the realm of cultivation, and to describe its worth as priceless would not be an exaggeration. After all, certain formidable beings encounter bottlenecks once their cultivation reaches a certain pinnacle, making the Holy Spirit pill highly coveted among them. As of now, Ning Yue had yet to hear of any high-grade Holy Spirit pills, which is precisely why she sought to attempt its creation. Correspondingly, the likelihood of successfully concocting it would be lower than that of other pills. She continued to ponder where the issue might lie when, suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted, nearly jolting her from her thoughts. Raising her gaze, she beheld a foreboding expanse of dark clouds looming ominously on the horizon, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. With bolts of lightning as thick as a bowl dancing amidst them. Instinctively, Ning Yue sensed that something was amiss. However, the elixir was not yet complete, and she could not afford to abandon her post. Little Flower, what is happening? Ning Yue awaited a response from Little Flower, yet silence ensued. Little Flower? She glanced down at her shoulder, only to find it desolate, devoid of her companion's presence. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she wondered when Little Flower had vanished. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt the mouth of the alchemical furnace loosen. It was done. A surge of joy welled up within her. Yet, in an instant, the furnace erupted with a wave of scorching heat, and the entire apparatus exploded. The furnace, forged from mysterious iron, had disintegrated into fragments. Ning Yue managed to evade the blast in time, remaining unscathed. Once the tumult subsided and the heat dissipated, she cautiously approached the remnants. A peculiar, fragrant aroma enveloped her. And soon thereafter, a radiant object materialized amidst the shattered pieces of the furnace. Ning Yue squinted as she gazed upon a pure white elixir, faintly adorned with golden veins, standing steadfastly at the heart of the shattered fragments. A fragrant aroma enveloped the surroundings, reviving even the desiccated grass beneath her feet. Initially, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had succeeded, averting a waste of spiritual energy and precious herbs. Yet, as she observed the brewing thunderclouds above, a tinge of anxiety washed over her. Her sixth sense, unusually acute at that moment, instinctively warned her that the storm was directed at her. Resolute, she reached for the elixir, intending to depart swiftly. However, just as her fingers brushed the sacred spirit pill, a lightning bolt, as wide as a bowl, struck directly towards her. Ning Yue's pupils constricted in alarm, leaving her no time to evade. She was instantly charred to perfection, standing atop the mountain. With the sacred spirit pill in hand, Ning Yue exhaled a plume of black smoke. Drawing a deep breath, she muttered to herself, I knew that lightning was aimed at me. At that moment, several elders and the sect leader arrived, witnessing the spectacle of Ning Yue being struck. The elders stood in stunned silence, while the sect leader remained equally speechless. Heavenly-grade elixirs attract heavenly tribulations solely directed at the elixirs and their creators, sparing others from such wrath. The tribulations serve as a refining force, a reward from the heavenly path. Others cannot hope to partake in such phenomena. Hence, only the emergence of high-quality artifacts or elixirs, or during breakthrough moments, will summon a heavenly tribulation. The fact that the thundercloud targeted Ning Yue confirmed her as the creator of the first heavenly-grade elixir in this realm. It is Ning Yue. It is Ning Yue. It is Ning Yue. The alchemy elder, concealed beneath her dark veil, was nearly overcome with excitement, her features twisting in delight. The law enforcement elder observed in astonishment, having never seen such an expressive countenance before. The alchemy elder curled his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the law enforcement elder. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Of course, I do. The law enforcement elder retorted. Do not presume that because I am a sword cultivator, I lack understanding of the alchemist domain. The foremost celestial alchemist in this region, at merely 12 years of age, a primary sword cultivator, from the Fusang sect, Ning Yue. That celestial elixir, regardless of its nature, even if it is a fasting elixir, possesses a value that rivals that of an entire mid-sized sect. The alchemy elder's eyes gleamed with fervor. This cannot be tolerated. We must not squander Ning Yue's prodigious talent. She must come to me for instruction tomorrow. It seemed yet another instance of competing for a disciple. The law enforcement elder had grown accustomed to this, clearing his throat. Ah, Ziyang. Have you forgotten that you are merely an earthly-level alchemist while little Yue has already concocted a celestial elixir? The alchemy elder remained speechless. Suddenly, A thunderclap erupted from the distant black clouds. A bolt of lightning far thicker than the previous one surged towards Ning Yue with fierce momentum. "Are you trying to strike me dead?" Ning Yue exclaimed. Yet, regardless of her struggles and protests, the inevitable approached. A cacophony of thunder echoed, exacerbating her already frazzled hair. She stared numbly at the horizon, exhaling a puff of black smoke. The law enforcement elder looked at Ning Yue with concern, nearly rushing to her aid, but the alchemy elder intercepted him. "The Tribulation Lightning has a tempering effect. It can help little Yue refine her bones and enhance her physique. Such an opportunity is rare and must not be missed." The law enforcement elder could only suppress his urge. Is that truly the case? Behind him, disciples gathered, drawn by the whispers of the impending thunderous tribulation. To their astonishment, it was indeed the little junior sister undergoing her trial. Truly, she was a prodigious talent. Unbeknownst to him, a large crowd of disciples had amassed, darkening the space behind the elders, their gaze fixated on Ning Yue at the heart of the stormy clouds. The elders remained silent. Shering On, having heard the news, arrived to witness Ning Yue, charred and scorched, and furrowed his brow. It was evident that he understood the thunderclouds targeted only specific individuals. Turning to his master, he inquired, "Has the little junior sister broken through?" "Not quite," replied the law enforcement elder. "It cannot be so swift. This is the tribulation for a heavenly grade elixir tribulation," gasped the disciples behind him. "Even our sect's renowned alchemist, the esteemed Ziyang Xinzuan, has never produced a heavenly grade elixir. Didn't our little junior sister refine pills at the trial grounds? Has she truly succeeded in creating a heavenly grade one?" They dared not open their eyes. Chapter 85. Is it true that the thunderous tribulation cannot bear to see a child in tears? Gongji gazed intently at Ning Yue amidst the thunderclouds, his emotions beyond mere astonishment. Previously, Ning Yue had risked her life to save them, nearly suffering severe damage to her consciousness, becoming a mere shell of herself. Fortunately, she had recovered. Meanwhile, he felt he had contributed little during the battle in the demonic cave, even hindering her efforts. Thus, he resolved to train diligently, vowing to protect her in the future. Now, witnessing the tribulation firsthand, he was taken aback. Not only did the little junior sister possess extraordinary talent in the sword path, but her alchemical prowess was also astonishingly divine. Safeguarding her seemed an increasingly daunting task, especially given her remarkable strength. Yet he gazed at the diminutive figure amidst the thunderclouds, resolutely deciding that, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead or whether he could protect his junior sister, he must become stronger, ever stronger. He yearned for the ability to stand side by side with her. The disciples were abuzz with excitement, discussing the miraculous event of Ning Yue refining a celestial-grade elixir. The celestial-grade lightning tribulation was observable throughout the entire cultivation realm. It was an unavoidable spectacle, given that it was the first of its kind, too grand to conceal. It seemed Ning Yue's plan to hide her prowess had failed. After all, an explanation was owed to the various sects and cultivators. However, with Ning Yue's exceptional talent and the protection of the entire sect, there was no way she would endure harm again. The sect leader secretly resolved to swiftly locate the soul capture, as it remained a lurking threat to Ning Yue's safety. Ning Yue held the sacred spirit pill in her hand and, even in her slowest moments, realized that this trivial object had summoned the lightning tribulation. A sigh escaped her lips. What a predicament. Merely refining a pill had stirred up such trouble. No wonder Xiaohua had insisted she refine the elixir outside. Had she attempted it indoors, her room would have been obliterated. To her surprise, that withered flower, Xiaohua, had even hidden herself away. The thunderclouds brewed the third bolt of lightning, the ominous rumble sending shivers down spines. Ning Yue glanced at the throngs of people surrounding her, each wearing expressions of envy and awe. She paused, raising an eyebrow. Could it be that this lightning tribulation was, in fact, a coveted treasure? Nonetheless, a treasure it may be. But it was undeniably painful. Ning Yue gritted her teeth as she cast a glance at the darkening clouds. Her gaze drifted towards her master, and to her astonishment, the elder in charge of law enforcement seemed to have received her silent plea, responding in kind. Ning Yue silently signaled a 7. Her expression fell. There were a total of 7 tribulations. At that moment, the third bolt of lightning was brewing, poised to strike Ning Yue. She squinted, preparing to endure the incoming blow, when her gaze happened to land on the Holy Spirit pill in her hand. Since the lightning was aimed at the pill, it would suffice to distance it from herself. Ning Yue marveled at her own brilliance and swiftly hurled the heavenly-grade elixir away. The legendary and rare heavenly-grade pill was discarded like refuse in Ning Yue's hand. Cast aside, thrown away. Not only were the disciples bewildered, but the elders were equally stunned. And even the well-versed sect leader wore a pained expression. The Holy Spirit pill rolled far away, and the impending bolt of lightning abruptly split in midair, half striking the pill and half striking Ning Yue. Ning Yue was struck, releasing another breath of dark energy, her body ablaze with pain, her skin marred beyond recognition. Though resilient, she had never experienced the searing agony of being struck by lightning in her previous life. Glancing at her battered form, She was horrified to see her flesh torn asunder. The pain brought tears to her eyes. It was said that weeping could alleviate suffering. Contemplating this, Ning Yue decided to give it a try, and thus began to wail. As she cried, she felt a peculiar relief, the pain in her wounds diminishing. Encouraged, she wailed even louder, reaching a sorrowful crescendo that could move any listener to tears. A 12-year-old girl, her body charred, wept uncontrollably, occasionally wiping her tear-streaked face with hands now covered in ash. The elders and her fellow disciples outside the storm clouds were on the verge of despair. The elder of the law enforcement stood there, tears welling in his eyes. "Oh, my dear disciple." Heaving a sorrowful sigh, Shuringhan's forehead pulsed with tension, fiercely suppressing the urge to rush in. After all, this was the small junior sister's opportunity, and it must not be disrupted. Gongji fixed his gaze upon Ning Yue's slender figure, readying the silkworms in his hand to tend to her injuries. The onlooking senior brothers and sisters could not help but avert their eyes. It was simply too heart-wrenching. What 12-year-old child should endure the tribulation of thunder? Typically, those who faced such trials were elderly men or middle-aged uncles, and at the very least, young adults in their 20s. None had ever cried out in such anguish. Yet, the little junior sister was barely 12, likely inexperienced with pain, being pursued and struck by lightning. How pitiful! As Ning Yue cried out, she suddenly noticed an eerie silence around her. Tentatively raising her head, she discovered that the thunderstorm had inexplicably ceased. What was happening? Narrowing her eyes, Ning Yue observed. Just as her expression returned to normal, the thunder surged once more from the dark clouds. Indeed, Ning Yue sighed. What was destined must come to pass. She opened her mouth to scream again, preparing for the impending thunderstorm. As she continued to wail, the thunderstorm fell silent once more. Ning Yue thought. She cast a cold glance at the sky. Is this a game? The thunderstorm began to brew again, and this time, it seemed poised to strike. Ning Yue felt a twinge of pain. Once more, she opened her mouth to prepare, but the thunderstorm halted again. Ning Yue. She gazed inquisitively at the heavens. It seemed she had discovered something. Gazing leisurely at the ominous dark clouds in the sky, she awaited the impending wrath of the thunder. Yet, as the bolt was about to strike her, she burst into a heart-wrenching cry. At that moment, the storm ceased. Ning Yue's expression returned to normal, and once again, the thunder began to gather. She feigned tears, and the tempest halted once more. This cycle of restoration and preparation ensued. Ning Yue pretended to weep, and the thunder paused. Ning Yue mused, heh. The thunder, on the other hand, lamented, woo-woo. The sect leader and elders looked on in bewilderment, and her fellow disciples were equally perplexed, questioning the absurdity of the situation. It appeared that the thunder could not bear to see a child in tears. Ning Yue was utterly exhilarated. She realized that in future encounters with lightnings, she could simply feign sorrow to avert disaster. Thus, she passionately acted out her sorrowful performance, yet the thunder never struck her. Eventually, the storm grew weary and, in a fit of resignation, unleashed its fury nearby, creating a significant chasm in the ground, revealing a tempest of suppressed grievances. However, Ning Yue remained utterly unharmed. She even took a moment to direct a strike at the nearby Holy Spirit pill for refinement. "Oh, what splendid thunder! Truly magnificent!" she exclaimed, as the remaining 4 bolts of lightning were unleashed carelessly. As the dark clouds dispersed, a cascade of golden, dazzling dust descended upon her, gently enveloping her wounds and healing them completely. The nearby Holy Spirit pill shone with increased brilliance, and a seal emerged at its base before gradually vanishing. This marked the true creation of the first heavenly-grade pill refined through the thunderstorm, while its creator, Ning Yue, furrowed her brow, pressing her hand against her dantian, seemingly attuned to some sensation. Suddenly, Ning Yue felt something within his body shift. A surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted forth. He had reached the late stage of the golden core. He had broken through. Chapter 86. Was it this little trinket that eliminated the 9th seat? Following the chaotic thunder tribulation, another astonishing event unfolded. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Could it be that the thunder tribulation could be manipulated in such a manner? After a couple of cries, it truly ceased to strike Ning Yue. Yet, the thunder tribulation was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. After it struck the ground nearby, perhaps feeling a tinge of remorse, it scattered a sprinkle of golden powder upon the earth. Now, that crater formed by the lightning was restored to its former glory, appearing even more pristine compared to the surrounding terrain. The crowd, TSK. Even more significant than the thunder tribulation was this individual who had endured it. After overcoming the thunder tribulation, he directly broke through. In just a few days, he had ascended from the mid-stage to the late stage of the golden core. At merely 12 years of age, Ning Yue at the late stage of the golden core. The sect leader was so exhilarated that he nearly collapsed from excitement. The talisman elder quickly reached out to support the old man, preventing the leader from falling to the ground. The way the crowd looked at Ning Yue had completely transformed. How on earth had he grown? Though they were all human, why was the disparity so vast? Countless individuals had spent a century cultivating only to attain the golden core, while Ning Yue, having cultivated for mere months, less than a year, had directly reached the late stage of the golden core. Numbness. An overwhelming numbness. It felt as though no future shock could ever affect them again. After all, Ning Yue was sufficiently astonishing to the mundane world. The protagonist, Ning Yue, was currently stretching his limbs. The late stage of the golden core was indeed a different realm. He felt that both his spiritual and mental energies were more abundant than ever before. Shuri'an slowly approached Ning Yue. The light in her eyes flickered. A blend of joy and excitement. "Congratulations, junior sister," said Ning Yue with a proud smile. "What do you think, senior brother? Am I impressive?" "Remarkably so." Senior brother Ing Tian praised her enthusiastically. "It seems I must hasten my efforts to elevate my own rank." Gong Ji, gathering the 5 or 6 silkworms in his hands, looked at Ning Yue with a tinge of nostalgia. "Junior sister's cultivation has already surpassed mine." "Wait a moment," the alchemy elder interjected, his usually steady voice showing hints of change. "Isn't producing a celestial-grade elixir more commendable than merely breaking through a realm? Why is everyone rushing to congratulate over that?" The law enforcement elder pushed him aside, stating, "We sword cultivators place considerable emphasis on this." The alchemy elder retorted, "Just take a glance at Gong Ji, the artifact master, before you speak further." Ning Yue was completely immersed in her joy of breaking through, neglecting even the celestial-grade elixir lying beside her. The alchemy elder, taking it upon himself, picked up the forlorn celestial-grade elixir. Such a precious item, left here unattended? He retrieved a specially crafted porcelain bottle from his bag, carefully placing the sacred spirit pill within. Handing it to Ning Yue, he said, "This porcelain bottle minimizes the loss of medicinal efficacy. I will bring you more later." Ning Yue accepted it with a sweet smile. "Thank you, master." The alchemy elder momentarily lost himself in happiness. "Sect master," a disciple urgently approached on a flying sword. "The leaders of the 4 great sects have witnessed the anomalies of the Fusang sect and heard of the celestial-grade elixir's emergence. They have come to pay their respects." Ji Feng composed himself, smoothing his sleeves, and beckoned to Ning Yue. "Little Yue, come here." Ning Yue complied. Ji Feng lightly cleared his throat and addressed the disciple beside him. "Please invite the leaders of the 4 great sects in. I shall join you shortly." "Yes." Once the disciple departed, Ji Feng finally turned to Ning Yue and spoke, "In truth, the news of your slaying the 9th seed of the demon clan has spread throughout the cultivation world, and now with your creation of the heavenly great elixir, they might become quite agitated. Should they disturb you, inform me, and I shall have a word with them." Ning Yue replied, "A word? How domineering. I quite admire that. However, has the news of Si Tang's death already circulated? Logically, it was Si Jin who killed Si Tang. But in order to prevent suspicion from falling upon you, Shuri'an concealed Si Jin's involvement. Thus, the responsibility for Si Tang's demise naturally fell upon your shoulders, especially since you have suffered severe injuries to your consciousness." Following Ji Feng were a group of elders, with Ning Yue walking beside him as they approached the sect. The leaders of the 4 great sects had already been settled and were eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Ning Yue entered the room, he was nearly blinded by the eager, sparkling gazes that met him. Li Xian, the leader of the Tianqin sect, dashed forward to Ji Feng, glancing around anxiously. "Which one is Ning Yue? Where's the heavenly great elixir?" Ning Yue glanced at Ji Feng, who wore a mysterious expression, feigning ignorance and remaining silent. Meanwhile, Fang Sun, the leader of the Qishao sect, appeared equally anxious, his gaze flitting between his disciples as he sought out the fabled Ning Yue. Only Lu Fiki, the leader of the Wuzhong and Qi Bei, the leader of the Lianyu sect, sat with inscrutable expressions. "This is our current sword cultivator from Fusang sect, Ning Yue," Ji Feng indicated, directing their attention with his hand. The petite Ning Yue smiled as she tilted her head, greeting the esteemed leaders. Li Xian was taken aback, while Fang Sun and Lu Fingyi were equally astonished. "Well, how diminutive. Is this little creature truly the one who vanquished the 9th seed of the demon clan?" Li Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Ning Yue remained silent as Li Xian sensed the aura emanating from her, his voice faltering. "Isn't she merely at the late stage of the golden core? How could she possibly have defeated the 9th seed?" Fang Sun interjected, "I believe your focus is misplaced. Have you ever encountered someone so small at the late stage of the golden core?" Ning Yue maintained her poised smile, refraining from comment. "So, you crafted the heavenly great elixir as well?" Fang Sun gazed at her, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. As a renowned alchemist, he was of equal standing with the elder known for his potion-making prowess. Ji Feng nodded, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yue. "Of course. The Thunder Tribulation serves as proof. It cannot be false." Lu Fiki, a sword cultivator who immersed himself in the path of the sword and seldom concerned himself with worldly affairs, had been drawn into the conversation by Li Xian and Fang Sun's insistence to witness the emergence of a heavenly great elixir. Initially indifferent to the notion, he chanced upon a glimpse of the famed young girl, and to his astonishment, He discovered she was a prodigy in swordsmanship with exceptional innate talent. His interest piqued. He pushed through the crowd surrounding Ning Yue. Would you be interested in joining our Wujizong to learn and observe? He proposed rather abruptly. The assembly fell silent, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events as the law enforcement elder reacted, pulling Ning Yue back defensively. The discussions within the sect were already enough. Yet I never anticipated that external sects would begin to covet Ning Yue. This simply cannot be allowed. No, please. Fang Sun exclaimed. Our Qishao sect is quite commendable too. Young friend, you might occasionally consider visiting us. The elder alchemist could no longer contain himself, confronting Fang Sun as a terrestrial-grade alchemist. What do you expect a celestial-grade practitioner to learn from you? Fang Sun fell silent. Only Qi Bei remained quietly at the back, wearing a facade of a false smile while a flicker of cold light danced in his eyes. Ning Yue was rather sensitive to such gazes and discreetly cast a couple of glances at Qi Bei, feeling a certain admiration for him. Just recently, he had been ejected from the Fusong sect, yet here he was, pretending as if nothing had transpired while paying a visit. Though judging by his demeanor, one could not ascertain what intentions he harbored. Ning Yue, displaying a hint of modesty, spoke up. I apologize, esteemed sect leaders, but at present, I have no inclination to consider joining another sect. Chapter 87. Hand in hand with good friends, the several sect leaders gazed at Ning Yue with regret, muttering about how they had failed to recognize her potential sooner and bring her into their fold, sighing and expressing their indignation. Ultimately, they were silenced by the stern glares of the law enforcement elder and the alchemy elder. Qi Bei surprisingly adopted a benevolent expression as he regarded Ning Yue. Indeed, she was a prodigy, likely to become the first descendant in a millennium. The emphasis he placed on first was pronounced. Ning Yue lifted her gaze, impassively observing him. Was his intent merely to incite animosity towards her? Such pettiness from an elder was quite unbecoming. After all, among those present in the hall, who had not dedicated decades, if not centuries, to their cultivation, to bestow upon the mere 12-year-old Ning Yue the title of the foremost in a millennium is bound to elicit discontent among some. Ning Yue's gaze was icy as he calmly remarked, Master Qi, you are unduly modest. Among this assembly of formidable beings, who is not superior to me? The esteemed individuals present do not mind this baseless appellation bestowed upon me, for ascension is still a distant prospect. Yet, Master Qi, disregarding these esteemed figures, do you perhaps look down upon them? Qi Bei was momentarily taken aback, as were the assembled powers. To be candid, they had yet to fully grasp the implications of Ning Yue's formidable strength and talent, which had left a profound impression on them all. It is conceivable that each had privately entertained the notion that Ning Yue might indeed be the greatest in a millennium, yet none had dared to voice it. With Qi Bei's proclamation, Ning Yue had inadvertently stoked the flames of acknowledgement. Realizing his misstep, Qi Bei quickly sought to clarify. I merely expressed admiration for the prowess of my young friend Ning Yue, without any intention of dismissing your esteemed selves. Ning Yue was now an irrefutable celestial-grade alchemist, the sole one of his kind present. Out of respect, it was inappropriate to address him in an overly familiar manner. Hence the term young friend was employed due to his youth. Ning Yue remained silent. Ji Feng interjected casually, we are indifferent to such matters. But we must not speak thus in the presence of outsiders. Those in the know understand your admiration for Ning Yue's prodigious talent, whereas the uninformed may misconstrue your words as deliberate exaggeration intended to undermine him, which would not bode well. In the realm of cultivation, many ancient beings find themselves unable to ascend, and consequently, they seek to clip the wings of others. Naturally, Qi Bei, drenched in cold sweat, harbored no such intentions. Ji Feng offered a timely reminder to Qi Bei, allowing the matter to be brushed aside. Fang Sun inquired, may I ask, what kind of heavenly grade elixir is that? The sacred spirit pill, Ning Yue replied casually. The sacred spirit pill? That is notoriously difficult to concoct. Li Xian exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Even the two renowned earthly grade alchemists of the cultivation world, Ziyang Xinzuan and Qin Xin Xinzuan, namely, the alchemy elder and the leader of the Qishao sect, Fang Sun, were incapable of producing the earthly grade sacred spirit pill. Yet, Ning Yue effortlessly produced a heavenly grade one. It was utterly terrifying. Could we perhaps have the privilege of observing it? Fang Sun ventured tentatively. Ning Yue regarded him with a hint of perplexity. Fang Sun quickly added, my apologies for my presumptuousness, of course, you may, Ning Yue replied, promptly retrieving the porcelain vial. A mere glance would not suffice to diminish its integrity. Fang Sun, moved by Ning Yue's generosity, eagerly took the vial to admire it, prompting the alchemy elder, who shared a passion for alchemy. Why don't you come and take a look? The alchemy elder, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, I have already had the privilege of handling it. Is there really a need for another glance? Fang Sun replied, what a pretense. He firmly pressed the alchemy elder's head down towards the porcelain vial. Although the alchemy elder feigned resistance, he ultimately conceded, and the two leaned in together to observe, occasionally whispering to one another. The alchemy elder, who had just declared his disinterest, found himself once more bowing before the heavenly great elixir. Truly, they were kindred spirits. Fang Sun gathered with his companions, while Lu Feng remained indifferent, solely focused on observing his promising talent. Li Xin adjusted his tone and addressed Ji Feng. Sect Master Ji, we have another matter to discuss. Among the top 10 of the Tongdian ranking, aside from Shi Ringhan and Qi Shuqing, the remaining 8 have all been slain by the demon clan, leaving their positions vacant. It would be prudent to hold the sect competition in advance. Ji Feng contemplated for a moment and replied, I share the same sentiment. It is indeed thanks to Ning Yue that the demon lair has stabilized. We should introduce new talents into the top 10 of the Tongdian ranking. Ning Yue lowered her gaze, listened to their conversation for a while, and then quietly slipped away. She had always found it peculiar that the disciples in the top 10 of the Tongdian ranking, despite their exceptional talents, were merely in their teenage or early 20s. In terms of cultivation, they could hardly compete with the experienced elders of a higher realm. Yet, the sect and its elders allowed these young disciples to venture into the demon lair to confront the demon clan while they remained within the sect. Ning Yue had previously thought little of it, believing it to be mere training for the disciples, until she truly experienced the dangers of the demon lair firsthand. The level of peril was astonishing. Wasn't it akin to a death mission? The top 10 of the Tongdian ranking seemed merely a catchy title for a squadron of daredevils. She began to harbor doubts about Ji Feng's intentions. It appeared that Fusang's sect was not a place where one could linger for long. Suddenly, a light, delicate footstep caught her attention, and Ning Yue turned her head warily. It was Ji Liyan. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. It had been quite a while since she had seen him, almost forgetting about his existence. Ji Liyan spoke softly, what brings you out here all of a sudden? Nothing much, Ning Yue replied, composing her expression. Young Master Ji. Just call me Senior Brother, Ning Yue replied with a nod. Senior Brother Ji. Is it about the top 10 of the sky ranking? Ji Li smiled as he spoke. Ning Yue hesitated for a moment. How should she articulate that? Surely, she wouldn't speak ill of his father in front of his son. That is not the case. Ning Yue chuckled lightly, though fatigue lingered. And she yearned to return for some rest. Do you mind if we chat while walking? Ji Li inquired. Of course, I don't mind. Ji Li nodded, his voice calm and soothing, effortlessly putting one at ease. In the previous expedition, such a formidable demonic presence had never manifested. This occasion had indeed taken them by surprise, resulting in the most severe loss for the sky ranking. Ning Yue paused. The heaviest loss? Indeed, Ji Li replied with a blink. Usually, the most we face are injuries among disciples. We have never encountered a scenario where 8 were lost at once. Hence, their fathers wished to convene the grand competition in advance to swiftly fill the vacancies. Upon hearing this, Ning Yue nodded. It seemed her concerns were unfounded. This situation was indeed exceptional. However, how had such a powerful demon appeared so abruptly? Ning Yue furrowed her brow. It was undeniably challenging to contend with beings of Si Tang and Si Jin's caliber. Despite having utilized numerous advantages and relying on Si Jin's strength, she had barely managed to defeat one of Si Tang. The once tranquil sea suddenly surged with tumultuous waves, and Ning Yue did not perceive this as an auspicious omen. Observing Ning Yue's expression, Ji Li spoke again. This is precisely why we usually designate the demon lair as a trial ground for the disciples. However, following this incident, it is unlikely that they will be sent there anytime soon. As Ning Yue pondered her own matters, she had little time to attend to Ji Liyan. Ji Liyan seemed to notice this and voluntarily came to a halt. Ning Yue turned back and inquired, What is it, Senior Brother Ji? It's nothing. Ji Liyan replied with a gentle smile in his warm eyes, casually tossing a fruit to Ning Yue. This is a Xiaoyu fruit. It tastes rather delightful. Do give it a try. Ning Yue, slightly taken aback, glanced at the fruit in her hand. Xiaoyu? Is this fruit called Xiaoyu? Ji Liyan chuckled softly. Yes. Xiaoyu is a type of spirit beast. Ning Yue tilted her head in curiosity. The Qingwan divine beast? Little radish head? Ji Liyan endeavored to jog her memory. You encountered him when you were lost. Ah. Ning Yue clapped her hands in realization. I remember now. Help me with directions. He claimed to be the spirit beast of the sect master's son. Precisely, it is he. Ji Liyan smiled, amused by the whimsical titles. He waved his hand at Ning Yue, his eyes sparkling with a clear and gentle light. Junior sister, you should head back. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Chapter 88, Tilling the Ground and Planting Trees. Ning Yue took a bite of the vibrant red fruit in her hand. This fruit was likely picked by Ji Liyan himself. Xiaoyu had boasted about how splendid his fruit was when she had tasted it before. It had felt infused with spiritual energy and was crisp and delectable. Now, however, as her appetite had grown, the fruit seemed to lack flavor. Perhaps in the future, she could cultivate some fruit trees in her consciousness space. Ning Yue lowered her gaze, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Hadn't Xiaoyu mentioned that he excelled at growing fruit trees? The land and spiritual energy within the consciousness space were incomparable to the outside world. After all, She had refined a heavenly-grade elixir using the spiritual plants within her consciousness space. Ning Yue prided herself on being a genius. Yet the alchemy elder's prowess was not to be underestimated. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Her miraculous success was largely aided by the top-tier spiritual plants. Thus, she had no desire to return to her courtyard, instead recalling Xiaoyu's location and soaring over on her sword, uncertain of the exact position. She observed her surroundings as she descended until she stumbled upon a verdant and enchanting grove. This must be the place. Ning Yue retracted her sword and surveyed the area. The last time she had visited, she had been too eager to find her way and had not taken the time to appreciate the surroundings. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized this was indeed a place abundant in spiritual energy. Little Radish Head? Xiaoyu? Ning Yue called out tentatively. The forest was enveloped in silence, with no echo in response. Suddenly, the leaves around her rustled unexpectedly. Ning Yue's current spiritual perception was exceptionally acute. Her lips slightly pursed and curved upwards. She extended 2 fingers and pinched, causing a beautifully crimson fruit to materialize in her hand, identical to the one Ji Liyan had given her earlier. TSK. A discontented voice broke the stillness. It has been months, and your cultivation has improved. Turning around, she found Xiaoyu seated cross-legged on a branch behind her, maintaining the posture of tossing fruits. Adorned in extravagantly ornate attire, she cradled a pouch filled with vibrant red fruits, raising an eyebrow in Ning Yue's direction. Truly, she was a divine beast of the Qingyuan. Ning Yue thought to herself, how splendid. With that, she naturally bit into the fruit she held. Xiaoyu leaped down from the branch, her eyes wide with surprise. Did you come to find me? Yes, indeed. Ning Yue swallowed the morsel in his mouth. On the road, he unexpectedly encountered senior brother Ji, who presented him with a fruit, saying he had come to see him after a long absence. Xiaoyu puffed out his chest proudly, inquiring, how is it? The fruit I grew is delicious, isn't it? It is my first time tasting such exquisite fruit. It is simply extraordinary, Ning Yue exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Thus, he spoke in a somewhat stiff and unpretentious manner. I have been considering planting some fruit trees myself, but I lack experience in seeds. I hope to seek your guidance. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, casting a doubtful glance at Ning Yue. You? Plant fruit trees? Though he spent his days here. He had heard numerous rumors about Ning Yue from the outside world, tales of him slaying demon clans at the Golden Core stage, concocting the first heavenly-grade elixir of this realm, and rapidly advancing through barriers. His ears had grown calloused from the incessant chatter. Initially, he had been incredulous, grinning at Ji Liyan. Do you think I am so naive as to be deceived by such claims? Ji Liyan might have thought such statements to be preposterous. Yet they were undeniably true, more true than one could imagine. He merely replied, you should take a stroll outside. The word is spread far and wide. Only after hearing enough to be assured of the veracity of these rumors did he reluctantly begin to believe. Now, however, Ning Yue was claiming he wanted to plant trees. You no longer brew elixirs? You no longer study swordsmanship? You intend to run off and plant trees? Do you think it's such an easy task? Ning Yue chuckled. I still brew elixirs and study swordsmanship, and I occasionally delve into learning musical instruments and formations. Isn't it nice to cultivate one's character by planting a few trees? Xiaoyu struggled to utter, all right. No matter how thunderous the rumors may be, nothing could compare to the shock of today's conversation. Alchemy? Swordsmanship? Occasionally learning an instrument or a formation. Is this even humanly possible? Shouldn't one be utterly exhausted from mastering just one of these disciplines without achieving proficiency? Xiaoyu, slightly shorter than Ning Yue, raised his chin slightly to regard her, ultimately displaying a faint smile. He seemed somewhat numbed by the situation. Casually tossing a bag of seeds to Ning Yue, he waved his hand dismissively. Go cultivate your artistic sensibility. Ning Yue, beaming with delight, accepted the bag and cheerfully waved back at Xiaoyu. I'll let you taste the fruits once they sprout. Xiaoyu thought to himself. It appears Ning Yue genuinely believes that growing trees is an uncomplicated task. Any fruit tree imbued with spiritual energy is exceedingly delicate. It requires meticulous nurturing and dedicated spiritual attention. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could lead to its demise. Even if it does manage to grow, it may not blossom or bear fruit. Once it withers or fails to yield, it signifies that the seed is rendered useless, and no method can restore it. He had just casually given Ning Yue 10 seeds, not because he believed in her abilities, but due to her scattered focus and inability to settle down. If she were to manage to cultivate even a single plant, he would not be the Qingyuan divine beast. Yet, Ning Yue held a different conviction. With enthusiasm, she cradled the freshly acquired seeds and entered her courtyard, disabling the barrier. Recently, she had learned a cleansing spell and cast it upon herself. She shed her outer garments and dove into her cozy haven. The moment she entered, warmth enveloped her, and the assortment of unfamiliar flowers, grasses, and trees remained unchanged. The instant Ning Yue stepped inside, Xiaohua appeared. With the little grass accompanying them, two flowers curiously perched on Ning Yue's shoulder, observing her as she tilled the soil. "What are you doing?" inquired the little flower, perplexed. "Digging to plant trees," Ning Yue replied. "Planting trees? But there are so many trees here. Isn't that sufficient?" The little flower questioned with intrigue. "These trees are meant for bearing fruit. Who needs to merely admire them?" Ning Yue responded while continuing her work. Perhaps finding the process too slow, she conjured a hoe and began to dig fervently in a clear patch of land. The little flower and grass remained dutifully on Ning Yue's shoulder, watching intently. She dug a hole and placed a seed within, demonstrating a remarkable sense of practicality by ensuring sufficient spacing before planting the second seed. After covering the seeds with soil, she watered them with a watering can. "There. The tree is planted," she declared. If Xiaoyu were to witness Ning Yue's method of tree planting, he would undoubtedly erupt in a mixture of anger and astonishment. Ning Yue brushed off the dust from her hands, deciding against exiting the consciousness space today. For her own safety, she resolved to focus on her cultivation. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed along her neck. Raising an eyebrow, she reached to touch the source, finding the cold scales of a creature, the ancient giant python, wrapped around her neck. It seemed that after a period of recuperation within the consciousness space, its elongated body shimmered with a dark luster, the finely arranged scales glinting with a frosty sheen. The area where the python coiled against her emitted waves of cold. Despite her instinctual aversion to snakes, Ning Yue overcame her physiological discomfort and, surprisingly, felt little distress from being ensnared in this manner. In fact, her mind drifted into a tranquil void. She mused that having this creature coiled around her neck on a sweltering summer day might actually be quite pleasant. Chapter 89. Have you taken a bath? Suddenly, Ning Yue's body stiffened as a thought struck her, and she hastily removed the serpent entwined around her neck. "Have you bathed?" she inquired. The giant python, with its beady green eyes, stared at Ning Yue, its tail tip curling around her wrist in a puzzled manner, tilting its head in curiosity, seemingly eager to remain close. Ning Yue, however, resolutely declined its advances, allowing her fingertips to exude a stream of water-like spiritual energy that manifested into a refreshing cascade, drenching the python thoroughly. The coolness of the serpent's body pressed against Ning Yue's skin as it wrapped around her wrist in a display of discontent. Was it attempting to be endearing? Ning Yue remained unfazed, her fingers continuing to release spiritual energy, washing the python twice over before permitting it to stay close. "How peculiar," observed Xiao Hua, wrinkling her nose in jealousy, clearly feeling the disparity in treatment. Ning Yue sighed. Why was there any jealousy? She merely found the python's condition distasteful. After all, who would voluntarily wash a snake without reason? Still, she directed the water flow towards the nearby Xiao Hua and Xiao Chao, bestowing upon them a sprinkle that finally satisfied the two flowers. Ning Yue did not linger outdoors, leading the serpent and the two flowers back to the library. She prodded the small giant python. "How's your recovery?" The python, coiled around her wrist, continued to tilt its head. "Is it true that a millennium-old giant python in the fusion stage cannot comprehend human speech?" she asked. The python remained sprawled languidly. Turning to Xiao Hua, Ning Yue remarked, "I had thought that spiritual beasts of this caliber would possess considerable intelligence." Xiao Hua shrugged. "It just so happens that this one is rather dim-witted." The giant python opened its mouth, seemingly dissatisfied with the assessment, gently rasping its slender teeth against Ning Yue's fingers. Ning Yue let out a soft tch, pinching the giant python's jaw with two fingers and lifting it slightly. The python stared blankly, its mouth firmly grasped. Ning Yue examined it closely. Could it truly not speak? The python merely gazed at her. Xiao Hua chuckled, leaping onto the python's back, causing the creature to flick its tail in response. "Don't assume all spirit beasts possess my level of intelligence," Xiao Hua remarked, looking at Ning Yue with an air of superiority. Ning Yue ignored Xiao Hua's exuberance. Her gaze fixated on the python, lost in contemplation. Initially, Xiao Hua had predicted that Ning Yue would be devoured by the python. Yet it seemed the python's intentions were not predatory. Rather, it bore a semblance of protection. Why did this creature inexplicably hold such affinity for her? What destination did it have in mind by enveloping her within its maw? Everything felt amiss. She had intended to inquire further once the python had healed, but it appeared the creature was only inclined to entangle her with its tail. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes, entranced by the tip of the python's tail. Stroking her chin in thought, she recalled that Song Yishur had mentioned a crucial stipulation regarding bonds with spirit beasts. The two parties must not exceed a difference of 2 major realms. Otherwise, the one forging the bond would suffer fatal repercussions due to the vast disparity. Currently, Ning Yue was at the late stage of the golden core, while the python was at least at the integration stage. The disparity between the human and serpent was not negligible. What would happen if she attempted to bond with the python now? Xiao Hua looked up at her coolly. "You will die." "Die?" Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, a light laugh escaping her lips as she bit her fingertip, blood immediately welling forth. Her eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, even bordering on confidence. As the droplets fell upon the python's head, Suddenly, a vast expanse of white enveloped both Ning Yue and the python. The intensity of the light was so overwhelming that even the little flower had never encountered anything like it before. Instinctively, it shut its eyes and took a few steps back, not forgetting to shield Ning Yue, although it may have been of little consequence. Once the radiance dissipated, Ning Yue maintained her previous posture, while the giant python remained motionless, gazing at her. On the surface, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. However, Ning Yue inhaled sharply, for she distinctly perceived her own mark within the body of the giant python, the very imprint from their bond. How intriguing. A smirk played on her lips as she raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping her index finger atop the python's head. It seemed that the creature had already formed a connection with her long before she was aware of it. There was no memory of such a bond on her part. Thus, it was evident that this union did not occur upon her arrival in this realm. In fact, she must have been linked to the ancient python even before she traversed into the world of cultivation. It was as perplexing as her experience with Si Tang and Si Jane. After the light faded, the little flower anxiously leaped onto Ning Yue, meticulously examining her entire being, only to discover that she had not sustained any harm. Wasn't it customary for one to explode under such circumstances? The little flower, puzzled, shifted its gaze to the giant python beside them. After a moment of observation, realization dawned. It leaned closer, scrutinizing the situation. How was it that I was unaware of this? To be honest, I am equally baffled by this development. Ning Yue continued to tap the python's head. The giant creature blinked its eyes in response to the gentle prodding, evading her fingers with a stubbornness, secretly attempting to entwine itself around her wrist. A deep, yet faint bashful voice, resonating with an eerie chill, emerged from the scene. Ning Yue, little flower, giant python. Ning Yue, momentarily bewildered, gazed at the giant python. What is this peculiar stillness? Giant python, observing Ning Yue's perplexed expression. The giant python hesitantly opened its mouth once more. Tickle, tickle. Ning Yue, was that affected? Yet unmistakably coarse voice truly emanating from the giant python. Ning Yue swiftly grasped the situation. Could it be that the single drop of blood she had shed for the python had awakened its ability to articulate? She turned to little flower, who wore an equally baffled expression, clearly astonished that the giant python could speak, and in such an off-putting manner. The giant python, however, was intrigued that Ning Yue could hear its speech and joyfully coiled around her wrist. Its vibrant crimson forked tongue flickered, eager to ascend upon Ning Yue. Ning Yue. Quickly, she reached out and pinched the python's vital spot. Giant python. The giant python promptly softened in Ning Yue's grasp. She looked down at it from above, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. I shall pose a question, and you will provide an answer. The python, struggling, nodded and, with a strained voice, eagerly replied, Master, feel free to inquire. Ning Yue, when you held me in your mouth, where were you intending to take me? The giant python raised its head in contemplation. I was taking you out of the Bayou Valley secret realm. It is fraught with peril, and one misstep could lead to injury. Ning Yue recalled the incident with the bamboo earlier. Indeed, when she encountered a colossal green serpent. It had been the giant python that had timely intervened to shield her. She nodded slightly, her gaze revealing a scrutinizing expression. What is the nature of our contract? I have no recollection of forming such an agreement with you. The giant python suddenly halted, its tail tip coiling around Ning Yue's wrist. In its pea-sized eyes, a semblance of concern emerged, its tone imbued with confusion and worry. We formed it 2 years ago. Chapter 90. Is Big Sister still unable to satisfy you? Seeing her unresponsive, and recalling the incident where she had used fire to injure herself, the python's voice trembled with fear. Master, you haven't forgotten, have you? Ning Yue replied. What does forgetting have to do with this? It simply never happened. Yet Ning Yue was already perplexed by the current situation. 2 years ago, at that time, she had not yet traversed into the realm of cultivation. Moreover, on the very first day of her arrival, she had scrutinized her birthmark. This was undoubtedly her body, merely a distinction of growth from childhood. Originally, when Yang Fei mentioned that the python might recognize her, Ning Yue had only half-heartedly listened, not paying it much heed. She had intended to question the python in detail afterward, but it had unexpectedly fallen into a coma. Now, it had finally awakened. Yet before she could utter more than a few words, it had already addressed her as its master. Ning Yue stroked her chin, pondering. How did I form a bond with you? Although the python appeared somewhat bewildered, it responded, At that time, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death. You fed me your blood, and thus, the bond was formed. How do I not recall this? Ning Yue inquired. It is quite normal, the giant python remarked nonchalantly. Given that the master has arrived in this realm, it is entirely understandable for there to be some discrepancies in memory. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes, their depth shrouded in uncertainty. She reached out and grasped the giant python, turning to the flowers and grasses, saying, I'm stepping out for a moment. Do not follow me. The giant python looked at Ning Yue in confusion, obediently allowing her to lead it outside. What does it mean to arrive in this world? What else do you know? The giant python, momentarily bewildered, tentatively inquired, what does the master wish to know? Ning Yue replied, what is this world all about? The immortal realm. It is the world after ascension, the giant python stated, its demeanor tinged with nostalgia. After this occasion, it would surely be able to ascend once more. Ning Yue paused, initially believing that the world the giant python spoke of was the one preceding her arrival. However, upon hearing this, she realized it referred to the realm following the ascension of cultivators. Ascend again. This implies that she must have already succeeded in her ascension and now must embark on the journey anew. Ning Yue felt a surge of inexplicable anger. 2 years ago, she pondered how the passage of time in this world compared to her previous realm. After all, in her recollection, 2 years prior, she was still engaged in the research of secret weapons in her former world, although her work was abruptly cut short by assassination. Yet, the giant python's words illuminated her understanding that these realms are likely interconnected. A smile crept upon Ning Yue's lips, suddenly invigorated with purpose. Who wouldn't he wish to return to a modern society replete with water, electricity, and the internet? Furthermore, she had a vendetta to pursue. Ning Yue had not utilized her local inquiry skill for quite some time. She was filled with an eager curiosity. What kind of realm is the celestial world? Why have I descended? Why have all my memories vanished? The giant python exhibited a sense of nostalgia as it opened its mouth. Uru uru uru? Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. The python looked astonished at its own mouth. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed, a sound so intense that it reverberated throughout the consciousness space. The thunder seemed to penetrate directly into this realm of awareness. The python paused momentarily. Just as it began to speak, the thunder erupted incessantly. Even bolts of lightning crackled into the consciousness space, emanating a strong sense of threat. It appeared that it was being silenced. Ning Yue. The python, realizing the situation, could only blink its innocent green bean eyes at Ning Yue. After a brief moment, the thunder finally ceased. All right, Ning Yue declared. You need not inform me. I shall uncover the truth myself. Upon saying this, she gestured a middle finger at the tempestuous sky. Thunder. The thunder paused briefly, then fell silent for a moment before erupting even more violently. It seemed intent on making a grand statement. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow and continued. Still gesturing with her middle finger, this is our way of expressing gratitude. Thank you for preventing the giant python from speaking. The thunder fell into silence. It wished to retort but found itself unable. Eventually, it retreated in defeat. Ning Yue diverted her gaze, cradling the python as she made her way back. As she walked, she inquired, what is your name? I am called Little Tree. The python replied with delight. Ning Yue. Very well, I am convinced. This naming convention, so reminiscent of flora and fauna, is indeed characteristic of my own style. As Ning Yue re-entered the library, neither the flowers nor the grass inquired further. One of the flowers stretched its leaves, its roots resting upon an ancient tome. You have already reached the late stage of the golden core. Your life sword must be ready for condensation, right? This reminder sparked Ning Yue's recollection. Initially, her pursuit of sword cultivation was motivated by the desire to forge an impressive life sword. How could she proceed to achieve this? Should she seek her master for guidance? The flower, with a tone of pride, interjected, why seek a master when I am right here? Ning Yue promptly replied, please bestow your wisdom upon me. The flower nonchalantly kicked the ancient tome aside and approached Ning Yue. Condensing a life sword was, in essence, quite simple. It fundamentally hinged on one's innate talent. The flower casually picked up a twig and tossed it before Ning Yue. Channel all your spiritual energy into this twig. The twig appeared unremarkable, somewhat bare. Yet it held an ordinary charm. Ning Yue strained to discern any uniqueness within it, but alas, she found nothing extraordinary. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, is this some rare divine wood? The flower responded, no, I simply plucked it outside. It might possess slightly more spiritual energy than an ordinary twig, but otherwise, it's no different. Ning Yue conceded, very well. What comes next? Next, study this formation, the flower said, pushing the ancient tome toward Ning Yue. This formation will allow you to channel your spiritual energy seamlessly into the twig without interruption. Maintaining stability in the energy absorption is essential for crafting a fine sword. Ning Yue nodded and began to examine the text. This formation is a medium-sized array, not particularly difficult to set up. It channels one party's spiritual energy entirely to the other. Such a peculiar formation seems only applicable in this scenario. She completed the arrangement in merely a quarter of an hour. Raising her hand, she began to transfer her spiritual energy as soon as it flowed from her fingertips. The array voraciously began to absorb it. Goodness! Ning Yue steadied her footing. The intensity was overwhelming. The spiritual energy was being drawn into that branch with reckless abandon, compelling Ning Yue to fervently channel the energy within her own body into the branch, lest she be drained completely. The branch, in turn, thrived on Ning Yue's energy, becoming increasingly lush and verdant, even blooming with nameless flowers. Ning Yue pondered, What kind of branch is this that it can also bear flowers? A small flower. Lifting its leaves, casually remarked, who knows? With her eyes closed, Ning Yue sensed that her usually abundant dantian was now depleted by more than half. It felt as though a powerful vacuum was affixed to her palm, relentlessly extracting the spiritual energy from her dantian. Time passed. But Ning Yue felt she could no longer draw even the slightest trace of energy from her body. Yet, the branch appeared insatiable, yearning for more. This ignited Ning Yue's competitive spirit. Could it be that such formidable energy from her was still insufficient? Thus, she forced herself to extract more energy once again. Chapter 91. Unintentionally caught between two forces. In stark contrast to the nearly depleted Ning Yue, the branch grew ever more vibrant. At last, just as Ning Yue's spiritual energy and stamina were on the brink of collapse, the branch finally seemed satisfied, radiating a blinding brilliance. Both Ning Yue and the small flower closed their eyes in unison. The formidable suction of the formation finally dissipated, leaving Ning Yue feeling utterly drained. His steps faltering as he nearly toppled backward. Fortunately, Xiao Chao, quick-witted and agile, slid in to cushion the back of his head. So this is what it feels like to be utterly depleted? Weakly, Ning Yue raised a hand to gently ruffle Xiao Chao's leaves. Thank you, Xiao Chao. You truly are a considerate little treasure. Xiao Chao shyly lowered its head, modestly rearranging its foliage. As the radiance faded, the true form of the innate sword was finally revealed. A large, charred vine? Ning Yue approached with curiosity, grasping the scorched object and examining it from various angles. But it offered no clues. Xiao Hua chimed in from the side, suggesting, tear away the outer layer and see. Heeding the advice, Ning Yue complied. In that instant of tearing, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted from within. What had seemed an unremarkable twig transformed into a long sword exuding an icy aura. The blade was elegantly elongated, with slender vines entwined around the hilt, and at its center lay a gem-like green stone. Holding it in his grasp, Ning Yue assessed its weight, eager to test its might. Envisioning a pristine white space, he conjured a thick layer of solid ice within the moment the realm materialized. With the sword raised before his chest, he slashed at the thick ice, leaving a shimmering mark. The sword's essence was both fierce and warm, an intriguing contradiction manifesting simultaneously. Ning Yue marveled at the phenomenon. As he swung, a flurry of unnamed flowers scattered from the sword's blade, releasing a scent rich with the essence of spring. Enveloping Ning Yue in its embrace, the sword's edge resembled a gentle breeze imbued with the spirit of spring, reminiscent of basking in soft sunlight. Upon making contact with the thick ice, it cleaved through effortlessly, splitting it into two pieces in an instant. The gap in the middle was so sharp it was nearly invisible. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Yue marveled, how striking it is, adorned with its own petal effects. Little Flower appeared equally astonished, exclaiming, your destined sword is like this. She continued, I had expected it to embody a more formidable and fierce demeanor. Is it because its essence is a branch that it possesses such warmth? Ning Yue pondered. Little Flower shook her head. It has nothing to do with its essence. In the face of absolute aptitude, a destined sword will only manifest certain traits according to the Creator's will. Thus, this sword is a manifestation of your intent. Ning Yue caressed the long sword in his hand, contemplating the notion of intent. Indeed, this blade felt remarkably different, akin to a part of his own body. The motions of wielding it and executing techniques were incredibly fluid, with spiritual energy flowing freely. It is a sword of exceptional quality. Are you prepared? Little Flower inquired leisurely. Prepared for what? Ning Yue responded. Why, for the Thunder Tribulation. A sword of such caliber must certainly undergo refinement through the Thunder Tribulation. Ning Yue remarked. It seems we've been rather ambiguous these past few days. Our encounters have been rather frequent. A distant rumble of thunder echoed, seemingly in agreement. As if it too was weary of their frequent meetings. Ning Yue chuckled softly, tossing his destined sword into the air for a closer inspection. It needs a name. I shall call you Blossoming Flower. With each step, may flowers bloom, and may you bring forth beauty. With that, he waved goodbye to Little Flower and Little Grass, setting forth to confront the Thunder Tribulation. Shenghua obediently followed behind Ning Yue. As Ning Yue opened her eyes, she found the sky outside indeed shrouded in a gloomy gray. The sound of thunder grew louder, approaching from the distance, accompanied by streaks of lightning amidst the dark clouds. It seemed reminiscent of the last time she encountered the heavenly grade pill. A pained expression crossed Ning Yue's face. She would have to endure another strike. Gripping Xinghua's hand, she flung open the door and dashed towards the familiar place. The thunder rumbled ominously, as if it were closing in on her. Upon reaching the small hill she had visited earlier, Ning Yue was startled to see a vast crowd of people ahead, all cloaked in darkness. She found it peculiar, as this location was typically desolate, prompting her to come here. Why were there so many people at this moment? Just then, someone spotted her. Junior sister? Are you here to witness senior brother's tribulation as well? Senior brother? Tribulation? She paused, peering ahead. Shuringan stood before her, his attire marred with scorch marks. His face a canvas of sweat and grime. Above him, the thunderclouds were brewing ominously, evidently preparing to unleash another bolt. Ning Yue realized it was the Yuanying thunder tribulation. No wonder the thunderclouds here were so dark. They had collided head-on. For a moment, she was taken aback by the ominous sky. But the impending lightning strike above her demanded her immediate attention. To her astonishment, Sharingan was also present. Both of them were enduring their tribulations in the same vicinity. Ning Yue could scarcely fathom the destructive force that could ensue. Noticing Ning Yue's dazed expression, the senior brother who had called out to her inquired again. "What are you pondering, junior sister?" In response, Ning Yue merely offered him a wan smile, her heart heavy with trepidation. The senior brother instinctively sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated from the ominous clouds looming above Ning Yue's head. The senior brother remained speechless, while the surrounding onlookers were equally perplexed. Ning Yue, raising the blooming sword in her hand, sheepishly remarked, "I also intended to undergo tribulation with my life sword." The blooming sword shimmered with a radiant golden light beneath the thunderclouds, occasionally exuding a vigorous vitality. The sheer magnitude of the spiritual energy and sword intent emanating from the sword nearly blinded the senior brothers and sisters. Ah, it is the junior sister's life sword. No wonder it requires enduring the thunder tribulation. We must flee. A voice shouted, prompting those encircling Ning Yue to scatter like startled birds. The previously crowded area was instantly cleared with remarkable efficiency. At that moment, the thunder that had been brewing above Ning Yue finally descended upon her with a deafening crack. Ning Yue expelled a plume of black smoke, while the ground around her was left in a chaotic, mottled state from the strike. The senior brothers and sisters who had managed to escape in time exhaled in relief, grateful for their swift retreat. The thunder tribulation faced by Sharingan was indeed a significant event, drawing the attention of the sect leader and elders, who hurried over to observe. The disciples gathered behind, having received the news early, quickly evacuated. However, the sect leader and elders, captivated by Sharingan's display, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos behind them. It was only when the colossal bolt of lightning struck that they were jolted back to reality. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" The law elder inquired curiously, glancing at Ning Yue, and then around her. "Where have the other disciples gone? Weren't they just surrounding us moments ago?" Ning Yue pointed at the black smoke he had just expelled, lifting his destined sword had been forged, having endured the tribulation of thunder. The sect leader, the elder, the thunderclouds hovering above the heads of Master Ing Han and Ning Yue rumbled simultaneously. Their positions were, quite unfortunately, right in between the two. Chapter 92. The daughter abducted by the green-haired fiend. Although the so-called heavenly thunder strikes only specific individuals, its wrath is indiscriminate, often affecting others in its vicinity. The enforcing elder nearly leapt from his spot, trembling as he pointed at Ning Yue. "My dear disciple, what did you use to forge your destined sword?" The thundercloud above Ning Yue was brewing a second strike. Seizing a brief moment of respite, he raised the in his hand and twirled it, showcasing it before the elders and the sect leader. Having undergone a tribulation of thunder, the sword's blade gleamed sharply, radiating a chilling brilliance. The small vines at the hilt emitted a soft green light, encircling the central emerald, exuding vibrant vitality. Ning Yue smiled. "Just a branch I casually picked up by the roadside, cost-effective, you see." The enforcing elder. When Ning Yue ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he had already begun gathering materials for his destined sword. He sought out various rare treasures, determined to forge a sword that perfectly suited her essence. Thus, the enforcing elder had been frequently venturing out, and not long ago, he had procured the final material and returned to the sect. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Master Ing Han undergoing his nascent soul tribulation. He planned to visit Ning Yue after observing Master Ing Han's trial, to present her with the precious materials and treasures to assist in forging her destined sword. The grand disciple had yet to complete his thunder tribulation when the junior disciple approached, enveloped in a cacophony of thunder, wielding an enigmatic longsword. With a cheerful demeanor, she proclaimed it to be her fateful blade. The law enforcement elder felt a tightness in his chest, akin to a father who meticulously selected a suitor for his daughter, only to find her eloping with a scruffy stray. Particularly irksome was the fact that this scruffy figure seemed rather impressive, perfectly complementing his daughter. It was quite a sight to behold. She, however, appeared nonchalant as she inquired, "What do you think of my fateful sword, master?" The master, trembling slightly, replied, "It's quite good." As he uttered these words, another rumble echoed from the storm clouds above Ning Yue. The law enforcement elder hastily approached, tugging at the elder's robe to retreat. Did they have time to chat? The lightning was about to strike. The alchemy elder cast a glance at Ning Yue's blossoming flower and attempted to console the law enforcement elder, suggesting that even branches by the roadside could be forged into such quality swords. He should take solace in that. The talisman elder also leaned in to examine Ning Yue's sword, remarking that it was utterly indistinguishable from mere branches. Ji Feng, deep in thought, gazed at the sky and then at the bustling elders surrounding Ning Yue, dismissing their chatter. He stealthily withdrew while the thunderclouds were still brewing. Meanwhile, the law enforcement elder, upon closer inspection of Ning Yue's blossoming flower, recognized it as a fine sword indeed. Though it had initially been an unremarkable branch, through Ning Yue's refinement, it now stood a chance of enduring the thunder tribulation to become a superior artifact. Quite impressive indeed. The law enforcement elder stroked his beard, accepting the situation with a sense of satisfaction. It appears that there is no need to prepare materials for the master, as it is indeed the rare and exquisite spirit sword. The attention of several elders was entirely captivated by the enchanting display, surrounding Ning Yue and engaging in spirited conversation. Utterly absorbed. After all, this was a spirit sword that had undergone the trials of thunder tribulation. For an ordinary individual, not only is it improbable to successfully condense a life sword, but even more so to endure the tribulation. Yet, among life swords, there exists a distinction in quality. Ning Yue's sword is of the highest caliber. It seems to be yet another remarkable event that has stirred the cultivation world. The elders surrounding him expressed their awe until a thunderclap struck down upon Ning Yue. Simultaneously, the thunder at Sheringan's side responded in kind. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, the elders exchanged glances, suddenly realizing they had forgotten about this. These two undergoing tribulation were precisely encircled by them. Sparks from the electric strike danced and crawled up the robes of the talisman elder. Did I not mention that it felt as though something was overlooked? The formation elder, hopping about and swaying to avoid the sparks, exclaimed, "Damn it. The last time I faced the thunder tribulation was hundreds of years ago, and at this age, I still have to endure this." The alchemy elder extinguished the sparks on the talisman elder's robes, saying, "Enough grumbling. It's better to make haste than to complain." The thunder roared intermittently. Under the leadership of the alchemy elder, the group of elders shuffled away like quail. It was not an auspicious day for flying on swords. Once they reached a more suitable position, the formation elder activated a teleportation array, swiftly transporting them to a nearby hill. There, they settled comfortably, finding an advantageous angle to observe the two undergoing tribulation. After enduring another strike, Ning Yue felt his body beginning to falter. Who on earth drained the spiritual energy for this tribulation? He could only brace himself and endure. She slowly exhaled a plume of black smoke and settled down to rest while the thunderclouds lingered. Just then, she caught sight of Sheringan, who was currently in a state of utter disarray. The two unfortunate souls exchanged glances, sharing the same frizzy hair and ashen faces. Ning Yue fared slightly better than Sheringan, as this time the tribulation was borne by her sword, dividing the force of the onslaught between the two. In contrast, Sheringan endured the full brunt of the lightning strikes. His injuries and the extent of his disheveled appearance were far more tragic than Ning Yue's, feeling somewhat fatigued. Ning Yue nodded casually at Sheringan before reclining on the ground, with a flourishing flower placed beside her, exuding an aura of tranquility. Sheringan was taken aback. Fearing that his junior disciple had been struck by the lightning, he contemplated approaching her. But the ominous thunderclouds above left him apprehensive about the potential dangers of the dual tribulations. Thus, he remained rooted in place, anxious. The sky rumbled with thunder, intermittently sparking with electricity. Suddenly, Sheringan recalled Ning Yue's previous encounter with the lightning tribulation. He remembered that during her last trial, when the seventh bolt of lightning was about to strike, she had begun to wail, causing the storm to momentarily cease. In a flash, Sheringan called out to Ning Yue, "Junior sister, cry a little more." Ning Yue? Abruptly, she realized that during her last encounter, she had essentially teased the heavenly thunder. She had almost forgotten that the lightning could not bear the sight of a child's tears. Without hesitation, as the next bolt of lightning loomed, Ning Yue opened her mouth and wept loudly. The thunder fell silent. It truly did not strike. Ning Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed effective. The celestial thunder appeared to struggle, a bolt of lightning suspended in midair. Caught in a state of indecision, exuding an air of profound grievance. Unable to contain herself, Ning Yue let out a chuckle, seizing the opportunity of her mirth. The thunder struck with precision, landing a blow upon her. In an instant, her laughter was extinguished. Not only that, but the thunder hastened its brewing. Eager to deliver another strike while Ning Yue was still smiling, Ning Yue gazed incredulously at the thunder, which seemed to be tenfold more exuberant than before, as if it were reveling in this game. In response, she began to cry, her face tilted skyward, crystalline tears cascading like pearls. Her voice, choked with suppressed emotion, resonated more poignantly than a full-throated wail. The thunder, witnessing this, found itself unable to strike further that day. Chapter 93. Senior brother, will you also howl? Ning Yue's tears had a profound effect. They rendered the thunder unable to continue its assault. Moreover, Sheringan watched intently, his gaze fierce as he scrutinized the storm clouds looming above Ning Yue's head, as though he wished to tear them asunder. The clouds themselves seemed to lament. Whom have I offended? In a swift motion, the remaining bolts of lightning were redirected to a nearby tree, leaving it charred and swaying precariously, a pitiful sight indeed. In an instant, the thunder showered down golden powder, restoring Ning Yue's disheveled hair and soot-streaked face, replenishing her spiritual energy while reviving the struck tree, which now appeared more vibrant than ever, swaying joyfully in the breeze. Shurion promptly approached and helped Ning Yue to her feet. "How are you, little junior sister?" Ning Yue wore an expression of astonishment, delight, and disbelief. Once could be an accident, could twice still be considered a mere coincidence? Is there truly such a method in the Thunder Tribulation? Upon hearing this, Lei Yin let out a displeased crackle before dissipating. Ning Yue was aided to his feet by Shurion. His injuries had completely healed, and his spiritual energy was brimming. Feeling a bit embarrassed to be supported by the battered and dusty Shurion, he rose and, in turn, offered his assistance to him. Shurion's legs trembled slightly. Upon seeing Ning Yue restored, he advised him to retreat to a safe distance. "I still have 2 final bolts of lightning. They may possess considerable power. Little junior sister, please wait aside for a moment." Ning Yue, supporting Shurion, suggested, "How about you let out a few roars as well, brother? Perhaps the Thunder Tribulation will choose not to strike." Shurion, roar? Ning Yue seemed to sense his embarrassment and reassured him, "Do not worry. All the senior brothers and sisters have fled far away, and even Master and the elders are absent. No one will hear you." Shurion. Despite his demeanor, he was indeed quite concerned about his dignity. He could never bring himself to weep in front of his junior sister. Ning Yue immediately discerned his thoughts and compassionately assured him, "Rest assured, brother, I will not speak of it to anyone." Shurion's face turned crimson in an instant. A remarkable feat given the soot covering his features. The rumbling from above echoed a few more times, and the thunderclouds grew darker. It appeared that the final 2 bolts of the Thunder Tribulation would possess a power of an entirely different magnitude compared to those preceding them. Ning Yue, feeling anxious, implored, "Oh dear brother, do not worry about your dignity, just let out a few roars." Seeing her junior sister so worried about him, and feeling the numbing pain coursing through his body, Shurion struggled for a moment. Ultimately, gazing at Ning Yue's anxious expression, he made up his mind. Forget it. What is pride? He tightened his lips, stiffened the corners of his mouth, and emitted an emotionless sound. Woo-woo. Ning Yue. How could a person produce such a disingenuous cry? It sounded like a train's whistle. Indeed. Whether it was that Shurion's tears were insincere or that his weeping was ineffective against the heavenly tribulation, the lightning strike prepared itself with vigor. Aiming directly at Shurion while deliberately avoiding Ning Yue. Shurion slightly parted his lips, expelling a plume of black smoke. "Junior sister. It is of no use. Ning Yue, your crying sounds like a little train. It would be strange if it were effective." Shurion found himself at a loss. He had no recollection of his previous tears. It truly was quite challenging for him to cry sincerely. The impact of the strike left him somewhat incapacitated, his legs trembling as he knelt upon the ground. Fortunately, Ning Yue supported him, preventing him from collapsing. She used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat-soaked tears from his eyes. "Are you all right, brother?" Shurion reached for his sword, shifting most of his weight onto it. His voice emerged as if forcefully squeezed out. "I am fine." Ning Yue glanced up at the sky, which was preparing for the final bolt of lightning. She estimated that her tears would be of no avail this time, as the heavenly tribulation was intentionally avoiding her, ensuring that nothing else would inadvertently harm Ning Yue. The lightning sought only Shurion. Thus, even if Ning Yue cried her heart out, the tribulation would relentlessly pursue Shurion. Ning Yue retrieved a pill from the Qianquan bag and brought it to Shurion's lips. During their previous expedition to the demon lair, the bag had contained a plethora of supplies, yet they had gone largely unused. However, Shurion shook his head, stating, "This is futile. The tribulation can only be endured by the body." It was indeed a challenging predicament. Ning Yue clicked her tongue in frustration. External pills and magical artifacts were of no avail, leaving them to wait in resignation. She supported the other half of Shurion's body, allowing him to conserve his strength. Shurion exhaled slowly, a smile gracing his features as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, little junior sister." Ning Yue observed the exposed skin on his body, some areas charred, while the edges of his robe were singed black. She marveled at his fortitude. Had she been alone, she would have been rolling on the ground in agony. The final bolt of lightning seemed intent on a swift resolution, intensifying in speed. A dark mass of thunderclouds loomed ominously above them, as a lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, roared down with ferocity, striking Shurion. He stifled a groan, managing to suppress any cries of pain, his body lurching forward. Fortunately, Ning Yue's support prevented him from collapsing to the ground. Following that strike, the heavy clouds finally began to disperse. The sunlight gradually emerged, and the golden dust from the tribulation settled upon Shurion's mottled skin. The exposed areas of his skin began to heal, and he regained some strength, rising from the ground while propping himself up with his sword. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Shurion's body, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly, resonating with power. He had attained the nascent soul stage, the foremost figure of the younger generation of the Fusang sect. Ning Yue exclaimed, "Congratulations, brother." Though the gap between the late stage of the golden core and the early stage of the nascent soul may seem but a minor realm, the disparity in strength is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Ning Yue suddenly yearned to experience the power of the nascent soul. It appeared that she needed to exert herself once more. Master Ing Han chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Ning Yue's hair. My little junior sister will surely catch up to me in no time. His gaze then fell upon the sword in Ning Yue's hand. Is this your lifebound sword? Ning Yue followed his gaze, replying, Indeed, it is called Xinghua. As she spoke, she executed a flourish with the sword before Master Ing Han. With each movement, delicate yet exquisite flowers blossomed from the blade, drifting gracefully around her. A smile danced on Ning Yue's lips, her pristine disciple's robes adorned with the scattered flowers, rendering her strikingly radiant. Master Ing Han was momentarily taken aback as the distant sounds of disciples cheering reached them. The previously gathered disciples surged towards Master Ing Han and Ning Yue, offering congratulations in turn, creating a bustling scene that was nearly impenetrable. In the celestial realm, a man adorned in resplendent attire leaned against a beauty's couch. Beside him stood a man with a melancholic expression. Your Excellency, is this truly appropriate? The one referred to as Your Excellency twirled strands of lightning between his fingers, casting a half-lidded glance at him. Little Yu's tears are so heart-wrenching. I could never bear to strike her. The man's expression turned momentarily resigned. Very well, no more striking. Return the lightning to me. Upon hearing this, Your Excellency contentedly spread his hands. The lightning danced and coiled around the man before vanishing from sight. Chapter 94. Triggering a Klitsch Plot Combined Chapter. The Law Elder paced back and forth in Ning Yue's courtyard, contemplating whether to push open the door, only to retract his hand repeatedly. After several laps, Ning Yue, observing her master from the window with an expression of curiosity, wondered what he was up to. She promptly stepped outside and inquired, Is there something you need, master? Startled by Ning Yue's sudden appearance, the Law Elder stumbled over his words. Oh, it's nothing much. You've been in the sect for quite a while now, yet I haven't taught you any sword techniques. When will you come to learn from me? Ordinary disciples typically focus on a single path and usually have only one master. However, Ning Yue was adept in nearly everything, rendering the Law Elder merely her nominal mentor. Every day, she pursued her studies based on her own preferences. It was only upon the Law Elder's suggestion that she recalled her recent exploration of various sects, neglecting to visit her own master. Thus, she promptly called out to Hua Hua and Huan Ming, I am ready, master. When shall we begin our lessons? The Law Elder looked at Ning Yue with delight, eager to impart all his knowledge to her within the span of the morning. From the moment she entered the sect, he recognized her extraordinary capacity for learning. He understood that simplistic teachings would not suffice. She needed something more challenging. After their experiences in the Bayou Valley and the Demon Cave, he became even more convinced that Ning Yue thrived when left to her own devices. Hence, he merely provided a brief overview of the sword techniques and their prerequisites, handing her several books on swordsmanship. Holding the volumes close, Ning Yue tilted her head and asked, Master? The Elder of Law stroked his beard and said, This is the highest tier of swordsmanship within the Fusang sect. How much you learn depends entirely on your own comprehension. Your master cannot impart much, but you may come to me with any questions you encounter along the way. All right. Master, I shall take my leave. Ning Yue, intrigued by the few volumes of sword techniques, bid farewell to the Elder and intended to return to her courtyard. Oh. Do not rush. The Elder of Law intercepted her. Do you not recall the matter of the top 10 on the Tongdian rankings? The sect competition is to commence in a month. You must prepare. The sect competition is a contest of sparring among the young disciples of various sects, divided into individual and team events. The individual competition encompasses trials for sword cultivators, alchemists, talisman makers, weaponsmiths, formation masters, sound cultivators, and beast tamers, competing not only against disciples from other sects but also against their own. Little Yue, while I am aware that you excel in several other disciplines, you must still participate in the sword cultivators trials. Dedicate yourself to enlightenment in these coming days. Thus, Ning Yue devoted the month to mastering sword techniques, making remarkable progress with the assistance of the flowers and grasses. In the days leading up to the sect competition, she found that she had exhausted all her practice. Having thoroughly delved into the volumes provided by her master, she felt a sense of ennui and decided to scout the competition venue. Ning Yue first utilized the teleportation array to visit Ing Han. Ing Han was deeply immersed in his sword practice, so focused that he did not notice Ning Yue's approach. Clearly engrossed in his training, Ning Yue then turned to visit Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan was perched amidst the lush, towering branches of a tree, a wooden flute resting at her lips, while the hem of her garment danced gracefully in the breeze. Ning Yue turned his gaze once more, this time towards Jiang Yishan. Although Jiang Yishan possessed considerable talent in the art of alchemy, his cultivation had seen little advancement. Sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air, Ning Yue deduced that he was in the midst of training. With a sigh, he turned to leave, pondering why everyone seemed to be so busy. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his shoulder from behind. Ning Yue turned to find senior brother Yang. Yang Fei arched an eyebrow at Ning Yue, inquiring, "What are you so busy with?" Ning Yue immediately responded, "Senior brother, shall we go scout the competition arena? I've never been and would like to explore for a couple of days." Yang Fei paused for a moment in contemplation before readily agreeing, "All right, I'll inform Master. Please wait for me." Ning Yue sent a message to the Elder of Enforcement as well. Yang Fei formed a seal with his fingers, summoning a blue flame. The beautiful tail feathers of the blue flame gently brushed the ground as it obediently crouched down. "Junior sister, let us ride the blue flame," Yang Fei exclaimed. Ning Yue hesitated, contemplating, "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" Yang Fei dismissed her concern. "Not at all. We can take to our swords when we approach. It's quite chilly up there, and snuggling in the blue flame's feathers will be wonderfully warm." Ning Yue felt a surge of excitement. How delightful. This would make future journeys to distant places far more convenient. Without further ado, she climbed atop the blue flame. Suddenly, she recalled the blue flame egg that Yang Fei had gifted her earlier. "Senior brother," Ning Yue asked eagerly, "when will that egg hatch into a little bird?" The mention of the egg puzzled Yang Fei momentarily, but a glance at the blue flame jogged his memory. "Oh, that last one you mentioned was merely ornamental and cannot hatch." Ning Yue, ornamental. As she gazed at the azure flames beneath her, a restless yearning stirred within Ning Yue. She was determined to find a spirit beast of her own to nurture. The azure flames were swift, nestled comfortably within the feathers. Ning Yue and Yang Fei felt an exquisite warmth, as if cocooned in a personal climate-controlled haven. When the time came to emerge, they found themselves reluctant to leave. The two first secured accommodations nearby, expecting the venue for the grand competition to be situated in a remote and secluded forest. Upon arrival, they were pleasantly surprised to discover the area was quite bustling. Numerous inns and taverns dotted the vicinity, alongside shops selling talismans and elixirs. A cursory glance revealed that they were mostly of a rudimentary nature, lacking anything of particular interest to her. Yang Fei guided her to their chosen inn, named Tongwei Inn. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, surprised to find it was part of a chain. Yang Fei cheerfully produced a pouch of mid-grade spirit stones from his cosmos bag. 2 rooms, please." As the grand competition approached, the inn was nearly full, but fortune favored them, allowing Yang Fei and Ning Yue to secure the last 2 available rooms. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Ning Yue turned to investigate and beheld a magnificent firebird with resplendent wings, accompanied by a dazzling carriage. It gracefully descended from the sky, and a wide space instinctively cleared around it, all eyes captivated by the spectacle. Ning Yue tucked the room key into her bosom and eagerly pulled Yang Fei to join the crowd. As the carriage's curtain slowly drew back, a strikingly beautiful young lady emerged, adorned in shimmering silks and satins, radiating an air of superiority as she strode toward the inn with her chin held high. Curiously, Ning Yue inquired of Yang Fei, "Senior brother, who is she?" Local resident Yang Fei was somewhat perplexed. Although he fancied himself to have a wide circle of friends, he did not recognize her. The young lady's attendant pushed open the door of the inn, stepping aside to allow her passage. As she moved, a waft of fragrance followed her. In one of the upper rooms, the innkeeper hesitated and said, "Unfortunately, all the upper rooms are fully booked. I kindly suggest you try another inn. However, if it is not too much trouble, we do have lower rooms available." The young lady furrowed her brow. The Tongwei Inn was the finest establishment, and she was reluctant to seek accommodation elsewhere. Her elegantly shaped eyes scanned the hall and unexpectedly landed on Ning Yue and Yang Fei. Unfortunately, at that moment, they were the only 2 present in the hall. Although Ning Yue had already tucked away his room key, Yang Fei still held his in hand, looking somewhat dazed. The young lady glanced at Yang Fei's key, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Yue sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. Surely, they were not about to trigger the Glitch D scenario of room snatching. "Indeed," the young lady said. "Could you kindly hand over the key to the upper room?" Ning Yue, Yang Fei, quite polite, indeed. Yang Fei hesitated. "I'm afraid that's not convenient. Perhaps you could seek another person to exchange rooms with?" The young lady pouted, glancing at Ning Yue. "Is it not possible for you and your sister to share a room?" Yang Fei declined. "I'm sorry, but that's not feasible." A flicker of anger crossed the young lady's eyes, her face flushed as she seemed taken aback by the rejection of her request. She opened her mouth, casting a glance at Yang Fei and then at Ning Yue, but ultimately pursed her lips, saying nothing. It was, in fact, the attendant beside her who, upon witnessing Yang Fei's resolute refusal, tilted his head and tossed forth a brocade pouch. The pouch, bulging with contents, clearly contained a considerable sum of money. With an air of indifference, the attendant remarked, 100 middle-grade spirit stones in exchange for a room. His demeanor exuded arrogance as he scrutinized Ning Yue and Yang Fei from head to toe, then huffed disdainfully, furrowing his brow. Ning Yue and Yang Fei stepped out alone. their attire modest and unassuming, lacking the grandeur typically associated with direct disciples of a reputable sect. The impression they conveyed was overwhelmingly one of being easy targets for ridicule. The attendant, casting a sidelong glance at the pouch, frowned slightly, seemingly regarding the sum as an extravagant waste on such individuals. Yang Fei? Ning Yue. Such blatant disdain and contempt. Are we being looked down upon? Yang Fei and Ning Yue exchanged glances, and when they remained motionless, the attendant assumed they were simply awestruck by the sight of so much money. His disdain deepened. Will you not take it? As if he were bestowing a monumental favor. Yang Fei could hardly believe that such a pouch of middle-grade spirit stones would scarcely cover even a modest meal at the Blue Flame establishment. Ning Yue, however, unfastened her universe pouch, idly weighing it in her hand. Within it lay a veritable mountain of superior-grade spirit stones. Amused, her gaze wandered until it landed on a small girl nearby. What is your name? The little girl regained her haughty demeanor, her chin slightly elevated, the traces of embarrassment on her face evaporating as if she believed that the mere act of offering money absolved any prior grievances. The third princess of the Heavenly Qi Kingdom, she proclaimed. Ning Yue turned to Yang Fei. A princess? Yang Fei gazed at Yingzi with a look of bewilderment, providing an explanation to Ning Yue. She belongs to the royal family of the lower realm. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper appeared to comprehend immediately, casting a glance at Yingzi and her attendant, his expression remaining unchanged. So, it is Her Highness, the third princess. He merely inquired politely, without the deference and bowing that Ning Yue had anticipated. It seemed that, in the eyes of these cultivators, the royal family held little significance. The attendant, noticing that Yang Fei had no intention of providing a room key, furrowed his brow. Despite being aware of my lady's status, he did not hasten to collect the payment, even though they belonged to the royal family of the lower realm. They could not afford to be disrespectful in the presence of powerful cultivators. However, these two appeared to be exceedingly ordinary loose cultivators, likely not even of sufficient standing to be associated with a minor sect. It would be a simple matter to take advantage of such individuals. Ning Yue observed his expression, clearly aware of his thoughts. She quietly leaned closer to Yang Fei and whispered, "Brother, could it be that our demeanor is too mundane for them to recognize our strength?" Yang Fei, equally perplexed, replied, "I do not know, perhaps so." The attendant, witnessing their casual conversation as if they were unperturbed, felt a surge of anger rising within him. How dare these insignificant loose cultivators disregard him? He seized the brocade pouch from the table and emptied its contents of mid-grade spirit stones onto the floor. The stones clattered as they scattered, producing a crisp sound. The attendant, suppressing his fury with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Aren't you going to take what's on the table? If not, then you may as well pick it up from the ground." Ning Yue turned slowly, and Yang Fei glanced at the scattered spiritual stones on the ground. Yingzi appeared to wish to intervene, but her proud demeanor faltered slightly. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips as she tapped the ground with her toe, sending one of the stones soaring into the air. "Are you insulting me?" A servant cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yue, scoffing as if to suggest that her display lacked subtlety. Yingzi furrowed her brow and coldly commanded, "Liang." Liang immediately bowed his head, his peripheral vision betraying his dissatisfaction with Yingzi. He seemed to be a mere puppet of authority. Ning Yue sighed, pressing her toe down forcefully to crush one of the spiritual stones into dust. Liang squinted at her, clearly displeased with her actions, and reprimanded her. "Do you know what you've just destroyed? I doubt your entire fortune could compensate for that single spiritual stone." Ning Yue continued to regard him with an enigmatic smile, her eyes reflecting disdain and aversion. Liang, incensed by her expression, clenched a gleaming object in his hand and hurled it towards her. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes as a swarm of fine needles, tightly packed and gleaming ominously, hurtled towards her with remarkable speed. Yet, to Ning Yue, they seemed to move in slow motion. Yingzi, genuinely enraged this time, struck Liang sharply on the back of his head before anxiously turning her gaze back to Ning Yue. Undeterred by the imminent threat, Ning Yue stood resolutely, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Just as the needles were about to pierce her, a golden shield suddenly materialized before her, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of needles. A peculiar surge of ethereal energy coursed through the air, causing the fine needle to abruptly alter its trajectory and lunge fiercely towards Liang. The swiftness of this attack was incomparable to Liang's casual toss. In an instant, he was transformed into a pincushion, the excruciating pain overwhelming him as he collapsed to the ground. Liang's face contorted in agony, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. He cast a bewildered glance at Ning Yue, struggling to suppress the unbearable anguish as he seethed. "What have you done?" Yingzi appeared equally astonished by this turn of events. Just moments ago, she had been concerned that Ning Yue might fall victim to the needle. But in the blink of an eye, Liang lay crumpled on the ground beside her. Ning Yue nonchalantly stowed away his shield, gazing disdainfully at the prostrate Liang. "Is this the extent of your attack? Are you attempting to insult me?" he remarked, his eyes icy, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure, peak golden core. Liang could no longer afford to focus on his pain. Had it not been for his immobilized body, he would have stood in sheer terror. Although he was an ordinary mortal and capable of cultivation, the oppressive force radiating from Ning Yue felt dangerously formidable. It was as if a colossal weight bore down upon him, threatening to shatter every bone in his body, rendering even the simplest act of breathing an arduous task. Liang's expression deepened in fear. The intensity of Ning Yue's presence surpassed even that of the high-ranking cultivators he had previously encountered. Struggling to maintain his composure, he lay trembling on the ground. While Ning Yue advanced slowly, each step causing the spirit stones beneath his feet to crumble into fine dust, swirling around him like a tempest. She narrowed her eyes dangerously, the crushed spirit stone glimmering faintly in the air. Fear and peril surged through every cell in Liang's body, clamoring for him to flee. Not only was he unable to escape, he could barely stand. Chapter 95. Have you been insulted? Ning Yue leisurely crouched down, casually pinching a spirit stone from the ground. With a nonchalant exertion of force, the stone shattered into fragments in his palm. Liang's lips quivered as he shrank back, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. For a cultivator of such caliber, ending his life would be as simple as breathing. Yet Ning Yue slowly raised his hand above Liang's head, spreading his fingers as the shattered spirit stone cascaded down upon him. How does it feel? Have you been insulted? The chattering of Liang's teeth resonated clearly. The overwhelming pressure rendered him utterly speechless, leaving him incapable of even pleading for mercy. Observing Liang's expression, Ning Yue smiled and released the oppressive force. The suffocating terror finally dissipated. Trembling, Liang dared to lift his gaze to Ning Yue, who was now smiling as he stood up and bounded away, rejoining Yang Fei. Ning Zi, too, was struck by Ning Yue's imposing presence. Like Liang, she had presumed that Ning Yue and Yang Fei were merely ordinary loose cultivators, likely at the qi refining stage. This misconception had emboldened Liang to brandish the fine needle, a gift from her second imperial brother during her training in the upper realm, purportedly for her protection. Its potency was more than sufficient even against golden core cultivators. Hence, her concern when Liang attempted to attack Ning Yue was palpable. After all, they had come to witness her brother's grand competition, and they could not afford to provoke fatal consequences. Unexpectedly, Ning Yue effortlessly launched a counterattack, exuding an aura and pressure that clearly surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. Perhaps they had provoked a formidable figure. Although Ning Zi was haughty, she recognized that they were indeed at fault in this realm. Thus, she graciously lowered her head in apology, bowing deeply, a gesture of utmost respect among the lower realm's royalty. Ning Yue, engaged in conversation with Yang Fei, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this display. Who would have thought that Ning Zi could be so accommodating? I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Please, esteemed immortals, do not hold my servant's transgressions against me. I shall reprimand him thoroughly afterwards. Ning Yue arched an eyebrow, acknowledging the lesson imparted, setting aside the fact that he had suffered the consequences of his own actions. It was evident that an ordinary person would take a year or more to recover from the kind of pressure Ning Yue exuded. Moreover, the damage inflicted upon one's spirit and psyche could be far more profound. In light of your earnestness, Ning Yue declared, I shall reluctantly spare his life. Were it not for the current circumstances, anyone daring to offend him in such a manner would likely find themselves lifeless by now. Ning Yue spoke with an unwavering facade. Ning Zi, however, was immensely grateful, her head slightly bowed. Thank you, esteemed immortal. At that moment, Liang finally struggled over, eagerly curling his body into a kneeling position. He forcefully knocked his forehead against the ground twice. Thank you for sparing my life, esteemed immortal. Thank you for sparing my life. Ning Yue stepped aside casually, remarking, allow me to offer you a word of advice. In the world of cultivation, there are hidden masters everywhere. It is best not to underestimate anyone based on your limited understanding. Liang's forehead struck the ground even harder. Yes. Yes. Thank you for the sage advice, esteemed immortal. He spoke with utmost sincerity. Although Ning Yue could not clearly discern his face, he was unwilling to accept his prostration. He stepped behind Yang Fei and said, no need to kneel, please rise. Only then did Liang hesitantly stand up. However, the pain from the fine needles piercing his body did not diminish. He gritted his teeth to endure the agony, careful not to display his discomfort for fear of displeasing Ning Yue. Yang Fei stood by, observing the scene with a sense of amusement. Initially, he intended to have Liang collect the shattered spirit stones, but seeing the state he was in, he surmised that Liang lacked the strength to do so. With a faint sigh, he waved his hand and said, do not let me see you for the next few days. Yes, yes. Liang responded eagerly, turning to leave without even acknowledging his master, who had been pleading for him. From Ning Yue's observation, Ning Zi appeared to be a girl with a strong sense of pride, yet inexperienced in worldly matters. He was taken aback that she would plead for her servant. Ning Zi's face flushed slightly, seemingly embarrassed at being expelled from the Tongwei Inn. She kept her gaze fixed ahead and, upon exiting, immediately entered a fiery red phoenix carriage. The innkeeper regarded the scattered spirit stones on the floor with disdain, casually casting a cleaning spell. He then smiled at Ning Yue and Yang Fei, saying, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Our establishment offers a complimentary 3-day supply of premium meals, albeit modest. I hope you can forgive us." The premium meals at Tongwei Inn were prepared with ingredients rich in spiritual energy. For ordinary individuals, they could enhance physical strength, while for cultivators, they could purify the body. To describe them as modest was indeed an understatement. Yang Fei responded with composure, "It is not a disturbance at all. If that is the case, we graciously accept." Ning Yue glanced at the innkeeper, who met his gaze with a friendly smile. Yang Fei greeted his junior sister. "Shall we ascend to the upper floor?" Upon returning to the guest room upstairs, Ning Yue inquired. The innkeeper just now clearly had no intention of offending Ying Zi and the others. Yet he exhibited no sign of concern upon witnessing our retaliation. Why is that? Typically carefree, Yang Fei smiled at Ning Yue at this moment. It seemed that every innkeeper at the Tongwei Inn was astute. Judging by his demeanor, he likely deduced our identities. Is he really that perceptive? Ning Yue remarked in astonishment. Moreover, Yang Fei leaned closer to Ning Yue and whispered that Aliang has violated the rule against private duels at the Tongwei Inn. And the innkeeper is utilizing your hand to suppress him. By subduing Aliang, we have been granted 3 days of exquisite meals as a token of appreciation. Ning Yue gazed at Yang Fei in surprise. "I never would have guessed, senior brother, that you possess such cleverness." Yang Fei lifted his chin with pride. "Do not underestimate your senior brother's capabilities." He then added, "So, where would you like to explore? I can show you around." Ning Yue declined. "Let us part ways for now, senior brother. You should attend to your own matters without feeling obliged to accompany me." Yang Fei felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. How could I allow that? "Wherever I am, you are assured of safety." Ning Yue showcased her formidable aura at the peak of the golden core stage, reassuring him, "Do not worry, senior brother. I am more than capable of ensuring my own safety." Yang Fei, at the mid-level of the golden core stage, sighed. "Very well." With a graceful exit, Ning Yue departed, while Yang Fei remained in the room, filled with tears, as he immersed himself in cultivation. Thus, what was the purpose of his junior sister inviting him to venture out together? Was it merely for companionship on the way? As Ning Yue strolled along, she found the journey exceedingly dull. She found herself devoid of any desire to purchase items, for after such prolonged observation, nothing had captured her interest. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ning Yue as she recalled the 3 high-grade elixirs she had previously concocted in the alchemical trial ground. They served little purpose for her. So why not seize the opportunity to sell them? Without hesitation, Ning Yue sought a location with a decent foot traffic and laid out a small blanket on the ground. She arranged the 3 porcelain vials in a neat row, thanks to the excellent sealing properties of the specially crafted vials from the Fusong sect. The essence of the high-grade elixirs remained entirely contained. Beside her, an elderly man was also selling elixirs, his blanket overflowing with a variety of potions. He glanced at Ning Yue's meager display of only 3 vials and shook his head in disbelief. 5,000 for each. Care to buy? Ning Yue was acutely aware of the old man's scrutinizing gaze. She subtly turned her head to observe him as he craned his neck to peer at her modest stall, occasionally twitching his nostrils and emitting a chuckle or two. Ning Yue decided to abandon her subtlety, fixing her gaze on the old man with unwavering determination. Upon meeting her eyes, rather than retreating, he grew even bolder. "You won't sell a single one today, young lady, with me setting up shop right beside you," he declared. "Is there some sort of preferential treatment you offer, old man?" Ning Yue inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. The elder paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts before responding. "What I mean is, with my elixirs of superior quality nearby, no one will even glance at yours." His confidence was palpable, implying that the quality of Ning Yue's elixirs was subpar and unworthy of attention. Ning Yue cast a sidelong glance at the old man's stall, noticing that the bottles displayed possessed mediocre sealing, subtly exuding a faint aroma. As the sole celestial alchemist capable of refining celestial-grade elixirs, Ning Yue, despite his limited practical experience, having concocted only 2 or 3 batches, was well-versed in the fundamental tiers of elixirs. To his surprise, the old man's wares consisted entirely of intermediate-grade elixirs. This was remarkable, considering that even the potions found in nearby shops were predominantly of lower grade, with only a scant few intermediate offerings. Yet here was an entire stall brimming with intermediate elixirs, devoid of any lower-grade ones, the quantity rivaling that of 3 or 4 shops combined. Had anyone else occupied the space beside the old man today, they might have indeed believed his claim that not a single elixir would sell. However, fate had it that Ning Yue was the one seated beside him. Before long, the crowd around the old man's stall grew increasingly dense, effectively sealing off access. It appeared that the old man had been stationed here for quite some time, as customers quickly selected their desired elixirs, paid, and departed. While the old man busily sold his wares, he cast a self-satisfied glance toward Ning Yue and advised, "Heed my words, find another place to sell." Ning Yue waved his hand dismissively. "I tend to be rather lazy. Relocating seems too troublesome. I'll remain here." The old man shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor as he continued to cheerfully collect payments. Seizing a moment of relative calm, Ning Yue engaged him in conversation. "Did you concoct all these intermediate elixirs yourself?" The old man glanced at him. "Indeed, it seems you possess a discerning eye for recognizing intermediate-grade elixirs." Ning Yue was left speechless. "Isn't that the most elementary observation?" The elder proudly proclaimed, "All these items at my stall have been meticulously crafted by none other than myself. There are approximately 30 to 40 elixirs in total, a rather impressive quantity indeed. In the realm of cultivation, there exists but one heavenly-grade alchemist, Ning Yue. Although this news has circulated widely within the cultivation community, few have had the fortune of witnessing Ning Yue's true visage. As for earthly-grade alchemists, there are only two, the esteemed Xiang and Qingxian. Currently, there are no high-grade alchemists, while there are 15 mid-grade alchemists, of whom the elder likely counts himself as one." Ning Yue observed the elder joyfully collecting payments, with customers arriving one after another, yet none seemed inclined to glance at his stall. This was attributable to two reasons. Firstly, Ning Yue's youth led many to believe that, despite his talent, he could only concoct lower-tier elixirs. Secondly, the elder commanded the attention of the patrons, who were solely focused on purchasing from him, showing little interest in Ning Yue's offerings. Curiosity piqued, Ning Yue inquired, "With you selling so many mid-grade elixirs and customers being whisked away, did the neighboring shops have nothing to say?" The elder responded with bemusement. "What could they possibly say? Many of the mid-grade elixirs within their own establishments were procured from me." Ning Yue replied, "Oh, I see." The elder continued in a melodious tone, "Should I choose not to sell to them, they would find themselves bereft of any mid-grade elixirs to offer." The elder's stall remained abuzz with activity. The price of mid-grade elixirs was steep, with each commanding no less than 100 high-quality spirit stones. Consequently, those frequenting the elder's stall were not lacking in wealth. Before long, his display was nearly depleted, while Ning Yue's stall still bore only 3 solitary vials. The elder, feeling a twinge of sympathy, tugged at Ning Yue's mat, pulling it closer to his own. "To Ning Yue," he said, "forget it. Who told me to be kind?" The old man's reputation still holds some weight. It might allow you to gain a bit of glory and sell some. Ning Yue had yet to react when he reached out to take her porcelain bottle. "Oh." The elder chuckled, caressing the bottle. "You use such a fine vessel to contain your elixir?" Sighing, Ning Yue attempted to retrieve it. The elder evaded her grasp, saying, "All right, not a whiff of aura escapes. How can anyone purchase it without inspecting the quality first?" Ning Yue reached out once more, but to her surprise, the elder deftly dodged her and began to uncork the bottle. "No worries. Even if your elixir is of inferior grade, I can still assist you in selling it." The cork was removed, and a surge of spiritual energy immediately poured forth from the porcelain vessel, enveloped by the aura of high-grade elixirs. The elder's expression turned blank as he stood there, hand raised, utterly motionless. Only his nostrils subtly flared in disbelief. 3 whole high-grade elixirs. Ning Yue sighed and withdrew her hand, for she feared this overwhelming impact. Witnessing such a vivid example brought her apprehension to the forefront. The elder stiffly turned his head, scrutinizing the young girl beside him with newfound seriousness. Ning Yue gazed back at him with her innocent doe-like eyes. The elder swallowed hard and inquired, "Could it be? Should it not?" Ning Yue watched him mutter to himself for a while, unable to articulate a response, before finally losing her patience and declaring, "Indeed. This is what I have crafted." The elder, "Huh? How is that possible?" Ning Yue retorted, revealing the seal of the elixir to him. "How could it be impossible?" The elder replied, "Today, Ning Yue was indeed here to sell elixirs." After unsealing the porcelain vial, she deftly removed the stoppers from the remaining 2 elixirs. A refreshing aura of spiritual energy, unique to these elixirs, surged forth. In less than 3 seconds, she had drawn a crowd around her in the elder's stall. The potent fragrance of the high-grade elixirs was simply overwhelming. Not only were cultivators drawn in by the scent, but local shopkeepers, who were the first to catch a whiff, also rushed over in a frenzy. "Miss, are these elixirs yours?" Someone squeezed through the crowd. Ning Yue replied, "How could that be?" There were objections from the crowd, asserting that they must have been crafted by the esteemed Master Yuanqing. "Sir, my family has a partnership with you. Please sell them to me first." "Step aside. My family also collaborates with Master Yuanqing." The elder, known as Master Yuanqing, looked at the throng of eager hands reaching for him, his expression somewhat awkward. "Ladies and gentlemen," he called out. Out of respect for the high-ranking alchemist, the raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. To be candid, These 3 high-grade elixirs belong to this young friend beside me. He extended his hand towards Ning Yue. The crowd's incredulous gazes shifted to Ning Yue, who sat demurely at the stall, with 3 porcelain vials neatly arranged before her, their mouths exuding a rich elixir's spiritual essence. She pointed and said, "1 for 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Would you care to purchase?" Chapter 97, Is It Really Necessary? A chorus of gasps resonated in the surroundings. It was simply too expensive. This revelation deterred a significant portion of the onlookers, most of whom were cultivators unable to produce the requisite spirit stones to make a purchase, and they naturally withdrew to the sidelines to observe. After all, such advanced elixirs were a rare sight. Before the extraordinary appearance of Ning Yue, only 2 individuals were capable of concocting earth-grade elixirs, and both hailed from major sects, resulting in their creations being kept within the confines of their respective factions. Currently, there were no high-level alchemists available, making high-grade elixirs even scarcer than their earth-grade counterparts. The sudden emergence of 3 high-grade elixirs was thus utterly astonishing. Now, only the shopkeeper remained in close proximity to Ning Yue. Some began to express skepticism regarding Ning Yue's pricing. It seemed rather exorbitant. Ning Yue lowered her gaze. Pondering for a moment, why not allow everyone to first evaluate the quality? She proceeded to showcase the elixirs one by one. The onlookers could only watch in dismay as she handled the high-grade elixirs with the casualness of tossing a ball, unable to suppress their anxious expressions. Be careful. Yet, the elixirs belonged to her, and they had no right to voice their concerns, so they could only suffer silently. The 3 elixirs, Truth Elixir, Rejuvenation Elixir, and Fasting Elixir, were all of exceptionally high quality, imbued with rich spiritual energy and exuding a delightful fragrance. Among them, the Rejuvenation Elixir garnered the most admiration, for it not only facilitated honest speech, but also eliminated the need for sustenance. None could rival the practicality of the Rejuvenation Elixir in healing both internal and external injuries. At 50,000 each, it was undeniably steep. Would the young friend consider lowering the price? Might it be possible to lower the prices of the truth-revealing pill and the fasting pill a tad? Although these 2 elixirs may seem of little use, they are, after all, premium concoctions. Having them in one's collection would be quite splendid. However, Ning Yue holds a profound appreciation for the value of his labor. He is not inclined to consider such a notion. The individual awkwardly withdrew. Soon, another person eagerly surged to the forefront. These are high-grade elixirs. Young friend, I shall take them all. Ning Yue lifted his gaze to behold a somewhat plump middle-aged man, who, with a folding fan in hand, gazed eagerly at the 3 high-grade pills on the ground. He intended to purchase them all. A collective gasp ensued, and the crowd's attention gravitated towards the middle-aged gentleman. Truly, the Sang family is wealthy. Ning Yue's ears caught the mention of the surname Sang. But before he could ponder further, he was diverted. What say you, young friend? I shall take all 3. Payment upon delivery. Very well. Ning Yue responded with alacrity. And upon receiving the spirit stones, the transaction was finalized. Dissatisfaction rippled through the surrounding crowd. How can this be? I have yet to decide. Ning Yue furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd. Who cares about your indecision? I'll raise the bid. How about 60,000? I wish to purchase that revitalizing pill. No negotiations. Ning Yue waved his hand dismissively, packaging the elixirs and tossing them to the middle-aged man. What were you waiting for? The purchase is complete. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed by Ning Yue's lack of opportunism in raising the price. Ning Yue extended his hand, observing him. Spirit stones? Oh, only then did the man snap back to reality, hastily presenting the brocade pouch to Ning Yue. Young friend, please take care of it. Ning Yue held the brocade pouch, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Suddenly, a middle-aged man intercepted her with a smile, presenting an invitation. I am Sang Daohua, the head of a nearby prominent family. If you have a moment, young friend, do come and rest here. Ning Yue merely nodded casually, stowing the blanket in her bag. Thank you, but I must take my leave. Her petite figure faded into the crowd, hardly drawing attention. Ning Yue walked straight ahead, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over her shoulder. A few figures, believing themselves to be quite inconspicuous, stealthily followed her. Sensing the presence behind her, she estimated there were about 8 or 9 individuals. Their intentions were all too clear. They aimed to prey on her, a formidable alchemist with little combat prowess. A faint smile played on her lips as she made her way toward a secluded alley. The followers, observing her swiftly vanishing silhouette, could not suppress their haste. To their astonishment, she had seemingly disappeared. One individual furrowed his brow in frustration and reached to unleash a magical artifact. However, he was abruptly seized by the wrist. Startled, he turned to see a smiling girl seated atop her sword, her hand barely encircling his wrist yet radiating an undeniable force. What do you intend to do by following me? He heard her say. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing him to convulse momentarily. The skin where Ning Yue made contact ignited with flames. The excruciating agony left the man devoid of any strength to resist. "I'm sorry. I meant no harm. I won't follow you again." Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, disdainfully releasing his wrist. "If you had done anything, do you think I would have kept you around until now?" He anxiously extinguished the flames on his wrist. Regrettably, Ning Yue's fire was of exceptional quality. It took several magical artifacts before he could finally put it out. Trembling, he crouched on the ground, gazing at Ning Yue's rather unremarkable face. One that left no lasting impression, easily forgotten after a mere glance. The man furrowed his brow in confusion. Had the girl always looked this way? He distinctly felt that she did not, yet despite straining to recall her previous appearance, he could not remember it at all. The more he tried to recollect, the more the image in his mind faded, until he could no longer conjure any memory of Ning Yue's former visage. Ning Yue scrutinized the man on the ground, noting his furrowed brow, occasionally glancing up at her. His eyes reflected a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and a hint of doubt regarding his own memory. Ning Yue surmised that her magical techniques were indeed at play. She was far from inept in the realm of consciousness. She had acquired a plethora of various minor spells. Although Ning Yue possessed considerable combat prowess and was not easily harmed, to avert unnecessary trouble and safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, she had employed a concealment spell. This spell rendered anyone who had seen her face incapable of recalling her appearance. While they might not notice anything amiss at the moment afterward, they would be utterly unable to remember what Ning Yue looked like. As she observed a glimmer of realization in the man's eyes, it seemed he had grasped that she had cast a spell on her own visage. This was the only opportunity she had. A high-ranking alchemist. She could not allow him to escape. Noticing the expression on his face, Ning Yue clicked her tongue, slightly bored as she played with her fingers. With a casual pinch of her fingers, a towering inferno suddenly ignited behind Ning Yue, its flames soaring high and illuminating the dark alley in a ghastly red hue. The scorching heat of the fire pressed against her, permeating the air with an aura of peril. The young girl perched upon her sword, her legs swaying freely in midair. The fiery glow cast a crimson light upon one side of her face, while the other remained shrouded in shadow. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmering light, flickering like some mythical creature of death and danger. The man was instantly overwhelmed by the fiery presence, his gaze reflecting the flames, involuntarily retreating with trembling legs. Fear filled his eyes as he cast a terrified glance at Ning Yue, before letting out a despairing scream. He fled in a panic, utterly overwhelmed. Ning Yue remarked, "Is it really necessary? It's as if I've committed some heinous act against him." Chapter 98. Encountering unexpected events is quite normal as the man bolted with a scream. Those who had been lurking in the shadows surrounding Ning Yue vanished without a trace. Ning Yue expanded her consciousness, sensing that aside from the openly appearing individual, the others had merely concealed themselves, observing from the darkness. They had naturally witnessed her display of power and silently fled. How could they possibly run away? It was only logical. If they lingered, they might find themselves dragged out one by one for a lesson. Ning Yue raised her hand and retracted the flames. It was best that they all fled together, saving her the trouble of dealing with them individually. Upon returning to the inn, she found Yang Fei still weeping as he practiced diligently. Ning Yue tossed a bag of pastries into his arms, saying, "That should suffice, senior brother." Yang Fei, upon hearing this, indeed felt he had reached his limit. Promptly collapsing onto the bed, he tore open the packaging of the pastries and tossed two into his mouth. "You're back, little junior sister." Ning Yue sat down beside him and inquired about the invitation. "Senior brother, do you know of a prominent family by the name of Sang nearby?" Yang Fei, slightly taken aback, looked up at Ning Yue. "Nearby? Are you referring to Uncle Sang?" "Uncle Sang?" Ning Yue asked, puzzled. "Who is he?" Yang Fei responded. "What has happened that you suddenly mention him?" Ning Yue briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening, Yang Fei first expressed his disapproval of Ning Yue's actions. "Little junior sister, your social experience is still lacking. You could sell the elixirs to the Sang family and raise the price twofold. Could you please tell me who Uncle Sang is?" "The head of the Sang family, Sang Daoha, saved our sect leader's life years ago in the secret realm. Subsequently, he became an elder of the Fusang sect, thereby revitalizing the Sang family. It has been nearly a decade since, and although he is merely an honorary elder, he has benefited significantly from the sect. Most notably, his son is exceedingly notorious, spoiled to the point of lawlessness, engaging in all sorts of despicable behavior." As Ning Yue listened to Yang Fei speak of Sang Daoha's infamous son, a sense of familiarity began to dawn upon her. "Sang? Despicable behavior?" She noticed Yang Fei continuing. "His son truly has an apt name. At first glance, he and his name are remarkably well-suited, called Sang Pang?" Ning Yue tentatively interjected. Yang Fei closed his mouth, surprised. Has the little junior sister also heard of this person's nefarious deeds? "Indeed, it is he," Ning Yue replied, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I can barely claim to be a protagonist in his misdeeds." Yang Fei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ning Yue chuckled softly, finding amusement in the situation. It had been her intention to join the Fusang sect and contribute to the cause, primarily to seek vengeance in the future. Had it not been for her master, Ing Han, rescuing her that day, she might have met a grim fate. Yang Fei, puzzled by the inexplicable excitement radiating from his junior sister, watched as she eagerly suggested, "Brother, would you be interested in visiting Uncle Sang's residence?" Yang Fei hesitated, bewildered by the sudden proposition. Yet, he found himself being pulled out the door by Ning Yue. After all, they were out for leisure, and a casual stroll would suffice. The grandeur of the Sang family residence revealed the wealth and resources that Sang Dao had amassed from the Fusang sect. The sprawling estate, adorned with gold bricks and jade tiles, was nothing short of opulent, surpassing even the splendor of the Fusang sect's own constructions. Both Ning Yue and Yang Fei could hardly contain their astonishment. Yang Fei remarked, "It seems they've acquired a considerable fortune from the Fusang sect, rivaling that of a small sect in scale." Ning Yue shook her head noncommittally. At the entrance of the Sang residence, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood guard, astonishingly hired to oversee the household. Ning Yue presented an invitation, and one of the guards entered to announce their arrival. It wasn't long before Sang Dao emerged with great enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming as he set his gaze upon Ning Yue. "Ah, my young friend. My humble servant lacks understanding. After keeping you waiting outside for quite some time, please, do come in." Ning Yue replied with a smile, "Oh, not at all. I've only been here a short while." Suddenly, Sang Dao caught sight of Yang Fei beside him and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "I seem to recognize this young friend. Have we met before?" "Master Sang, you must forgive me for my familiarity," Yang Fei replied with a smile. "I am Yang Fei, a direct disciple of the Beast Master faction of the Fuso sect. We have encountered one another a few times within the sect." Sang Dao feigned enlightenment. "Ah, so you are a nephew of the sect." He then turned to Ning Yue, remarking, "It is hardly surprising that a talented alchemist such as yourself would be acquainted with a direct disciple of the Fuso sect. Indeed, it's not unusual." Ning Yue nodded slightly. "I am Ning Yue, the current chief swordsman of the Fuso sect." Sang Dao exclaimed, "Ning Yue?" His voice cracked in astonishment. The reputation of this individual is indeed resounding. Various rumors about him have circulated throughout the cultivation world. At merely 12 years of age, he has reached the late Golden Core stage, single-handedly vanquished the 9th seed of the Demon Clan, and concocted heavenly-grade elixirs. Each of these feats alone would send ripples through the realm of cultivation. To think all of these accomplishments belong to a single person is astonishing. The cultivation world has recently been abuzz with news of these remarkable events. For someone of Sang Dao's elder status, opportunities to meet Ning Yue are rare. Typically, Ning Yue's busy schedule is compounded by the elders of the Fuso sect, who seem to intentionally obstruct his meetings with Ning Yue. Yet, unexpectedly, Ning Yue has come forth without reservation, standing right before him. So, it turns out that he's indeed the nephew of Ning Yue. Sang Dao's tone was so effusively warm that it bordered on the syrupy. To an uninformed observer, one might assume that Ning Yue was the long-lost child he had been yearning to reunite with. "My dear nephew, how many times I wish to meet you. Yet, it seems you have been rather preoccupied." He continued, "I learned from your senior brother that you are indeed Sang Shishu, which is why I made a special trip to pay you a visit." Ning Yue responded amiably, "Let us not linger at the door. Do come in. The wind is rather strong outside." Sang Dao, with an affectionate gesture, draped his arm around half of Ning Yue's shoulder and sighed. "It astonishes me that my dear nephew still thinks of this old man. Truly, I am humbled." Yang Fei followed closely behind the two, his gaze landing on Ning Yue's shoulder. Observing the gentle smile that adorned Ning Yue's lips, his brow furrowed slightly. He stepped forward, inserting himself between the two, effectively pushing Sang Dao aside and shielding Ning Yue at his side. With a breath held, Yang Fei smiled at Sang Dao, saying, "Your home is quite impressive, Shishu. Upon my first visit, I nearly mistook it for a branch of the Fusang sect." Ning Yue took a moment to register the comment before bursting into laughter. Sang Dao's expression momentarily stiffened. He offered vague acknowledgments, leading the two into the grand hall. However, once out of their sight, his demeanor darkened, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. A branch of the Fusang sect? Was he not indirectly insinuating that he had taken a considerable amount of their resources? Even the sect leader and elders had remained silent, yet a mere direct disciple dared to mock him so brazenly. With merely a few days remaining until the grand competition, he, being well informed, knew that the main forces of the Fusang sect had yet to arrive. It appeared that only Ning Yue and Yang Fei were present here. In that case, it was only natural for 2 Golden Core stage youths to encounter some unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 99. Blame me for hanging too much upon first encountering Ning Yue. Sang Dao believed her to be merely an exceptionally gifted alchemist, harboring intentions to subtly recruit her into his household. However, During today's visit, he discovered that she was none other than the rising star of the Fusang sect, the prodigious Ning Yue, who, despite possessing 5 spiritual roots, was an exceedingly rare talent. A smile of delight graced Sang Daohua's lips. Xiaohua silently appeared on Ning Yue's shoulder, instinctively lowering her voice as she leaned closer to Ning Yue's ear. This person seems rather ominous. You may be in danger this time. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. You have foreseen this? Well, Xiaohua fixed her gaze on Sang Daohua ahead. Shall I describe him to you? No need, Ning Yue casually replied, twisting her neck. Rest assured. She was quite intrigued by Sang Daohua's intentions. It was somewhat amusing. She had yet to take action against his son. Yet Sang Daohua seemed eager to act against her. Quickly, prepare the tea, Sang Daohua commanded a nearby attendant as he entered the room. In a discreet corner, he subtly traced a finger along the attendant's clothing. The attendant, expressionless, lowered his head and exited. Yang Fei, blissfully unaware, surveyed the interior of the room, occasionally expressing astonishment before Sang Daohua. The furnishings in Uncle Sang's room are truly magnificent. I have scarcely seen such opulence in the Fusang sect. Sang Daohua did not respond, pouring tea for Ning Yue and Yang Fei himself. He turned to Yang Fei, remarking, Nephew, you have been speaking ceaselessly. Surely your throat is parched. Here, take a sip to soothe it. Yang Fei's expression darkened slightly. Ning Yue stifled a laugh, gently shaking the teacup that Sang Daohua had offered her. Yang Fei cast a fleeting glance, catching a whiff of the fragrant tea in the cup. He took the cup, inhaling its aroma before lowering his gaze to sip delicately. The tea barely grazed his tongue. Truly, it was an exquisite brew from Sang Daohua. Yang Fei mused internally, feeling a mix of disdain and a sense of injustice for his own sect. Such quality tea was worth 1,000 high-grade spirit stones per cup. The Sang family certainly possessed considerable wealth. Recognizing Yang Fei's appreciation, Sang Daohua, with the acuity of a seasoned connoisseur, took it upon himself to pour another cup for Yang Fei, neglecting his servant. How does it please you, my junior nephew? Yang Fei smirked slightly, replying, Delightful tea. That is splendid, Sang Daohua chuckled. I feared I might not host you adequately, thus I brought out my finest leaves. He casually glanced at Ning Yue and inquired, Would you care to taste, junior sister Ning? Ning Yue leisurely ran her fingers over the cup, swirling it twice. Observing the tea leaves swirling within, Sang Daohua's gaze remained fixed on her cup. I cannot discern the quality. To me, all tea tastes the same. I would not want to waste your exceptional leaves. How could that be considered waste? Sang Daohua quickly interjected. They were brought forth solely to entertain both of you. Even a mere sip would suffice. Yang Fei was taken aback by this revelation. His little junior sister was quite the tea aficionado. How could she not know how to appreciate it? Perhaps. He glanced down at the cup in his hand, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, before Sang Daohua could notice, he swiftly composed himself, feigning indifference. Ning Yue smiled and downed the tea in one go. Then I shall regard it as ordinary tea. Yang Fei felt a wave of confusion wash over him, uncertain whether he should still feel regret. Sang Daohua observed Ning Yue, whose lips bore a slight sheen of moisture, and he subtly relaxed his furrowed brow. With a facade of discreet concern, he quietly refilled the teapot when no one was paying attention. It was only after the entire pot of tea had been consumed by the two that Sang Daohua felt a sense of relief. Initially, Yang Fei suspected there might be something amiss with the tea upon seeing Ning Yue drink it without hesitation, and he hesitated to partake. However, witnessing her unguarded consumption and recalling that they were both direct disciples of the Fusang sect, he felt reassured that even if Sang Daohua harbored ill intentions, he lacked the audacity to act upon them. Thus, Yang Fei's apprehension eased slightly. As dusk approached, Sang Daohua suggested, As it is getting late, why not rest here? I shall have someone prepare a meal. Yang Fei replied, We wouldn't want to trouble you, uncle. We have already arranged for a guest room and can rest there. Sang Daohua disagreed. A guest room can hardly compare to the comfort found here. We are all family. There is no need for formality. Listen to your uncle and rest here. Ning Yue, maintaining her composure, discreetly surveyed the surroundings, mentally noting the layout. Her purpose for visiting was to see Sang Pang. Yet whenever the conversation shifted towards him, Sang Daohua would deftly divert the topic. This struck her as peculiar. Turning to Sang Daohua, she asserted, We shall not impose on you any further, uncle. My brother and I will return now. She grasped Yang Fei's hand and headed towards the exit without pausing. Sang Daohua remained a few steps behind, his expression darkening. Suddenly, Ning Yue's foot encountered an unseen barrier. A barrier was set at the exit? She raised her hand to touch it, and the barrier glimmered faintly in the darkness. It appeared to encircle the entire Sang residence. Yang Fei's eyes flickered with a hint of gold as he fixed his gaze on Sang Daohua, questioning, Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Sang Daohua chuckled lightly. It is rare for my esteemed uncle to be so hospitable. Do the two of you truly wish to disregard his kindness? Observing his demeanor, Yang Fei snorted softly. Positioning Ning Yue protectively behind him, his golden gaze intensifying. What? If we wish to leave, can my uncle truly compel us to stay? Sang Dao merely watched him with an air of leisure. Indeed, after a few breaths, Yang Fei's movements faltered, and a sudden grimace of pain crossed his face as he clutched his chest. Ning Yue instinctively reached out to support him. What is it, senior brother? Yang Fei's eyes blazed with anger as he incredulously stared at Sang Dao. What have you put in the tea? Sang Dao, observing Yang Fei's reaction, smirked. I had presumed you would be immune. Has Fuso Sect shielded you too well? The pain intensified, causing cold sweat to bead on Yang Fei's forehead, and he collapsed. Unable to sustain himself, Ning Yue hurried to catch him. Sang Dao reassured, do not worry. It merely robs you of your mobility. There is no real danger. After saying this, he scrutinized Ning Yue with curiosity. Are you unharmed? Ning Yue hesitated for a moment, realizing, oh no, I forgot to feign distress. She bore too many trinkets, such a mild toxin posed no threat to her physique. Thus, she had consumed the tea without a second thought. Yang Fei, still clutching his chest, looked at Ning Yue in shock. Little junior sister? Are you all right? Just as those words escaped him, Yang Fei watched in dismay as his little junior sister grimaced in pain, clutching her chest, her face pale as she forced a smile, explaining to Yang Fei. Perhaps my constitution is simply too robust, causing a delay in the drug's effect. Yang Fei, in an effort to embody the scene more vividly, clutched his chest and collapsed beside Yang Fei, gasping as if he could scarcely draw breath. Yang Fei, immediately alarmed, lifted his little junior sister, glaring at Sang Dao, and hastily produced his disciple's jade token. However, Sang Dao nonchalantly interrupted him, saying, abandon all hope. Here, no communication can escape. Yang Fei exhaled deeply, returned the jade token to its place, cradled Ning Yue in one arm, and pressed his hand against his chest, his expression marred by evident distress. Ning Yue, peeking at him with her eyes half open, felt an inkling of remorse for her act of feigning pain. Then, Yang Fei, with resounding conviction, exclaimed, Sang Dao, what are your intentions in poisoning your direct disciples? If this matter reaches the sect, even your past rescue of the sect leader will not absolve you. Yet, Sang Dao displayed an air of indifference, instructing his attendants, carry these two to the back courtyard and investigate those who visited the Sang residence today. Eliminate them all. In Chapter 100, the focus shifts to the spiritual roots of the 182 individuals. Sang Dao's gaze, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, was cold and oppressive, instilling discomfort. Bring the poison from earlier and administer it to them once more, he commanded. Ning Yue remained composed, merely needing to amplify her portrayal of suffering, while Yang Fei was on the verge of losing consciousness, drenched in a cascade of cold sweat. Hey, Ning Yue addressed the guard beside him. Do you have any medicine to alleviate the pain? My senior brother is about to faint. As Ning Yue spoke, Yang Fei indeed only managed to endure for a brief moment before collapsing. The guard merely cast a cold glance at them, then averted his gaze without offering a response. Xiaohua had previously emerged to check on Yang Fei's condition. The poison merely incapacitated him physically, dulling his ability to resist. It seemed that Sang Dao and his associates were not yet inclined to take their lives. But why had they been captured? And why were those who had seen them being silenced? Sang Dao pushed the door open and gestured to the guard. The guard immediately withdrew, ensuring the door was securely shut behind him. Ning Yue feigned unconsciousness, leaning over the fainted Yang Fei, with her eyes barely open to observe Sang Dao's movements. Sang Dao approached them step by step, meticulously confirming that both were truly incapacitated, a triumphant grin spreading across his lips, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Ning Yue felt a shiver of discomfort at his gaze. Sang Dao gently parted the curtains behind them, and it was then that Ning Yue noticed the expansive space concealed behind her. In the dimly lit area, there stood a grand bed, beside which a table draped in heavy fabric was positioned. As she squinted through the thick drapes and veils, she caught a glimpse of the figure resting on the bed. The plumpness of the man's face sank into the pillow, his eyes shut tight, surrounded by an aura of impending death. It was Sang Peng. How had he deteriorated to such a frail state after just a few months? Sang Dao seated himself by the bedside, tenderly caressing Sang Peng's cheek. Do not worry. Just a little longer, father will soon awaken you. He casually pulled the cloth from the table, and Ning Yue suddenly realized that it was not a table at all, but rather a transparent large jar. In the dim light, she could discern a tightly packed array of colorful elongated objects within the jar. As Ning Yue pondered what these items could be and why Sang Dao had amassed such a collection, she roughly counted them and estimated there were about 100 or 200. The vibrant objects, their material unknown, each exuded a dazzling beauty and appeared exquisitely crafted. Moreover, she could even sense a profound aura emanating from them. Ning Yue, what are these? Sang Dao had gently caressed the jar and picked up a large cleaver nearby. Ning Yue, what are you planning to do? Sang Dao strode towards Ning Yue and Yang Fei. In a moment of urgency, Ning Yue closed her eyes, acutely attuned to Sang Dao's actions. Suddenly, a sound of tisk reached her ears. It was the voice of Xiao Hua. This creature was truly merciless. There were a total of 182 exceptional spiritual roots. Ning Yue, spiritual roots. Ning Yue nearly gasped in shock, almost opening her eyes. The entire jar filled with elongated objects turned out to be spiritual roots. It was no wonder she had failed to recognize them at first. Her own spiritual roots were unlike anyone else's. Not only did they differ in appearance, but their location was also unique, while others had small roots situated at their dantian. Ning Yue's roots resembled towering trees and resided in her consciousness space. Furthermore, she had never had the opportunity to see the roots once unearthed. Xiaohua, quickly, create a barrier. Xiaohua casually tossed a barrier to Ning Yue, who immediately feigned excruciating pain, making contact with Yang Fei to shield him. Indeed, sang Dao. Upon casting a fleeting glance at the writhing Ning Yue, extended his hand to seize Yang Fei. Unbeknownst to others, he effortlessly lifted Yang Fei with a brutal force, hurling him onto the table. With a gleaming knife in hand, he aimed to strike at Yang Fei's lower abdomen. Such an act could surely lead to fatal consequences. Was this truly how one extracted a spiritual root? Would those 182 individuals not perish? Xiaohua interjected. Ning Yue's breath momentarily halted. She exhaled softly, an aura of coldness emanating from her gaze. Dizziness was not an option. With a casual wave, she conjured a golden barrier. Silently, the barrier enveloped the entire room before subtly vanishing into the air. Ning Yue rose from the ground, her cold eyes fixed on the frenzied Sang Dao, who had accurately struck Yang Fei's abdomen with his blade. With a resounding clang, the knife was abruptly deflected, slipping from his grasp. Sang Dao, unable to retrieve his weapon in time, inspected Yang Fei from head to toe, discovering no protective artifacts, and in desperation, resorted to using his hands. Ning Yue questioned, is he truly this deranged? The barrier created by Xiao Hua safeguarded Yang Fei, alleviating any concerns for his safety. However, this attempt to extract Yang Fei's spiritual root was in vain. Sang Dao, momentarily agitated, discarded Yang Fei's bag and various items suspected to be artifacts, even removing the jade crown that bound his hair. Yet, he remained unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Yang Fei. There seemed to be an elusive force thwarting his assaults. What on earth was happening? Fury ignited in Sang Dao's eyes, now tinged with crimson. As he gripped Yang Fei's collar tightly, appearing poised to slam him to the ground in the next moment, Ning Yue must not allow him to strike. Although external injuries can be resisted, the force of impact remains. Moreover, it seems that Sang Dao is an individual practitioner, which further complicates matters. He cannot be permitted to assault Yang Fei. Just as Sang Dao's fist was about to collide with Yang Fei's face, a thick green vine suddenly ensnared his wrist, pulling him backward. Sang Dao widened his eyes in astonishment as he turned to see Ning Yue standing behind him, grinning like a specter, head tilted. The horror of that moment was beyond verbal description. In a flash, Sang Dao pivoted with remarkable speed, cautiously fixing his gaze upon Ning Yue, adopting a defensive stance. Is the poison ineffective against you? When did you awaken? Rather than pondering when he had regained consciousness, Ning Yue contemplated for a moment and replied with a smile. It would be more accurate to say that I never lost consciousness. Is that so? Sang Dao's gaze remained locked on Ning Yue, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Then it's of no consequence to sacrifice your senior brother's spiritual root. He nonchalantly tossed Yang Fei aside, casting a significant look at Ning Yue. In that case, if I merely extract your spiritual root, I can cure my son. The others are of little importance. Ning Yue summoned the dual swords, Birth Flower and Call of the Echo, which stood resolutely behind him, emanating an intimidating aura. Countless vines erupted from the ground, eagerly entwining Sang Dao, anchoring him in place. Observing the vines coiling around him, Sang Dao regarded them with admiration, yet with a mere tug of his hand, he effortlessly severed them. Ning Yue furrowed his brow as the vines were ruthlessly torn apart under Sang Dao's assault. She was undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of her vines, hence her astonishment at Sang Dao's ability to sever them. Such physical prowess was remarkable. No wonder he could rescue the sect leader. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the silhouette of Sang Dao vanished ahead. Ning Yue immediately became vigilant, aware that losing focus could be perilous. A chilling gust swept by her, accompanied by a powerful fist aimed at her. Ning Yue's gaze turned icy as she swiftly conjured a blade that pierced through Sang Dao's hand. Chapter 101. Is it not somewhat unethical for 7 nascent souls to strike me? The damage inflicted by the ice blade was no trifling matter. Sang Dao's wound was nearly exposed. Ning Yue quickly withdrew to a safe distance, watching as Sang Daohua casually wiped the blood from his hand and licked the wound. Remarkably, the injury began to heal at an observable rate. There was no time to hesitate. Ning Yue instantaneously summoned all her spiritual energy, unleashing a flurry of techniques. Several ice blades aligned neatly behind her, filling the room with a frigid aura. With her fingers splayed, a blazing fireball materialized in her palm, casting a warm glow upon her face. Vines surged forth from the ground behind her. Ning Yue chuckled, witnessing the incredulous expression on Sang Daohua's face as they all surged toward him. Although Sang Daohua was aware that Ning Yue was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm and recognized her as a heavenly grade alchemist, he had no inkling of her formidable combat capabilities. While outsiders might be oblivious to the truths of the demon lair, as a semi-member of the Fusang sect, he certainly possessed some insight into the matter. At that time, it was not only Ning Yue who ventured forth, aside from her damaged sea of consciousness. The others returned completely unscathed. Thus, he maintained the belief that the Fusang sect attributed the credit for slaying the ninth seat to Ning Yue to bolster her reputation. After all, the Fusang sect has been experiencing a decline in recent years, desperately in need of a figure to uphold its status as the foremost among the 5 great sects. Witnessing the terrifying array of techniques and the formidable power of the spells unleashed, it is undoubtedly Ning Yue who has slain the ninth seed of the demonic clan. Sang Daohua was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure, activating nearly every nerve in his body in that fleeting instant, barely managing to evade the attack. A corner of the building had collapsed, dust swirling into the air, yet fortunately, Sang Peng's bed was shielded by a protective barrier, remaining untouched. Taking a deep breath, Sang Daohua allowed himself a moment of respite. He believed his body could withstand the assaults of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator without issue. However, that was only in reference to a typical late-stage Golden Core practitioner. What kind of late-stage Golden Core cultivator possesses such extraordinary power? Ning Yue tilted his head, observing him while seated sideways on the huaming, idly tapping the blooming flower against his knee. He appeared utterly bored. Indeed, Master Uncle, you managed to evade this. One would expect fear to take hold, compelling immediate flight. Yet, as Sang Daohua gazed at Ning Yue and the collapsed building, a glint of excitement and ferocity sparkled in his eyes. Surely, with the quality of your spiritual root, you can heal my son. Ning Yue cast a disdainful glance at Sang Peng, whose body resembled a small mountain, covered by a quilt that rose and fell with each breath. I have yet to confront him, and you, as his father, have come to seek me out. Sang Daohua regarded Ning Yue with a curious expression. The fact that Sang Peng had managed to provoke someone like you indicates a fated connection between you two. His gaze turned fierce. His entire being swift as a gust of wind, brandishing a glinting cleaver, he lunged toward Ning Yue's neck. Give your life to my son. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes, and suddenly, a golden, hard barrier appeared, effortlessly absorbing his strike. She was acutely aware that her physical capabilities could never withstand the might of Sang Daohua. Thus, she consciously avoided any contact with him. Although he was merely an unawakened body cultivator devoid of spiritual roots, every inch of his skin had been honed to perfection. Even if he could only rely on his physical prowess, his combat effectiveness was far from negligible. Upon seeing his attack thwarted, a fierce glint flashed in Sang Daohua's eyes as he abruptly tore his upper garment apart. Ning Yue had always assumed he was slightly portly, never suspecting that beneath his clothing lay a physique of extraordinary musculature. What an impressive specimen of muscle, she exclaimed inwardly. Sang Daohua's muscles tensed, veins gradually becoming pronounced as his physique swelled. Clenching his fists, he struck the barrier with ferocity. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the center of the barrier, and with relentless determination, Sang Daohua continued to hammer away, causing the fissures to expand further until crack. The barrier shattered. Is he really that formidable? Ning Yue gasped. Physical defenses were futile. Only magical attacks would suffice. It was worth noting that this was the capability of her newly restored golden spiritual root. And yet he had managed to breach her barrier with sheer physical strength. Ning Yue sat atop her summon mount, ascending rapidly, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the scene below. Sang Daohua appeared utterly deranged. Gazing up at Ning Yue, he leapt into the air, utilizing the surrounding objects and his own springiness to propel himself directly in front of her. What the? Ning Yue exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden appearance, and promptly hurled a fireball at his head. Sang Daohua executed a maneuver in midair that, to Ning Yue, seemed exceedingly arduous. In midair, he executed a somersault, raising his foot to direct the fireball towards her, expending all his strength in a forceful kick. Naturally, upon making contact with Sang Daohua, the fireball erupted, clawing and swirling around his body. He let out a cry of anguish, completely taken aback by the terrifying power of the flame. Simultaneously, the fireball sped towards Ning Yue, while Sang Daohua, enduring the searing pain, glared menacingly at her. There was no way she could escape this. If his robust physique was so severely injured, Ning Yue's petite frame would surely be consumed by the fireball, akin to a moth with its wings ablaze, plummeting to the ground. He eagerly anticipated such a spectacle. To his astonishment, Ning Yue seemed to comprehend the language of his expression. She regarded him with a look of disbelief, as if he were a fool. Casually raising her hand, the swiftly approaching searing fireball obediently returned to her palm. In the midst of Sang Daohua's astonished and incredulous gaze, it vanished from Ning Yue's grasp. Sang Daohua. At that moment, he was truly on the brink of madness. Whether it was angered by Ning Yue or scorched by the flames, he frantically clutched his wounds and shouted fiercely to those around him, "Come out! All of you, come out! Do whatever it takes to eliminate her." Suddenly, Ning Yue sensed the presence of 7 new auras. 7 figures clad in black silently appeared around the house. Were these the elite warriors hired by Sang Daohua? Under his directive, the 7 unleashed their formidable pressure, each one a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Ning Yue assessed them, stroking her chin with a smile as she regarded Sang Daohua. "So many? My dear Uncle Master truly has put me to the test." Sang Dao and Lang Yin gazed at Ning Yue, their voices rising in urgency. "Kill her." Several figures moved in unison, only to be abruptly ensnared outside by a shimmering barrier. The golden shield revealed intricate patterns, a creation originally set by Ning Yue. Veins bulged on Sang Dao's forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. He clenched his fist and struck the nearest barrier with ferocity, shouting, "I will kill you! I will kill you! I will kill you!" Ning Yue perceived the madness enveloping him. The barrier was expansive, and given Sang Dao's waning strength, the damage inflicted was minimal, merely a few hairline fractures. Nonetheless, with time, it would inevitably shatter. Ning Yue, feeling rather listless, glanced skyward. The heavens had grown dark, indicating the lateness of the hour. She pondered, stroking her chin. Isn't it rather unjust for 7 nascent soul practitioners to assault a single golden core? With that thought, she resolved to equal the odds. Closing her eyes, she willingly released the constraints of her realm, her spiritual energy surging forth. Chapter 102, A Sister with Connections in the Heavens Indeed. It was manifestly unfair for 7 nascent soul beings to confront one golden core. The simplest solution was for Ning Yue to ascend to the nascent soul realm herself. She opened her eyes and looked up. The distant sky was thickening with storm clouds, a foreboding darkness illuminated by the flicker of lightning amidst the rumble of thunder. Sang Dao, observing the brewing tempest, scoffed, "Daring to face the thunderstorm at this moment? Do you fear that I cannot slay you?" Ning Yue merely smiled in silence. Her gaze lowered upon Sang Dao. The resounding thunder echoed in her ears as the storm clouds took shape, poised to strike at any moment. As Sang Dao had remarked, confronting the thunderstorm at this juncture appeared to be an invitation for vulnerability. Although the tribulation can elevate one's strength to the nascent soul stage, during the tribulation, one can only endure the relentless strikes of lightning, each blow leaving them incapacitated for a considerable time, leaving no room to attend to other matters. The 7 nascent souls surrounding her are indeed poised like hungry wolves. Ning Yue is acutely aware that such a circumstance may unfold, provided that the thunderstorm truly targets her. Contemplating a certain scenario, Ning Yue smiled sweetly at the sky, her eyes bright and crescent-like. "In this situation where I might be besieged, you wouldn't strike me, would you?" She paused momentarily, her tone shifting to one of feigned vulnerability, lowering her gaze. "If you wish to save me, direct the lightning toward those nascent souls instead. I would be ever so grateful." Celestial Realm, Ning Lian. Shin Changfeng. Shin Changfeng, surrounded by small bolts of lightning, gazed at Ning Lian with a hint of dilemma. "My lord, this." Ning Lian leaned forward, exhaling softly, her cheeks flushed. "Do as my daughter suggests." Shin Changfeng fell silent for a moment, seemingly on the verge of refusal, but ultimately conceded. "Oh, alas, my daughter is so pitiable. I must descend to find her. Remember, don't let the lightning stray." Shin Changfeng, still encircled by lightning, hesitated briefly. The affairs of the celestial realm are numerous and cannot be neglected by the divine lord. "Oh, just leave it all to you," Ning Lian exclaimed, hastily tossing aside her responsibilities as she rushed out. Sigh. Shin Changfeng sighed, resignedly releasing the lightning. Ning Yue remained seated on her call, gazing at the sky. Not far away, the thunder lingered in an eerie silence for a moment before reluctantly emitting a spark. Ning Yue smiled slightly, sensing that the event had come to fruition. For reasons unbeknownst to her, it seemed as if the thunder held a peculiar fondness for her, although she could not fathom why. She had never heard of anyone crying out during a tribulation only for the thunder to relent. Perhaps she had connections in the heavens. Ning Yue pondered this while stroking her chin. To her surprise, Sang Dao audaciously burst into laughter. "Everyone, hold your actions for now. Wait for the opportune moment, and strike her down when she is struck." Ning Yue lowered her gaze, her eyes resembling those of someone observing inferior ants. The lightning flashed dramatically behind her, and with a swift motion of her hand, 7 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, descended with a thunderous roar. The lightning struck with relentless fury, accompanied by a howling wind, charging towards Ning Yue. Sang Dao watched eagerly as the storm clouds gathered above her. Now's your chance, killer. Suddenly, his expression froze in shock. The lightning surged towards the 7 yuan in cultivators surrounding them. What was happening? Sang Dao's face went blank as he stared at Ning Yue and the 7 bolts of heavenly wrath. Such a scenario had never been heard of before. Could it be that this tribulation was a mere illusion? Not only was Sang Dao taken aback, but the 7 yuan cultivators also stood wide-eyed as the lightning struck mere inches from their faces, utterly unresponsive. Moreover, how could this yuan tribulation differ so drastically from their own experiences? Had it ever been this excruciating? Had it ever been this formidable? They were left reeling from the pain, their minds consumed by a single thought: agony. Sang Dao stood silently, gazing at the fallen bodies of several yuan cultivators. He had expended a considerable fortune to hire them, and they had simply collapsed. Ning Yue, resting her chin on her hand, raised an eyebrow as she observed the scene below. To be fair, it was indeed impressive. It saved her a great deal of trouble. She looked up to the heavens and exclaimed, "Thank you." Shen Feng, feeling quite powerless, decided to take precautionary measures and delivered a jolt to one of the fallen members of the Yuan 7. The group was momentarily stunned, having been effortlessly dispatched. Sang Dao's expression nearly split in two. Ning Yue smirked. Haha. As the heavenly thunder dissipated, golden dust rained down upon Ning Yue, leaving not a trace behind. Spiritual energy surged within her, rising steadily until it reached a critical threshold, early Yuan stage. Ning Yue stretched languidly, savoring the tumultuous waves of spiritual power within her. She cast a glance at the trembling Sang Dao below and smirked wickedly. No matter how formidable Sang Dao's physical prowess, he remained but an ordinary person. During her Jinan phase, he had managed to exchange blows with her, but now she was unequivocally a Yuan stage cultivator. Sang Dao likely realized he stood no chance against Ning Yue in her current form. He rushed to the bedside, lifting Sang Pang in an attempt to flee. Given the vastness of the Sang estate, it was probable that Sang Dao had long prepared an escape route. Ning Yue could not allow them to slip away so easily. With a mere gesture, she summoned countless icy blades, glistening with a chilling aura, encircling Sang Dao and trapping him in place. Frustrated, Sang Dao looked up at Ning Yue. "I'll let you go? You and your senior brother should leave. I promise I will no longer target you." Ning Yue gazed at him with a hint of amusement, acknowledging that his predicament had now reached a point where only her mercy could spare him. With a swift motion, she thrust the ice blade directly through Sang Dao's body, pinning him in place. Blood gushed forth rapidly, the wound refusing to mend. The corpulent Sang Pang slipped from Sang Dao's back and landed with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ning Yue withdrew the ice blade and slowly approached Sang Pang's face. Just months prior, he had appeared so formidable. How had he fallen to such a pitiful state? Sang Dao's gaze was icy as he stared at Ning Yue and the blade in her grasp, as if he wished to see her dismembered. Growing impatient, Ning Yue waved her hand, and a gruesome wound appeared on Sang Dao's face. "What are you staring at? Another look and I may well gouge your eyes out," she remarked coldly. "My son lacks spiritual roots, yet is afflicted by a congenital illness, doomed not to see beyond his 18th year." Sang Dao gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. If I could obtain 200 superior spiritual roots for him to consume, he could develop new roots and extend his life through cultivation. Ning Yue's voice betrayed no emotion. "So, you have slain so many and taken countless spiritual roots for the sake of this worthless child?" Just as Sang Dao prepared to retort, he reconsidered his dire situation and could only endure, responding with a reluctant yes. He pondered the whereabouts of the remains of 182 individuals. Ning Yue's gaze became vacant as she cast a glance towards the Sang family's grand residence. Sang Pang lay silently on the ground, his rotund face dusted with grime. The ice blade in her hand tapped rhythmically against Sang Pang's cheek. The 182 spiritual roots, each of the highest quality, if nurtured, would undoubtedly become indispensable forces within the realm of cultivation. Yet, it is tragic that such a waste was made of them, leading to the loss of life. Fortunately, Ning Yue proclaimed, "I am one who cherishes talent. This matter cannot simply be resolved." Chapter 103, The Incineration of the Sang Residence in an Instant. A conflagration erupted behind Ning Yue, as countless fireballs surged menacingly toward the Sang residence. The inferno blazed forth, resembling a monstrous beast, thrashing and roaring in its fiery embrace. Sang Dao, in a state of panic, frantically wielded various life-saving artifacts to escape. However, the moment any artifact was invoked, regardless of its rank, they all proved futile. Sang Dao shook his head in disbelief. How could this be? These are all Earth-level artifacts. The bounty was indeed substantial, yet Ning Yue merely scoffed. How could they possibly fail? Sang Dao trembled, while Ning Yue maintained her silence, a smile playing upon her lips. Her meticulous examination of the Sang residence's layout was precisely to preclude Sang Dao from fleeing, prompting her to test a newly learned formation, the Spirit Confinement Array, designed to keep specific individuals within a defined perimeter, rendering escape impossible. The artifacts had not malfunctioned. Rather, she had ensnared Sang Dao within this trap. His gaze darted around, fixated on Sang Pang, whom he deemed necessary to let escape first. Seizing the moment while Ning Yue was distracted by the burning structure, he deftly hurled an artifact towards Sang Pang. There was hope. Sang Dao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet in the next heartbeat, a long sword pierced brutally through Sang Pang's chest, glinting coldly as it twisted mercilessly. In a state of delirium, Sang Pang furrowed his brow, unable to suppress the torrents of fresh blood that erupted from his mouth. Sang Dao was on the verge of madness. His eyes, bloodshot, lunged forward desperately to force a pill into Sang Pang's mouth, yet his efforts were in vain. Blood trickled from the corners of Sang Pang's lips as his breathing gradually slowed until it ceased entirely. Ning Yue withdrew her sword, delicate petals drifting away, scattering across her form. Calmly, she cast a cleansing spell upon the blooming flower. She had initially intended merely to vent her frustrations upon him, but now it seemed more fitting to offer an apology to the 182 souls. I shall kill you. I will murder you. Sang Dao. His expression frenzied, charged towards Ning Yue. She nimbly evaded him, her demeanor indifferent as she regarded him. Who could you possibly kill? Sang Dao, having lost all rationality, rushed at Ning Yue. She could scarcely be bothered to glance at him, her hand darting forward to pierce him through with ease. Sang Dao's well-muscled form was effortlessly breached, a feat beyond Ning Yue's capabilities during her golden core stage. Clutching his wound, Sang Dao awaited her, struggling to utter. Do you not fear the sect holding you accountable? Ning Yue regarded him leisurely, flames raging behind her. Accountability? She scoffed. The precious disciple burdened with the sect's prosperity juxtaposed against the shameless elder who consumed and pillaged, it was evident whom the sect favored. Sang Dao spat out a mouthful of old blood, the wound in his chest gushing. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, dead. Ning Yue positioned the father and son, both steeped in malevolence, together and took a picture with a recording stone. She then entered the room, where Yangfei remained blissfully unconscious, enveloped in tranquility. His junior sister had already returned from a tumultuous battle. Ning Yue retrieved some herbs from her consciousness space. Will this really work? Xiahua replied, just feed it to him. Thus, Ning Yue stuffed the herbs into Yangfei's mouth. She then discreetly approached a hidden corner of the room and took out a sound stone. Taking advantage of Yangfei's unconscious state, she listened intently to its contents. Upon confirming that everything was in order, she tucked it away in her bosom. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yangfei awoke. He opened his eyes, still hazy, and looked at Ning Yue, who was curled up beside him. Junior sister? What happened to me? Ning Yue responded, you simply had a good sleep. Yangfei, momentarily vacant in thought, suddenly exclaimed, poison. Are you all right, junior sister? How did I faint? What about Sang Dao and that old man? What were they trying to do? Ning Yue silently led him outside to the courtyard, where they found the Sang father and son arranged neatly. Yangfei was struck with alarm. He asked Dad, what transpired? It's not easy to kill him. Ning Yue sweetly replied, I am not an ordinary person. Yangfei seemed to grasp the situation, hesitantly asking junior sister, what happened? Ning Yue handed the sound stone and the recording stone to Yangfei. Damn. After reviewing the events, Yangfei brandished his sword, aiming it at Sang Dao and Sang Pang, filled with rage. This is utterly insane. We must report this matter to the sect immediately. Yangfei's expression turned pained as he packed a large jar of spiritual roots into his cosmic bag. Ning Yue followed closely behind. The flames engulfing the Sang residence had yet to be extinguished. Given the power of Ning Yue's ancient fire seed, it was astonishing that the inferno had not yet subsided. This indicated the vastness of the Sang estate. She raised her hand, drawing the flames back into her possession, for they had nearly consumed their purpose. She found the remnants of the fire in such a place to be distasteful. Suddenly, she recalled her senior brother Ning Yue remembered that Sang Dao intended to silence those who had witnessed their presence here today. She wondered if there was still time and resolved to check outside promptly. Yangfei immediately summoned the blue flames, and the two ascended into the air, surveying the area below. There, Ning Yue quickly pointed to a specific location. Yangfei focused intently, directing the blue flames to surge forward. It appeared that their visit had consumed considerable time, yet they had arrived just in time. No one had been harmed. A figure clad in black was encircling an old man dressed in coarse linen. Ning Yue squinted as she grasped the glinting sword. The icy bow and arrows swiftly took form, and with a flick of her fingers in the void, the crystalline arrows were poised upon the bowstring. With a swift whoosh, a strand of hair near Ning Yue's face was tousled by the force of the release, as the arrow, imbued with a chilling aura, pierced directly into the chest of the black-clad figure. He stood frozen for 3 seconds before his body abruptly transformed into ice, and moments later, he shattered into several large fragments. Ning Yue descended to the ground to examine the old man, only to be taken aback. Was it Yuan Shun? Ning Yue exclaimed in surprise. Old sir? Yuan Shun, equally astonished, replied, You have safely emerged? Ning Yue nodded, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Safely emerged? What do you know? Yuan Shun responded, As an alchemist of my caliber, it is not uncommon for the Sang family to summon me. I am privy to certain matters. Upon witnessing your entry into the Sang residence, I initially intended to offer a warning, yet I was taken aback by your astonishing speed. Yuan Shun gasped, exclaiming, That place is utterly merciless. It's a wonder you managed to escape. Ning Yue responded, Since you are aware, why not report it to a major sect? Yuan Shun replied with a bitter smile, A major sect? The most powerful sect here is none other than the Fusang sect. And that old rogue Sang is an elder of the Fusang sect. The nearby cultivators lack substantial cultivation levels. There have been attempts to report, but those efforts were ultimately discovered, leading to the capture and demise of a certain Sang Dawa. Ning Yue turned to Yang Fei, who displayed a look of indignation. There has been no mention of any reports within the sect. Such matters have never reached the ears of the sect master or the elders. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Ning Yue gazed darkly at the location of the Sang residence, realizing that the decision to eliminate him was indeed justified. Chapter 104, Could it be that a breakthrough has occurred? With those concerns now alleviated, Ning Yue reassured, the Fusang sect is already aware, Sang Dawa has met his end, and such occurrences shall not transpire again. You killed Sang Dawa? Are you not afraid of repercussions? Yuan Shen scrutinized Ning Yue and Yang Fei with suspicion. Ning Yue produced a disciple's jade token, presenting it before Yuan Shen. We are direct disciples of the Fusang sect, fortuitously discovering the truth and here to rectify the situation. Yuan Shen was taken aback, realizing she was indeed a direct disciple of the Fusang sect. With a smile, Ning Yue took Yuan Shen's hand and called to Yang Fei, senior brother. Summon Lan Yan. Ning Yue, accompanied by Yuan Shen, gazed towards the direction of the Sang family residence from the back of the Azure Flame. What was once a magnificent mansion adorned with intricate carvings and golden splendor now stood in desolation, its structure a mere shadow of its former glory. Ning Yue had anticipated that Yuan Shen would be melancholic, lamenting the downfall of the Sang family. To his surprise, the old man was nearly ecstatic, nearly leaping from the Azure Flame in his exuberance. Indeed, what a remarkable sight. It brings me immense joy to witness the Sang residence in such a state, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Ning Yue could only respond with a mix of amusement and disbelief while Yang Fei stood silent beside him. After a brief moment, Ning Yue set Yuan Shen down. If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave, he stated. Yes, go on, Yuan Shen nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for rescuing me. When you return to selling elixirs, I shall ensure you secure a prime position. Ning Yue chuckled in response, I appreciate your kindness. The destruction of the Sang residence was indeed a significant event, not to mention the ensuing turmoil among the locals. Word of this incident would have surely reached the Fusang sect by now. They likely dispatched individuals to investigate the matter. Time is of the essence, Yang Fei urged. We must return to the sect promptly and clarify the situation. Agreed, Ning Yue replied, without even pausing to vacate their quarters. They mounted the Azure Flame and set off towards the sect. Halfway through their journey, they encountered the main contingent of the Fusang sect. Shering Han was the first to spot them, waving from the edge of the flying vessel. Junior sister, Yang Fei? What brings you back? Ning Yue hurried onto the craft and inquired of Shering Han, brother, where are the sect leader and the elders? Yang Fei rushed up from behind, urgency evident in his tone. Quickly summoned back the disciples investigating the Sang residence. We are responsible for this incident. Shering Han was evidently aware of the situation regarding the Sang residence, yet upon observing the puzzled expressions of Ning Yue and Yang Fei, he inquired, the ones who set fire to the Sang residence, are you? He suggested they enter before discussing further. Ning Yue ushered Shering Han and Yang Fei into the inner chamber. The sect leader and the elders were indeed present, and upon seeing Ning Yue and Yang Fei, they appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, What brings you back? Before the assembly, Ning Yue produced the sound recording stone and the image recording stone, displaying them for all to see. They watched the footage in its entirety. The pallor of Ji Feng's face could only be described as ashen, and he could not contain the aura of pressure emanating from him. That Sang Dawa. I knew he was no good. If it weren't for him. The law enforcement elder, Yu Guang, suddenly noticed Ji Feng and hesitated, leaving his subsequent thoughts unspoken. One can only blame Sang Dawa for being shameless and ungrateful. How dare he extend his grasp to the direct disciples of the Fusang sect? The formation elder clenched his fists tightly. Where's his corpse? Ji Feng inquired in a low voice. It remains where it was. I did not bring it along, Ning Yue replied. Such matters could not be concealed, as he still bore the insignia of the Fusang sect. Engaging in such actions would inevitably tarnish the sect's reputation. Shiringhan furrowed his brow. That Sang Daohua, while ostentatiously referred to as an elder, is merely a parasitic wretch. He has profited handsomely, yet expects us to clean up his mess. Yang Fei expressed his dissatisfaction. We must provide an explanation for the 182 individuals who lost their spiritual roots and their lives for such absurd reasons. Ji Feng's countenance darkened, as if a tempest were brewing in his eyes. The alchemist elder furrowed his brow, exclaiming, moreover, the notion that consuming spiritual roots could yield new ones is utterly preposterous. The law enforcement elder remarked, with such occurrences surfacing just before the grand competition of the sect, it seems the 4 major sects will not let this opportunity slip by. The Fusang sect has long dominated the position of the foremost among the 5 sections. Though they appear harmonious and amicable on the surface, who does not secretly wish for the Fusang sect to descend into decline? Previously, they even besieged the gates of the Purgatory sect, a profound humiliation. Yet, in the end, Qi Bei still shamelessly sought after the celestial great elixirs. Was it not to the fear of the Fusang sect? Now that an opportunity has arisen, the matter concerning Sang Dao serves as a perfect pretext to dampen the Fusang sect's fervor. Ning Yue lowered his head, stowing away the sound recording stone and the image recording stone. The law enforcement elder suddenly furrowed his brows, observing Ning Yue with concern. My dear disciple, your spiritual power today seems alarmingly potent. Has something transpired? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their attention towards Ning Yue. Previously captivated by the matters regarding Sang Dao, they had overlooked the changes in Ning Yue. Could it be? Ji Feng gazed at Ning Yue, murmuring. Indeed. Ning Yue casually unsealed his concealment, allowing his realm to emerge. The nascent soul stage? The aura of the nascent soul stage surged throughout the inner hall. The second individual of the younger generation from the Fusang sect to reach the nascent soul stage. At merely 12 years of age, it was Ning Yue. Wonderful, wonderful. Ji Feng laughed, his anger dissipating considerably. As expected of Ning Yue, to break through after just a few days of leisure. Ha ha ha. Ning Yue humbly replied, both my senior brother and I have been diligently cultivating. It was merely a coincidence that I gained enlightenment during the battle with Sang Dao. The earnest and devoted Yang Fei, who has yet to break through the mirror. Ha ha ha. Well then, may you shine brilliantly in the sect's grand competition. The matter regarding Sang Dao will be resolved by the sect. Since Sang Dao dares to kill even the direct disciples of the sect, it indicates a lack of loyalty to the sect. The sect leader need not concern himself with other sect leaders. He should simply compensate the 182 individuals affected. Furthermore, let Sang Daohua's corpse be utterly dismembered, ensuring that he never attains reincarnation again, Ning Yue declared. Those surrounding him, upon hearing Ning Yue's suggestion, expressed no dissent. The elder of law enforcement, moved, remarked, Xiaoyu has truly grown. He now considers the sect's interests. Ji Feng looked on with satisfaction. Focus on the competition. We will handle matters here appropriately. On the day of the sect's grand competition, events unfolded exactly as Ji Feng had anticipated. Before he could even take his seat, Qi Bei shot him a sidelong glance. The sect has encountered such a significant incident, and you still have the leisure to participate in the grand competition? Ji Feng offered him no pleasant response, as he found Qi Bei the most irksome among the 4. Qi Zhongzhu had been too lenient. The Fuso sect had already arranged everything, leaving no need for concern. How can it be properly arranged? This is a matter of utmost importance for the entire cultivation world. 182 roots of spiritual essence, each of superior quality. This represents the future strength of the cultivation realm. Sang Daohua's actions have indeed jeopardized the next generation of the cultivation world. How can sect leader Ji claim to have everything under control? Qi Bei pressed, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Ji Feng. Ji Feng averted his eyes, a glint of cold light gleaming within them. Chapter 105. Past Events. With such a heavy accusation laid upon him, Ji Feng found himself without a rebuttal, furrowing his brow in frustration. Sang Daohua and the actions of the individual have led the Fusang sect to offer compensation for the grievous loss of 182 lives, providing each bereaved family with a sum of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones in an attempt to seek their understanding. When Qi Bei heard this figure, he was taken aback. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, such an immense amount. However, he immediately countered, what use are spirit stones to the deceased? Can they buy back a life? Ji Feng lowered his gaze. Indeed, death is final. No amount of wealth can restore a life. Thus, he shared the same disdain for Sang Daohua as those victims did. It may, however, offer some solace to the grieving families. By tracing their spiritual roots, they aim to identify the corresponding individuals and investigate their relatives. When the disciples sent for compensation returned, their expressions bore the weight of compassion. Saying Dao had targeted those who were vulnerable in the realm of cultivation, individuals who, having recognized their innate talents, arrived in the upper realm brimming with ambition, only to have their spiritual roots cruelly severed by Saying Dao upon the slightest display of promise. Saying Dao was exceptionally cunning, having conducted thorough investigations on each individual. He never dared to harm the scions of powerful clans or esteemed sections. This time, however, he recklessly sought to eliminate Ning Yue and Yang Fei, driven by the urgency of Sang Pang's imminent demise and Ning Yue's burgeoning reputation as a prodigy. Qi Bei scoffed. So, does Sect Master Ji intend to resolve matters in this manner? Sang Dao ultimately aimed to extract Ning Yue's spiritual roots. Had it not been for Ning Yue's counterattack, he would have succeeded. I do not believe he truly represents the Fusang sect. Ji Feng's tone grew somber. Qi Bei choked back his words, casting a glance at the 3 sect masters nearby, who were feigning submission. Fang Sun and the alchemy elder of Fusang sect are both adept alchemists of the earth rank, sharing a certain camaraderie in their daily interactions. Recently, they have found themselves captivated by Ning Yue, who has successfully refined a heavenly grade elixir. Consequently, they are less inclined to pander to Qi Bei as they previously did. They feign enthusiasm as they observe the disciples entering. As for Lu Fengyi, he is even less concerned. This individual has persistently devoted himself to the sword path, showing indifference to other matters, often relying on his trusted elder to appease Qi Bei. Today, however, by chance, his confidant is absent, and Lu Fengyi seems to be merely going through the motions, likely to depart shortly. As he watches the incoming disciples, his eyes suddenly gleam. Ning Yue has arrived. Ji Feng muses, it has been quite some time, and he still harbors thoughts of Ning Yue? However, the unfolding events have exceeded his expectations. He initially believed that Qi Bei would collaborate with other sect leaders to make his situation untenable today. To his astonishment, 2 have directly turned against him. Only one remains, Li Xian. Ji Feng's gaze naturally drifts towards Li Xian. Simultaneously, Qi Bei casts a furious glance in Li Xian's direction. Li Xian exclaims, please, do not look at me. He is still capable of discerning right from wrong. With the emergence of the exceptionally talented Ning Yue from Fusang sect, the sect's downward trajectory has been vehemently disrupted. Not only that, but she is destined to elevate Fusang sect to greater heights in the future. He sees no need to offend Fusang sect on Qi Bei's behalf. After all, the deceased are gone. One can only arrange matters for those left behind. Moreover, it is evident that Qi Bei has taken much from Fusang sect, yet there is no word of him contributing anything in return. Qi Bei had finally identified a flaw and spoke without restraint. Was it not the benefits bestowed upon him by the Fusang sect that empowered him to act so recklessly? He had taken the lives of the young prodigies of the cultivation world. Was this not tantamount to the Fusang sect itself extinguishing these vital forces? What if, in the future, the demon clan were to mount a resurgence? Would the Fusang sect send its own people to resist? As these words escaped his lips, a collective gasp resonated around him. Even Lu Fengyi, who typically remained oblivious to affairs beyond his immediate concerns, could not help but turn to gaze at Qi Bei. Qi Bei was acutely aware that he had overstepped, his posture stiffening momentarily as he cautiously cast a glance at Ji Feng. Indeed, Ji Feng's oppressive aura was now spilling forth uncontrollably. His expression remained impassive. Yet bloodshot veins crept into his eyes as he effortlessly crushed the specially crafted wooden chair beneath him. This was dire. I beg your pardon, sect leader, Qi Bei stammered. Cold sweat beading on his brow, his earlier bravado dissipating entirely. I am feeling somewhat disoriented today and spoke inappropriately. Ji Feng slowly shifted his gaze, fixing his intense stare upon Qi Bei. The latter did not dare to lift his head. Ji Feng's usual gentleness had rendered him forgetful of the fact that Ji Feng was the most powerful among them. Under normal circumstances, Ji Feng might have let it slide. Even when Qi Bei had been so confrontational moments ago, Ji Feng had shown restraint. Yet, he had spoken too hastily, broaching matters that should have remained unspoken. Following Ning Yue's entrance, she sensed the oppressive weight emanating from the sect leader's platform and felt a wave of irritation. Surely, they were causing trouble for the sect leader. Shi Han sought to comfort her while casting a worried glance. They could not allow any harm to come to the sect leader. Fang Sun sensed the precariousness of the situation and realized he could no longer feign ignorance. He was perplexed, Master Ji. He hastily defended Qi Bei with a few words. Ji Feng's words fell heavily, as if he were brewing a tempest. Have I, perhaps, granted you too much leniency, allowing you to forget the extent of my prowess? Qi Bei clenched his teeth in silence, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Indeed, Li Xian interjected, somewhat smugly, urging Master Ji not to stoop to his level. Ji Feng remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Bei. His stare bore an oppressive weight, like a formidable mountain pressing down upon all present. Even the disciples below felt the pressure, frequently glancing up at the Master's platform. Shall I not take this opportunity to impart a lasting lesson? Master Ji. Lu Feng called out coldly from the side, warning that any conflict here would only bring misfortune to the disciples below. The oppressive atmosphere abruptly dissipated, and a collective sigh of relief escaped from several individuals. It was merely talk, no need for such tension. Ji Feng's earlier intensity had vanished, and he regarded Qi Bei with a smile. Please, take a seat. Qi Bei trembled as he sat down, not daring to cast a sidelong glance in Ji Feng's direction. This predicament traces back to when the Fusang sect ascended to the pinnacle among the 5 great sects. At that time, the chaotic world of cultivation gradually regained order under the Fusang sect's guidance. However, unrest broke out near the Inferno sect's vicinity. A horde of demons surged forth, including those of the 3rd and 5th ranks. Yet, the Inferno sect's reconnaissance efforts faltered, mistakenly believing that only Earth-level demons had emerged. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Feng sought to further solidify the gradually stabilizing realm of cultivation. The disciples of the Fusang sect took the lead, exerting nearly all their strength to encircle the low-ranking demons. In this operation, the Fusang sect stood at the forefront, with other sect disciples following behind. Due to a reconnaissance error, they were unaware that there were 12 demon positions within. The disciples of the Fusang sect, facing the 12, suffered a devastating defeat. By the time Ji Feng realized something was amiss, it was too late. When he hurried to the scene, all that remained were the broken bodies of his disciples. This represented the entirety of the new generation of the Fusang sect. Tattered robes of blue and white hung from the branches, swaying in the breeze, while blood soaked the earth below. He managed to save disciples from other sects, but none from the Fusang sect survived. That day, Ji Feng was nearly driven to madness. With his own strength, he single-handedly killed the 3rd and 5th positions, yet he too was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Chapter 106. Just as I wished upon awakening, Ji Feng faced a shaken Fusang sect. After this battle, the sect was heavily wounded, and for such a ridiculous reason, merely due to the reconnaissance blunder of the Purgatory sect. That was a demon lair situated near the Purgatory sect. Even if they chose not to intervene, it would have been inconsequential. At that moment, Ji Feng contemplated storming the Purgatory sect and slaughtering their entire clan. With his sword in hand and eyes ablaze with fury, his aura and spiritual power surged violently, overwhelming even the elders who attempted to restrain him. Upon exiting the sect, he encountered Qi Bei, who had brought the entirety of the Purgatory sect, kneeling before the gates of the Fusang sect, tearfully apologizing. Ji Feng was genuinely tempted to take action, already harboring murderous intent. Fang Sun, Li Xian, and Lu Fengyi were present, urging him. The cultivation world has only just begun to stabilize. If you truly massacre the Purgatory sect, we may find ourselves plunged back into chaos. Should my disciples then be destined to perish? Ji Feng glared at the congregation of the Hell sect, all kneeling before him. Upon his utterance, they fell into silence. For the survival of their sect's disciples hinged upon Ji Feng's timely intervention. His swiftness had been remarkable, had he delayed even a moment longer. Not a single soul from the various sects would have remained unscathed. Yet, in a tragic twist, the speed of the demonic clan's 12 seats surpassed even his own, effortlessly annihilating the Fusang sect. Thus, no one dared to counsel Ji Feng, for they were all beneficiaries of the situation. Had their own sect faced such calamity, they might have succumbed to madness akin to Ji Feng's. Moreover, the entire order of the cultivation realm was established under Ji Feng's leadership alongside the Fusang sect. Since he intended to dismantle it with his own hands, they had no grounds to intervene. With sword in hand, Ji Feng unleashed his full aura. A fierce wind, imbued with the potency of thunder, surged toward Qi Bei's neck. In a moment of reflection, Ji Feng caught sight of a child's silhouette within the blade's gleam. A droplet of blood trickled down the neck, staining the collar. Ji Feng halted his strike. The child was a recent recruit to the Fusang sect, scarcely 7 or 8 years of age, lacking the strength to accompany older disciples to the demon's lair, thus remaining at the sect. Behind him stood a throng of young children, the eldest not exceeding 10, their eyes wide with terror, brimming with tears. Taking a deep breath, Ji Feng trembled as he sheathed his sword, allowing a single tear to slip away, hidden within his garments. His eyes, veined with crimson, were so blurred that one could not discern his pupils. They appeared a uniform shade of scarlet. Get out, he hissed at Qi Bei, almost grinding the word out between clenched teeth. Who could he blame? The true fault lay with himself, had he not dispatched disciples. The Hell sect would have faced the tribulation alone, suffering only the loss of its own. When he finally discovered the 12 seats of the demon clan, he could have gone to offer support, potentially averting the tragic fate of his disciples. Yet, what good is it now? Qi Bei, in his despair, nearly battered his head against the ground, leaving only a thin trail of blood on his neck and a swollen bruise on his forehead. He expressed his incoherent gratitude while leading a throng back to the sect. Henceforth, the Fusang sect found itself in a state of decline. The sect remained closed for 3 years, during which the sect master and elders devoted themselves to nurturing a mere 20 disciples. It was from that moment that the Fusang sect began its downward trajectory, barely maintaining its position thanks to the extraordinary skills of its elders and sect master. At that time, Jibei had narrowly escaped disaster. Instead of feeling gratitude or remorse, he was consumed by a profound sense of humiliation and anger. If not for his current lack of strength, who would kneel before Jifeng and plead for mercy? Such indignity! When his power surpassed Jifeng's, he would ensure that Jifeng would pay for it. 3 years, for a cultivator, is but a fleeting moment. When Jifeng reemerged, he remained unchanged. After all, the Fusang sect still held the nominal title of the foremost among the 5 sects, and responsibilities must be shouldered for the stability of the cultivation world. He bore the torment within, treating Jibei and others as usual. He forbade any discord among the sect members, ensuring that the current generation of Fusang disciples remained oblivious to these events. Jibei, in his fury, found himself tirelessly immersed in cultivation day and night, nearly to the point of obsession, yet still far from Jifeng's realm. Years passed, even decades, and Jifeng did not single out Jibei for any particular scrutiny, treating him with the same indifference as other sect masters. Consequently, Jibei began to lower his guard. Gradually, whether intentionally or not, he began to target Jifeng. Observing Jifeng's unwavering demeanor, his audacity seemed to grow as he contemplated ways to dethrone the Fusang sect from its esteemed position among the 5 sects. This ambition remained unrealized to this day, leading Jibei to completely forget the terror Jifeng had instilled in him over a decade ago. His earlier remarks about relying solely on the Fusang sect when the demon race attacked had evidently provoked Jifeng's ire. Such carelessness. The oppressive aura that Jifeng emitted when he was serious was as formidable as it had been years prior, compelling Jibei to instinctively wish to kneel and bow twice on the ground. Yet, he resolutely stifled this impulse, restraining himself from lowering his head. Jibei fought against the tremors within, repeatedly admonishing himself to endure. If he could just withstand this moment, soon he would be able to drag the Fusang sect down from its lofty rank. At that time, the refining Hell sect would undoubtedly ascend to become the new leader among the 5. Who would dare to underestimate him again? Cautiously, he lifted his gaze and cast a glance downward, spotting Ning Yue of the Fusang sect. Her expression was grim, a faint smile barely tugging at her lips. Ning Yue frowned, glancing back over her shoulder. The sect competition had yet to commence, with the elders on stage currently elucidating the rules of the contest. Even though the competition had not yet begun, an unsettling chill crept up her spine. Could there be an unforeseen event this time? She suppressed the urge to summon her little flower for a prediction. The elder, at last, concluded the lengthy recitation of rules and regulations, inviting everyone to proceed. The first event, naturally, was the highly anticipated individual trials for sword practitioners, where opponents would be determined by drawing lots among those of equal standing. Ning Yue endeavored to dismiss the disquieting sensation and focused her energy on the impending competition. She had recently achieved a breakthrough into the nascent soul stage just a few days prior. Among the 5 major sects, there are only 4 cultivators at the nascent soul stage: Ning Yue and Sheringan from the Fusang sect, Ji Shuqing from the Purgatory sect, and Lu Tianxiu from the Wujizong. Lu Tianxiu, reportedly the nephew of the sect leader Lu Fengyi, is 23 years old, making him the oldest among them. Sheringan is 17, while Ji Shuqing is a year older than him, and Ning Yue is merely 12. The competition begins with those of lower cultivation levels. These individuals are merely here to engage in friendly duels with practitioners from different sects, to gauge each other's strength and share insights. With no chance of entering the heavenly rankings, the true contenders for the top 10 positions on the heavenly rankings are the higher-ranked members of each sect, such as Ning Yue and Sheringan. This time, the Fusang sect intends to have these 2 secure places in the competition. The draw for the lower-ranked participants has already been completed, and they are preparing to take the stage. Ning Yue and the other 3 stand together, awaiting the draw under the watchful eye of the supervising elder. This is the first time Ning Yue has encountered Lu Tianxiu. Lu is quite tall, with his hair tied up in a high ponytail, standing coldly with his sword, occasionally casting glances at Sheringan. Ning Yue leans closer to Sheringan and whispers, "Senior brother, does he hold a grudge against you?" Sheringan lowers his head and quietly replies, "He was ranked 11th on the previous list, and I was the first to face him. I knocked him out of the competition." "I see." Ning Yue looks at Lu Tianxiu. He seems quite formidable, having reached the nascent soul stage already. Indeed, Sheringan concurs, but the strength of the top 15 on the list is generally comparable. Lu Tianxiu's ears twitch as he lifts his gaze to observe Ning Yue and Sheringan, then lowers his eyes, curling his lip in disdain. "All right, enough chatter. Let us commence the drawing." The elder is becoming impatient. A few gathered together, drawing lots simultaneously. Opposite Ning Yue was Chi Su-chung, who glanced at her and smiled gently. I hope to draw your lot. Ning Yue returned his smile. That would be quite agreeable to me. Chapter 107. I wish to become her Dao companion. It had been quite some time since Ning Yue last saw Chi Su-chung. The last encounter occurred during their skirmish at the Hell Sect, where their battle had been rather intense. She had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, and in hindsight, she felt a tinge of regret. Ironically, now that an opportunity presented itself, the competition forbade any fatal harm, allowing only for a display of skill. Ning Yue pursed her lips and clicked her tongue in mild annoyance. Chi Su-chung observed Ning Yue, his smile unwavering. Master Han furrowed his brow, drawing Ning Yue closer to redirect Chi Su-chung's gaze. He looked at Chi Su-chung's handsome face and remarked, "You're staring at my junior sister to the point of cross-eyedness." Chi Su-chung, cross-eyed? While he did not overly concern himself with his appearance, he was indeed focused on Ning Yue. However, he hardly believed it could be construed as cross-eyed. Chi Su-chung's lips twitched, and he opened his mouth to retort. Nearby, Lu Tianxiu could no longer contain his laughter, glancing at Master Han. When did your tongue become so sharp? Ning Yue was equally taken aback. She never anticipated Master Han would speak so boldly, nor did she expect Lu Tianxiu, who appeared stoic, to possess such a low threshold for humor. Ha ha. Observing Chi Su-chung's discomfiture, Ning Yue burst into laughter. Master brother, I delight in your words. Master Han smiled slightly, as long as he is present. My junior sister may indulge in such remarks at any time. Chi Su-chung cast aside the gazes of his fellow disciples, deciding it was best not to dwell on it. After all, he was not truly cross-eyed. The group simultaneously reached for their drawing sticks. Ning Yue glanced at hers, noting the red color at the bottom, and turned her gaze towards Shering Han, who held a blue stick. This round presented no competition for her. Her attention then shifted back to Chi Su-chung, who also drew red. He regarded her with a relaxed demeanor, remarking on the serendipity of the moment. Ning Yue approached Chi Su-chung, while Lu Tianxiu brandished his stick, awaiting Shering Han's response. This time, you shall not defeat me, he declared confidently. Shering Han smiled with utmost grace, replying, I look forward to your guidance. As the group began to disperse, Ning Yue suddenly called out, Senior brother. He turned to see her waving at him. I have yet to spar with you in swordsmanship. If you win this match, let us compete again in the next. Very well, Shering Han agreed. I shall await my junior sister. Such bravado. Are you so certain of your victory over me? Chi Su-chung inquired, observing her closely. It seems you were quite confident. Ning Yue chose not to meet his gaze. Chi Su-chung merely chuckled softly, remaining silent. The matches for their respective groups commenced simultaneously at different venues. The duels of the lower realms lacked excitement. Ning Yue stifled a yawn, her peripheral vision discreetly catching a glimpse of Chi Su-chung. She had seldom witnessed a swordplay, perhaps only once or twice, and found it particularly impressive. Yet upon reflection, she pondered whether this impression stemmed from her own inferior realm. Observing Chi Su-chung's aura, it seemed he too had recently achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Thus, their realms were now aligned. Uncertain about the efficacy of the sword techniques she had hastily studied, Ning Yue rested her chin on the hilt of her sword. Suddenly, Chi Su-chung cast a glance her way. Have you forged your own fated sword? He inquired. Indeed, Ning Yue replied nonchalantly. And it has even been tempered by a lightning tribulation. Chi Su-chung fell silent for a moment. Ning Yue, with keen perception, turned her head. What, you haven't? After a brief pause, Chi Su-chung admitted, no. Ning Yue smirked, her expression reminiscent of a docile creature with an underlying rebellious spirit. Yet Chi Su-chung understood that she was far from meek. Bored, Ning Yue blinked, and just as she was about to drift into slumber, it was finally her turn to take the stage. The competition area, previously sparsely populated, was now teeming with spectators, all jostling together, creating a barrier that was impenetrable. The crowd's expressions varied widely. Some exclaimed, that's Ning Yue, isn't it? I finally get to see her. Wow, she truly is just as the rumors described. So petite. 5 spiritual roots. And she's in the nascent soul stage. Is this world truly magical? Don't hold me back. When Ning Yue comes off the stage, I must get a photograph with her. Ning Yue twitched her brow, and as she glanced toward the area from which the voices emanated, she saw a sea of adoring faces filled with admiration and envy. Upon noticing her gaze, they whispered excitedly among themselves. Come on, what do you think her opponent is? One voice scoffed. It's Chi Su-chung, the runner-up from the last competition. No matter how talented Ning Yue is, can she truly match Chi Su-chung's wealth of practical experience? In the event of a genuine contest, one might find themselves lamentably outmatched. Furthermore, are you aware of the extraordinary nature of a 5-element root's nascent soul? Given the immense wealth of the Fusang sect, it is plausible that her cultivation level has been amassed through a plethora of rare treasures. Ning Yue squinted, turning her gaze towards the sources of the voices. They were individuals not clad in disciple robes, possibly fearing recognition, or perhaps members of smaller sects lacking such attire, or merely wandering cultivators. Additionally, some in disciple robes joined in the mockery. The Wuji sect, Qishao sect, and Tianxin sect were all present, eagerly anticipating Ning Yue's embarrassment. Only the disciples of the Fusang sect remained composed, displaying disdain as they surveyed their surroundings. They understood that once their junior sister took action, the true prowess would be revealed. There was no need to engage in verbal sparring at this moment, wasting breath. However, to Ning Yue's surprise, the disciples of the Purgatory sect remained silent, seemingly reluctant to join in on the ridicule. Given the animosity between their sect and hers, it was astonishing that they would forego such a prime opportunity for sarcasm. After some contemplation, Ning Yue surmised that her previous confrontation with the Purgatory sect had unveiled her true strength to them. They all turned their gazes elsewhere like quails, clearly avoiding eye contact with Ning Yue, yet unable to resist casting furtive glances at the young woman on the platform. This was not a lack of desire for mockery. Were it not for the fear of being the ones embarrassed in the end, they would have certainly rushed forward to say something. Now, they could only cheer on Qi Su Cheng from below, their hearts filled with anxiety, wondering if the young master would truly be defeated by Ning Yue. Upon hearing the scathing remarks, the young admirers erupted in excitement. "Oh, how impressive! Why are you not a nascent soul? You seem to be around 30, don't you?" One of the young admirers cast a glance, chuckling softly. "So it turns out you're merely at the initial stage of foundation building, yet you still dare to criticize others?" The combat prowess of Ning Yue's young admirers was undeniably formidable. They immediately retaliated against the source of the remark, their words fierce and unyielding. However, their numbers were limited, and soon they found themselves outnumbered. Ning Yue chuckled, her gaze sweeping over the faces of several young admirers as she playfully flicked her garment. "Look at me, ladies." With a casual toss, she unleashed a flurry of blossoms, her arms gracefully waving in the air. Beautiful sword light sparkled in the sunlight. Qi Su Cheng gazed at her in confusion. What is she doing? In the next moment, the sword light, trailing a long, elegant arc, sketched a perfect heart in the air. Around the heart, an array of nameless flowers floated down in a vibrant cascade. Ning Yue gently winked at the audience below. "Pay no mind to them. Watch as I strike back." The young maiden's doe-like eyes narrowed slightly, her smile radiant, petals swirling around her. "Oh." One of the young admirers blushed, glancing shyly at Ning Yue, bashfully expressing, "I want to be her Dao partner." The crowd responded with stunned silence. Chapter 108. All right. The young admirer's voice was soft, but distinctly reached the stage. "Ning Yue." Qi Su Cheng. Qi Su Cheng slowly turned to Ning Yue, his expression filled with bewilderment, as though questioning the very essence of life. The young admirer's companion hurriedly covered her mouth. Her own cheeks flushed as she glanced at Ning Yue on the stage. "Quick, be quiet. You mustn't say such things." In her heart, she silently mused. It is only fair to engage in some competition. Ning Yue lightly cleared her throat, retracting her gaze, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. To be candid, it was her first experience being so directly confessed to. The supervising elder finally interrupted this farce, striking the large bell with spiritual energy to signal the commencement of the duel. Qi Su Cheng, displaying utmost grace, inclined his head slightly towards Ning Yue, urging her to go first. Humph. Ning Yue narrowed her eyes. She would not hold back. The blade, imbued with spiritual energy, surged forth with such ferocity that it nearly blinded Qi Su Cheng. Like a wraith, Ning Yue appeared behind him, her voice calm yet taunting. "You are but a novice." Qi Su Cheng's pupils constricted for a brief moment as he abruptly lunged forward to evade. Ning Yue's strike could only be dodged. It was impossible to withstand. Such was his rational assessment, but it was too late. The blade pierced through his back, a spray of crimson erupting from his shoulder. Qi Su Cheng managed to evade, stifling a groan as droplets of blood splattered onto Ning Yue's fair cheek, adding an unsettling charm to her composed demeanor. Relentlessly, Ning Yue pursued him, not pausing for even a moment, continuing to press against his rear. Qi Su Cheng appeared somewhat disheveled, lacking the opportunity to raise his sword. Ning Yue's expression remained impassive as she closed in. Qi Su Cheng's face was taut with tension. At last, he experienced the consequences of underestimating her, as Ning Yue raised an eyebrow in triumph. This trial of swordsmanship was a personal endeavor. No spells, talismans, or magical instruments were permitted. It was purely a contest of individual sword skill. A sense of pride and joy swelled within Ning Yue, yet she continued her merciless assault on Qi Su Cheng. "Let you look down upon me. Now you shall reap the bitter fruits of your own sowing. Let us see if you dare to do so again in the future. Remember well how today I have humiliated you." She regarded him with a chilling smile. Qi Su Cheng gasped for breath, feeling utterly drained. Ning Yue moved with such swiftness that she appeared as a mere gust of wind, leaving only the faintest trace in her wake, utterly elusive. In the next moment, A sword imbued with an icy aura pressed against Qi Shuqing's neck. Ning Yue managed to draw a thin line of blood before Qi Shuqing deflected her strike. She recalibrated her stance and pressed her assault anew. Qi Shuqing found himself increasingly beleaguered. He had initially allowed Ning Yue to strike first, harboring a trace of disdain towards her. Though he acknowledged her as a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent, he remained skeptical. He had heard numerous rumors about her, aware of the secrets she possessed that made her resilient against others' attacks. Yet, he could not fathom how Ning Yue could have advanced so swiftly through the realms. It was as though she were propelled upward by a rocket. How could that be? As a favored disciple of a prestigious sect in the upper realm, he had diligently cultivated for 18 years, even resorting to certain unspeakable aids to finally reach the nascent soul stage. Yet this young girl, who had only recently ascended from the lower realms, had effortlessly attained the same level in less than a year. Previously, during her golden core phase, he had been indifferent. But now, having broken through to the nascent soul stage in mere days, it seemed utterly impossible without years of solid foundation. It was the stuff of fantasy. He snorted in disdain, convinced that Ning Yue was merely a product of overzealous nurturing, a desperate struggle by the Fusang sect to maintain its standing. He recalled that Ning Yue was an exceptionally rare heavenly grade alchemist, a talent that appeared only once in hundreds of years. The elixirs, which are almost mythical in the realm of cultivation, could be effortlessly concocted by her. Given this, transforming herself into a nascent soul practitioner would be no arduous task. Qi Shuqing's expression turned frosty, a false nascent soul cultivator, built upon the foundation of spirit pills, a pitiable imitation. Had Ning Yue been privy to his innermost thoughts, she would have undoubtedly scoffed at his disdain. Not to mention, her prowess was undeniably genuine. The Fusang sect had no intent to fabricate counterfeit nascent soul practitioners, viewing others as if they were part of their own sect, assuming that everyone coveted those 5 esteemed positions. Yet now, Qi Shuqing finally betrayed a hint of doubt. The meticulously forged belief was beginning to crumble. The relentless pursuit of combat did not resemble a mere accumulation of elixirs. Ning Yue, oblivious to the shifting expressions of his contemplation, was uninterested in deciphering the thoughts of a young man. She seized upon Qi Shuqing's vulnerabilities, pursuing him relentlessly. It was uncertain whether he truly lacked the capacity to resist, or if the shattering of his convictions had left him astounded, rendering him a living target for Ning Yue to hone her skills. The heads of the various sects seated at the assembly were entirely captivated by the spectacle. Lu Fengyi watched Ning Yue with rapt attention, occasionally striking the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent." It was unexpected to witness the usually taciturn Lu sect master in such a fervent light. Fang Sun gazed enviously at Ji Feng, exclaiming, "I never imagined that Ning Yue excels not only in alchemy but also possesses profound mastery in the sword arts." Ji Feng merely nodded slightly. "We have not taught her anything. It is all her own learning." After all, Ning Yue had already showcased her exceptional swordsmanship talent during the Sword Cultivator Trials. A sense of heartfelt satisfaction emanated from the tone of the father figure, coupled with an unmistakable pride in his daughter. Fang Sun's heart swelled with immense pride. In previous years, only Shi Ring'an had secured a position among the top 10 of the Tongtian ranking. Although being first was indeed a source of pride and joy, the remaining 9 spots were filled by individuals from the other 4 great sections. This year, however, a sense of exhilaration accompanied the emergence of Ning Yue, who fought alongside Shi Ring'an. Li Xian marveled. Ning Yue has truly honed the swordsmanship of the Fusang sect to perfection. Not only are her movements fluid, but they also possess an exquisite grace. She must have devoted considerable effort and dedication to achieve this. Ji Feng nodded in response. Well, she only began studying swordsmanship a month prior to the grand competition. Li Xian remained momentarily speechless. Lu Fengyi observed the silence enveloping Fang Sun and Li Xian, pondering for a moment before choosing not to extol Ning Yue in front of Ji Feng. Instead, he entertained himself by standing at the edge of the stage, occasionally exclaiming, "Wonderful." Suddenly, Lu Fengyi sensed a lingering gaze fixed upon his back. "Is there something you wish to convey to my little Yu, Lu Zongju?" Ji Feng inquired. Lu Fengyi hesitated before responding. Indeed. Ji Feng sighed heavily, as if he understood that Lu Fengyi had nothing substantial to express. As Lu Fengyi heard that deep, resonant sigh, he hoped for a few flattering words that might entice Ning Yue. He envisioned himself drafting a lengthy manuscript, fluent in its recitation, prepared to articulate his thoughts without faltering. Yet, how could that ever be possible? It would be a blessing if Ning Yue were to change her allegiance. Chapter 109. Have they taken something? The 5 individuals at the table exhibited a variety of expressions. Qi Bei was genuinely displeased. His gaze darkened as he fixed it on Qi Shuqing. What was he doing? Listening to those old men extol Ning Yue, he felt utterly mortified. He endeavored to refrain from engaging in their discourse. Yet his eyes could not help but drift downward. Ning Yue relentlessly pursued Qi Shuqing, who appeared utterly defenseless. Every move Ning Yue executed was both exquisite and fluid. the glimmer of her sword dancing around her, reminiscent of scattered petals, rendering her figure radiant with vibrant hues. In stark contrast, Chi Su-chung was retreating step by step. Doubts began to murmur from the audience below. Was this truly Chi Su-chung? When had he become so feeble? Was he not the second place in the last competition? Could it be that his previous ranking was inflated? Someone interjected, "Come on. Ning Yue is simply too formidable. Even with such a powerful protective aura surrounding us, one could still feel the ferocity of her blade. Indeed, just look at Ning Yue's techniques. We, with our comprehensive perspective, cannot even discern them, let alone Chi Su-chung, who faced her directly." Those nearby nodded in agreement, their expressions rife with concern as if they might vacate their seats in distress. What is happening with the senior brother? Ning Yue is astonishingly powerful. Is she truly only 12 years old and not some ancient being enhanced by longevity elixirs? A companion interrupted helplessly. There were doubts before. But she is indeed confirmed to be 12. A young girl scoffed. Is it so difficult to acknowledge her prowess? I see you all have indulged in your own longevity potions, yet you remain at the foundation stage. The practitioner from the Hellfire Sect, his face flushed with indignation, found himself at a loss for words, merely glaring at the retreating figure of the young girl, uncertain of her sect affiliation. She was not clad in the usual disciple's garb. On the stage, Ning Yue halted her sword, holding it aloft with a dismissive gaze directed at Chi Su-chung. The lack of challenge was truly disheartening. Gasping for breath, Chi Su-chung suddenly lifted his head, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. How I had looked forward to engaging in a formal duel with you. Ning Yue regarded him calmly, the emotions in her eyes abruptly fading away. What a disappointment this was. With a casual flick of her wrist, she summoned her sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it, causing the blade to emanate a radiant glow. Trembling with excitement, she narrowed her eyes, preparing to deliver a final strike to Chi Su-chung, for this match had lost its thrill. Chi Su-chung could only watch in disbelief as Ning Yue's form became elusive, nearly imperceptible without careful observation. She had seamlessly blended several sword techniques from the Fusang sect, crafting her own unique style. Ning Yue had always been a multifaceted talent. This was the fruit of her last-minute efforts, and she found it commendable. Just as she was about to eliminate Chi Su-chung from the competition, he finally drew his sword. The dark crimson blade emerged with sudden ferocity, and with a swift motion, the two opposing forces clashed. Chi Su-chung was thrust backward by Ning Yue's force, stumbling 2 or 3 meters. Yet he managed to withstand the onslaught. He would not be so easily dispatched. Chi Bei's previously sullen demeanor finally softened as he relaxed his grip on the armrest of the wooden chair, observing Chi Su-chung's newfound resistance. Ji Feng regarded the scene with a sense of amusement. It seemed that Ning Yue had not yet exhausted her prowess. Perhaps it would be best to allow her to continue for a while longer, relishing the thrill of the encounter. Ji Feng was entirely unconcerned, even leisurely closing his eyes. Ning Yue gracefully performed a somersault in midair before landing back on the ground, petals scattering behind her. This time, a greater number of admirers were captivated by Ning Yue. With a raised eyebrow, Ning Yue turned to Chi Su-chung, remarking, "I thought you were out of the game. You haven't had enough fun yet." "Of course, I shall stay a while longer," Chi Su-chung replied, his tone markedly different from before, devoid of any hint of disdain. It seemed he had finally become wary of Ning Yue, cautiously observing her every movement. Ning Yue nodded in satisfaction, realizing that her impact had indeed been substantial. He was no longer the arrogant fool he once was. He lowered his gaze, accepting the gift Ning Yue had offered him, embracing the opportunity she had just provided. Deliberately slowing his movements, he allowed Chi Su-chung the chance to draw his sword. Previously, Chi Su-chung had recklessly pursued her, unable to counter her swift and elusive techniques. He was barely managing to evade her attacks, let alone retaliate. As for why Ning Yue granted him this opportunity, it was quite simple: to thoroughly crush him. A wicked smile played upon her lips. Whether it was to humiliate him by forcing him to draw his sword or to strip away Chi Su-chung's pride, she was determined to achieve both. Ning Yue mimicked Chi Su-chung's earlier demeanor and nodded at him. "You go first." Chi Su-chung regarded her with an inscrutable expression. With a soft chuckle, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he charged at Ning Yue, wielding his heavy sword. The speed he usually prided himself on seemed trivial in Ning Yue's eyes, and she had to extend her gratitude to the swordsmanship of the Fusang sect for that. Ning Yue stood calmly in place, her eyes wide open as the heavy sword lunged towards her. To the onlookers, it seemed but a fleeting few seconds. However, in her perception, time slowed to a crawl. How exasperatingly slow, she thought, pursing her lips in dissatisfaction as she leapt forward. The target she had been fixated upon vanished before her eyes. It was as if the blade had nearly struck her. In the next instant, as the heavy sword descended, Ning Yue elegantly positioned herself upon the inclined hilt of his fated sword, gazing at him with a playful smile. "Can you go any faster?" Chi Su-chung, utterly unresponsive, retaliated by thrusting his sword. Ning Yue, harnessing the force of his strike, vaulted over his head, delivering a firm knee to the nape of Qi Shuqing's neck. He staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded Ning Yue. She rubbed her knee, declaring, "I'm quite adept at combat." Though this prowess was honed in her past life, she was no less formidable now. While she might struggle against the likes of Sang Dao and other monstrous body cultivators, she found herself more than capable of handling Qi Shuqing, who was devoid of magical abilities. Ning Yue mused that it was only fair, as she too could not employ spells. Otherwise, Qi Shuqing would have been eliminated long ago. She continued to toy with him, adopting a playful demeanor as she danced around the stage, enticing him to pursue her before delivering a punch or a knee strike to various parts of his body. Unbeknownst to them both, Qi Shuqing began to feel as though wielding a sword made little difference. He panted heavily, though this time it was not from exhaustion but from pain. Ning Yue reveled in her triumph. Previously, her lower cultivation realm had hindered her ability to engage him effectively. But now she finally had her revenge. As the audience swelled, their numbers reaching a near overflow, they held their breath, utterly captivated, their eyes unblinking, as they witnessed the one-sided contest unfolding between Ning Yue and Qi Shuqing. The voices that once questioned Ning Yue from the audience had all but vanished. After all, she was indeed overpowering the second-ranked contender from the previous session. This was true prowess. As Ning Yue observed the heavy sword approaching once more, she finally voiced her confusion. "Your nascent soul quality is quite peculiar." Propping her chin on her hand, she remarked, "You and my senior brother are not on the same level. You're simply too weak." For a brief moment, Qi Shuqing froze, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he quickly regained his composure, maintaining his aggressive stance towards Ning Yue. Observing his demeanor, Ning Yue comprehended the situation. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the cultivation realm, she had acquired a fair understanding of various matters. "Have you taken some pills?" Ning Yue feigned a tone of concern. "That stuff is not advisable." In an instant, the earnest Ning Yue vanished again. She swiped at thin air. Qi Shuqing, with his eyes ablaze, continued to seek out Ning Yue's position, lifting his sword with the intent to strike. Ning Yue merely sidestepped calmly, finding Qi Shuqing's current state increasingly displeasing. Thus, she raised her elbow and delivered a sharp blow to him once more. Unable to withstand it, Qi Shuqing collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, his body marred with injuries and bruises. Although the wounds on his body were not significant and could heal, the more pressing issue was the psychological pressure Ning Yue had imposed upon him. To be toyed with like a dog in front of so many during the sect competition was utterly humiliating. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Ning Yue, not even a mere corner of her garment. He had thought that drawing his sword would finally allow him to resist, but the outcome remained unchanged. He still lacked the ability to retaliate. It would have been better to have eliminated him from the outset. Why afford him the opportunity? Qi Shuqing raised his head to glance at Ning Yue, his teeth clenched, utterly devoid of any semblance of grace. The demeanor and attitude of the young girl answered his unspoken query. It was a jest, yet it felt humiliating. Anger surged within him, a murderous impulse directed at her. From a young age, he had been a favored child of destiny, possessing an innate pride that had never faltered, even in the face of shearing on. Yet today, he found himself utterly humiliated before this young girl, his pride nearly obliterated. The gazes of those below him pierced him like daggers. Qi Bei observed Qi Shuqing's dismal plight from the stage, gritting his teeth while casting a dark glare at the effortlessly composed Ning Yue. He cautiously darted a glance at Ji Feng beside him, who appeared thoroughly entertained by this spectacle, his grin stretching wider with each passing moment. There was no time to delay. Qi Bei carefully masked the emotion swirling in his eyes. After the sect competition, decisive action must be taken. After such an extended period, Qi Shuqing was nearly spent, unable to rise from the ground, for each of his attacks had been executed with all his strength. Meanwhile, Ning Yue merely evaded with casual grace, occasionally delivering a few kicks and punches. Having tired of the farce, she lost interest. Ning Yue regarded the subpar Yuaning, her thoughts drifting to the secrets of the Bo Valley, recalling the bizarre, oversized rats. The image of Qi Shuqing digging for beast cores with his bare hands suddenly flashed in her mind. She remembered how Chu Ji had consumed one whole, rumored to enhance one's cultivation. Had Qi Shuqing partaken of such a thing as well? The thought of that immense rat-esque carcass and the gory beast core made her stomach churn. She could almost envision the foul, rancid taste that would linger after consuming the core. Overwhelmed by disgust, Ning Yue promptly halted her imagination, stifling the impulse to retch. She lowered her head and swiftly dispatched Qi Shuqing with a single stroke of her sword. As she retracted the blooming flowers, their petals scattered once more, and Ning Yue casually caught one, discovering it to be a vibrant red. A brief pause ensued, and she felt the urge to laugh. The blooming flowers seemed to be born to create an atmosphere, complete with their own special effect of victorious petals. Simultaneously, an eruption of fervent cheers erupted around her. as the young admirers erupted with uncontrollable excitement, vociferously chanting Ning Yue's name. With the blooming flowers in hand, she traced arcs in the air, sending a flurry of red petals swirling down like a dream. The crowd below eagerly raised their hands to catch them. Ning Yue formed a trumpet shape with her hands and called out, "Everyone, do take care of your voices. There will be plenty more opportunities for cheers and shouts ahead." They were nearly beside themselves with joy. That 12-year-old girl in the nascent soul stage had truly eliminated Qi Shuqing. She had effortlessly defeated last year's second-ranked participant with mere swordsmanship and some physical skill. Ning Yue had risen to fame in a single battle. Even the observing elder was swept up in the atmosphere, joining the crowd in their jubilant cheers. Though aged, he still retained a childlike spirit. Initially, he too had believed that Ning Yue would be the one to fall. Joyfully, he shook out his elder robe to catch several petals, noting how remarkably beautiful they were. Nearby, others clamored to snatch the petals, each mimicking the elder's actions. The observing elder remained silent. Qi Shuqing, in a daze, gazed at the cascading petals and the throngs cheering for Ning Yue. All emotions had drained from him as he fixated on her retreating figure. A flustered disciple from the Purgatory Sect approached to assist Qi Shuqing off the stage. As Ning Yue witnessed the crowd clamoring for the flower petals, he could not help but exclaim, "These will eventually vanish. It is futile to snatch them." However, the crowd paid him no heed, continuing their frenzied collection of petals. In resignation, Ning Yue waved the fresh blooms vigorously in the air several times until his arms grew weary and sore, at which point the crowd finally seemed satisfied. The several sect leaders on stage also extended their hands to catch the petals. Qi Bei hastily exited as soon as the event concluded, leaving only 4 individuals behind. Fang Sun expressed his curiosity, "Is this a creation of Ning Yue's fated sword?" "It is indeed my first encounter with such a phenomenon." "Indeed," Ji Feng replied. "Xiao Yu's fated sword has undergone the trials of thunder." A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, who cast uncertain glances at Ji Feng before turning in astonishment to observe Ning Yue below. Ning Yue had indeed shattered yet another record. Within the realm of cultivation, only Lu Fengyi, who had delved deeply into the sword arts, had experienced the tribulations of thunder with his fated sword. However, Lu Fengyi was not suited to instruct others. He could comprehend the sword himself, but struggled to impart his understanding. As he articulated, "One must comprehend for oneself, with time. One will naturally grasp the essence of the sword. My insights are quite superficial and I am unable to teach effectively." This statement held considerable truth. Mastery of swordsmanship relies on personal enlightenment. Thus, despite having a formidable sword master in Wuji Sect, there were few exceptional disciples in swordsmanship. It just so happened that the tribulation coincided with Ing Han's Yuaning Thunder Tribulation, which was not a significant matter, hence it was not mentioned to you all. Ji Feng smiled warmly. The sect leaders could only think, such arrogance. They had assumed there would only be one Thunder Tribulation that day. A rather ordinary Yuan Ing Thunder Tribulation, and thus had not investigated further, as they were aware that it was likely the moment of breakthrough for Fu Sang, Sect's master Ing Han. They merely sighed in their hearts, acknowledging his genius. But who could have known that there would be a tribulation of lightning for the destined sword that day? Had they been aware, they would have braved any danger to witness it. The second sword, refined by lightning tribulation, was an extraordinary occurrence. Ji Feng thought it fortuitous that they did not come. Otherwise, they would have directly faced the spectacle of Ning Yue sending the lightning tribulation into retreat. Within their sect, they had grown accustomed to the astonishing and terrifying events surrounding Ning Yue. Thus, when his destined sword attracted the lightning tribulation, he thought it was only to be expected. It would have been strange otherwise. He had completely forgotten that this was the second sword to undergo such refinement in the realm of cultivation. Ji Feng felt his heart growing somewhat resilient, needing Ning Yue to perform something truly extraordinary to astonish him further. Lu Fengyi gazed at the splendid and vibrant petals in her palm, leaning forward to observe as Ning Yue descended from the platform. Several of her close senior brothers and sisters encircled her, occasionally laughing and affectionately ruffling her hair. Chapter 111. It was so disgusting it made me vomit. Shi Inghan smiled at Ning Yue. "It went remarkably well, little junior sister." His demeanor suggested that he had effortlessly dealt with Lu Tianxiu. Ning Yue glanced around. "Elder brother, where's Lu Tianxiu?" Upon hearing this, Shi Inghan hesitated momentarily, exchanging a discreet glance with her, and gestured towards a more concealed area behind him. Following his gaze, Ning Yue spotted Lu Tianxiu hiding behind a stone pillar, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shi Inghan, a palpable aura of resentment nearly spilling over him. He appeared utterly unwilling to accept his fate. Ning Yue. He was defeated in just a few moves. It cannot be deemed a swift victory. Shi Inghan humbly remarked that the exchange was reciprocal, barely maintaining the duel within 100 moves. Ning Yue inquired, "How many moves constitute 100? Shi Inghan nodded. 42 moves. Lu Tianxiu was a genuine swordsman, with his nascent soul cultivation being undeniably authentic. It was no wonder he was bested by Shering Han's 42 moves, leading to his considerable resentment. However, the opponent Ning Yue faced was Qi Shuqing, a seemingly inflated nascent soul cultivator. When she eventually confronted Shering Han, victory was far from guaranteed. After all, Shering Han was a true prodigy, the very epitome of genius prior to Ning Yue's emergence. This nascent soul was indeed genuine, devoid of any embellishment. Furthermore, Shering Han had practiced swordsmanship longer and with greater proficiency than she. Ning Yue pondered how she might enhance her sword skills further. Observing the expression on Ning Yue's face, Shering Han inquired curiously, "What are you contemplating, junior sister?" Ning Yue looked up and replied, "Haha, brother. We are soon to face each other." Indeed, Shering Han responded with palpable anticipation, just as junior sister wishes. Ning Yue reflected that her earlier words had carried a hint of arrogance, primarily to provoke Qi Shuqing. Yet, Shering Han held a different perspective. Why not take a moment to rest? Master is surely eager for our sparring. Haha, I am not particularly looking forward to it. Ning Yue remarked, "Yes." Their sect, Fusang, had a designated resting area where several direct disciples congregated. Yang Fei excitedly exclaimed, "That's impressive, junior sister. You've just taken down last year's second place. Did you see Qi Shuqing's expression?" Haha. Ning Yue, filled with delight, slightly raised her chin and remarked, "Of course I noticed. His expression is a result of my handiwork." Haha. Yang Fei, embracing Ning Yue's shoulders, patted her gently, exclaiming, "Indeed. My little junior sister is impressive." Just then, Duan Huailin entered from outside, carrying a large box. Ning Yue's attention was drawn to him, and she inquired, "Brother Duan, what is this?" "It's food," Duan Huailin replied, casually placing the wooden box on the table and removing the lid. Inside the food container lay an array of exquisite dishes, each radiating enticing aromas. The fragrance wafted into Ning Yue's nostrils, so delectable that she suspected her taste buds were savoring it through her nose. "I noticed your keen interest in dining last time, so I casually learned a few recipes. Care to taste?" Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with anticipation, unable to contain her eagerness. This was no mere casual endeavor. It was perfectly tailored to her discerning palate. Though her tastes were notoriously selective, the aroma of these dishes was simply irresistible. Duan Huailin skillfully presented the dishes, his long fingers steadying the plate as he placed it on the table. Yang Fei, astonished, stared wide-eyed at the culinary creations, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you possess such talent?" Duan Huailin nodded slightly. "Certainly not as delectable as what we have in the sect, but the flavors are quite commendable." He then distributed chopsticks to those present. The mere scent of the dishes made their mouths water, rendering them oblivious to anything else he said. Why hadn't they realized how fragrant the food was while in the sect? As soon as the chopsticks were in hand, they began to devour the food ravenously. Perhaps due to their prolonged fasting, the sudden waft of the aroma left them utterly disoriented, lost in a culinary euphoria. Lu Qingyan sat nearby, initially disinterested in the meal. Her brows slightly furrowed as she contemplated her own musical score. However, whether it was the delectable aroma of the dishes or the enticing sounds of their dining, she could no longer resist casting a glance in their direction. Duan Huailin had already readied his chopsticks, extending them toward her, saying, "Here, senior sister." Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment, her nose twitching. Just then, Ning Yue called out to them, "Senior brothers and sisters, come quickly. It's absolutely delicious. If you don't eat soon, there won't be any left." Consequently, Lu Qingyan accepted the chopsticks and joined the enthusiastic diners. Duan Huailin felt a sense of satisfaction and decided to prepare a few more dishes. At that moment, Jiang Yishan stood up from his seat and approached them. Duan Huailin paused briefly. Jiang Yishan said, "Senior brother, I would like to learn how to cook." Duan Huailin looked at him knowingly, then glanced at Ning Yue, who was fully engrossed in his meal. "Let us go." Ning Yue was happily devouring his food, with one platter emptied and another promptly served. What a blissful existence. Song Yisher and Yang Fei were engaged in a playful tussle over the last chicken leg. To be precise, Yang Fei was pleading for it. With greasy fingers, he reached out to Song Yisher, exclaiming, "I beg you, senior sister. I've only had one." Song Yisher maintained a relatively refined demeanor, her lips free of grease. Yet she firmly declined Yang Fei's request. With a couple of deft movements, she peeled the skin off the chicken leg, casting a triumphant glance at Yang Fei. "First come, first served," she declared before swiftly popping a piece into her mouth. Ning Yue, nearly satiated, was about to set down his chopsticks when Duan Huailin presented another platter, placing it directly in front of him. "Care to try?" The dish contained chunks of dark, glistening meat, emitting wisps of black smoke. Though it may appear unappealing to the eye, the aroma is quite delightful. Ning Yue took a whiff. Yang Fei, standing nearby, pursed his lips and teased, "Oh, oh, oh. Little junior sister has her own dish. Junior brother is truly biased." "That's not the case." Duan Huailin glanced over helplessly, unable to articulate a proper defense. Behind him, Jiang Yishan stubbornly refused to serve Ning Yue himself, insisting that she fetch it. Jiang Yishan watched Ning Yue anxiously and expectantly, eager to see her reaction. Noticing her keen interest in Duan Huilan's culinary creation, he was compelled to prepare a dish for her as well. Thus, he casually picked up a few cooking techniques from Duan Huilan, though his skills were indeed rudimentary. Ning Yue lowered her gaze at the dish prepared exclusively for her, the dark hue suggesting it might be slightly burnt. She swallowed nervously, contemplating that perhaps this dish was meant to be enjoyed in its charred state. Trusting Duan Huilan's culinary prowess, she promptly took a piece and placed it in her mouth, her cheeks bulging slightly as she chewed carefully. Jiang Yishan's eyes remained fixed on Ning Yue, eager to observe her response. At long last, as she continued to chew, her facial expressions began to contort more and more. With great difficulty, she swallowed, only to suddenly find her eyes welling with tears. Staring at Duan Huilan in disbelief, she cried out, "Ugh!" The taste was so unpleasant that it made her retch. Duan Huilan. His gaze gradually shifted towards Jiang Yishan. It couldn't be. He had watched it being made, and although it was a bit burnt, the texture should have been acceptable. Beside her, Sheringan wiped his mouth and prepared to rise. Noticing Ning Yue's reaction, he hurriedly offered her a comforting pat on the back, his gaze fixed in confusion on the plate of charred meat before her. Is it truly that unpalatable? He mused, skepticism prompting him to grasp his chopsticks and take a bite. Moments later, a visceral retch escaped him. Chapter 112. A collective food poisoning Duan Huilan. Jiang Yishan. It was a rare sight to witness the usually composed senior brother in such a disheveled state. After a brief interval, Sheringan could no longer endure the torment and crumpled to the ground, his face contorted in agony. He fainted. Following closely, Ning Yue, with her eyes shut, collapsed beside him. Duan Huilan's eyes widened, his neck stiffening as he turned to Jiang Yishan in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Jiang Yishan mirrored his shock, both men taken aback by the unfolding chaos. In a flurry, they rushed to administer medicinal pills to Sheringan and Ning Yue. Meanwhile, Yang Fei remained unfazed, curiosity piqued by the spectacle of his senior brother and junior sister's condition. His gaze shifted back to the dismal dish. It must be truly dreadful. How could it be so repugnant as to induce nausea in the typically hearty junior sister and cause the robust senior brother to faint? Driven by curiosity, Yang Fei also took a piece. The moment it touched his tongue, his expression contorted in shock, and after a few laborious chews, he too fell to the ground with a thud, lacking the endurance of Sheringan. Observing the trio sprawled on the floor, Song Yisher's interest was piqued, and she picked up her chopsticks to sample a piece. Thud. Lu Qingyin. Rationality told her that it was better to avoid that dish altogether. Yet a flicker of intrigue danced across her calm visage. He raised his hand and seized a piece. 2 seconds later, bang! One was incapacitated with a single bite. Duan Huilan glanced at Jiang Yishan, horrified at the thought that this fellow might be attempting to assassinate Fuso Zong's direct lineage using his own hand. Jiang Yishan, observing Duan Huilan's expression, discerned this implication from his gaze. He hurried over and urged, "Stop overthinking and administer the medicine quickly." Thus, the two swiftly divided the medicine and administered it to a few individuals. Gongji had just entered from outside when he beheld this scene, momentarily stunned and perplexed. What is happening here? For a fleeting instant, he questioned whether someone had invaded. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Fuso sect had protective barriers. An outside attack would not go unnoticed by him. Duan Huilan explained, they might have suffered from food poisoning. Food poisoning? Gongji exclaimed in astonishment, nearly believing he had misheard. Duan Huilan nodded with difficulty. They have already received the elixir. They will regain consciousness shortly. Jiang Yishan found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Despite following the same steps and utilizing the same ingredients, he had still managed, under Duan Huilan's supervision, to cause food poisoning. He stared in confusion at the dishes he had prepared. Inquisitive, Jiang Yishan seized a piece when Duan Huilan was distracted and popped it into his mouth. Suddenly, a bang echoed behind him. Duan Huilan. Gongji, seated across from Duan Huilan, widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew instantly what had transpired without needing to turn around. Resigned, he turned back to administer the elixir to Jiang Yishan. Gongji leaned in to observe. What on earth is this? Could it truly be so remarkable that not only golden elixir cultivators but even nascent soul cultivators can be incapacitated? Duan Huilan, feeling helpless, found himself intrigued by the stir-fried pork on the table upon hearing those words. He solemnly handed the elixir in his hand to Gongji, saying, "Senior brother, I must be saved." After giving his instructions, he boldly reached for the stir-fried pork as if sacrificing himself heroically. Indeed, with a resounding thud, Duan Huilan collapsed. Gongji then made his entrance, observing the plate of stir-fried pork that had decisively dispatched all the direct disciples of the Fusong sect, igniting a profound interest within him. However, At that moment, none of the individuals had awakened, and he feared that should he partake, there would be no one to administer the elixir to him afterward. Waiting anxiously, he found no one stirring. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gongji placed the elixir in his mouth. If things turned dire, he could always swallow it whole. Having devised his plan, he eagerly reached for the stir-fried pork. Initially, there was no sensation as it entered his mouth. But after a few chews, Gongji's expression darkened suddenly, his body twisting in distress. Unable to withstand it, he slumped forward onto the table. This was not good. He underestimated the potency of this stir-fried pork. Desperately, he sought the elixir lodged between his teeth, intending to save himself and hastily swallow it. Yet, he could not locate it. His tongue had begun to numb, rendering him nearly oblivious to its presence. This was disastrous. A look of disbelief crossed Gongji's face. Cursed curiosity. With a final thud, he collapsed. Meanwhile, the sect master and the elders had come together to find their disciples. Eager to review the day's performances and to commend Ning Yue and Shering Han, they entered, beaming with smiles. Xiaoyu truly brought great honor to our sect today. The sect master must reward him appropriately, remarked the law enforcement elder. Of course, Ji Feng replied with a smile, none of the rewards for your 2 disciples will escape. The sect leader reminded him not to forget their formation, mentioning that this year's Duan Huailin was exceptionally gifted as well. Ji Feng chuckled, rest assured, all will be well. The elderly men were filled with joy at the prospect of seeing their disciples, but suddenly they noticed that all their direct disciples had collapsed to the ground, sprawled in disarray, as if they had all fallen victim to an unexpected attack. In an instant, the oppressive aura of Ji Feng and the elders erupted, an invisible pressure permeating the entire room. Xiaoyu, Ing Han, my heavens! The law enforcement elder, in a state of panic, grabbed the alchemy elder and rushed over, exclaiming, what on earth happened? Ji Feng employed his spiritual sense to scan the vicinity, finding no suspicious elements. The protective barriers had not been triggered. What could have transpired? The alchemy elder meticulously examined each disciple, his initially stern visage transforming into one of calm assurance. It's nothing. Merely food poisoning. Food poisoning. The law enforcement elder nearly lost his composure. How could it be food poisoning? The alchemy elder, after thorough investigation, found it peculiar that they had all consumed the antidote. What are they playing at? With meticulous attention to detail, the alchemy elder ensured that each disciple was scrutinized, avoiding the oversight that could have led to Gongji's undetected condition. Upon reaching Gongji, the alchemy elder's tranquil expression revealed a hint of surprise. Oh, here is one who has not taken the antidote. The refinement elder immediately approached. What is going on? Has my disciple been sidelined? How is it that everyone else received the antidote, yet he did not? The elder alchemist intensified the potency of the elixir. Several drowsy disciples gradually stirred from their stupor. Ning Yue was the first to awaken, only to be seized by the law enforcement elder, who inquired about her condition. Bewildered, she shifted her gaze to the elder's face, her expression clouded with confusion, her eyes fluttering slightly. The elder's visage was etched with concern. Xiaoyu, what did you consume? How could the effects be so pronounced? Supported by him, Ning Yue fixated on his long white beard. The law enforcement elder finally sensed something amiss. Alchemist, come quickly. What has happened to Xiaoyu? In Ning Yue's eyes, his white beard morphed into a multitude of twisted, serpentine forms. Chapter 113. I am indeed an old man. Ning Yue felt a peculiar affinity with snakes, as they frequently appeared before her. Thus, she reached out and grasped what she perceived as serpents, namely, the elder's beard. The law enforcement elder, perplexed, glanced down at Ning Yue, questioning, what on earth is happening? Ning Yue divided the imaginary serpents into groups of 3, intricately braiding them together. Upon completion, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, stepping back to observe her handiwork. Deep in thought, suddenly she procured several pink bows from seemingly nowhere and swiftly adorned the braids with them. The law enforcement elder was left speechless, while the other elders looked on in astonishment. Satisfied with her creation, she rose from the ground. Xiaoyu, the law enforcement elder, stammered, his beard trembling with the bows. What is wrong with you? Ning Yue followed the sound of his voice, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, goodness, a Medusa. In her eyes, the hair of the law elder resembled a multitude of small white serpents. Was this not akin to Medusa? Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Upon surveying her surroundings closely, she gasped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Indeed, there were several Medusas. How could there be Medusas here? Ning Yue was utterly astonished, but she quickly regained her composure. She recalled the myth. It was said that one should not gaze into the eyes of Medusa, lest they be transformed into stone. She furtively glanced at the nearby Medusas, only to find them all staring intently at her. Terrifying. Ning Yue shivered and promptly shut her eyes, standing still and refraining from looking. The elders, the sect master, The law elder approached Ning Yue and gently prodded her, cautiously inquiring, "Shall you? Could you open your eyes to see your master?" Ning Yue not only refused to open her eyes but also pressed her lips tightly together, covering her ears with her hands. "I see nothing." "What did you see?" The elders expressed their confusion in unison. Ning Yue continued to keep her lips pursed, resolutely silent despite their attempts to rouse her. She was wholly committed to feigning unconsciousness. The second to awaken was Shi Ringhan. Having learned from Ning Yue's experience, the law elder regarded Shi Ringhan with uncertainty, tentatively calling out, "Inghan?" Upon hearing his master's voice, Shi Ringhan rubbed his temples and swiftly composed himself, smiling at the law elder. "Master, what is the matter?" His demeanor was as unaffected as ever, indicating that Shi Ringhan was untroubled. The law elder felt a sense of relief and extended a hand to assist him in rising. "Get up quickly. Your junior sister seems perplexed, suffering from food poisoning and some kind of delirium." No matter how he was called, he stubbornly refused to open his eyes. Alas, with a sharp clap, the hand of the law elder was forcefully pushed away by Shi Ringhan. Frowning, Shi Ringhan gazed at his own hand. His eyes filled with discontent. The law elder mused, "It's over. This child has also succumbed to madness." Shi Ringhan's expression bore a hint of reluctance as he stated, "I don't want to, master." The law elder softly inquired, "What do you not want?" Shi Ringhan pointed at the law elder's hand. The law elder looked at his empty palm. Could it be that he was unwilling to allow his master to assist him? "Very well, then rise on your own." Only then did Shi Ringhan appear satisfied. Slowly crawling up from the ground. From Shi Ringhan's perspective, the fingers of the law elder's outstretched hand transformed into 5 pink swords. As he reached out, those 5 pink blades pointed directly at him. He had grown up. He could no longer wield pink swords. Why didn't he, his master, understand this? The alchemy elder, nearby, rested his chin on his hand, beginning to scrutinize the states of Ning Yue and Shi Ringhan. Suddenly, Shi Ringhan's eyes widened in shock. The alchemy elder's hands had also morphed into pink swords. Bewildered, he rubbed his eyes, and in an instant, his master beside him had entirely transformed into a pink sword, an oversized one at that. The law elder approached Shi Ringhan, perplexed. "Inghan, speak to your master, I don't want to." Shi Ringhan exclaimed immediately, filled with resistance. What had happened to his disciple? The law elder halted. Tears nearly spilling from his eyes, he quietly ran to the alchemy elder's side, wiping his tears on his robe. The alchemist elder remained speechless, continuing to observe Master Inghan. In Inghan's eyes, both his master and the alchemist elder swiftly transformed into swords, 2 oversized pink swords, snuggled together in an almost affectionate manner. Inghan turned his head away, declaring, "I don't want that." "What do you mean you don't want it?" the law enforcement elder asked, wiping away tears as he looked at him. Inghan offered no reply. Upon opening his eyes once more, he was astounded to find that all the elders and the sect leader had become pink swords. They were all swords. There was no one left. Fury surged within Inghan as he thought, "Is this what you want me to wield? A pink sword? I refuse." He promptly approached each elder with righteous indignation, his gaze resolute and unwavering, firmly rejecting each one. "No." "What do you mean, no?" The elders roared in unison, as if their frustration was insatiable. Remarkably, Inghan began to circulate around the elders and Ji Feng, repeatedly declaring his refusal. "So what is it that you truly do not want?" This was utterly exasperating. The third to awaken was Yang Fei. There was no need for the elders to probe any further. The moment this child opened his eyes, something was amiss. His expression transitioned from confusion to an almost obsessive fascination. The elders in the room shivered in unison. What kind of vacant stare was this? They had never encountered such a gaze before. As his master, the Beast Master Elder approached, suppressing his own shivers. Little Fei, you." In that instant, Yang Fei's gaze was filled with a fervent obsession as he lunged at the Beast Master Elder. The Beast Master Elder, clutching onto Yang Fei, called out to his friends, "Help! Help!" Yet, the other elders acted as though they were oblivious, each averting their gaze. The Beast Master Elder muttered under his breath, "Great." He exerted all his strength to resist the approaching face of Yang Fei, only to discover that Yang Fei possessed considerable strength, pressing his hands firmly behind him. What a domineering disciple, enforcing his affection. Yet here I am, a mere old man. The Beast Master Elder felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Xiao Fei, Yang Fei, I am your master. Have you lost your senses? Get off me." Yang Fei remained oblivious, one hand gripping his master's wrists while the other tugged at his outer robe. He buried his face, taking a deep breath. The Beast Master Elder felt numb, tears streaming down his face, surpassing even those shed by the law enforcement elder. "My innocence!" he exclaimed in despair. The law enforcement elder laughed maniacally, pointing at the Beast Master Elder, unable to utter a word. The other elders stifled their laughter, diverting their gaze. "Oh, have some decency." Yang Fei indulged himself for a moment with the Beast Master Elder. After all, one could not seize the opportunity too greedily. He raised his infatuated gaze towards the room, his expression fervent and yearning, reminiscent of a lovesick fool. Suddenly, the elders and the sect leader felt a chill of apprehension. Others gazed at Yang Fei as though he were a perilous creature, warily watching him, fearful of his potential actions. Meanwhile, Yang Fei thought, heh. The room is filled with purple foxes. Aren't purple foxes quite rare? When did this many gather in one place? But never mind. As long as I can touch, hug, and indulge. Thus, he gazed obsessively at the room full of purple foxes, his eyes fixed on the elders. Unable to contain himself, elder, sect leader, shivering in fear. Chapter 114, a chaotic scene indeed. No matter how vigilant one may be, it proves insufficient. Ultimately, they could not evade the clutches of Yang Fei. He merrily darted about the room, teasing one elder and then fondling another, exuding an aura of playful exuberance. The elders within the chamber were left in utter dismay, tormented by his antics. In the midst of their gray, hopeless gazes, Song Yiqi regained consciousness. She barely had time to exhibit any peculiarities before Ji Feng decisively exclaimed, "Quickly, move away." The notion of normalcy among them had been entirely abandoned. The elders retreated in unison, wishing they could flee further were it not for the entanglement with Yang Fei and Shering Han. Song Yiqi surveyed her surroundings with a hint of confusion, stifling a gentle yawn, and then glanced at the few still unconscious beside her, their expressions as tranquil as ever. The elders fixated on her, questioning whether she was indeed normal. Just as hope began to kindle within them, Song Yiqi swiftly tugged at the sleeve of Duan Huailin and bit down without hesitation. The elders were taken aback. She released her grip, leaving an unmistakable mark upon his arm. Duan Huailin furrowed his brow and stirred slightly, as if awakening. Dissatisfied, Song Yiqi dropped her arm, clearly unimpressed by the flavor. She then turned to Jiang Yishan and Gong Ji, biting each in turn, sparing not even Lu Qingyan, each receiving a crimson imprint. Disdainfully, she spat out the taste, flinging her arm aside, muttering, "Chicken leg utterly unpalatable." Suddenly, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes fixed intently upon the elders before her, a deep yearning for sustenance reflected in her expression, as she swallowed hard and resolutely rose from the ground. "Elder, do not approach me." Furthermore, under the relentless gnawing of Song Yisher, the others who should have remained in a stupor began to awaken. Song Yisher pursued the elder within the room, intent on biting. The talisman elder, unable to endure any longer, suggested, "Perhaps let her take a bite. Once she has, she will cease her pursuit." This proposal was met with vehement refusal. "I have no desire to lose a piece of flesh. Have you seen that large bloodstain? Take a closer look before you speak." Thus, the escape commenced. Not only did one have to remain vigilant in evasion, but one also needed to observe the condition of the newly awakened individuals. The more one observed and understood, the easier it would be to flee. Jiang Yishan proved to be remarkably resourceful. The alchemy elder regarded Jiang Yishan with great satisfaction. This child was not running about recklessly. Jiang Yishan sat quietly in his place, occasionally shedding tears, gazing longingly at the plate of stir-fried meat before him. His eyes were already red, and he wept with a quiet restraint, softly sniffing and shifting slightly to accommodate the raucous movements of his seniors around him. "Who has wronged him?" the law enforcement elder inquired, hiding behind the alchemy elder. "Oh." His tears indeed evoke sympathy. "Who knows? Could it be that he has suffered some indignity within the sect?" Ji Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Lu Qingyan, expressionless, paced back and forth in the courtyard, as if conducting some inspection. The sound cultivation elder was quite curious about Lu Qingyan's reaction and awaited it eagerly. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan's gaze fell upon a decorative potted plant nearby. She halted, scrutinizing the plant meticulously, and unexpectedly bowed coldly to it. The sound cultivation elder was left bewildered, questioning, "What on earth is she doing?" Subsequently, Lu Qingyan ruthlessly uprooted the potted plant, deftly plucking away its leaves and blossoms, leaving behind only a bare root. Satisfied, she brandished her sword, slicing at the root a couple of times and puncturing it with several holes, then proudly approached Elder In Shio, silently observing him. As if struck by inspiration, Elder In Shio exclaimed, "Marvelous." Delighted, Lu Qingyan proceeded to the next elder's vicinity. How easy it was to please them. Compared to the others who were more demanding and draining, these elders were like angels. The remaining few naturally followed suit, showering Lu Qingyan with praises that nearly brought her to laughter. Only the last elder, Gong Ji, wore a sullen expression, pacing as if he had sensed some lurking danger. Extending his hand, a colossal black scythe materialized, slicing through the air as he swung it around. The events that had transpired in the demon lair weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Thus, he perceived the scene around him as surrounded by demons, with his fellow disciples needing protection behind him, while there was no harm in swinging the scythe at the air. After a while, he cast a fierce glance at several elders. The powerful wind generated by the scythe surged forward. What had this child seen? This was not to be trifled with. They needed to disarm him quickly. The law enforcement elder pulled the alchemy elder aside, inquiring, "Have you discerned anything? What is the situation with these few?" The alchemy elder remained composed, replying, "I already told you, it's food poisoning, and you still ask." He deftly avoided the frenzied crowd, making his way to the table, where he carefully scrutinized the plate of charred meat. Jiang Yishan, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at his master, could no longer contain himself when he saw the alchemical elder bring the plate closer to his nose. With a sudden burst of resolve, he sprang up and swiftly seized it. The alchemical elder, observing Jiang Yishan, restrained him while reclaiming the plate. Addressing the others with a grave tone, "It must be this substance that is to blame." The elder inhaled deeply, detecting a particular spice within. In moderation, it could induce relaxation, yet in excess, it would cloud one's consciousness and provoke hallucinations. These likely were added unknowingly during the cooking process. "What shall we do now?" The law enforcement elder inquired anxiously. "Shall we simply allow them to remain in their state of confusion?" The alchemical elder nodded. "They have already been administered the antidote. We shall wait until they have had their fill of madness and regain their senses." Meanwhile, the frenzied disciples were in utter disarray. Ji Feng commanded, "We must stabilize them first. Manage your own disciples." The law enforcement elder pushed past the shouting Shi Han beside him and approached Ning Yue, who stood with eyes closed and ears covered. "I have made the arrangements." As for the alchemical elder, he found it quite manageable, periodically offering Jiang Yishan a tissue to ensure he remained oblivious to the charred meat. Meanwhile, the elder of sound control had completely ensnared Lu Qinyan, whispering effusive praises into her ear, elevating her to the status of a paragon. She no longer sought out the other elders, content to stand firmly beside the elder of sound control. However, the remaining disciples were far more challenging to pacify. The elder of instrument control boldly stepped forward, drawing the brunt of Gongji's ire. Gongji relentlessly pursued the elder Qixio, wielding a scythe with fervor. In a desperate attempt to escape, Qixio hurled a magical artifact behind him, ensnaring Gongji within a cage. Enraged, Gongji brandished his scythe, surveying the confinement while emitting a thunderous roar. Ultimately, faced with the impenetrable bars, he succumbed to his own fury and fainted. Chapter 115. Contest among fellow disciples. The elder Qixio expressed concern as he gazed through the bars at Gongji, pondering whether the young man might suffer any ill effects from his rage. "Oh, fret not," reassured the law enforcement elder, "he shall regain his senses shortly. His anger cannot last long." Yang Fei and Song Yishe proved to be particularly troublesome. One was prone to biting when provoked, while the other resorted to stripping away garments in pursuit of sustenance. They were not easy to manage. The talisman elder lamented, "What shall we do? Must I truly endure a bite? That seems quite painful." The beast-taming elder exchanged a perplexed glance with him, equally bewildered by the peculiar behavior of the two. What on earth are these two seeing that prompts such oddities? Song Yishe ground her teeth, and the talisman elder, unable to bear it any longer, declared, "My disciple, it appears my initial intention to refrain from intervention must be reconsidered." He cast a binding talisman, rendering Song Yishe immobile, leaving only her eyes darting about, fixated on the talisman elder. The elder, nearly taken aback, swiftly averted his gaze, unaware that Song Yishe's intense stare was akin to a ravenous longing for a large chicken leg. Meanwhile, the beast-taming elder struggled to contain Yang Fei, who was tugging at his hair in a desperate attempt to free himself from the elder's grasp. "Talisman elder, please assist me with a binding spell as well. This fellow is rather unhinged." The elder of the talisman glanced at him with a sense of triumph. "You beg me? Please, I implore you." The Beastmaster elder could no longer endure Yang Fei's infatuated gaze. What kind of nonsense is this spice? To have his diligent disciple reduced to such a state. The talisman elder swiftly cast another talisman, immobilizing Yang Fei, who was bent over, intent on capturing the purple fox. Despite his posture, the longing in his eyes remained unmistakable. Upon witnessing the escape of the purple fox, he sighed in profound regret. At that moment, all the disciples had concluded their tasks, and Ji Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a disciple announced from outside, "Master, the personal trials for the junior sister and the senior brother in swordsmanship are about to commence. I have come to summon them." "Elder, Ji Feng, this is disastrous." Ning Yue shut his eyes tightly, murmuring to himself, "How are we to fight? Are there no miraculous potions left?" The law enforcement elder fretted. In their current state, could they even take the stage? "No miraculous potions remain," the alchemy elder responded, equally anxious. "I have already exhausted those. It will take time to prepare more." The chime of a bell resonated, signaling the impending commencement of the competition. Ji Feng suggested, "Perhaps we should allow them to proceed as they are. Although their consciousness may be absent, their combat prowess should still be intact." The law enforcement elder stepped forward. Ing Han, may I discuss something with you? Master Ing Han immediately raised a hand to halt his motion. I refuse. The law enforcement elder, perplexed, inquired. I have asked you. What is it that you do not want? At last, Master Ing Han spoke. Uttering a few more words. I do not want the pink sword. Please step away. Law enforcement elder. The pink sword? You want me to step away? Ing Han had firmly instructed each of them not to engage, yet their actions seemed to revolve in a complete circle. Was it possible that in his hallucination, they were all akin to a pink sword? The law elder tentatively pointed towards Ning Yue, inquiring, do you see this pink sword? If you manage to defeat it, your master will no longer permit you to wield the pink sword. But remember, it must not be harmed. Ing Han furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly weighing his options, and finally said, very well. There is hope. The law elder beamed with joy, eager to continue. He prodded Ning Yue, who had his eyes shut and ears covered. Little Yue, open your eyes and look at your master. I want to open them. I haven't heard anything. Ning Yue protested. The law elder, exasperated, forcibly pried open Ning Yue's eyes. Look at your master. Ning Yue, under duress, glanced twice and upon seeing the head full of serpents, quickly diverted his gaze, exclaiming, you are Medusa. What is Medusa? The law elder asked, perplexed. Did Ning Yue perceive them all as Medusa? What is Medusa, little Yue? After a moment of reflection, Ning Yue finally replied, an evildoer. Very well, said the law elder, pointing at Ing Han. If you vanquish this Medusa, your master will eliminate the others. Ning Yue cautiously glanced over. This Medusa bore black snakes atop her head. Deliberately avoiding the creature's gaze, he pondered for a while. All right, fair enough, he conceded. But remember, defeat it, injure it if you must, but do not kill it. After a brief contemplation, he affirmed, all right. The law elder, hands on hips, declared, simple as that. All sorted. Ji-Feng gave him a thumbs up. Consequently, the two were swiftly summoned to the competition stage. The audience below was densely packed with disciples drawn by curiosity. It was the inaugural match between two extraordinary geniuses. A live spectacle. Everyone was filled with excitement, their eyes fixed on the two figures standing opposite each other. As fellow disciples, they maintained a calm demeanor while the atmosphere around them grew taut, as if poised to strike at any moment. In Ning Yue's perspective, the surroundings were teeming with Medusas, and she felt a sense of relief at only having to contend with one of them. She gazed sternly at the Medusa opposite her. In Ing Han's view, the area was filled with swords of a resplendent pink hue, and he too felt grateful that he would not have to see this again after today. He looked forward eagerly at the pink longsword facing him. The supervising elder had just struck the great bell. At that moment, two beams of contrasting sword light flashed simultaneously. In an instant, Ing Han and Ning Yue's figures vanished, only to reappear in a heartbeat, their swords clashing fiercely against one another. Ning Yue avoided gazing into the eyes of the Medusa, feeling somewhat encumbered. Ing Han, heeding the elder's admonition, dared not allow the pink sword to sustain any harm. The force of their sword clash was tremendous, sending both of them reeling apart. Ning Yue clicked her tongue, and as she opened her eyes, she instinctively feared catching a glimpse of the Medusa's gaze. In light of this, she retrieved an opaque piece of black fabric from her sleeve, leisurely draping it over her eyes. The complete darkness enveloped her fair visage, creating a striking contrast between the black cloth and her alabaster skin. A slight smile graced Ning Yue's lips. If this was the case, she would forsake her sight. With agility, she wielded her longsword, launching a swift and fluid attack. Ing Han unleashed her techniques to counter her opponent's moves. The two engaged in a thrilling exchange, each strike resonating with vigor. On the stage, two beams of sword light danced back and forth, leaving the audience below straining their eyes to follow the action. Both hailing from the Fusang sect, their swordsmanship undoubtedly bore similarities. Although this was a rare contest of prodigies, the onlookers, hoping to witness the prowess of these cultivators, found themselves watching the stage with expressions of bewilderment. It was not merely a matter of observation. The duel had been underway for quite some time. Yet the two contenders remained elusive, moving with astonishing speed. It seemed that Ning Yue and Chi-Su's earlier match had not showcased her full potential, as the current pace far surpassed that of before. Gradually, the spectators could only gaze, entranced, at the flickering sword lights. Chapter 116. Unforgettable pastime passed unknowingly. Someone in the crowd stifled a yawn and nudged the person beside them, inquiring, "How long has it been? Is it not over yet?" The individual rubbed their eyes and peered at the ever-darting lights, replying, "I have no idea. The victor has yet to be determined." The evening sky darkened. Ji-Feng gazed in astonishment at the stage. How could the two sustain such a fierce contest for so long? Beside him, Lu Fengyi was utterly transfixed, his eyes gleaming as he leaned forward, unwilling to miss a single moment. He had maintained this posture for an entire afternoon, fortunate that his neck remained unstrained. Suddenly, Lu Fengyi's expression shifted, a hint of tension crossing his face as he looked down. Ji Feng followed his gaze, just in time to hear the crisp clash of swords. The flickering lights finally came to a halt, rousing the drowsy crowd below. Who won? Who emerged victorious? Sharingan pointed his sword menacingly at Ning Yue's neck, its cold gleam reflecting in the light. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, "A narrow victory, little junior sister." Ning Yue chuckled softly and lowered her hand, her sword merely an arm's length from Sharingan. "Truly impressive, brother." The two of them exchanged glances, and the supervising elder declared the victor. They had regained their senses during the match. Although initially disoriented, they quickly adapted to their surroundings. Both displayed remarkable speed, responding almost simultaneously, freed from the confounding illusions. Ning Yue promptly removed the black cloth and engaged in a formal spar with Sharingan. After all, he was a swordsmanship prodigy with over a decade of focused training. Ning Yue accepted her defeat with grace. Yet, what transpired at noon? Ning Yue inquired curiously. "I have a vague impression, but the details elude me," Sharingan replied, pinching the bridge of his nose as if troubled by a headache. "I share the same sentiment as you, little junior sister." The two navigated away from the fervent crowd and returned to the resting hall of Fusang's sect. Upon entering, they found others present, seated quietly in their places, seemingly lost in thought as they stared at the ceiling. Ning Yue, intrigued, approached and poked a couple of them, asking, "What is going on? Have you all been drained of your spirit?" Sharingan, equally curious, added, "What has happened?" Yang Fei, recalling the unsettling images he had witnessed in the mirror stone, felt a profound sense of despair. He gazed skyward and said, "Let us wait for the enforcement elder. He can explain it to you." A glance around revealed that it was not just Yang Fei who felt this way. Gongji, Lu Qingyan, Jiang Yishan, Song Yisher, and Duan Huailin all bore the same disenchanted expression. While the others seemed unaffected, it was perplexing to see such an expression on both Gongji and Lu Qingyan. What could have transpired? As these thoughts lingered, the law elder barged in with great exuberance, throwing himself wholeheartedly into an embrace with Ning Yue and Sharingan. He joyfully examined them from head to toe, patting their shoulders. "You're back to your old selves." "Splendid." Ning Yue, brimming with curiosity, seized the law elder and inquired, "Master, what on earth happened?" The law elder paused for a moment, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "So eager to know?" Ning Yue and Sharingan felt a chill run down their spines, sensing that something was amiss. However, a vague recollection lingered in their minds, eluding clarity and leaving them unsettled. Sharingan urged, "Please, do tell." Thus, the law elder readily tossed the mirror stone into their hands. Fortunately, the sect master found it amusing and decided to record it for you. Ha ha ha. Ning Yue cautiously activated the mirror stone's image, both he and Sharingan furrowing their brows in concentration. A quarter of an hour later, Sharingan forcefully shut off the mirror stone. "I've remembered everything. That wretched memory," he thought, recalling vividly his earnest protests to the elders and the sect master, adamantly refusing their requests. His ears flushed with embarrassment. Ning Yue too felt no less mortified. How could she have seen Medusa? Not only that, but she had even braided the law elder's beard and tied it with a bow. Yet, in her childlike state, her every action appeared irresistibly endearing within the confines of the mirror stone. It is a source of shame for Ning Yue to possess a heart of an adult. She pulled up a stool and sat beside Lu Qingyan, adopting a similar expression of gazing skyward. "What about Sharingan? Did you have any thoughts after watching? Was it entertaining?" The law elder teased, winking. Sharingan, his ears were not only flushed, but his face also bore a rosy hue. He felt powerless against the law elder's jests. Sharingan also fetched a small stool, dragging it to sit beside Gongji, yet he refrained from mimicking the other's gaze skyward, instead choosing to close his eyes and feign sleep. Ha ha ha, the law elder laughed heartily, his mirth unabashed. He took out a mirror stone to capture this amusing scene once more. "This is too funny. I must show it to the alchemists." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. By the way, the law elder recalled, turning back. "Congratulations, Ingon. You secured first place in the swordsmanship competition. And little you. You were remarkable as well, claiming second. Our Fusang sect is truly exceptional this time. Other sects are envious to the core. In tomorrow's alchemical trials, Ishan, give it your all." Upon finishing this statement, he hurriedly exited the courtyard to share the photos with others. Sigh. A soft sigh escaped. Duan Huailin helplessly looked up and remarked, "I knew spices should not be carelessly scattered, but I did not anticipate such a small amount could wield such power." Jiang Yishan, with a matching expression, added, "I only knew it was fragrant, yet was unaware it could induce such a state of confusion." Yang Fei joined the conversation. "I merely found the purple fox adorable, yet I had no idea I appeared in such a manner while interacting with it." As the dawn of a new era began, Song Yisher's fair face blushed thoroughly. "It's all your fault for snatching the chicken leg. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so unable to forget it." she exclaimed. Senior sister. Yang Fei remarked, well, it has already found its way into your stomach. Duan Wailan quietly interjected, it's no trouble at all, senior sister. I shall prepare another plate for you shortly. There's no need to trouble yourself, junior brother, Song Yishe replied with understanding. I merely wish to find someone to blame. You were truly honest, senior sister, Duan Wailan thought to himself. Everything is all right. Song Yishe closed her eyes. Ning Yue poked Lu Qingyan beside her, recalling the moment when senior sister sought praise in the mirror. What a delightful contrast. The usually aloof senior sister, who seldom expressed her emotions, appeared so charming in that moment. Senior sister, Ning Yue called out. Senior sister turned her head slightly, her lips parting awkwardly as if uncertain of what to say, then pressed her lips together and turned her head away again. How adorable. The sparkle in Ning Yue's eyes was blinding. Despite Ning Yue's persistent calls, Lu Qingyan chose not to turn back, watching Ning Yue and Lu Qingyan chat animatedly. Sheringan sought to engage in conversation with Gongji nearby to divert his own discomfort. He had just opened his mouth to speak. Junior brother. Stop right there, senior brother. Gongji replied with a look of someone reluctant to revisit painful memories. Let me process this first. Sheringan could only respond with silence. Chapter 117. The revered title of Immortal Sovereign. The group of senior and junior disciples had taken the entire night to recuperate, with the elders kindly refraining from interrupting them. Early in the morning, Jiang Yishan was summoned by the Alchemy Elder. Coincidentally, Ning Yue had spent the night in cultivation and sensed the change. Her curiosity piqued. She quietly followed. The Alchemy Elder and Jiang Yishan seated themselves directly at the table in the hall. He took out a tome as thick as Ning Yue's head and casually flipped through its pages. Ning Yue, is this for a sudden test in alchemy? As expected, the Alchemy Elder spoke up. The talents of the participants from the other 4 sects are remarkably impressive. It seems this competition will be a fierce battle. Jiang Yishan nodded. I have already heard that there are even intermediate alchemists among them. Do not be afraid. You are also an intermediate alchemist. The Alchemy Elder casually remarked, treating it as a standard competition. Among the 4 sects, only the Qishao sect possesses substantial strength in alchemy. The other sects are largely inflated and should not be a cause for excessive concern. Jiang Yishan was taken aback to hear comforting words from his own master and smiled softly. Remembering something, he asked, why doesn't he master allow junior sister to participate as well? The Alchemy Elder suddenly paused, as if he had never contemplated this question before. Jiang Yishan, understanding, suggested, is it because the rules do not permit it? Not exactly. The Alchemy Elder pondered for a moment, somewhat bewildered. He truly had not considered letting Ning Yue partake in the alchemical trials. After all, junior sister is already a heavenly grade alchemist. Having her join would almost guarantee a top rank. That said, although the rules do not explicitly prohibit one from participating in 2 competitions simultaneously, it has become an unspoken consensus. After all, aside from the extraordinary Ning Yue, no one can concurrently practice 2 disciplines. Thus, everyone naturally assumed that Ning Yue could only take part in the swordsmanship competition, which is why the Alchemy Elder did not call for her. Jiang Yishan observed the elder's demeanor. Should I go fetch junior sister? No need, no need. I am here. Upon overhearing their conversation, Ning Yue promptly emerged from her hiding place, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the 2 individuals before her. When shall we commence? Is there anything I need to prepare? She was eager to partake in this alchemical competition. The Alchemical Elder replied, very well. Jiang Yishan added, the Alchemical Elder has stated that, in any case, the rules do not expressly prohibit it. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards those who crafted the regulations without sufficient diligence. It is not our fault that we are exploiting the loopholes. Under the guidance of the Alchemical Elder, Ning Yue and Jiang Yishan engaged in a hasty preparation. When the time was ripe, they were escorted to the venue of the alchemical contest. The supervising elder at this event was markedly different from the previous one. Upon seeing Ning Yue, he furrowed his brow. Ziyang Xinzuan, this is the arena for alchemical disciples. We kindly request that unrelated personnel refrain from entering. Noting his demeanor, Ning Yue recognized him as an elder from the Inferno sect. How could the Inferno sect be so preoccupied with matters daily? She frowned and thought, it seems the elder is acquainted with me. He should be aware that I am also an alchemical disciple. Why am I not permitted to participate? There is no precedent for such a thing. He retorted angrily, pointing at Ning Yue. Each individual is allowed to compete in only one category. This is a consensus. Are you suggesting that one person's presence should alter the rules? Then please enlighten me. Which specific rule stipulates that one may only participate in a single category? Ning Yue observed him with an air of casual amusement. The supervising elder hesitated, his face flushing with embarrassment. There is no explicit provision, but we have adhered to this practice for centuries without exception. Since that is the case, I shall be the first exception in a millennium. Despite her diminutive stature, Ning Yue, gazing up at him, emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Impatiently, she remarked, "I do not wish to say much. Let us begin swiftly. For I have grown weary of waiting." The surrounding disciples participating in the contest gazed at Ning Yue with expressions of astonishment. They had certainly heard of Ning Yue's renown, the first celestial-grade alchemist, although they had witnessed Ning Yue's competition yesterday and had beheld his true form. This was a chance to observe him up close. They were nearly within arm's reach. Alchemists from various sects, regardless of their rank, exuded an innate pride. It was rare for them to willingly lower themselves before others, as the status of a skilled alchemist was exceedingly high, and each held a sense of superiority. Unless a truly formidable individual emerged, they would not easily concede. The appearance of Ning Yue was like a beacon, instantly captivating these young alchemists. 12 years old. Celestial-grade elixirs. Unique. The supervising elder clenched his fists, his eyes filled with reluctance. Their Inferno sect had a disciple poised to secure a top 3 finish in this trial. If Ning Yue were to participate, their position would be jeopardized. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. After all, he held the authority here. Otherwise. As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently caught the alchemical elder beside Ning Yue, who had suddenly stiffened. Just moments ago, the revered Xiang Immortal had remained silent. He had been so engrossed in himself that he nearly forgot of the Immortal's presence. He dared to act audaciously toward Ning Yue but held no such courage before Xiang Immortal. The supervising elder awkwardly lowered his head, only to hear the emotionless voice of Xiang Immortal beside him. The elder of alchemy, whose name remains unknown, stood before the watchful elder of the Inferno sect. "I am a terrestrial-level alchemist, and you ought to address me as a mortal sovereign. Given that Ning Yue is an ethereal-level alchemist, you should accord her the same respect. In light of this, your prior remarks were indeed disrespectful." The expression of the observing elder froze, and he stood rooted to the spot. The voice of the alchemy elder was devoid of emotion, yet laced with an icy chill, causing the elder to tremble slightly. Offending a terrestrial-level alchemist would bode ill for their sect, especially with Ning Yue, an ethereal-level alchemist, standing beside him. Ning Yue sneered. "Is it truly the case that anyone can obstruct my path?" Cold sweat instantly trickled down the observing elder's back. Disregarding the potential for their sect to secure a top 3 placement, he promptly retreated to the side. "I have overstepped. Please proceed." "Proceed where?" The alchemy elder remained unmoved. The observing elder clenched his teeth, his tone now imbued with utmost reverence as he bowed to Ning Yue. "Please, immortal sovereign, enter." Ning Yue chuckled. "Ah, this is rather delightful." She gazed with a mix of amusement and incredulity at the bowing elder. "You could have simply let me in without all this fuss." With an air of confidence, Ning Yue firmly grasped Jiang Yishan's hand and stepped forward. Onlookers regarded Jiang Yishan with envy and admiration. Wishing to be the one accompanied by such an impressive senior sister as Ning Yue, Jiang Yishan smiled faintly as he felt Ning Yue's grip on his sleeve. The layout here resembled that of the Fuso sect's trial grounds, divided into numerous small compartments, each accommodating a single participant. The elder alchemist bid farewell to his 2 disciples, bearing the responsibility of supervision. The supervising elder cast a fearful and irate glance at Ning Yue before elucidating the regulations. The task was to concoct a chi-gathering pill, with rankings determined by the quality of the elixir. Any explosions or wastage of materials were strictly prohibited. The alchemical furnaces were uniformly allocated. Ning Yue raised his hand. "The grade of the furnace is insufficient. I request a superior one, as the current one cannot support the quality of my elixirs." The lingering prestige of the heavenly grade alchemist deterred the supervising elder from challenging Ning Yue. He promptly reported the situation and consented to provide the disciples with an upgraded furnace. "Well," exclaimed a disciple, marveling at the intricate patterns on the furnace. "I am blessed to use such a high-quality furnace, thanks to Master Ning." Ning Yue's lips twitched slightly. "Master Ning? What an odd appellation." Furthermore, Ning Yue raised his hand once more, inquiring, "Who will bear the losses caused by the heavenly thunder?" Chapter 118. Not within the stipulated time frame, the supervising elder turned to Ning Yue. "Of course, it has nothing to do with you." Ning Yue nodded. "Very well. That is acceptable." The supervising elder regarded her with disdain. Even a heavenly grade alchemist could not consistently produce heavenly grade pills. Nor could they always attract heavenly tribulations unless the quality of the elixir reached an extraordinary level. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. It would be quite embarrassing if she failed to summon heavenly thunder. The supervising elder observed Ning Yue's retreating figure, cautiously curling his lip. Ning Yue, disinterested in the elder's presence, posed her queries and then entered a small compartment with the furnace and spiritual herbs in tow. Jiang Yishan followed closely behind Ning Yue. Wishing to approach her neighboring space, with genuine concern, Ning Yue firmly advised against it, stating it could be somewhat perilous. "Perhaps it would be best if you kept your distance." Jiang Yishan remained silent, gazing at her quietly. "I am serious," Ning Yue affirmed, looking at him. If a thunderstorm were to strike, it would undoubtedly affect the adjacent area as well. It's all right, Jiang Yishan insisted. Very well, Ning Yue relented. Just remember to take cover. After all, she had already cautioned him. Should he sustain any injuries, it would not be her responsibility. On the other side of Ning Yue's partition was a girl who, upon seeing Ning Yue approach, could not help but light up with excitement. Her eyes sparkling brightly as she gazed at her. Unable to withstand the charm of those starry eyes, Ning Yue initiated a conversation. The girl, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, stammered, Hello. Hello. I am Fu Yu, a disciple of Qishao Sect. You even gifted me flowers. Ning Yue recognized her, recalling that she was one of the girls who had supported her during the swordsmanship competition. Of course, I remember you. Ning Yue replied, her eyes sparkling in return. Fu Yu nearly leapt from her seat to embrace Ning Yue, but Ning Yue interjected, It might be a bit hazardous to refine pills next to me. Perhaps you should choose another spot? No. Fu Yu readily shook her head. I want to be closer to you. Faced with her unwavering determination, Ning Yue could only acquiesce, thinking seriously about the potential consequences. If injuries were to occur, perhaps she could prepare a few healing elixirs for the little girl. Ning Yue was confident that her craftsmanship would yield exceptional quality. As the competition was about to commence, they each returned to their respective compartments, with strict orders against unnecessary communication. The supervising elder urged them to hasten. Fu Yu reluctantly watched Ning Yue enter her cubicle, only retracting her gaze once the figure had vanished. Suddenly, a heavy gaze fell upon her. Confused, Fu Yu glanced over, only to find Jiang Yishan staring intently at her. Although his expression bore no malice, it lacked warmth. Fu Yu narrowed her eyes defiantly and retorted, What are you looking at? Jiang Yishan, upon hearing her words, averted his gaze without uttering a word and turned to his own cubicle. Ning Yue remained oblivious to the happenings outside. The gathering qi pill after consumption. It aids in the absorption of the world's spiritual energy, accelerating the pace of cultivation. This gathering likely consisted of intermediate alchemists. There were very few in the realm of cultivation, and now most were congregated here. She raised her hand to examine the herbs before her and could not help but remark on the stark contrast between these and the richly infused herbs in her consciousness space. Ning Yue summoned Little Flower in her mind, directing it to forage for herbs within her consciousness space. Little Flower appeared reluctant, yet ultimately complied and brought forth the herbs. Was this a competition? Could one simply substitute herbs? Ning Yue assumed Little Flower was chastising her for not adhering to the rules. Thus, she responded nonchalantly. Do you really think I could concoct a heavenly grade pill solely with superior herbs? Even if these herbs were given to others, they would not be able to produce anything. I am well aware of that. Little Flower gazed at her with puzzlement. What I mean is, using these herbs here will inevitably attract heavenly tribulation. Is that acceptable? It's perfectly fine. Ning Yue waved her hand dismissively. I am here merely to show off. Whether it brings thunder or not, do not worry. I will protect everyone. Upon finishing her words, Ning Yue commenced her usual alchemical procedures. Whether it was due to her elevated realm or her newfound familiarity with crafting celestial-grade elixirs, this time she did not find her spiritual energy completely depleted as before. Instead, she navigated the process with remarkable ease, her focus entirely devoted to the cauldron before her. The air around her was suffused with the fragrant essence of successfully refined potions. Ning Yue sensed the gradual exit of individuals from their respective partitions. The supervising elder cast a glance at the hourglass suspended above. A hint of schadenfreude in his expression. The time was nearly up. Jiang Yishan furrowed his brow as he observed Ning Yue's partition, which emitted no trace of elixirs. Was something amiss? Fu Yu anxiously regarded the dwindling hourglass. It was almost empty. Her gaze shifted back to Ning Yue's partition, and she stamped her foot in frustration. If she did not emerge soon, it would signify failure. Failing to produce an elixir within the designated time frame would result in immediate disqualification. As seconds ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Apart from Jiang Yishan and Fu Yu, the expressions of the other disciples shifted from anticipation to indifference, likely having already reached a conclusion in their minds regarding Ning Yue's fate. So it seemed. The smile on the supervising elder's lips widened gradually, his disdain evident in his gaze. He derisively addressed Ning Yue's partition. Where is your celestial-grade elixir? Where are the heavenly tribulations? I await your offerings. It appeared that she was not as formidable as claimed. Perhaps her previous celestial-grade potion was merely a fluke. Enough. Elder, Jiang Yishan suddenly interjected, his countenance stern. Beware of what you utter. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The supervising elder, undeterred, continued to observe the hourglass, dismissively snorting. Having lost the qualification to compete, he felt no fear of others' opinions. If blame were to be assigned, it should rest upon one's own lack of ability, rather than vain posturing. Jiang Yishan clenched his teeth, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to step forward, only to be abruptly restrained by Fu Yu at his side. Fu Yu's expression was equally icy as he calmly stated, "There is no need to concern yourself with him. After all, the time has not yet come. And Ning Yue has not lost his qualification. Not yet." The supervising elder appeared to find this notion amusing. In the hourglass suspended in the air, only a wisp of fine sand remained, nearly invisible, yet it continued to trickle down slowly. "It is of no consequence. It makes little difference." The elder raised an eyebrow, preparing to lift the curtain separating Ning Yue's space. There existed a barrier at the partition, should the elder touch it from the outside. It would signal that the disciple had forfeited his qualification. Fu Yu stepped in front of the supervising elder, saying, "Elder, the hourglass has not yet run out. Is it not premature to lift the curtain now?" "Premature?" An unfamiliar disciple scoffed from the side. "But how long are we to wait? The time of an alchemist is invaluable, as I need not remind you. Are we to simply linger here? Waste time?" Fu Yu frowned. "It will be over soon. There is no need to wait long. Why rush this moment? What difference does a few seconds make? If it cannot be refined, it cannot be refined. It is better to conclude this sooner rather than later." Most of the disciples averted their gaze, engrossed in their own matters, indifferent to the unfolding dispute. Jiang Yishan stood expressionless before Ning Yue's partition. According to the rules, the time has not yet elapsed, and the elder has no right to arbitrarily lift the disciple's curtain. Humph. The supervising elder shot him a sidelong glance, his expression brimming with derision. "Very well, I shall not stoop to argue with you. Let us merely wait these few seconds." The air descended into a profound silence, as nearly everyone simultaneously raised their gazes towards the hourglass. At last, the final grain of sand was poised to fall into the base of the vessel. The supervising elder's lips curled into a triumphant smile, and he proclaimed aloud, "Ning Yue has not completed the task within the allotted time." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon. Chapter 119, Thunderclouds. A bolt of lightning, swift as thought, descended from the heavens, striking without warning and obliterating half of the examination hall into nothingness. The supervising elder, startled, instinctively recoiled, casting a disbelieving glance at the ground beneath him. What lay before him was a charred expanse of blackened earth. The horror was palpable. The original form of the ground was utterly unrecognizable. In an instant, a fragrant aroma wafted from Ning Yue's compartment. It resembled a miraculous elixir, and merely inhaling its essence invigorated the bodies of those present. The gathering chi pill, effortlessly, infused their beings with spiritual energy. The crowd felt as if they were floating in a state of euphoria. Undoubtedly, it was a divine-grade gathering chi pill. The mere scent produced such effects. If consumed directly, cultivating would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Little did they realize that, even upon ingestion of the gathering chi pill, they would only absorb a tenth of Ning Yue's usual speed. Unable to contain their excitement, they began to cautiously advance towards Ning Yue, their eyes fixed on the compartment, brimming with exhilaration. There was no doubt about it. They were witnessing the thunder tribulation of a heavenly-grade pill, regardless of whether they had previously scoffed or remained indifferent. The disciples could no longer suppress their enthusiasm. Had it not been for the oppressive aura of the thunder tribulation, they would have surely surged forward. Jiang Yishan's eyes widened, clearly reflecting the terrifying onslaught of thunderous lightning. Deep purple bolts flickered sporadically within the ominous clouds, while the thunder rumbled incessantly in his ears. The oppressive force of the heavenly thunder bore down mercilessly upon the crowd. Wow! Fu Yu stood transfixed, gazing at the sky, momentarily unable to move. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered, "Shouldn't we take cover?" The heavenly great elixir. The other disciples in the examination ground similarly turned their gazes skyward, astonished by the spectacle. What is this phenomenon? It appears monumental. Is some hidden treasure about to emerge? An informed voice broke in, equally astonished. The heavenly great elixir's tribulation. It must be. What? The speaker's voice cracked, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Could it be that little girl?" "What little girl?" came a reprimanding voice. "The sole heavenly grade alchemist, who is guaranteed success with every attempt, is to be revered as the celestial master." "Yes, yes." The voice trailed off, only to rise again as they gazed at the heavens in awe, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable." Suddenly, that enchanting fragrance vanished. It appeared to have been sealed within a specially crafted porcelain vial. They reluctantly sniffed the air, only to find it truly gone. The supervising elder, encountering such exquisite elixirs for the first time, could not suppress the greed and yearning gleaming in his eyes. It was only after the fragrance dissipated that he reluctantly returned to reality, startled by his own disheveled state. Even more alarming was the fact that Ning Yue had successfully refined a heavenly-grade elixir, truly summoning the heavenly thunder. The disciples nearby watched him with amused detachment, as if anticipating how he would explain this extraordinary event. Suddenly, a fair hand parted the curtain, holding an exquisite porcelain vase that undoubtedly contained a top-tier elixir. Right before her eyes, Ning Yue emerged languidly, stretching with a hint of worry as she gazed at the sky. She had previously assured herself that the tribulation would show her mercy, allowing her to weep unabashedly for sympathy, thus driving the storm away. Yet this time, the tribulation manifested before the 5 major sections. She could not afford to cry once more, for that would surely arouse curiosity and inquiries from the other sections. Ning Yue had yet to unravel the mysteries of her own origins or the peculiar tribulation. She preferred to keep this knowledge confined to her own sect. Reluctantly, she resigned herself to facing the tribulation. With a soft click of her tongue, she felt a surge of irritation. This was a consequence of others' actions forcing her to endure this ordeal. Her gaze, far from amiable, scrutinized the disciples around her, their eyes fixated upon her. What were they doing standing there? Waiting to be struck? Generally speaking, heavenly lightning does not strike others. Yet given the intensity of Ning Yue's tribulation, even a slight ripple could inflict significant harm. Gradually, the disciples snapped out of their stupor and began to retreat to safety. Jiang Yixin and Fu Yu were the last to leave, observing the brewing storm while glancing at Ning Yue's diminutive figure. "Little junior sister, are you truly all right?" they inquired. Concern etched on their faces. "Rest assured," Ning Yue reassured them, "this is not my first encounter with such a trial." Both the resting and competing disciples could not help but pause, their excitement palpable as they beheld the rare celestial tribulation. Naturally, they all sought refuge in safe corners to witness the spectacle. Fang Sun, filled with anticipation, kept his gaze fixed on Ning Yue's position, yearning for a closer look. Lamenting that he had missed the live performance last time, Ji Feng made no attempt to dissuade. "Go ahead, no one is stopping you." Fang Sun's expression was conflicted, but it seems a bit perilous. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng also gazed skyward, a flicker of concern mingling with his leisurely demeanor. The last time a heavenly-grade elixir emerged, he had witnessed the process with great difficulty. The 7 bolts of heavenly thunder, which should have struck in a complete sequence, came crashing down indiscriminately after Ning Yue's tears, sparing her from significant harm. He had no intention of delving into the secrets surrounding Ning Yue. Since she chose not to speak, he felt no pressing need to inquire, as it might jeopardize their sect's harmony. Yet, if the heavenly thunder were to behave erratically once again, it would likely pose a challenge for Ning Yue to explain. And the Fusang sect would also find it hard to justify. He let out a soft sigh. Perhaps he could simply tell everyone that the tribulation for a heavenly-grade elixir unfolded in such a manner. After all, other sects lacked heavenly-grade alchemists and were unaware of the particulars during the tribulation. With his words at his disposal, he could articulate them as he pleased. Ji Feng was persuaded by his own thoughts. Just then, Li Xian's voice broke through. "What is troubling you, Sect Master Ji?" "Nothing much." Ji Feng quickly adjusted his expression. A tinge of worry for Ning Yue lingering. Li Xian's gaze brimmed with envy as he looked towards the thunder, truly a genius. If only our sect could produce such a disciple. Impossible, Ji Feng thought without hesitation. Ning Yue is an unparalleled talent, a rarity in a millennium. In my several hundred years of life, this is the first time I have encountered someone of her caliber. Li Xian's envy deepened, and he refrained from responding. He was well aware of this. Not to mention the past 1,000 years, he had never come across anyone more formidable than Ning Yue in ancient texts. Li Xian spoke with utmost sincerity, without delving into other matters. "I genuinely believe she will ascend before any of us. The future remains uncertain." Ji Feng gazed into the distance, yet internally he wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Suddenly, a tremendous thunder roared as it struck towards Ning Yue. The electric sparks crackled and flew far away, while a robust purple lightning bolt surged directly toward Ning Yue's form. Damn! Ning Yue braced herself and absorbed the impact. Fortunately, the disciple's robe was of superior quality, sparing her from being charred, though it did singe in several places. Ning Yue tousled her tousled hair and gritted her teeth. Cursing the ominous clouds above, Shen Changfeng rested his chin in his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the young girl below. The divine being had ventured down to find his daughter, but it seemed an unforeseen mishap had caused him to lose track of her whereabouts. Shen Changfeng, however, felt no concern. It was an opportune moment for Ning Yue to fully experience the 7-fold thunder tribulation, undisturbed by the divine being's interference. He waved his fingers and unleashed the 3rd bolt of lightning. Yet, he hesitated. The little girl who had just been vociferously cursing him was now clutching her arm, tears streaming down her face. Shen Changfeng remarked, "What are you doing, Elder Beast Master? This isn't a game. Your father isn't here. And I won't coddle you." As Ning Yue endured the next strike of lightning, her tears flowed even more fiercely. Unlike her previous uninhibited wails, her sobs now bore a quiet restraint, her expression betraying her struggle. Tears cascaded down, plummeting onto the darkened ground. Her doe-like eyes were now a deep shade of red as she half raised her gaze to the heavens, murmuring incantations under her breath. Do not misunderstand. It is not my intention to disperse the storm. Please, continue your strikes. She merely recalled the adage that tears can alleviate pain. Shen Changfeng took a deep breath. Lightning coiling around his fingers, occasionally bursting forth with a crackle. He lowered his gaze once more, observing Ning Yue, whose eyes were closed, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, resembling a resilient little white flower standing bravely against the wind. In her palm, she held a completely white elixir, positioned against her chest, silently reciting, "Strike it, do not strike me. Strike it, do not strike me." Shen Changfeng pondered. Ah, now I understand why the deity hesitated. Witnessing Ning Yue's state, who could bear to strike her? Consequently, when the lightning descended from his fingers, its force diminished significantly, yet it appeared overwhelmingly powerful. As the pain touched Ning Yue, she opened her eyes, curiously rotating her arm, and a single tear slipped down her chin as she lifted her head. It did not hurt at all. Could it be that the thunder had comprehended her intent, refraining from withdrawing, merely feigning a symbolic gesture? To affirm her suspicion, a faint rumble of thunder echoed in the distance. Whether it was merely her imagination, she sensed an absence of vigor in that thunderous sound. The thunder was loud, but the rain was scant. Following suit, Shen Changfeng unleashed several more strikes, which seemed formidable but felt akin to a mere slap. Ning Yue joyfully retracted her tears, discreetly giving a thumbs up to the distant sky, her lips forming the words, "Thank you, well done, Shen Changfeng." He flicked the hem of his garment, withdrew the lightning, and with a cold snort, departed. As the storm clouds dispersed, starlight cascaded like golden powder, enveloping Ning Yue completely. In an instant, her wounds and hair were restored to their original state. Even the charred examination grounds were mended. Truly, the benevolence of thunder remains unchanged, Ning Yue mused. The elixir's hue shimmered with greater translucence and allure, prompting Ning Yue to lean closer and inhale its fragrance. The aroma was quite pleasant, so she returned it to the porcelain vial. As the grand thunder tribulation subsided, the disciples and elders, who had taken refuge in safety, began to emerge. Jiang Yishan hurried to Ning Yue's side. "How are you? Are you in pain?" "Not at all. The golden powder has healed me." "You needn't worry," she replied casually. "That's wonderful," Jiang Yishan remarked, gazing at Ning Yue. "Congratulations, junior sister, on refining a celestial-grade elixir once more." Ning Yue was not particularly concerned and merely expressed her gratitude. After all, this celestial-grade gathering chi pill was of no use to her. She had endured a thunderstrike merely for the sake of show. "Brother, where is our supervising elder?" Ning Yue inquired. Jiang Yishan gestured to the side, and Ning Yue followed his gaze. Upon meeting Ning Yue's eyes, the supervising elder approached with an exceedingly obsequious demeanor. "Congratulations, Immortal Sovereign, on refining another celestial-grade elixir. Surely you will claim the top spot in this elixir refinement competition." Ning Yue tilted her head and replied, "Oh dear, has my ear forgotten? Did you not say I had not emerged within the stipulated time?" Remarkably, while refining elixirs in the partition, she had been able to hear the sounds from outside. Several disciples who had previously mocked Ning Yue turned pale, unable to meet her gaze and avoiding her eyes. "Of course not," the supervising elder exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "My eyesight has betrayed me, please. Esteemed Immortal, do not hold it against me. You certainly emerged within the stipulated time." Ning Yue let out a cold snort. At the sound of her disdain, the elder's back became instantly drenched in perspiration. In that moment, he forsook any concern for aiding the disciples within the sect and promptly ranked the quality of all the pills. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists must never be offended. For those of higher rank possess resources beyond imagination and command immense respect from their peers. To incur the wrath of a celestial-grade alchemist is tantamount to declaring enmity with the entire community of alchemists in the cultivation world. Such a stance carries implications that are all too clear. When the rankings of the pills were announced, Ning Yue undoubtedly claimed the top position, while the others were closely matched, differing only slightly in quality. Subsequently, Jiang Yishan, capitalizing on that slight distinction, surpassed a disciple from the Qishao sect, securing the second place. Coincidentally, this third-ranked disciple happened to be one of those who had previously ridiculed Ning Yue. She regarded him with a bemused smile, her gaze fixated on him as he spoke, oblivious to the fact that she had not even registered his face. How could he still be singled out by Ning Yue? The man's arm trembled, his face ashen as he cowered behind his companions, as if she were capable of some heinous act. Disinterested, Ning Yue averted her gaze, seemingly conversing with an unseen presence. "Rest assured, you are not worth my effort." The man's expression stiffened, revealing a flicker of embarrassment and shame in his eyes. He had not spoken to Ning Yue earlier, maintaining an air of indifference, yet, within his heart, he experienced a profound surprise. Initially, he sought to avoid unnecessary troubles and harbored a tinge of skepticism towards Ning Yue, but wisely refrained from voicing his doubts. Meanwhile, Ning Yue boldly struck those individuals with a heavenly-grade pill, leaving them dumbfounded. Those who had remained silent now gravitated towards Ning Yue, engaging her in conversation with an air of casualness. Naturally, Ning Yue responded with grace and charm. They appeared utterly flabbergasted, addressing her with utmost respect as Immortal Sovereign. Ning Yue thought to herself, to be honest, it feels rather exhilarating. After casually answering a few questions, she elegantly departed with Jiang Yishan. As she glanced back, her gaze swept over the observing elder, who lowered his head even more. Ning Yue slightly curled her lips, saying, "Next time you see me, remember to take a detour." "Why, yes." The supervising elder nodded vigorously. "You too." Ning Yue turned her head, addressing the crowd nearby. Some individuals lowered their heads, unable to meet Ning Yue's gaze. Sharingan and Lu Qingyan awaited them at the entrance. As soon as Ning Yue stepped out, Sharingan grinned and reached out to pat the top of her head. "Little junior sister, you must be at the top of the list, right?" "Of course." Ning Yue replied with pride. "That supervising elder looked down on me." And I gave him a resounding slap in the face. Lu Qingyan's lips curved slightly as she looked at Ning Yue, saying, "Well done, little junior sister." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky on a sword, landing directly before Ning Yue. Her vision blurred momentarily, and she found the individual holding her hands with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Since you are able to partake in the alchemy competition, why not also try your hand at beast taming?" "Ning Yue, what are you doing, Elder Beast Tamer?" Chapter 121. Let us learn slowly. Master Ing Han gazed curiously at the Elder Beast Tamer descending from the sky. The elder, brimming with excitement, looked at Ning Yue and said, "Little Yue, you have yet to try beast taming, right? It is quite enjoyable. Come, give it a go." Ning Yue. Before she could process this, another figure followed closely behind, descending from the heavens. With a loud exclamation, they swatted away the elder's hand. "You are simply envious. You wish to take Ning Yue for yourself." The Elder Beast Tamer, caught in the act, showed no signs of embarrassment and boldly asked Ning Yue, "Little Yue, do you wish to play with beasts? Your master is more than willing to teach you." Ning Yue was intrigued by the sudden interest the Elder Beast Tamer had shown towards her, especially since they had met a few times before. Although the elder often praised her as a genius, such an invitation had never been extended until today. "All right," Ning Yue replied eagerly. Recently, she had developed an interest in Yang Fei's blue flame and thought it would be entertaining to learn something new in her spare time. The law enforcement elder glared at the Elder Beast Tamer, visibly displeased. "Make sure to find her a one-of-a-kind spirit beast from the heavens or the earth, otherwise I shall not agree." Of course, the Elder Beast Tamer acknowledged the law enforcement elder's difficult nature and reassured him. "I promise to have Little Yue tame an extraordinary spirit beast." "Humph." The law enforcement elder crossed his arms with a huff. The Elder Beast Tamer then patted Ning Yue on the shoulder and assured her, "We have made a pact. Tomorrow, your master shall come to find you." Having spoken, he swiftly took the nearby Elder of Law and fled. The Elder of Law did not even have the opportunity to extend his congratulations to Ning Yue before being whisked away on a soaring sword. The interest shown by the Beast Master Elder in Ning Yue primarily stemmed from an inadvertent slip of the tongue by Yang Fei, who carelessly disclosed Ning Yue's previous conquest of the giant python. However, Ning Yue had never divulged this matter to the sect, nor had she made it public. Only a few individuals present in the secret realm of Bayou Valley were privy to the circumstances surrounding the capture of the millennium-old python and Ning Yue's subsequent departure with it. Out of respect for the wishes of their junior sister, they had tacitly refrained from speaking of it. Ning Yue sensed the thoughtful consideration of her senior brothers and sisters. Initially, she had perceived the world of cultivation as perilous and merciless, but to her surprise, genuine affection existed within her sect. Not only from her senior siblings, but also from her master and the sect leader. In summary, it was a stark contrast to her initial expectations. The slip of the tongue occurred as Yang Fei and the Beast Master Elder were observing Ning Yue endure the tribulation. The Beast Master Elder sighed, reflecting on the rarity of such a prodigious talent emerging from their sect, lamenting that he did not expect to see the likes of her. Yang Fei, unfazed, casually remarked, "Isn't our junior sister just that? At her previous stage, she effortlessly tamed the millennium-old python. I would not even dare to entertain such thoughts." Just as he began to elaborate, he abruptly froze. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, pierced only by the deafening claps of thunder outside. The Beast Master Elder scratched his ear, inquiring curiously, "When did this happen? How is it that I was unaware?" Yang Fei cautiously cast a glance at the Beast Master Elder, attempting to deflect the conversation with a laugh. "What are you talking about? Look at me. Indulging in that delectable stir-fried meat until I became utterly dazed. Ha ha ha." The Beast Master Elder raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him with an expression that seemed to question, "Do you think I believe you? Confess honestly, when did this happen?" Yang Fei's mind raced, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. He had to think quickly to salvage the situation. Nonchalantly, he began, from my professional standpoint at that time. The junior sister had not yet tamed the creature. Rather, the giant python was simply naturally docile towards her. Perhaps the junior sister possesses considerable talent. Yang Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully, adopting a semblance of seriousness. Moreover, the ancient giant python must possess an extraordinary realm. It merely refrained from harming us under the influence of the junior sister. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation. Reflecting on Yang Fei's words, they indeed held merit. Yet, even so, Ning Yue's ability to effortlessly pacify the ancient giant python was remarkable. The Beastmaster Elder wore a pained expression, grumbling. You nearly caused me to lose a precious disciple. I am going to snatch her away. Yang Fei looked at him disdainfully. There are many who claim the junior sister as their disciple. Whom are you trying to take her from? The Beastmaster Elder was left speechless. His words striking a chord. He clutched his chest, taking a moment to steady his breath before ignoring Yang Fei and stealthily sought out Ning Yue, attempting to evade others as much as possible. To his surprise, he was still discovered by the law enforcement elder. This old fellow possesses quite the keen observation skills. After engaging in a superficial conversation with the law enforcement elder, his intentions were uncovered. Thus, he hastened towards Ning Yue. Ning Yue was blissfully unaware that the law enforcement elder and the Beastmaster Elder had engaged in a fierce battle. She casually inquired of her senior, Lu Qingyan. Senior sister, what competitions do we have in the coming days? Tomorrow is the talisman competition, the day after is the beast mastery, and the day following that is the music cultivation. Only then comes the formation, with the weapon refinement scheduled even later, Jiang Yishan replied. From what I gather, the Beastmaster Elder intends for our little junior sister to participate in the Beast Mastery contest, Sheringan asserted with unwavering certainty. Based on my understanding of the Beastmaster Elder, that seems to be the case. However, with the competition looming so soon, Jiang Yishan expressed his concern, questioning whether Ning Yue, who had never engaged with beast mastery before, could truly manage. His apprehension stemmed from the potential ridicule she might face should she falter. Ning Yue, on the other hand, remained unfazed by such matters, having often relied on last-minute efforts. And let us not underestimate the power of determination. Lu Qingyan chimed in. She continued, these are individual competitions, and afterward, the top 5 from each category will be drawn into the secret realm to determine the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. I have already secured my place among the sword cultivators and alchemists. Can the others still advance in rank? Ning Yue posed a query that sparked a silence across the room. This situation has not occurred before. Sheringan mused thoughtfully. The sect leaders will likely deliberate this matter, Lu Qingyan suggested. However, it is indeed possible for ranks to be adjusted. If the top 10 of the heavenly ranking cannot be filled, it would be quite problematic. Ning Yue nodded, contemplating for a moment. Upon returning to the resting hall, she did not wait for the Beastmaster Elder to seek her out. Instead, she took the initiative to approach him directly. The Beastmaster Elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Ning Yue. Ning Yue, how come I never noticed this before? The Beastmaster Elder was somewhat heartbroken. This is undoubtedly a remarkable talent for beast mastery. It's all due to Ning Yue's other dazzling gifts that nearly overshadowed his beast mastery potential. Now that it has come to his attention, he certainly wouldn't allow Ning Yue's impressive talents to go to waste. Thus, in a flurry of urgency, he searched for materials while contemplating taking Ning Yue to a more spacious area. Conversely, Ning Yue reassured him, it's all right, Elder, I'm not in a hurry. We can take our time to learn, no need to worry. Chapter 122. Truly unappreciative. Thus, Ning Yue genuinely began to study beast mastery. Leaving Yang Fei in a state of existential doubt, he inquired of his master, is it really okay for junior sister to substitute for me? Aren't there plenty of inner disciples in the sect? The Beastmaster Elder merely interrupted him with a solemn expression, shaking his head. This child, Ning Yue, I believe she is capable. Capable of what? Yang Fei tentatively asked. More capable than you, the Beastmaster Elder replied before departing, cheerfully seeking out Ning Yue. Yang Fei was unable to participate in this beast mastery competition due to his attributes being incompatible with the current Liuli Phoenix. He had intended to call upon other disciples within the sect for assistance, albeit knowing they might not secure a prominent ranking. However, he did not anticipate the Beastmaster Elder's decisive choice of Ning Yue. After such a brief period of instruction, what could have prompted the Elder to hastily assign junior sister to the task? Were the Elder aware of Yang Fei's current predicament? He would undoubtedly exclaim, it is talent, indeed. Ning Yue, on the other hand, felt rather indifferent, having grown accustomed to such circumstances. When the Beastmaster Elder first began instructing her, Ning Yue felt somewhat unaccustomed. After all, the law enforcement elder had simply provided her with the foundational text for her to study independently, while the array elder's approach was even more straightforward, presenting her with formidable challenges from the outset. In stark contrast, The Beast Master Elder's teaching method was almost as if he wished to meticulously break down knowledge for her consumption. Ning Yue found the learning process rather arduous. Ultimately, she delicately hinted to the elder, who hesitated before amalgamating all the knowledge into a single bundle and presenting it to her. To her surprise, Ning Yue found herself relishing the material, delighting in the process. The Beast Master Elder mused, "Is it truly possible to have such an easygoing student?" Several hours later, Ning Yue demonstrated through her actions that indeed, such a student exists. The Beast Master Elder was utterly elated, feeling as though he had stumbled upon an invaluable treasure. He could hardly bear to take his eyes off Ning Yue. "Master, what exactly will be tested in the Beast Master competition? This is my first time participating, and I am utterly in the dark," Ning Yue inquired. The Beast Master Elder, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Naturally, it involves the mastery of beasts. Traditionally, each sect captures a rare and extraordinary spirit beast, and whoever can tame it during the competition shall receive it as a prize." "Directly giving away spirit beasts?" Ning Yue exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," the Beast Master Elder affirmed with a nod, "the spirit beasts featured in each competition are remarkably precious, though few have succeeded in taming them." "And what becomes of these spirit beasts afterward?" Ning Yue questioned. "They return whence they came," the elder explained, "to be brought forth again in the next competition, as rare spirit beasts are indeed quite rare." "Ah, so they are merely recycled rare creatures. What type of beast will be featured in this year's competition, Master?" Ning Yue asked. "A glazed phoenix," the Beast Master Elder replied with a click of his tongue. "This marks the third appearance, and thus far, no one has succeeded in taming it. Captured by the celestial Xian sect, this creature has been the subject of relentless attempts over nearly a century, with disciples arriving with unwavering determination only to depart in utter dejection." Ning Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. A phoenix, a bird. She had long desired a bird of her own. Suddenly, she recalled her master. It dawned on her that such a spiritual beast typically possesses a high rank. Is it not true that attempting to tame one exceeding two great realms poses a risk of spontaneous combustion? Indeed, the Beast Master Elder chuckled. Otherwise, it would not have remained untamed for so long. Those who sought it previously perished in their attempts. Ning Yue, I wish to have this glazed phoenix." The Beast Master Elder, "I believe you can do it." After a moment of contemplation, he remarked that the glazed phoenix had been imprisoned for quite some time, likely resulting in a significant reduction of its power. "Given that you are now at the nascent soul stage, your chances of success are quite high. However," he added, "there will undoubtedly be many vying for this glazed phoenix this year, although your cultivation level is the highest among them. It is important to note that taming such a high-ranking spiritual beast is an unprecedented endeavor, particularly for one of this caliber. Beasts of this level are generally not easily subdued." The Beast Master Elder expressed his concerns. Ning Yue, undeterred by his worries, inquired, "What is the realm of this glazed phoenix?" "If memory serves me correctly, it is at the out-of-body stage. Li Xian likely lacks the ability to subdue this spiritual beast. Otherwise, it would not have been so readily revealed. After all, a higher realm does not necessarily equate to an increased capacity to tame spiritual beasts. This fortuitously benefits me," Ning Yue remarked, raising an eyebrow as she awaited her master. "I shall win the glazed phoenix for our sect." The Beast Master Elder was taken aback, nearly moved to tears. "Very well," he exclaimed. It was precisely for that remark. "Open the Qiankuan pouch." Ning Yue, perplexed, inquired, "What is the purpose of opening the Qiankuan pouch?" "Just do as I say," the elder insisted. Following his instruction, Ning Yue complied. In the next moment, a long, translucent cascade of golden energy began to flow into her Qiankuan pouch. "High-grade spirit stones," Ning Yue gasped, astonished. "Are our sect's elders truly this affluent?" The Beast Master Elder casually responded, "It's not too shabby." He continued, "The Master has little of value to offer you. I suppose you must make do with these spirit stones." Ning Yue quickly reassured him, "It's no trouble at all. I quite like it." Her eyes sparkled as she watched the exuberant flow of spirit stones. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, the Beast Master Elder became even more jubilant, humming a cheerful tune as he continued to pour the stones. He reluctantly ceased once his plump pouch had been completely emptied. "Now, let us head down the mountain and procure some delicious treats." "Absolutely," Ning Yue replied, beaming with delight. The Beast Master Elder urged her to practice diligently before he departed with a sense of longing. Ning Yue, brimming with anticipation, eagerly awaited her first encounter with the phoenix. Having never laid eyes on one before, when she finally beheld it, she understood the meaning of breathtaking beauty. The glazed phoenix was resplendent, its feathers shimmering with a glass-like luster. Crystal clear, its magnificent tail trailed behind, refracting sunlight into dazzling rays. "This is..." Ning Yue scrutinized it closely. Its gaze was hauntingly vacant, devoid of emotion, staring ahead with neither sorrow nor joy. It seemed as though nothing could pique its interest. Surrounding it were 15 disciples of various beast masters, all drawn towards it, their eyes gleaming with curiosity or avarice as they excitedly scrutinized its graceful form and resplendent feathers. The glazed phoenix disdainfully curled its lip and proudly lifted its head. Suddenly, a particular gaze captured its attention, distinct from all others. It casually lowered its gaze and caught sight of a child. How peculiar. It could not help but observe the little one with curiosity. The child was scarcely as tall as its own shank, and yet dared to aspire to seize it? The diminutive figure was clearly no match for the others. It should return home early. However, that gaze exuded pure wonder and astonishment, which was rather rare, at least during its years of confinement. It had never encountered such eyes during its public displays. After a moment of reflection, the glazed phoenix felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon encountering such a gaze from Ning Yue. Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the immense value I possess? Do you realize how dazzling it would be to win me over? Ning Yue, delighted as the glazed phoenix turned its gaze towards him, was about to greet it when he noticed its disdainful look, as if to say, she clearly does not recognize worth. Ning Yue, let me ponder this matter. When did I offend this bird? Or does it simply look down upon me? In chapter 123 of the Cultivation World, all 14 other disciples possessed pure fire spiritual roots, while only Ning Yue had the 5 spiritual roots. However, under Ning Yue's influence, the others had begun to shed their prejudices against mixed spiritual roots, particularly towards the renewed understanding of Ning Yue's 5 spiritual roots. After all, the name Ning Yue has recently resonated with an intensity akin to thunder. Other sects are discreetly searching for individuals possessing 5 spiritual roots, a rarity among those deemed as cultivation failures. Despite extensive efforts across both the upper and lower realms, the quest for the next Ning Yue has proven fruitless. Not only have they failed to find another like her, but those with 5 spiritual roots remain as unremarkable as before. Unable to cultivate at all, truly devoid of any affinity for the path of cultivation, it appears that Ning Yue's 5 spiritual roots were indeed an anomaly. This underscores the magnitude of her innate talent. Despite being recognized as a cultivation waste, she possesses an extraordinary ability for cultivation. One wonders how others might react upon witnessing Ning Yue's presence here. What an array of skills she possesses. Can she even engage in beast taming? Goodness. I had thought her mastery of 2 disciplines was the pinnacle of her capabilities, yet this young lady's potential seems boundless. Ning Yue is truly remarkable. Perhaps she can indeed conquer this formidable challenge. After all these years, the Tianxian sect has spared no effort in capturing spirit beasts. Now, they could simply summon this phoenix directly. Meanwhile, other sects manage to provide their disciples with valuable resources. Yet, the Tianxian sect remains stingy, repeatedly presenting this elusive Liuli phoenix, making it impossible for anyone to capture. Hearing the murmurs below, Ning Yue raised an eyebrow, surveying the Liuli phoenix before her. She had been captivated by this spirit beast at first glance. Its appearance was certainly to her liking. Riding such a magnificent bird would undoubtedly be a source of great pride. In Ning Yue's eyes gleamed an unwavering determination. The glazed phoenix, accustomed to such expressions, paid it little heed, for those who displayed such demeanor ultimately amounted to nothing more than bystanders. The art of beast taming involves an unyielding pursuit to compel spiritual creatures to submit. After all, every spiritual beast harbors a degree of pride. Unless one exhibits extraordinary prowess, it is futile to expect these creatures to willingly serve. The methods of taming spiritual beasts differ markedly from those employed on mere pets. Thus, Ning Yue's gaze flickered momentarily. To subdue the haughty phoenix before her, she must conquer it. A collective assault by all 15 individuals was not feasible. The confident among them stepped forward, forming a queue to confront the phoenix one by one. Ning Yue, possessing the highest cultivation level among them, stood apart, while the others were merely at the golden core stage. However, mastery over beasts does not solely rely on one's cultivation rank, a truth acknowledged by Ning Yue and recognized by her peers. Consequently, they regarded her with indifference. Despite having concocted a heavenly-grade elixir prior to the alchemical competition, little was known about her prowess in beast taming, whereas her companions were seasoned veterans in this domain. Enthusiastic hands shot up from the crowd, each individual eager not to miss their chance. Meanwhile, Ning Yue remained composed at the back. What was happening? Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Had Ning Yue conceded? What if someone succeeded ahead of her? This cohort appeared to be promising candidates for beast taming. Yet, some speculated that the phoenix, a veteran in its own right, had eluded success for far too long. Enough chatter, one said. Let us observe quietly. I suspect the Tianxian sect may not retain this phoenix after all. This contest permits the use of spells, as long as one can subdue the spirit beasts without inflicting harm upon them. Indeed. The first participant stepped forward and unleashed a formidable display of various dazzling spells. Both Ning Yue and the Phoenix exhibited a remarkably similar demeanor, exuding an air of leisure. Utterly dismissive of their opponent. With serene expressions, they observed the spectacle of flashy techniques until the contender, breathless and exhausted, faltered in their performance. Ning Yue turned her head and stifled a yawn. The glazed Phoenix raised its wings, revealing a cascade of vividly colored feathers that shimmered brilliantly. With a gentle flap, it sent the competitor tumbling down from the air, the first to be decisively defeated. Feeling somewhat bored, Ning Yue propped her head on her hand, her gaze reflecting the scene of disciples being swept aside one after another. She yawned once more, a few tears glistening in her eyes. After stretching languidly, she lifted her gaze to find the glazed Phoenix's crystalline eyes fixed intently upon her. Ning Yue lowered her hand, gesturing dismissively at the Phoenix while extending the other towards the hem of her garment. The Phoenix, unwavering in its focus on Ning Yue, swiftly dispatched an assailant from behind with a powerful kick. Pondering thoughtfully, Ning Yue met the enchanting gaze of the Phoenix's striking eyes. The Phoenix possessed exceptionally long lashes, which, when delicately blinked, swept across its cheeks, the pupils glimmering with an inner light. Observing that radiant gaze, Ning Yue chuckled softly, twirling her fingers and idly gesturing in the air, maintaining her indifferent stance. The Phoenix had earlier regarded these trivial skirmishes with a sense of detachment, awaiting the moment when an opponent would dare to strike, only then delivering a decisive blow. To describe its demeanor accurately, it was one of disdain, a refusal to engage in combat with such lackluster foes. As Ning Yue observed the creature accelerating its pace, it did not wait for its opponent to approach, but instead launched a direct attack, significantly enhancing its efficiency. Those who had previously held great confidence in taming the Phoenix suddenly wore expressions of alarm and concern. What was happening? Why had its aggression intensified so suddenly? Clearly, in prior contests, this Phoenix had exhibited a passive demeanor, only striking back when provoked, which had led them to believe it possessed a remarkably gentle disposition. However, the current situation revealed a stark contrast, as the Phoenix's assaults were exceedingly fierce. A mere swipe or kick had the potential to fracture the bones of the disciples attempting to subdue it. Fortunately, those who sustained injuries were promptly eliminated. Otherwise, this exquisite Phoenix could have easily been lethal. The disciples at the forefront were filled with regret, lamenting their earlier eagerness as the next contender was sent flying. Their expressions grim. Why had I been so enthusiastic? They continued to be hurled away, grappling with the same dismay. The answer to their plight was the sound of cracking bones. Ultimately, following the Phoenix's seemingly frenzied onslaught, all participants were sent sprawling, save for Ning Yue. Was this Phoenix truly unharmed? Would Ning Yue's approach pose a risk? She pondered that its behavior was a consequence of her presence. While others speculated that the Phoenix had gone mad or undergone a transformation, only Ning Yue recognized that she had secretly ignited an ancient flame within her palm. Unnoticed by the others, yet it immediately captivated the Phoenix's attention. My apologies, dear siblings. Ning Yue mused. Regardless of your efforts, you cannot defeat me. Whether you fall now or later, you must still descend. Kindly make way for me. Thank you. She initially intended merely to gauge whether the ancient fire seed would elicit a response from the glazed Phoenix. To her astonishment, the reaction was quite significant. Those who were cast down were oblivious to Ning Yue's inner thoughts, enduring the agony of fractured bones while rejecting the suggestions of their peers and master to rest. They chose instead to remain below, seemingly eager to witness Ning Yue's downfall. Who is Ning Yue? She is a self-proclaimed occasional monarch of the cultivation world. How could she permit anyone to witness her disgrace? Chapter 124, casting flirtatious glances at the blind among the onlookers, some genuinely worried for Ning Yue, while many were eager to revel in her misfortune. After all, who does not desire to witness the downfall of a prodigy? These individuals sought to derive their own worth from the failures of the gifted. Thus, they lounged leisurely, donning expressions of anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. When Ning Yue was eventually cast down, they would rush forth to mock her, exclaiming, "So, you are merely ordinary after all. I had thought you were extraordinary. Yet, you have fallen just like the rest. It seems you too possess shortcomings. I always wondered how anyone could excel in every aspect." Ning Yue was well aware of the sentiments of those below. However, she refrained from expending much energy on them. She merely recognized their thoughts and responded with a neutral acknowledgement. Their musings were hardly worthy of her contemplation or time. Ning Yue gazed intently at the glazed Phoenix, which regarded her with equal intensity. The two held each other's gaze for a prolonged moment. Below, the crowd began to express their astonishment. Where was the much-anticipated spectacle of the genius's fall? Why has this bird changed its gender again? Can we still engage with it? And can we treat it equally? Ning Yue smiled faintly. While others may not have noticed, this Phoenix had not employed any magical techniques from start to finish. It solely relied on physical prowess, flapping its wings and kicking its legs to send opponents tumbling down. Her gaze remained fixed on the phoenix, and in an instant, a multitude of immense, blazing fireballs materialized in the void behind her, encircling the phoenix in a blazing inferno, completely obscuring its figure. My goodness, what an astonishing display of power. Below, gasps of astonishment echoed, for the majority had never witnessed Ning Yue wielding magic. They were not only amazed by the exquisite elegance of her techniques, but also in awe of their formidable strength. This was far from the scene of a genius facing a dismal defeat as they had imagined. They knew Ning Yue was talented, aware of her remarkable swordsmanship and alchemical skills, yet they were astonished at her prowess in magic. Ning Yue thought to herself, is it not true that I have gained fame through my mastery of magic? The crowd erupted in excitement, and even Li Xian, the chairman of the sect, abruptly sat up. Is she truly this formidable? Isn't this merely a basic operation? Ji Feng found it rather peculiar, questioning whether their disciples did not perform in such a manner. The crowd replied, you are surrounded by geniuses. Do you assume the entire world is filled with them? Please do not measure us by the standards of genius. Ji Feng observed the expressions of those around him and began to realize, gently stroking the stubble on his chin. Perhaps I have become accustomed to it from seeing too much. I ask for your understanding. Li Xian felt a pang of regret, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the luminous phoenix. This time, there truly exists the possibility of taming it. He exerted tremendous effort to capture the phoenix at that time. Taking advantage of its severe injuries, he employed every conceivable tactic to render it immobile and incapable of attacking, ultimately succeeding in bringing it back to the sect. Yet, within the sect, the beast tamers endeavored relentlessly, but none could tame this fiery phoenix. Each challenger ended up gravely injured. When captured, the phoenix was exceptionally volatile, exhibiting immense strength. It was far removed from its current state, where its prowess merely results in bone fractures, sparing lives entirely, a situation deemed quite safe. The sect found themselves at an impasse. Despite the phoenix's temperament becoming increasingly difficult to provoke, it remained untamable. They half-heartedly dismissed those who came to challenge, ignoring them altogether, yet the phoenix remained unyielding. Li Xian, in a moment of resignation, decided to bring the Liuli Phoenix to the beast-taming competition whenever it was their sect's turn, hoping to witness if any capable individual could tame it. If it could not be tamed, it would remain a fixture of their sect, causing him no concern whatsoever. However, the situation has now taken a turn. The Liuli Phoenix is at great risk of being seized by that direct disciple of the Fusong sect. A pang of heartache. A piercing cry reverberated through the air, echoing across the competition grounds, compelling everyone to cover their ears against the shrill sound. Amidst the flames, two magnificent wings unfurled, the iridescent feathers alight with flickering flames, dazzling even more brightly than the sun beneath its rays. The long tail feathers trailed the ground, radiating a brilliant and resplendent glow. The eyelashes of the Liuli Phoenix drooped, its crystalline eyes gazing intently at Ning Yue, sparkling with excitement. This form, someone murmured, having never witnessed such a sight. So exquisite, incomparable to before. It was scorched by fire, and yet it has become more beautiful. Why not let Ning Yue scorch me as well? The crowd below erupted in astonished exclamations, clearly mesmerized. Even the venerable sect leaders, accustomed to the extraordinary, could not help but gaze intently. Li Xian stood dazed. Even during his first encounter with the phoenix, he had never witnessed such a form. To be precise, he had no inkling that it could assume such a shape. Could it be that it has been reborn through the fiery baptism bestowed by Ning Yue? Someone gasped in astonishment, unable to contain their exclamation. Ning Yue raised an eyebrow. Unconvinced. Rebirth through fire? While her flames were indeed of ancient origin and impressive, she had never heard of such an application. The phoenix spread its wings. From its elevated position, it gazed down at Ning Yue with a condescending stare. Ning Yue chuckled softly, and suddenly, arrows imbued with an icy aura materialized. Nonsense. This display is clearly an act of aggression. A chill swept through the air, causing those around to instinctively wrap their arms around themselves. What is happening? Why is it so cold? Ice crystal arrows? How many techniques does she possess? What else is there? Senior sister, I am cold. Ning Yue's gaze turned frosty as her arrows unceremoniously pierced towards the radiant phoenix. The glass phoenix widened its eyes in surprise, struggling to maintain its winged form as it recoiled to evade the arrows. A massive, sturdy shield appeared before it. The phoenix squawked and flapped, attempting to draw Ning Yue's attention, yet Ning Yue remained fixated on the shield before her. Indeed, this individual possesses magical prowess, previously choosing not to reveal it. Countless icy blades and arrows materialized simultaneously, piercing towards the Liuli Phoenix under Ning Yue's relentless assault. The phoenix was on the brink of madness. It had assumed its most exquisite and graceful posture. Could it not perceive such an evident display of submission? Was it winking at the blind? Why did this person continue to attack? The purity of her flames was remarkably pristine, eliciting awe even from a divine bird of her elemental affinity. The quality of fire is intrinsically linked to one's character and spirit. Otherwise, even the finest ancient texts and teachings would yield little success. Ning Yue's flames not only healed its wounds but restored its spirit and body to an uninjured state, even surpassing its former condition. And this was merely the capability of a young girl at the nascent soul stage. One can only imagine how formidable she would become with further growth. Her extraordinary talent and exceptional understanding were evident. The Phoenix was inclined to submit to such an individual. Previously, it had encountered nothing but inferior beings. Thus, it readied its resplendent feathers, eager to gracefully submit. However, to its astonishment, this person continued to strike. Chapter 125, A Return? No, please. It desperately screeched, forsaking even the dignity of its elegance. Hadn't you just healed me? Is your intention to tame me? Are you dissatisfied and wishing to return me? No, please. Ning Yue maintained a stern expression, steadfast in her belief to subdue it. Even the onlookers fell silent, uncertainly pondering. Is this what submission means? Why does Ning Yue persist in her assault? Indeed, should this fur be further beaten, it would become unsightly. Li Xian found himself perplexed. Could it be that Ning Yue did not intend to tame this phoenix, but rather sought to engage it in combat with spirit beasts? If that were the case, it would be quite simple. She could merely capture a horde of disparate spirit beasts for it to battle against. A cold blade inadvertently evaded the phoenix's shield, piercing directly toward its knee. The phoenix, anxious at the thought of Ning Yue returning it, realized that they had not established a bond, rendering it incapable of comprehending its avian tongue. What to do? Would a gentle nudge suffice? At that moment, the cold blade grazed the wind, slicing through its knee. Caught off guard, the phoenix instinctively lurched forward, scraping against the ground and disheveling its splendid feathers adorning its chest. The pain from the blade's strike on its knee lingered, a testament to the ferocity of Ning Yue's assault. Given her swiftness, it was clear that the phoenix would not rise in time to evade the next attack. The glass phoenix lay on the ground, contemplating its predicament with a resigned acceptance of a potential beating. Yet, the assault abruptly ceased. The phoenix curiously lifted its head, confusion evident in its beautiful eyes. Ning Yue's footsteps drew closer, culminating in the delicate elegance of her shoes halting before the phoenix. The phoenix pondered, what is the meaning of this? Just moments ago, it was ready to fight for its life. Ning Yue first enveloped herself in a protective barrier, then bent down to gently caress the resplendent feathers atop the phoenix's head. The phoenix, uncertain whether it had forgotten to resist or not, refrained from attacking. Although Ning Yue was somewhat taken aback, she grew bolder, vigorously tousling its head, nearly turning its plumage into a disheveled mess. To her surprise, the texture was rather pleasant. A clear and innocent voice rang out. Hello, would you be willing to become my spirit beast? The phoenix responded with a startled, and then exclaimed. It agrees. Astonishingly, it has not been returned. Ning Yue looked at the bird, tilting its head in a curious manner, uncertain whether it truly consented or not. Although Ning Yue could not comprehend its avian chatter, the phoenix could certainly understand her human speech. Almost moved to tears, it fluttered its wings, inadvertently drawing blood from its own feathers. Ning Yue observed. The phoenix anxiously pointed to its injured wing and then gestured towards her hand, imploring her to hurry with the bond. Amused, Ning Yue understood its urgency and affectionately ruffled its head, saying, Are you quite so impatient? Could it not be? The phoenix was in a state of distress, fixated on Ning Yue, fearing it might be returned. What if, with her fickle nature, she truly decided to part with it? Ning Yue sliced her finger, and a stunning golden-red halo enveloped them both, establishing the bond. It was done. The phoenix nearly wept with joy, bowing its head and gently nudging Ning Yue's neck with its beak. Startled, she recoiled slightly but reciprocated by playfully scratching its chin. Below, the onlookers stood agape, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed the phoenix, a creature so fearsome it could shatter bones with a mere flick of its talon, now curling its majestic form in a display of affection towards Ning Yue. Surely, this world had become enchanted. Though they had all harbored a faint hope that Ning Yue might succeed, none had anticipated such a remarkable outcome. Look at how the once proud glazed phoenix has been tamed. It seems to fear the possibility of Ning Yue abandoning her, constantly seeking affection in her embrace. The onlookers could only watch in astonishment, while Li Xian observed from a distance, quietly reflecting on how swiftly this child has gained her bond. Let me express my gratitude on behalf of Ning Yue to Master Li, Ji Feng remarked with a smile, acknowledging her acquisition of a satisfying spirit beast. Li Xian, with a pained smile, turned away, maintaining an air of composure. It is only due to Ning Yue's own efforts that she has won the glazed phoenix. It's been quite some time, but someone has finally succeeded in taming it. Ji Feng, barely able to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. excused himself, and hurried outside. In recent days, Ning Yue has truly shone. Previously, whenever she undertook astonishing feats, skeptics doubted without witnessing them firsthand, as her talents seemed almost mythical. Yet this time, the Sect competition represented a momentous event for the younger generation of the cultivation world, drawing immense attention and focus. Ning Yue's audacious display of brilliance was simply irresistible, capturing every gaze. Her competition results swiftly reverberated throughout the cultivation realm, sending tremors through the hearts of many talented practitioners. Deep within, they harbored remnants of arrogance, but upon witnessing Ning Yue's performance on film, that arrogance was shattered, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Is it truly possible for someone to possess such strength? Now, the name Ning Yue resonates throughout the cultivation world, a name etched profoundly in the hearts of all. Ning Yue gently poked the chest of the Lioli phoenix, which gazed back at her with curious, beautiful eyes. Have you had enough of your little show? Ning Yue asked. Reluctantly, the phoenix distanced itself from her. Do you have a name? Ning Yue inquired. The phoenix nodded, ready to speak. However, Ning Yue interrupted. All right. I shall name you Phoenix. It's easy to remember. The phoenix thought to itself, how simplistic, hasty, and convenient. Yet, recalling Ning Yue's impressive demeanor, it readily agreed. Fine. Good child. Ning Yue smiled as she patted it once more. I recall that your kind can shrink your bodies. Could you diminish your size and perch upon my shoulder? Ning Yue proposed. She wished to take the phoenix for a stroll, as others claimed such creatures were rare treasures. Upon hearing shoulder, the phoenix's eyes sparkled, and it flicked its tail feathers in delight, proudly lifting its head to survey the onlookers below. What a splendid opportunity to showcase its master. Such an extraordinary individual is its owner. Of course, it could comply. With a flick of its tail, the phoenix's form proportionately shrank. Ning Yue extended her shoulder, and the phoenix gracefully settled onto her left shoulder. The phoenix radiated an air of pride, its exquisite tail feathers cascading elegantly behind, perfectly complementing the delicate features of the young maiden, an almost innate adornment. Chapter 126. A touch of terror. With the phoenix perched upon her shoulder, Ning Yue soared through the air, circling twice. The call of the wind left a beautiful trail behind, while the phoenix's tail feathers danced in the breeze, reflecting dazzling light under the sun's embrace. Ning Yue greeted Yang Fei below with a smile. Senior brother, I have reclaimed the phoenix. Yang Fei replied with a grin. Remarkable, junior sister. After all these years, I thought this phoenix would perish at Tianxian Sect. The Beast Master Elder was also present, watching Ning Yue clap her hands in admiration, occasionally casting a glance towards Yang Fei. What a promising talent. Following my guidance, you shall undoubtedly become a master of beast taming. Yang Fei remained silent. Ning Yue commanded the phoenix to descend, allowing it to circle around the Beast Master Elder, leaving him utterly bewildered. Joyfully, the phoenix scampered off to summon the other elders. Yang Fei pointed at the departing figure of the Beast Master Elder and remarked to Ning Yue, he is subtly mocking me. Ning Yue patted him on the back. It's all right. I've diverted his attention. Yang Fei shook his head in exasperation, gazing at the phoenix spiraling overhead. Impressive, junior sister. I always knew you were no ordinary talent. Dismissing trivial matters, Ning Yue playfully nudged Yang Fei. My genius has been evident for quite some time. Yang Fei murmured, I have yet to experiment with talismans. And I haven't learned artifact forging. Ning Yue pondered, stroking her chin, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. I shall certainly give it a try in the future. Yang Fei swallowed hard. Perhaps leave some room for others, junior sister. Ning Yue did not respond. Instead, she beckoned to the sky, and the phoenix gracefully swooped down, landing lightly on her hand, radiating a perfect synergy. To carve out one's own path, one must strive, she declared, turning to Yang Fei. I shall not grant anyone any leeway. Her voice was calm and serene, devoid of any trace of arrogance or pride that one might expect from a genius. Yang Fei was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Ning Yue continue, Senior brother, hurry and catch up with me. Seeing how extraordinary I am. Don't you feel a sense of urgency? Ning Yue's expression was earnest. Yang Fei, still slightly stunned, nodded and replied, all right. Ning Yue smiled and nodded, accompanied by the phoenix, and was about to turn back when Shi Han and Gongji approached, both astonished and gazing at the Lioli phoenix with a rare expression of admiration. Shi Han immediately praised her without hesitation, as expected of my junior sister. I thought this phoenix could last for several more rounds. Gongji remarked. I didn't see junior sister execute many moves just now, and yet this formidable phoenix was easily acquired? Ning Yue proudly lifted her chin. Isn't that so? The phoenix mimicked its master's demeanor, lifting its chin in pride. What a joke. With such an impressive master, this opportunity is too good to miss. If we don't seize the moment now, there may not be another chance. Shi Han suggested, we have no pressing matters in the next few days. How about we go out and have some fun? Ning Yue's interest was piqued instantly. Sure. When shall we go? Gongji interjected. Wait, junior sister. How about trying your hand at artifact forging? It's quite fascinating. However, the allure of going out far surpassed that of forging for Ning Yue. And she promptly patted Gong Ji's shoulder. Fear not, senior brother. Focus on the competition. If I discover any delectable treats, I shall save some for you. Gong Ji could only respond with a resigned silence. We have 3 days. Where would you like to go, junior sister? Shiringan inquired. Ning Yue pondered for a moment. Though she had not explored the lower realm much before, she was eager to witness its wonders. Thus, she proposed, senior brother, what delights does the lower realm hold? Yang Fei interjected, little junior sister, that is a splendid suggestion. The lower realm is indeed entertaining. Although Ning Yue had initially arrived in the lower realm, her stay was brief, as she was soon captured by Sang Pang. She was quite curious to delve deeper into its marvels. Shiringan nodded affirmatively, of course. We can take a stroll in the lower realm. Consider it a relaxation before our group battle. Ning Yue counted, currently, only senior brother, senior sister Lu, I, and Jiang Yishan have completed the competition. Yang Fei exclaimed, hey, your senior brother is still here? Ning Yue reassured, oh, rest assured, I have not forgotten about you. Shall we not wait for them? No need to wait. Yang Fei replied cheerfully, we can descend once they finish. Gongji silently remarked, I'm the last one. Yang Fei playfully pushed Ning Yue towards the exit, saying, I apologize for your inconvenience. We shall take our leave, haha. With a boisterous demeanor, Yang Fei pushed Ning Yue and Shiringan, swiftly vanishing from sight. Gongji stood still for several moments, internally lamenting the structure of the competition. Why must the forging event be scheduled for the final day? Sighing, he began to retrace his steps. He had never been one to be easily swayed, fully capable of focusing on his cultivation. Yet, he found himself unexpectedly affected by the allure of such trivial diversions. Indeed, little junior sister's charm was overwhelming. Every moment spent with her was imbued with excitement. While Gong Ji was engulfed in melancholy, Ning Yue was ablaze with enthusiasm. Yang Fei called Song Yisha over. Ning Yue suggested, why don't we ride the glazed phoenix down to the lower realm and make quite an impression? Shiringan replied, it would be wiser to maintain a low profile when descending. Yang Fei nodded in agreement, explaining, to prevent the upper realm cultivators from overwhelming the lower realm, there are suppression stones in place. At the boundary monument, cultivators' realms will be suppressed to the chi refining stage upon descent. Ning Yue, astonished, brushed the feathers of the phoenix, exclaiming, such a significant suppression. Indeed, Shiringan affirmed, the disparity between mortals and cultivators is exceedingly vast. The chi refining stage is akin to a mortal with exceptional physical prowess. Song Yisha unsheathed her sword and floated in the air, stating, descending too ostentatiously will attract attention. It would be prudent to descend on our swords. Reluctantly, Ning Yue recalled the phoenix and drew his sword, Huan Ming. The 5 of them, wielding 5 swords, emitted beams of various colors as they departed from the competition grounds. The distance to the lower realm was considerable, and throughout the journey, the group focused intently on their swordplay, engaging in little conversation. After an indeterminate flight duration, Ning Yue squinted, finally spotting a towering boundary monument not far ahead. As anticipated, Shiringan remarked, ahead lies the boundary monument. Our realms will soon be suppressed, so everyone should be cautious. Ning Yue could feel the power of the suppression stones as they drew nearer, sensing a constriction in his spiritual energy. Upon reaching the boundary monument, Ning Yue felt his realm had already been reduced to the mid-golden core stage. Quite alarming, he mused. Would approaching any closer render him unable to wield his sword? The group paused to rest by the monument, which loomed behind them like a small mountain, standing tall and straight. The boundary stone, known as the suppressing stone, was pointed out by Shiringan, who remarked that its considerable size allowed it to successfully suppress realms. Even if a master of the highest realm were to approach, they would be completely subdued to the chi refinement stage, overshadowing the entire lower realm. No wonder, being so close. Ning Yue stepped back and gazed upward, murmuring that this was the source of her overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a particular spot, and she stared intently. Hey, senior brother, Ning Yue exclaimed, pointing, isn't there a person over there? Shiringan followed Ning Yue's finger to see, astonishingly, a disheveled man sprawled on the massive stone. The figure appeared to be an adult male, his head resting in the crook of his arm. Even from this distance, the exquisite and luxurious fabric of his attire was discernible. Ning Yue squinted, preparing to get a clearer view, when the man abruptly lifted his face and sat up without warning. He locked his gaze directly onto Ning Yue, looking at her with palpable excitement. How could one describe such an intense stare? Ning Yue instinctively took a step back, feeling a tinge of fear. Chapter 127, Your Beautiful Father, a combined chapter. Beside her, Yang Fei and Song Yisha also looked up at the stone, confirming that there indeed was a person lying atop it. Before their initial shock could fully register, they were instantly captivated by the man's visage. To be fair, He was quite handsome. His skin was very fair, and his charming peach blossom eyes held a hint of red, with remarkably delicate and striking features, if one could overlook his expression of sheer exhilaration. Ning Yue shuddered involuntarily, a primal instinct alerting her that this individual did not possess virtuous qualities. Grasping Shiring Han, she urged him to retreat, exclaiming, "Senior brother, we must depart swiftly. I sense that this person is not to be trusted." Taken aback by her urgency, Shiring Han regained his composure upon observing the concern etched on his junior sister's face and replied, "All right, let us go." Consequently, Ning Yue energetically beckoned their surrounding senior brothers and sisters to hasten their withdrawal. Although they were perplexed and curious about the identity of the figure on the mountain, the palpable urgency in Ning Yue's demeanor compelled them to comply and follow her lead. Ning Lian, perched on a rock, was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had been eagerly anticipating the reunion with his daughter, even envisioning affectionate embraces and lifts into the air. Yet, to his astonishment, his daughter turned and fled. With unwavering resolve, she had dashed away. Ning Lian stared in disbelief as Ning Yue soared away on her sword, the silhouettes of her companions diminishing in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Daughter, daughter, it is I, your father." Echoes of his voice lingered, yet Ning Yue had already ventured too far. Undeterred, Ning Lian gathered his strength and pursued after her. Observing the man's demeanor, Shiring Han pondered whether it was prudent to abandon him thus. Ning Yue recalled the glimmer of excitement in the stranger's eyes and scoffed dismissively, "I believe he is in perfectly fine spirits. There is no cause for concern." However, the man's striking appearance caught Yang Fei's attention, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. "He is rather handsome, indeed." As Song Yisher pondered, she couldn't help but acknowledge the man's striking appearance. Did he not seem somewhat familiar? Ning Yue, intrigued, glanced at Song Yisher, wondering if he was an acquaintance of her senior. However, it was not quite that. Song Yisher furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its origin. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yishin also frowned slightly, admitting that the man had indeed appeared somewhat recognizable. "Is that so?" Ning Yue replied, somewhat perplexed. "Regardless of who he resembles, we should focus on enjoying ourselves over the next few days." "Precisely," Shiring Han concurred. "Let us disregard others for now and hasten our journey. The pressure of the realm is still a bit disconcerting. We ought to acclimatize ourselves first. One cannot simply disregard him." A sudden, unfamiliar voice interjected. Turning around, the group was startled to see the man who had previously been lounging on the rock now standing behind them. As they stiffly turned their necks, Ning Lian greeted them with a warm and benevolent smile, reminiscent of a parent looking at their children. "Hello, everyone. Ning Yue, seniors." Suddenly, Yang Fei let out a horrified scream. "When did you sneak up on us?" The atmosphere erupted in chaos. Song Yisher reacted swiftly, casting a talisman towards him. Shiring Han unsheathed her sword, positioning it protectively in front of her, her gaze fixed intently on him. The man had managed to approach them without a trace, despite both she and her junior disciple being cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Although influenced by the pressure of the boundary stone, he had yet to descend into the lower realms, and his cultivation had not diminished to the stage of chi refinement. It was precisely for this reason that he had fully extended his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, fearful of any unnoticed issues arising along the way. Despite his caution, the adversary had managed to approach him. Shiring Han was profoundly shocked and regarded Ning Lian with heightened vigilance. No wonder the junior sister had remarked that this person appeared untrustworthy. It was evident at first glance, truly, she was perceptive. Ning Yue, sharing the same thoughts as Shiring Han, had also released her spiritual sense to survey the area, thus she was taken aback by the man's sudden appearance. She summoned Ming and swiftly retreated, flames flickering at her fingertips, ready to strike this intruder fiercely. Ning Lian, however, displayed no reaction to those around her, not even a trace of emotion. Witnessing Ning Yue's defensive posture and readiness to attack nearly brought her to tears, as she pathetically wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Why was there such a commotion upon seeing her father? Beside her, Song Yisher widened her eyes in disbelief at the seemingly non-threatening man before them. Her binding talisman had inexplicably failed. What kind of cultivation level must he possess? Ning Yue, focused on his movements, paid little attention to his words. Her expression was devoid of emotion as she regarded him, appearing somewhat impatient. Time was of the essence. She urged him to speak quickly. What was his purpose in following them? Ning Lian, listening to her daughter's cold and unfeeling interrogation, felt her eyes welling up with tears once more. Pathetically, she dabbed at her sleeve, her gaze shimmering as she occasionally glanced at Ning Yue, only to retreat back into her sleeve to stifle her sobs moments later. Although the sight of a beautiful woman shedding tears is undeniably heart-wrenching, Ning Yue currently possesses no compassion, merely wishing to expedite the matter so she can return to her leisure. Precious playtime is slipping away. Moreover, it appears this individual harbors no intention of attacking them. Ning Yue cannot indiscriminately resort to violence. Besides, a confrontation could yield unpredictable outcomes. She cautiously retrieved the teleportation array, gently caressing it in hopes of making her escape. Wait a moment. Suddenly halted by Yang Fei beside her, Ning Yue cast a puzzled glance his way. Yang Fei wore a bewildered expression, seemingly entranced. His gaze fixated on Ning Lian. I recognize this person. Yang Fei struggled to articulate, his weeping visage strikingly similar to that of our junior sister. Upon his remark, a profound silence enveloped the surrounding crowd. The atmosphere grew heavy, with all eyes darting between Ning Yue and Ning Lian. Furthermore, Jiang Yishan interjected. I'm not sure if you all heard, but that person just mentioned something about hitting his father, or something to that effect. I only caught a fragment. Song Yishan nodded thoughtfully. I heard it too, and it was directed at our junior sister, Ning Yue. She stiffly turned to gaze at the tearful man beside her. Father? To be candid, this father possesses quite an exquisite appearance. Ning Yue momentarily lost her train of thought, the flames at her fingertips inadvertently retracting. Observing Ning Yue's withdrawal of hostility, Ning Lian gently sniffled and lowered his sleeves. His attire was notably plain and white. Yet upon closer inspection, the fabric was evidently of high quality, adorned with intricate dark patterns throughout, like a young master from an affluent family out for an excursion. Ning Yue felt a flicker of intrigue. May I ask? She began, but Ning Lian tilted his head, casting a glance at Ning Yue with his shimmering eyes, and with a huff, turned his back, as if in a fit of anger. Ning Yue, perplexed, inquired, Hello, I am Ning Yue. What is your name? The notion of encountering a father had never crossed Ning Yue's mind. In her previous life, she was a bona fide orphan. She had never known a father, let alone a mother. The sudden appearance of someone claiming to be her father piqued her curiosity, especially considering that he appeared to be no older than a young man in his 20s. Was the longevity elixir of the cultivation realm truly so miraculous? Perhaps her expression of disbelief was too pronounced, for Ning Lian regarded her with incredulity, trembling slightly as he exhaled. This cannot be right. At that moment, the elder Shi Inghan interjected, Junior sister, did you not previously assert that you had no parents? Ning Lian, overwhelmed, covered his heart with his hand, feeling as though he might be driven to the brink of despair. Was his daughter not the one who had expressed dissatisfaction with her lack of life experience and sought to venture forth for training? How could she suddenly claim to be an orphan upon their reunion? Ning Yue stroked her chin, contemplating, I must not have erred. I am unsure where this father figure emerged from. She had learned from the ancient serpent that her identity was rather extraordinary, though she remained unaware of the specifics, as she possessed no memories in that regard. Upon closer inspection, she noted a resemblance to this man, particularly to the adult version of herself, though she currently appeared merely as a child of 12 or 13. Only from certain specific angles can one discern the subtle similarities between the two individuals, and even then, the degree of resemblance is negligible. However, this is not the sole possibility. She has not forgotten the several attempts on her life within the land of Fusang, where her adversaries employed every conceivable tactic yet failed to extinguish her existence. Who knows if this newfound claim of paternity is yet another insidious scheme to eliminate her? Ning Yue scrutinized Ning Lian, inquiring, What is your name? Are you truly my father? Ning Lian exhaled heavily. Your father is named Ning Lian. After years of existence, this was the first time Ning Yue encountered the entity known as a father. Although the authenticity of his paternity remained uncertain, she offered a rather stiff greeting. Hello, father. Ning Lian thought to himself, who would desire such a rigid and awkward salutation? Where had the affectionate and endearing daughter gone? Ning Yue blinked innocently, prompting a sigh from Ning Lian. There was little he could do. After all, his daughter currently lacked her memories. Ning Yue tentatively broached, Father, why are you following us? Her demeanor was casual, suggesting a lack of seriousness regarding this paternal figure, yet upon closer inspection, one might notice a hint of caution interwoven within her nonchalance. Ning Lian, oblivious to this nuance, paused momentarily before responding with irritation, Address me as Daddy. Ning Yue hesitated, then awkwardly repeated, Daddy, why are you following us? Ning Lian tilted his head and huffed. Is it so wrong for Daddy to wish to see you? Ning Yue was at a loss for words. Yang Fei, observing the exchange, interjected with enthusiasm, glancing between Ning Lian and Ning Yue. Wow, little junior sister, your family's genes are exceptional. Your father is quite handsome. At the beginning of the Song dynasty, Songyi remained silent, merely greeting with a casual hello before lowering her gaze to the talisman in her hands. While observing Ning Lian's actions, she absent-mindedly fiddled with the talisman paper. Master Shi Inghan watched the situation before him with a vigilant eye. When he had taken his junior sister to the upper realm, she had been bullied by Sang Pang. She appeared to be dressed like someone from a destitute family, utterly unable to resist in the face of Sang Pang's harassment. Now, he observed Ning Yue with a dispassionate demeanor, setting aside the ethereal aspects of temperament and appearance. The splendid attire of Ning Yue alone suggested that her family could not possibly belong to the ordinary class. How could such a family allow their daughter to wander outside unattended? At that time, Ning Yue had been a filthy mess when he found her. Furthermore, his junior sister now displayed little warmth towards Ning Yue, their interaction resembling that of mere acquaintances rather than a father and daughter. Could this truly be a legitimate father? Certainly not. Master Sheringan promptly shielded Ning Yue behind him, seizing the opportunity to speak. Greetings, esteemed uncle. I am Sheringan, the elder brother of Ning Yue. As the day grows late, we shall take our leave if there are no pressing matters. Ning Yue. Ning Yue. Is this how you wish to deflect? If I were to believe it, would that not make me appear exceedingly foolish? I traveled a great distance to seek my daughter. And Ning Yue widened her eyes, wondering if this was how I was to be dismissed. Master Sheringan found himself in a difficult position, after all. The question of whether you are indeed my junior sister's father remains open to debate. Recently, my junior sister has been quite the center of attention, inevitably attracting the interest of those with ulterior motives. As her elder brother, it is prudent for me to exercise caution. Ning Yue was nearly overwhelmed by indignation. Is there truly any doubt to be discussed? I am indeed the father of Xiaoyu. Ning Yue gazed at him with a calm demeanor, devoid of any hostile emotions in her eyes. Although she was aware of her extraordinary lineage, she was not the type to blindly believe anyone who bore a resemblance and proclaimed, I am your father. Instead, she would retort, I am your father. Setting aside the peculiar man's claim to be her father, his silent emergence behind them, unnoticed by the group, indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the others, though the extent of his power remained uncertain. It was evident that he was far from ordinary. After all, there was no need for a direct confrontation with Ning Yue. It would suffice to find an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Ning Yue touched the teleportation array inscribed in her palm, her expression unchanged from before. However, Ning Yue had finally sensed something amiss. Were these children truly on guard against him? Surely, his face, identical to Ning Yue's, should suffice as proof of his paternity. If Sheringan were privy to his inner musings, she would undoubtedly respond with ruthless candor. I'm afraid that isn't very convincing. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, altering one's appearance was hardly a daunting task. Just where did the unmistakable resemblance manifest? Though he did not explode with rage, Ning Yue felt tears welling up. Watching his daughter with concern from above, he recklessly descended, only to encounter a minor mishap. Somewhere along the way, he had lost his footing, and typically, he carried no magical artifacts. In his haste, he had forgotten to bring any. His own cultivation level was suppressed, and the constraints within this realm were exceedingly harsh on deities. He was currently uncomfortable in every aspect. The daughter remains unfound, leaving him in a pitiable state, clad in but a single garment. As he lies upon the stone, feigning death and sorrow, he unexpectedly senses the essence of his daughter. Is this not the will of fate? With great enthusiasm, he rushes forward, only to be met with her disdain. She no longer acknowledges him as her father. How could the divine be so tragically cruel? Should he not appear before Ning Yue, resplendent and ethereal, enhancing her reputation in the realm of cultivation, drawing envy from all? He envisions joyfully embracing his daughter, lifting her high as she once clung to his leg, calling him father. He longs to hasten her cultivation, to swiftly ascend to the celestial realm, thereby restoring her memories and allowing their family of three to live harmoniously once more. Yet, what a disheartening turn of events this is. Why does his daughter regard him with such coldness, doubting that he is indeed her father? The elder, Ning Yue, is engulfed in melancholy. Meanwhile, Ning Yue pays no heed to the tempest within Ning Yue's heart, quietly repositioning herself. The distance among the senior disciples is minimal. This teleportation array, initially capable of transporting but one, has been hastily adjusted to accommodate multiple travelers, yet they must stand closer together. Ning Yue raises her gaze. Ning Yue furrows his brow, still replaying his missteps in his mind. A flash of white light envelopes them. Ning Yue's thoughts are reluctantly drawn back, and as he blinks and surveys his surroundings, he finds himself utterly alone. Ning Yue. His daughter has fled right before his eyes.